just 3 minutes after awakening your supreme bone. Your younger brother claimed it was his and demanded you dig it out to return it. Your parents, standing by, not only failed to defend you but personally extracted each of your supreme bones one by one. In the end, they even threw you into a military camp notorious for its near-certain death rate, merely to exploit your last remaining value as your brother's sacrificial pawn. Yet, faced with all this, you felt not sorrow but joy. For the moment you stepped into the military camp, a long silent voice finally rang in your ears. Congratulations, host, for awakening the great Xia martial soul system, granting you the peerless talent Soldier Soul Saint Body. Not only can it instantly heal all hidden injuries, but it also boosts your cultivation speed by 10 times and enhances martial techniques by 2 tiers. Before you could even begin to marvel, an unstoppable force surged wildly into your body. In the next moment, you leaped from a cripple with shattered meridians directly to the first stage of warrior. To put it into perspective, for ordinary cultivators, reaching the first stage of warrior might be a lifelong unattainable goal. Yet, you achieved it in just a few breaths. Stepping onto the path of martial arts, this was simply too heaven-defying. Just as you were overjoyed, a voice snapped you back to reality. Silence, all of you. A bunch of green recruits, chattering away. The speaker was none other than Zhao Linger, the chief instructor for this 3-month new recruit training. Though Zhao Linger was strikingly beautiful, her temper was notoriously fiery. Rumor had it she was demoted to this post after brawling with a high-ranking officer in the camp. Moreover, her strength had reached the peak of warrior, just one step away from advancing to marshal general. The moment the recruits saw the instructor, the entire place fell silent instantly. In this new recruit assessment, the top 3 performers will exceptionally be awarded the rank of superior soldier and will also get to choose a weapon from the armory. Upon hearing this, the entire crowd erupted in excitement, as it meant the unprecedented opportunity to be promoted from private to superior soldier. Moreover, a higher rank signifies elevated status, along with increased subsidies and pensions, something especially crucial for you, who has left your family. Additionally, a promotion can be exchanged for points, so you secretly resolved to secure a spot in the top 3. Just then, the instructor suddenly spoke up. Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, Chen Han, Shumeng Yu4. Step forward. You won't be participating in the assessment. Go back to the dorm and sleep. Hearing this, you and the other 3 immediately paled. The crowd burst into laughter. Ha, these guys must be the family rejects among us. They don't even qualify to take the test. How pathetic. Faced with this injustice, Zhao Yufei was the first to protest. Why won't you let us participate? Isn't the military supposed to be a place where strength matters? At this, the instructor looked Zhao Yufei up and down with disdain. Rich kids like you are just here to coast. Once these 3 months are over, you'll either end up in logistics or the kitchen. Don't worry, we won't actually send you young masters to your deaths. Zhao Linger also sneered at the family heirs. Why bother arguing with them? Even if they were allowed to participate, they wouldn't make the top 50, let alone the top 3. It was then that you finally realized just how deep the military's prejudice against family heirs ran. Yet at that very moment, an overwhelmingly confident voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Instructor Zhao Linger, what if I manage to secure a top 3 ranking? What then? The voice, clear as a mountain spring, instantly drew everyone's attention. Heads turned as you emerged slowly from the throng, spear in hand, your gaze resolute. Seeing you stand there with such pride, a hint of amusement flickered across Zhao Linger's face. If you can make top 3, I'll move your entire dorm to the premium quarters. Moreover, during these 3 months of recruit training, I'll personally attend to you. Fail, and you'll obediently scrub pots in the mess hall. The moment Zhao Linger finished speaking, an unstoppable aura erupted from your body. Sensing your energy, she was stunned. First stage warrior, a fresh recruit who's already stepped onto the martial path? Ignoring her shock, you focused ahead on the armored tortoise shell used for testing, your spear trembling faintly in hand. With a sudden swing of your arm, devastating force exploded from the spear. The shell, reputedly unbreakable below 6th stage warrior, crumbled instantly. Even the specialized testing equipment malfunctioned, emitting error alerts. Witnessing this scene, the entire crowd erupted in uproar. The military camp was always a place where strength spoke loudest, and you had used yours to reclaim the dignity of the so-called trash of your family. Zhao Yufei was the first to speak up. Chen Han, that shot was truly impressive. But with the machine malfunctioning, how should we calculate the score? Amid the cheers, the instructor rubbed his forehead and said with a wry smile, the maximum score of the machine is 1 million points. In previous years, the highest record among new recruits was around 600,000 points. Chen Han has broken the record, so we'll count it as 1 million points. In reality, your score far exceeded 1 million, it was simply that the machine's upper limit capped it there. The instructors were beaming with joy. In recent decades, the military had never seen such promising talent. Only Zhao Linger sat stiffly in her chair, her face pale with anger, not uttering a word. She had intended to intimidate the new recruits, but instead, you turned the tables on her, giving her a taste of her own medicine. Then you turned to Zhao Linger with a mocking grin. Instructor Zhao, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Hearing this, Zhao Linger rolled her eyes. I always keep my promises. I'll take you to the armory to pick a weapon first. With that, the two of you headed toward the armory. As soon as you got close to Zhao Linger, you felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on you, yet it had no effect on you whatsoever. Zhao Linger was at most an A-level talent, far inferior to your SSS level. You smiled faintly. Instructor Zhao, using force to intimidate isn't very becoming. My shoelace seems loose, how about you tie it for me? Seeing you remain expressionless under her pressure, she froze for a moment before instinctively looking down at your shoelace, only to realize it wasn't loose at all. That's when she knew you were teasing her. Zhao Linger was so angry she gritted her teeth but could do nothing about it, letting out a frustrated snort. Soon, you arrived at the armory's entrance. Without hesitation, you strode inside. Before you had taken more than a few steps, a spear suddenly fell at your feet. The spear was entirely made of mechanical alloy, gleaming with a silvery white radiance. You immediately took a liking to it and grasped it in your hand. Witnessing this, Zhao Linger was stunned. The Snow Wolf Spear had actually acknowledged you as its master. This was a top-grade spiritual weapon. Even seasoned spear masters would suffer backlash from it. Their consciousness eventually eroded. Even she had failed to tame this spear back in the day, yet you wielded it effortlessly. Just who was this young man before her? Little did she know, there wasn't a weapon in the entire world you couldn't master. Thanks to the system's support, time flies like a white steed passing by a crevice, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. At this stage, most new recruits have just broken through to the first rank of warrior, while you have already reached the 4th rank. Even Zhao Linger was shocked when she detected your cultivation level. Advancing 3 levels in just 2 months is simply terrifying. Just then, the military broadcast sounded. Chen Han, report to the reception room immediately upon hearing this. Someone is looking for you. Unexpectedly, as soon as you entered the meeting room, you saw your second uncle, Chen Shiming. You didn't have much goodwill toward him, given that he was also present when you were expelled from the family and conscripted into the army. However, this time, his expression was much better, especially when he saw you. His face was all smiles. Xiao Han, how have you been in the army? Have you been bullied? As the saying goes, excessive courtesy implies deceit. Facing these uncles from the family, you naturally showed no warmth, especially since you had already severed all ties with the Chen family. Faced with your second uncle's feigned concern, you felt nothing and coldly replied, cut the crap, spit it out if you have something to say. Despite your icy tone, Chen Shiming remained all smiles. No need to be so harsh. If life in the army is tough, you can tell your second uncle, I'll take you home. Hearing this, you sneered, home? You've got some nerve. This is a military camp. Are you trying to make me a deserter? Back when the family disowned you, Chen Shiming was the first to mock you. Now, with this exchange, you understood Chen Shiming's purpose for coming. Presumably, news of your achievements in the army had reached the Chen family, and they were regretting their decision. Hearing your words, Chen Shiming merely chuckled, then immediately whispered in your ear, what desertion? That sounds so harsh. Your second uncle still has some connections in the military. It wouldn't be hard to pull a new recruit like you back. The family head has already agreed to let you return home and found someone else to take your place in the army. Once you're back, you can take the college entrance exam and enter a top martial arts university. Stop acting like a child. Upon hearing this, fury surged within you. After enduring years of disdain and injustice, how could it all be dismissed as mere childishness? I have no ties left with the Chen family. If there's nothing else, please don't disturb me. You may leave. Seeing you repeatedly refuse, Chen Shiming finally tore off his disguise completely. The aura of a second-tier martial general instantly spread, and an overwhelming pressure surged toward you like a tidal wave. Chen Han, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The family head saw some potential in you, which is why he sent me to bring you back. If this is your attitude, I can just as well take you by force. Born a Chen, die a Chen soul. Don't think a little power makes you untouchable. Yet, despite facing Chen Shiming, whose cultivation far surpassed your own, you showed not the slightest fear. The pressure from a second-rank martial general may be formidable, yet it cannot affect you. Moreover, this is a military camp. Even if Chen Shiming had boundless means, he would never dare to act here. Chen Han loomed large, while Chen Shiming also, at this moment, peered into Chen Han's current realm. Samurai 4th rank. How did you do that? Chen Shiming stared with wide eyes, somewhat incredulous. One must know that among Chen Han's peers, Chen Feng, who currently had the highest talent, was only a samurai 2nd stage. Among Chen Feng's talents was the enhanced cultivation speed, which was already much faster than the average martial artist. Chen Han, the district F level talent, but... Suddenly, Chen Shiming laughed out loud. Good. Truly the heavens have blessed my Chen family, to have another supreme genius come out of my Chen family. Laughing happily, he had forgotten the fact that Chen Han had been abandoned by the Chen family beforehand. Come with me. With your talent, it would be a waste to put you in the army. With that, Chen Shiming was about to tackle Chen Han. With such a genius, what more face did he need to bring Chen Han back to the Chen clan despite everything? However, at that moment, a lance was suddenly placed against Chen Shiming's neck. However, this was not Chen Han striking out. A silhouette flashed past, and it was surprisingly Zhao Linger who stood in front of Chen Han. Zhao Linger also used a gun as a weapon. Chen Han is now on the military's list of potential dragons. You're taking him away? Zhao Linger snorted coldly. The head of that lance was only a foot away from Chen Shiming, and with a slight force, she could send Chen Shiming to his death. Although Zhao Linger only had the cultivation of a perfect martial artist, Chen Shiming was also quite afraid of her. Most of the high-ranking martial artists in the army were killed from a mountain of corpses. The ability to cross the line is not absent. Not to mention that Zhao Linger was very young, only 3 years older than Chen Han, which meant that she had once been a genius in the military as well. When Chen Shiming heard this, he said in a shocked voice, "Subterranean Dragon Directory?" Chen Shiming had connections in the military and naturally knew what the Subterranean Dragon Directory was. That's the military focus list. There are no more than 10 people who make it onto the subterranean list every year. Those who can be on this list, the resources of the army, will be focused towards them. Most of the top brass in the military nowadays have been on the subterranean directory at one time or another. But Chen Shiming wasn't willing to give up easily either, and his tone softened quite a bit. "I'm taking my nephew back to take the college entrance exam. What does that have to do with the military? Your military's hand is also sticking in too wide." Zhao Linger looked back at Chen Han before saying, "Do you want to go back?" Chen Han shook his head decisively. Zhao Linger looked at Chen Shiming again and smiled playfully. "If he wants to go back, I won't stop him. If he doesn't want to go back, no one will be able to take him away from the army." Speaking of this, an aura of refinement erupted from Zhao Linger's gaze. "Chen Shiming, what do you think of my Dasha's military authority?" A terrifying battle intent erupted from Zhao Linger's body, and that killing intent scared Chen Shiming, who was at the second rank of marshal general, into silence. It was only now that Chen Han realized that Zhao Linger had also tightened up quite a bit when she was in front of them, the new recruits. Otherwise this murderous intent, honed by 1,000 hammers, would be able to scare the pants off most recruits. However, Zhao Linger's threat wasn't just this. "We, the officers, have the right to act cheaply in the barracks. Do you know what it means to act on the cheap? It means killing you is within that cheapness." Zhao Linger didn't need to be punished in any way for killing Chen Shiming, while Chen Shiming dared to touch a single finger of Zhao Linger, and what awaited was military justice. Zhao Linger's attitude was clear: her soldiers, she guaranteed them. Chen Shiming is really afraid. The Chen family is no more powerful, but still dare not go against the army. He left unhappily and gave Chen Han a look before leaving. He began to regret it, especially after learning that Chen Han was already at the samurai 4th stage realm. Such a genius, how come he was released to be enlisted in the army? Chill, if you regret it, feel free to contact me. He even shamelessly left Chen Han with this sentence. Chen Han looked at Chen Shiming's distant back and only felt a little ridiculous. At this time, Zhao Linger looked towards Chen Han, and her face regained its calmness. "I've heard Ji Yun say something about you, hard work. I admit that I misunderstood you family children before, and make amends to you." Chen Han sighed a little. After 18 years in the family without any elders valuing him, he felt warmth in the military. At this moment, Zhao Linger suddenly remembered something and slapped her head. "Saying these words would seem like I'm being pretentious. How about this? I'll teach you the Yue family gun technique that was passed down by old General Yue himself. Sort of a gift of apology. This is a great gift, no less." Old General Yue, full name Yue Woyun, a great general in the army, is now 120 years old. Chen Han had heard of his name in textbooks and was highly respected in the military. He had risen to prominence when the aura recovery had just begun. What's more, he personally led his troops and blocked the territory of Disya, which should have been fully occupied by the foreign beasts, to the north of the Dragon River. He created the Yue family spear technique. It was a feat that could be upgraded, and it was only rank B when first practiced. Depending on the user's enlightenment and proficiency, it can be upgraded to a maximum of S rank. Most importantly, old General Yue did not hide anything, but anyone in the army who used a gun could learn the Yue family marksmanship. Obviously, Zhao Linger was one of them. This book of marksmanship, however, is not something that recruits can learn just by joining the army. At least 1 year of enlistment and a certain amount of military service is required to be imparted. Chapter 8 Yue Family Marksmanship. Recruit Competition. Watch this. The Yue family spear technique emphasizes stabbing strikes. Heavy stiffness. It emphasizes change. And each change strengthens the power of the next strike. On the schoolyard, Zhao Linger personally demonstrated the Yue family's spear technique for Chen Han. The Yue family's spear technique was extremely fast, wielding the lance as if it were a dragon and snake flying. It was a simple movement, but each strike was full of extraordinary things. Chen Han memorized them one by one. I don't know how long it took, but the 8 small wooden stakes sitting on the schoolyard were actually stabbed out by Zhao Linger with countless holes and eyes. It's worthy of being the gun technique created by General Yue. Okay. I've sort of finished roughly demonstrating this set of gun techniques. How much you can comprehend depends on your own enlightenment. Zhao Linger retrieved her lance, and all of her movements were done in one fell swoop, without the slightest delay. Chen Han nodded his head slightly, already familiarizing himself with the Yue family spear technique. On his system panel, there was also an additional column of feats. Name, Chen Han. System name, Daxiao Marshal Soul System. Rank, Private. Realm, Samurai 4th Order. Talent, F-level talent, Strong Body, SSS level talent, Soldier's Soul Sacred Body. Physique, S-class physique, Body of 100 refinements, Intermediate level of proficiency. Martial skill, S-class martial skill, Lance of Piercing Deadly Thorns, Beginner's proficiency. Technique, Grade B technique, Yue family gun technique, Beginner's proficiency. Weapon, top grade spiritual armament Snow Wolf gun. This was because learning the feats also boosted the cultivation speed bonus of the soldier's soul sacred body. Therefore, the current Chen Han's cultivation speed had reached a terrifying 25 times. Moreover, this was based on the fact that the feats were B-ranked. If one could raise the proficiency of the Yue family's gun technique to full level, then the Yue family's gun technique would become an S-ranked technique. The increase in S-class feats would be even more terrifying. On top of that, there was also the enhancement of the 100 refined body, and the chi and blood had risen to double that of a martial artist of the same rank. The only thing that remains unchanged is the proficiency of the Lance of Piercing Deaththorn. This martial skill was too shocking, out of the blue to kill, and the consumption was still too great to be trained under normal circumstances. At this time, Zhao Linger suddenly said, "The Yue clan's gun technique emphasizes sudden thrusts, which fits well with your martial arts. This is a technique that you should practice more." This martial art. Before Chen Han could finish his words, it was Zhao Linger who took over first. "It's fine, within your clans, you do have some heavenly martial skills, you don't have to tell me. At the first stage of the samurai realm, if you don't have strong martial arts skills, it is absolutely impossible to break the iron-armored turtle's shell." Chen Han silently nodded his head in acknowledgement. However, Zhao Linger couldn't possibly know that his martial skills didn't come from the Chun clan, but from the system. Moreover, it was still a rare SSS martial skill. Then, Zhao Linger added, "Prepare to get ready, your batch of recruit training is nearing the end of the upcoming recruit competition, go down." Chen Han nodded his head in agreement, and just as he stepped out of the doorway, he heard a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the recruit competition quest. Ranking in the top 3 in the recruit competition will earn you points for the lottery, 3,000 points for ranking number 1, 2,000 points for ranking number 2, and 500 points for ranking number 3. It was actually a system mission. Taking first place in the recruit competition would earn you a full 3,000 points. As for the second and third points, Chen Han didn't even look at them. Take it to be number 1. As a result, Chen Han had begun to use the Yue family's gun technique to exercise during his training in these past few days. Another half a month has passed. Yue family spear technique, forward thrust. Back thrust. Upward thrust. With a set of flowing gun movements, Chen Han instantly stabbed countless holes in the wooden stakes of the schoolyard. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and a little bead of sweat spread across his forehead. In half a month's time, he had raised the Yue family's gun technique to an intermediate level of proficiency. And the Yue family's gun technique, which had an intermediate level of proficiency, had been elevated to an A-ranked technique. Chen Han's caliber had also rivaled Zhao Linger's. Observing Chen Han's training today, Zhao Linger was surprised again. It was because she was hailed as a genius back then, and it had also taken her half a year to raise the Yue family's gun technique to an A-ranked feat. "Chen Han, you're surprising me more and more." Zhao Linger passed the sweat-wiping towel to Chen Han's side, similar to a little maid. In 2 months' time, Zhao Linger had all but adapted to being used as a maid by Chen Han. This Yue family gun technique is marvelous in its subtleties, it is indeed formidable. Chen Han wiped his sweat, while not forgetting to praise the Yue family's spear technique. The merit pool of the Dasha Marshal Soul system was the one that consumed the most points. The top prize pool requires 10,000 points for one drawing. And it's not always possible to draw the feats as intended. After all, the gong method has to be matched with the talent. Without the talent corresponding to it, the gong method is no longer strong but also useless. This set of Yue clan's spear technique was not considered top-notch, but it perfectly suited Chen Han. It also saved Chen Han tons of points. He saved his points up so that he could go and extract a gifted physique or martial skill. And this afternoon, it was time for the great recruit competition. Chen Han had upgraded his Yue family marksmanship to grade A, and had a few more points of certainty to compete for first place. Chen Han ate lunch and rested for a while before the great recruit competition came as scheduled. The so-called recruit competition is where recruits recruited within a month are put together to compete in a tournament. The one who wins first place in the great recruit competition is called the King of Recruits. Being able to become a rookie king will be recorded by the army and will have many benefits in the future. There were 3 batches of recruits in the month Chen Han enlisted, and Chen Han and the others belonged to the last batch. The last batch was at a bit of a disadvantage, as the first 2 batches of recruits, both trained for at least half a month longer than Chen Han and the others. More than 300 people gathered in the schoolyard, and after 2 months of devilish training, the faces of all of them had more toughness. The military is a workout, and most of the men have wheat-colored tans, and you never hear that gibbering complaint again. Zhao Linger was still the chief examiner, and the deputy instructor below began to read out the rules of the great recruit competition. The rules are extremely simple. It's all about the ring. The 300 or so people were evenly distributed and completely randomized one-on-one. Taboo is not being able to kill, and having the means to use whatever means you have to cripple someone, or even lose their will. Until the first is decided. The army was the army, and the rules of the tournament were all much more brutal than those of the University of Martial Arts. The first match of the recruit competition, Chen Han vs Han Heihu. In the first matchup, it was Chen Han who took the stage. Chen Han hadn't heard of the name Han Heihu, and this Han Heihu should be one of the first 2 batches of recruits. He's got a lot of call. Go Black Tiger, beat the hell out of him. Brother Black Tiger, take first place. Han Heihu was a big man, 2 meters tall, and looked very domineering. Chen Han also detected his cultivation level, Samurai 2 ranks, which was indeed okay. The 2 stood in the ring. Han Heihu said smugly, I heard that you're the strongest one in your batch of new recruits, how come I don't see anyone speaking up for you? Once these words came out, the recruits in the same batch as Chen Han all looked at him with a kind of cute little look. Eyes at Han Heihu. Just because we don't speak doesn't mean we're mute. There's nothing to see in this duel because you're going to be killed in seconds. The gap is so wide I don't even bother to look. When it came to Chen Han's side, the picture changed abruptly, and almost all of them were scornful of Han Heihu. Han Heihu was furious, I'm from a military family, and I also have an A-ranked earth talent, can I let a punk family kid from outside beat me? And kill in seconds? With that said, the duel began. Han Heihu clasped his hands together and slapped his palm angrily, and a set of armor coalesced from solid rock instantly appeared on his body. As a military family, the Han family's ancestral talent was the Earth River armor, which transformed itself into a combat weapon-like existence. Once the Earth River armor was on, every charge was like 1,000 pounds of force, and it could enter to attack and retreat to defend. Aside from slightly less sensitivity, there are almost no drawbacks to speak of. The equivalent of a mobile fortress. Eat my move! Han Heihu bellowed. However, before Han Heihu had the chance to launch his charge, Chen Han's figure transformed into a ghost and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Before Han Heihu could react, he suddenly felt a blackness in his head. It was as if something had hit him on the forehead, and his rock armor collapsed with a loud bang as his entire body fell backward heavily. You! Samurai 6th rank. Before the words were finished, Han Heihu's large body fell to the ground. The process, indeed, was just a second. Chen Han wins. Promotion. Chapter 9 The Deserved King of Newcomers, no one on stage. Seeing this, the recruits in the same batch as Chen Han were unimpressed. I've said I'm going to be killed in seconds. What are you fooling around for? Do you know that our batch of recruits can only compete for second place with Chen Han around? true as they say. Chen Han's SSS-ranked talent plus the various additions of his martial skills, if he couldn't manage to kill Han Heihu in seconds against the samurai second stage, it would indeed be a wasted effort. However, the new recruits who were not in the same batch as Chen Han were different, full of complaints and clamoring. No, what's the point of comparing? Samurai 6th Order. There's only one new king. He's number 1. It's not fair. Whoever goes up against him loses. Chen Han stood with his gun, and did not expect that his first strike would turn a good recruit ring into a general clamor in the vegetable market. On the invigilator's platform, a few of the deputy examiners were also quite shocked to see Chen Han's qualifications. They were the main instructors of the first and second batch of recruits, but they were all below Zhao Linger in terms of position, so they all kissed Zhao Linger's ass. Congratulations to Captain Zhao. This recruit you taught is 1 in a million, you'll have a good face in the future. Zhao Linger impatiently waved her hand and said, don't give me the official talk. I don't eat this, now it's the new recruits who are in conflict. How can we solve it? There was only one new king, and Chen Han struck first. The gap is too big to be hopeful, and judging by the attitude of the recruits, this is a reluctance to have another match. Zhao Linger was also quite distressed that Chen Han had taken on Han Heihu or that she had secretly manipulated the blackmail. It was to make Chen Han suffer a bit, realizing that pride would lead to defeat. Han Heihu's ability was already the most restraining of Chen Han among the new recruits, and the Earth River armor could attack and defend, not so easy to break through. It was within her expectation that Chen Han could defeat Han Heihu, but she didn't expect it to be this easy. This guy will just give me problems. Zhao Linger grimaced. It's the first time in history that the recruit competition has turned into such a spectacle. The deputy examiners were also anxious. Game 2, Chen Lei vs Zhang Xian. They tried to pronounce the name of the second matchup. The response was, no go. Whoever wants to go on. What's the comparison? No more competing. You just declare Chen Han first. Such an answer was expected by the examiners. In the end, it was Zhao Linger who suppressed the crowd of recruits. What's all the noise about? If you have the patience, go to the ring and defeat Chen Han. I'll let you be number 1. With a single sentence, coupled with a pressure close to the level of a martial general, the entire room was suddenly silent. Only after seeing the crowd quiet down did Zhao Linger slowly say, do you all know that the ancient army had a profession named First Den? First to ascend. That is, the first person to ascend the city wall when charging into battle in ancient times. This person will be honored. He'll be rewarded with the title of Marquis and Prime Minister. But there can only be one first ascent. There is no reward for even the second one to climb the wall. I'm going to tell you that this is the rule of the military camp. Don't think that this is a martial arts university, feel free to yell as you please. If you're not convinced, then fight one-on-one. Zhao Linger's words were very intimidating, and the group of recruits hung their heads and stopped talking. Suddenly, Zhao Linger's words changed sharply, however, the military isn't a completely impersonal place. This situation with the great recruit competition is also the first time this has happened. The newcomer king is bound to be Chen Han, but you guys can all go together, and I'll see who can last longer under Chen Han and hand out some rewards privately. For the sake of Chen Han, the recruit competition even made an exception and changed the rules. After all, this is also the first time in history that this has happened. And don't you have a problem with it, I've already applied to my superiors to promote you to corporal. Your seniority is not enough, but your strength is sufficient. Zhao Linger also took into account Chen Han's thoughts at the same time. Still achieving a second consecutive jump during the recruit training period, Chen Han naturally had no problem with it. Not to mention that he also wanted to try out the Yue family's gunnery technique and what level it could reach in actual combat. Absolutely no chance of winning one-on-one. But one-to-many is a different story. As long as there wasn't a large realm difference in realm, most martial artists in the same realm couldn't achieve one-to-many. Many ants can bite an elephant. In order to fight for the remaining rewards, the enthusiasm of the recruits was completely ignited and they rushed to the ring. The first batch to take the field turned out to be the family scum from Chen Han's dormitory. Zhao Yufei, Ji Yun, Zhu Mang, and 2 new recruits from the Thunder Department. Shen Shao, don't show any mercy, lest people say you're letting go. Chen Han, actually, I've long wanted to try out the gap between me and you. 2 months of training and their strength had grown quite a bit. Zhao Yufei had reached the second rank of martial artist, and Ji Yun Zhu Mang was also close to the second rank under his bitter cultivation. They saw Chen Han's efforts in their eyes, not to say catching up, but at least not dragging Chen Han behind. Come on. Chen Han held his lance in both hands and stood at attention. The first to strike was Zhao Yufei. The Thunderbolt Flash talent was a double bombardment of speed and power. With a popping sound, Zhao Yufei's entire body was covered in thunderbolts, immediately attacking Chen Han. The other two Thunder System martial artists also attacked from the front in two directions. As for the slightly weaker Zhu Mang, at this point, he was already able to maneuver four mechanical lifeforms at the same time, feinting from the side. As soon as he came up, Chen Han was caught in an alien energy encirclement. Backstab, uppercut, roundhouse. Chen Han exerted the Yu-Clan spear technique with all his might, and actually formed a barrier made up of gun shadows around his body. The first two to be stabbed were the two Thunder System martial artists, who were picked straight up and sent flying several meters away, directly being picked out of the ring. And the third one is Zhao Yufei. Thundering Flash had the property of strengthening stances, and with his keen intuition, Zhao Yufei dodged two stabbing strikes one after another. Just when he thought he could get close enough for Chen Han to launch an attack, the head of the Snow Wolf lance appeared at the right side of his face and slapped him away. Xu Meng's four cyborgs were also scrapped by Chen Han's four jabs. The best benefit of the lance as a weapon is the long attack range, and with proper use, any situation is easy to navigate, both offensively and defensively. Ha 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 ha, young Chen, you're still careless. Didn't even notice me. Right at this moment, Ji Yun didn't know when he got on the ground and crawled to Chen Han's side. He was smart enough to take advantage of Zhao Yufei's four men attacking from the front and used his divine speed to flash behind Chen Han while slumping to the ground. Chen Han had to deal with the three people in front of him, so naturally he lacked rear vision, while he was still lying on the ground, making it even more difficult to notice. Relying on this little bit of cleverness, Ji Yun thought that he would finally run into Chen Han. Who knew that Chen Han had flung his gun with a smooth hand, and the handle of the gun was thrown onto his head. With a beautiful closing move, Zhao Yufei's squad was suddenly wiped out. Zhao Yufei 5, total time spent 1 minute and 13 seconds. In reality, the realm of Zhao Yufei's 5 was far from being considered at the forefront of this batch of new recruits. The recruits finally saw hope, and they all started a wheel battle against Chen Han. Next, Chen Han fought a dozen more matches in succession. However, there was no group of people who were able to surpass Zhao Yufei's group. The reason was simple: they trained with Chen Han on weekdays, and they were able to find some of the techniques in Chen Han's marksmanship by ear every day. So it will last longer. It's not the same for the others. The recruit competition, which was supposed to last 3 days, had ended in less than a day. Next, I announced the newcomer king of this recruit competition, Chen Han. The best team in the recruit competition, Team Zhao Yufei. Chen Han was undoubtedly number one, and along with that, Zhao Yufei and the others also received commendations. Chen Han returned to the dormitory with a satisfied heart. Just as he entered the door, there were 2 beeps in his ears. Congratulations on winning first place in the recruit competition, you have earned 3,000 points. Congratulations on your rank promotion to corporal, you have earned 1,000 points. A full 4,000 points to hand. Together with the points that Chen Han had received in the past 2 months, his current number of points had already surpassed 5,000. One drawing for the maximum points pool can be made. Chen Han immediately opened the system prize pool and selected the prize pool option on talent. Talent is the foundation of foundations, and without it everything is a no-brainer. And it's possible to draw something useless, whether it's a physique martial arts feat. Only talent won't. Open the talent pool top points pool draw. With a system prize pool of 5,000 points, there was a 20% chance of drawing a SSS ranked talent. Chen Han stared tightly at the system roulette wheel and finally saw the pointer stop and point at the SSS talent. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SSS talent, Killing Gun Intent. Chapter 10, Killing God's Gun Intent. Army Commendation. Name, Chen Han. System name, Dashao Martial Soul System. Rank, Corporal. Realm, Samurai 6th Order. Talent, Strong Body, Grade F, Soldier's Soul Holy Body, Grade SS, Killing Gun Intent, Grade SS. Physique, Body of 100 Refinements, Grade S Intermediate Proficiency. Martial Art, Lance of Piercing Deadly Thorns, Grade S Proficiency Beginner. Technique, Yu Family's Gun Technique, Grade A Intermediate Proficiency. In the talent bar, there was an additional SSS talent, Killing God's Gun Intent. As you can tell from the name, this talent has to do with lance weapons. Chen Han immediately glanced at the introduction of the Killing God's Gun Intent. Killing God's Gun Intent, the god of the lance, killing intent. When using a lance in combat, you will gain killing intent points, and each point of killing intent will increase your physical attributes other than blood by 1%. Killing intent can be stacked up to a maximum of 200 points. When the killing intent value is stacked full, you can release all the killing intent and explode your own attributes up to 4 times for a duration of 1 hour, after which the killing intent is cleared. When learning a lance class feat, you can break through the upper limit of that feat and raise it by 1 class. Another powerful SSS ranked talent, and perfectly suited to Chunhan. The kill value stacks up to a maximum of 200 points, which means that, in general, this talent adds twice as much to bodily functions. There was no doubt that this was a strengthening system talent. Of the reinforcement talents Chunhan had seen so far, his brother's S-rank talent was only enhancing his bodily functions by 80%. But the Killing God's gun intent, it was elevated 2 times in its entirety. Not to mention the killing intent outburst, in which that boost would be quadrupled. It was important to realize that most of the attribute gaps between the higher-ranked martial artists in most realms compared to the next realm's martial artists were mostly just about 4 times. For example, Chunhan Samurai 6th Order, the difference in physical functions compared to someone in the martial realm was 4 times. It was equivalent to letting Chunhan directly cross the realm once he turned on the killing intent outburst. And it also raises the upper limit of lance system feats breakthrough by 1 rank. The Yue family's gun technique was currently rank A, and had reached rank S under the increase of the Killing God gun intent. Once Chunhan had comprehended the Yue family's gun technique, it would be able to reach SS rank. It's even better than old General Yue. Chunhan was very satisfied that the 5,000 points had not been spent in vain. At the same time, the lower colonel of the barracks, Qin Fei, was full of surprise as he held the report of the great recruit competition handed over by Zhao Linger. This Chunhan, actually reaching the 6th level of samurai in 2 months, you're not mistaken, are you? Zhao Linger shook her head. No, I've been training him for 2 months, he's been right under my nose the whole time. It was indeed 2 months, from samurai 1st rank to samurai 6th rank. Good, wow. Such geniuses have actually arrived in the army. Our army has finally picked up a treasure. I'll double the commendation. Also that reward you applied for the 5 Zhao Yufei, I'll approve and pass it. Okay, Schoolmaster Qin. Zhao Linger nodded slightly. Xiao, originally, with your military service, you would have been able to be mentioned as a lieutenant a long time ago, and now that there is a soldier like Chunhan, I will ask my superiors for instructions to bring you up. Qin Fei spoke at length, seeming to be indignant at Zhao Linger's encounter as well. Zhao Linger valiantly shook her head. Colonel Qin, you know I don't really care about that, I just want to follow in the footsteps of Elder General Yue and go into battle to kill the enemy and protect my country. Speaking of which. Qin Fei paused, then suddenly smiled. Have the batch of recruits you're teaching get ready and form a group, we're going to have a practical test below. What? Zhao Linger was stagnant. It is extremely rare for a recruit to go straight into actual combat during their training period. After the 3-month training period, they all need 2 more months of bonding time before they will officially put the new recruits into the battlefield to fight. Since the situation on the battlefield wasn't critical right now, there was no need for the recruits to serve as cannon fodder yet. Unless. Zhao Linger looked like she had thought of something and said in surprise, could it be that Elder General Yue is preparing to cross the Dragon River and kill the Northern Darkness domain? Unspeakable, military secret. Qin Fei smiled mysteriously and considered Zhao Linger's statement a tacit admission. Then he added, Chunhan, this soldier, train him well. If anything happens to him, I'll hold you responsible. Yes. Colonel Qin. Zhao Linger gave a standard military salute. The door to Chunhan's dormitory was pushed open by Zhao Linger. For some reason, when I saw Zhao Linger today, she completely lost her usual fiery temper and majesty, and instead looked like a lively little girl. The corners of his mouth rose every now and then, and he couldn't keep them down. Instructor Zhao, did you meet something happy today? Just the minute you entered the door you laughed more than these 2 months combined. Due to the bet between Zhao Linger and Chunhan, Zhao Linger often patronized Chunhan's dormitory, and even Zhao Yufei joked about it. Zhao Linger swept a glance at Zhao Yufei and said coldly, you keep out of it. Then she turned her head to look at the crowd and said, you guys are very good, this time you're giving me face. Especially Chunhan, the first rookie king to pick over the boot camp. The superiors have authorized a special commendation and asked me to send it over. Zhao Linger took out a box and opened it again. Inside the case lay 45 liquids sealed in glass bottles. This liquid was light blue in color and also gave off a faint glow. Qi and blood spiritual liquid. This dormitory is full of family sons and daughters, who have never eaten pork but have seen a pig run, so of course they can recognize anything good at a glance. The Chi and Blood Spirit liquid is a good thing that was developed by the National Academy of Sciences and can only be produced by a national factory. Only after becoming a martial artist could one withstand its overbearing effects. The effect is also extremely simple. Taking it will slowly improve one's health and boost the amount of Chi and blood. The price of a bottle of Chi and Blood Spirit liquid was around $5,000. And after becoming a martial artist, one must take the Chi and Blood spiritual liquid almost every day, and when paired with training, one can constantly solidify the foundation to improve. Martial arts is extremely costly, which is why often high-level martial artists are the sons of families. I know that you guys are family sons and daughters, and you may not be able to look at this stuff. But this Chi and Blood Spirit liquid is a special supply for the military, and the effect is more than 3 times that of a normal Chi and Blood Spirit liquid. It's priced at $50,000 a bottle outside. Originally, Ji Yun and the others were indeed lacking in interest. Zhao Yufei and Ji Yun aside, a capital city family and a business family. The resources are not there, but the money is definitely there. Once the 3-month recruiting period was over, they were able to get their parents at home to call in the money. With the military subsidy, Chen Han could afford to drink 5,000 pieces of Chi and Blood Spirit liquid. However, when hearing about this military special Chi and Blood Spirit liquid, it was a completely different story. A good thing with a price that money can't buy. Not to mention that although they were rich, they weren't so rich that they were spending money like crazy, and $100,000 a month was tops. Chen Han is the newcomer king, so he gets 30 bottles of Chi and Blood Spirit liquid. The 5 of you, Zhao Yufei, will share the remaining 15 bottles equally. Ji Yun reached out for his 3 bottles, but halfway there, he seemed to think of something and suddenly stopped his outstretched hand. He said, "Instructor Zhao, good steel is used on the edge of the sword. These 3 bottles of mine, give them all to Chen Xiao. Without him, we wouldn't have gotten a commendation from our superiors." "Me too, I'm satisfied to be able to have a fight with Chen Han." Zhao Yufei echoed. "Bull." Zhao Linger instantly had anger when she saw the duo's attitude. The army is about individual strength, but it's also a team. Or else are you going to give your back to the Fei? Chen Han also said at this time, "Instructor Zhao is right, just take your respective rewards, anyone in the army needs to grow." With that, Chen Han retrieved his 30 bottles of Chi Blood Spirit liquid. Right at this moment, Zhao Linger's words were what stunned the crowd. "Plus, what are you guys comparing to this pervert of his? 2 months samurai 6th rank, he's also the first one since the army was founded after the new calendar." Zhao Linger fused the humiliation she had received over the past 2 months into a single sentence, and the word pervert was said with extra weight. One must know that Zhao Linger was already number 1 in her batch when she reached the 3rd stage of the samurai in 3 months, and she was also on the subterranean dragon directory. However, in front of Chen Han, Zhao Linger felt inferior. Chapter 11, Pre-War Preparations, Attribute Tests. Aha! Zhao Linger's words were deeply shared by Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, Zhu Mang's 3 people, who nodded their heads. This concludes the army commendation. At night, Chen Han sat on the bedpan and took out a bottle of Chi and Blood spiritual liquid. Uncapping the bottle, a strange fragrance immediately drilled into his nostrils. The flavor of the Chi and Blood spirit liquid is like a fine wine of the world, only the internal energy is overbearing and cannot be taken more than once, and the warrior realm can only take 1 bottle a day. Chen Han took this bottle of Chi and Blood spiritual liquid and poured it into his mouth with a brain. It didn't take long for a powerful warmth to course through his body. He felt like every cell in his body was being transformed as if it was being torn apart, and it was an amazing feeling. Strangely enough, Chen Han did not feel any discomfort or pain. Instead, an inexplicable excitement surged through him. He felt that his body was undergoing some sort of change, a change that he could not comprehend. As time passed, this feeling became stronger and stronger, and he could even clearly feel his blood rushing through his veins, his muscles contracting and stretching, and his bones trembling slightly. Very soothing. The breathing method plus training plus the Chi and Blood spirit liquid taken at night was known as a triple treasure for martial artists. The 3-in-1 are the daily practices that martial artists must perform. Especially the Chi and Blood elixir. It can both boost Chi and Blood, and restore one's bodily functions, get rid of fatigue, and strengthen the physical body. Wake up on the 2nd day refreshed from whatever training you went through on the 1st day. Its birth is also known as the first invention of the new century. Most martial artists actually had no physique, and the only way they could raise their Chi and Blood was by drinking Chi and Blood spirit liquid. Not to be too far behind by those who have the physique. However, it does not mean that people who possess a physical constitution have no effect when they drink qi and blood spirit liquid. Quite the opposite. Due to Chen Han's 100 refinement body that could maintain the amount of qi and blood at twice that of a martial artist of the same rank forever. For every bottle of qi and blood spiritual liquid that Chen Han consumed, it was equivalent to someone else consuming 3 bottles. Having a physique that would pull the upper limit of a martial artist up was not just talk. The next day. It wasn't even 6 a.m. before a sharp military bell woke everyone from their slumber. Zhao Linger pulled all the recruits to the schoolyard and made a heavy announcement. The actual battle will begin tomorrow. You will personally enter the alien beast battlefield and fight with the alien beasts, in groups of 4, for assessment. A simple sentence, like a thunderclap on the ground, instantly exploded. What? Practical combat training? I've never heard of a recruit having to go into actual combat during his training period. I don't want to die. Hearing that they would have to fight with the terrifying alien beasts, some of the recruits almost peed their pants in fear. Many of them were also forced to join the military. Training is fine, but when it comes to life and death, everyone is afraid. Chen Han noticed that the bodies of Ji Yun Zhao Yufei, the few people standing with him, had begun to tremble. Ji Yun was in a cold sweat. Shen Xiao, something is wrong. It has to be 12 out of 10. I've never heard of a recruit training that has such fierce material as actual combat. There's no emergency in the northern border at the moment. Are they going to use us as cannon fodder? Zhu Mang chimed in. The only one who acted calmly was Zhao Yufei. I would argue that this isn't a bad thing. Don't forget, we are no longer family young masters. We're soldiers. The famous families of the capital were able to say such things, and Ji Yun Zhu Mang no longer had any reason to be afraid. Old Zhao is right. Stretching one's head is a knife, shrinking one's head is also a knife. Sooner or later we'll have to do it anyway, so him. The soldier's destiny is the battlefield. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the Green Hills, so why bother to return in a horse hide? It wasn't like Zhao Linger couldn't understand the fear of the new recruits. But old General Yue's plan must speed up the rate at which recruits enter the camp. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke, when you become a soldier, you have to have a backbone. One cannot be afraid of death. It's true that real-world training can't guarantee that everyone will survive. Anyone who wants to be a pussy right now, I'll give you a chance to report to the logistics battalion and the cooking class. As soon as those words were finished, everyone's eyes looked in unison in the direction of Chen Han's 4 people. They were trying to see if the young masters of these pampered families would be afraid. I did not know that the 4 men stood upright in military posture, their bodies just like a death-like aura. Mud. These 4 young masters aren't afraid anymore. What are we afraid of? Let's just die. Can't be looked down upon. The reason Zhao Linger placed the 4 Chen Han in the front row was because she hoped that the 4 of them would take the lead. The 4 lived up to expectations and uplifted all the recruits on their own. It was extremely rare for hundreds of recruits to face a battlefield of life and death without a single person stepping forward. Very well, my Zhao Linger soldiers, if a coward comes out, that's all a disgrace to me. Now line up and come up and test the attributes one by one. For the practical training, in order to be fair, you will be dropped into different areas according to your attribute values. The strength of the foreign beasts that appear in each area will vary somewhat. Attribute values, which are strength, speed, and chi and blood. There are separate tests for each of the 3 attributes. The strength test was still the iron-armored turtle shell, but the difference was that this time, you could only use your fist to smash on the shell, testing the force of the body itself. Speed, on the other hand, is running, the total length of a kilometer, and the size of the speed is calculated in seconds. The chi and blood are recorded by specialized instruments. The first one to test was Ji Yun. It didn't take long for the results of his test to come out. Ji Yun, fist strength 150 kilograms, speed 70 meters per second, blood value 1 slot. For a qualified level of samurai first rank, the punching force should be 300 kilograms, the speed should be 30 meters per second, and the blood value should be 1 rank. Jian Yun is obviously biased. Wang Xing, punching power of 300 kilograms, speed of 34 meters per second, chi and blood of 1 gear. Yang Fei, punching power 400 kilograms, speed 30 meters per second, chi blood 1 gear. As more and more people went up, the attribute values of the crowd were pretty much announced. This time, Zhao Linger had learned her lesson and purposely ranked Chen Han at the end, so as not to cause controversy. Zhao Yufei, punching power 900 kilograms, speed 53 meters per second, chi and blood 2 gears. As soon as Zhao Yufei appeared in the arena, there was finally a person with a value far above the average, which caused a chorus of boos. A ranked talent is just not the same, nah. Alas. Can't compare, some people are born in the capital, and there's an even sicker one behind them. This more perverted one refers to Chen Han. At this point in time, there were finally not many people left in the queue, but the crowd was waiting with bated breath for Chen Han's attribute values to come out. They now no longer saw Chen Han as a competitor, but rather as a great god to look up to. It was finally Chen Han's turn to take the stage. The test was quick, the recorder read out Chen Han's results immediately, and the crowd held their breath. Chen Han, punching power 3,000 kilograms. Speed, 165 meters per second. The recruits who heard this value immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. People are more angry than people. We all enlisted at the same time as him, how come the gap is so big? You can't even catch someone in the taillights. The recruits hung their heads, but Zhao Linger nodded as if relieved. This was because given Chen Han's realm at the 6th rank of samurai, these two attributes were only a little bit higher than a martial artist of the same rank. She also didn't know that she couldn't wear a weapon in the quiz. It meant that Chen Han didn't have any talent additions. This attribute would also multiply upwards if one wore the Snow Wolf Lance. Then, the recorder began to read out Chen Han's chi and blood values. But when he got the piece of paper on which the record was written, he thought he had misread it and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Only after confirming that there were no mistakes in the records did he slowly say, blood value, 10 gears. I'll go. Zhao Linger directly exploded. This time it wasn't the recruit's turn to speak up. Zhao Linger walked over to the recorder and angrily said, restart the instrument that tests the chi and blood values. Measure it again. It's definitely an error in the instrument. It's only human for her to have that suspicion. Chi and blood was the most difficult thing for martial artists to raise. Most people in the martial realm had a chi and blood value of just 6 grades. Zhao Linger was already close to the martial general realm, and the army's resources hadn't been spared for her. She surpassed Chen Han by a large realm, a full 10 steps. The value of chi and blood is just 11 gears. Unless Chen Han still possessed a physique, it was impossible for him to have 10 gears of chi and blood. A genius who had cultivated to the 6th rank of samurai in 2 months and still had 10 gears of chi and blood. When this report was submitted, Zhao Linger didn't dare to imagine what kind of uproar it would cause in the entire army. Chapter 12, The Old General Himself. The focus was on Chen Han. In fact, Zhao Linger was clear that this chi and blood testing machine of the army had taken 10 years to develop, and it was generally impossible for it to malfunction. It is a chi and blood index that is derived by scanning every cell of the body in a form similar to X-ray and then synthesizing it. Unless someone else did it. It's the only way to tamper with the chi and blood values. But this is the army, not a martial arts university, and whoever dares to tamper with the machine will end up under military justice. However, in order to obtain a rigorous report, Zhao Linger had to let Chen Han test it again. Chen Han once again walked on the machine and allowed it to scan. The result is still a 10 speed. 10 gears of chi and blood, can't compare. Can't compare at all. Chen Han is now much stronger than some veterans in the military who have been enlisted for 2 or 3 years. The recruits exploded. Also training for 2 months, Chen Han's potential was simply immeasurable. The recorder was also in trouble and said to Zhao Linger, Captain Zhao, should this report be submitted? After the 3-month training period was complete, it was time for each recruit to be assigned a barracks. It was foreseeable that Chen Han would inevitably cause the major barracks to go crazy. Submit it, the army is crowded, and sooner or later this report will be seen by all the major barracks commanders. There's no use hiding it. What Zhao Linger was more worried about was that with Chen Han's strength, which foreign beast area should he be assigned to in order to be fair to the others? Go down and select suitable players to form a group. There's no need to train today, tomorrow we'll start the actual combat test. After putting down these words, Zhao Linger took the information with her and walked away. Chen Han's several people also returned to the dormitory. There was no doubt that they were 4 people in this one dormitory, just enough to form a group. Suddenly having to go into battle to fight with the foreign beasts, several people hadn't slowed down yet. Right. The suicide note. Write the suicide note first. Don't die without leaving something behind. Ji Yan pulled out a pen and paper and sprawled out and started writing. He has shallow feelings for his family, but extremely strong feelings for his biological parents. Zhao Yufei snatched his pen and paper and reprimanded, have some self-confidence, okay? how do you know you're going to die? Instead of thinking about how to write a suicide note, why don't you think about the name of our group first? The team leader is Chen Han, no one should object, right? Ji Yun shook his head like a rattle drum. Oppose? Chen Xiao can kill all three of us in seconds by himself, who's against it? Xu Mang also nodded his head in agreement. I'm the same. Chen Han didn't make any pretense, the position of team leader was his for the taking, and said, in that case, I'm flattered. The group name of the crowd fell to think for a long time. For people in Zhao Yufei's best cultural achievements, he said a satisfactory answer to the crowd. Since our team leader is Chen Han, let's take his name and I'll add the word night. How about we call it the Cold Night Team? Cold Night Team, elegant. Truly elegant. The four of them nodded their heads in agreement, and Chen Han also felt good about it, so he presented the group name and members of the Cold Night Group. After resting for a whole day, the next day all the recruits boarded military trucks and traveled in the direction of the northern border. The barracks were not that far away from the northern frontier in order to facilitate support for the battlefield, and 2 hours later, the northern frontier had arrived, and a towering city wall appeared in front of the crowd. The wall was more than 50 meters high, and the whole body was made of alloy, towering and majestic. The Wall of Heaven. It took Great Xia more than 20 years to cast the wall, and it's with it and the human race's successive generations of blood-soaked generals that we've been able to continue. On the other side of the city wall was the Dark Domain, where foreign beasts roamed and people were rare. Ascend the wall. At this moment, someone on top of the city wall suddenly shouted, and then a long ladder was lowered from above. Instead, recruits had to line up and ascend the long ladder to the wall of passage before entering the actual combat site. Many people go their entire lives without seeing what the view is like on the other side of the walls. Chen Han looked out from the city wall, and as far as the eye could see, there were forested mountains and some ruins left behind by the human race. Countless beast roars came from inexplicable places, and looking down, one would find a number of foreign beasts gathered right under the city walls with their bloody mouths open. The meeting place for the recruits was in a clearing in the middle of the wall of the Tontine. Just like during the Great Recruit Competition, this practical test was also conducted at the same time for recruits recruited within a month, totaling 82 teams. After gathering together, Chen Han realized that the instructors were actually all standing side by side, looking in the direction of the distance as if they were about to greet some figure. Young Chen, is this a big shot coming? Look at our instructor Zhao, such a fiery person, now she's behaving like a little daughter. Just like Ji Yun said, Zhao Linger looked like a different face today, well-behaved and similar to all of them new recruits. In fact, Zhao Linger's status in the military was not low, and the instructors who were just like her addressed her with respect. She belongs to the relegated down. Therefore, the one who deserves to be treated like that by her is probably at least school level in the military. And a colonel can be considered at least a battalion commander in the military. It wasn't common for someone of that caliber to personally come and oversee the training of recruits. Salute! Right at this moment, Zhao Linger fiercely bellowed out, and everyone instantly performed a military salute. An old man walked slowly from a distance. He had white hair and beard, looked old and dying, but he was domineering, 2 meters tall, stout, holding a large guan sword, wearing a marshal's cloak. His great figure made people not dare to look directly at him. This face, Chen Han had already seen it quite a few times in textbooks. Still secretly impressed to see it in person. He, none other than old General Yue. Old General Yue used a gun when he was young, but when he became a marshal in his old age, he switched to the more wide-open guan sword. A recruit test has actually brought old General Yue to the scene in person. Elder General Yue got the marshalship at nearly 80 years of age, and was the first and most senior marshal. Before him, the highest rank in the army was only general. To be able to see old General Yue with my own eyes as a recruit. This life has not been in vain. The recruits were overwhelmed with excitement and joy. Lieutenant Zhao Linger, instructor of the 3rd Recruit Battalion, please marshal you. Xiao Zhao, there's no need to be polite when you see me, putting you down here as an instructor has made you suffer. Yu Wuyan looked completely domineering, but his speech was extremely gentle. This is because in addition to his military position, he has a notable position in politics. Otherwise it wouldn't have lifted the country to spread the word about him. It's not bitter, as long as it's still your soldier, it's not aggravating. Yu Wuyan's words caused tears to fill Zhao Linger's eyes. Only then did Yu Wuyan look at these new recruits in front of him and smile amiably. Look at you all, how juvenile and heroic. I'm old, the new era can't accommodate me, the future is yours. Grandpa Yu, you're not old. Grandpa Yu, you can still live another 100 years. Since Yu Wuyun's national popularity was very high, many people would spontaneously call him Grandpa Yu so as to appear affectionate. He was also the only marshal in the army who didn't have much of a rack. Compassionate soldiers and civil military integration. Today's actual combat test, some of you may die, are you afraid? No fear. No fear. Yu Wuyun's arrival ignited the whole place with enthusiasm, and the recruits who were still a bit fearful were all as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. Even the cowering Ji Yun stood upright, his throat going hoarse from shouting. This one's a real big shot. What Ji family, the Chen family were not enough to look at in front of him. Young Chen, if I could be spotted by Marshal Yu, even for just one more glance, I would definitely have to slap those people in the Ji family who looked down on me. Before he could finish his words, Yu Wuyun suddenly opened his mouth. Among you, is there a person named Chen Han? That attribute test report of Chen Han had already spread throughout the military. It even reached Yu Wuyun's ears. Otherwise, a big shot like Yu Wuyun would have extremely many things to do on a regular basis, so where would he be present in person? Alas! So Grandpa Yu is here to find Chen Han. With Chen Han around, I'm afraid that our batch of recruits will never be able to make a name for themselves. It's destined to be suppressed by him. Zhao Linger looked at the scene being so chaotic, her face was a bit unsettled, and she droned in a cold voice, silence. Chen Han, step forward. Chen Han stood out, and Yu Wuyun immediately looked straight towards him. With just a glance, he saw through Chen Han's potential, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly covered it up. Not bad. A good seedling indeed. I've seen Chen Mohu too, you're nothing like that old boy. Chen Mohu was Chen Han's great-grandfather and the founder of the Chen family in Hanwu City. Chapter 13 The Wilderness Zone. Real Fei. Old General Yu's words radiated a signal. In his eyes, Chen Han was stronger than his great-grandfather. However, Chen Han did not like this great-grandfather of his. This is a total politician. The Chen family's ability to become the #1 family in Hanwu City did not rely on strength alone. It was more because Chen Mohu was operating in the capital. Chen Mohu from the capital back to the family time is very little, but always also look at the clan's commoner offspring. As for Chen Han, perhaps he didn't even remember his name. The eyes of the recruits were red with envy. There were very few people in the army who had been praised by old General Yue himself. Which one of those who can be promoted by him is not on the level? This meant that Elder General Yue had already treated Chen Han as a personal soldier. Such a strong background was better than anything else in the military. Begin. Let these little brats see the cruelty of the army. Yu Wuyun glanced back at Zhao Linger. His purpose had been accomplished. Yes. The actual combat location for the recruits was a wild jungle densely populated with foreign beasts. Most of the foreign beasts that appeared in the wilderness here were first to third rank foreign beasts. Based on the strength of the 6 major realms of martial artists, humans had divided the Fey into 18 classes. Each of the 3 classes therein corresponded to the strength of a martial artist in one realm. The first to third ranks naturally corresponded to the samurai realm. The closer to the center range, the higher the level of the foreign beasts would be, naturally the more dangerous they would be. Although it was a real battle and there would be casualties, the army wouldn't really let the new recruits die yet, and the wilderness had already been cleared clean of the alien beasts of the 4th rank and above. The rules of the test are that the recruits will be grouped together in helicopters and 2. This place was one of the most treacherous and complex areas in the entire battlefield, full of all sorts of unknown challenges and dangers. The helicopter took off amidst a hubbub of noise, taking the cold night team towards the center. During the flight, Chen Han exchanged views and plans for the mission with the other team members. Though they all knew the great difficulties that awaited them ahead, there was a strong sense of faith and determination on each face. High risk meant high gain, and the probability of a second or third order or higher foreign beast appearing in the center of the area was also high. The 4 jumped down from the helicopter, and as soon as they landed, a snarling boar came charging out of the jungle. The boar weighed 2,000 kilograms and was so large and powerful that it could knock down a large tree with every charge. And the position it rushed towards was none other than Ji Yun. Giant tusk pig. A second-order alien beast, this pig's punching power can reach 3,000 kilograms. Don't let him hit you. Chen Han played the role of team leader and immediately took command just after landing. Ji Yun was so scared that he was in a cold sweat. Fortunately he was gifted with divine speed, his legs stomped and his limbs lashed out, dodging the boar's charge. Almost landed in a box. Ji Yun dodged the boar's charge and was still a little palpitating with fear. However, going up against a foreign beast was not fighting in a martial arts arena. Fei don't give people a chance to think or counterattack. Boo! One charge failed to work, and the giant tusked pig roared furiously and launched its next attack. A behemoth like it, even just running, could cause the ground under its feet to shake again and again. The fear of death swept through Ji Yun's entire body, and his legs stagnated, actually unable to move at that moment. Grandma's leg, move for me. At the critical moment, Ji Yun, the family's son who was most like a male son, exerted extraordinary perseverance. In a single leap, he actually jumped into a tree, and the boar crashed right into that tree and stalled for a moment. Do it! Zhao Yufei and Xu Mang were still fumbling around, not knowing what to do, when Chen Han's words instantly calmed them down. The solution to this kind of beast had to be quick, or else it was extremely threatening. Chen Han's snow wolf gun was poised to fire. Just one shot passed, the body of the giant toothpig was stabbed out a big hole, and when Chen Han drew back his lance again, there was a bloody item hanging from the tip of the lance, which was none other than the heart of the giant toothpig. One shot, straight to the heart. Chen Han exerted a calmness that was otherworldly. All of you, calm down, this is a battlefield. People will die. Chen Han snorted coldly. After going into battle, Chen Han became much more serious, completely different from his usual cloudy appearance. Yes. Ji Yun's trio was mortified, and if it wasn't for Chen Han's timely intervention, there would have been casualties just before they landed. Chen Han didn't blame them much, after all, this was a second-order Fey beast. Second-order Fey beasts correspond to Samurai Third Order to Samurai Sixth Order. Among them, the most powerful one, Zhao Yufei, was only at the second stage of Samurai. The realm pressure could make their hands and feet tremble in fear. Luckily, with Chen Han's encouragement, the trio's confidence doubled. Chen Han was the first to open the way in front, his lance flying in his hand, the Yue family's spear technique showing its power. With each jab, a Fei fell underneath. The three of them, Zhao Yufei, were responsible for harvesting the bloodshed and clearing out those foreign beasts that hadn't been completely killed by Chen Han one by one. When the crowd was on the battlefield in the wilderness, they were supposed to focus on survival and killing the enemy. After all, if you survive a full day and night, you will earn a full 500 points. At least pass the test. What Chen Han was after wasn't just passing, but first place in the group. It's mediocrity not to fight. Whether he was fighting for the limelight or grabbing the credit, he was sure to take this first place. Not to mention the fact that a certain amount of points could be gained from killing the Fey. Within a short period of time, Chen Han's Daxia martial soul system had already gained over 200 points. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. Ding! Your killing intent value is stacked up to 200, and you have gained a 200% bonus to your attribute value. A message came from the system that the killing intent value was stacked full. The killing value grows as the combat progresses. Once stacked, the killing intent value does not dissipate unless killing intent burst is used. Chen Han's fist strength was 3,000 kilograms, and it skyrocketed twice as soon as the killing intent value was stacked. The equivalent is 9,000 kilograms. With this kind of power, not many foreign beasts below the third rank would be able to carry a shot. Under Chen Han's leadership, Zhao Yufei's few people also slowly composed themselves and learned to find some foreign beasts comparable to their realm to kill. The surrounding foreign beasts were quickly swept clean. It was getting late, but Chen Han and the others didn't stop, fighting more and more bravely, killing towards the center of the wilderness where the beasts were most horribly distributed. In front of the center strip, there was also a warning sign with the word danger written on it. Before leaving, the instructor also hinted that it was best to stay out of the center. This was because in the center of this wilderness, apart from the difficult third-ranked foreign beasts, there was also the possibility of fourth-ranked foreign beasts. A fourth-stage alien beast would not be something that the warrior realm could deal with. Looking at the warning sign, Chen Han several people but just looked at each other and smiled, all the way to kill. Several people's bodies are all blood, there is not a trace of fear, on the contrary, it is a heroic. Going or not? Chen Han laughed. Go! Let's go inside and rest. Just as he was about to step into the center, a large turtle acted as a roadblock. Third-ranked exotic beast iron-armored turtle. Its tortoise shell could only be completely broken at martial artist level, but defense was more than enough offense, so it was graded at the third rank. It looked like it had come here to rest. Glancing at Chen Han and the others, it should have had enough to eat, and it didn't even make a move against the Cold Night group. But its contempt for the crowd should not be too obvious. Surprisingly, he got down right behind that warning sign while sticking his feet and limbs into the turtle shell. It's not very hurtful, it's extremely insulting. Chen Han's few people were able to bypass it and enter the center boundary, but it was tolerable. Chen Han was able to break its turtle shell 2 months ago, and he could do the same now. It even plucks out hearts. Guns flashed in the darkness of the night, and a wailing animal roar stunned the other groups that were trying to sleep throughout the wilderness. What the hell's the commotion? It's Chen Han again, isn't it? With 10 gears of chi and blood, he's the only one who can kill until now and still not get tired. Chapter 14 Tarantula Mother. 4th Order Lair Lord. Blood Essence Stone. Not bad. Xu Mang took out a red stone-like thing from the body of the iron-armored turtle. This thing is called Blood Essence Stone. It's the crystallization of the chi and blood of foreign beasts. At the same time, it was also the raw material for making chi and blood spirit liquid. Only the bodies of foreign beasts of the 3rd rank or higher could produce blood essence stones. It can be sold on the market for about $10,000 apiece. Old Zhu, this blood essence stone you took is of a more pure quality and can be sold for $15,000. Ji Yun's eyes sparkled. As a man from a family of merchants, he has a keen eye and unique understanding of the qualities of items. He is able to judge the value and quality of an item by its subtleties and find business opportunities in it. This talent has allowed him to navigate the business world. The reason most civilians would rather die than join the military. One is that the military is the only way for them to get out. The other is the hunting of exotic animals, which can earn a lot of money. Its source is this blood essence stone. For all the members of the Cold Night team, a little money might not move them. But a large sum of money is a different story. 100,000 a month is equally forbidding to Huahua, and the blood essence stone they are also greedy. After storing the blood essence stone, the group directly pulled down the shell of the iron armor turtle to use as a tent, and spent the night at the center ground boundary. On the second day, when he had just woken up, Chen Han saw flares being launched from all directions throughout the wilderness. 58. That is, in about half a day's time, only 1/3 of the entire group of 82 was left. Unlike Chen Han and the others who had killed their way there, their mere survival in this wilderness littered with foreign beasts was a huge problem. Ji Yun was overjoyed and said, "Chen Xiao, judging from this trend, we're in first place." Chen Han didn't get carried away. Pride comes before a fall. Quantitative changes sometimes cause qualitative changes. Don't look at them all in the periphery, but if they kill enough foreign beasts, they may also. Red Venomous Tarantula. 3rd Order Fey. Although the red poisonous wolf spider is of the 3rd rank, it possesses intense poison. Being hit by its venom will cripple you in the lightest case or kill you in the heaviest case, and it's only with a martial artist level of chi and blood that you can possibly withstand its toxicity. With the experience of yesterday's battle, Zhao Yufei and the 3 of them were all much older and spicier. Xu Mang released the mechanical lifeforms to attract the attention of the red poisonous tarantula, and Ji Yun utilized his speed advantage to always be ready to attack. Zhao Yufei had the strongest attack, so he was naturally the main attacker. Only seeing that the red venomous tarantula was attracted by the mechanical lifeform, Zhao Yufei took advantage of the situation to thunder a punch that solidly smashed into the red venomous tarantula's body. The red venomous tarantula retreated 3 meters backward, and in a whirlwind of fury, it pounced on Zhao Yufei again, but Ji Yun sneaked in and slashed through the red venomous tarantula's body with his dagger. With some cooperation from the 3 of them, Chen Han did not make a single move, and all of them resolved this 3rd-ranked foreign beast. Chen Han was relieved to see this and charged straight ahead. The Yu family's spear technique of dragon and snake flew, and in a matter of moments, the 2 red poisonous tarantulas were picked off by Chen Han under his gun. "Follow me." The 3 Ji Yuns looked at each other in dismay and could only say helplessly, "Don't compare yourself to perverts. Don't compare with perverts." The deeper they went into the center, the more the several people discovered that the foreign beasts that appeared in the central zone were almost all these 3rd-order tarantulas. It was as if the tarantulas had completely taken over the center of this wilderness. This caused Chen Han to smell a hint of an unusual odor. After resolving more than 30 red poisonous tarantulas throughout, Cold Knight's group killed their way to the very center of the central zone. The scene inside, however, was shocking. This is actually a red venomous tarantula nest. There were a whole 70 or so red venomous tarantulas guarding the perimeter of the nest. The nest was covered in dark red venom, which gave off a miasma that covered the nest. And in the very center of the nest, there was a red venomous tarantula that clearly stood out. 8 meters long and strong, one small red venomous tarantula after another broke out of the spider eggs it produced. Upon seeing this particular red poisonous wolf spider, Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, as well as the three of them, Zhu Mang, all felt a large wave of fear. It was as if it was like an invisible force pressing down on their heads. Can't fight, can't possibly fight. In the minds of all three, such a thought bubbled up. It was a realm of suppression. Meaning that the power of the special red venomous tarantula far surpassed them. It has reached the fourth order. Young Chen, don't have any thoughts about it. Ji Yun's body trembled. Among the four, Chen Han was the only one with the highest realm, and with his SSS talent, he would not be affected by realm suppression. Zhao Yufei also said, the red poison spider mother lair can be more than just a fourth-order alien beast. Once you attack the lair, you will be attacked by all the red poison tarantulas, and the poison in the lair is inhaled to death. At the marshal realm, when dealing with the red wolf spider mother's lair, they don't even dare to act alone. Everyone thought that Chen Han would just barge into the nest, but he wasn't that stupid. I'm not going in, but we can't leave either. Not far from the wilderness was the northern border city of Great Xia, Cold Wind City. There is no wall of passage to shelter there. Once this red poisonous wolf spider expanded recklessly, it would mutate into countless mothers and nests, and I don't know how much trouble it would bring to Cold Wind City. Now that the nest looks like it's just forming, it's the perfect time to wipe it out. Even if the instructors were notified to come, it would be too late in time. What do you want to do if you don't kill your way in and leave? Chen Han looked around and found one of the tallest trees, and in a few long leaps, he arrived at the top of the tree. On the other side, Zhao Linger, who stood on the wall of heaven to watch the battlefield, was already about to jump in anxiety. For the protection of recruits, flares are the first priority. And the second weight, the instructors who stood on the wall through the sky. They will provide direct support, depending on the situation. The moment they saw the red poisonous tarantula, they were also surprised. There were even a few instructors that were already on their way to support. It's not something that recruits can fix. Marshal-level instructors all need to join forces to be able to do so. This Chen Han, what does he want? Didn't I tell you? When you see a fourth-order alien beast, there's only one word, run. Run immediately. Zhao Linger was so angry that she was all but screaming on the wall of Tongtian. Where's the ladder? Get off the ladder. And at that moment, Chen Han, who was standing on top of the tree, leaned his body back slightly and made a gesture of raising his gun. A streak of red lightning coalesced around him, and the tip of that snow wolf gun even exploded with a dazzling red light. The effect of the piercing lance of deadly thorns, when facing a single enemy, will go straight for the opponent's life, possessing a surefire effect. The opponent was unable to dodge and could only use a realm stronger than Chen Han's to fight him hard. However, if it was against multiple enemies, Chen Han could throw his lance. At this time, the effect of a sure hit is eliminated, but correspondingly, the power of the martial art is strengthened and has the ability to kill groups of people. Killing intent erupted, quadrupling the attribute increase. Strength 15,000 kilograms. Chen Han's body exuded an appalling aura. Build up, fire, and throw. 3 moves in one. The snow wolf gun came out of his hand, like a sharp arrow, and shot sharply towards the red poisonous tarantula mother. Chen Han, are you crazy? You think that if you don't rush in, those tarantulas won't rush out? Zhao Linger was impotently furious. The moment the ladder was lowered, she couldn't wait to rush out into the wilderness. At this moment, the red poisonous tarantula female that was laying eggs in her nest seemed to have sensed the crisis coming from afar. It let out a deafening roar, the sound resounding throughout the cavern. This roar was like a battle cry, and the surrounding tarantulas immediately responded by gathering towards it. They surrounded the mother closely, forming a solid circle of defense. Each tarantula looked tense and alert, ready to deal with the impending threat. Suddenly a blast of red light came traveling at a speed unattainable to the naked eye. 2. The defense circle formed with ordinary tarantulas was like paper mache. After running through a dozen or so red venomous tarantulas in succession, the snow wolf gun still knotted up on the mother's body. Boom! The sudden roaring loud noise stunned the remnants of the group around the wilderness. They all looked towards the center of the wilderness, and this explosion, with the red venomous tarantula nest as its range, actually erupted into a burst of terrifyingly intense red light. Chapter 15: Breaking Records. Extreme rating. What happened to the center area? The commotion has scared away all the foreign beasts in the periphery. It must be Chen Han again. Did he hand rub a missile? There was a grumble from the group still assessing on the outside. And by the time a few instructors finally arrived in the center of the wilderness, the image they saw was this. The red venomous tarantula female in the lair was penetrated by Chun Han's snow wolf lance, her body being torn into segment after segment. And the red poisonous tarantulas around the nest, the ones that managed to survive, were already dying. Even the miasma in the nest was blown away due to the explosion just now, and at this time, the people in the Cold Night group were already harvesting the dying wolfsbane red spiders inside the nest and removing the blood essence stones from their bodies. Seeing the instructor coming over, Ji-yun even asked, "Instructor, there should still be an hour before the test ends. Do you have anything to do?" The instructors were dumbfounded by this statement. Recruits are in the practical test, the instructor cannot intervene rashly, otherwise it is a violation of discipline. The instructor must also be penalized. It's fine. One of the teams just fired a flare, and we were headed for backup and happened to be passing by. The instructors began to play dumb, not forgetting to glance at Chun Han before leaving. This Chen Han, he's a bit too exaggerated. The tarantula nest that only 3 of us at the martial artist level could clear out was actually swept clean by him alone. A powerful martial art was where a martial artist's base card lay. Cross-country kills in proximity to the enemy work wonders. None of them can be separated from martial arts. However, the consumption of the martial skill was just as great, and Chen Han sat on the ground with his eyes closed, allowing the 3 Ji-yuns to collect the blood essence stones. The power of the piercing lance of deadly thorns changing from a single to multiple targets was beyond Chen Han's imagination, and the amount of chi and blood consumed was likewise beyond Chen Han's imagination. His 10 gears of chi and blood were nearly emptied. After nearly 10 minutes had passed, Chen Han finally slowly recovered. A single piercing deaththorn lance is going to consume such a huge amount of chi and blood. I'll definitely need to extract more martial arts in the future. 100 refined body is no longer enough. When you save up 5,000 points, the next one to be extracted will be the physique. An S-class physique was already enough for the vast majority of martial artists. The cycle goes on and on and on. Most martial artists, after all, were those who didn't even have a physique. One could only rely on the chi and blood spiritual liquid to raise it. Chen Han, an S-class physique, had already saved him a huge sum of money. But, not enough. By the time the test was over, there were only 11 groups left that remained on the wilderness. The rest of them were all dead, covered in blood, and dull, except for the Cold Night group, each carrying a large bag of blood essence stones, which was fully loaded. Like he had just returned from a hunt. Along the way, Chen Han kept seeing stretchers carrying injured recruits taking the lead in the helicopter back to the camp, and there was no shortage of people covered in white cloth. In a fight with a foreign beast, a fraction of a second can kill you, and sometimes it's just that one slip of the tongue that can kill you. The instructor was too late to rescue. We can't be carried away by our victory either, Chen Han, you're right, pride will lead to defeat. Zhao Yufei looked at the contemporaneous recruits who were covered by white cloths and couldn't help but feel some feelings of a rabbit dying. Without Chen Han, the 3 of them might have died long ago. Several people's expressions gradually changed from joy to seriousness. When we returned to the rendezvous, only 260 of the 300 or so recruits remained. 34 of them were killed and 30 wounded. There are still such casualties in the examination room where the instructors are watching, not to mention the real battlefield. 50% mortality rate, not just words. Chen Han stood in the line and suddenly felt a chill at his back. When he looked back, he only saw Zhao Linger staring viciously at him, and a naked killing aura was released from her eyes. Chen Han slightly shrugged his shoulders, wondering in his heart, when did I offend her? Attention! Zhao Linger bellowed, and the group of recruits immediately stood in military posture. Good job, the mortality rate of recruits undergoing actual combat training is only 10%. You guys have the lowest mortality rate amongst the recruits who went through actual combat training. Don't hang your heads. You are soldiers. The 30 or so men who died here, you must remember that they were your comrades. It's your brothers. Remember them so you can better protect your friends and even loved ones in the future. More than 30 stretchers covered with white cloths were neatly placed right in front of the crowd, and some people couldn't even help but cry out on the spot. This has been the rule for practical training for all recruits. Knowing shame is the fine tradition of the Daxia army. Only after the crowd had calmed down did Zhao Linger wave her hand for the stretcher to be carried away. Read out the scores and calculate the grades. Recruits practical test, according to the score a total of 4 kinds of poor, bad, good, excellent. Team Cold Main, score 325 points, bad. Under 500, that is, not even a day or a night, is almost always bad. Team Koala, score 435 points, bad. Team Wild Blade, score 650 points, good. Anyone who can make it through a day and a night, plus kill some Fae, is pretty much good or above. The recruit practical test will largely determine which barracks the recruits will be assigned to. The highest unit of the Daxia army was the army, and the entire army was divided into 6 armies. Water God's army, Thunder God's army, Wind God's army, Fire God's army, Earth God's army, and Wood God's army. Within each army, there are 4 more corps, known as the 1st through 4th Corps. In turn, there were 6 battalions directly under the corps. The recruits would be assigned to each of these camps. There is a disparity in each battalion. There are elite units that are all elite, and there are those that are all booze hogs, such as the camps that specialize in logistics. Most of the family sons like Chen Han were assigned to the logistics battalion, where they spent their lives doing nothing and being bullied. This time, it's bound to be different. The male instructor reading out the scores froze for a moment when he saw a piece of paper recording the test scores before speaking. Team Cold Knight, 13,500 points. Top of the line. In addition to the 4 ratings of excellent and poor, there is another rating of overwhelming. Extreme is the rating that can only be achieved by breaking the previous score record. Ever since the northern border beast unrest 40 years ago, which left an overwhelming record, there has been no recruit practical test that has broken the record. 13,500 points. I remember the previous overwhelming record was only 6,400 points. The recruits were staggered, especially that Han Heihu. He came from a military family and knew a lot about the military. In fact, it was thanks to the last Tarantula camp. The scores of the 4th-ranked foreign beasts, which amounted to 3,000, plus those 3rd-ranked red venomous tarantulas, were what allowed Cold Knight's group to break the record. Chen Han, Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, Zhu Mang, follow me. The rest of you go back to the barracks. There's still a month of training left, train well. You still have a chance to be selected by the elite troops. The army's commendation is still only available to the group that wins first place. Zhao Linger had called on Chen Han's few people just to hand out rewards. The rest of them were envious and jealous, but it was useless. At least the rating was good or above, and their personal data would be passed on to the various camp commanders of the army. After the crowd left, Zhao Linger finally snapped, Chen Han, the first priority on the battlefield is not to kill the enemy, but to protect yourself. When you meet a 4th-rank alien beast, all you have to do is run. Otherwise it's no different from suicide. This time it was a fluke, what if? It turned out that Zhao Linger's eyes that had a murderous aura were because of this. As the main instructor, Zhao Linger had the duty to protect the new recruits, let alone such a rising star. Before Chen Han could defend himself, it was Ji Yun's words that caused Zhao Linger to look sideways. Instructor Zhao, then you've misunderstood young Chen. At that time, we were more than a kilometer away from the red venomous tarantula. Chen Xiao calculated the red venomous tarantula's speed versus our speed, and also factored in the terrain. If Chen Xiao's attack doesn't work, we'll immediately fire a flare and then escape the central zone in the limited time we have. Chen Han has never been a reckless person, he has a passionate impulse in his chest and wisdom in his brain. Otherwise, he couldn't bring his sister to live in the Chun family. How could Ji Yun, the rich young master, look up to him? No wonder Marshal Yue will think so highly of him. A person's potential is even higher, the battle strength is even stronger. If it is just a reckless person, then it is also at most a general. But this wisdom is the most crucial thing from general to marshal. Chapter 16 Golden Sun Breathing Method. Advanced Martial Artist. Zhao Linger brought the Cold Knight group to a large door and knocked a few times. Enter. The doors opened and the chilly Knight group was a bit flattered to see the person inside. It was Marshal Yu Yunyu who appeared before the actual combat training of the recruits. The rewards for the recruits' practical training are given out by Marshal Yu himself? Zhao Yufei gave a startled cry. With the status of Marshal Yu, a few of our big-head soldiers, not to be, Zhu Mang stood upright, incomparably nervous. The first words that Yu Yun opened his mouth were shouted at Chen Han. Chen Han, I've observed your practical training, and you've done very well. The record of extinction has not been broken for 40 years. Yu Yun's expression was pleased. It was only then that several people noticed that behind Yu Yun was a large window. Looking out through the large windows, the view of the battlefield was taken in. It was only then that a few people came to a realization, and Zhao Yufei said, so it's thanks to Chen Han that we were able to follow the light. A samurai 6th order fighting off a 4th order Fey beast's nest, not to say there's no one after him, but at least there's no one before him. Ji Yun echoed, patting rainbow farts. Suddenly, Yue looked at Zhao Linger again, and his face turned cold. Xiao Zhao, you're still so fussy in doing things. It's because of this character of yours that I couldn't even protect you if I wanted to. You're short-tempered. Can't you see the distance between the tree where Chen Han was and the tarantula's nest? What's your hurry? Marshal Yue was kind to the recruits, but admonished his own soldiers without mercy. Zhao Linger was hot-tempered in the face of everyone but Marshal Yue, who bowed her head and admitted her mistakes. Yes, I'll pay attention next time. On Yue Yun's desk, there were 4 brocade boxes. He pointed to the 4 brocade boxes. Open them and see, that's what you'll be rewarded with for getting an overwhelming rating this time. The Cold Knight group was a little apprehensive. A reward given out by Marshal Yue himself was bound to be not light. Chen Han opened the brocade box, and inside lay a book inlaid with gold threads. There were 5 large words written on the book: Golden Sun Breathing Method. All 4 were shocked. Even though they were family descendants and had seen many exotic treasures, they were deeply shocked after seeing the breathing technique sect. Talent is the foundation of a martial artist. Physique raises the martial artist's upper limit. Martial skills are a martial artist's base card. But the rarest of all was the feats. The breathing technique, in turn, was the rarest of the feats. Everyone awakens their talent at the age of 15, but no matter how talented they are, it takes 3 years of high school to solidify the introductory breathing method. Just see the importance of breathwork. Once you have the breathing method firmly in place, you can be in a state of cultivation simply by breathing. Depending on the quality of the breathwork, the basic attributes that each martial artist improves when advancing are different. Let's say that on average, a martial artist advancing from Samurai I to Samurai II would increase his punching power from 300 kilograms to 600 kilograms. But if he used a higher quality breathing technique, this punching power could potentially be raised to 700 kilograms. Because the foundation is more solid. And the attributes slowly catch up when you change your breathing method. However, the breathing technique was a technique that could only be created by a martial god-level powerhouse who had spent a lot of time on it. There are less than 30 breathing techniques in existence. 90% of martial artists use a breathing method that is basically an introductory breathing method. Everyone chipped in to get into the top martial arts universities, also because the top martial arts universities were able to replace their breathing methods. Breathwork is also very tightly controlled in the military. Young Chen, I'm not dreaming, am I? The Golden Sun breathing method, which can only be obtained by officers of school rank or above, who have made unparalleled military achievements, let us get it easily. Ji Yun felt like he was living in a dream. Zhao Yufei was from a capital city family, and his face turned white with fear when he heard this. Marshal Yue is still here? Are you going to say that this breathing method is fake? Ji Yun also realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately shut up. Zhao Linger couldn't look away and explained, Chen Han, this is Marshal Yue's extreme appreciation for you. Otherwise, even if you had a supreme record, you wouldn't have commended the Golden Sun breathing method. Zhao Linger was still planning to speak on, but was stopped by Yue. Chen Han, let's not speak in the dark. I appreciate you very much, and I hope that you can join the Kuei character battalion of the 1st Regiment of my Fire God Army. The Vulcan Army's Kuei character battalion was the elite battalion of the Ding Ding, the elite of the elite. The average soldier might not even be able to touch the threshold of the Kuei Z camp, and with tens of thousands of recruits a year, the Kuei Z camp recruits less than 100. Another gift of the Golden Sun breathing method and a direct deployment from the Kuei character battalion, there was no reason for any recruit to refuse. However, Chen Han wasn't saying that he was 100% going to join the Kuei character camp. Marshal Yue's status was high, but Chen Han was not unavailable to the Kuei character battalion. However, Yue Yun's words immediately afterward caused Chen Han's mind to be shaken. Of course, I won't force you. Where you want to join is your freedom, you have the right to choose. You may take this Golden Sun breathing method, and your rank will be broken by 2 levels, and the other members of the Cold Knight team, 1 level up. The right to choose. This was something that Chen Han had never gotten in his 18 years in the Chen family. Yue Yun's status, I don't know how much higher than the Chen family's group of hypocritical elders, yet he didn't force Chen Han and didn't use his power to oppress others. Seeing Chen Han's delay in answering, Yue Yun was a bit saddened. It's normal that you refuse to join. The Fire God Army fights in the 1st battlefield all year round, the mortality rate is as high as 70%, and the Thunder God Army is attached to the capital city, and the chances of promotion will be much higher, so I guess you are planning to go there. Before Yue Yun could finish, Chen Han replied, good. I agree. Seeing Chen Han agree to enter the Kuei character camp, a look of joy appeared on Yu Wuyan's face. Zhao Linger hadn't seen Yu Wuyan with such an expression for a long time, and only then did she understand that all of Yu Shuai's offspring had died in battle, and he was training Chen Han as a successor. However, the words of Yu Shuai that immediately followed made her fire up. Since you've agreed, let me tell you that your Cold Knight group, after joining the Kuei Character Battalion, will maintain the group's establishment and will be under my direct orders. Xiao Zhao, you also join the Cold Knight group, with Chen Han as the group leader. Take orders from the battalion commander. Take orders from the marshal. The crowd immediately understood that Yu Wuyan was trying to make the Cold Knight group into a special operations team for training. Zhao Linger's eyes widened and she finally couldn't help but say angrily, Marshal Yu, you let me into the Cold Knight team and you're still listening to this guy's orders? Zhao Linger pointed at Chen Han. She hadn't yet reported the 3 months of serving aggression, but it turned out that once the 3 months were over, Chen Han directly became her superior. Yu Wuyan coldly said, Xiao Zhao, you're such a hot-tempered, bullying person that only Chen Han can suppress you. How can I protect you if I don't transfer you into the Cold Knight team? You think you've committed a small offense? Are you just going to stay in boot camp for the rest of your life? Zhao Linger was furious and lost her color, but she could only stomp her foot violently and grit her teeth. Several of the men returned to their boot camp quarters, their faces overwhelmed with joy. They opened the Golden Sun breathing method and then began to cultivate. Breathwork Dharma is in fact roughly common. As long as the foundation of introductory breathwork is well laid, all other breathwork is a little bit of the same. The Golden Sun breathing technique, an upgrade of the introductory breathing technique, allows the user to absorb the sun's aura while breathing. Chen Han sat on the bedpan and entered a state of cultivation. 3 months of training for new recruits was all that remained after the practical test was completed, and then only the last month was left. This last January is day after day boring training everyone is desperately trying to break through, in order to rely on the High Realm to enter a better military camp. Early in the morning of the last day, Chen Han stood on the balcony as a ray of sunrise hit his face. He took his lance and swung it around in the limited space. Blocking and zapping and picking and stabbing. The movements of the Yu-Clan spear technique were made perfect by him, even surpassing Zhao Linger. Apparently, he had already comprehended the S level. Under the increase of the Killing God's gun intent, this S-class lance feat went to SS class again. In terms of this marksmanship alone, no one is above him anymore. Including Yu Wuyan. In the process of wielding it, only a halo formed by a martial artist's aura emerged from Chen Han's body, and his bones crackled all over his body. And then, the aura halo dissipated as much as it could, converging within Chen Han's body. A massive power surged through Chen Han's body like a tidal wave. Through his strange meridians. All 8 chakras were open, something only a martial artist could do. He broke through. In 3 months' time, he had successfully advanced from samurai first stage to martial artist. Chapter 17, 28 Grades of Qi and Blood Values. Qi regrets the 3 armies. Golden Sun breathing method, it's really something good. Not only does it speed up the cultivation speed, but it also makes the basic attributes incomparably firm. Chen Han gripped the lance in his hand tightly as a steady stream of power surged up from within his body. He had predicted that it should take another 3 days or so to break through to the first level of martial artist. According to the rules, on the last day of the boot camp, all the recruits in Chen Han's cohort had to gather at the official barracks. The military camp that Chen Han was in was the 3rd boot camp, along with the 1st, 2nd, and 4th boot camps, totaling thousands of people. Many of the barracks officers would personally go to the boot camps and select suitable recruits to go into their camps. Although Chen Han had already agreed to enter the Kuei character camp of Marshal Yu's Vulcan army, this process was unavoidable, at least for show. Chen Han took a shower and changed into a clean uniform again. He walked out of the bathroom in an extraordinarily relaxed mood. However, when he had just reached the doorway, he realized that Ji Yun was standing there, a pair of eyes staring dead at him, a strange expression on his face. Ji Yun's eyes seemed to carry a hint of doubt and curiosity, as if he was very surprised by Chen Han's change. His gaze swept from the top of Chen Han's head all the way to the soles of his feet, scrutinizing every detail of him. Chen Han was a bit uncomfortable by Ji Yun's gaze and couldn't help but frown as he asked, "What's wrong?" Ji Yun came back to his senses and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. He said, "It's nothing, it's just that I think you look a little off today." "How is it wrong?" Chen Han let out a light eep. "It seems a little more handsome." Ji Yun smiled cheaply. Chen Han got goosebumps. "Get lost." At this time, Ji Yun's face turned serious. "Just kidding, why do I feel as if you've gotten a lot stronger again?" A week ago you were already samurai 8th rank, and now you're a little stronger. Wouldn't that be the martial realm? Among Ji Yun's family heirloom talents, aside from divine speed, there was also a trait that allowed him to roughly peek out the strength of others regardless of the realm gap. Hearing this, Zhao Yufei and Xu Mang both came over at once. Especially Zhao Yufei, that look was extremely frustrated. No way, I got to Samurai 3rd stage yesterday and thought I could get a little closer to you, but you broke through again? Samurai 8th order to martial artist realm, that's not 1 star stronger. At the same realm, 3 Samurai 3rd ranks could potentially defeat a Samurai 8th rank. But once you cross the realm, it's almost impossible to do anything about it. Except of course for a Samurai 6th order like Chen Han who could kill a 4th order Fey Beast over the top. Chen Han had no intention of hiding it and nodded his head. That's right. Zhao Yufei and the 3 of them all rolled their eyes. Instructor Zhao is really right, you can't compare yourself to perverts. 3 months martial artist 1st rank, I'm afraid you're the first person ever. The demons from the top martial arts universities are not as perverted as you. At this point, the muster bell rang, meaning they were headed for the official barracks. When the military vehicles arrived at the official barracks, the size of the place was not at all in the same class as the boot camp. Thousands of people stood on the school grounds without looking congested at all. But even more striking were the officers who stood on the stage scrutinizing the recruits. Chen Han's sense of power was also a little sharper after he entered the first stage of martial artists, and he could feel those officers on the stage, radiating an incomparably terrifying might. From the discussion of the recruits, Chen Han realized that this was not normal. I'll go. How come so many bigwigs have come to the end of this recruit training period? You guys, look, that's Fan Lord, the commander of the mountain battalion of the Wind God Army. The rank is colonel. Look at the one in yellow. That one is even better, Li Mu, the commander of the 3000th Battalion of the 1st Regiment of the Earth God Army. The 1st Regiment is often an elite battalion, and Battalion Commander Li Mu is even more successful in battle. These big shots, who normally wouldn't even come to the boot camp to take a look, were now gathered at the scene. The most powerful among them was a middle-aged man sitting in the center wearing a general's cloak. Just by sitting there, he was already unruffled. The one in the center, Thunder God Army's 2nd Corps Vice Commander Qin Yi. He's a major general, that's a real big shot. The group of recruits were flattered and a bit intimidated by looking at so many senior officers. And this group of officers came here for one purpose. For one. Chen Han, who stood in the last row, was stared at by their gazes in unison. Silence. 3 months and you're still yakking. You don't look like a soldier. Zhao Linger snapped. Her rank was completely unique when placed in the boot camp, so she was still the main instructor. One by one, line up to test your attributes. The camp commanders of all the major camps are here today, perform well. Zhao Linger softly said. Zhao Linger was indeed not much of a climber nor a good speaker, and after finishing, she stood to the side, not fawning at all on those officers on the stage. Chen Han, take the field. The moment the instructor read out Chen Han's name, almost all of the officers standing on the stage stood up as much as they could. Even Qin Yi, the deputy head of that corps, was no exception. Seeing them take it so seriously, the recruits were taken aback. It's Chen Han again. I've heard his name all over the 1st recruit camp. The king of recruits singles out the entire battalion, with an overwhelming rating on the actual combat test. It seems that all these big officials are here for him. I wonder what his attributes are now. Chen Han was not flustered, and stepped in front of the machine, united his waist and horse, and gathered his strength in his right fist. Before he could even make a move, Vice Head Qin Yi had already detected his cultivation. He couldn't even care less about his image and exclaimed, Martial Artist 1st stage. This statement shocked the audience. No one had expected that Chen Han had already reached the 1st stage of martial artist. Man for man, the recruits were envious and jealous, while the senior officers who had changed to the stage were marveling at Chen Han's potential. Li Mu, the commander of the 3000 Battalion, lamented, this year, the top martial arts university in the capital, Nebula University, produced a genius called Sun Wu, who arrived at the Samurai 7th stage in 3 months' time. It made the entire capital city shake. Chen Han's 3 months at the 1st rank of martial artist, I'm afraid that the entire Grand Xiao will tremble. The mountain character battalion commander, Fan Lord, was even more overjoyed, ha ha ha. Our army has finally pulled back a city. Is the army inferior to the University of Martial Arts? Stop talking and watch Chen Han test the attributes. Qin Yi let out a low voice, his position causing Li Mu and Fan Lord to not dare to refute. However, the duo also understood that Qin Yi had come here to compete for Chen Han. The Thunder God army is directly under the capital and has the best resources in the army. Li Mu and Fan Lord both secretly sighed. I'm afraid that they can't compete with Qin Yi. And at that moment, Chen Han's punch had already smashed into the iron armor turtle shell of the strength testing apparatus. With a click, the surface of the turtle shell had shattered quite a bit. It was the same as when he first entered the barracks, but this time, it was Chen Han who smashed the turtle shell with his ordinary fist. The instruments began to alarm, but fortunately the power had been measured. If the instrument is broken, just replace it with another one. Recorder, what is Chen Han's power? Qin Yi asked the recorder gently. The recorder gulped before slowly reading out, Chen Han, strength 18,563 kilograms. While the average strength value of a martial artist of the first rank was around 16,000 kilograms, Chen Han had reached 18,000. This is where the Golden Sun breath works. Moreover, this attribute could be doubled and enhanced by the Slaying God's gun intent. The power alone was too much for the crowd to handle. Then came the speed. 1,000 meters of distance was broken through to the finish line by Chen Han almost in the blink of an eye. Speed, 756 meters per second. The average speed of a martial artist of the first rank was at 500 meters per second, and Chen Han had once again surpassed the average. Lastly, it was Qi and blood, and it was also the area that senior officers such as Qin Yi Li Mu were most concerned about. They had seen the last report of Chen Han's Qi and blood 11 gears. It was because of this that they were there in person. Qi and blood is one of the most crucial attributes for soldiers. Strength and speed can float above and below the average, only Qi and blood can't. Although the battle between martial artists was a matter of lightning and flames, the soldiers were always in the battlefield of the foreign beasts, and it was extremely common for them to fight one against many. This attribute even determines whether or not you can survive the battlefield. As Chen Han's palm covered the recording instrument, the value of the recording instrument began to bubble upwards. First gear. 2 speed. 20 gears. Seeing that it had reached the 20th gear, the value of the recording instrument actually had no intention of stopping. The crowd could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Eventually, the recording instrument finally stopped when it reached 28 stops. Air blood, 28 gears. The first level of martial artist, 28 grades of Qi and blood. Even if one drank countless Qi and blood spiritual liquid as water every day, it was impossible to do so. Li Mu was at the 4th stage of the martial general realm, and his blood value was only 24 gears, not as high as Chen Han. That is to say that in the absence of realm suppression, Chen Han could survive longer than even Li Mu on the battlefield. The recorder slowly read out Chen Han's results. Chen Han, superior strength attribute, superior speed attribute, and overwhelming Qi and blood attributes. Chapter 18 The Chen Family's Regret. Negligence. Again, it's overwhelming. In the barracks trials, the evaluation of being able to break a certain record set by someone before you is overwhelming. It's normal for strength and speed to not be at the top of the heap. After all, the new calendar had been 100 years old, and it was impossible for any geniuses not to appear in the military camp during those 100 years. Not to mention, this was without the increase of the Slaying God's gun intent. Once the increase of the Killing God's gun intent was factored in, Chen Han would undoubtedly have his attributes break records again. This level of Qi and blood was already enough to put the 3 armies to shame. This martial artist first rank having a martial general level Qi and blood attribute is simply unprecedented. Li Mu, as a high official of the corps, but without the slightest regard for his face, sucked in a mouthful of cool air on the spot. Even Qin Yi didn't hide his surprise as he said, fighting against countless foreign beasts, the most important thing is the Qi and blood value. If you don't have enough stamina, it's useless even if your strength and speed are strong. What's more, he was able to reach the first rank of martial artist within 3 months, no one before or since. This is a good seedling. Qin Yi had already not hidden his appreciation for Chen Han in the slightest. Li Mu and Fan Lord exchanged glances at the words, their expressions somewhat helpless. If Qin Yi wanted to rob them, the conditions they could offer would definitely not be comparable to the Thunder God army. Before Zhao Linger could announce the next person to take the quiz, Chen Han, who was standing on the stage, was already surrounded by a group of officers. The Mountain Character Battalion commander, Fan Lord, was the first to speak up. Chen Han, which battalion are you planning to go to? If you haven't thought of a place yet, why don't you come to our Mountain Character Battalion, which has a good atmosphere and is united enough. You're at home here. The Fan Lords were big and thick, but they were quite affable in their speech. Before he could finish, Li Mu immediately pushed him away and said in a loud voice, "Screw you, old fan. That ability of your mountain character battalion isn't even half of my 3,000 battalion. Chen Han, come to us, building a career is not a problem. My 3,000 battalion will also provide you with the best weapons and equipment. The equipment of the 3,000 battalion was known throughout the army, whether it was weapons or various ally battle armor, it was the top of the army. This condition offered by Li Mu could not be described as ungenerous. The thousands of recruits gathered below had been envious beyond words. How envious! Just after the test, Chen Han was madly snatched up by all the major military camps. And they're all top military camps in the army. A recruit gritted his teeth. Who knew that standing next to him happened to be Ji Yun? Ji Yun immediately retorted, "What are you sour about? If you were this capable, you would have been robbed too." There was a lot of discussion, but it was Zhao Linger who drank in all the new recruits. Be quiet. Be a soldier. Zhao Linger still had a lot of prestige in front of the new recruits, and one sentence made the whole place settle down. But as she spoke, she also looked back worriedly. Although Chen Han had promised Yue Yun was not the only marshal in the army. In order to avoid others gossiping, Yue Yun could not blatantly use the back door, let alone a demon like Chen Han who was being targeted by the entire army. Although Chen Han had a verbal agreement, there wasn't much Yue Yun could do if he went back on his word. The group of officers were still throwing olive branches at Chen Han, completely forgetting about the several thousand recruits in front of them. At that moment, Qin Yi stepped forward. With the rank of Major General, all the officers unanimously avoided half a step as soon as he approached. Chen Han, enter my Thunder God Army and you'll have all the glory and wealth you need. You've heard of the resources of the Thunder God Army, even the other 5 armies combined can't compare to my Thunder God Army. I'll guarantee you a year, at least. Who wouldn't want to go there if it was comfortable and enjoyable? However, the Thunder God Army has a limited number of slots, with less than 100 recruits each year, and there are many more who are internalized family sons and daughters, who enter directly without the need for recruit training. Before Chen Han could speak, Qin Yi spoke again. I have some connections with your Chen family, and I'm even an old acquaintance with your Chen family's head, Chen Jinan, so as long as I say a word, your position in the Chen family will be as good as new. Don't you want to raise your eyebrows? His words were confident, like he was sure of Chen Han. But Chen Han would never go back on his promise. Now that Qin Yi was still using the Chen family to pressure people, it was even more impossible. Chen Han's expression was slightly cold as he blandly said, I'm afraid General Qin doesn't know that I have already separated from the Chen family, and will not enter the genealogy of the clan or the ancestral hall. Moreover, I have decided to enter the Vulcan Army Kuei character camp. Thank you all for your love. The crowd all looked at Chen Han in shock. The Chen family of Hanwu City was a well-known family, and even if one's position in the family was not good, family patronage was a real benefit. A supreme genius like Chen Han would actually break away from the Chen family? Was Chen Han crazy, or was the Chen family crazy? Qin Yi's face immediately sank. The Thunder God Army and the Fire God Army had never dealt with each other, and for Chen Han to join the Fire God Army would be tantamount to slapping him in the face. However, he didn't settle this debt on Chen Han's head, but on the Chen family's head. After hearing that Chen Han had broken away from the Chen family, Qin Yi knew that he didn't have any leverage left. Other than Yue Yun personally opening his mouth, how many people could resist the lure of the Thunder God Army? Qin Yi let out a cold snort and immediately left the place. Just after walking out of the barracks gate, Qin Yi couldn't wait to shout to his adjutant, quickly. Hurry up and inform the Chen family of this news. They actually let such a supreme genius go. The adjutant was also shocked by what he heard, but he quickly nodded his head and responded, yes. General, I will immediately convey it. Qin Yi continued to angrily question, a genius who managed to reach the martial artist realm in 3 months, with a chi and blood value as high as 28 grades, how on earth did the Chen family let him leave? Don't they know what this person means to the Chen family? The adjutant bowed his head and replied, General, rest your anger, the Chen family may have their own considerations. Maybe they think that this teenager doesn't meet the Chen family's standards, or there are other reasons that caused him to leave the Chen family. Qin Yi took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and grunted angrily, this Chen Jinan, is he blind in the eyes or in the heart? The news about Chen Han had reached the Chen family home, the #1 family in Hanwu City, within a matter of days. It was the same group of people, gathered at the Chen family ancestral hall, Chen Jinan's face heavy. He was the first to speak, throwing the letter sent by Qin Yi in indignation in the center of the ancestral hall. Someone explain this to me. What's going on here? Chen Han reached the first rank of martial artist in 3 months. and 28 gears of chi and blood. Unprecedented in the history of the military. No, it's unprecedented in all the martial arts universities. His tone was so shaken that no one in the shrine dared to interrupt. It was only after a while that someone spoke up. "Family master, this is a fake, right? Chen Han's F-rated talent, it would be heaven's pity if he could cultivate into a samurai first rank in 3 months, how could he possibly get to martial artist?" Chen Shiming suddenly stepped forward. "The odds are that it's true. At that time when the family head sent me to invite him, he was already a samurai 4th order, and a martial artist 1st order isn't something that's out of the question." Hearing this, Chen Jinan became even more angry and pointed at the person who had just opened his mouth and cursed, "Chen Zhan. You're the one who came up with the bad idea of replacing your son Chen Feng with Chen Han's place in the college entrance exam. You think I don't know what your idea is? You're just bullying Chen Han into being fatherless and motherless. No one to back him up. So you can be offended. That son of yours, Chen Feng, with his S-class talent using my Chen family's top resources, is only a samurai 3rd rank now. He's a loser." Chen Zhan lowered his head to be scolded, but he didn't dare to retort because it was the truth. After Chen Feng replaced Chen Han in the martial artist university, he ate and drank all day long in the capital, and did not cultivate much at all. Chen Jinan regretted it. Although Chen Feng's talent was 1 in 100, at best, it allowed the Chen family to be blessed by one more strong person. However, Chen Han was different, much higher than even Chen Han's great-grandfather who founded the Chen family, and Chen Han was even able to get the Chen family to move into the capital. Now not only is Qini scolding him, it is estimated that the one in the capital knows about it. They all want to scold him a dog's blood. His position as the head of the family may not be able to keep it. The shrine was quiet for a long time, most of the people looking sad. Things have come to this. All of you think of a way to persuade Chen Han back to the Chen family. It's okay for him to stay in the army, but make sure to return him to the family tree. Make him a member of the Chen family. Chen Jinan ordered to the Chen family's crowd. However, these people were all those who had participated in the expulsion of Chen Han in the first place. They thought that Chen Han had nothing to rely on, and that it didn't matter even if they broke away from the Chen family, and it was simply too late for them to regret it now. For today's solution, there is only to take the bramble to ask for a pardon. Let Chen Zhan go. Chen Shiming suddenly said something, and at that moment, everyone's gazes focused on Chen Zhan. It was just like the way Chen Han was treated back then. Chapter 19, Challenging the Battalion Commander. 2 great realms? That's how it is within the extended family. The strongest is the strongest, and there's no favoritism. It was because Chen Han had seen through this point that he had no choice but to break away from the Chen family. Chen Zhan never expected that just over a month ago, his son was the pride of the entire family. After a month or so, it actually seemed like a street rat. Looking at the complexion of the crowd, Chen Zhan knew that he had to go even if he was going, and he had to go even if he wasn't. The thought of apologizing to the kid within the family that he had always regarded as trash made him hate his guts. Good. I'll go. At this time, Chen Han, who was in the Vulcan Mountain Kuwei character camp, was still unaware of all of this. Today is the first day of reporting for the Chilly Knights group. As soon as he entered the barracks, Chen Han could feel that this place was completely different from the boot camp. The entire barracks was filled with an aura of solemnity. At this time, the several thousand soldiers of the Kuwei character battalion were all gathered on the school field. They looked serious, even if they were just standing in a military posture. Their eyebrows revealed an unearthly appearance. After all, this is the elite picked from millions of people. Veterans who have fought their way through a mountain of corpses. Turn right. Suddenly, the leader of the Kuwei character battalion shouted out, and all the veterans in the schoolyard turned their heads to look at the people in the Cold Night group. Today's big event was not for training, but for the arrival of the Cold Night team. This kind of gaze made the members of the Cold Night group a little bit numb. Going for the veteran training new recruits routine again? Chen Han gave a heartfelt cry and was already prepared. Meanwhile, the rest of the Cold Night group was on standby. Only Zhao Linger looked a bit impatient and said, "What are you guys pretending?" Before she could finish her words, a burst of popping sound suddenly came out from the entire schoolyard. Welcome, welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Suddenly, the thousands of people on the schoolyard rushed towards the Cold Night group in unison and held the few people from the Cold Night group other than Zhao Linger aloft in a most grand welcome ceremony of sorts. Ouch. It's been a long time since we've had any newcomers to the Kuwei character camp. I'm tired of looking at you old guys' faces every day. Red Child, you're back too. Congratulations. Zhao Linger was not afraid of the sky and the earth when she first entered the Kuwei word camp, and often went against Marshal Yue, so she got the nickname Red Child. Chen Han, Ji Yun, Zhu Mang, and Zhao Yufei looked at each other. The big-name elite Vulcan Army's Kuwei Character Battalion was such a barracks atmosphere. They did not know that although the Kuwei Character Battalion was elite, it was often at the front of the battlefield, with a mortality rate of up to 60%. Many people who are comrades in arms and sympathize with each other today may be separated from each other tomorrow. Therefore, the atmosphere of the Kuwei Character Camp was far less tense than the other military camps. Silence. What do you all look like? What did I teach you? Battalion Commander Lu Zixing barked out an order. When he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent, and Chen Han's few people were also put down. Lu Zixing looked at Chen Han, then waved his hand at him, signaling him to come up. You're Chen Han, right? You've been in the limelight lately. Everyone in the entire army now knows your name, Chen Han. Although these two sentences were compliments to Chen Han frowned slightly. He could feel that what Lu Zixing said was not simple. Sure enough, right after that, Lu Zixing added, I know you're a genius, but what I, the Kuwei Character Camp, never lack, is geniuses. Lu Zixing pointed to a few people below. The one who was as black as a coal is called Emoli. Don't look at his honest face, but in half a month's time, he studied the Yue family's gun techniques thoroughly. Elder Yue has praised him as the heir to the Yue family's marksmanship. His future achievements will not be below Marshal Yue. And that one, Wang Hu, was also famous in the boot camp back then. Cultivated to the level of Marshal General in 2 years. What I'm going to tell you is that even though Master Yu said that you don't have to take orders from me, don't give me any bullying in the Kuwei Character Battalion. It was obvious that Lu Zixing was trying to give Chen Han a hard time. Ji Yun and the others who were standing below watching were a bit worried. Ji Yun asked, Instructor Zhao, what exactly does Battalion Commander Lu want? Do you have to make it impossible for Qin Shao to get off the stage? Zhao Linger didn't reply back because she had gone through this process when she first joined the Kuwei Character Camp. Genius can only be suppressed by a genius. Don't look at Lu Zixing with a completely majestic look, his age is actually less than 30. Cultivation, however, had already reached the Martial Emperor level. It could be said that there were only a handful of people who could reach the Martial Emperor level at this age. He was handpicked by Marshal Yue from millions of men, the youngest colonel in the army. Speaking of this, Lu Zixing suddenly took off his coat, revealing a full body of tendon meat. Chen Han, if you're not convinced, I can try you. As a Martial Emperor level powerhouse, he would actually open his mouth to challenge Chen Han. The two of them were separated by 2 whole great realms. Strangely enough, the soldiers of the Kuwei Character Battalion on the stage didn't feel anything wrong. They knew very well that Lu Zixing would not use his full strength and was only trying to frustrate Chen Han. There was hardly a soldier in the entire Kuwei Character Camp who had not been severely beaten by Lu Zixing. Yes. Chen Han readily accepted the battle and instantly flashed his Snow Wolf gun. Although Lu Zixing was empty-handed, Chen Han did not dare to be arrogant. He also wanted to see just how much of a difference there was between his full power and the Martial Emperor level. Essence flashed in Chen Han's eyes, and his hind legs slightly stomped back. The whole person was like an arrow that had left the string, bursting out in a blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, Chen Han appeared in front of Lu Zixing. The Yue family's spear technique was activated, and the long spear in that hand was made to change in many ways in Chen Han's hands. Pick. Chop. Prick. All the action, barely halfway through. As Marshal Yu's personal vice general, Lu Zixing naturally saw at a glance the Yue family spear technique that Chen Han was using. Against me, you also dare to use the Yue family's spear technique? Good boy, what guts! Lu Zixing smiled faintly. He knew all the paths of the Yue family's gun techniques by heart, and easily dodged over by following that one move. Chen Han's hands were also quite ruthless. Each strike was a killing move, holding the belief of certain death to swing the lance in his hand, and only such a ring match could allow him to have no fear. Even Emoli, who had previously been scared by Lu Zixing, couldn't help but brace his arms in emotion. Strong. Really strong. This Yue family's spear technique has been practiced to perfection by Chen Han. They say that I have good comprehension, but I have a self-feeling that my Yue family's spear technique still has some gaps with Marshal Yue. But Chen Han's comprehension of the Yue family's spear techniques is definitely better than mine. He's the one who can truly be on par with Marshal Yue in terms of the Yue family's spear techniques. Mo Li's words drew sideways glances from the crowd. You should know that too many people in the army practiced the Yue family marksmanship, but there were not many who really let Marshal Yue personally praise them, and Mo Li was not only praised, but also received a medal. His words had a very high gold content, which proved that Chen Han's attainments in Yue family's spear techniques were very high. However, this was merely the attainment of the Gongfu, and could not erase the gap in realm. The two fought on the stage for a long time. Lu Zixing almost did not move a step. The difference between the two basic attributes is too big, even if Chen Han is about to stab Lu Zixing every time, but still can be dodged by him. This was the time when Chen Han's advantage of having extremely high qi blood was manifested. It was inconceivable that after fighting for such a long time, Lu Zixing's head was already beaded with sweat, but Chen Han seemed to be fine, and was still using his spear to make thousands of changes in his spear posture. Just then, Chen Han landed another blow and the two of them brushed shoulders. Lu Zixing was also a little impatient. He was not willing to take the initiative to attack Chen Han, but if he was exhausted alive by Chen Han later on, it would be a disgrace. Point to point. Chen Han, I've already tested out your strength, but if you use the Yue family's spear technique, you won't be able to touch me with the tip of your spear even after practicing for another 10 years. Before he could finish his words, Chen Han, who had brushed against him, suddenly changed his grip on the gun, and Chen Han's body sank down and lashed out backwards. Unexpectedly by the crowd, he leaned his body back and down and used an uppercut backbreaker. Even Lu Zixing did not anticipate that when he came back to his senses, Chen Han's return spear had already stabbed him in the waist. At that moment, Lu Zixing actually developed a wave of fear. It was as if he was in a battlefield and was going to be killed by a foreign beast like fear. Obviously there was a difference of two great realms in cultivation, but this fear could make his body go cold. Fortunately, his cultivation was strong and he immediately retreated backward, but he had already flown to the stage. If the rules of the ring were followed, this moment was his to lose. And the most shocking of all was Molly. What kind of move is that? Even Marshal Yue, he didn't teach me this move. Caught off guard, it's unpredictable. Could it be that Marshal Yue was hiding something? No, that's impossible. With the marshal's character, he could never hide anything. Unless Chen Han's realization of the Yue family's spear technique has surpassed Marshal Yue. Chapter 20, Lucky Draw Again. Medicine God's Body. The veterans of the K camp were a bit incredulous. Among them, there were many whose realms were already above Chen Han's. The Kuei character battalion, being an elite, most of the people were at the level of marshal generals, and if they were placed in the rest of the military battalions, they could hold their own. As Lu Zixing said, there is no shortage of geniuses here. But a genius like Chen Han, among geniuses, that was rare in the world. A new recruit who had just joined the camp had actually surpassed its founder in terms of feats. Lu Zixing coughed awkwardly, cough. Chen Han, well done. But I also have to tell you, don't think that you're only under the marshal's orders. As long as you're still in the Kuei character battalion, you have to carry out the exact same training as the Kuei character battalion. If I find out you're sneaking around, you'll still be in trouble. Chen Han stopped at the right moment and immediately clasped his fists and said, thanks to the battalion commander's intention to let you go, this is a fluke victory for me. After saying that, Chen Han immediately retreated to the stage and stood in standard military posture. This approach pleased Lu Zixing. He had thought that a genius like Chen Han would certainly be bullying, but he hadn't thought that he would still be so humble. At this moment, he also seemed to have some understanding as to why Marshal Yue valued Chen Han so highly. However, it was different for those veterans beside Chen Han. Don't look at the fact that most of their realms surpassed Chen Han, but they had never made Lu Zixing suffer. Immediately, they excitedly gathered around Chen Han. Great job, young man. Ha ha. This is the first time I've seen Battalion Commander Lu suffer. One of them in particular, Li, even switched positions several times to stand beside Chen Han. He asked in a low voice, Chen Han, how did you manage that shot? There's something about it. The Yue family's spear technique emphasizes rigidity and changes in the spear's momentum. Rigidity, needless to say, related to cultivation. The higher the base attribute, the more powerful the Yue family's spear play will be. And the gun momentum changes are somewhat elaborate. Yue family gun technique cultivated to the highest S level, there will be 36 gun momentum changes. It is what Marshal Yue realized from fighting in the battlefield all the way and competing with martial artists many times. Therefore, it seemed that everyone could practice, but not everyone could master the changes in the gun momentum. Currently, Li had already completely mastered the 35 variations in the Yue family spear technique, but Li was able to affirm that the move used by Chen Han just now was not the one he was missing. And Chen Han couldn't go into detail. The return shot he had just made was like a muscle memory engraved in his bones, and he had used it in a flash. It was the effect of the Killing God's gun intent that caused the Yue clan's gun technique that he had mastered to rise by one rank, turning it into a SS rank technique only. He wouldn't dare to say that he had really surpassed Marshal Yue. So the wonders of this were something he could only grasp for himself, and even if he wanted to teach it, he couldn't explain it. Seeing that Chen Han didn't answer, Emily also knew that he had asked too many questions, so he took a step back and said, "Rather, it's because I'm being abrupt, I'd better think about it myself." Chen Han shrugged his shoulders and did not explain further. For the next few days, the Cold Night group would undergo training that could be described as devilish in the Kuei word camp. For the training in the boot camp, Chen Han had already aggravated himself by a few points, upping it from 6 hours to 9, and would even add on extra training. However, in the Kuei word camp, these are just the basics. In order to become an elite, in addition to the essential talent, you also have to work twice as hard as normal people. Early this morning, Chen Han had just woken up when his system prompt suddenly came next to his ears. Ding! Congratulations on your successful sign-in, you have gained 50 points. As time grew, the more points he gained each day, he woke up with his eyes open. Now the daily check-in points have reached 50. It still looks like very little. However, because Chen Han was previously promoted 2 levels even though he was busted. But in the military, there is a lot of process involved in breaking 2 ranks and waiting for the commendation to come down. In other words, even though his rank had been raised, the file hadn't been accepted from above, resulting in his rank bonus points not arriving. But now, the number of points held by Chen Han had reached exactly 5,030. Being able to conduct a raffle of the highest caliber. System, put in 5,000 points for the highest grade of lottery. The lottery range is limited to the physique. With 28 gears of chi and blood, it was at the level of a military general, yet Chen Han still felt that it was not enough. This was because the amount of chi and blood consumed by a single piercing lance of deadly thorns was already quite appalling. Immediately afterward, a roulette wheel appeared in front of Chen Han's eyes, and the wheel began to slowly rotate. Chen Han stared at the roulette wheel with a deadly stare. The thing called physique was basically useful though. But there's also a hierarchy. A lower physique is simply not comparable to a higher one. 5,000 points can't be easy to accumulate. Finally, the roulette wheel slowly came to a halt, and the wheel's needle eventually stopped on the rarest area. Seeing this, Chen Han let out a sigh of relief. This meant that the physique he had obtained was at least an SS grade physique. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the SSS ranked physique, Medicine God's Body. Surprisingly, what was obtained was actually still a SSS ranked physique. Chen Han couldn't wait to open his system panel and check the introduction of the Medicine God's Body. Medicine God's Body, a natural body of aura. When taking all kinds of medicines that enhance one's basic attributes, it can enhance the effect by 10 times. Can use chi and blood to refine attribute-enhancing medicines, requiring the collection of raw materials. The introduction is only 2 short lines. However, it caused Chen Han to suck in a breath of cool air. Worthy of being a SSS-level physique, the effect was just perverted. The first is to boost the effect tenfold when taking attribute-enhancing drugs. The most typical was the Chi and Blood Spirit Liquid. The effect of the Chi and Blood Spirit Liquid didn't need to be mentioned, and in the current situation where martial artists were in charge, it had even become a kind of hard currency for trading. And a good Chi and Blood Spirit Liquid was even more unattainable. Within the military, all of them had to be high-ranking officers with both military service and rank before they were qualified to take the top-grade Chi and Blood Spirit Liquid. As far as Chen Han knew, the difference in effect between the topmost Chi and Blood Spirit Liquid and the lowest Chi and Blood Spirit Liquid was just less than 3 times. Of course, this was only within Chen Han's known range. With this effect, though, the maximum difference should be about 5 times. But this physique, however, had been enhanced tenfold. 5,000 pieces of Chi and Blood Spirit Liquid would allow Chen Han to drink 500,000. The first effect was counterintuitive enough. The second effect, on the other hand, is even more appalling. This meant that Chen Han could consume Chi and blood to refine medicines like the Chi and Blood Spirit Liquid. The entire human race had not had such a precedent since the invasion. All of the existing methods of refining attribute medicines were only able to be mass-produced through generations of scientific research and experimentation by the state, as well as behemoth-like factories like the state apparatus. Chen Han could be said to be the first human in the history of the 100-year new calendar to rely on an individual to make a Chi and Blood Spirit Liquid. Even if he had no cultivation whatsoever, just this one was enough to reach an unimaginable height. Of course, Chen Han had no intention of becoming such a waste of space to be controlled. While Chi and blood could be regenerated, drugs that could enhance attributes were not common. Chen Han was somewhat delighted and prepared to take a bottle of qi and blood spiritual liquid to try out the effects of the pill god's body. At this time, a few of Mo Lee's veterans from the Kuwei character battalion who were on guard duty but rushed in. Chen Han, go outside and take a look, someone wants to see you. Mud. This man can't even be driven away. He's even carrying a few thorns on his back. Says he wants to apologize to you. He said he wanted to apologize to you. If you didn't come out, he kept kneeling at the entrance of the barracks. The barracks are so important, I don't know how he found it. Chen Han frowned, he hadn't had any major issues with anyone since he joined the army. On second thought, he probably guessed the identity of this person, it should be someone from the Chun family. What's his name? Call Chen Zhan, say he's your sixth uncle. At least it's your relative, we can't drive away violently. Chen Zhan, as soon as he heard these two words, a surge of anger surged in Chen Han's chest. Almost all of his encounters in the Chun family were related to this sixth uncle. Ever since he was born, Chen Zhan had always looked down on him and suppressed him at every turn. Within the entire Chen family, he was one of the few people Chen Han hated the most. Nowadays, they actually have the face to take the blame. Chen Han smiled coldly, he has a thick old face. Now that it was early morning, having him kneel all the time would easily affect the discipline of the barracks. Chen Han still got up and changed into his uniform, and then followed Mo Lee towards the entrance of the barracks. Chapter 21, Marshal Powerful Protection. Chen Han is a member of my army. At the camp gate, a burly middle-aged man was kneeling, his upper body naked, revealing solid muscles and bronzed skin. And most strikingly, he was carrying a bundle of thorns on his back. It was as if these thorns had a special power, and even this martial general-level powerhouse was strangled by them with a bright red trail of blood. Upon seeing Chen Han walk out of the tent, Chen Zhan's eyes instantly lit up, as if he had seen the dawn of hope. Good nephew! Good nephew! He called out two good nephews in a row, and that look seemed very affectionate. Chen Han looked at it but was covered in goosebumps and was nauseated. He wouldn't forget that Chen Zhan had a villainous look on his face when he was at the ancestral hall that day. Roll! Chen Han walked up to him and responded with only a cold, icy word roll. He didn't want to have any more involvement with the Chun family, and the only thing he was worried about would be his sister Chen Shui, who was still in the clan. Otherwise, this one word roll, he didn't even bother to say more. Chen Han's reaction was expected by Chen Zhan, but he just took Chen Han's reaction as a child taking offense. After all, Chen Han was not very old, and in the eyes of this group of elders, he was always a small child. Good nephew, don't play childish with Uncle Six, okay? Even if you have a lot of anger. Sixth uncle is apologizing today, so your anger should subside. Come back with me. The whole 18 years of humiliation, but even once the brambles to ask for forgiveness will let Chen Han forgive him, forgive the Chen family. Fortunately, Chen Han had already seen Chen Zhan's face long ago. There's no need to say more, you'll only dirty the barracks if you're here. In 10 minutes, if you don't get lost, the brothers of the Kuwei character battalion will kill you on the spot. As soon as he heard the three words Kuwei character camp, Chen Zhan was obviously a bit surprised. This is the Kuwei character battalion? Is it the most elite unit under Marshal Yue's hand? The veterans of the Kuwei character battalion that surrounded Chen Zhan's vicinity didn't say anything, and were considered to have acquiesced to Chen Han's words. An aura of solemnity emerged, immediately silencing Chen Zhan. Although Chen Zhan also had the strength of a martial general of the third rank, but such strength was a generalization in the group of elites of the Kuwei character battalion. Not to mention the group of people from the Kuwei word battalion, those were all ruthless people spelled out from the pile of foreign beasts. One-on-one he didn't even have an advantage, let alone one against many. Chen Zhan is a little scared. This trip to take the brambles was originally forced by the family, he does not want to send his life here. So his tone softened a few more points. Good nephew, I can understand your unwillingness to go back, let's do it this way. The family head said that as long as you are willing to return to the Chen family, the family head is willing to let the genealogy open up on a single page for your sake. In the future, the entire clan of my Chen family will be honored by you. This honor is something that even the current family head has yet to have. The genealogy was opened alone, what an honor, almost comparable to the current Chen family's one in the capital. Chen Zhan thought to himself that Chen Han would not refuse such an offer, and his expression became somewhat smug. He was unaware that from the day Chen Han severed his relationship, the possibility of turning back would not exist. One sentence, it even made Chen Zhan feel like falling into an ice cellar. Do you think the me of today would still care about your Chen family's broken genealogy? Chen Han stood tall and coldly looked at Chen Zhan, as if he was defying everything in his eyes. It was as if the Chen family was nothing more than ants in front of him. But the meaning of these words was clearly humiliating the Chen family. On Chen Zhan's face, a look of indignation immediately appeared. Chen Han. You have the balls. You don't even recognize your own family. But let me remind you that your own sister, Chen Shui, is still in the Chen family. It was fine if Chen Zhan didn't mention Chen Shui. As soon as Chen Shui was mentioned, Chen Han's fists clenched tightly and a murderous intent erupted from his eyes. Even if it was against military discipline to splatter blood in front of the barracks, he would still have to kill Chen Zhan on the spot. And right at this moment, Chen Zhan suddenly let out a pig-killing scream. Ah! Before he could strike, one of Chen Zhan's arms was clipped out alive, blood gurgling and spraying out. He was in excruciating pain and immediately shouted, "Who moved? Don't you know my Hanwu city's #1 family, the Chen family?" Chen Zhan didn't know at this moment that the Kuwei character battalion elites who saw the visitors were all standing up respectfully in a straight military stance and also saluted. There was only one person in the entire barracks who could make them treat him like that. Chen Han's anger was also suppressed and he stood straight. "Good day, Marshal Yue." One sentence scared Chen Zhan to the point that he almost lost his soul. He forced himself to endure the pain and looked back. He saw Yu Wuyan wearing a marshal's cloak looking straight at him. Yu Wuyun's words were almost devoid of any emotion. "Whose connections were used to put you in here, trash like you? Is the Chen family of Hanwu City?" This marshal remembers. Previously, Yu Wuyun had acted too cordial in front of Chen Han and the others. So much so that Chen Han had forgotten that there were only 3 people of his stature in the entire Grand Xia. He is also the most senior of them all. Heroes of Salvation. The Glory of Da Xia. This and other titles were able to hold up when placed on him. The Chen family was nothing more than mongrels in front of him. Chen Zhan not only lost his previous arrogance, even without a hand, he could only endure the pain and lower his posture. "Marshal Yu is joking, how would my Chen family dare to offend you?" Chen Zhan was busy picking up his broken arm, even more afraid that this person in front of him was going to put him to death if he was not happy. "You remember, Chen Han is my own soldier." Just a short sentence explained Chen Han's current status. Yu Wuyun's personally acknowledged his own soldiers. In the whole of Daxia, there is absolutely nothing like it. Chen Zhan felt his scalp tingling. With just this one identity, Chen Han's status today, I'm afraid, is no less than that of the Chen family's oldest ancestor in the Chen family. Not to mention Chen Han, even Chen Shui, if they dared to touch a single hair on Chen Shui's head, the entire Chen family would shake the ground. Chen Zhan's mood became more and more complicated. Just such a short period of time, Chen Han was already a talent handpicked by Yu Wuyan, while that son of his was eating and drinking in the capital. The change was like the difference between mud and clouds. "Then I'll go first. You must take care of your health." Chen Zhan picked up his broken arm, not daring to complain in the slightest, and busily fled into the distance. Yu Wuyan looked at Chen Zhan's departing direction, not hiding his disgust at all. "Find out for me who let him in. There can't be such violators of military discipline in the Vulcan army." In one sentence, I wonder how many people are going to be uprooted. And this debt, naturally, falls on Chen Zhan's head. Then, Yu Wuyan called Chen Han inside the camp office. Chen Han was the first to speak. "Marshal Yu, thanks for what happened just now." Yu Wuyan waved his hand as if what had just happened was not worth mentioning at all. "Rather, I should be thanking you. To actually be able to refuse the conditions of the Thunder God army and come to this bad old man's army of mine, all the good seedlings in recent years have almost all gone into the Thunder God army." "Young man, you're..." Chen Han immediately obliged. "Marshal Yu, I'll take this practical test." Yu Wuyan nodded. "Exercise is also a good thing, but you have to understand that there is no need to go and fight for a first place and get your head blown off. A soldier's duty lies in protecting the family and defending the country. Don't try to be a hero." Chapter 22: The Real Battlefield. 16 teams. Gulp gulp. Back in his dormitory, Chen Han took the last bottle of qi and blood spirit liquid remaining from the army commendation and directly drank it all in one go. A majestic energy immediately exploded within Chen Han's body. And it was quickly absorbed by the cells in his body, which in turn transformed them into qi and blood attributes. Chen Han was somewhat surprised. This is the enhancement of the Medicine King's body? He could clearly feel that taking the qi and blood spiritual liquid this time was completely different from before. The difference of a tenfold boost is just too great. And then, Chen Han covered his palm over the instrument that tested the qi and blood attributes. The Kuwei character battalion was extremely well configured as an elite unit. each dormitory equipped with various machines for testing attributes. As for Chen Han's chi and blood value, it had also jumped from the previous 28 gears to 29 gears. This value was already only available to many martial artists at the general level. This made Chen Han a little more certain about the Special Warfare Team practical examination that would be held 10 days later. Once the training was complete, Chen Han explained the news of the practical test to everyone in the Cold Night group. What Chen Han didn't expect was that the crowd wasn't half afraid of this practical test. Instead, they were somewhat excited. Because in the army, they, the outcasts of the family, were given 10 times more respect than the big families, and that's what energized them. During these 10 days, several people trained even harder, wasting sleep and food, almost all the time in the middle of cultivation. Boom! Chen Han blasted his fist on top of the strength measuring instrument, and the number 23,780 popped up on the display. My current strength attribute is 23,780 kilograms. Speed attribute, it's 850 ms. Air and blood attributes, 39 gears. The realm is martial artist 3rd stage. Looking at his attribute values, Chen Han was quite satisfied. 10 days was the limit to be able to improve to such a point under emergency training. He was now almost considered to be equal in terms of attributes with Zhao Linger, who was at the 8th martial artist rank. Still, without counting the increase in the killing god's gun intent. Chen Han, Zhao Linger, Zhao Yufei, Ji Yun, Zhu Mang, leave the camp. A voice came out of the barracks loudspeaker, and Chen Han let out a light breath, then carried his luggage and snow wolf gun on his back. Being out of camp meant they were going to war. The Kuei character camp were all separate rooms, and when Chen Han went out, he happened to collide with the 4 of them, Zhao Linger. A few people's eyes met, but they were filled with determination and boldness. It seemed to be imperative to this examination. Go! Chen Han, who was the leader of the group, stifled a grunt, which was also considered to be an order to the crowd. The military vehicle had traveled north for a long time, and the entire battlefield of foreign beasts in the Great Xia was actually gathered in the north. The distance from the Dragon River to the Wall to Heaven could be considered a battlefield. But this time, the place Chen Han and the others went to was like a world away from the previous wasteland. Those foreign beasts in the wasteland were not only of a lower level, they were actually the same as those bred by the army. However, on the real battlefield, the alien beasts would attack and retreat in an organized manner, and would even attack the Tongtian Wall on a large scale. In fact, not unlike humans. Before even entering the real battlefield, only within the wall of passage, Chen Han could feel the deafening sound of the earth beneath his feet being trampled by the feet of the foreign beasts. One would not dare to imagine how many foreign beasts were behind this high wall at this time. The entire special operations team that participated in this practical test had also arrived behind the wall of the sky. There were 16 teams present. The strength of these people varied in intensity, but Chen Han knew at a glance that there were not even a handful of martial general level people in these 16 groups. People like Zhao Linger, who were only one step away from being a martial general, made up the vast majority. This contest, it's not even fair. Zhao Linger was even more furious when she saw this scene. She was already hot-tempered, and her expression at the moment was even more like a little pepper. What's going on here? I'm going to reflect this to my superiors. To reflect to Marshal Yue. These special operations teams are not contemporaries at all. They're all elite veterans from the barracks. Isn't this bullying? Although Zhao Linger was now in a group with Chen Han and the others, she had after all been the instructor of the crowd before. Having a group of samurai-level soldiers to compare to a group of soldiers that were at least martial artist level was simply not reasonable. However, Chen Han shook his head and stopped her. Zhao Linger, listen to my order. Stop. Don't move. All of this was expected by Chen Han. You should know that it was Marshal Yue who first initiated the army's establishment of the Special Operations Group. The Cold Night team was also the first Special Operations team. Those in the military who were not dealing with Marshal Yue, in order to nauseate Marshal Yue, how could they obediently take new recruits to form a special operations team? In a sense, this examination was a power struggle at the top of the military, and no one wanted their power to fail. Now that Chen Han was Zhao Linger's superior, she had to obey as well. Right at this moment, a man who was gorgeously dressed and had a graceful and noble face suddenly turned his head to look at Chen Han and slowly walked over. His attitude was gentle, and he had to shake Chen Han's hand. You're that Chen Han whose chi and blood broke the record of the Jedi, aren't you? I've heard a lot about you. Stretching out his hand, Chen Han could sense that this person did not have good intentions, but he also stretched out his hand to greet him. Vulcan Army Kuei character Battalion Cold Knight Team Leader Chen Han, more guidance. He also introduced himself, Thunder God Army Fierce Tiger Battalion White Light Team Leader Zhen Zilin, more guidance. Thunder God's Army, with the surname Jin, Zhao Yufei, who had the highest status in the Cold Knight group, immediately recognized this person's identity. You're from the Jin family in the capital. When Ji Yun's few people heard about the Jin family in the capital, they also drew in a breath of cold air. The Jin family of the capital city was an absolute family that could rank in the top 5 in the capital city. Politics, the military, there are pounds of power. Ji Yun, Zhu Mang, these second-rate families of Hanwu City could be said to be mere ants in front of the Jin family. Even Zhao Yufei's Zhao family wasn't enough to look at. He was also in the Thunder God Army, so it was evident that his status was high. Zhen Zilin took a closer look at Chen Han before sighing with emotion, indeed, it's powerful. No wonder my Thunder God Army has been hearing your great name these recent days, martial artist 3rd stage. You've only been in the camp for 4 months, right? When he finished speaking, Zhen Zilin, however, smiled faintly. In spite of that, as a brother, I'd like to advise you that with such natural talent, don't waste your life here for nothing. This practical test, like your Cold Knight group, there's no shame in giving up. A powerful might erupted from Zhen Zilin's body, highlighting his cultivation. It was clearly a martial general of the 3rd rank. This cultivation level was considered to be a whole big realm higher than Chen Han. Even Zhao Linger was somewhat suffocated by this aura. Chen Han was the only one who remained calm. He said lightly, "Don't bother, I'll see you on the battlefield." Still, realm suppression isn't suppression, talent is. Zhen Zilin's talent, to put it bluntly, was at most SS ranked. Where could it form an effect on Chen Han who possessed SSS-talent? In reality, his talent hadn't reached the SS level yet, and he only possessed the Jin family's secret breathing technique in terms of breathing feats. The more top families, the more top cultivation resources they held. At that moment, the examiner on the wall of the sky began to shout at the bottom. Everyone, this practical test is about to begin. Let me first introduce the content of this examination. The results of the examination, based on the points of hunting and killing foreign beasts. The higher the level of foreign beasts, the higher the points. I know that all of you are elites drawn from various military camps, but let me remind you that the battlefield this time is a rare large-scale beast tide. Speaking of which, an OB screen that surfaced in front of the crowd. The scene was daunting. Countless foreign beasts came in droves, densely packed in a large area, draining the mountains and seas in general. While the warriors resisted to the death, there were quite a few that were killed by the beasts. They couldn't even leave a whole body. As long as they fell, they would immediately be torn apart by the beasts. The arms, legs, torso, and head would be swallowed by the unknown beast in less than a second. The scene is as moving as it is terrifying. The examiner seemed to be used to seeing such things and didn't have many mood swings. This footage, taken 10 minutes ago, anyone who's scared can off now. If you really off at a time like this, you're a pussy for life. No fear. The 16 special operations teams shouted in unison. Good. Due to the sheer number of alien beasts on the opposite side, we can't use a ladder for this test, so each of you will use your own skills to go over the wall through the sky. The assessment begins. This assessment will be broadcast live, so that the generals, and also the public, can see the level of your group of special operations teams. Chapter 23, My Airblood 39 Gear. One sentence hard control all over the net. The full live webcast was something that the people in the Cold Knight group didn't expect. Even Marshal Yue was not informed beforehand. With Marshal Yue's character, there was categorically no possibility of hiding Chen Han. There is only one possibility that this was an ad hoc deliberative decision from above. Just take a look at the other special operations teams and you'll see that their comment realms are a whole big realm higher than the Cold Knight team. No matter how one thought about this practical test, the Cold Knight group was at the bottom. It's a big thing. In the worst-case scenario, the top would even begin to question Marshal Yue's strength in leading the troops and cut the armament and budget of the Vulcan army. Chen Han and Zhao Linger thought of this almost simultaneously. The two looked at each other and their expressions became resolute. This battle can only be won but not lost. Aha! Just after the examiner's words were finished, the 16 special combat teams flew towards the wall through the sky. The wall through the sky was 100 meters high, and in the case of insufficient sprinting power, one could even fall to his death on the spot. But since it's elite for a reason. Just going over the wall to the sky alone was akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their own skill. One could only see someone summoning a giant mechanical battle armor, more than 10 meters tall, carrying his group, and in a few long leaps, he easily jumped onto the wall through the sky. Others caused their arms to sprout blades out of thin air, thrusting them one by one into the walls of the wall to heaven, slowly climbing upwards. Among them, the most notable one was still Zhen Zilin, who had come to blows with Chen Han just now. He only heard him give a fierce shout, and a 7-colored radiance was born out of thin air under the soles of his feet, which was like a cloud that wrapped around all the members of the White Light team. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhen Zilin even slowly rose up like a cloud, flying straight towards the wall of the sky. Light talent! Lu Zixing, who was watching the battle in front of the screen at the moment, exclaimed in shock. The Cold Knight group was fighting on behalf of the entire Kuwei character battalion, so naturally, it was the entire Kuwei character battalion. For the sake of this competition, all the soldiers of the Kuwei character battalion had stopped training, and had gathered to watch the live broadcast. Most of the military camps that are not on a mission are much the same, with the exception of the Kuwei camp. This practical test was also of great instructive significance to the entire army, and the higher-ups even gave orders for all the regimental battalions to watch it. Zhen Zilin's talent was the extremely rare light system talent among the natural system talents, and during the entire 100 years of the new calendar, there were very few light system talent martial artists that appeared, a drop in the ocean. The Jin family of the capital city, thanks to this heritable talent, was also able to rank among the top 5 in the capital city. The light talent is not only extremely strong in combat and powerful as a mountain, it also has the ability to enhance the attributes of others and heal their chi and blood. With such an all-round talent, the army naturally valued it, plus the fact that Zhen Zilin was in the Thunder God army that only nobles from the capital could enter, there was no reason for him to be so arrogant. Mard, these people are shameless. What realm is that for our Cold Knight team? Those special operations teams of theirs, the lowest realm is at the 3rd level of martial artist. Isn't this obvious bullying? I'm not convinced. Have the guts to send the laborers. The entire Kuwei character battalion was filled with righteous indignation when they saw that the realms of the other special warfare teams were all a great deal higher than the Cold Knight team. Especially climbing the wall through the sky. In order to climb up the wall to the sky, one would need to be at least a martial artist level, and there would be the risk of falling down. Aside from Chen Han and Zhao Linger, none of the remaining 3 in the Cold Knight group had reached the level of a martial artist. Climbing the wall alone is an insurmountable hurdle for them. Only Lu Zixing appeared calm and collected as he slowly said, "You guys don't have to be in a hurry, take another look, Chen Han he always gives surprises." Hearing this, the crowd relaxed quite a bit. After all, Chen Han had just entered the barracks and made even Lu Zixing, a martial emperor, eat his words. The other soldiers of the barracks thought much the same as the Kuwei character battalion, all of them believing that the Cold Knight group could not scale this high wall. And it's not just inside the barracks who are watching this live stream. This live broadcast covered the entire Daxia network, which naturally included the Hanwu City Chen family. Inside the Chen family ancestral hall, all of the senior members of the Chen family were watching Chen Han in the live broadcast intently. Chen Shiming lamented, in just 3 months' time, Chen Han actually went from being a waste of space within his family to being the leader of a special operations team in the military. It's really unexpected. These people on the screen, normally even when we see them, we have to be respectful. Chen Jinan took over inside, his eyes filled with remorse. More than that, he's now favored by Marshal Yue and is on a level playing field. The future is unlimited. Not only did our Chen family lose a big backer, now. Saying this, Chen Jinan paused and then glanced at Chen Zhan, who was currently kneeling on the ground. Chen Zhan trembled with fear and trembling. After returning from the army, he had been kneeling in the ancestral hall for 10 consecutive days, yet he didn't dare to retort in the slightest. Chen Zhan, because of you, our Chen family has now even offended Marshal Yue. Do you know what Marshal Yue is? The first person to start the new calendar. One word from him and my Chen family will be doomed. Chen Jinan was shocked, but there was nothing he could do. Sending Chen Zhan over to apologize, not only did he fail to redeem Chen Han, but he also incurred such a big trouble as Yu Wuyan. Even killing Chen Zhan now would not help. However, Chen Zhan still had some power in the family, and someone immediately came forward to speak for him. Family master, don't get angry yet. You should also know what kind of place the army is. As long as Chen Han hasn't climbed up the ladder, as long as we, the Chen family, will be safe and sound. Although Marshal Yue is powerful, that old ancestor of ours also has some tricks up his sleeve, and until he is immortal, he won't be able to completely tear his face off with our Chen family. That is. In my opinion, Chen Han might have to die in this practical test. That's the northern border, the real battlefield. Only after hearing these words did Chen Jinan's anger subside a bit. In fact, the snide remarks were right up his alley. To a certain extent, Chen Jinnan also wished for Chen Han at this time, to die in this practical test. If this family's rebellious son were to die like this, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Chen Jinnan stared tightly at the screen, but in his heart, he said fiercely. The Cold Knight group, which had the worst overall strength among the 16 groups, had become the center of attention at this time. Chen Han, however, had already figured out a way. Xu Mang, summon your mechanical spiders, all of them. Xu Mang looked fixedly at the giant mecha that was more than a dozen meters high above his head and sighed in disbelief. Captain Chen, you don't expect my mechanical spider to be like that mecha, do you? That kind of thing can only be harnessed by a marshal general level. Although he said so on his lips, Xu Mang still believed in Chen Han unconditionally. He was willing to put his life in Chen Han's hands. He only saw him activate his talent, and all of a sudden, there were 6 half-man-sized mechanical spiders that crawled from afar. Chen Han threw the snow wolf gun directly onto the back of the mechanical spider. Everyone step on the lance, Xu Mang maneuver the mechanical spider and get on the wall. When these words came out, the crowd immediately understood what Chen Han was trying to do. He was going to use his power to create friction so that everyone could go up smoothly. But the slope of the wall to the sky is a perfect 90 degrees and is 100 meters high. And let's not mention how much power it takes to stabilize 5 people. Even if he was able to stabilize it, the endurance, or chi and blood, would likewise not be able to support it during the process of going up the wall. Ji Yin panicked, young Chen, this won't work. Even if you can bring us up like this, you'll probably be so exhausted that you'll vomit blood, so how can you still be able to kill the foreign beasts? You're our main general. Zhao Linger also didn't expect Chen Han to be so desperate. She took a deep breath and resolutely said, I'll stabilize it. Chen Han, after you go up, you're responsible for killing the enemy. Who knew that Chen Han's glib remark was the one that instantly rendered the Cold Knight group's crowd speechless? And these words caused many of the special operations team to look at him in horror. It was also broadcast live, with hard control of all the people gathered in front of the screen. My current chakra value is 39 gears. Just 10 days. It is still the most precious attribute of chi and blood. It just went from 28 gears to 39 gears. Are you kidding me? This was tantamount to throwing a bomb into the crowd, instantly setting off everyone watching the battle. All the people in the special operations team, including the highest realm of Zhenzilin, he also has the body quality plus body, but now the chi and blood attributes, that is, 32 gears. And with his 32-step chi and blood value of the 3rd rank of Marshal General, he was a phoenix in the entire Thunder God army of the capital's nobles. Chapter 24 Military Literacy. He was born a marshal. When Marshal Yue, who was sitting in the high-level conference room and was drinking tea, heard these words, the tea he had just drank into his mouth even spewed out some. It's not often that an old man in a position of power can lose his temper like that. And at this moment, there were 2 other people sitting beside Marshal Yue. The 2 were also wearing the same marshal's cloak, but they were quite a bit younger than Marshal Yue. One had a sharp mouth and cheeks and treacherous, the other had a beard and a standard Chinese character face. These 2 were the current commanders of the Thunder God Army and the Wind God Army, Zhongguan and Ouyang. Now they can only hope that their special operations team will win and still be able to gain a little for themselves. At this time, under the Tongtian wall, Zhao Linger, who had heard Chen Han's Chi and Blood 39 file, had her mouth slightly turned away, but her eyes were filled with jealousy and helplessness. Even if she had gotten used to Chen Han's perversions, her little heart couldn't stand it if she came this way every once in a while. The long slender legs of the mechanical spider that had just stood up similarly retracted and made a gesture of invitation to Chen Han. Zhao Linger's Chi blood was now in the 12th gear, and she could be said to be able to die of exhaustion if she had to lead the crowd to climb up, whereas Chen Han, on the other hand, was just eating and drinking like water. No one's asking for it. Just like that, under Chen Han's leadership, the wall to the sky, which could not be climbed by non-martial artist levels, was actually easily scaled over by the Cold Knight group. However, this was only the first hurdle, and below the wall of passage was the really big scene. Endless swarms of foreign beasts ran from afar, charging towards the wall of heavenly passage. Beast tide. In the textbooks of this world, it is a natural phenomenon of unparalleled horror. It was comparable to natural disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis and floods in Chen Han's previous life. And in a sense, the wave of beasts is even more terrifying than the earthquake and tsunami floods. After hundreds of years of technological development, today's mankind has been able to withstand a number of natural disasters. Tongtian Wall stands for hundreds of years, through the size of the earthquake hundreds of times, but still standing. The only 3 times it broke on a large scale were the rare mega beast waves. Once the beast tide comes, the vast majority of foreign beasts, because of the beast tide, will suddenly become irritable and restless. After scientific research, will also produce a cannibalistic impulse hormone. This hormone, which causes them to keep launching themselves into mass gatherings of humans. Immortality. This time the beast tide, 3 battalions were sent from above to defend against it. 3 battalions of soldiers, nearly 10,000 men. But Chen Han looked down, these tens of thousands of people in the dense tide of beasts, but it is nothing at all, like a drop in the ocean. The entire battlefield was like a meat grinder, with people's lives passing away all the time. Having stayed in a peaceful environment for too long, new recruits like the Cold Night team who had yet to experience the battlefield firsthand were naturally intimidated. Charge! At this time, it was not known who shouted out, and that huge mech from before jumped straight down from the 100-meter high wall to the sky. With just a rumble, the huge mecha fell into the group of alien beasts. The mechanical talent was extraordinary, only to see that huge mech pull out its long sword from its waist, and some of the larger alien beasts in front of it were like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable, and in the blink of an eye, they were reduced to a piece of minced meat. Xu Mang looked excited. This should be that giant team. It's said that this giant team is full of manipulative natural abilities, and the means of combat for the entire team is that giant mecha. The cost of that mech is up to $1 billion. A man's romance is a mech. Xu Mang was also similarly gifted in the manipulation department, so it was normal to be envious. Old Xu, kill more foreign beasts. When I have money, I'll give you a whole unit then. Ji Yin patted Xu Mang's shoulder and gave a comforting cry. And in this situation, Chen Han actually did not rush down, but instead gazed closely at the environment below and began to think about the battle situation. The Cold Night group's realm wasn't very high, and the level of the foreign beasts below them, at the very least, started at the 3rd rank. They also didn't have the kind of earthy mechs that the giant team had that could withstand a Fey attack, and like him, I'm afraid they'd have to be stomped into the ground just as soon as they entered the Fey swarm. Soon, Chen Han found a location where there weren't many foreign beasts and it was relatively remote. Go down from there and establish positions first to ensure survival. In addition to his personal strength, Chen Han also displayed the calmness and military literacy that a commander should have at this time. The mechanical spider led Chen Han and the few others to climb down quickly, and while Chen Han was in the air, he had his lance in his hand. A burst of red light exploded from the lance, as if a red rose was blooming, and with 39 gears of chi and blood, Chen Han was no longer so tied up. Starting off, he used his overwhelmingly powerful martial art. The piercing deaththorn lance blasted into the ground, immediately radiating a burst of destructive light as if it were an explosion. All of the foreign beasts within a radius of a few dozen meters were wiped out by Chen Han. And on the points table of Cold Knight's team, the value instantly jumped from 0 to 720. The point figures for this practical test are much the same as the last recruit test, except that the points have been adjusted. Jin Zilin, who had just entered the group of foreign beasts on the other side, also looked sideways when he saw this scene. He let out a sigh of emotion. No wonder Chen Han was able to cause such a big storm in the army. The destructive power of a martial artist's 3rd-ranked attack is even capable of surpassing most of the martial generals. This person's chi and blood are extremely high, his cultivation is extremely fast, and he also possesses martial arts. Is he really a family waste? Jin Zilin was not willing to give in to the fact that Thunder God Army Marshal Zhongguan had asked him to come here so that he could suppress the Cold Night team's recent momentum in the army. Open! Only heard Jin Zilin shouted, only to see his back actually emerged a 7-colored divine light, and this divine light gathered in a piece. The appearance is actually like a peacock open screen. And then this divine light shot out sharply, transforming into a sharp arrow that instantly penetrated many foreign beasts. It was reasonable to say that Jin Zilin's strength had been able to attract the attention of many people in the army, but his divine light still couldn't hide Chen Han's radiance. For no other reason than that the test itself was an unfair one. Chen Han's realm could only be regarded as a hangman in a special operations group made up of a bunch of veterans. But he showed no less ability than anyone else. Chen Han. Good job. Over those sons of ES from the Thunder God Army. The calmness and strength that Chen Han has shown is in no way weaker than that other class of military elites. Marshal Yue has truly seen the right person. Not to mention Yu Woyun's cronies, the Fire God Army, even the Wind God Army, the Earth God Army and such troop executives were similarly praising Chen Han. It's an absolute genius. It was even a genius that hadn't appeared in any of the previous martial arts universities. Chen Han was not complacent, instead, he had just landed on the ground and began to command. Xu Mang, you spill out all the mechanical spiders, no need to let them go far, just patrol the neighborhood. Have them form an encirclement with a radius just within 100 meters of the neighborhood. Ji Yun, you're fast. Be responsible for taking care of the surrounding Fey Beast cubs below the 3rd rank, don't touch them hard. Don't let the Fey Beast mother notice us either. Zhao Yufei, you're in charge of following Ji Yun and helping him out with tricky enemies. Faced with the beasts that were raging like a tidal wave, Chen Han however immediately gave a battle plan. This battle plan was also very simple. Their overall strength was insufficient, so they would use this area with fewer foreign beasts as a position. And then dead center. Speaking of this, Chen Han lifted his spear and glanced at Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger, you and I will have a heavier task. Most of the foreign beasts charging ahead will have to be dealt with by you and I. Zhao Linger glanced at Chen Han, her beautiful eyes moving slightly as she revealed her approval. If she was allowed to command, it was basically the same scenario as Chen Han's. But she wasn't the same as Chen Han. She had been fighting in the battlefield for 2 or 3 years to have such military literacy. Chen Han, on the other hand, was simply a born marshal. Chapter 25, You guys kill monsters. I make medicine. Soon, dozens of foreign beasts rushed over. 3rd ranked beast, saber-toothed tiger. 3rd ranked beast, scarab giant rat. 4th ranked exotic beast, thorny swordback dragon. As expected, the beast tide was extremely strong when it came, and these several types of beasts belonged to the very destructive force among the beasts of the same rank. However, Chen Han and Zhao Linger weren't half afraid. Zhao Linger's strength was already comparable to that of a martial general, and was the highest realm in the entire Cold Knight group. Besides, she had been on the Iron battlefield for a long time. Chen Han, don't be too far behind me. Zhao Linger's fragrant lips curled as a bit of cold aura arrived first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon. Don't forget, she's a genius too. The Yue family's gunplay was similarly juggled under her hands. A clean shot. Coupled with her solid basic attributes, these 3rd and 4th ranked foreign beasts were completely inadequate in front of her. Between her hands, several foreign beasts were stabbed to death by her one after another. Yu Woyun in front of the screen nodded slightly, revealing a hint of relief. Xiao Zhao hasn't forgotten to train even after staying in the boot camp for so many days. Her basic attributes and Yue family's marksmanship have both gone up a level. As one of the few martial gods of the Great Xia, he could naturally see Zhao Linger's strength. What made Yu Woyun unreadable was Chen Han. At this time, Chen Han had also killed his way into the enemy formation, and he was facing 3 saber-toothed tigers and 2 thorn swordback dragons. Both of these 2 types of foreign beasts shared a common characteristic, and that was their huge size. In particular, the thorny stegosaurus is so named because of its size, which resembles a dinosaur that disappeared in ancient times, and because it is covered with barbs. Anyone hit by one of those barbs on the thorn swordback dragon was prone to having a piece of flesh plucked from their body. A long weapon against it is the best choice. Therefore, what Chen Han used was also the Yue family's spear technique, which was the same as Zhao Linger's. But there was something about his Yue clan's gunplay that seemed to be different. Flexible and versatile, even in the encirclement of foreign beasts, he was still able to move in and out freely. Downward chop, forward stab, sweep. The countless variations of movements of the Yue family's spear technique were applied in Chen Han's hands to perfection. Seeing this, Thunder God Army Marshal Zhang Zhu teased, "Yu Lao, when did you improve this Yue family's spear technique? Why don't you know how to make a sound?" Yu Woyan had a little bead of sweat appearing on his forehead all of a sudden. Honestly speaking, even he was very bewildered by the Yue clan's spear technique that Chen Han was using at this moment. As the founder of the Yue family's spear technique, Yu Woyan was able to tell that the basis of the spear technique used by Chen Han was the Yue family's spear technique. However, there were many stance variations in it that had no relevance to Yu Woyun. As a martial god, Yu Woyun's vision was incomparable to Mo Li's. He had learned those stance variations of Chen Han's with a single glance, and he was able to confirm that those variations were more powerful than the Yue clan's spear technique that he had created. There can only be one outcome. That was that Chen Han had improved the Yue family's spear technique, and had even succeeded. Yu Woyan smiled awkwardly and said, "Marshal Zhongguan, if I say that it was Chen Han who improved the Yue family's spear technique, do you believe me or not?" Zhonggong glanced at Yu Woyan, his eyes full of disdain. "The whole army says you're not a hider, but it doesn't look that way now, does it?" Yu Woyan shrugged his shoulders, not bothering to explain. As he said, the gossip was just laughed off. Only Ouyang Quan was horrified in his heart. In his entire life, the old master was known to be flawless, just because he was morally impeccable. He would never lie. That boy Chen Han, could it be that he is really this kind of grandmaster who can improve his feats? Ouyang Quan was chagrined. This kind of talent, in the beginning, he should have put down blood money to let him join the Wind God army. Chen Han's Yu clan's gunplay had almost completely discarded the disadvantages of the previous Yu clan's gunplay, leaving only the advantages. Coupled with the fact that the Yu family's gun technique was originally a technique that was mainly used to deal with foreign beasts, at this time, Chen Han's speed in killing foreign beasts was even faster than Zhao Linger's. The dozen or so foreign beasts that rushed to him were cut down in less than 10 minutes. However, the waves of beasts were countless, and these dozen or so foreign beasts were just an appetizer. Meanwhile, the rest of the special operations teams were equally as powerful. After all, they were marshal general level, or elites selected from various armies. This speed of killing foreign beasts was still quite a bit faster than the Cold Night group. In particular, Jin Zilin's White Light group, with the addition of Jin Zilin's light talent, had been in the limelight for a while. I don't know how long it took, but the first wave of the alien beasts onslaught was finally stopped with the help of the 16 special operations teams. And in the live screen, the hunt scores of each group at this time were clearly displayed. The White Light panel was the highest with a value of 49,730 points. The Giants team was close behind with a value of 49,500 points. As for the Cold Night group, it was pretty much as Chen Han expected, bottoming out at 43,100 points. Ji Yun, Zhu Mang, Zhao Yufei and the three of them were panting with exhaustion and covered in blood, but they lowered their heads in shame at the sight of this score. "Young Chen, we've dragged you down after all. I'm sorry." Of these 43,000 points, more than half were taken by Chen Han. Zhao Linger accounted for another small half, and as for the three Ji Yuns, I'm afraid it was only a fraction of 3,000 points. Chen Han slowly said, "Don't be anxious, this is only the first wave of impact. The best is yet to come." This actual combat test, said to be a test, was actually also the 16 special operations teams sent over by the higher-ups for support in order to stop the invasion of the alien beasts. Otherwise 3 battalions of soldiers, and no senior officers present, would not be able to support them, I'm afraid. So this practical test will continue until the end of the beast tide. As for when it will end, no one knows. It's a constant battle. Chen Han looked around at all the special operations teams. The martial arts generals below had almost been gasping for air, their chi and blood were running out, and there were quite a few who were hanging on to their colors, and the martial arts general level wasn't much better. The only one who had it the easiest was Chen Han. 39 gears of chakra are advantageous at this point. The most crucial thing was that his pill god body had another characteristic, which was pharmaceuticals. Any attribute potion can be made as long as there are materials. Chen Han had only used the Yu clan spear technique and not much of the piercing Deaththorn's gun was waiting for this moment. Material? Chen Han had materials all over the place in front of him. Chen Han opened the system panel, and immediately many recipes for basic attribute potions appeared before his eyes. Inferior Qi and Blood Spirit Liquid, the most basic potion to enhance the attributes of Qi and Blood, requires the leg bone of a bushy rabbit, and 1 Blood Essence Stone of a 3rd-ranked exotic beast. Basic Strength Cultivation Potion, after taking it, the strength attribute can be slowly increased through absorption in cultivation, requiring 1 inner guts of a scarab giant rat and 1 tentacle of a northern border giant ant. Basic Strength Boosting Potion, increases strength explosively for a short period of time, requires saber-toothed tiger's teeth, frost wolf's fur, and dwarf giant's blood essence stone. There are all kinds of potions, but basically they are centered around basic attribute increases and such. According to the system, there are actually higher-level formulas, which also include potions that affect the effects of talents. Potions that boosted basic attributes, such as Qi and Blood Spirit Liquid, or stimulant-like potions that boosted strength and the like, Chen Han had heard of. But boosting talent effects? It's a little too anticlimactic. However, higher-level recipes required a large number of points to unlock, and Chen Han did not have that number of points right now. Not to mention that higher-level recipes required a higher grade of material types, which Chen Han couldn't get right now, so he didn't unlock it. Now, just the basic attribute potion is all that's needed. What Chen Han had set his sights on was naturally the basic attribute enhancement potion that was most needed right now. The basic strength cultivation potion, which boosts your strength by a full double in a short period of time. This effect is very useful. He had to strengthen not only himself, but his group members as well. Chen Han immediately experimented with a wave, the northern border giant ants and the scarab giant rats he happened to have by his feet, and casually collected them. Pharma. Chen Han silently chanted, and the 2 materials in his pocket instantly disappeared, while in the system space, there was an additional bottle of power cultivation potion that was blue in color. Chen Han was a bit excited, this pill god's body was really powerful. Not only can you make medicine, there is no failure rate in making medicine, it is 100% successful. Moreover, the potion that was refined had no side effects. This agent has always been available on the market, but is classified as a banned substance. Because the potion that can explosively enhance the attributes, the side effects are often very large, more than a few times to use a light body meridians exploded, martial arts cultivation plummeted, or heavy blood flow in the 7 orifices and die. In the martial arts university, the use of such drugs was also suspected of cheating, so no one used them. It's not as tightly controlled in the military, but no one usually takes it except when they volunteer to die. Chen Han didn't even dare to imagine what kind of uproar he would cause if this kind of potion of his were to be made public. Chapter 26, The Later. The points skyrocketed. There was no doubt that this kind of enhancement potion with no side effects would inevitably disrupt the current rules of the entire Dexiao potion industry. And among these potion formulas, the one that most moved Chen Han's heart was a Qi and Blood potion. Compound Qi and Blood boosting potion. Effect: after taking it for a short period of time, it can directly raise the value of one's own Qi and Blood by 1 grade, which can be used continuously and the effect can be stacked. However, due to the overbearing effect of this potion, there is an upper limit to the amount that can be taken depending on the level of the realm. Samurai can take up to 10 bottles. Martial artists can take 20 bottles. If the upper limit is exceeded, it will easily explode and kill you, so be careful when taking it. Materials required to refine this potion: 3/4 ranked exotic beast blood essence stones, 2 tusks of the mad corpse elephant, 1 beast skin of the thorn swordback dragon, and 1 lizard tail of the wasteland lizard. Hang on. It's practically open. When he saw the effects of this potion, Chen Han couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The most difficult basic attribute for martial artists to raise was Qi and Blood. Don't look at the fact that Chen Han's Qi and Blood could reach 39 gears, it was because he had the dual support of the 100 refinement body and the medicine god's body to reach this level. In fact, most martial artists don't have any physique. They could only rely on the Qi and Blood spirit liquid to slowly raise their Qi and Blood attributes. As a result, even though Zhao Linger had broken through to Martial General, her Qi Blood was only between the 12 and 13 brackets. No particularly noticeable changes. Behind every grade of Qi and Blood enhancement were countless Qi and Blood spirit liquids and countless days and nights of bitter cultivation. This Qi and Blood potion, however, was able to raise one's Qi and Blood directly by 1 grade. Although time limited, the effects are extremely scary. Enough to drive martial artists, especially those in the military, crazy. The overwhelming effect also meant that this potion required no less than a handful of ingredients. But it was worth it. Chen Han immediately started to look for the raw materials needed for the compound Qi and Blood potion in the group of foreign beasts. Fortunately, it was also a beast tide, resulting in the bodies of foreign beasts lying on the ground, a variety of everything, and these several materials, which were not particularly difficult to find. The mad corpse elephant. Wasteland lizards. Chen Han was not concerned, and while everyone was resting, he frantically harvested the corpses of the alien beasts on the battlefield. Seeing this, the members of the White Light team couldn't help but spit out, "What a country bumpkin, what can those materials be worth?" Anyone who could be selected for the Special Operations team could be said to have no shortage of money. Either that or they're military elites with special grants. Either he was originally from a family of great wealth, such as Jin Zilin, a piece of clothing on his body is worth millions of dollars. What they valued more than anything else was the benefits they could gain in the military from this victory. As for the people watching the live broadcast, they were even more unable to see what Chen Han was actually doing at this moment. Especially the Chen family, Chen Shiming seemed to be suddenly struck by a bright idea as if he had thought of something. He said, "Family master, do you think we were too harsh on Xiao Han in the past, and that's what caused him to resent us so much? Before he went to the army, the living expenses we gave him weren't even a tenth of an ordinary family member's." Chen Jinan slightly rested his chin and nodded in agreement with Chen Shiming, "You're right. It's that we gave Xiao Han too little benefit, blank checks are of little use, next time send the gift directly to the army." These two crouching dragons and phoenix chicks thought that they had finally figured out the reason why Chen Han loathed the Chen family. Only Yu Woyun slammed his thigh and laughed, "Ha ha. Well done. My Yu Woyun's soldiers must have this vigor." Zhong Gong and Ouyang Quan could not help but look at Yu Woyun with contempt. As if mocking him. The reason why Yu Woyun was at odds with the other two marshals in the military was because with his status, he should have been able to become the #1 family in the capital. But never speaks for the family. Obviously, he is a marshal, but he is all alone, with only the interests of the country in his eyes. When the water is clear, there are no fish. Such a person is naturally unpopular when he is in the military and political circles but has a prominent position. The crowd thought that Chen Han was trying to get money, but it wasn't. After he had scavenged the battlefield for foreign beast materials, there were instantly a few hundred more bottles of potions in the system space. Rumble! Rumble! Just then, a deafening sound came from the distance. The countless foreign beasts unexpectedly converged together again at some point, launching an onslaught towards the wall to heaven. The army commander immediately barked out an order, "Stay alert." Chen Han said in a cloudy voice, "Don't panic, these medicines are capable of boosting basic attributes, but they don't have side effects. Besides, there is no provision in the rules that disallows the use of forbidden medicines. This is the battlefield. It's not a competition." Everyone watching the livestream was also caught off guard when they saw Chen Han take out the forbidden medicine. Not. What's going on here? Isn't this a competition? Why is it still using forbidden drugs? That's not fair. Fair your ass, look at that white light group, there are people of the third rank of Marshal General, is that fair? Since this was supposed to be an unfair test, the crowd gradually accepted the fact that Chen Han and the others had taken the forbidden medicine. Even the initiators of this competition, Zhong Guan and Ouyang Quan, both smiled heartily. They didn't care about the Cold Night team using forbidden drugs because they understood that the side effects of forbidden drugs were great, and originally, this competition was meant to suppress Yue. If the Cold Night group had problems because of taking the forbidden drugs, they couldn't be blamed. Yue had a look of heartache on his face. The reason why he had instructed Chen Han to say a few words that day was because he was worried about this situation. He did not want such a face-saving project to cost Chen Han and the others their lives for nothing. Even if Cold Night's group was at the bottom of the table in terms of points, he was able to accept it as long as he lived. These kids. Yue-Yun's teardrops began to well up in his eyes. The members of the Cold Night team, who had ultimately chosen to trust Chen Han as well, drank those potions in one go. As soon as he took it, Zhao Yufei felt something was wrong. Huh? Why is it that I don't feel the slightest bit of pain after taking these potions? My cousin used a forbidden drug at the family tournament, and I watched him drink it with my own eyes, grimacing in pain and almost not fainting. Zhao Yufei looked at Chen Han in horror. He knew what a terrifying thing this attribute enhancement potion with no side effects of Chen Han was. It could cause an earthquake in the capital. However, at this moment, he couldn't afford to think about it in detail because the group of Fey beasts had already arrived in front of him. Boom! Zhao Yufei struck out with a swift thunder, and with the boost from the attribute potion, his strength skyrocketed. The third-ranked alien beasts that would have taken a lot of effort to kill could now be said to be killed in almost seconds. What a blast! The people from the Cold Night group had no more scruples and followed Chen Han's principle of attacking instead of defending, killing directly into the group of foreign beasts. Immediately afterward, they saw the points panel, and the points of Cold Night's group began to steadily increase. Those watching the live stream were also excited. You guys, the Cold Night team's points have surpassed the Mountain City team to 15th place. I'll go. Now it's 14th place. Overtook the Yellow Bag team again. The crowd watched as Cold Night's group's points rose step by step, and in less than an hour's time, it had actually reached 3rd place. Second only to White Light and Giant. The rest of the Special Operations team saw this situation all fired up, their overall realm, which was already more than half beyond the Cold Night team. If they let the Cold Night team overtake them, even if it was the Cold Night team taking the forbidden drug, then they would be humiliated enough. However, as the crowd got more and more worked up, they also discovered a frightening fact. That is, the members of the Cold Night group, who even fought more and more courageously, as if they did not know how to get tired. If it was understandable that Chen Han's chi and blood had 39 gears that allowed him to casually squander them, it was mind-boggling that the other members of the Cold Night team could still be like this. Jin Zilin looked like he had thought of something, and his entire scalp tingled as a cold sweat broke out in a flash. He cried out in a loud voice, "Chen Han, could it be that the potion you took out just now was a potion that can directly boost chi and blood?" Chapter 27, The Madness of the Major Groups. Snapping up potions. Jin Zilin's expression was ugly. He thought of many possibilities, but he couldn't think of any reason why the Cold Night group why they were getting stronger and stronger. The only other possibility was that potion of Chen Han's that could directly boost chi and blood. And the value of the boosted chi and blood is not expected to be small. This was, after all, a real battlefield, or a wave of beasts. Although there were no casualties, all the Special Operations Team personnel, to a greater or lesser extent, would be wearing colors on their bodies. The chi and blood value attributes are on the one hand a reflection of physical strength and endurance. On the other hand, there is also resilience. For example, for a 2 cm long wound with 1 to 2 grades of chi and blood, I'm afraid it would take 4 to 5 days to fully recover. And with 10 gears of chakra, it only takes a day. The higher the chi and blood values, the more active the self-healing factors in the cells. Jin Zilin was observing the cold night team while fighting. It was because of this that he confirmed that the cold night group's chi and blood had risen dramatically. As soon as these words were said, they instantly caused an uproar in all the people who were watching the live broadcast. The population of the entire Daxia today is roughly 500 million people. And this live broadcast is an official implementation. The number of viewers is less than 100 million. If Chen Han really had a potion that could directly boost chi and blood, it would be a huge earthquake for the entire Grand Xia. Everyone held their breath and looked at Chen Han in the screen, expecting Chen Han's answer. Chen Han also knew that he was facing the attention of close to 100 million people. But in this case, he actually admitted it in a big way. Not bad, I do have potions that can directly raise chi and blood. But unlike the chi and blood spirit liquid, it's a time-limited boost. Chen Han also stated the effects of the potion: take 1 bottle and be able to raise your chi and blood by 1 grade. In the whole of Daxia, only Chen Han had the body of the pill god, and with the technology patent with him, he didn't need to panic at all. Not to mention, the entire military camp knew that he was Marshal Yue's hand-picked man. Even if he knew about it, who would dare to touch him? Chen Han spoke in a cloudy tone, but it left the crowd dumbfounded. Even the members of the chill-out team. Ji Yun touched his stomach and gulped. Wait, young Chen. You mean to tell me that the potion you mentioned earlier that can directly boost chi and blood, I drank it down with water? Chen Han nodded his head indifferently, and Ji Yun, with an expression that looked like he was about to cry, then said, Young Chen, do you know how much that thing can be worth? If it's not able to be mass-produced, 1 million bottles to start with, to say the least. Zhao Yufei and Zhu Mang glanced at each other and looked at each other. If Chen Han were to count, those potions they drank just now would be considered to be millions of dollars in foreign debt. And at this time in this hundreds of millions of people who are hard to control, the most shocked people should be inside the office of one of the largest factories in the capital city. The General Director of National Pharmaceuticals, Li Ching-suk. His seniority was almost as high as Marshal Yue's, and it could be said that all of the attribute potion research and development in the country today had his shadow. The most powerful of these was the chi and blood spiritual liquid. Without him, there might not be such a thing as a chi and blood spiritual liquid now. And before there was the chi and blood spiritual liquid, most martial artists at the martial emperor realm only had an average chi and blood value of 10 grades. As such, even though Li Qingshi was only at the martial artist level, he had a supreme position in the whole of Daxia. It was such a person who was so shocked that he fell to the ground as if paralyzed after Chen Han spoke those words. He was helped up by his subordinates, but his whole body was still shivering. For the past 20 years, my main research topic has been this potion that can directly boost chi and blood. A research team of several hundred people, using the country's top equipment, but not a single bit of progress. How did he, a young man under 20, develop it? Li Qingshi asked the 2 subordinates beside him in horror, eager to derive an answer from their mouths, while the 2 researchers' subordinates, now, could only shake their heads. Li Qingshi didn't realize that even if he had researched all the ingredients of Chen Han's chi and blood potion, he had no way to mass-produce it. Quick! Get through to Lao Yu. How can this kind of talent be allowed to stay in the army, in the national pharmaceutical industry, in order to maximize his value? I'm going to offer him up as an ancestor. Actually, it's not just him again. At this moment, several of the top martial arts universities in the country all looked like they had gone crazy when they saw Chen Han. Especially after they checked Chen Han's resume. Originally, Chen Han this year is the age to participate in the college entrance examination into the martial arts university, or a family son, why would enter the military camp? The rationale for this is obvious when you think about it. In just a moment's time, the Chen family's phone had been blown up. None of the identities on the other end of the phone can offend Chen Jinnan. And it's all cursing him. Chen Jinnan could only accompany the smiles one by one, and his heart became more and more chagrined. When he had expelled Chen Han, it would have been better if he had left a way out. In the battlefield, the air also seemed to have frozen, and although the people did not stop dealing with the foreign beasts in their hands, their eyes were glancing over to Chen Han's side if anything. All of them looked like they wanted to say something. That's when a word broke the silence. The voice was coming from inside the giant mech. Chen Han, the chi and blood potion of yours, can you sell me 2 bottles? I'll pay $1 million a bottle for it. I thought that the person driving this mech should be a rough man, but I didn't expect it to be a delicate female voice. Chen Han fixed his eyes on the person in the cockpit of the mech and took off his helmet, but he was actually a soft girl who was less than 1.6 meters in height. And that goes for all 5 of the Giants team. This contrast took Chen Han by surprise. After all, he hadn't seen the true face of the Giant team before, and what the 5 of them wore was heavy-duty battle armor that was close to 1.9 meters in height. It was the words of the Giant group that punctuated the crowd's thoughts. This kind of thing that could directly boost chi and blood, even if it had a time limit, it was still a life-saving contraption at critical moments. Many of the generals who died in battle were sometimes not killed by the beasts, but rather died of exhaustion from the kill. When it really comes to the moment of killing Red Eye, the fight is a breath of air. With that breath gone, you're almost as close to death as you can get. But the effect of Chen Han's potion was equivalent to renewing another breath. An extra gear of chakra and a lesser gear of chakra are sometimes a world of difference. Chen Han, I'll buy it too, $5 million, order 5 bottles. Leave me 3 bottles, $1,200,000 a bottle will do. At this moment, a group of special operations teams that were supposed to be rivals actually asked Chen Han for a chi and blood potion. This stuff is so tantalizing that they couldn't care less about their faces. Only Zhen Zilin's face was ironic. His superiors had originally sent him to suppress the Cold Night team, but now he had let Chen Han make a big splash instead. At this moment, the group member of the White Light team even whispered in Zhen Zilin's ear, "Team Zhen, why don't we buy 2 bottles as well?" Meh. Zhen Zilin was on the verge of laughing and snorted coldly, "Get lost." Without any distractions, Zhen Zilin continued to unleash the 7-colored divine light. The only thing he could do now was to keep the White Light team in first place. However, this subsequent wave of beasts didn't appear to be overly high-ranked foreign beasts. The highest is the 5th order. 5th order Fey beasts, corresponding to the realm of martial artists 3rd to 6th order. Chen Han's basic attributes had long since reached the 7th level of martial artist under the increase of the Killing God's gun intent. The district's 5th order foreign beasts were not even a matter of concern. Due to the increase in chi and blood potions, the terrifying 59-step chi and blood also allowed Chen Han to be completely carefree. The piercing lance of deadly thorns, used against groups, is basically thrown out for no money. Each throw blasted a large crater into the battlefield. As he retrieved the Snow Wolf lance, Chen Han used the Yu clan's gun technique to harvest a few more foreign beasts. Between one collection and one release, the points of the Cold Night team skyrocketed in a blowout. Soon enough, the number of points for the Cold Night team surpassed the Giant team. 2nd place. Zhen Zilin's heart was dripping blood. His realm had surpassed Chen Han by a whole large realm, and he had used all his strength, but he was powerless. Put. Zhen Zilin, who had been releasing divine light without taking a break, couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood backwards. The light talent was indeed strong, and Zhen Zilin's rate of clearing the alien beasts was not below Chen Han's. Unfortunately, the light talent is also a very chakra-draining talent. Zhen Zilin's heart was exhausted, and he had already held on strongly for more than 10 minutes, but now that he had suffered internal injuries, he could no longer hold on. He could only look at the scoreboard helplessly. White Light Group, 206,400 points. Cold Night Panel, 206,200 points. Boom! As the Snow Wolf gun exploded in the group of alien beasts, the Cold Night team's points increased by another 700 points. 206,900. The unquestioned number 1. Chapter 28 Fey Army. Minotaur Lord. This one transcendence means eternal transcendence. The members of the White Light team were all in a state of exhaustion at this point, and there was no way they could ever pull back the points. Within a short time, the Cold Night team, led by Chen Han, had surpassed the White Light team's score by a full 10,000 points. That score gap is still growing. Seeing this, the elites of the Kuwei character battalion shouted in excitement. Ha ha ha! The Cold Night team did a great job. In the future, I'll see who dares to belittle our Vulcan army. The always serious Lu Zixing is also openly laughing, snorted, Thunder God army, that group of rice bucket, occupying the capital and do not do anything, this time to see that the bell structure, but also how to oppose our Yu Shuai. In the high-level conference room, Zhongguan's face turned the color of pig's liver when he realized that the tide had turned. He was the elite of each battalion drawn from the major battalions of the Thunder God army, and his realm was above the Cold Night group. Now that he lost, not to mention other things, this old face of his was at least a clean loss. Despite this, Zhonggong still forced himself to squeeze out a smile. Marshal Yue, congratulations in advance. The Cold Night team won a big victory this time, and your cultivation is indispensable. Yue was happy in his heart, but his mouth remained humble. It's not over yet, the winner is not yet known. As a matter of fact, but anyone who had fought on the battlefield for years understood that this beast tide was almost over. Although it was a large beast tide, but it was probably limited to a few tens of kilometers, and the number of foreign beasts within a few tens of kilometers, even if all of them were added up, was only in the tens of thousands. In the middle of the battlefield, some members of the Special Operations Team even began to count battle damage and organize their weapons and equipment. After all, in this test, only the first in points would be rewarded, and the rest would be accompanying, and the alien beasts on the battlefield were decreasing step by step, and the combat objective of their support had been reached. Chen Han glanced back at the adults of the Cold Night group. Although there were potions to add to their blood ceiling was ultimately not high enough, and they were equally exhausted from the continuous killing. Seeing the point-seeking value above his head, Chen Han put away his snow wolf lance and lightly said, "I'll take a break, this remaining foreign beasts, hand them over to the brothers in those 3 camps." Just when everyone thought that this battle was about to end, a loud rumbling sound was heard, and the ground under Chen Han and the others' feet felt as if an earthquake had occurred, making them unsteady on their feet. The scene was as if a flood beast was attacking in front of them. At the same time, a red light blazed from the wall of the Tongtian, emitting an audible alarm. Alarm! Alert! Fey army appearing ahead. Fey army in front. When they heard the words Fey army, everyone looked at each other with a horrified expression. The difference between a group of alien beasts and an army of alien beasts may not seem like much, but in actuality, there was a difference like mud in clouds when faced. Although the number of foreign beasts in the foreign beast group was huge, all of them seemed as if they had no godly intelligence, just charging forward with a brain, without any rules and regulations. The human army, on the other hand, had combat discipline, as well as formations and coordination, so the alien beasts that came to attack just now, although fierce, did not bring particularly large losses to the army. Even a significant portion of these beasts were not hunted, but died from self-stomping. But an army of Fey is unusual. They have the same discipline as a human army, move in a regimented manner, and cause great destruction. The first ever army of Fey was discovered in the 62nd year of the new calendar. That was the year that the Wall of Passage caused the largest breach of all, resulting in the loss of millions of lives. Nowadays, the entire south of the Dragon River, that is, within the territory of the Great Xia, rarely appeared the figure of the alien beast army. It was only more common in the dark domain north of the Dragon River. According to the scientists' speculation, the foreign beasts in the dark domain north of the Dragon River had formed a civilization just like the human civilization. They developed civilizations, became powerful, formed orders, and even went so far as to establish one country after another made up of alien beast races. But this is extremely rare south of the Dragon River. It had been nearly 20 years since there had been an army of foreign beasts within the territory of Great Xia. The crowd looked up, only to see one of the foreign beasts, surprisingly, in a neat formation, step after step, advancing in the direction of the wall to the sky. They walked in unison and looked solemn, completely lacking the frenzy they had felt before. And in the center of this group of foreign beasts, there was a large foreign beast that was 6 meters tall, incomparably huge, and stood out from the crowd. It had a bull's head with a deep gaze, a pair of eyes that were as big as basketballs, and the most terrifying thing about it was its pair of meter-long fangs, which were vaguely flickering with a cold light like some kind of mysterious metal. In his hand, he was also carrying a weapon, an axe. The material of the axe was unique. It was made up of alloy, not like a natural formation. The type of this giant beast was easy to distinguish, a 6th-ranked foreign beast, a bull-headed beast lord. The appearance of this foreign beast caused the whole nation to panic in a split second. It wasn't that it was so terrifying, but the way it stood, the huge axe it held in its hand, and some of the decorations on its body made it feel like it wasn't a beast, but a person. Yue even stood up directly when he saw this, his eyes glued to the screen. He said in a shocked voice, "Has the group in the north even evolved like this now?" With just a single glance, Yue could tell that this Minotaur Lord had come from the dark domain in the north of Dragon River. For nearly 20 years the army had not sent another party to survey the north. Mankind has been paranoid, clinging to its cities, thinking that this will lead to peace and quiet. Although Marshal Yue's status is remarkable, but after all, one person cannot order the whole country, even if he is in peace and security, many times to bring up the draft of the exploration of the north, but they are all stones sinking into the sea. In 20 years' time, the civilization of the northern dark domain had been able to refine alloys. This alloy, while inferior and not yet comparable to human civilization of a century ago, requires a certain industrial base. This does not bode well. Looking at this majestic and imposing army of foreign beasts, the battlefield was silent for a long time before someone finally broke the calm. Ha ha ha. Originally, I thought I didn't have a chance. There are many 6th rank alien beasts in that team, so if you guys don't get on, I'll go ahead and try. The one who said this was a martial artist in the Yellow Earth group whose weapon was a Guan sword. His realm was at the 2nd stage of the Marshal General, and originally, the Yellow Earth team had been in 3rd place in terms of points, clinging to the Giant team and the White Light team, with hopes of hitting 1st place. But right now it's because the Cold Night group has so many points that it leads to no chance. Marshal Generals of the 2nd rank were naturally unconvinced by such a result. Just as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a phantom. His base speed was, at least, 2,000 meters per second, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of the alien beast army formation. Hanley, don't go over there. As a fellow member of the Thunder God army, Zhen Zilin immediately cursed. It was reasonable to say that the strength of a marshal general of the 2nd rank would not be a problem to deal with a 7th ranked foreign beast, but the next image made everyone look dumbfounded. Han Li's moves were wide open, and when he had just rushed into the enemy formation, he had indeed achieved a lot of battle results. A forceful and powerful strike directly split 3 or 4 6th-order alien beasts in half. But the next moment, dozens of foreign beasts rushed over. A thorn swordback dragon, relying on its size, slammed into his back, and the powerful inertia caused his body to involuntarily lean forward. In the next second, the head horns of the 2 unicorns faintly emitted a thunderous glow as several lightning bolts attacked him. The most terrifying thing was that there were several smaller-sized monkey-like beasts that jumped onto his weapon in a matter of moments. Han Li's face was horrified, but he couldn't fight at all, and in the blink of an eye, the beasts seized his weapons. It was at this moment that he realized how terrifying an army of foreign beasts was. He was about to retreat, but the dozen or so huge foreign beasts behind him used their bodies as shields, blocking his only way of retreat in a matter of moments. Boom! Boom! Only a few heavy sounds could be heard, and several attacks landed on Han Li's body one after another, sending him spewing blood backwards. Everyone's hearts trembled, shocked by the foreign beast's life-threatening fighting style, but they couldn't help but want to rescue Han Li. Anyone could see that Han Li was only using his realm to hold on, and if there was no rescue, he was probably going to be torn to pieces in no time. Just then, a voice suddenly came over the radio. Everyone listen to my orders. Abandon Han Li and retreat immediately. Don't stop for a moment. Chapter 29, Group First. Type 6 Special Battle Armor. It was hard to imagine that this order was actually spoken by Marshal Yue, who was in the high-level conference room at this time. Zhongju, who was beside Yu Wuyan, immediately clapped his hands and even called Yu Wuyan by his name. Yu Wuyan, what do you mean by this? Han Li is a member of my Thunder God army, you say you won't save him? Yu Wuyan glanced at Zhongguan, and his originally kind face became completely sharp. He didn't care about Zhongju's provocation, not to mention Han Li. If it was anyone who was in the army of foreign beasts at this moment, I would have given this order. Our soldiers can die to protect their country, but they shouldn't do this kind of needless death. This test of yours, in itself, is unreasonable. Yu Wuyan grunted angrily, but he scared Zhongguan to stop speaking. This matter was originally the result of Han Li's gullibility, and should not have been paid for by all of the special operations team. In the battlefield, after this order was given, Chen Han was even the first to climb towards the wall to the sky without looking back. Ji Yun and the others were still a bit puzzled. Young Chen, are we really not going to save anyone? Chen Han did not reply. His movement up the wall at this point had already indicated his attitude. This Han Li didn't have much to do with him, and it wasn't worth the risk yet. Not to mention that everyone was exhausted, and at this point, those who went to break into the army of foreign beasts were basically the same as cuties. There wasn't much difference. Not long after, all the people from the special operations team had also basically arrived at the wall to the sky. Even though Han Li had the cultivation of a marshal general of the 3rd rank, he could no longer hold on at this moment. Save. Before he finished shouting that one word of help, his stomach was deeply pierced by a unicorn's horn, and various organs broke out, looking very cruel. Everyone turned their heads away, unwilling to look, but in reality, it was only a matter of seconds before Han Li's body was gnawed away by the alien beasts. Activate the Type 3 laser. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Chen Han. Immediately afterward, only to see a smooth piece of the wall through the sky, a piece of iron was slowly uncovered, revealing many densely packed cannon eyes. The function of the wall to heaven was not just as a wall to stop the foreign beasts. If that was the case, I'm afraid that the Tongtian wall, which stretched for thousands of kilometers, would have long since been reduced to rubble. 1, 2, 3. Fire. At a call, a bunch of terrifying black lasers shot out sharply from each cannon eye, emitting countless terrifying auras as they swung toward the alien beast army. Type 3 laser, a special laser newly discovered by the scientists of Daxia after the new calendar. Unlike previous lasers, this laser can only be powered by a special material to be effective as a weapon. This material is non-renewable and extremely valuable. Its name is star crystal. During the aura recovery last 100 years ago, countless meteorites from outside the sky fell on the blue star, and the star crystal was the product of such meteorites. The star crystals looked crystal clear, like crystals, but they contained a lot of energy, and so far, the scientists of the blue planet hadn't researched the ingredients of the star crystals thoroughly. As an energy source, a palm-sized star crystal was enough to support the power needed by hundreds of thousands of people in a small city for a month. And as a weapon, drive Type 3 lasers are the deadliest thing against xenomorphs. There was no sound as the black laser fired out, as if all was silent. But when it comes to the head of the beast army, it is like destroying everything. As long as in the range of the black laser, all the beasts instantly turned into pieces. Roar! That Minotaur commander also seemed to realize the terror of the laser, and immediately roared furiously to make his army retreat. Yet how could the speed of a living creature surpass that of light, and it was only a strong person at the marshal emperor level that could survive the attack of a Type 3 laser. The next moment, that Minotaur commander, too, obliterated under the laser. Unfortunately, things like star crystals were too precious, and it took roughly 3 whole kilograms of star crystals to catalyze a Type 3 laser of this magnitude once. Therefore the Type 3 laser cannot be used as a conventional weapon. Not to mention most of the star crystals, which were north of the Dragon River. Xu Mang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The power of technology, it's still powerful. Chen Han looked on coldly, but held a different opinion. While the power of technology is suddenly strong, the physical body of a martial god-level powerhouse is already immortal. As long as it is not internally injured, even a Type 3 laser formed from all the star crystals stacked around the globe would not be able to harm a single hair of a martial god-level powerhouse. Knowledge is terrifying, but evolving the physical body is the prerequisite for the species' eternal immortality. The examiner of the test couldn't help but secretly praise Chen Han when he heard his words. Once upon a time, Marshal Yue had similarly said this. For this reason, Marshal Yue was for the most part willing to let the soldiers under his command experience the battlefield and go through the trials of life and death, rather than letting technology wear down their will. Thinking of this, the examiner cleared his throat and announced, for this test, the Cold Knight group has 215,600 points, first place. Special warfare teams, you may return. The rewards for this test will be handed out at a later date. The assessment was finally over, and most of the special operations teams didn't look too good. It was so hard to come over, but the Cold Knight group, which had the lowest average realm, stole the limelight. The only one who looked normal was the lowly squad from the Giants group. One of the doll-faced girls with a double ponytail even took the initiative to go forward and greet Chen Han. Before the examination, Chen Han still had to look up at her, yet unloading the mech, she was half a head shorter than Chen Han. Hello Chen Han, my name is Zhang Shirin, leader of the giant group of the Wood God Army's Feng Zi Battalion. Nice to meet you. And congratulations on winning first place. With a lowly's figure, but speaking in a royal sister-like voice, it caught Chen Han off guard. The Wood God Army and the Fire God Army were under the same command of Marshal Yue, which was why the giant team did not have a grudge against the Cold Knight team. Originally, they were formed on a temporary basis, and it was Marshal Yue who had specifically asked them to help Chen Han. What Chen Han did not expect was that Zhao Linger actually knew Zhang Shirin. Before Chen Han could reply, Zhao Linger actually immediately went forward and pinched Zhang Shirin's lovely face. Sister Shirin. Haven't seen you for 2 years, why are you getting cuter and cuter? Linger, I'm 2 months older than you, and you're still calling me sister? The two goddesses with different personalities laughing and joking together are really eye-catching. Chen Han was a bit puzzled and said softly, Zhao Linger, you know the giant group, why didn't you say so earlier? Zhao Linger was disdainful and gave Chen Han a blank look. There are no sisters on the battlefield. If I had said that earlier, would that have been cheating? Chen Han recalled all the details of the battlefield, and he then realized that Zhao Linger seemed to have been paying attention to the giant team intentionally or unintentionally, and several times she even looked in the direction of the giant team worriedly. Chen Han, don't forget that it was our giant team that ordered the chi and blood potion from you first. Zhang Shirin demonstratively waved her small, not very threatening fist. And then, she continued, as a thank you, don't take the car, we'll drive you back in our mechs. Upon hearing about the mecha, Xu Mang Jiyun as well as Zhao Yufei's eyes all blossomed with a different light, and even Chen Han's heart was slightly moved. At that moment the towering mecha stood in front of Chen Han's few people. With a sturdy and domineering appearance, it was hard not to be moved. Riding in a mech with a lowly for company. Chen Han had no reason to refuse, and immediately agreed. On the way back, the massive mech raced down the highway, and despite the bumpy ride inside the mech, the Cold Knight group was very excited. Mangzi, we need to make more military achievements, and we must get one of these mechs. It's so cool. That's right, the newest one to come out now is the capital's Red Ing mecha, the one that's over 20 meters tall. We have to hold that one. A few days later, the commendation was issued. The first thing was the rank of all the members of the Cold Knight team, were raised by 1 rank. Chen Han's original staff sergeant had also become a lieutenant at this point. Don't underestimate this one level of promotion. When you reach the rank of captain, you have truly stepped into the ranks of officers, and have some say in the army. Below the rank of lieutenant, no matter what unit they are in, they are still just ordinary big-headed soldiers. Jumping 5 levels in a row from a recruit in just less than half a year is unprecedented in the entire history of the military. Besides the rank advancement, of course, the most important thing is the prize for this one. Type 6 Specialized Battle Armor. Chapter 30, Northern Expedition Planner. Acting on the cheap. Type 6 Special Battle Armor is not ordinary armor. Since 80 years, the country had been developing alloy battle armor for martial artists. During this time, after continuous development, it has now been improved to the 6th set, hence the name Type 6. This set of battle armor had almost no drawbacks, and it had taken the country a full 20 years to develop it successfully. It was only 2 years ago that it was put into practice. The most powerful thing about this battle armor was the placement of star crystals as an energy source to replenish the battle armor. Therefore, when a martial artist wore this set of battle armor, not only could it drastically enhance their defensive capabilities, but it could also, to a certain extent, enhance all of their basic attributes. Except for the blood value. But also because of the use of star crystals, the Type 6 special battle armor was quite expensive. Today it is only available to officers with very high positions in the military. There wouldn't be more than 50 Type 6 special battle armor available for the entire army. But this one actually rewarded 6 sets. No wonder Marshal Yue said that the rewards for this test were very generous. This time, the award was given by Marshal Yue himself. The crowd was still in a bit of disbelief when the 6 sets of Type 6 special battle armor were placed in front of the Cold Knight group. Especially seeing the crystal clear star crystal set on the waist of the white battle armor. That was a controlled item, almost impossible to buy on the market even with money. Marshal Yue smiled amiably. There's no need to be nervous, children, go ahead and try. The people heard immediately ran over, just slightly in arm, only to see that the armor automatically floated over to the person. There is a kind of wonderful sense of technology. Within a short time, the entire set of battle armor covered Chen Han's entire body. The battle armor has been designed for human comfort and fits perfectly on the body, so you don't have to worry about any size fat or thin issues. Chen Han just slightly swung his fist and hit the strength attribute measuring instrument, and with the increase in his battle armor, his strength unexpectedly rose by a full 3,000 kilograms. This Type 6 extraordinary battle armor is truly perfect. Chen Han gazed at the white alloy all over his body and gave a heartfelt sigh of emotion. This type of battle armor was a special supply for the military, and could not be possessed by any of the major clans, including within the top martial arts universities, and once again, Chen Han had actually experienced the benefits of joining the military. Before the crowd could finish being happy, Chen Han saw Marshal Yue frowning with an expression that did not seem happy. He waved his hand and said, "You guys take the battle armor and go back first, Chen Han stays." Zhao Linger had spent the most time with Marshal Yue, so she naturally understood that Yu Woyan had something to explain, and immediately saluted, "Yes." After everyone had walked away, Yu Woyan suddenly took out a document and threw it on the desktop. There were 5 big words written on the document. Northern Expedition Planner. Seeing these 5 words, Chen Han instantly froze, and then slowly said, "Marshal Yue, you are." Yu Woyan suddenly straightened up, rarely showing a serious look in front of Chen Han, sitting upright. "Look at it first." Chen Han knew that this was not a small matter, I'm afraid, and picked up the Northern Expedition Planner and scanned it. Yet it was just a few glances that sent waves through his heart. It is no exaggeration to say that this plan for the Northern Expedition should be the biggest move by the army in recent decades. Yu Woyan intended to make a move against the Northern Darkness Domain. The foreign beasts in the Northern Darkness Domain were almost indistinguishable from those in the south. This one plan was enough to shake the entire Grand Xia. At this time, Yue suddenly opened his mouth. Since the recovery of the aura, Daxia has fallen, and since then, with the Dragon River as the boundary, north of the Dragon River is ruled by the foreign beasts, and south of the Dragon River is the territory of Daxia, and my Daxia is isolated, and so far it's been a whole 100 years. Speaking of which, Yue stood up, his 2-meter-tall stature appearing bold. The old man, he completely changed into another demeanor. Chen Han seemed to see the dark and turbulent times, leading the people of Daxia's dawn divine light. Yue then said, Chen Han, this plan, I drafted it and it has been submitted, what do you think? Chen Han hadn't fully reacted yet and said softly, what you mean is that you want to take back the northern territories? Not bad. Yue solemnly nodded his head, suddenly pointing to a full version of the Great Xia map, a touch of nostalgia appearing indistinctly in his expression. A large area north of the Dragon River was, in ancient times, known as the land of Great Xia origins. Chen Han, now that I say it, you may not understand that I am actually a northerner. For this entire 100 years, I have never set foot in my native land. As a traveler, how could Chen Han not understand that the complete territory of Daxia was cut in two by the foreign beasts? When he had just crossed over, he couldn't accept it either, he just slowly wore down that mood later. Chen Han gradually understood Yue's mood. Yue is in fear, afraid of the descendants of Daxia, forgetting that the north is the hometown of Daxia is located. The northern expedition has always been my lifelong wish. But various reasons prevented me from making up my mind. But just a few days ago, seeing the commander of that alien beast army, I understood. The group in the north, if we don't deal with it, I'm afraid that the one waiting to be overwhelmed by the army is us. Now answer me again, so this northern expedition proposal, do you agree? For the sake of the country and the people, chivalry. Yue was indeed worthy of the title of White Bitless. Chen Han nodded solemnly and said in a deep voice, of course I agree, a soldier's duty is to protect the family and defend the country. You just directly say which battlefield you want our Cold Night team to be responsible for. Looking at Yue's righteous appearance, Chen Han thought that Yue was trying to get the Cold Night team to go into battle. Who knows that Yue's answer is beyond Chen Han's expectations. Chen Han, you've misunderstood. Each of your Cold Night team is a treasure, so how could I let you all go to your deaths? Besides, this northern expedition proposal is not that easy to pass. For the northern expedition, not only do we need a large amount of troop replenishment, equipment and supplies, but most importantly this plan needs to be signed off by more than 70% of the clans. These words really caused Chen Han to be a bit surprised. A battle plan for a 3-army marshal actually requires the consent of more than 70% of the family. Chen Han did know that nowadays, throughout the Great Summer, the families had their hands full, but he did not expect that it had actually reached this level. It's literally just a handful. It was important to realize that up to 80% of the entire Daxia army was of civilian origin. And to go to war, you need more than 70% of the clans to agree? What a ridiculous thing this is. These families, are they afraid that they will have to go to war themselves if they run out of civilians to fight? 80% of the cultivation resources are in the hands of the families. At this moment, this was the first time Chen Han was ashamed of his family status. The behavior of the Chen family was disgusting enough, and most of the families, even better than the Chen family. Lieutenant Chen Han, at your service. Yue suddenly drank. Chen Han immediately saluted. Yue's sentence was forceful. The mission of the Cold Night team, return to Hanwu City and get more than 70% of the families in Hanwu City to adopt the Northern Expedition Planner. Do you have the confidence to complete the mission? Yes. There weren't many family descendants in the entire army that were related to Yue, and coincidentally, the entire Cold Night team were all family descendants and were Yue's most trusted troops. Only then did Chen Han understand what Yue was aiming for. He scratched his head and said, Marshal Yue, you're afraid that we'll get involved with our own family, so you're saying a bunch of things so that we don't keep our feelings, right? Being read through Chen Han's mind, Yue instantly had no place to put his old face, and could only glance his head at Chen Han. Chen Han, sometimes it's not good to be too smart. Chen Han was never expecting that the famous light of the human race actually had such a childish side. He replied back, don't worry, the few of us, who have long been cut off from the family, will never hold back. This mission, guarantee completion. With Chen Han's repeated assurances, Yue immediately put his heart down. Good. In that case, I'll let you do it on the cheap, and remember, don't make too much of a scene. Acting on the cheap, these 4 words sound simple, but they are very thick. It meant that Chen Han could mobilize his army at will within Hanwu City and even kill people. No matter how big the basket case was, Yue could take the heat. It's not some kind of holding a chicken feather as an arrow, it's a real imperial sword. After all, there weren't many people in the entire daxia who could be on Yuyun's head. As Yuyun said, the northern expedition is imperative. Chapter 31, Returning to Hanwu City. Sister Chen Shui. In the 100 years of the new calendar, because of the revival of spiritual qi, it led to all kinds of clans springing up throughout the land of daxia. Although the majority of the army is made up of civilians, but once they have military service, they will also automatically evolve into a family, and naturally become the party that represents the interests of the family. This kind of simple thing, I actually didn't think about it before. Chen Han sat on the bedpan of the dormitory, his mood unable to calm down for a long time. He let out a long breath. When he first joined the military, his goal was still just to survive the barracks. In just a few short months, it has changed dramatically. This change in identity made Chen Han feel somewhat like he was in a dream. After figuring this out, Chen Han realized how heavy Yu Wuyun's copy of the Northern Expedition plan was. Before going to war with the terrifying beasts in the Northern Darkness domain, Yu Wuyun was going to go to war with all the clans of the Grand Xia. I'm afraid that the mission of the Cold Night team this trip is much tougher than going directly into battle to kill the enemy. When he thought of this, a wry smile appeared on Chen Han's mouth, acting on the cheap. Marshal Yue, this old fox is really thorough in his thinking. With this right, it is not a little easier for the Cold Night team to act. Chen Han slept contentedly, and the following day, he and the Cold Night group boarded the train to Hanwu City. Meanwhile, inside the 8th middle school in Hanwu City, a cute girl was doing some basic training in introductory breathing techniques on the playground. 236. 237. She did push-ups and counted the numbers while constantly adjusting the rhythm of her breathing. Cultivating the breathing method was not simply doing homework and reading books, but rather combining the theoretical basis with physical training to achieve the effect of adjusting breathing and absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Also as a result, up until the high school entrance exam into the martial arts university, all students were consolidating their introductory breathing techniques in addition to their normal classes. It's not easy to practice this stuff, but once it's practiced well, it benefits you for life. At that moment, a couple of male students passed her by. Yo, Chen Shui, still working so hard? Did you know that your brother is on TV? Why are you fighting so hard when you have your brother? This girl was none other than Chen Chen's sister, Chen Shui. Chen Shui turned her head over and saw the sneering faces of these boys. She scornfully said, "What do you guys know? My brother used to be called a waste by you guys, then I as a younger sister had to protect him from bullying. Now that my brother is famous, I, as his sister, can't drag him down even more." If Chen Han was present, hearing his sister's words would have been extremely gratifying. A comment that left the boys speechless. One male was a special case though, he looked hazy and didn't look good. His name was Qiyu. The Qi family of Hanwu City had always worked with the Chen family, and was considered the Chen family's junior brother, and the two families had always had intermarriages with each other. If Chen Han had been a waste, according to common sense, a proud daughter of heaven like Chen Shui, as long as his father operated a little, Chen Shui would have married into the Qi family sooner or later. But things were different now. Because of that live broadcast, Chen Han had become the man of the hour in Hanwu City. When Chen Shui had a big tree to rely on behind her, Qiyu became more and more distant from her. Thinking of this, Qiyu even blurted out, "Chen Shui, I don't know what you're complacent about? Your brother's kind of waste will always be waste. Does being on a live broadcast change that? And my dad is still on the air every day talking about public safety? Do you see me saying anything about that?" Chen Shui was under Chen Han's influence, that was also a fiery temper. With a flip, she got up from the ground and pointed her finger at Qiyu. "Qiyu, I've warned you many times, it's fine for you to talk about me, you don't talk about my brother. I've put up with you for a long time." Seeing that Chen Shui looked like she was really angry, Qiyu immediately took a step back and stopped speaking. Chen Han had been fatherless and motherless since he was young, and because of his talent he had been subjected to a lot of stares in the family, while Chen Shui had been the same. The two were almost used to keeping their tails between their legs under that horrible family atmosphere, but this time, Chen Shui wasn't going to hold back any longer. She continued to press forward 2 steps, pointing at Qiyu and cursing, "Qiyu, you apologize to me right now. Apologize to my brother. Otherwise, I'll meet you hand to hand." With that, Chen Shui took the school badge on her shoulder and threw it in front of Qiyu. This action is a sign that a martial arts duel is about to take place. Martial artists dueling could also promote cultivation and also exercise practical combat experience, so the school did not prohibit such behavior. "Young Yu, you're not going to wimp out, are you? The opposite side is a little girl. Young Yu, if you don't dare to answer this, I'll look down on you. Yu gulped and swallowed, and with the encouragement of the people around him, he could only accept this duel. He also threw down the school badge and let out some harsh words. Chen Shui, don't blame me for bullying you. A good man doesn't fight with a woman, it's you who started the provocation. The two spread out and used the playground as a ring. Although they hadn't formally stepped onto the path of a martial artist yet, because of the consolidation boost from the introductory breathing method, coupled with their talent, the duo also had some sparring strength. Chen Shui's talent was the A-rank talent Night Drifting Snow, an extremely rare nature-based talent. Yu wouldn't be enough to look at, a mere C-rank Earth talent, and Fang's harsh words were to not lose face. In fact, Chen Shui's grades were at the top of the list in the 8th middle school, and she was bound to be the top seed that would be fought over by all the major martial arts universities in the future. Yu still understood how much weight he had. His left leg stomped towards the ground, then a 3-centimeter thick wall of earth was erected in front of him. Not only was his talent C-rank, but it was focused on defense. When martial artists dueled, if one side could only defend, it was no different from directly admitting defeat. In comparison, Chen Shui was much more violent. She merely softly drank, and her body was suddenly covered with ice crystal prisms, as if on her entire body, she wore a cold ice battle armor. This ice armor is covered with ice blades, which can be used both offensively and defensively. Seeing Yu's earth wall, Chen Shui could not help but coldly smile. Her strength today had reached 180 kilograms and her speed was close to 10 meters per second, and with these basic attributes, she wasn't far from being a samurai. Still calling my brother a waste? I don't know who's the waste. Chen Shui lightly snorted as her entire body shot out like a spring. In a flash, she arrived in front of Yu. Right hook! With just one punch, the ice blades on the ice battle armor easily smashed into the earthen wall, and the 3-centimeter earthen wall was slashed with gouge after gouge, collapsing into crumbs and shattering all over the place in a blink of. A virtual screen appeared in front of Chen Shui's eyes, and seeing the news, she was overjoyed and hurriedly headed out of the campus. At the station of Hanwujing, several men in military uniforms with heroic looks and badges on their shoulders implied that these men were not of low rank, attracting the attention of pedestrians. Young Chen, this time when I returned to Hanwu City, even though it's only been 3 months, I feel like it's a sea of change. Who would have thought that 3 months ago each and every one of us was a foppish family waste, but now we can hold our heads high in the entire Hanwu City. Ji Yun, the loudmouth, hadn't stopped when he was in the car, but now that he was out of the car, he was still talking like a machine gun. However, Chen Han did have the illusion of being a world away. In the next second, a fragrant breeze drifted by, and a soft body instantly jumped on Chen Han's body. Chen Han, I can't believe you still have an old flame in Hanwu City? Seeing this, the long-bodied Zhao Linger couldn't help but tease. Chapter 32, you have people on top. There's no one above me. Perhaps even Zhao Linger hadn't thought that her words were filled with the implication of jealousy. Ji Yun, the only one who understood the inside story, looked at Zhao Linger with interest and snickered. Instructor Zhao, how come we're soldiers and can't fall in love? It was only then that Zhao Linger reacted, her pretty face slightly red. There weren't many scenes that could make this little pepper blush, and her lips were slightly parted in a thief-like manner. Who said anything about not being able to fall in love? I didn't say that. It's just that this soldier's partner is something that needs to be recorded. Chen Han is withholding information. When Ji Yun Zhumang as well as Zhao Yufei heard this, they immediately looked at each other before letting out a laugh of conspiratorial triumph. And in the next moment, the words of the woman who pounced on Chen Han made Zhao Linger even more groundless. Brother! Long time no see. Zhao Linger couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground at this point. Chen Han pinched Chen Shui's face and doted, let brother take a look. I haven't seen you in a few months, you've lost weight. Did the Chen family mistreat you? In fact, Chen Han knew in his heart that with Chen Shui's qualifications, the Chen family had only cultivated her. Not to mention the fact that with the threat of Yu Shui last time, the Chen family was even more afraid to touch a single hair of Chen Shui. Chen Shui lightly hummed, brother. The Chen family didn't do anything to me, but it's just that it's pointless for me to stay anywhere without you. At this time, Chen Shui twisted her head and saw Ji Yun Zhumang and the others. She didn't recognize any of these people except Ji Yun, so she curiously said, brother, except for Ji Old Ladybird, are they all your comrades? Wow! This sister is so pretty! Chen Shui's mouth was sweet, and at first glance, she noticed Zhao Linger, who stood out amongst a group of big old men. Zhao Linger, as long as she didn't speak, was indeed a first-class absolute beauty, with long legs, an angelic face, and a perfect slender figure, a degree that could make women envious. Chen Shue's words spoke to Zhao Linger's heart, and Zhao Linger immediately replied back, "Sister Chen Shue, you're cute too." Zhao Linger's voice all seemed to have changed, crispy and sweet, completely different from the fiery-tempered red child from before. Chen Han was about to say something, but then he saw that on Chen Shue's arm, there was a tiny scuff mark that did not look like it had been accidentally rubbed. Chen Han's gaze flinched as he pointed to the scuff marks on Chen Shue's hands. "Little Shue, who did this to you? Was it bullied at school?" Chen Shue hurriedly withdrew her hand, covering the abrasions on her hand, and reluctantly smiled. "It's fine, it's just an injury from accidentally falling on the ground while practicing, brother. I'm not that kind of delicate young lady, this injury can't even be considered an injury." Chen Han did understand Chen Shue's temper. The more this expression, the more it proved that Chen Shue's injury was due to someone else. Previously, because they didn't have the strength, Chen Han and Chen Shue had to endure again and again no matter what the situation was, but now it was different. Chen Han was already a martial artist of the 3rd rank, and was still Marshal Yu's close confidant, so he didn't need to endure any bullying anymore. Just because Chen Shue refused to say anything, it didn't mean Chen Han wouldn't investigate. He wouldn't let Chen Shue suffer a single bit of harm again. Walking on the streets of Hanwu City, Zhao Linger and Chen Shue were talking to each other, while Ji Yun Zhu Mang and the others were chatting about the information of the big and small clubs in Hanwu City, and Zhao Yufei was listening with great interest. Such a scene caused Chen Han's anger to subside quite a bit. This tranquility, however, was soon shattered. Only in the distance, a man with half of his cheeks swollen as if he were a pig's head was cursing. Beside him, there were 3 black-clad bodyguards. These bodyguards, they are all good at the martial artist level. Where'd she go? If you have the ability to beat people up, you don't have the ability to come out. See if this young master won't beat you to death today. This behavior of his, calling out curses in the street, immediately caused a crowd to gather around him. Since his cheeks were swollen, not many people recognized him for who he was, leading to laughter at his actions. Ha 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 ha. Who's this guy? Happy to die. It's too abstract. Beaten up by who, so badly? At that moment, the Cold Night group that was walking down the street also saw the man, and Zhao Yufei and Ji Yun were laughing their asses off. Only Chen Shue, the one who started it all, had a drop of cold sweat on her forehead. Like a child who had just made a mistake, she pulled on Chen Han's coat. "Brother, this side isn't fun, let's go." Just after saying that, Chen Shue pulled up Chen Han and wanted to run wildly. However, she was still spotted by the sharp-eyed Qiyu. Qiyu didn't care about the face of his so-called young master of the Qi family at this time, and immediately shouted, "It's you! Chen Shue! Don't you dare leave! You hit someone and still want to run away?" Qiyu brought those bodyguards with him, crossing the road and strutting over. He just wanted to point at Chen Shue and curse, but a tall figure stopped in front of Chen Shue. Just now, Qiyu's attention had been on Chen Shue, and when he finally noticed that the person in front of him was Chen Han, his entire body couldn't help but be shocked, and he took several steps backward. You, why are you here? Aren't you in the army?" It was his words that caused everyone on the street to notice Chen Han's presence. Previously, the live broadcast shocked the world, so that the entire hundreds of millions of people in Daxia remembered the Army's Special Operations Team, and one of the most eye-catching, that is Chen Han. "I'll go. Isn't that Chen Han, the leader of the Cold Night team? This Chen Han has always been our Hanwu City na. Quickly take a picture to commemorate it." At once, the attention of most of the people on the street was focused on Chen Han. However, Chen Han didn't have the heart to care about this right now, as he had already guessed that the abrasions on his sister's arm were most likely related to this pig head. He grabbed Chen Shue's wrist and said to Qiyu in a cold voice, "This injury, you made it?" Qiyu's aura from earlier had almost disappeared. Don't look at the fact that he could mouth hi Chen Han in school, but when it really came to the front, he still knew that Chen Han's status was extraordinary. Qiyu's voice when he spoke, all became swallowed up. "It was me who got it, so what? Do you see what your sister has beaten me into?" The comment was made, and the half-piggy face brought another round of laughter from the crowd. Rather, it was Qiyu's bodyguard who didn't know the heights of heaven at this point. In an instant, the bodyguards rushed to Qiyu's body, and the auras of 3 martial artists appeared horizontally. "How are you talking to our young master? Do you know who our young master is? Do you know what kind of person our young master is? Do you know who our master is?" After all, Hanwu City still hadn't reached the scale of the Eastern Imperial City, and there were still so many wells. These frogs at the bottom of the well have been in this city from birth to death, stubbornly believing that the high officials in this city are the biggest piece of heaven. Chen Han also stopped talking nonsense. His chest had long been filled with anger, and with a thought, the snow wolf gun was already in his hand. Although Chen Han's realm was still the martial artist rank, within the same realm, it was almost impossible to find an opponent. In the next moment, the Yue clan's powerful gunfire swept out, and before the 3 bodyguards could recover, they were knocked to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood heavily. Chen Han's basic attributes were too much stronger than theirs, and he was completely crushing against the enemy. However, Chen Han didn't just intend to beat them up. The snow wolf gun was thrown out, directly coming with a string of 3 ice candy gourds. Kill. Kills people. Run. Someone's killing people in the street. The crowd dispersed in fear. No one had thought that Chen Han would be so decisive in his actions, originally just wanting to watch a fun, but had never expected to see such a bloody side. Even the rest of the Cold Night team had not expected Chen Han to strike so viciously and looked at him with some shock. And it wasn't just the 3 black-clothed bodyguards that Chen Han wanted to kill. He drew the long guns on the chests of the black-clad bodyguards and slowly walked towards Yue again. Yue felt the biting killing intent, and his entire body was stunned. Even the urine stains on his pants were scared. You don't kill me. Please. My father is Qian, the director of the War Integration Bureau of Hanwu City. He has a lot of people above him. Yue was frightened and shocked. Usually has always been the power of the spoils, where to face the fear of death. Unfortunately, there were a lot of people above his father, but there weren't many people above Chen Han. The long spear flashed coldly, and without hesitation, Chen Han pierced through Yue's body with a single shot. Chapter 33 I came to Hanwu City for one thing only. The scene not only scared the onlookers and eaters. It even made the members of the Cold Night team stare in disbelief. Chen Shui covered her mouth and said in shock, "Brother, what are you doing?" Chen Shui is not agreeing with Chen Han to Yue hands. Just think Yue that a little mouth high should not be guilty to death. Although this was the era of martial artists, killing someone in the street was a very serious matter. Or rather, it was because the streets were full of martial artists that the laws would be harsher in order to maintain stability. Even a son of a big family wouldn't do something like killing someone in the street. Chen Han, however, did it in full view of everyone. Zhao Linger's eyebrows knitted tightly as she opened her mouth and said, "Chen Han, if you do this, we won't be able to explain to Marshal you. If you don't get it right, it's still a family member, so you'll probably be court-martialed." From start to finish, even if he was not understood, Chen Han's expression was completely calm and bland, and he already had the qualities of a. To put it bluntly, it's a direct war with the great clans. Although Chen Han was angry, he was not losing his mind. Yue's crime was not to death, and if he had been a commoner's son, Chen Han would have rewarded him with a disability. But he was in the Qi family, one of the giants of Hanwu City. Then you have to die. This is an internal war, a war to be fought, with thunder and lightning. At the same time, the various clans in Hanwu City had also received news of Chen Han's return home. They sent people with all kinds of gifts, big and small, and they were also ready to head to the road on which Chen Han was traveling to offer his services. Chen Han was previously recognized as a waste in Hanwu City's family circle, but a live broadcast was what allowed the crowd to recognize him once again. Instead, the scene of Chen Han killing someone on the street was just the thing for the members of the great clans to stumble upon. They stopped in their tracks, frightened into silence. "I remember that one who fell on the ground. Isn't that the son of the Qi family? That guy is the first son of the Qi family. He was killed just like that? Is Chen Han so bold now? Not to mention killing someone in the street, the one who killed him was also the son of the Qi family. Even though the Qi family and the Chen family are considered joint families, they're not so horizontal. Chen Han, what the hell do you want?" The crowd of onlookers from the family sucked in a breath of cool air, not even daring to come forward to give gifts again for fear of drawing fire and being beheaded by Chen Han the next moment. Coincidentally, Chen Han coldly swept his eyes right over the faces of those members of the various clans. A single look caused the members of the clans to flee in fear and also throw away the gifts in their hands. The members of the Cold Night team were still digesting what Chen Han had just said. They had thought that it was still a relatively easy errand. After all, it was just a matter of getting the clans to sign their names. But what they didn't know was that this plan for a northern expedition would seriously infringe on the interests of the clans, and in addition to the mass deaths of members of the army, the great clans would have to donate money and goods. The most important item was the star crystal. The army's current storage of star crystals was quite scarce, and most of them were in the hands of various families. For the northern expedition, a high-end weapon resource like star crystals was naturally essential. It's taking food out of the hands of the big families. It's inevitable that there will be a bloodbath. When Chen Han killed Chi Yu, it was killing a chicken to warn the monkey. Go to the garrison. Chen Han said in a cold voice, then led the members of the Cold Night team to the Hanwu City garrison. 10 minutes later, a limousine suddenly came on the road, and a rough middle-aged man, dressed in a suit, let out a loud cry when he saw Chi Yu's body on the ground. My son! My son! The man was crying his heart out. He was none other than Chi Feihu, Chi Yu's father. Chi Feihu was the director of Hanwu City's War Integration Bureau, the so-called War Integration Bureau, known as the War Integration Bureau. Don't look at the name so lofty. In fact, what Chi Feihu to do is to publicize to the residents have knowledge about the war, equivalent to a civilian position. However, the War Integration Bureau has a little bit of a small right, that is, it can mobilize city patrols. These patrols of martial artists, basically, is all day long in the city to roam between the maintenance of order. It was such a small right that gave Chi Yu a great bottom line. Pampered and bossy, she often hangs on to Chi Feihu. Chi Feihu cried with tears and red eyes, and soon afterward, he became furious. Chen Han, you're just a big-headed soldier. Are you still afraid of me? Killing people pays for life. I want you dead. Pass on my order. Have all of Hanwu City's city patrols, remember, all of them, called over to me. Follow me to the military compound. The surging anger completely covered Chi Feihu's little remaining sanity. And the Cold Night Group, too, arrived in front of the Hanwu City military compound. Just as they reached the door, several soldiers came out to receive them. They gave a standard military salute to the Cold Night Group. Hello, Captain Chen. Good day, Captain Zhao. Captain Chen, my name is Luo Feng. My superiors have long been informed that you will arrive at Hanong City today, and have specially asked me to receive you. The meal has been prepared long ago. The receiving warrior Luo Feng was very polite and reached out to take Chen Han's luggage. Instead of rushing in, Chen Han threw down his luggage and turned his head to stand under the door, as if waiting for something. Immediately, he asked Luo Feng, what are the troops stationed near Hanwu City right now? Luo Feng scratched his head and thought carefully before saying, currently stationed in Hanwu City, there seems to be the Water God Army's Chu Z Battalion, the Earth God Army's 6,000 Battalion, and the Top Z Battalion of our Fire God Army. Chen Han didn't hesitate and directly took out a token from his pocket and threw it to Luo Feng, and that token was clearly engraved with the word Yu in capital letters. Luo Feng's hands were trembling as he held the token and stammered, isn't this old General Yue's army transfer token? My goodness! This kind of low-level martial artist who could only live in the quarters for their entire life, a high probability was that they had probably never seen Yu Wuyan before, and it was normal for them to have this reaction. Chen Han said in a deep voice, Luo Feng, use this token to transfer all the people from these 3 camps to the garrison. Everything Chen Han had done since returning to Hanwu City was beyond the expectations of the members of the Cold Night team. Ji Yun couldn't help but ask, Young Chen, what are you planning to do again? 3 large battalions of soldiers, that's tens of thousands of people. All of them are capable of fighting. Chen Han had a confident look on his face, his eyes dead set on the only highway in front of him. Just wait, there will be a good show. It wasn't long before several people heard a siren blaring in the distance. Then a city patrol car came whizzing by, counting 70 or 80 of them. Chapter 34, Against the Odds Marshal General. Terrifying personal strength. Where had the fledgling Chen Shui seen this kind of scene? She was so scared that she trembled and couldn't help but hide behind Chen Han. Little Shui, there's brother here, don't be afraid. Chen Han's words made Chen Shui relax quite a bit. Only to see the door of this one city patrol car open, from which a uniformed patrol team member came down. Don't underestimate the strength of these patrol members. The average realm was at least at the 6th rank of martial artist. Some of them could even reach the 8th rank of martial artist. Most of the family sons didn't enter the army to go to war, they were doing such errands. Even Chen Han had, before, wanted to be one of them. Chi Feihu was the last one to get out of the car, and pointing at Chen Han, he cursed, Chen Han, you punk. I think you are looking for death, you dare to kill my son? Just as he finished speaking, he only saw all the city patrol members immediately rushing forward, instantly surrounding the Cold Night Group. Chen Shui was so scared that she was on the verge of crying, sobbing, brother. Did I cause you trouble? I shouldn't have made a move on Chi Yu, I'm sorry, oh. The kind-hearted Chen Shui was still blaming herself. Chen Han smiled faintly before comforting, it's alright, little Snow, you're helping brother. Faced with this kind of scene, the members of the Cold Night team were on guard, their faces serious. Battles between martial artists, unlike with foreign beasts, were often won or lost in a single breath. Also for this reason, in a one-on-many situation, the average person would rather face a siege of fey beasts than a siege of martial artists. There were several hundred of these city patrol members, and they were basically stronger than the Cold Night team in terms of realm. If they were to really fight to the death, the Cold Night team might not be a match. It's a good thing that these family children are used to being pampered in their daily lives, and they have never seen life and death combat in the back of Hanwoo City, and it can even be said that they have never killed anyone. There is absolutely no military bloodlust. Therefore, without Chi Feihu's order, they were just surrounding there. Zhao Linger snorted coldly, "Chi Feihu, I think you're the one looking for death. Do you know that we are from the army?" Chi Feihu shrugged his shoulders, a killing intent in his eyes. "What's wrong with army people? The army people can just kill people? Besides, you are just a few big-headed soldiers, calling you a special operations team, you really think you're onions." Ji Yun and Xu Mang looked at each other, then laughed. "Chi Feihu, I advise you not to be ungrateful. It's not like us to let you bully us like we used to." Chi Feihu's eyes flinched before he swept past Xu Mang, Ji Yun and finally looked at Chen Han. These three people were actually known to him and were considered to be far from famous losers in the family circle of Hanwoo City. When I used to see him, it was a nodding and bowing contraption. Now it's only been a few months and things have changed drastically. True to the old saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't kid yourself. But Chi Feihu does not think he is that good to pinch the soft persimmon, not to mention that these few people can set off what shocking waves. Knowing that he had summoned all the city patrols this time, he was bound to alarm all the clans in the city as well. If he were to give in, the entire Hanwoo City would know that his Chi family could not even fight a few losers. "Ji and Xu Mang, for the sake of your families, I won't kill you today. But Chen Han, today I must cut off his head with my own hands." Saying that, Chi Feihu's clothes abruptly exploded open, and then he received the fine steel greatsword from his men. "Chen Han, don't say I'm bullying you. I want your life today. As long as those comrades of yours don't make a move, I won't let the patrol make a move. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" As the top boss of a group of patrol members, Chi Feihu was naturally even more powerful, with a realm of Marshal General second stage. "Yes." Chen Han readily answered the challenge. With that, he stepped out with his gun, and the Snow Wolf gun was already held in front of him with both hands. Chi Feihu did not expect Chen Han to agree so readily, and he had calmed down quite a bit in the time it took to gather his men. He didn't understand what backstage the Cold Night team had on the military side just yet, so he wasn't sure he could take the consequences after taking out the Cold Night team. Before that, he was just putting out some harsh words. No matter what, he didn't dare to kill soldiers in front of the barracks. Everything was done to provoke Chen Han into a one-on-one fight with him. A single fight misses a murder, then the nature is different. Nowadays the entire Disya every day in the martial arts school, to say the least, there are tens of thousands of matches. This old fox in the officialdom couldn't help but smile knowingly, still a little kid after all. Of course, right now, this old fox hadn't realized that he was being tricked by Chen Han. "Yellow Mouth, give back my son's life." Chi Feihu bellowed and raised his sword to slash. The basic attributes of a military general were non-trivial, and most of the Chi family's talents, too, were body-strengthening talents. If Chen Han remembered correctly, Chi Feihu's talent was to be able to strengthen his muscles, both enhancing his offensive capabilities and also providing a certain amount of defense. Therefore, Chi Feihu did not wear battle armor, but bared his upper body, and the muscles seemed like a single block of iron. Almost in the blink of an eye, the sharp rays of that alloy machete came to the top of Chen Han's head. These months in the barracks were not a waste of time for Chen Han, and that kind of combat intuition made Chen Han involuntarily raise his gun upwards with both hands. Dang! The two weapons clashed with a loud, crisp sound, even rubbing electric sparks. Chi Feihu was very shocked, secretly saying, "This kid has actually become a martial artist of the third rank. And he was able to block my Vidra blade technique." In terms of basic strength, Chen Han was bound to still have a gap with Chi Feihu, so he didn't get attached to the battle and quickly withdrew from Chi Feihu's attack range. An inch is as strong as an inch. The lance's advantage lies in its length, and it can't fight hard with a great sword over short distances, or with a huge difference in basic attributes. Chen Han did not sit back and wait for death, and just as he withdrew from the range of attack, the Yu clan's spear technique was poised. A martial artist versus a martial general, Chen Han actually dared to take the initiative to attack, which caused the city patrol to be taken aback. Is Chen Han crazy? How dare he take the initiative to attack our chief? He's a third-ranked martial artist. Once he initiates an attack, it's equivalent to revealing a crack. Our chief can easily split him. Defending is not Chen Han's style, and the Yue family's way of shooting does not have any defensive moves. Offense is the best defense. This guy was also difficult to deal with. The gap in basic attributes had no way to be easily erased, and Chen Han's gun thrusts were difficult to form an effective killing force against Chi Feihu's iron muscles. But for him, a martial artist, to be able to stalemate with a military general was already a great victory. Not to mention that as he fought, Chi Feihu became more and more appalled. Slowly, surprisingly, he was at a disadvantage. The first thing was that this kid Chen Han's chi and blood seemed like it was endless, and not a single drop of hot sweat came out on his forehead. Secondly, he realized that the power of Chen Han's gunshots stabbing at him each time was actually getting stronger. At first, Chen Han was unable to graze a bit of his skin, but gradually, he was actually able to leave a small hole in his body. Chapter 35. Not only do you not admit your guilt, you have the audacity to strike back at this captain. Of course, this little hole was not a big deal for the martial-level Chi Feihu. It will heal itself over in less than a moment. What frightened Chi Feihu was that Chen Han was only a martial artist level. It was actually possible to kill him back and forth, completely breaking the argument of realm invincibility in these 100 years. This kid, he wasn't like this before. In the past, when Chi Feihu met Chen Han on the street, he only thought that he was just an obsequious brat. Chi Feihu was enraged, urging his whole body strength. His blade became unpredictable, his hand was harsh, and each strike was as powerful as 1,000 pounds. The members of the various clans that had been observing from afar sucked in a breath of cool air. Unexpected, Chen Han actually managed to force Chi Feihu to use the Chi family's family martial art, the Thousand Waves Jagged Blade. This martial skill has a total of 12 blades, based on the Vajra blade technique. Chen Han, a tiny martial artist of the third rank, when Chi Feihu used the Thousand Wave Jagged Blade, it was actually Chi Feihu who lost. The Thousand Wave Jagged Blade, an ranked martial art. As I said before, martial arts is the bottom card of a martial artist, consuming a huge amount of chi and blood, generally not until the stage of last resort. It is very difficult for a martial artist to go out and use a martial art. And when it comes to the stage where you need to use martial arts, that's when you fight for your life. The extra meaning in this old man's words, if Chen Han was also at the level of a martial general, then Chi Feihu would have died a long time ago. The great clans of Hanwu City had to start re-examining this guy that they had always treated as a rice bucket. Thousand Waves Jagged Knife was extraordinary. Chen Han raised his gun to block. Just the first knife, it actually made him feel very strenuous, even his ankles were plunged into the soil. The martial general level is still a bit hard to top. Chen Han gave a dark cry and immediately retreated backward. Luckily, he had an advantage in chi and blood, and this first slash could not cause substantial damage to him. And at that moment, the system prompt that Chen Han had been waiting for came. Ding! System alert, your killing intent value has stacked up. It's finally stacked. Once the killing intent value reached its peak, it meant that Chen Han could use the power of the killing gun intent to directly quadruple his attributes. Chi Feihu's base strength attribute was almost around 150,000 kilograms. As for Chen Han's base attribute, it was now 31,500 kilograms. Boosting 4 times is almost exactly the value of Chi Feihu. Chi Feihu had martial arts skills. Was it any wonder that Chen Han didn't? Only gusts of red thunderous light emerged from the tip of Chen Han's gun. At this moment, Chi Feihu was terrified, as he could clearly feel that Chen Han's aura had changed. He even felt as if he, as a martial general, was indistinguishable from Chen Han, who was a martial artist, at the moment. It was that same second of fear that made him completely panic. So much so that the next slash of the Thousand Wave Jagged Blade didn't even have time to be released. When martial artists face off, victory or defeat is only a matter of time. It was also this second, but Chen Han had already arrived in front of Chi Feihu's body. The lance of piercing deadly thorns, strikes to hit, strikes to lock. The tip of the gun went straight towards Chi Feihu's heart. The red light exploded as Chi Feihu's proud iron muscles were easily destroyed like a wrecking ball under Chen Han's martial arts skills. The snow wolf gun stabs solidly into Chi Feihu. The battle is won or lost. But Chi Feihu didn't die. Chen Han was also very surprised. He was very sure that the snow wolf lance had been lodged into Chi Feihu's body, and that the piercing death thorn lance was bound to hit the heart. He pulled his lance out, and a large pool of blood emerged from Chi Feihu's chest. It was only then that Chen Han could see that Chi Feihu had actually placed an odd block at his heart. The baffle was a strange soft body that should be some kind of special mechanical alloy. Chen Han suddenly realized, this guy has done a mechanical biomodification. Or in the heart area. Mechanical biological modification is also a way for today's martial artists to enhance their strength. By implanting bioalloys in the body, in the same way that silicone was stuffed in the old calendar, you were able to dramatically improve your physical fitness. But mechanical modifications are very costly, especially in the heart area. After all, martial artists in this era already have considerable self-healing power, coupled with advanced medical technology. As long as there's not too much wrong with your brain and heart, you'll basically survive. If Chen Han remembered correctly, the amount of money needed for this kind of remodeling was astronomical. A bioalloy that could block a piercing death spike shot was even more extraordinary. Chi Feihu looked at Chen Han in horror. This was the first time in his life that he had faced the fear of death, and the urine stains were even hidden between his legs. Father and son are father and son, almost as if they were one and the same. At this moment, Chi Feihu couldn't care less about face, and immediately shouted to the surrounding patrol members, "All of you, get on me and finish off Chen Han. I'll take the responsibility. If you can kill Chen Han, I'll make sure you become the director of the War Integration Bureau." The heavy reward will be courageous. Before these patrol team members in the way of Chen Han's identity, do not dare to do it in full view of the public. But Chi Feihu's words like this were stupid. The position of the director of the War Integration Bureau was a position that the entire Hanwu city did not know how many family descendants were eyeing. Not to mention the fact that they didn't have to take the blame for killing Chen Han. In a flash, the hundreds of martial artists in the patrol team all took out their weapons and gawked at the cold night group. Chen Han calmly retrieved his lance and shook off the blood on it before glancing at his watch, counting the time. It's almost time to come. Just as the patrol members were about to make their move, there was a sudden burst of sound from behind them. Battalion Commander Lu Linglong of the Chu Zi Battalion, reporting to you. Battalion Gao, Deputy Commander of the Chu Zi Battalion, reporting for duty. Zhang Fa, Commander of the 6000th Battalion, reporting for duty. Top Character Battalion Commander Wang Dagong, reporting for duty. The patrol members' legs went weak when they heard the burst of sound. They looked back, only to see that at some point, the soldiers that roamed the mountains had actually appeared behind them. The number of people, 100 times as many as they were. A marshal's transfer order means irresistible authority. Even soldiers who were sleeping and napping had to get up from their beds immediately and hoof it this way. These hundreds of patrol members immediately threw away their weapons and obediently squatted on the ground. Chi Feihu was even more ashen, with a lifeless look on his face. He had never dreamed that Chen Han, a new recruit who had just entered the barracks for a few months, would be able to mobilize so many people. Revenge was out of the question, and he wouldn't even be able to keep this old life. The corner of Chen Han's mouth rose slightly as he looked toward the battalion commanders behind Chi Feihu. You all saw the scene just now, right? Chi Feihu, the director of the War Integration Bureau, spoke out against this lieutenant, and when this lieutenant stepped in to teach him a lesson, instead of admitting his guilt, he had the audacity to strike back at me. How should this offense be dealt with? Chen Han threw his voice, his words resounding, and each sentence seemed to hammer on Chi Feihu's heart. Kill. 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 The word kill resounded through the mountains. And Chen Han's next sentence was a heartbreaker for Chi Feihu. Chi Feihu, I forgot to tell you, Marshal Yue specially gave this lieutenant the right to act cheaply before his departure. Chapter 36 30,000 points arrived. Drawing martial technique feats. Cheap. How can Chi Feihu, who has been immersed in the officialdom for many years, not understand the gold content of these 4 words? What's more, it was Marshal Yue's cheap shot. Even the one with the highest power in the entire Xia today would have to treat Marshal Yue with courtesy. If this was in ancient times, this would be the Chinaman. He was a minor official who was not even a 7th grade sesame official, and there was naturally no need to say what would happen to him if he offended the Minister of Imperial Affairs. But Chi Feihu's heart is bitter. It was clearly Chen Han who had killed his son first, and it was clearly Chen Han who had taken up his challenge first. He's worse than a sinus. He was even more surprised that Chen Han's purpose was not this one life of his. At this time, Ji Yin stepped forward and said, Chi Feihu, how dare you? Dared to offend Captain Chen. Several people sang in unison, and Xu Mang added, is it just Chi Feihu? No, it's the Chi family. You guys are so used to flying around in Hanwu City that you no longer know the heights of heaven. With a few words, Chi Feihu became more and more alarmed. He was the one who offended the Minister of Qin. How come there's still the Chi family's business? Chi Feihu scrambled to his knees and said to Chen Han in horror, Ensign Chen Han. It was the villain who had the eyes to recognize him to tie. It is the villain's fault. This matter has no connection to the Qi family. One person does what one person does. Qi Feihu understood very well that if it was because he alone caused trouble and let the Qi family catch fire, then he could not absolve himself of the blame. But he hadn't realized the gravity of the problem. Chen Han's goal from the start hadn't been a Qi Feihu. Yeah? One person does everything for one person? Chen Han sat rather majestically in his chair, narrowing his eyes slightly as he looked at Qi Feihu. That look, however, made Qi Feihu's heart grow fuzzy. Qi Feihu could not have imagined that an 18-year-old child who had just reached adulthood would have this kind of aura like an old fox. Then, Chen Han coldly snorted and raised his arm. This captain will bring your Qi family to justice and cure this unhealthy trend. Stopping and killing a captain in front of the barracks, is there any justice in heaven? Is there any military law? Men, escort Qi Feihu down. Come with me to the Qi family tomorrow to bring the law to justice. Qi Feihu finally realized at this moment Chen Han's true purpose. He had fallen into Chen Han's trap from the very beginning. Originally immersed in the officialdom for many years, this kind of set he cannot get on. Helpless Chen Han is too green, but also used to be the recognized waste of Hanwu City. He took it lightly. Chen Han, you're damn good at this. You're so ruthless. Qi Feihu stared resentfully at Chen Han, but he could only be obediently handcuffed. If he dared to move a bit more at this time, the next second Chen Han would have a reason to bring his troops to step on the entire Qi family. Chen Han didn't care about Qi Feihu's impotent and furious appearance. Instead, he turned his head to look at the large crowd of onlookers on the distant hillside. These people, they were the ones sent by the major clans of Hanwu City to spy on the news. At this point, these people are still gloating. The famous Qi family of Hanwu City actually didn't fight an unknown junior of the Chen family. It seems like the Qi family is really declining as well. Qi Feihu, a small chief, has been acting as a bully in Hanwu City. He deserves this retribution. However, Chen Han's next sentence caused the smiles on the faces of the crowd to freeze, and even some of the less courageous ones almost didn't fall on the ground. These clans in Hanwu City are a scourge to one side. They don't know what they're doing. A Qi family is still like this, intercepting and killing people at the entrance of the military camp. They should be fixed. Kill! 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 The warriors roared in unison. A single word, kill, resounded through the heavens and earth like thunder, yet it was like a butcher's knife to the necks of the great clans. Quickly! Go back and inform the matriarch. Mud, Chen Han is here to kill us. Chen Han's purpose was finally completely exposed at this moment. Although the great clans had noticed, it was too late. Marshal Yue's personal approval to act cheaply meant that Chen Han was now the supreme commander of Hanwu City, with the power of life and death. And the zippers, right now, are handing that knife. Looking at the backs of the group of people who had gone far away, Chen Han was quite satisfied and turned his head towards the compound. It was only then that Zhao Linger whispered, Chen Han, would you be going a bit too far in doing this? There will be quite a bit of pressure on Marshal Yue's side. People can't stand still without being ruthless. Chen Han said blandly, you haven't spent any time in the clan and don't know how tricky this group of people are. You can't be half-hearted when dealing with them. Zhao Linger's worry was not wrong. Chen Han's side had just gotten things done, when Yue, who was in the capital, received a number of reports. Almost all of them reported Chen Han. Words like killing in the street, disregard for the law, and military justice abound in the report. Instead, Yue laughed out loud, ha ha. Well done. This is my Yue soldier. If he were to cower like a softie, I'd have to scold him. The secretary beside Yue had a helpless look on his face and said with a worried frown, Elder Yu, these reports will have quite an impact on you. Are you really not afraid that those old guys will take this opportunity to make a big deal out of it? Afraid? Yue snorted lightly and said angrily again, if I were afraid, I wouldn't be Yue. This bunch of old nobodies in the capital, old man, I'm over 100 years old and I still have to fight with people. But it's good, lest it be said that I, a marshal, am not as good as a junior. With that, Yue went straight to fetch his own Guandao. Come with me to the money house. Obviously, Hanwu City was still only a first-class main city in the end, and the biggest hard-bone of the capital was for Yue to personally gnaw on. On the following day, a piece of news shocked the entire daxia. The mansion of the Qian family, a powerful family in the central section of the capital, was chopped up out of thin air, shocking a 100-meter pit. If Zhao Linger had known this news in advance, I'm afraid she wouldn't have stopped Chen Han. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Chen Han sat on his knees and quietly cultivated. The match during the day had given him a lot more insight into the martial arts, again. He still didn't have much real-world combat experience, and most of his battles in the barracks were against enemies of the same rank, which could be considered crushing. Martial generals like Chi Feihu, who were not very strong, were his best opponents. Just then, a voice suddenly came to his ears. Ding! Congratulations on your third consecutive rank advancement, you have gained 30,000 points. Hearing this news, Chen Han breathed a sigh of relief. The process was finally complete on the army's end, and his rank of lieutenant was officially recorded. This was also estimated to be Yuoyun's operation. From this, if his captain rank was not yet implemented, the battalion officers on Hanwoo City's side, I'm afraid that they would not serve him. This means that the corresponding points for rank advancement always arrive. The whole 30,000. This was not a small amount of money. Chen Han decided that with these points, he would move 20,000 to extract the breathing method directly. And for the other 10,000, draw martial arts. Those are currently his two weakest points. Although the Golden Sun breathing technique was powerful, it could only be considered moderate, and could not compare to those top breathing techniques. And a single, thin martial art is not enough to deal with complex situations. System, select the highest grade of the merit pool. I want to extract a merit. Ding! Due to your multiple draws, the system gifts you with a benefit. You can directionally select a type of merit in the merit pool, and the grade of that merit will only be the highest SSS grade. Chapter 37 Starry Sky Breathing Method. Sunslayer God Slaying Lance. There's such a good thing? Chen Han let out a light eep. I can actually directional feats to extract, or the highest level. Chen Han didn't hesitate and immediately directed the Gong method to the column of breathing methods. System, directed breathing method extraction. A roulette will instantly appeared in front of Chen Han's eyes, and on it were all sorts of top-notch breathing techniques. It had to be said that the breathing techniques were worthy of being the most precious techniques, and the top breathing techniques on the wheel were just a pitiful 6 in total. Turning to whichever one was earning, the pointer began to rotate at an extremely high speed, and in no time at all, it pointed to an area called the Starry Sky Breathing Method. Ding! Congratulations on your successful draw, you have obtained the Starry Sky Breathing Method. Astral Breathing Technique, SSS Level. Introduction. Created by an ancient powerhouse, it can draw aura from the countless stars in the vast universe to strengthen itself. Effect. When performing cultivation, the basic attributes that will be boosted will be more than twice as much as the unusual breathing method, and the speed of cultivation will be increased by 10 times. Since you have already practiced the introductory breathing technique, the system will automatically adjust your breathing technique to the Starry Sky breathing technique after you obtain it. SSS Level Breathing Method. The effect is simple and brutal. Cultivation boosts base attributes twice as much. Don't think this is twice as rare. To make an analogy, if Chen Han was using the introductory breathing technique, the current martial artist's third stage would have a strength of around 24,000 kilograms. Golden Sun breathing technique, the top breathing technique in the military, this base attribute would probably increase by about 20%, or close to 30,000 kilograms. The star breathing method, however, can raise this power to a terrifying 90,000 kilograms. One should know that Chi Feihu, who was at the third level of martial general, had a strength of 120,000 kilograms, and such a comparison showed the strength of this breathing method. In addition to strength, there was also speed as well as chi and blood attributes, all of which were basic attributes that could be obtained through cultivation, and this basic attribute was able to be increased by the killing god's gun intent. A SSS breathing method, plus a SSS-talent, could be said to have allowed Chen Han's basic attributes to exceed those of other martial artists who were above him by a large realm. Chen Han's heart was ecstatic, and he immediately got up to test it. He blasted his fist on the strength testing instrument, and the screen instantly displayed a line of shocking numbers. 94,350. After replacing the breathing method, his basic attributes also went up in a flash. If the current Chen Han were to deal with Chi Feihu again, I'm afraid the situation would be completely different. At the same time, Chen Han placed his palm again, covering the chi and blood measuring instrument. The numbers on this instrument are equally staggering. 82. A terrifying 82 grades of chi and blood, or in the case of not taking a compound chi and blood potion, this chi and blood attribute could be said to have reached the martial emperor level. Even martial emperor level powerhouses might not have such a terrifying amount of chi and blood without a physique. It is true that when it comes to martial artists, the breathing method is the foundation of foundations. Chen Han let out a light breath, half-heartedly slowing down. In addition to extracting the breathing method, Chen Han still had 10,000 points remaining. These 10,000 points were naturally used to extract martial arts. Second straight draw. Goddess of Fortune favored Chen Han once again, and the pointer slowly landed on the rarest area. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SS-ranked martial art Broken Air Fist. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SSS-ranked martial skill Sunslayer Lance. The first martial art, though SS-ranked, was unfortunately in the area of punching and kicking. It wasn't that this martial skill Chen Han couldn't use, but it had nothing to do with his soldier soul's sacred body and slaying god gun intent. Unless there was no weapon at hand, it was better than nothing. The second martial art, on the other hand, was a bit of a masterpiece. Just by listening to the name, one could tell that this gong method was very domineering. It was also Chen Han's first SSS-ranked martial skill. Sun-slaying regicide gun, SSS grade, breaking the sun and destroying the sky, a gun that separates the world, powerful and domineering. Compared to the introduction of the piercing Deaththorn Lance, the introduction of the Sunslayer Lance was much shorter. Obviously, it was a mass-killing martial art, so much so that there was no description of the effect. The piercing Deadly Thorn Lance, which was merely an S-class martial skill, was elevated to SS class under the increase of the soldier's soul saint body. And a move of the piercing Deaththorn Lance could already allow the samurai-ranked Chen Han to easily decapitate the 4th-ranked alien beast, the Tarantula Mother. This itself was a SSS-level martial skill destructive power, and under the increase of the soldier's soul's sacred body, it was even more unimaginable. Early in the morning, Chen Han slowly opened his eyes, and after a night of cultivation, he could feel another aura in the meridians in his body. This was the sign of a broken realm, and in just a few days, he had already reached the 4th rank of martial artist. With the increase of the soldier's soul sacred body coupled with the increased cultivation speed of the starry sky breathing method, I'm afraid that my current advancement speed is unrivaled. Chen Han softly said, and immediately washed his face. Just as he was about to walk out of the room, he saw Zhao Linger holding a tablet computer and hurriedly running over. Chen Han, look at this. Playing on the tablet was today's biggest headline news, a 100-meter deep pit in the busiest part of the capital city that sent shivers down the spine. The title, on the other hand. Shocked. The commander of the 3 armies, Yue, was furious, and the capital's prestigious family was destroyed overnight. I have to say, that's a pretty headline-grabbing title. Chen Han could tell at a glance that Yue was making a move against the families in the capital. Go! Take Qi Feihu with you and go to the Qi family. Chen Han barked out an order. His trip back to Hanwu City was not for nothing. Yes. Team Chen. Zhao Linger's heart grew more and more in awe of Chen Han, and this was the first time she had directly addressed Chen Han's position. On the bustling streets of Hanwu City, several hundred military vehicles waved through the city, attracting crowds of people around them to stop. And in a big car in the center of the convoy, the head of the hallowed bureau, Qi Feihu, was tied to the roof of the car and paraded through the streets. The crowd was buzzing. A bald man selling halibut rice shouted, "Who is this? Such a big pie. And he even tied up Qi Poppy?" Qi Feihu has been in Hanwu City for a long time. Even the roadside stalls have to collect heavy taxes, so most of the civilians call him Qi Pickpocket. I heard that it seems to be that punk kid from the Chun family. He's a big shot now, and he's a big shot. He's only been a soldier for a few months. I'm going to send my son into the army too. Chen Han cold look at the street pedestrians to Qi Feihu's discussion. Low-key action is not his style, his purpose is to be more flamboyant on more flamboyant. It wasn't long before the convoy arrived at the Qi family's doorstep. All the way Qi Feihu suffered from all the cynicism, even want to die of the heart. It is not easy to get to the door, but at this time the Qi family door is closed, seems to be reluctant to let Chen Han in. A voice came from inside the door. Captain Chen, yesterday our Qi family has severed our relationship with Qi Feihu. Qi Feihu's name has been scratched from the genealogy, so you may as well go back. Chen Han had long been aware of how disgusting these families were. He jumped out of the car and pulled out his snow wolf gun. Boom! Immediately afterward, only a loud roar could be heard as the Qi family's gate along with the surrounding fence was actually smashed open by Chen Han. Qi family men and women are almost all in the courtyard. The original intention was to invite Chen Han to eat a closed door, did not expect Chen Han means to be so overbearing, but could not help but tremble in fear. Pull in, and anyone who stops in front of the car, just run them over. Yes. Chen Han in a black military uniform was overbearing, and at this moment, in the eyes of the Qi family, he looked like a hellish demon. Chapter 38 The Chen Family's Fear. Iron Fist of Power. The Qi family's martial artists, still having some luck in their hearts, stopped in front of the door to prevent the army from entering. However, Chen Han's words were an iron law, and as soon as these words came out, all the military vehicles rushed in as if they were oblivious, straight down the smashed open gate of the Qi family. Before a Qi family martial artist could react, he was knocked down by a military vehicle. He also had a little bit of iron left in his head to go hard against the military vehicles. Instead, the one sitting in that military vehicle happened to be Wang Dagong, the commander of the Vulcan Army's top character battalion. "You're looking for death." Wang Dagong was also a fiery temper, and with one smooth shot, he blasted that martial artist into a crippled limb. The great families had held the army for close to 100 years, and had gotten used to living in peace over the years, so where had they seen such a bloody scene? Those Qi clan martial artists who were originally planning to block them were holding their heads and running away. Hundreds of military vehicles just crashed straight into the Qi family. Chen Han stepped out of the car and threw Qi Feihu like a dead dog inside the Qi family ancestral hall, which was at the feet of the current Qi family patriarch. Qi family patriarch Qi Bian looked at Qi Feihu, who had already cried into tears, but did not know how to react. "Big brother, save me. Help me." Chen Han walked into the Qi family ancestral hall and swept a glance at the Qi family's congregation, but without caring, he directly sat down on the master eunuch's chair, the main seat of the Qi family ancestral hall. This approach was tantamount to slapping the Qi family in the face. He looked at the crowd end to end, obviously young, but with an ineffable authority. None of the Qi family's group of old men even dared to meet his gaze. "With so many people from your Qi family, are you preparing to discuss how to deal with me?" Punctured by Chen Han's words, cold sweat broke out on the backs of all the Qi family members. Qi Bian finally couldn't hold back and said coldly, "Chen Han, what exactly do you want? Even if it was Qi Feihu who messed with you, we've already expelled him from the family now. Don't forget, you are also a member of the Chen family. Our Qi family can be friends with your Chen family for generations." Chen Han's face was expressionless as he listened, instead looking at the soldiers from the various military camps who had gotten down from the military vehicles. He took a sip from a cup of tea that no one had ever drank beside him before he finally spoke. "Kill." A single word that made the hearts of all the Qi family members cool to the bottom. The vocation of a soldier was to obey orders, and as soon as this word kill was uttered, the warriors killed the Qi family members. The Qi family's group of martial artists were not in a low realm, but they were no match for the soldiers who had climbed out of a mountain of corpses and blood in the army. In less than a moment, a miserable scream was heard within the Qi family. The blood that flowed out even stained one layer of the Qi family's steps red. Countless corpses, thrown into the pond in the Qi family's small courtyard. Chen Han, as the instigator, just coldly watched all of this. Moreover, he was well aware of the pain points of these families. The women can stay, the ones with handlebars count as one, no one is left behind. Qi Bian instantly understood that Chen Han was trying to make the entire Qi family cut off their children and grandchildren. This is something more horrible than extermination. Kill and kill. All families place the highest value on their heritage, and with all the men dead, what's the point of keeping women? These screams shouted so much that Qi Bian's heart was almost broken, but he could do nothing about it and could only shout helplessly, "Stop! Stop!" This scene was even more heartbreaking for Qi Feihu, who regretted that he shouldn't have gone to Chen Han to seek revenge. It would be easy for tens of thousands of soldiers to step on the Qi family. And today, there were many clans that were sending people to spy on the news. Since Chen Han had violently smashed the door open, everything that had happened in the Qi family had again knotted up in the eyes of the various families. The miserable situation of the Qi family almost made them empathize with it, and some of them even directly filmed it before sending it within the family. But the most feared in the entire Hanwu city was the Chen family at this time. Only to see that the large Chen family ancestral hall was now crowded with people and in chaos. On weekdays, the Chen family ancestral hall would not have so many people, and the Chen family did not have such a large population, most of which were from other families in Hanwu City. There was no other reason for this. The Chen family was the #1 family in Hanwu City, and was also the representative of the greatest interests of the Hanwu City families. The people from these clans came to the Chen clan to seek help, and secondly, to raise an offense. "Chen Jinan, your family has really produced a good scion. It's all about destroying the Qi family. After destroying the Qi family, it's our turn next, right? He now has Marshal Yue's protection, the entire army can be mobilized. Who in the entire Hanwu city would dare to touch him?" Chen Jinan silently watched the tragic situation of the Qi family on the screen, and did not say a word after a long time. What he was more afraid of right now than the rising accusations from the various clans was Chen Han, who was sitting in the center of the ancestral hall with an expressionless face. How could Chen Han not be aware of the fact that the Qi family and the Chen family had been friends for generations? But for Chen Han to come down so hard on the Qi family was tantamount to hammering the Chen family as well. This was the reasoning behind the death of the lips and the teeth. Damn it, no matter what, the situation caused by this trash Chen Han, your Chen family has the responsibility to resolve it. At that moment, a rough voice interrupted Chen Jinnan's contemplation. Chen Jinnan was already in fear in his heart, and now this sentence caused the patriarch of the number one family of the hallowed Hanwu city to fall out of his chair in fear and crouches but on the ground. The crowd looked at Chen Jinnan's disgraceful appearance, and were all of a sudden stunned. I had thought that the Chen family, the boss, could lead the confrontation, but I didn't expect it to be this face. Chen Jinnan made a fool of himself and couldn't speak for a while. Still, Chen Shi was obviously more calm and stabilized the crowd. Don't panic, everyone, Chen Han isn't some kind of homicidal maniac, he naturally has his reasons for doing so. Let's see what he really wants to do. At this time in the Qi family, the men and women had already been killed. The bodies of most of the men fell in pools of blood, and the cries were endless. 2 lines of tears fell from Qi Bian's eyes as he flopped down and knelt in front of Chen Han. Ensign Chen, I beg you to stop. If this continues, the Qi family will be lost. At the same time, all of the Qi family's talking heads within the Qi family's ancestral hall also knelt down. Ensign Chen, please raise your hand. Ensign Chen, spare my life. Chen Han counted, almost to the fire, and finally took out that plan of the northern expedition from his bosom, and threw it beside Qi Bian's feet. Stop. Chen Han barked out an order, and the warriors stopped, standing in military formation within the Qi family compound. Qi Bian picked up the copy of the Northern Expedition Plan and read it slowly. Northern Expedition Program, Crusade against the Dark Domain. All clans need to agree to the plan and be generous. Depending on the size of the family, donate property to. Read here, Qi Bian pupils wide, a look of disbelief, and even scared the hands of the Northern Expedition Planner fell to the ground. He looked angrily at Chen Han. 100 kilograms of star crystals, why don't you guys go and rob them? Chen Han looked at him indifferently and did not speak. Qi Bian looked around at the corpses of the Qi family members and realized with a sudden realization that his body was cold. Isn't this, like, a robbery? Chapter 39, the clan chief comes to the door. Never forgive. All other belongings were fine, but non-renewable resources like star crystals were equivalent to the bottom card of the great clans, reserve strategic resources. Normally, it would never be taken out. Chen Han opened his mouth with a lion's mouth, opening it to 100 kilograms of star crystals. This was almost the total amount of star crystals currently held by the Qi family. It's the equivalent of emptying out the Qi family. And if you don't take it out, you'll be exterminated. The key is that Chen Han also accounted for a word of reason. Qi Feihu military camp door intercepted Chen Han, even if it is to make a fuss to the capital, Qi Bian also have nothing to say. A big shot of Yu Shuai's level, the Qi family's strongest connections would not be enough to lift his shoes. This is so utterly and completely phallic. Therein lies the beauty of power. Looking at corpse after corpse at his feet, the only thing Qi Bian could do was to bargain. Ensign Chen, my Qi family isn't that big, I can't take out these 100 kilograms of star crystals. 50 kilograms at most. Qi Bian said helplessly. Even if it was 50 kilograms of star crystals, it caused Qi Bian to have a flesh ache. 50 kilograms of star crystals would take the Qi family at least 30 years to collect. Chen Han coldly glanced at Qi Bian before taking out a drawing and throwing it at Qi Bian's feet. On that was actually the distribution of all the Qi family's current industries. 3 alloy manufacturing companies on Jubilee Street in Hanwu City. Weapon parts fabrication company on the border of the capital. Qi Bian looked at those companies on the drawing and was amazed. How did you? You know the distribution of all of our Qi family's industries. It was then that Qi Bian suddenly remembered that Chen Han was also a member of the Chen family, and the Qi family's connection with the Chen family was the closest in Hanwu City. Not to mention him, at this moment, the Chen family's crowd was also at a loss. Chen Jinnan said in fear, this is impossible. All of the family's business properties are never handed over to the juniors to take care of, where would Chen Han know so much? This kid. Chen Shiming took a deep breath, and then continued, rather really underestimated him. Really able to hide awe. It's true that our family estate won't be handed over to the juniors to take care of, but the general distribution is public. He actually memorized it all. In fact, this was why Yue had asked the Cold Night team to come to Hanwoo. Chi Bian's last card, in front of Chen Han, was as easily shredded as paper mache, and he could only lift his pen and sign on the Northern Expedition Plan. Good. I'll sign. Chen Han was quite satisfied that his purpose had been accomplished, and only then did he look behind him at the soldiers in several camps, close ranks. The vast hundreds of military vehicles slowly drove away after ransacking the Qi family. However, the ones who were the most alarmed were the large number of family members who had gathered at the Chen clan at this moment. This Chen Han, is he trying to force all of our clans into death? If he's going to do that, we can't wait for someone else to cut it, can we? What the hell should we do? Can anyone come up with an idea? Listening to the raucous voices in the ancestral hall, Chen Jinnan was almost completely disoriented. It was also in this ancestral hall a few months ago that he led the Chen family and sent Chen Han to the military camp. A few months later, this situation was reversed in 2 levels. In addition to endless fear, Chen Jinnan had more remorse in his heart. If Chen Han had been treated kindly in the beginning, would this situation not have happened? At 18 years old, a second lieutenant, or Marshal Yu's hand-picked heir, the Chen family would have had a chance to level the playing field. After thinking for half a day, Chen Jinnan finally had an idea. Give a gift. Once those 2 words came out, the entire shrine finally quieted down. I just don't believe it. There's really someone who's impartial. Chen Han is a member of my Chen family. I'm confident that I still have some understanding of him. Aren't they doing this for money? What Northern Expedition? It's all bull. It's just a bunch of brats. The new official has 3 fires. I'm giving him face by personally going to give him a gift. Chen Jinnan had finally regained the appearance that the head of a clan should have. As the representative of the Hanwoo City family, if he didn't take a stance, he didn't need Chen Han to make a move. I'm afraid that all the big families themselves would be in a mess. It was just that the words he had said to Chen Han a few months ago were still ringing in his ears, and he would probably lose face once he went. The people of the Chen family were dissuaded. Matriarch, why don't I go? Patriarch, Chen Han is just a child who hasn't had enough of his temper. Let's send a few more people. It's not so bad that you have to make a trip yourself. Chen Jinnan shook his head. Unless he was personally present, Chen Han was afraid that he would not let go. The next day, Chen Han moved his office to the Hanwoo City government building. Having just annihilated the Qi family, Chen Han wouldn't take any other actions that quickly. Instead, he spread out his men to see what actions the great families would take. With a rare moment of leisure, Chen Han brought Chen Shui to Hanwoo City's military arsenal. Nowadays, Chen Han's authority was the supreme commander of Hanwoo City. Even the lord of Hanwoo City had to listen to him, and the contents of the military arsenal were naturally at his disposal. The Chen family hadn't docked Chen Shui on tuition though. However, Chen Shui was at least an A-ranked gifted ability, but she actually didn't receive any inclination of resources from the Chen family. Even up until now, Chen Shui didn't have any battle armor weapons or anything like that. Looking at the large amount of weapons and equipment in the military arsenal, Chen Shui was elated. Brother, are you saying that I can just pick out weapons and equipment from the military arsenal? Aha! Chen Han petted Chen Shui's head. When he was in the Chen family, Chen Han had never given his sister anything, but had instead been receiving family subsidies with the help of his sister's advanced talent. This is something he is extremely guilty of. It's not easy to get a chance, so naturally, I want to make up for it. Speaking of which, Chen Han took out the book of the Golden Yang breathing method from his bosom as well as the Qi and blood spiritual liquid that had been refined from the materials of the exotic beasts. You take this breathing method and the Qi and blood spirit liquid. Remember, the Golden Sun breathing method must not be revealed in front of people. The piker is not guilty of harboring a crime. Chen Shui was most obedient, taking Chen Han's teachings to heart and nodding her head repeatedly. Brother, we finally don't have to suffer from the Chen family's anger anymore. Perhaps remembering all the years of hardship, Chen Shui was moved to tears. Chen Han was no different, which was why he would never forgive the Chen family. Even though he is a son of the family, he is still able to extend the butcher's knife to the family. At this time, Ji Yun, however, ran over in a panic. Young Chen, your clan leader has come over. Go take a look. What a way to speak of the devil. Chen Han had swept through the entire Qi family, leaving the Qi family with less than 20 males out of hundreds of people, and he had long anticipated that the Chen family would make a move. I just didn't expect it to come so quickly. Brother, I am a little afraid. The patriarch. Chen Shui pulled the corner of Chen Han's coat and lowered her head. In the entire Chen family, the one who treated the 2 Chen Han siblings the worst was actually Chen Jinnan. he may not have personally taken action, but he always turned a blind eye, coupled with the fact that he was the person with the most power in the Chen family, so much so that Chen Shui would be so afraid when she heard that Chen Jinan had personally arrived. Little Snow, Chen Jinan, can no longer threaten us, go. Brother will take you to meet him personally, and from today onwards, you two will completely draw a line with the Chen family. Chapter 40 Terrifying Strike. The Chen family knelt down. In the lobby of the government of Hanwu City, Chen Jinan had been waiting for Chen Han for a long time. Of course, he didn't come empty-handed. Aside from him, there were also a few military generals from the Chen family, who were carrying a dozen boxes of precious items. Chen Han walked slowly with Chen Shui, and this was the first time Chen Jinan had seen Chen Han with his own eyes since Chen Han had severed his relationship with him. Just seeing the first sight, Chen Jinan was shocked. Martial artist 4th stage. As a 7th-ranked martial general, Chen Jinan could naturally roughly tell Chen Han's realm. To know but a few days ago Chen Han in the battle with Qi Feihu is still only the 3rd stage of the realm of the martial artist, a flash of the eye actually has been the 4th stage of the martial artist. It is indeed beyond the pale. How on earth did he do that? Chen Jinan's heart set off shocking waves, but on the surface, he did not move and instead smiled at Chen Han. Chen Han's face was calm and didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he walked to the main seat in the lobby and brushed off his relationship with the Chen family with a single sentence, Patriarch Chen has come to visit, is there something going on here? Chen Han sat in his chair and scrutinized Chen Jinan, just as Chen Jinan had so scrutinized him a few months ago. This shift in status left Chen Jinan at a loss, but he could only endure it. Chill. Before he could finish his words, he let Chen Han subdue him, please refer to your position when working. Chen Jinnan's heart was filled with monstrous anger. He was at least an elder in the clan, but he actually let a junior treat him like this. But he gritted his teeth and held on, then said, Ensign Chen, I know that our Chen family has wronged you for so many years, I feel guilty in my heart. This is not to send you some compensation. Saying that, Chen Jinnan caused those boxes to be opened. The first box is the gold shining gold, and all are full pounds of gold bars. Even today, with the new calendar, metals like gold are hard currency. Even the status has risen compared to the old days. Then the second box, the third box. In addition to gold, there was also Qi blood spirit liquid, a precious metal capable of creating high-end weapons. It's all worth something, so to speak. The price of each box was at least tens of millions of blue star coins. The most valuable, or the back few boxes, that thing is crystal clear, contains infinite energy, it is the highest value of today's star crystal. At least about 500 kilograms. In order to curry favor with Chen Han, the great clans had put in their blood. Currently, I'm afraid that the Chen family's reserve of star crystals didn't even reach this amount. However, during this process, Chen Han only narrowed his eyes slightly. Patriarch Chen, what do you mean by that? Chen Jinnan thought that Chen Han was moved, and immediately smiled heartily. It doesn't mean anything, I said, well, this is a little compensation for you. Of course, there's also Chen Shui's, the Chen family has treated you two siblings poorly for so many years. Chen Jinnan's attentive appearance made Chen Shui a bit at a loss. In the past, Chen Jinnan had never looked at the duo squarely. Brother, how did the patriarch become like this? He wasn't like this before? Chen Shui is still young in the end and does not understand these flowery ideas of Chen Jinnan. Seeing that Chen Han did not reply, Chen Jinnan struck the iron while it was hot. Little Han, take these things, and eldest uncle will reclassify your name on the family tree. Return to the army early, elder uncle wishes you every success and honor to your ancestors. Chen Han's next words, however, caused Chen Jinnan to fall into an ice cellar. Just by waving his hand, Chen Han called Ji Yun to him. Ji Yun, member of the Vulcan Army's Kuwei Character Battalion's Cold Night Group, Mark. On November 20th, 101st year of the new calendar, Chen Jinnan, the head of the Chen clan, intended to bribe this ensign, violating military discipline and law. Ji Yun was a bit shocked even listening to Chen Han's icy words. This matter would be a very serious situation if he really took note of it. There are some things that don't weigh four taels without being weighed, and when they are weighed, 1,000 pounds can't be beaten. Young Chen, do you really want to remember it like that? Ji Yun sheepishly glanced at Chen Han and quickly got the answer from Chen Han's eyes. He honestly wrote down what Chen Han said in his book. Chen Jinnan, on the other hand, was cold from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. How Chen Han had dealt with the various great clans of the Qi family before was still fresh in his mind. For just a small reason, the Qi family was exterminated. It was also the first time that these families got a solid glimpse of the power of the state apparatus. What if Chen Han were to do it again to the Chen family? The corner of Chen Jinnan's mouth twitched as he slowly said, "Ensign Chen, do you think the price is not enough?" "It's fine, I can ask the great clans to get some more." These 500 kilograms of star crystals, even the great families of the capital had to be incomparably moved. Chen Jinnan could not help but feel that Chen Han was a little too greedy. However, he had underestimated Chen Han's determination. Remember, the head of the Chen clan in Hanwu City failed to pay a bribe, and intends to increase his weight and pay a bribe to this ensign. With a single sentence, the Chen family was easily made to add to their sins. Chen Jinan was sweating coldly, a powerful man of the 7th rank of a marshal general, but at this moment, he was shivering all over. He didn't even dare to say half a word more. One word could possibly cut off the Chen family's path. It was the few Chen clan military generals that followed him that stood out. "Chen Han, that's enough. What's more, our Chen family has at least given you a bite to eat. Do you have to kill everyone? Without the Chen family, you're an outcast, and now you don't even have a life. Can you still sit here and sneer?" It does seem like the guys have a point. But in reality, without Chen Shui, Chen Han would indeed be an outcast. For 18 years, Chen Han had relied on Chen Shui to stay alive, not the bite of the Chen family. One of the military generals couldn't hold back and immediately struck out at Chen Han. "Today, I'll teach you, the Chen family's white-eyed wolf, a good lesson on behalf of your father." The person who made the move was named Chen Hui, at the marshal general realm, as well as Chen Han's 6th uncle. The last time Chi Feihu fought Chen Han, he was there to observe. Therefore, he thought he knew something about Chen Han's strength. He thought that if Chi Feihu used his full strength right off the bat, Chen Han would certainly be no match. Thus this time, he directly used the Chen clan's family heirloom S-ranked martial skill on Chen Han. Shocking palm. As an S-class martial skill that consumed a huge amount of chi and blood, this came with the determination to finish off Chen Han. With a stomp of his legs, he arrived in front of Chen Han almost in the blink of an eye in this small space. The terrifying power of the shocking sky palm even set off a gust of wind and waves in the lobby. "Die!" Chen Hui let out a stern cry, and his powerful palm attacked Chen Han's heavenly aperture. However, he could not have imagined that today's Chen Han was not what he used to be. The entire lobby suddenly flashed with an incomparably bright light, almost too irritating to open one's eyes, as if a flashbang had been thrown in place. The crowd all only saw that Chen Han picked up the snow wolf gun in that instant. After the light dissipated, the originally intact head of Chen Hui was gone, and the entire government lobby was littered with debris. At some point, half of the 7 or 8-story building had been blown away. Remember, Chen Hui, a member of the Chen clan, intended to attack this ensign in the government lobby and was killed on the spot by this ensign. His crime is punishable by death. Chen Han's cold words, coupled with this terrifying strike, caused Chen Jinnan to no longer be able to sit still. With a fluttering sound, the 7th-ranked marshal general actually knelt down in public. Chapter 41, Absolute Divine Soldier. Overlord Gun. "Chen Han, that was your 6th uncle. Why did you hit him so hard? Consider Big Uncle begging you. Let the Chen family go. This is your own family." Chen Jinnan, who has always been unbeatable, was actually in tears at this moment. Like a bereaved dog, he knelt in front of Chen Han. Because he was clear that Chen Han possessed the strength to destroy the Chen family. In the face of Chen Jinnan's tearful pleas, Chen Han was indifferent. "Roll." One word roll was Chen Han's answer. Looking at the desperate Chen Han, a trace of fear rose in Chen Jinnan's heart. He was worried that Chen Han would really call someone over to kill him on the spot. "Go!" Chen Jinnan waved his hand, signaling the Chen family to carry the things back. Chen Han sat on the chair and slowly spat out words, "People can leave, things stay." Chen Jinnan was shocked at his words. "Didn't you not agree to spare the families of Hanwu City? On what basis are these things given to you?" "Who knows?" Chen Han just calmly pointed at the broken government building. "This government building was not cheaply constructed. Your Chen family offended this lieutenant, so naturally, this account has to be counted on the Chen family." Pust. When Chen Jinnan heard this, he was so furious that a mouthful of blood actually spewed out backwards. He didn't expect that Chen Han would be so rogue. These goodies, especially the 500 kilograms of star crystals, were simply a huge treasure that could even create a new family. Chen Jinnan wanted to say something else, but he was afraid that Chen Han would shake people on the spot, so he could only walk out of the lobby with a gloomy face. Looking at the distant backs of Chen Jinnan and the others, Chen Han smiled contemptuously. At some point, Ji Yun was actually fully armed, and had even put on his Type 6 special battle armor, and walked respectfully to Chen Han. Young Chen, when are we going to make our move? I didn't kill a single person in the Qi family last time. Instead, I let the Zhu Mang kid earn his military honor. Chen Han gently ejaculated, move what? Go and destroy the Chen family. Isn't that what you said? Ji Yun was greatly surprised and looked at Chen Han with a puzzled expression. Chen Han would smile, but didn't say much, just letting Ji Yun return to the barracks to continue his training. As for Chen Jinnan, when he returned to the Chen family, he immediately went limp in his legs and almost didn't fall to the ground. Quickly! Notify all of the Hanwu city clans and have them send all of their clans' combat power over. Chen Han is not planning to leave our Hanwu city family alive. Then let's fight. As the number one family in Hanwu city, the Chen family's appeal was extraordinary. Within a short time, luxury cars, large and small, were parked in front of the Chen family's courtyard. In a moment, tens of thousands of people had gathered at the Chen family compound. The strength of these tens of thousands of people was extraordinary, with the martial artist realm abounding, and there were even roughly 400 or so strong people of the martial general realm. Patriarch Chen, do you mean Chen Han is really that ruthless to go after his own family? If he doesn't leave us a way out, then we'll fight. At worst, the fish will die. The people were filled with righteous indignation and stood by in the Chen family compound. If Chen Han came in a large number of military vehicles like he did last time against the Qi family, I'm afraid it would be a firefight in bloodshed. However, after waiting for a full day, the crowd even ate 3 meals a day at the Chen family's home, but there was no sign of Chen Han coming. At that moment, a scout who had been poking around for information rushed in. Everyone, as far as I can see, Chen Han has been staying at the government building, organizing the restoration of the government building, and has shown no signs of striking. This statement caused the crowd to be somewhat surprised and slowly cast a skeptical gaze at Chen Jinan. But the one who was more appalled now was. The two were none other than Ji Yun's parents. They didn't come empty-handed. Mother Qi held a copy of the Northern Expedition Plan in her hand. Father Qi, on the other hand, was carrying a long box on his back. To these two, Chen Han still had some good feelings. Ji father and Ji mother were also subjected to cold eyes in the Ji family due to their lack of any cultivation talent, so they empathized with Chen Han. Moreover, he often received Chen Han privately. Father Ji placed the long box on Chen Han's desk and handed over the Northern Expedition Plan. Xiaohan, plain speaking, the Ji family has sent the two of us to make peace with you, and we have signed the Northern Expedition Plan. Please take a look. Chen Han raised an eyebrow as his eyes whirled around and swept over the Northern Expedition Planner, and sure enough, the big name of the Ji family head had already been signed in the blank space. In the end, Chen Han's mission in Hanwu was to get the family to sign the plan with donations of money and goods. As long as this point was reached, Chen Han would not make things too difficult. He gave a satisfied nod, good. Then he looked at the long box that lay on the table, and this is. Father Ji smiled brightly and spun around to open the box. It turned out that what was placed in this box was actually a long gun. The gun was of extraordinary quality as soon as it looked. The body of the gun, emitting a higher metal alloy, can only have a special light, the dragon pattern engraved on it, lifelike. The best part was the head of the gun, which was polished and carved out of an odd black stone. For some reason, Chen Han felt that there was a terrifying killing aura on the head of this gun. Without holding it in your hand, just looking at it is jarring. Little chill, this gun is called the Overlord gun. The body of the gun is made of alloy number 3, which is the metal contained in meteorites that can produce star crystals, and the head of the gun is an as yet undiscovered metal known as the hetero 7 element, which is so strong that it surpasses all metals discovered so far. Its original owner, the first martial god in the history of Great Xia, Han Haoren. Chapter 42, Hundredfold Cultivation Speed. Martial Artist 7th Stage. Han Haoren. Astonishingly talented and gifted, the first martial god-level powerhouse in the history of the continent. It could even be said that the realm of martial god was established because of him. At his peak, he and Yue were known as the twin walls of the empire, and in the era of shrouded darkness, these two killed their way out of a clear sky. It was only then that Daxia was able to be paralyzed today. The title of the continent's #1 martial artist had not been claimed since his death. Because Elder Yue was Han Haoren's old friend, he only dared to call himself second. His strength, naturally, did not need to be mentioned, and the weapons he used during his lifetime were naturally extraordinary. At this time, Father Ji let out a sigh of emotion. It's a pity that such a strong person actually died because of a violent illness. Chen Han silently shook his head. As a person in the military, Chen Han also knew the cause of Han Haoren's death only after he entered the barracks and flipped through some confidential information. It wasn't some violent illness that killed him at all. Han Haoran was alone, deep within the northern darkness domain, and he didn't know which forbidden area he had killed, and it was said that he had encountered a bitter battle in the northern land of extreme cold. When he came back, he was seriously injured, and his old illnesses coupled with the onset of new injuries was what caused him, as a martial god level, to pass away at the age of 60. It was because of this incident that led to an unspeakable fear of the northern darkness domain from the top, and the continent's #1 martial artist had faltered, let alone anyone else. Yue plan for the northern expedition was rejected in successive years, and this matter was partly to blame. Chen Han gently ejaculated, "I'm afraid the weapon in front of old General Han is worth more than a national treasure, you two are?" Just as he finished speaking, Ji Yun's parents knelt down. "Please, Ensign Chen, take the overlord gun." Chen Han was startled for a moment, and hurriedly helped Ji Yun's parents up, saying, "You two, this is a real setback for me, but this is too valuable, I really can't accept it." Chen Han is not some kind of selfless person, cannot do as Yue. The Chen family sends something he can feel at ease withheld, but the significance of this gift is not the same. Who knows, Ji Yun's parents acted as if they were determined, and even called Ji Yun in. "Xiao Han, don't be psychologically pressurized, we're not doing this for the Ji family, we're doing it for Ji Yun's unprofessional brat, and he'll have to trouble you to take care of him in the future." Even was lifting the ear straight shouting pain. Ji Yun, at this moment also advised Chen Yun, "You just accept it. This thing is my father went out to do business by chance to get, as a treasure like put a lot of years, we good buddies don't be pretentious." It turned out that this overlord gun was actually Father Ji's personal property. Chen Han no longer hesitated and cupped his fists to Ji Yun's parents, "Then thank you, auntie and uncle." In fact, Chen Han was also very fond of this overlord gun when he first saw it. It was as if the gun had been customized for him. Compared to the Snow Wolf gun, which was a top-grade spiritual weapon, the overlord gun was unknown how much more advanced it was. "I'm afraid it's a supreme divine weapon. The highest rating for weapons in today's continent is categorized into 4 grades: mortal, superior, excellent, and ultimate. As for the Jedi, it may exist, but the current craftsmanship does not have the means to create a Jedi weapon. Even a supreme divine weapon could not be crafted overnight. The material barrier alone stops countless people. The supreme divine weapons that existed in the entire continent today were pitifully scarce. There were only 2 gun-type supreme divine weapons currently on record. A handle for Yu Shui owned, but since Han Haorande, Yu old man sealed the gun not to use, instead of the Guan sword, the lance was buried in the ground by him forever, to commemorate his old friend. The other one was the one in Chen Han's hand. On the contrary, Chen Han's SSS-talent, the soldier's soul saint body, demanded a weapon that was almost to the point of harshness. The stronger the weapon, the more powerful the soldier's soul sacred body would be. When Chen Han gripped the overlord pistol into his hands, a system prompt immediately came to his ears. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the supreme divine weapon, the overlord lance, and your cultivation speed has increased to 100 times. Nice guy! Chen Han was secretly shocked in his heart for a moment. A supreme divine weapon could actually increase his cultivation speed by 100 times. It was equivalent to him practicing for 1 day, equivalent to an ordinary martial artist practicing for 100 days. Coupled with the starry sky breathing method, his cultivation speed was simply unbelievable. On the following day, Chen Han woke up from meditation and realized that another force had been injected into his body with spiritual energy. Martial Artist 5th Order. That's how long it's been. Chen Han was extremely excited as he stepped up into his training, seemingly putting the task of the Northern Expedition program completely behind him. Martial Artist 6th Order. Martial Artist 7th Order. After just a few days, Chen Han's realm had actually reached the terrifying 7th stage of martial artist. Even a rocket ride was not this fast. Of course, during these few days, there were constantly clans that were just like the Ji clan, coming to the door to sign the Northern Expedition plan and would also give Chen Han some small gifts. It was only this part of the small gifts that Chen Han had rejected. Almost 1/3 of the Hanwaching family, peacefully signing the Northern Expedition planner. Compared to Chen Han's smooth progress, the Chen family's side was a cock and bull situation. Especially Chen Jinan. He was on the verge of a nervous breakdown from sitting inside the family shrine all day, staring dead in the direction of the gate. Because Chen Han was eating away at the Chen family's supporters little by little, drowning the Chen family's forces little by little, it would eventually lead to the isolation of the entire Chen family. Chen Shiming handed Chen Jinan some food. "Big brother, eat something." Although martial artists won't die if they don't eat, not having a supply of nutrients for a long period of time will lower their qi and blood. If you continue like this, you will fall down the realm. As if Chen Jinan had gone crazy, he threw off the rice in Chen Shiming's hand. I don't eat. Where's that brat Chen Han? You let him come. Isn't he going to destroy me? Why doesn't he come? I am afraid that Chen Jinan, who was so high and mighty a few months ago, never dreamed that his retribution would come so quickly. Chen Shiming was also extremely helpless, not to mention other families. Within the family today, there were not a few people who questioned Chen Jinan. Some people even began to negotiate to start an internal family meeting to oust Chen Jinan from the position of patriarch. Chen Shiming looked at Chen Jinan's crazy appearance, but finally fully realized Chen Han's purpose. He was trying to let Chen Jinan also taste the taste of being expelled in the ancestral hall. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Good Chen Han, I really underestimated you. Killing people to kill your heart. Chen looked in the direction of the government building and clenched his fists tightly. On this day, in the government building of Hanwu City, there were some uninvited guests. It was actually the White Light team that had lost to the Special Operations Team test before. Seeing this group of people, Chen Han frowned slightly as he understood that the purpose of their arrival was certainly not simple. The family backlash, it's coming. If the great clans were so easy to deal with, it is estimated that the Northern Expedition program would not have been delayed until today. Yu Woyan had passed a few phone calls with Chen Han, and the Beijing side had encountered no small obstacles nowadays. The man behind Team White Light is Zhang Guk, the representative marshal of the family group, and he's certainly not holding back any good. As expected, Jin Zilin did not talk nonsense when he saw Chen Han, but directly threw Chen Han a military order. The signatures on the military orders are all loud and powerful. Zhongguan, Ouyang Quan, two of the three great marshals of today. On top of that, there were the 24 privy councils, the highest authority in Daxia today. Chapter 43: The battle to decide the fate of Daxia. The military order was simple. That was for Chen Han to participate in an army exchange match, an unprecedented exchange match. The exchange tournament targets talent from major colleges and universities across the country. It's the equivalent of bringing all the heavenly beings together. This exchange match is naturally not simple. The two marshals, 24 privy council signatures, the highest power of Daxia in addition to Marshal Yue are on the list. It's almost mandatory. What was most inconceivable was that this competition was claimed to be an exchange match between the military and the universities, but the only person who participated on behalf of the military was actually Chen Han. So targeted that their purpose is self-evident. The corner of Jin Zilin's mouth rose as he said in a cold voice, Chen Han, are you afraid? I can tell you that this competition is able to be participated in by any college student who is enrolled in school. Chen Han's heart was flabbergasted when he heard this, which meant that among those demons participating in the competition, there was a possibility that someone who had cultivated 3 or 4 years earlier than him could appear. Most of those who were gifted and talented in Daxia were still in the top colleges and universities after all. Not to mention, Chen Han had to face those geniuses alone. Chen Han, it's not impossible if you don't participate in this competition, the above won't make things difficult for you, and you'll immediately be relieved of Marshal Yu's mission and return to the barracks. Don't blame me for not reminding you, I recognize that you're a genius, but there are 600 million people in Daxia, even if you're 1 in a million, there are still 60,000 in Daxia. It's fine if you don't participate, but if you lose, you'll be instantly removed from the military. Never to be hired. The threat in Jin Zilin's words was thick, as if he was trying to make Chen Han know what to do. The reason is simple, the winner of this contest is the top brass making a choice between the interests of the family and the Northern Expedition. That group of heavens pride from the major universities were undoubtedly of family origin, and Chen Han represented the civilian forces on Yu Wuyun's side. It may seem like a faction fight, but these two factions are the highest power in Daxia today. What was decided in this competition would be the future fate of the entire Grand Xia. The clans were also afraid that if Chen Han really won, then the scales of Daxia would begin to tilt, and the era of being ruled by the clans would be gone for good. So these clans, inevitably, would send out the top heirs of their clans to go all out. At this time, the phone on Chen Han's desk suddenly rang, but it was Yu Woyan who called. His first words were, Chen Han, you don't have to participate in the Cloud Peak competition. Come back, these old codgers don't make sense at all. Yu Woyan's words revealed a kind of despair. He is dedicated to his country, but he can't shake the group of people in high positions of power today. This competition was full of killing opportunities, and those clans had come with the idea of messing with Chen Han. Not some point-blank exchange of cuts. He didn't want the heir he had his eye on to die prematurely on the field. A warrior's honor is to die on the battlefield, not at the hands of his own people. Chen Han's next words, however, caused Yue to freeze. Elder Yu, do you wish me to participate? Yue was silent for a long time, but Chen Han had already gotten an answer from his silence. Because this is the only chance in 100 years to shake up those powerful families. As long as Chen Han can win. But the likelihood of that, infinitesimally close to zero. Yue didn't want Chen Han to die for nothing. Chen Han picked up a pen and quickly signed his name on the military order before throwing it to Zhen Zilin. Zhen Zilin flinched, completely shocked by Chen Han. He was horrified. Chen Han, are you crazy? In this competition, you're the only representative of the military, you're going to face those supreme demons alone, you don't have any backup. Nor do you have anything to rely on. You could lose your life at any time. Zhen Zilin, who had been pampered in the Thunder God army for years, couldn't believe how Chen Han really dared to sign this military order. Those absolute demons, even the third-ranked marshal general would have to prostrate himself on the ground. Chen Han stood up blandly, his entire person emitting a domineering and unparalleled aura, which had just been emitted, leaving Zhen Zilin incomparably horrified. Martial artist 7th rank, this is impossible. You know, the last time the special operations team tested, it had only been half a month. Half a month, from martial artist 3rd stage to martial artist 7th stage. It's simply an appalling thing. This could no longer be described as a demon, it was simply a miracle. Half a month ago, although Zhen Zilin had lost to Chen Han, at that time he was very confident that if it was a comparison of personal strength, he could easily kill Chen Han. The reason why he lost was only because of Chen Han's perverted amount of qi and blood. But now that he was facing that aura of Chen Han, Zhen Zilin, who was a marshal general of the 3rd rank, would actually feel that he would lose. He gulped a mouthful of water and slowly said, Chen Han, is it convenient to tell us about your basic attributes today? Chen Han didn't hide it, as the phone call he didn't hang up, and the majority of his paragraph was also directed at Yu Lao. My current base strength is 124,500 kilograms. The base speed is 2,672 ms. Blood value, 82 gears. 3 strings of numbers almost didn't make Zhen Zilin dumbfounded in place. This was the value of the basic attributes that a martial artist of the 7th rank could have? His basic attributes of the 3rd rank of marshal general were just about the same as Chen Han's. The blood value, moreover, was smaller than Chen Han by a whole 40 gears. It was just as well that he could cultivate to the 7th stage of martial artist in half a month, but this basic attribute was actually shockingly high as well. But from Chen Han's confident face, Zhen Zilin again confirmed that Chen Han would not lie to him. Even Marshal Yu beside the phone froze for a long time. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. Good, wow. My Daxia army has actually appeared such a talent, I'll see what that class of old men still have to say. Yue said 3 good words in a row, then hung up the phone, probably going to continue to threaten that class of Daxia's highest power in his mouth. The wind will destroy the wood where the trees stand. Chen Han had anticipated that there would be a family backlash, only he hadn't expected that it would be directed at him alone. That's what happens when you're too sharp as a human being. But it wouldn't be him, Chen Han, if he didn't have a sharp edge. I'll do what I want to do, even if it's 1,000,000 people. If he wins, the Northern Expedition will rise, the Great Xia will rise, and even the power structure of the Great Xia will be reshuffled as a result. But if he loses, it will be impossible to bring down the family. Zhen Zilin looked complicated inside. Chen Han, aren't you afraid that if you tell me the basic attributes, it will cause those behind me to renegotiate how to deal with you? Chen Han's expression was disdainful and even carried a few hints of contempt. Let the horses come. Even though Chen Han was not in the same position, at this moment, Zhen Zilin was sincerely rising in admiration and smiled, fighting for our army. Right after he left, a system alert sound came to Chen Han's ears. Ding! System mission issued, the mission is to participate in the Cloud Peak Exchange Tournament and achieve the championship. The reward is 60,000 points and 2 chances to draw rewards directionally. Chapter 44, Erratic. The long spear is invincible. With 60,000 points and 2 directed draws, this reward from the system was worth a lot. But it also means the difficulty of this task. I have to say, the capital side is fast enough. It took only 2 days to set up the competition venue. And the venue, after all, was set up in Hanwu City. Exchange match attracted the attention of multiple forces, and in just these 2 days, Hanwu City was flooded with a whole 30. The crowd was talking and discussing. Chen Han's strong aura was intimidating. Of course, there are those who dispute this. Genius? What geniuses, this exchange tournament is full of demons all over the place. Do you know Zhao Wuji from Wuchuan University? He's from the Zhao family in the capital. A lightning ability that's domineering and unrivaled. A freshman who can beat a senior's ruthlessness. There's also Shang Ming from Starry Sky University, seems to have SSS-talent, now in his junior year, he's already at the 6th rank of Marshal General. Daxiao was never short of geniuses, and just these people in the mouths of these few people were the top most talented people of the major universities. Chen Han's paper strength didn't seem to be enough. And among the group of onlookers, there were also family sons and daughters, who immediately blurted out, "Chen Han, admit defeat. Don't get a corpse. Chen Han, you will definitely lose." In the midst of the crowd's chorus, Chen Han saw a familiar figure. With long red hair, a delicate figure, plus a red tight dress and a cold expression, it was none other than Zhao Linger. Behind her, there were also several people from the Cold Night team, Ji Yun. Only the voices of a few people cheering were extremely small in the midst of the chorus. It was no surprise to Chen Han that a few of them had appeared, but what only made him a little puzzled was that Zhao Linger was actually holding a weapon in her hands as well. Because according to the rules, those who were spectating the duel were not allowed to carry weapons. "You are." Chen Han lightly eeped. Zhao Linger would smile, "Hey. You're the leader of the group, and now I'm your soldier, so I can't not follow you when you're the leader of the group coming to die. The top wants to deal with you alone, this girl won't agree to that, what if they play Will War? This girl may not be as strong as you now, but it's no problem to help you block." It dawned on Chen Han that it was probably Zhao Linger who had requested Yu Wuyan to allow her to enter this competition as well. With her, Chen Han was at least not alone. Warmth surged up in Chen Han's heart while the corners of his mouth rose, followed by Zhao Linger pushing open the door of the venue, and the two of them walked in side by side. The venue was almost entirely filled with bigwigs. The first thing that caught his eye was the three great marshals in the center viewing position. Zhongguan, Yu Wuyan, Ouyang Quan. Also known as the strongest three in the world. The oppressive power of the three great martial gods was not a falsehood, and when they didn't open their mouths, the entire venue was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Zhongguan glanced at Chen Han and instantly judged his realm. Martial artist 8th order. Elder Yu, this underling of yours is truly extraordinary. In 2 days' time, he has actually risen from martial artist 7th stage to martial artist 8th stage. I wonder if he's taken some kind of forbidden medicine. Yu Wuyan was happy in his heart, but he still didn't move and put on an official voice, "What my men? It's all about serving the country and the people. Zhongguan, don't spit blood." Humph. Looking at Yu Wuyan's complacent appearance, Zhongguan snorted coldly and then said, "I just don't know if he can safely get through today." In addition to the three marshals, the people seated in the stands were no small feat. Among them was the chief director of national pharmaceuticals, Li Qing-suk. There were also the leading figures of the capital's great clans, and most of them were feared to have reached the martial emperor level. One of these people caught Chen Han's attention, and that was the Chen family's oldest ancestor, Chen Han's great-grandfather, Chen Mohu. Regarding this person, Chen Han knew very little and had only met him twice. A tired-looking Chen Jinan sat beside Chen Mohu and lowered his head like a good son. Although Chen Han had met Chen Mohu several times, Chen Mohu could not remember Chen Han, and in a sense, this was considered the first time he had met Chen Han. Just after seeing Chen Han on the stage, Chen Mohu angrily rebuked Chen Jinan, "Jinan, this kind of talent. How could you be willing to let him break away from the Chen family? Do you know that Chen Han is now the center of attention of the nation? If he wasn't one of Yu Wuyun's people, all those old monsters in the capital who even I have to kneel down would be scrambling to recruit him." Chen Mohu returned to the family for 2 days, then continuously reprimanded Chen Jinan for 2 days. Chen Jinan had become mentally numb, and could only nod his head and say yes. It wasn't that Chen Mohu really felt sorry for Chen Han, the Chen family's family elimination system was created by him, the winners and the losers, he was just regretting that Chen Han couldn't work for the Chen family. At this moment, Zhongguang had become somewhat unable to sit still. The Cloud Peak Exchange tournament was planned by him personally. He wanted to see Yu Wuyan, the hand-picked heir, lose miserably, or even die miserably. "Host, begin." Zhongguan coldly whispered, scaring the hosts of this competition into trembling. This competition was specifically targeting Chen Han, and the first one to take the field was Chen Han. Chen Han's first opponent was Zhao Wuji of the Zhao family in the capital. He was Zhao Yufei's cousin, but in terms of natural ability, he was more than 10 times stronger than Zhao Yufei. S-rank talent, S-rank physique, S-rank Gong method, only 1 year of enrollment, and he defeated an expert of the Grand 4th level. only to see a flash of thunder on in the venue, so fast that it was almost impossible to see, and in the next moment, a big man in black practicing clothes stood on top of the ring. Wuchuan University Senior Zhao Wuji, Martial Arts General 3rd Rank, Chen Han, come to the stage. This person let out a low roar, his gaze fierce as he looked directly at Chen Han on the stage. This competition, those who were able to thwart Chen Han were basically the focus of cultivation for the entire highest authority of Dixia in the future, and the promised benefits were not just a little bit. Therefore, all of the colleges and universities' prideful sons were eager to fight Chen Han, which was why Zhao Wuji was so impatient. People in the audience of the venue immediately began to talk to each other. Last month, Wuchuan University Martial Arts Examination, Zhao Wuji with the strength of the 3rd rank of Martial Arts General, thwarted the 6th rank of Martial Arts General Su Jie, known as the most outstanding student in the history of Wuchuan University. According to my opinion, this first game, Chen Han is going to lose. That's natural, but it's also a pity that Chen Han's cultivation time is too short. It's not even a quarter of Zhao Wuji's. If Chen Han was given some time, he might be able to defeat Zhao Wuji. Chen Han didn't reply, only silently jumping onto the ring. At this moment, no one noticed that when he jumped onto the ring, dots of red light were already emerging from the tip of Chen Han's gun. Open. The host's opening words hadn't even finished, but the red aura on Chen Han's gun was flashing throughout the entire venue, like red thunder, intertwining a piece of the ring. Before the crowd could expect it, Chen Han had already moved with his gun. Beginning. When that word beginning fell, Chen Han's spear had already penetrated Zhao Wuji's chest. A bloody heart hung on the tip of Chen Han's gun, causing all the titled figures at the venue to be drenched in blood straight away. At this moment, Chen Han broke the iron law of the realm theory of martial artists. One could even say it's the other way around. Martial artist level versus martial general level. It's a crushing second. Chapter 45 Chen Clan Ancestor Repentance. Requesting to return to the clan. It was a shot that stunned almost everyone in the audience. Even the 3 marshals on the stage didn't react. What kind of tactics did Chen Han use to be able to stab Zhao Wuji's heart with a single strike? What the hell is going on here? With a swoosh, Zhao Wuji is gone. Zhao Wuji is a genius who can even defeat a martial general of the 6th rank, but he's defenseless. A sound of shock emanated from the entire venue. Among them, especially Chen Moho, the Chen clan's oldest ancestor, was almost to the point of shock. His strength, at the 6th stage of martial emperor. Naturally, he was able to see the trajectory of Chen Han's actions just now. However, he really didn't understand how Chen Han managed to stab Zhao Wuji's heart with a single shot while Zhao Wuji was in a tight formation. The situation is mind-boggling. Theoretically, Zhao Wuji would resist Chen Han's attack when he saw him shoot out his gun straight to his heart. Even if they didn't defend against Chen Han's martial skill, they wouldn't be killed in seconds. Jinnan, this kind of martial skill should not be our Chen family, right? Chen Mohu asked Chen Jinnan beside him. It was also the first time Chen Jinnan had seen Chen Han fight up close and was so surprised that he didn't even answer Chen Mohu's words. Shen Nan. It wasn't until Chen Mohu's stern cry that Chen Jinnan came to a realization. Chen Jinnan let out a long breath. This kind of martial skill is certainly not from my Chen family. I'm afraid Chen Han had a strange encounter after entering the army. A son of Qi? My Chen family would actually have an offspring like that. Oh Jinnan, what can I say about you? Such a talent, you must retain him even if you have to exhaust your clan's strength. Chen Mohu was filled with remorse, hating that he hadn't discovered this seedling earlier. Don't look at the fact that this exchange match had only just begun, but Chen Han had killed a martial general in seconds in this first battle at the martial artist level. It was enough to make the gang above scrutinize Chen Han once again. He has achieved something unprecedented. Chen Han had killed someone, but he didn't care. Instead, he pulled the lance out as soon as he could, and then he also stomped Zhao Wuji's corpse hard under his feet. Then he crossed his eyes and glanced at Zhongguan on the stage. This glance was incomparably arrogant, and it could be considered more of a humiliation for Zhonggong. Zhonggong was annoyed. He had thought that Zhao Wuji might lose. After all, Chen Han, who was at the 3rd level of martial artist before, had a record of challenging Qi Feihu. Qi Feihu might not be as good as Zhao Wuji, but there wasn't much of a difference in realm. But Zhongguan didn't expect to lose so badly. A strong aura swept across the entire arena as Zhongguan angrily said, Chen Han, this is the ring. That's the number 1 person in Wuchuan High School, how dare you kill someone? On your knees. Zhonggong emitted a strong and unrivaled aura that was like an ocean, sweeping across the entire venue. The martial god level was the highest realm in the world of martial artists today. The reason why this realm carried the word god was because the martial god realm was almost detached from people. All mortals are mortal under the martial god. Therefore, as soon as this terrifying aura was emitted, almost most of the people in the audience of the venue were overwhelmed and prostrated on the ground. Some of those whose hearts were not strong enough even spat blood from their mouths. However, Chen Han, who stood in the ring and was being attacked by Zhong Ju, stood proudly, out of place with most of the people in the audience. The reason was still talent, and the effect that the two SSS talents brought to Chen Han was that even the mighty pressure of a martial god-level powerhouse would have no effect on him. He also coldly answered Zhong Guan's threat, "Marshal Zhong, the rules of the tournament don't stipulate point blank, but rather life and death at your own risk. This kind of stinking fish and shrimp also come out to disgrace people. I see that this major college, there is no one left. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant." Chen Han's words were not only slapping the faces of the major universities, but also the face of Zhong Construct. This was because the members of the colleges participating in this competition were all geniuses that he had personally selected, and people who could potentially become his inner circle in the future. Zhong Guan's murderous aura appeared, his right hand secretly contained dark energy, and he wanted to kill Chen Han on the spot. However, he seemed to have forgotten that there was still a number one martial artist of the human race behind him, a peak that no one had been able to surpass for decades. A large palm covered Zhong Guan's right shoulder, easily dislodging his dark energy. "Zhong Guan, sit down." An even more massive aura immediately covered Zhong Guan's pressure, shocking him into a cold sweat and forcing him to obediently sit back down. This old man who had once saved the human race had now become amiable, but he was old, not weak. Yue snorted coldly, "Hall Marshal, no rules, martial arts ring competitions, life and death is a common occurrence." Then he glanced at Ouyang Quan, who was foolishly moving beside him, and said, "What, you want to make a move too? Don't forget the two of you, you may not be able to beat me either." In just 2 words, it subdued the whole room. For so many years Yue had been able to maintain the number 1 position in the army, relying on more than just seniority. "The young one is arrogant, the old one is just as arrogant." Someone on the stage softly said, but there was nothing they could do. This old man and young man just subdued all the dignified characters in this venue. "The match is over, Chen Han wins." Only then did the host announce the results of the match. However, there was not much applause in the arena. Instead, everyone was on their own, for no other reason than that they were all representatives of their family's interests. With each victory of Chen Han, the closer they were to danger. Snap. However, in a corner of the venue, applause rang out, and it was surprisingly the Chen clan's oldest ancestor, Chen Mohu. He laughed out loud and said, "Good, good, good. Worthy of being a descendant of my Chen family, what a beautiful fight." The people under the stage looked at Chen Mohu with a stunned expression, followed by a chorus of boos. This Chen Mohu, he really knows how to put gold on his face. Most of the people present had investigated Chen Han's information and naturally understood that Chen Han had withdrawn from the Chen clan. And Chen Mohu didn't care a bit about the crowd's disdain, instead continuing, "All of you are here. Please also give Mr. Chen a witness. Mr. Chen is always in the capital. Neglecting to cultivate the Chen family's children and grandchildren is what caused a good son or grandson like Chen Han to break away from the Chen family. But it was all a momentary suspicion, Mr. Chen regrets it. That's why I'm here today to invite Chen Han to return to the Chen family." After these words, the expressions of the people around them became even more contemptuous. Because if Chen Mohu really valued Chen Han, Fong clearly could have stepped forward when Zhonggong threatened Chen Han. However, this old man froze and waited until Yue had set things right before pulling this stunt. Both want Chen Han to return to the clan, but also can take the opportunity to embrace Yue thighs. Playing a handful of good calculations really can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Such words can only be said by someone with no face and no skin at this time. What is even more shocking is that in front of the crowd, Chen Mohu even fluttered and knelt down, and also made Chen Jinan follow suit at the same time. The tears actually immediately fell from the eyes, and even Chen Han was flabbergasted by this superb acting. "Little chill. It's your grandpa's fault. Your grandpa is sorry." Chapter 46 Secrets of the Overlord's Gun. Beidou Hao Ran Gun Technique. The corners of Chen Han's mouth twitched as he sort of learned for the first time what it meant to be brazen. Can really do it. In front of so many people, an old ancestor actually knelt down to his own descendant. But the crowd for Chen Mohu's shamelessness are also heard of, not in this day or 2 days. Some days ago there was a big family in the capital who moved their tomb, and he even ran over to cry at the grave. The crowd was just watching Chen Han's reaction. Chen Mohu was putting Chen Han on the fire. In this situation, Chen Han won't refuse, right? If he refuses, he would be deceiving his master. Chen Mohu used this move so wonderfully. The crowd on the stage was talking. Deception? That's a little too much to say. And at this time, Chen Han's response was also very simple. Will Chen Jinan and the government building to him bribe thing, one by one all set out. On November 20th, 101st year of the new calendar, Chen Jinan, the patriarch of the Chen family, unsuccessfully attempted to pay a bribe to this ensign. Enraged, Chen Hui attacked and killed a public official, and was killed by this ensign. Chen clan ancestor, are you kneeling now with the intention of getting off the hook? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Actually, this bit of is not even a big deal. But once it is put on the table, the situation is completely different. Chen Mohu not only lost his face, but now he also carried a charge of excusing the family. He didn't know how to respond for a while, and also looked at Chen Jinan angrily. Chen Jinan, why didn't you tell me about these things earlier? Chen Jinan's face swelled red, and many people within the family were currently quite critical of him. Therefore, he did not dare to say these things to Chen Mohu, otherwise he would definitely not be able to keep his position as the family patriarch. Chen Han, on the other hand, turned the tables on him, which also caused him to be shocked. At this time, Yu Woyun also coughed lightly. Chen Mohu, when a public official commits a crime, he or she should be dealt with more severely. This is something that you wouldn't be unaware of, right? Yu Woyun's words scared Chen Mohu into trembling. He also has some positions in the capital. If Yu Woyun takes this opportunity to make a big fuss, he cannot eat it. Old Marshal Yu, I'll leave first. Chen Mohu pulled Chen Jinan and instantly ran out of the meeting place with Chen Jinan pulling on his ashes. He even glanced at Chen Han on his way out, but this glance was not one of resentment, but of true remorse. A family junior, the mind is so deep, no less than him, an old fox who has been in the officialdom for many years. With the addition of Chen Han's horrifying talent, Chen Mohu knew deep down that the Chen family was missing out on a future king who could possibly reach the top of the great summer. Little Han, if you have time to come back to the Chen family, Grandpa Ancestor will personally give you a banquet to thank you. Chen Mohu didn't dare to offend Chen Han anymore. Instead, he even tried to curry favor on his way out. Shameless people Chen Han has seen, so shameless Chen Han is still the first time to see. Chen Han didn't bother, his competition for today was over, and the next step was the duel between the geniuses of the major colleges. Although it was said that they were purposely targeting Chen Han, these clans still wanted some face on the surface, so the schedule was not Chen Han playing a wheel-to-wheel battle. Instead, the strongest person decided in each round was pitted against Chen Han through a backroom deal. After all, this competition can be stared at by the highest powers of Daxia. In addition to making things difficult for Chen Han, it is also a test of the potential of the seeded players of the major universities. Anyone who wants to take first place. Chen Han entered inside the lounge, and not long after, Marshal Yue also came from the marshal's seat to visit Chen Han. This Daxia's #1 martial artist, aged over 100 years old, actually revealed a childish smile. Chen Han. Well done. Well done. Originally, I thought that you were bound to lose this time, so I didn't want you to participate in the competition, but you surprised me too much. How could Yu Woyun not be happy? This was the only chance in decades to bring down the family. Hope is near. Although his strength was still the #1 in Daxia, his age was there after all. Coupled with the dark wounds all over his body, he didn't know how long he would live. Maybe this is his last chance. Green mountains bury loyal bones everywhere, conquering for a lifetime. Yu Woyun hoped that he would die on the battlefield. Speaking, Yu Woyun shed tears of gratitude. The hallowed first marshal of the three armies was actually moved to tears for Chen Han. Marshal Yu, there's no need for that. Chen Han hurriedly gave a word of advice. It is still the same saying, to repay the king's intention on the golden stage, and to carry the jade dragon to die for the king. Marshal Yu treated him with the courtesy of a national scholar, so he naturally had to do his best. At this moment, Yu Woyun suddenly looked towards the overlord gun that Chen Han had placed aside, his gaze revealing some nostalgia. This is my old buddy's overlord gun, isn't it? I don't know if it's a kind of fate that it fell into your hands. Han Haoren and Yu Woyun were known as the twin walls of the empire, and they naturally had a deep bond. Yu Woyun gazed at the overlord gun for a long time before he suddenly took the gun in his hand, and then he lightly twisted the gun. What surprised Chen Han was that there was actually a mechanism within the barrel of this gun. After Yu Woyun twisted the overlord gun, there was actually a small groove inside, and there was a chip in the groove. The chip looked ancient, like it was from 50 or 60 years ago. Chen Han had gotten the overlord gun for several days, but had never discovered it. Marshal Yue, this is. Yue would smile. I knew this big-eared thief must have thrown this into his weapon. Still trying to hide it from me? After saying that, Yue tossed the chip to Chen Han. Link this chip to your personal LAN. Inside is a set of gun techniques, the Beidou Haoren gun technique. I don't think I should need to introduce you to this set of gun techniques, right? Certainly no need for an introduction. Beidou Haoren gun decision, said to be Han Haoren's overnight enlightenment after he entered the martial god realm, consulting the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, was the world's first SSS-grade gun system technique. If you don't count the ones in the shadows, this might as well be the only set of SSS-ranked gun system feats in the open world. According to the army records, the day Han Haoren realized his enlightenment, he shocked the world and shook the mountains and rivers. However, the power of this gun technique was too strong, causing Han Haoren to not teach it to anyone in the army. Ever since Han Haoren died breaking into the Northern Darkness domain, this set of gun techniques was also completely lost. 40 years after his death, how many people have rushed for this set of gun techniques, but in the end, no one has gotten it. Who would have thought that he would take his gun skills and hide them in his overlord's gun? Except for Yue, the person who knew Han Haoren best. Marshal Yue, thanks a lot. What Chen Han currently lacked the most was a set of SSS rank techniques, and although the Yue family's gun technique was powerful, it could no longer keep up with his perverse talent in martial arts. Take your time to realize. Prepare for the next duel. In that group of college geniuses, there's someone with a weird talent, so you have to be extra careful. Leaving these words behind, Yue returned to his marshal seat. Chen Han, on the other hand, linked that chip into the LAN, and before his eyes, a mysterious space suddenly appeared. There was a man standing in the space, standing proudly, holding a long spear in his hand, and although there was no face, just a shadow, it was intimidating. I believe that this is Han Haoren, the #1 strongest man in the world. Chapter 47 2 Hours of Enlightenment. What kind of demon is this? Han Haoren turned his back to Chen Han. It was actually recorded in advance. His first words made Chen Han stifle a laugh. To be able to discover this chip of mine, I guess you're not on normal terms with that big fat guy. The big tall fat man in Han Haoren's mouth was Yue. Marshal Yue was 2 meters tall and weighed even more than 140 kilograms, as strong as an ox. Marshal Yue called Han Haoren a big-eared thief, while Han Haoren called Yue a big fat man. Who would have thought that the twin walls of the empire, known as the heroes of the country's salvation, would actually be such a pair of living treasures? The two also knew each other well enough, and Han Haoren only believed that Yue was the only one who could discover his Beidou Haoren gun technique. After saying that, Han Haoren's aura suddenly changed, obviously a shadow, but it made Chen Han feel incomparably tall and strong. Remember, the focus of my Beidou Haoren gun technique is not on the moves, but on the martial artist's heart and mind. The mind of a martial artist is to win. The general has only one goal, and that is to win. Look out of the corner of your eye. Beyond the sky. To use the Northern Dipper vastness lance technique, one must be resolute in heart and mind. But any hesitant approach will greatly reduce the effectiveness of this spear technique. After speaking, Han Haoren began to demonstrate the Hokuto Haoren gun technique. It should be said or not, the moves of the Beidou Haoren gun technique and the Yue family gun technique were not in the same range at all. Although Han Haoren and Yue were both one of the world's leading experts, the paths of their moves were completely different. The Yue family's spear play emphasized flexibility and versatility, with almost every move linked to the next. It can kill the enemy by surprise. However, the Hokuto Haoren gun technique, on the other hand, opened wide with every move. Horizontal chops, straight stabs, sweeping shots, the moves were extremely simple. There is only offense, not defense. As Han Haoren said in his words, every move should drive the enemy into a corner. That's a win. You can't back out when you strike. Until the enemy is defeated. This is also known as a strong mind. Han Haoren's gunway was domineering and unparalleled, defeating his opponents regardless. In this regard, Yue, who was always concerned about the righteousness of his family and country, was inferior to him. Han Haoren was a pure martial artist. He went deeper into the forbidden zone, not for the safety of the great Xia either, but to challenge the strong. He who was the #1 in the world was the loneliest when he was invincible. Chen Han could see the way of the strong contained in these ordinary moves, and that was the essence of the Beidou Haoren gun technique. No wonder it was a SSS-ranked feat. Within a short period of time, Chen Han had already mastered this set of spear techniques. The words Beidou Haoren gun technique also surfaced in the feats section of his system panel. The 10th match. Zhao Linger vs. Zhang Mu. Just then, Chen Han suddenly heard the sound of a radio. He didn't realize that the time he had spent on comprehending the Hokuto Haoran gun technique had actually passed 9 whole competitions. It should take about 2 hours. Chen Han slowly walked out of the lounge and arrived at the battle-watching venue to watch Zhao Linger's match. The moment he saw Chen Han come out, Yu Woyun's eyes went straight. He immediately stepped down from the marshal's seat and asked Chen Han, "How did you just come out?" Chen Han was surprised by Yu Woyun's attitude as he waved his hand and said, "Marshal Yu, is there something wrong? I've already learned the Beidou vast gun technique." What? The number 1 strongest person in the continent was actually dumbfounded and froze on the spot. Until the secretary beside him shouted, "Marshal Yu, quickly return to the marshal's seat, the competition is about to begin." Only then did Yu Woyun come back to his senses, but his expression was still very shocked. Even as he returned to the marshal's seat, he kept looking at Chen Han. Chen Han was surprised. He had only learned a SSS-level gun technique, as to make the continent's number 1 powerhouse like this? However, Chen Han did not know that in fact, Yu Woyun had also learned this set of gun techniques. But he didn't learn. At that time, Yu Woyun had spent 2 days and 2 nights having Han Haoran demonstrate the Hokuto Haoran gun technique to him, who knew that he hadn't been able to figure it out. Then Yu Woyun gave up. At that time, the top group of strongest people in the army had also observed it. And yet none of them have learned. The most exaggerated of them all was that there was a person who had practiced for 3 whole years and had not learned the Beidou Haoran gun technique. Yu Woyun understood that Chen Han was extremely talented, but he thought that Chen Han would have to spend at least a day in the practice room before he could comprehend some of the fur. However, Chen Han's first words turned out to be that he had already learned the Beidou Haoran gun technique. How could Yu Woyun not be surprised? Although matters of state came first in his eyes, his natural talent, in the entire Grand Xia, was only slightly inferior to Han Haoran's, and it was impossible for him not to have a bit of a martial artist's heart. Yu Woyun even developed a sense of frustration when Chen Han said these words. "This brat, what kind of demon is he?" Yu Woyun scared lightly. Zhong Gong and Ouyang Quan, both of them, were also surprised by Yu Woyun's reaction. Although there had just been a bit of friction with Yu Woyun, the 3 great marshals still had to maintain friendship on the surface. Taking this opportunity, Ouyang Quan deliberately opened his mouth to care about Yu Woyun. "Marshal Yu, why are you reacting like this? Could it be that your favorite general is having health problems? It looks like concern, but it's mockery." Numerous members of the family also perked their ears to the marshal's seat. 90% of the people on the field at this time were hoping that Chen Han would have some problems. Yu Woyun's expression was divine, his mouth grinning to the sky. It was as if he was even happier than when he himself had comprehended the Northern Dipper vast gun technique. He gave a faint smile and said arrogantly, "Just now, Chen Han comprehended the Beidou Haoran gun technique during the 2 hours he spent in the restroom." When these words came out, the crowd was first stunned. After all, the Hokuto Hojo gun technique was not something that everyone knew. Suddenly a person who knew the inside story asked to Yu Woyun, "Are you referring to Marshal Han Haoran's only set of SSS-ranked gun techniques that have been lost?" Not many people knew about the Beidou Haoran gun technique when it was mentioned. But if it's Han Haoran, then there are quite a few people who know about it. The position of the continent's number 1 martial artist, due to Yu Woyun's humility, he had been sitting there for almost 100 years. No one could beat Yu Woyun, so no one could beat Han Haoran. The marksmanship used by such a person could not be something ordinary. It was clearly Zhao Linger's match, but because of Yu Woyun's words, the focus of the entire arena was directed at Chen Han again. 2 hours to comprehend Han Haoran's marksmanship, how is this possible? Han Haoran's gun technique is a SSS ranked technique, and a set of S-ranked techniques is enough for someone to practice for at least 3 years. For those with poor qualifications, 10 years is possible. 2 hours. Is that a joke? Even a genius should have an upper limit. The crowd's understanding of the extent of Chen Han's perversity had risen to another great level. Even the contest on the field was forgotten. The entire arena was somewhat frighteningly quiet, and Zhongguan's face was ironic. In just 2 hours, Chen Han had actually improved again. Of course, the most lively at this moment was inside a building full of ancient atmosphere in the center of the capital. This building, known as the 24th Privy Council. The highest powers of today's daxia are all gathered in this building. It's been decades and the Privy Council has never come together. Only today, because of a Chen Han, the highest powers of daxia actually all gathered together. Chapter 48, The Nation Trembles. 3 victories in 3 battles. 3 wins in all seconds. The reason why the 24th Privy Council has the number 24 running through the front. It is because there are 24 supreme powers in the Privy Council. Any decision regarding daxia can only take effect if it is signed by more than half of the 24 supreme powers. Of course, the army side of things is made by the 3 marshals. This is the current power structure of daxia. These 24 supreme powers are also divided into rankings, and the higher the ranking, the heavier the power. So the first person of power in daxia is the person who ranks first in the 24 Privy Councils. It is worth mentioning that Yue also has a ranking in the 24th Privy Council, ranking 5th. Thus today's 24 supreme powers are actually only 23 gathered. But even so, it is unlikely that the 24 will ever be gathered, provided that the national capital is not shaken. Inside the hall of the Privy Council, there was a screen standing horizontally, but what was playing on the screen was the very same martial arts venue where Chen Han was. This son, Chen Han, is truly exceptional. No wonder Yue holds him in high esteem. In just 2 hours, he was able to comprehend Han Haoren's gunplay. Back when I was in the army, I was under Marshal Han's command, and I still haven't comprehended the Beto Haoren gun technique. I'm afraid we really need to consider thinking about placing the power of daxia on the civilians that Yue represents, rather than the family. Gentlemen, don't be hasty, this exchange match has only just begun, so don't jump to conclusions. Chen Han is certainly powerful, but there are talented people in the rivers and mountains, and no matter what, family bloodlines are bound to be more powerful than civilians. Because of Chen Han, the 23 supreme powers of the Great Xia were actually in disarray. Among these people were those close to Yue, those representing the family, and those who were neutral, each with different views and conflicting political opinions. Don't argue. One by one, what do you look like? Don't you forget what you are. A low voice immediately silenced the room. And the one who spoke was none other than the first person of power in daxia, an old man whose age looked to be roughly ancient, but who had long golden hair. Emperor Prime. 24 supreme powers, each of which could determine the life and death of a party. However, this Emperor Prime was able to determine the ranking of the 24 supreme powers. That is, the power to determine them. It is a clear indication of their noble status. His words combed the entire room, and then he slowly said, "Gentlemen, don't be in a hurry, wait until this exchange match is over, then we can talk again. Emperor Prime's position is neutral. He's on the side of whoever wins. And because of that, there is this exchange match." Although Yue was the marshal of the army and the 5th highest power, Di Qingtian could likewise not buy it. Once he gave the word, no matter which power it was, it could only wait obediently. But after that, he added, Chen Han, indeed, has exceptional potential. I don't care if you guys want to fight amongst yourselves, but Chen Han's life must stay. If he dies, in or out of the ring, I'll track him down. These 2 words were equivalent to Chen Han's gold medal of immunity from death. When these words came out, the people in the meeting hall all looked at each other in disbelief. Although between his family's interests and the Northern Expedition plan, Di Qingtian chose to stand by and watch, he remembered Chen Han. In this way, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Grand Xia would dare to harm Chen Han again. Even Zhong Guan and Ouyang Quan couldn't. Over the decades, even the geniuses that came out of the major colleges and universities, there wasn't a single one that could obtain such favor from Emperor Prime. Chen Han, who was sitting on the viewing platform at this time, was oblivious to the fact that he was focused on watching Zhao Linger's competition. This match ended quickly because Zhao Linger's opponents weren't exactly strong. Let's not forget that Zhao Linger had once been a genius in the military as well, and had also practiced for 3 more full years than Chen Han, and was now a marshal general of the 1st rank. Her opponent was only a marshal general of the 2nd rank. How could she compare to Zhao Linger, who had been fighting in the battlefield for years? The outstanding Yu Clan spear technique, which killed that would gifted Zhan Mu to lose his armor, also caused the entire audience to slightly look sideways. This Zhao Linger is also a talent. It's a shame she wasn't accepted into one of the major colleges. The clan watching the battle let out a slight sigh. More sighs were because Zhao Linger was Chen Han's person, representing Chen Han's power. Chen Han himself was already incredibly strong, and if he was also powerful, he would be unstoppable. In fact, Chen Han was indeed unstoppable. For the next 3 days, Chen Han performed 3 consecutive matches, breaking through all the way to the top 8 in the country. The name of the money that represents All Saints Academy. Wang Daku, representing the Amazing Sea Academy. Rowan, representing Insi College. All 3 of them were above the 4th rank of Marshal General, with Luo Wen being at the 5th rank of Marshal General. These 3 colleges were all in the middle of the capital, and these 3 were even more prestigious. The 3 were all long-established, unrivaled geniuses in their respective martial arts schools. Yet none of them could block Chen Han's strike, also known as the Spear of Piercing Death Thorns. This martial art is a real bummer to use to kill people. Almost exactly like Zhao Wuji's death, Chen Han's lance emitted a red light before every time he stepped onto the stage. Once on stage, it's a powerful, vertical shot. The 3 tried everything they could think of, but they couldn't dodge that amazing shot. Among them, Rowan even possessed the Divine Speed Force, a SS rank talent that could massively increase his speed. Its burst speed, the base attribute, was more than 6 times that of Chen Han. Theoretically, Chen Han couldn't catch up with him no matter what. However, as soon as Chen Han's martial arts skill was activated, he ran hundreds of laps in the ring within a second, yet he still allowed Chen Han to accurately stab him on top of his heart. The Lance of Piercing Deadly Thorns is a law of karma martial art. It could be said to be a supreme martial art capable of surpassing SSS martial arts when fighting against humans. There was no way to dodge, no way to block, only hard resistance. Or give birth to 2 hearts. However, for 3 days, the top-seeded players of the major universities had been studying this martial art of Chen Han's that was capable of killing people in seconds, but were clueless. Out of the box is a second. There's no semblance of leeway. 3 wins, 1 trick pony, and all 3 games were nationally televised. The nation was shocked. A person at the 8th rank of martial artist was actually able to render a large group of martial general-level experts powerless to fight back. This is unprecedented. Even the common man's after-dinner talk has become this. That martial skill of Chen Han, how should I deal with yo? It's just too incomprehensible. It's like he didn't even have to move, the gun automatically stabbed on the heart. The biggest news these past few days was how to crack Chen Han's insurmountable martial arts. The nation's think tanks are racking their brains, but they still can't come up with an answer. And the biggest surprise of all was Chi Feihu, who had already been taken to prison. Each of these days waking up in prison, Chi Feihu was ecstatic. For no other reason than the fact that no one in the country could solve this martial art. He was the only one who took it. Still alive and well. Chen Han's gold content rose with every top martial artist from the university he killed. Chapter 49: The only solution to the deadly spine gun. Sealed? Actually, the soft alloy of Chi Feihu's heart was indeed the only way to deal with the piercing death spear's gun. Although the effect of the piercing death thorn lance was said to lock onto the human heart, the actual locking range was a large area where the heart was located. As soon as the piercing lance of deadly thorns hits flesh, it loses that law of karma effect. This was why Chi Feihu had survived, when Chen Han was only a martial artist of the 3rd rank, coupled with the strength of his soft alloy. It took the simultaneous presence of both factors to stop the spear of piercing death thorns. But even if those college martial artists realized that there was such a way to resist the spear of piercing death thorns, it was too late in time. The installation of a soft alloy in the heart is no ordinary minor surgery. Reservations must be made at least 30 days in advance. And it's very expensive. There is also a high risk of failure and life-threatening conditions associated with this type of surgery. So generally speaking, no one would go for such an operation, and Chi Feihu was crooked. Chen Han was strong enough to enter the top 8 in the country, but Zhao Linger had already folded. By this point, the top 8 in the country are all demons among demons. There was no way Zhao Linger could win. Chen Han's true challenge also began now. The remaining 7 are all very skillful and none of them are easy to deal with. For example, Chen Han's opponent today. The top talent of Starry Sky University, the #1 martial artist university in the capital, Shang Ming, who possessed SSS rank talent. Shang Ming was a big, tall man of about the same stature as Yu Weiyun, with muscles like explosions. He didn't use a weapon and practiced a horizontal style of kung fu. Chen Han had observed a few of his matches. This person's fighting skills were incredibly high, and if it was a case of empty-handed comparative fighting, it was estimated to be unbeatable. He has a tyrannical character, and this exchange match is clearly aimed at Chen Han, except for the match with Chen Han, which the guys all unspokenly point to. However, this guy, probably because he hadn't directly faced Chen Han in these matches, had actually beaten his opponent halfway to the ground. As soon as he stepped into the ring, Shang Ming actually began to laugh crazily, revealing a bloodthirsty appearance. "Chen Han, I've been waiting for you for a long time." He grinned like a raging butcher. This game, meanwhile, was the most watched game of the day. Shang Ming, as the possessor of a SSS rank talent, had always been regarded as the favorite to win the title. Chen Han had won 3 out of 3 battles, and that martial art of killing in seconds out of the gate had become a national focus in the past few days. It's somewhat of an understatement to say that this game has been treated like a finals game. These two are unquestionably strong in the top 8. Even the doors of the venue were wide open today, so that even the civilians could watch this competition. Everyone, do you guess if Xiang Ming has a solution for Chen Han's martial arts? It seems to me that there should be, otherwise why would Xiang Ming's expression be so confident? At the moment, no one in the entire country has figured out exactly what path Chen Han's martial arts are on. What can Xiang Ming do? The onlookers murmured. Only Yue on the stage frowned tightly, without the bright smile of the previous days. The crowd only knew that Chen Han's performance in these 3 days had been astonishing and his martial skills mysterious. Yet very few people knew that Xiang Ming's talent was equally mysterious. Yue had so far failed to observe how Chen Han's martial skill was able to accurately stab his enemy's heart, and he had also so far failed to see the role of the Xiang Ming talent. Xiang Ming was what Yue called a gifted eccentric ability person. Chen Han, come up to the stage. I'll break your martial arts today. Xiang Ming roared angrily. Chen Han responded blandly. No matter what tricks Xiang Ming had up his sleeve, he swung himself around. However, he also wanted to see how Xiang Ming dealt with the piercing deaththorn lance. When this martial art was used on a person, it was a hangover in general. Xiang Ming doesn't look like he has a metal alloy installed either. How could he cope with this law of causality martial skill? As Chen Han made his way onto the stage, the overlord gun in his hand began to emit a burst of red light. Nowadays, almost everyone in the country understood Chen Han's way of making a move. Look guys, Chen Han used that martial art. Scratch that. I'm having a stress reaction to seeing the red light come out of his gun right now. That's how the first 3 people he killed died. Of course, even though it was known by everyone, Chen Han did not need to hide his martial skills at all. It's the unanswerable Yang. However, the moment he jumped onto the ring, to the surprise of the entire crowd, the red aura on Chen Han's gun actually dissipated. This meant that he had not released a martial art. What's going on? Chen Han isn't using that martial art anymore? Don't! I still want to see how Xiang Ming dealt with that divine technique. Xiang Ming was very pleased to see the stunned voices in the room and had a proud look on his face. He also provoked Chen Han with a cry, how about it? Chen Han! Was your martial skill broken by me? Due to Chen Han's popularity, being able to break Chen Han's martial arts was now considered world famous. Who knew that Chen Han only smiled knowingly as the corners of his mouth rose? It turns out that your talent serves to seal off other people's martial arts. When Xiang Ming heard this, his pupils widened, his head broke out in a cold sweat, and even his spine chilled a little. Because the secret of this martial arts skill of his, from the time he tested it out when he was a few years old until now for 20 whole years. All without anyone ever discovering the true effects of his talent. Not even a martial god level could penetrate it. His talent was a special lineage SSS-talent, which was able to seal his opponent's chakra while drastically improving his fighting ability and muscle density. The chi chakra is the same tendon that catalyzes martial arts. By sealing off the chi veins, one would not be able to utilize the martial arts, and if one were to forcefully drive it, one's tendons and veins would be severed, and one's body would explode and die. As a result, most opponents against Xiang Ming would inexplicably die. Yue didn't even see the mystery, and only thought that his talent was somewhat peculiar. Xiang Ming's expression went from brutal at first to gradually becoming horrified. How could you? You possibly know that. The actual effect of this talent was an overwhelming bottom card for him. Originally, if it wasn't publicized, he could even make his enemies of the same rank die by virtue of this effect. But once it's said, it's completely useless. From now on, no one would be able to use martial arts against him. Chen Han was also somewhat helpless, which was naturally because he had a system. Just as soon as he got on stage, a prompt came from the system. Ding! Your piercing deaththorn lance is no longer usable, and if you force it to be actuated, it will result in an explosive death. The direct way to deal with plugins is, of course, to just block them. Chen Han really thought that Xiang Ming had some extraordinary means. Turns out it's just such a simple and crude thing. Then, Chen Han suddenly pressed his body down, gripping his spear with both hands as he erupted with an overwhelmingly strong aura. The spear of piercing deaththorn had been so big these past few days that the crowd had forgotten about it. This seemingly powerful martial skill was actually only the smallest card in Chen Han's hand. The sealed martial skill, however, was the biggest card in Xiang Ming's hand. Chapter 50 God of the Lance. The spear technique that surpassed the continent's #1 martial artist. Traits system talents. The emphasis is on the word special. This special should be interpreted as peculiar. It is said that only one trait talent is born out of 100 birth talents. There are all sorts of quintessential effects. For example, Chen Han's soldier soul sacred body, the slaying god gun intent, and also Xiang Ming's martial skill seal. These special effects are often unspoken. Not even those closest to you can say. Chen Han's light-hearted sentence was like killing one's parents and taking away one's wealth. Xiang Ming's complexion was almost crazy. Seeing Chen Han still want to fight with him was even more crazy, yelling, "Chen Han, do you still want to fight with me than fighting? My talent is to enhance fighting ability and strength. Do you know what my strength is? 326,000 kilograms? You compare with me? What are you comparing me with?" This was the first time Xiang Ming had exposed his basic attributes in front of everyone. 326,000 kilograms is nothing short of astounding. Xiang Ming's realm was the 6th rank of martial general, and with almost 200,000 kilograms of strength in this realm, he was already a 1 in a million existence. 326,000 kilograms meant that he had nearly double the strength than his class. The advantages of this basic attribute are undoubtedly huge. An old man in the audience couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiang Ming deserves to be known as the best student in the last 5 years of Starry Sky University, this power." Don't forget guys, he also has SSS ranked talent bonuses, and in an actual battle, his strength is estimated to exceed that. Chen Han has to be cut down this time, right? The bigwigs in the room let out a long breath. Once Chen Han was defeated, it proved that the Northern Expedition plan would be dead in the water. Their property, too, was naturally preserved. Can't the family bigwigs not be happy? Even the members of the Cold Night team, who had been sitting on the stage with confidence in Chen Han, couldn't help but break a sweat at this moment. Chen Shui worriedly took Zhao Linger's arm and said, "Sister Linger, what should we do? Will brother lose? Will he be killed by Xiang Ming?" Although Zhao Linger didn't make it to the national top 8, she didn't regret it and comforted toward Chen Shui at this time. "It's okay, Shui, you have to have faith in your brother." That being said, no one noticed that Zhao Linger's palms were already all sweaty at this point. A superhuman martial general versus an 8th-ranked martial artist, and Chen Han had his martial skills blocked. It was impossible to win by any stretch of the imagination. Zhao Linger looked at Yu Wuyun, hoping to see the answer from Yu Wuyun's expression. Who knows, Yu Wuyun's performance made her stay dumbfounded. Before the duel, Yu Wuyun was frowning and fidgeting. But at this time, Yu Wuyun was laughing heartily, and even beckoned to his secretary, "Give me some whole sweet potato fries and a cup of milk tea. Sit still a bit hungry." This scene looked like Zhao Linger wanted to point at Yu Wuyun's nose and curse. Over 100 years old, sweet potato fries? And milk tea? His most favored subordinate looked to be facing extinction at this point. Not only Zhao Linger, even Ouyang Quan and Zhong Guan were puzzled. With their martial god-level vision, they couldn't see any possibility of Chen Han winning. Swish! Suddenly, Chen Han on the stage moved, and in the face of an enemy who was one large realm above him and whose basic attributes far exceeded those of his class, he actually took the initiative to launch an attack. And it's still a high leap and a downward slash with the gun. This kind of move, if it was against a weak enemy, it was crushing, but against a strong enemy, it was equivalent to looking for death. The break was too big. Favorably, Chen Han used it. Xiang Ming smiled coldly, looking for death. His basic attributes exceeded Chen Han's by too much, and he didn't want to go over and hide, but of course, he was tough with Chen Han. Only to see his right hand storing up strength, his already explosive muscles expanding even more, and then with a swing of his right hand, a right hook punch unexpectedly swung directly at Chen Han's overlord gun in a pinpoint manner. Boom! The impact of the two made a roaring sound in the ring, and according to common sense, Xiang Ming, whose basic attributes were far superior to Chen Han's, would send Chen Han flying with a punch. But the scene on stage was actually that Xiang Ming was being suppressed. Not only did Chen Han not fly out, but instead, he crushed Xiang Ming's 2.5-meter body with his spear, and the ground was crushed by Xiang Ming. Xiang Ming found it unbelievable and roared, "This is impossible. There's no way you have a strength of over 400,000 kilograms. It would not be possible to suppress him to that extent unless there was a force of 400,000 kilograms or more." But even if Chen Han was no matter how demonic he was, it was impossible for him to reach this level. However, at this moment, Chen Han seemed to be transcendent, ignoring everything beside him and not answering Xiang Ming's words. The words of Han Haoren filled his ears. The generals have one goal, and that is to win. His gaze was also extremely firm, not giving Xiang Ming any time to react at all. Sweep. Straight stab. Sweeping shots. It was clearly the simplest move in the spear technique, but at this moment, it had allowed Chen Han to utilize it in an incomparably domineering manner. Each shot seemed to contain the power of 1,000 pounds, going forward only to defeat the opponent. Of course, Xiang Ming wasn't a vegetarian, after all, he had the bonus of fighting skills in his talent. Seeing off moves with Chen Han, the attacks continued. In less than a moment's time, the two had already sparred dozens of moves. The gazes of the crowd, too, slowly became shocked. An 8th-ranked martial artist, sparring moves against a 6th-ranked martial general with SSS-gifted fighting skills, was actually able to remain undefeated. It could even be said that it had been pressing Xiang Ming to fight. For dozens of moves, Xiang Ming had been forced to defend, and his body had been stabbed with several holes and eyes by Chen Han, and his blood flowed profusely. Die for me. Xiang Ming was infuriated, not to mention that his bottom card had been revealed, but now he was actually able to lose to Chen Han in the fighting stance that he was so proud of. He exerted his strength to the maximum, and his two muscular arms swelled as if they were the size of a man, swinging madly towards Chen Han. Each of these punches had been boosted to 400,000 kilograms of power. Faster. The punches are also harder. However, he despairingly realized that even so, his fist actually couldn't touch Chen Han. Instead, each of Chen Han's shots managed to land on. Yue, would not forget, after all, Han Haoren was the goal he had pursued all his life. And it seemed that Chen Han's marksmanship had even surpassed Han Haoren's. Chapter 51 Record-Breaking Victory. The first ever. This was because under the influence of Chen Han's killing god gun intent increase, the grade of the Beto Haoren gun technique had risen by another grade from the SSS grade at the beginning. The mystery of the Hokuto Haoran gun technique lies in the momentum of the victor, not in the stance. Thus Chen Han's victorious momentum could now be said to be even stronger than Han Haoren's. Potency, a powerful force developed by Han Haoren, a pure martial artist of the solitary era. Not even Yue had comprehended it. Han Haoren had reigned supreme for 40 whole years, and he was a martial god, and that was because the highest realm was only a martial god. Yue was a martial god, and that was because the highest realm could only reach martial god. The basic attributes of the two were, in fact, very different. However, Yue had never defeated Han Haoren, and the reason was in this word potential. It was only after Chen Han had comprehended the Beto Haoren gun technique that he realized the terror of the potential. Don't look at the huge difference between his and Xiang Shang's base attributes, a whole 200,000 kilograms. But because of the effect of the potential, this base gap is almost wiped out. Xiang Shang's potential is far below him. Don't look at Xiang Shang's fierce and angry face, but that was just exasperation. The moment Chen Han revealed the effects of Xiang Shang's talent, Xiang Shang had completely broken his defense. The surface of his fierceness is just a facade he puts on. On the contrary, Chen Han, after his martial skill had been blocked by Xiang Shang, was calm, and had the victor's momentum of the Hokuto Haoren gun technique added to it. The momentum of the two was decreasing and increasing at the same time, which was why Chen Han was able to be on par with the superhuman martial arts general Xiang Shang. Hateful. How can I lose to a martial artist at the 6th rank of martial general? In the ring, since he couldn't touch Chen Han at all, he became more and more impatient. His greatest advantage over Chen Han was the ceiling of Chen Han's martial arts, as well as his natural fighting skill bonus, and his terrifying strength. However, these three items nowadays did not form a suppressive effect on Chen Han at all. The two of them had already fought against each other for an unknown number of moves. The entire ring became pitted from the duel between the two. The longer it took, the more anxious Xiang Shang became. Because everyone in the world knew that Chen Han had another terrifying advantage. Gas and blood. At the martial artist level, one already had the chi and blood of a martial emperor. It could be said that what Chen Han was least afraid of was a tug of war. On the contrary, although Xiang Shang's strength attribute was incredibly high, he didn't work on his chi and blood, and only had a pitiful 32 gears. After sparring with Chen Han for multiple moves, bean-sized beads of sweat had spread all over Xiang Shang's explosive muscles. On top of that, there were countless holes and eyes stabbed out by Chen Han. Blood and beads of sweat mixed together, making Xiang Shang's entire body look rather terrifying, like a bloody man. On the contrary, Chen Han looked as if he was fine. In fact, during the sparring stance, Xiang Shang also landed a few punches on Chen Han. However, that little bit of damage was not even worth mentioning in front of Chen Han's powerful chi and blood. Seeing this scene, Yue threw a sweet potato fritter into his mouth and said lightly, "It's going to end." As Yue had said, Shang Shang was already at the end of his rope. Trapped beast. Shang Shang exerted his last strength and ran towards Chen Han. Ba Ji Quan. Shang Shang used the most offensive national fist technique. His entire body was like a tank as he blasted at Chen Han. However, just as he was about to crash into Chen Han, he was unaware that at this moment, he was all broken in Chen Han's eyes. Chen Han stared at Shang Shang, building up his momentum and stabbing straight with his spear. This shot went straight through Shang Shang's throat. The huge cannon fist stopped abruptly in front of Chen Han's eyes, and Shang Shang similarly stopped breathing. The entire hall, including the hundreds of thousands of people who had gathered around in the periphery, were likewise holding their breath at this moment. Until the moment Shang Shang's arm dropped, it was a thunderous applause. At this moment, both clans and civilians were applauding heartily. Because the fight was truly wonderful. There were no fancy martial arts duels or strange talent effects. It's just simple, unparalleled fighting, punching to the bone, awakening that primal human urge. Moreover, Chen Han was a martial artist of the 8th rank, and Shang Shang was a martial general of the 6th rank. The gap between the two on the realm, moreover, made this kind of fighting become extremely ornamental. Chen Han also set the first ever record. A martial artist winning over a martial general is awesome, but it's by no means unique. The new calendar was a full 100 years old, and I don't know how many geniuses had come out of it. There have been some records of martial artists winning over martial generals in major colleges and universities in this area. But they often defeated their opponents by surprise through complex talent effects or martial arts or the like. A martial artist like Chen Han who fought purely in martial arts, or defeated a martial artist whose talent was enhanced by fighting skills, was absolutely unique. Even Han Haoran's life that spanned the world had never had such a record. It was also after a long time that the host shouted, "Chen Han, win!" It was only when these 3 words were spoken that the clans gathered underneath finally realized the danger, and one by one, they lowered their heads and hung their heads in shame. Shang Shang, almost already recognized as the #1 martial artist of the major universities. The 400,000 kilogram level of strength, coupled with that bizarre talent, actually couldn't do anything to Chen Han. Of those remaining 6, who could defeat Chen Han? It could be said that for the next quarterfinals and finals, Chen Han was already the internalized champion. But in that case, the 24 Privy Council side will definitely favor Yue, and there will be no more obstacles to the Northern Expedition plan. Anyone who gets in the way will be killed. In fact, it was true, in the 24 Privy Councils of the capital, the 23 supreme powers, looking at Chen Han who stood proudly in the screen, were all stunned. Chen Han, to actually be able to utilize Han Haoran's Beidou Haoran gun technique to such an extent is truly breathtaking. By letting him take over the leadership of my Xia army in the future, he might really be able to bring my Xia back to its former grandeur and restore the land. Of the 23 highest powers, probably close to 16 were originally opposed to the Northern Expedition, 3 were in favor of it, and 4 remained neutral. But this victory of Chen Han had probably caused the 12 supreme powers to tip the scales in favor of the Northern Expedition. They saw Chen Han's terrifying potential. Everyone turned their heads toward the Great Xiao's first power Emperor Prime, waiting for his answer. If he also turns in favor of the North, then that's probably the end of this exchange. However, Emperor Prime just looked at the bell structure in the screen. After Chen Han's victory, Zhongguan's expression was not as dejected as he thought it would be. You can often tell a lot from an expression in a game between these old foxes. He murmured and said lightly, "Don't be anxious for now, this old man, Zhonggui, doesn't know what kind of fart he's still holding back. He fought with Yue for so many years, yet he's still able to sit in the martial chair. It's impossible for him to admit defeat so easily." To be able to sit in the position of the first power of the Grand Xia, Di Qingtian was naturally far-sighted. But some people will think deeper and others will start to chicken out. For example, at this time, the Chen family, looking at the appearance of Chen Han, who was once regarded as the shame of the family, on the screen, each and every one of them were dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. Chapter 52 Expelling the Chen Family Patriarch. Whatever is owed to me must be paid back. Without a doubt, after winning this victory, Chen Han was the most dazzling pride of heaven in this era. Before, it was only in the army, but nowadays, I'm afraid that all those personalities in the capital have to pay attention to Chen Han. In just a few months' time, this change in Chen Han still made the Chen family feel as if they were in a dream. Chen Mohu, the old ancestor of the Chen family, sat inside the ancestral hall with a gloomy expression. After a long time, he snapped, "Whose idea was it to expel Chen Han from the clan?" Chen Mohu's voice was not loud, but it had full vigor. As the Chen clan's oldest ancestor, he had the ability to dispose of everyone in the clan. The people standing inside the Chen family ancestral hall looked at each other in dismay, and no one was slow to speak up. In theory, everyone here is responsible. After all, that day in the ancestral hall, not a single person had stopped Chen Han from breaking away from the clan. Even after Chen Han broke away from the family, every single person had once laughed at him. The shrine was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and it was a long time before anyone spoke. It's Chen Zhan. Chen Zhan wanted to send his son to the martial artist university early, so he took Chen Han's name as an imposter, and he's the culprit. Not knowing who started it, a group of people seemed to have found an object to dump the pot on, and they all pointed their spearheads at Chen Zhan. Yes, it's Chen Zhan. If it wasn't for his son Chen Feng, how could we agree to let Chen Han break away from the family? A good seedling like Chen Han, Chen Zhan is really doing it. Facing the crowd's verbal attacks, Chen Zhan, who had been standing silently in the corner, was suddenly as if his heart was dead. In the current situation, there was a real possibility that he would be killed on the spot by Chen Mohu. Chen Zhan! Is that you? Chen Mohu roared angrily, a martial emperor level might emanating out, immediately causing Chen Zhan to fall to his knees in fear. He stammered, barely able to speak. Now all the pot is on his back alone, and he's going to die either way. Just at this time, Chen Zhan suddenly turned around and saw a person, and immediately his heart was crossed, and he had to pull it back on the verge of death. He then pointed at the family patriarch, Chen Jinnan, and exclaimed, "Am I the only one responsible? Why are you all just staring at me?" Chen Jinnan. Chen Jinnan is also responsible. As the head of the clan, he was the one who personally agreed to let Chen Han be sent out to be filled with soldiers, and he was also the one who personally agreed to let Chen Han break away from the clan. Chen Zhan seemed to go crazy, fighting like crazy. And Chen Jinnan was also shocked when he heard this. Chen Zhan, this person usually listened to him the most. In the entire Chen family, Chen Zhan was also his most loyal henchman. Because of this, Chen Jinnan agreed to let Chen Feng impersonate. Chen Zhan. What the hell are you talking about? You were the one who gave me 2-star crystals to take care of your son in the first place. Chen Jinnan is also afraid of death. Don't look at Chen Mohu outside as a shameless person, but within the family, has always killed without blinking an eye. Although he was the family patriarch, Chen Mohu could abolish him and set up another one at any time. His words, however, revealed an overwhelming piece of news. A piece of news that even the members of the clans didn't know about until now. It turns out that Chen Feng impersonated Chen Han and was actually paid by Chen Jinnan. They hadn't gotten anything out of it, but they had become the executioners of Chen Han's separation from the family. I can't believe that the patriarch is such a person. My god. Chen Jinnan, you're really no good. 2-star crystals and you sold Chen Han. As the saying goes, the walls are falling down. If Chen Han remains unknown in the army, even if this matter is blown up afterward, it will just be a non-issue. But now was different. Chen Jinnan's performance in dealing with Chen Han had originally made the crowd quite critical. Coupled with Chen Han's position nowadays, Chen Jinnan had already become the target of the crowd's attacks. Inside the Chen family ancestral hall, a dog-eat-dog drama began to unfold. It was a pity that this great play was not available for Chen Han to see with his own eyes. But he would soon see another good show. Not long after Chen Han was starstruck and walked out of the ring, Chen Mohu got his phone number from somewhere and gave him a call. The content of the phone call was simple. It was an invitation for Chen Han to attend a family banquet. The purpose was naturally to allow Chen Han to return to the clan. Chen Han did not have the slightest attachment to the Chen family, and had wanted to rebuff. However, Chen Mohu then added that he would personally dismiss Chen Jinnan at this family banquet, which gave Chen Han some interest. So he obliged, and in the evening, he even brought Chen Shui in person. Still that familiar ancestral hall, the last time Chen Han walked out alone, none of the hundreds of so-called relatives of the Chen family saw him off. But this time, not to mention the people of the Chen family, even members of the household servants, dishwashing ammas and the like, were all at the entrance to greet them. There was even a red carpet spread out in front of the door, and before the red carpet, there was a plaque with the word "thank you" written in large letters. For some reason, looking at this scene, Chen Han seemed to feel a bit world-weary. But Chen Shui didn't understand. Instead, she was a bit excited and pulled on Chen Han's coat. "Brother, this is the first time the Chen family has put up such a big show. It seems like the Chen family is really regretting it." Regret was certainly regret. Chen Han did not deny it. He just gently touched Chen Shui's head. "Little Snow, you're still young. Remember the saying, sending charcoal in the snow is still valuable. There is no true love in adding flowers to the brocade. Under Chen Mohu's smiling face, Chen Han was welcomed within the Chen family with the highest etiquette of the Chen family. The entire 40 tables with a wide array of dishes were for Chen Han alone. Each dish was a rare and exotic beast, and it was estimated that the price of a table would start at less than $100,000. Gentlemen, welcome my Chen family's noble son, Chen Han, to his honorable home. Chen Mohu made his speech, and the whole room burst into thunderous applause. Today, even Chen Mohu did not sit on the main banquet seat, but rather Chen Han. Chen Han did not care about any seniority, and took Chen Shui and the two of them to sit down on the main seat. Usually when the Chen family held banquets, he and Chen Shui did not even have the qualifications to be on the table. The only time I've been on the table was when there was a lot of booze, and I was at a table with the servants. Apart from the banquet, the most interesting thing to watch was Chen Zhan and Chen Jinan, who were tied up in the center of the banquet. The two of them were grimacing, but they didn't dare to say a single word of no. They understood very well that if they dared to say anything, there was a high probability that Chen Mohu would kill them on the spot today. Chen Mohu ingratiated himself with Chen Han and laughed. Little Han Na, today I would like to ask you to be a witness. I want to dismiss Chen Jinan's patriarchal position and expel Chen Jinan Chen Zhan and the two of them, so even though you have a great deal of anger, it should be eliminated. Speaking of this, Chen Mohu suddenly cleared his throat and continued, undesirable grandson Chen Jinan, borrowing the power of the clan head, receiving Chen Zhan's bribe of 2-star crystals, making the ungrateful grandson Chen Feng stand in for the name of my clan's noble son Chen Han to attend the University of Martial Artists, is especially hateful. He should be expelled. Expulsion. Expel. Expel. The crowd of the Chen family shouted in unison. The two of them, Chen Jinan and Chen Zhan, in the center of the banquet listened to the sounds of shouting and cursing in their ears, their faces lowered and their hearts were as if they were dead. The two clenched their fists tightly, their nails deeply embedded in their flesh, blood seeping out from between their palms, but they didn't dare to say a word. They seemed to have finally experienced what Chen Han felt that day. Chapter 53 Chen Han as Patriarch? The plea of the Chen clan's ancestor. Chen Han was that surprised when he heard that Chen Jinan had actually received a bribe to allow Chen Feng to take. This sentence had already pronounced the death sentence for Chen Zhan and Chen Jinan. The two were afraid that no matter what they did in the future, it would be difficult for them to return to the clan. On the surface, Chen Mohu was dealing with Chen Jinan and Chen Zhan, but in reality, he was currying favor with Chen Han. Everyone in the Chen clan observed Chen Han's expression on the main seat. Under the cold gaze of the crowd, Chen Jinan and Chen Zhan, even if they were unwilling, could only walk out of the Chen family with a sad look. Scram! You are not welcome in the Chen family. As soon as the duo stepped out of the gate, the Chen family's people unlocked the gate. Chen Jinan's expression was bleak, and he even laughed miserably, ha 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 ha. I think I, Chen Jinan, have been in charge of the Chen family for 18 years, every day is dedicated, without merit there is also hard work. So be it. And so be it. A bunch of wolves. Chen Jinan shouting outside the door was heard by every member of the Chen family inside the door, but their expressions were not half as guilty. Instead, they were all toasting towards Chen Han. Especially Chen Shiming, who, as Chen Jinan's hardcore, took the lead in expelling Chen Jinan, and was also the first to serve the wine cup in front of Chen Han. Xiao Han, you've made a name for yourself, second uncle honors you. From today onwards, stay in the Chen family and don't leave. No matter what, the Chen family is your loyal backing. Chen Han, who hadn't made a sound, suddenly made a move at this moment. He didn't give the Chen family the slightest bit of face as he swept the wine on the table to the ground. Business is business, I can't afford to drink this glass of wine. When the words official business were said, the expressions of the crowd became incredibly complicated. This meant that Chen Han was not attending the banquet as a member of the Chen family, but as an army ensign. The Chen family had already done this, and he still refused to forgive the Chen family. Chen Muju's smile also froze. Theoretically speaking, although the Chen family was not considered a big family, it was considered a regional hegemon in Hanwu City. From the perspective of interest alone, Chen Han shouldn't have refused to return to the Chen clan either. Chen Muzu pondered for a while, thinking that he had not given enough leverage, and clenched his teeth as if he had made some decision. Chen Han, since Chen Jinan has been expelled from the clan by me, then this patriarchal position has become vacant. You see, how about you take this patriarch position? What a Chen Muju! When these words came out, the Chen family froze. That's the patriarch's position. Although Chen Han, by virtue of his strength, was already good enough to be called the number one person in the Chen family. But being a patriarch is ultimately about seniority. No matter what, Chen Han was also a member of the younger generation. Making Chen Han the patriarch meant that all these uncles of Chen Han had to follow Chen Han's orders. This is an act of great disrespect. In order to allow Chen Han to return to the family, Chen Muhu could truly be said to have lost all his face. Chen Han also did not have the slightest heartbeat, but instead grew more and more disgusted with this great-grandfather. Chen Muhu was at least a martial emperor-level powerhouse, and still had a reputation in the capital, but from Chen Muhu, Chen Han couldn't see a single shadow of a martial artist. What a pure politician! Yuki, let's go! After speaking, Chen Han brought Chen Xuan was about to walk out of the Chen family's gate. The good show he was going to see was already over. Gazing at Chen Han's determined back, a somber look finally surfaced on Chen Muhu's face. He completely lost the amiable look he had just had, and instead looked like a venomous snake as he said grimly, "Chen Han, if you walk out of this gate today, you will regret it." The corners of Chen Han's mouth rose slightly, and without uttering a word, he walked out without looking back. The last time he walked out of this door, it was full of bleakness. Instead, this time, it was teenage-spirited and unattached. From this moment onwards, perhaps he would be considered officially separated from the Chun family. As for Chen Muhu, it is not yet known who will be happy and who will be sad in the future. Having just stepped out of the front door of the Chen family's house not too far away, Chen Han saw the people of the Cold Night team gathered in one place under the streetlight in the distance, looking at him. On top of that, there was the 2-meter-tall Yue, who had also been waiting for a long time. Chen Han was slightly stunned. Perhaps these people were his true family. Only at this point, a few people didn't look too good. Chen Han had just walked over when Yue said, "Chen Han, you don't need to participate in the next competition, let's call it a day." Yue was rarely this serious, and from his expression Chen Han could deduce that something big had happened. But it's strange to realize that Shang Sheng is already the strongest expert in this exchange. The remaining ones Chen Han had also seen their rings. Although they were all supreme geniuses as well, they were still far inferior to Shang Sheng. Victory was almost within reach for Chen Han. All at this juncture, how could Yue let him give up? Zhao Linger hurriedly handed over a copy of the video to Chen Han. The two people on the video were Lu Xian from Tianqing University, and Guo Lang from Guangwu University, both of whom Chen Han knew. However, when Chen Han clicked on the duo's video, he froze for a moment. First was Lu Xian. On the field she pinched out a huge fireball, like a small sun, and actually burned her opponent to ashes in an instant. On the other hand, Guo Lord was holding a Tai saber in his hand, with a bizarre figure, and with a single slash, it was as if the dark underworld had descended, also in an instant, cutting the enemy into countless pieces of flesh. The two of them hadn't shown such strong strength before. Even all of them have beaten their opponents against immense odds. It was important to realize that the martial artists who had entered the top 8, with the exception of Chen Han, were basically martial generals of the 5th rank or higher. Killing an enemy in an instant is basically impossible to do. Obviously, these two had hidden their strength, and both of their true abilities were 100% above Shang Sheng. According to Yue, the true talents of these two were both at the SSS level. One was in the nature department, the light department Golden Sun talent, which was Lu Xian. This light system talent was not the kind of Zhenzilian's, but was a solid destructive system talent that was incredibly lethal. It is said to be invincible within the same rank. The other one was of the trait space system. The martial skill used by that Guo Lord, named Void Tearing Chop, was actually just a swing of a blade, but it was a countless number of slashes on the enemy's body. Chapter 54: The Only Way to Win. Breakthrough. There was no doubt that these two were both supreme experts. And it's been hidden before. Yue lamented, "It was me who underestimated Zhonggu. Over the years, he has been cultivating power in the military while also extending his hand to the University of Martial Arts. It turns out that Lu Xian and Guo Lang are both dead soldiers cultivated by Zhongju. It was also Zhongguan's final card against this competition. Normally, dead soldiers never show up in front of people. Zhongguan also thought that with those martial arts university experts he had selected, it was already enough to finish off Chen Han. But there are so many mysteries about Chen Han, who has been working miracles since he joined the army. So the bell structure adds 2 insurances. 2 overwhelming demons of the 8th rank of martial general, coupled with their talent, even had a strength close to that of a martial emperor. The two had been hiding their strength, not for any particular reason, but simply because they were dead soldiers. If Shang Sheng hadn't failed, Zhongguan would never have let the two be exposed so easily. "Chen Han, give up, this time I mean it. You don't need to go to your death, being able to defeat Shang Shang has already broken the record. Those old guys in the 24th Privy Council are starting to take you seriously. At this rate, even if this northern expedition plan doesn't pass, in a few years they'll never have anything to say again. Yue spoke in a serious tone, but he was also filled with helplessness. How could he not have imagined that Zhongguan had hidden such a hand? The members of the Cold Night team, too, looked towards Chen Han eagerly, hoping that he would give up on this exchange match. After pondering for a while, Chen Han suddenly murmured, "Actually, it's not completely impossible for me to win. Right now there is one last way. That's when I break through to Marshal General." As long as he reached the level of a Marshal General, that surge in basic attributes, coupled with the addition of the Beidou Haoren gun technique's victorious momentum, it would not be difficult for Chen Han to win against the duo. However, when these words came out, everyone looked at Chen Han with a shocked expression. It was as if Chen Han was like a fool's errand. The first person who felt skeptical was Zhao Linger, who had just broken through to Marshal General. "Are you crazy? Even if you're as perverted as you are, it's only been a few days since you reached the 8th rank of martial artist. Do you think breaking through to Marshal General is like eating and drinking water?" Ji Yun was also astonished. "Chen Xiao, I do know that breaking through to a Marshal General is a major threshold for martial artists, and the fastest person to break through to a Marshal General in history took a whole half a year." Martial artist level to Marshal General level was almost a qualitative change. For 100 years, countless martial artists had been stuck at this threshold. It could be said so, but 90% of all those who practiced martial arts were stuck at the martial artist level. It is only when you get to a military general that you can become the backbone of this society. The battalion commanders of the major battalions, for example, were almost all of the rank of military generals. Directors like Chi Feihu are also at the level of military generals. There are a lot of positions that you can't sit in until you're at the rank of military general. This also proves how difficult it is to break through to martial arts. With Chen Han's qualifications, everyone thought that it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the martial general rank, but it was by no means possible for him to do so within a few days. Even Yue was shaking his head. "Chen Han, this is no joke, I'd better disqualify you immediately." Instead, Chen Han's expression was very firm. "Marshal Yue, just let me try." Chen Han had the kind of confidence that made people think that he might actually be able to do this. If he did, it would be more of a miracle than a victory over Shang Shang. Seeing this, Yue no longer dissuaded him. Only that he could only buy Chen Han 2 days at most. If Chen Han couldn't break through to a martial general within 2 days, he would disqualify Chen Han from the competition no matter what. It's already a miracle that a martial artist of the 8th rank can defeat so many martial generals, and this time those martial artist universities are too good at playing rogue. Almost all of the rumors circulating in the streets and alleys were rumors about Chen Han's impending defeat. Some people even thought that Chen Han had already given up on the competition, and that the so-called physical ailment was just the military's attempt to maintain face. But there was a consensus among the group that there was no shame in forfeiting this tournament. Or even just the opposite. It would have been cute to continue on with the race instead. Like behavior is tantamount to suicide. The Qin clan, who had been refused to return to their clan by Chen Han, also sneered after learning of this news. Chen Mohu smiled grimly. "This Chen Han deserves this reward." With a bit of strength, his tail goes up to the sky. And Chen Shiming, who had already been made clan leader by Chen Mohu, chimed in. "I hope that this time Chen Han will be killed outright in the ring, old ancestor, and you and I will no longer have to suffer from this little brat's bird breath. If you can't get it, destroy it, since Chen Han won't return to the clan." Chen Mohu and the others naturally want Chen Han to die. The one who wished for Chen Han's death was also not a Chen family. At this time, most of the families in the country were on the opposite side of Chen Han. They didn't want a Yue to die and then another Chen Han who was like a rising star to deal with them. However, all of these voices from the outside world were completely ignored by Chen Han. He locked himself in his room and closed his eyes. The most important place to break through to martial general at the martial artist level was, first and foremost, raw accumulation. That is, the base attribute. Only when the basic attributes are cultivated to the critical point of the martial general level is it possible to reach the martial general level. At this point, Chen Han had clearly done it. One might even say far beyond. Then comes the second point, the spiritual epiphany. When the martial artist level reaches the martial general level, an additional important basic attribute is added. The name is the spiritual force. This spiritual force represents the human will, and only those with a strong mind can bring the physical body into play beyond the upper limits of the human body. Even though this world had experienced the aura revival 100 years ago, and the human body quality had been drastically enhanced, there was ultimately an upper limit to the human flesh. The only thing that can break through this upper limit is the human body's spiritual force. And the spiritual force is the foundation of the Beidu Haorengun technique's winner's power. This was why Chen Han was confident. After comprehending the Beidu Haorengun technique, he had already gained some insights, only that he had failed to make any progress because the competition was too hectic, causing him to be distracted. The way of the martial artist, when the heart is resolute, when it is unrelenting, when it looks down on the world and sees the world as ants. Chen Han meditated in his heart, gradually entering a state of ecstasy. At this moment, he didn't notice that the pores around his body, a beam of spiritual energy was wrapping around him, as if it was a. It was also the only existence currently at the 8th rank of martial god. In these 100 years, he didn't know how many heavenly gifted supreme demons he had seen. But he had never seen Chen Han like this before. Even the Han Haoren of the past was simply not as good as Chen Han. Both surprised and excited, he stroked his florid white beard and laughed. Chen Han, it's true that he always brings surprises. And this spiritual power beam could only be seen by those of the martial general rank. Zhao Linger was so scared that she was even more but stunned on the ground, and she didn't say anything for a long time. In fact, it wasn't just the members of the Cold Night team, the entire Hanwu city martial artists above the rank of martial general had almost all noticed the strange movements in this military camp. Especially the two of them, Zhongguan and Ouyang Quan. Zhongguan brought Lu Xiyan and Guo Lang, who had already been celebrating in an upscale restaurant. The victory of the clans in this exchange match was already a foregone conclusion in his mind. But when he saw that spiritual power beam flashing on the barracks, he immediately turned pale with fear. That Chen Han kid, what kind of monster is he? Zhong Gong said in a shocked voice. There weren't many martial arts generals who could scare a hallowed martial arts god like this. Lu Xiyan and Guo Lang were still a bit bewildered and queried, Marshal Zhong, what's wrong with you? Zhong Gong did not reply. Instead, Ouyang Quan pointed to the beam of spiritual energy at the distant barracks. You guys, look at that beam of spiritual energy, it's Chen Han making a breakthrough. At this time, Lu Xiyan and Guo Lord had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. One of them, Guo Lord, who was slightly stronger than Lu Xiyan, even laughed coldly. The two marshals, there's no need to make such a fuss, even if we let the Chen Han break through to the martial general realm, what can we do? This sword in my hand can still shatter him into pieces. Both of them were possessors of SSS talents, and this thing called talent was divided into strengths and weaknesses in addition to grades. Their talents, even among the SSS talents, were considered to be the strongest ones. Zhong Gong and Ouyang Quan were not very optimistic. In the few months since Chen Han had joined the army, he had already created countless military miracles. If Chen Han hadn't stepped into the martial general realm, they would still have full certainty. But once they're in, they're not even 30% sure. Lu Xiyan and Guo Lang were Zhongguan's dead soldiers, which was equivalent to explicitly telling the 24th Privy Council that he was cultivating his own forces. 24 Privy Council. That group of old guys do not want to see the most is to cultivate private armament in the army. Zhongguan under pressure has been not small. If he could still lose to Chen Han even like this, his voice in the army would be greatly reduced in the future. The military generals who had raised the city could not help but look in the direction of the spiritual power beam in the barracks. They were observing whether or not Chen Han would succeed in his breakthrough. It was possible for a martial artist to fail in breaking through a martial general, and if the beam of spiritual energy in mid-air dissipated, it was proof that the impact on the realm had failed. However, if the beam of spiritual energy folded back into his body, it meant that Chen Han had been able to induce the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to infuse himself, then the breakthrough was successful. All the people held their breath. Right at this moment, the beam of spiritual energy in mid-air suddenly moved. One could only see a beam of spiritual energy as if it were a small tadpole, slowly swimming downwards, finally collecting into a ball and rushing back into the room at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the realm has become a reality. Chen Han felt a majestic power filling up around himself. He clenched his fists, and although he had not tested it, it was the fact that he already had a rough grasp of his basic attributes. My current strength attribute is about 300,000 kilograms. The speed is around 2,800. Blood value of 92 gears. Without the increase of the killing god gun intent, Chen Han's base strength had even reached a situation equal to Shang Shang's. The speed and blood value, too, had been substantially increased. At the same time, there was one more item in his basic attributes. Spiritual force. Spiritual force is divided into tiers, the same as chakra gears. As for Chen Han's spiritual force, it amounted to 5 layers when he broke through to martial general. Don't underestimate the 5 layers. A large portion of the martial arts generals cultivate for decades, in the absence of a breakthrough. After all, the spiritual force of his life is also 5 layers. For example, the group of military generals of the Chun family. Chen Han's birth was the pinnacle of what they could only achieve in their lifetime. If you don't pass the spiritual force, then you'll be stuck in the martial general realm for the rest of your life. At this moment, only a loud bang was heard from the door, and the Cold Night team as well as Yue unexpectedly broke in as much as they could. The crowd's expression was one of excitement. "Young Chen, you made a breakthrough?" Ji Yun was the first to ask Chen Han. But the martial god level Yue had already seen through everything. He laughed, "Ha ha ha. Enough of Chen Han. Breaking a military general in one day, no one has ever done it before or since." Receiving Yushui's affirmation, there was no longer a need for Chen Han to answer for himself, and the Cold Night team's people clustered around Chen Han, happier than if they had made a breakthrough themselves. Chen Han's tone was very calm as he said to Yue, "Marshal Yu, there's no need to wait until the day after tomorrow, the ring will open tomorrow." Yue could see the confident firmness in Chen Han's eyes, and without any further dissuasion, he immediately nodded his head in agreement. And the news spread almost as far as the streets in a day. Chen Han's astonishing act of breaking a military general in a single day had tipped the scales of victory once again. On the second day, the ring site of the Hanwu City Exchange Tournament was already crowded before the match even started. It's no exaggeration to say that today's game is already in the national spotlight. Before the game even started, the venue was surrounded by 3 layers of people. There were at least 500,000 people at the site alone. Under the crowd's expectant gaze, Chen Han jumped onto the ring first. The host also immediately announced Chen Han's opponent. Final 4, Chen Han vs. Lu Xian. There was no suspense. Under Zhong Guan's shady operation, Chen Han was bound to face Lu Xian. If he could defeat Lu Xian, the next ring would be a duel against Guo Lang. Only at this moment, Chen Han made an extremely shocking move. He raised his head to look at Zhong Ju on the stage and said lightly, "Marshal Zhong, the bright people don't speak in the dark. I know that this tournament was set up specifically to target me. If I win this one, I should deal with Guo Lord in the next one, right?" The crowd was silent at the words, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Although there was nothing wrong with Chen Han's words, this was all under the table, but this match was now in the national spotlight, so how could Chen Han put things under the table on the table? He was undoubtedly completely tearing his face off with Zhong Ju. Lu Xian was incomparably annoyed and snapped, "Chen Han, don't be too wild. Can you defeat me?" A fool's dream. Chen Han did not reply to Lu Xian's words. Instead, he clasped his arms with both hands, and his entire body gradually ascended into the air, and even the Overlord gun was suspended above his head. He was looking down on Lu Xian, his eyes as if he was looking at trash. "Marshal Zhong, don't bother. Let the two of them go together." Chapter 56, No More Pretending. Sunslayer. Rampant. It's too wild. In the face of Chen Han's statement, the crowd had only this one thought. Regardless, Chen Han had only just broken through to Marshal General. The two of them, Lu Xian and Guo Lord, were both hand-picked by Zhongguan and could even be said to have been raised from childhood to be dead soldiers. Both of them were SSS-talents, 8th-ranked martial generals, and even if they were to face a martial emperor, they would still have the power to fight. But Chen Han actually had to face 2 people at the same time. Even if he had top-notch talent, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant? Of course, the one who was angriest was Lu Xian in the ring. As Zhongguan's dead soldier, she had hidden herself for so long, and she was never the only one who underestimated others, not the others who underestimated her. After all, she had to do her best to be careful that others didn't lose easily in every competition. "Chen Han, I'll destroy you." Lu Xian let out a sharp growl, and a ball of golden fire swirled and converged between his hands, the powerful heat radiating out as if it could vaporize everything. But at that moment, Zhongguan spoke up. His tone was exceptionally calm as he coldly said, "Lu Xian, stop. Guo Lord, you go to the ring with Lu Xian." Incredibly, Zhang Guk wasn't as excited as he thought he would be. One must know that Chen Han's behavior was a death wish in the eyes of others. How about a few taunts? But Zhongguan didn't. Being able to sit in the position of a marshal, the emotions are naturally different from those of an ordinary person. And instead of being excited, Zhongguan was even a little bit scared. Fear. Don't look at Chen Han's behavior has always been arrogant and domineering, but behind this, there is strength at the bottom. He profoundly understood that Chen Han was not a brainless person, and since he wanted to deal with both Guo Lord and Lu Xian at the same time, he must have the strength to do so. The young and impetuous Guo Lang is oblivious to this, but he can only follow Zhong Ju's orders. Marshal Zhong, why do you have to do this? Could it be that Si Yen alone can't solve him? Wouldn't it be a bit too much of a bully for him, the two of us together? Guo Lord sneered and also completely disregarded Chen Han. Yet Zhong Guan's behavior was even more puzzling to the crowd. He actually spaced out and slapped Guo Lang's face. Bully Nympho's head. It's hard to imagine a marshal actually getting angry in this situation. But this slap, on the contrary, also completely woke up Guo Lord's. Lord Guo had to pull out the taijutsu at his waist and stand by. It was also at this moment that Chen Han made his move. A small white point of light emerged from the tip of the Overlord's spear above his head. At first this little point of light was not very noticeable. But it glows rapidly at a dizzying pace. Also in an instant, the glare irritated one's eyes so much that one could hardly open them. The Sunslayer Lance. It is a wide-range killing martial art. It has the effect of emitting 3 energy blasts in a row. The first impact was like the water of a great river, surging extraordinary. The second impact, when it is like an ocean, splits mountains and breaks rocks. The third impact, on the other hand, was like a blazing sun in the sky, sweeping across everything. This was Chen Han's strongest martial art at the moment. It was also the first time he used it in front of a crowd. The last time he used it, it was against his 6th uncle, and at that time, Chen Hui, who was at the level of a martial general, didn't even resist the first stage of the impact. Therefore, that was not the full picture of the Sunslayer Lance. However, this time, Chen Han was on fire. Since Zhong Gong's bottom card had already been revealed, there was naturally no need to hide his bottom card. A terrifying aura spread to dozens of kilometers around, and anyone could see the terrifying might emanating from that Overlord gun suspended above Chen Han's head at this moment. The two of them, Lu Xian and Guo Lord, gradually transformed from their initial contempt to fear. They also offered their own killing moves at the same time. Lu Xian's palms went upwards and a golden fireball like the sun instantly exploded. On the other hand, Lord Guo waved his taijutsu in his hand, and a black aura emerged from his body. But the duo's response seemed to be so late. Boom! Only a loud boom could be heard as a beam of light whistled and landed heavily above the heads of the two. It was in this instant that the entire ring was smashed out into a 5-meter deep pit, and the terrifying impact even rippled out, causing the surrounding family members to have to use their cultivation to fend it off. This Chen Han, making a bit too much of a scene. Yue also marveled, hastily jumping down from the marshal's seat. His Guan sword swung, stopping the horrifying impact of the Sun Destruction Regicide gun. The people in the stands were still like this, not to mention the two of them, Lu Xian and Guo Lord, who were directly in the beam of light. The two of them, one for the light system Yang Yen talent, one for the void system, both being the best of the SSS level talent, made the attack under the Sun Destruction Regicide gun, which was actually instantly disintegrated. But the SSS level of the duo is the upper limit of the duo. Chen Han's SSS level, but it was his lower limit. Let's not forget the increase of the soldier's soul sacred body. Any martial skill would be directly raised by 2 levels. If it wasn't for the fact that the highest rating of a martial skill was only SSS grade, the grade of the Sun Destruction Regicide gun would still have to rise by 2 more grades. The duo is fortunate and unfortunate. Because of this first impact, they actually carried it off. Lu Xian's head was cloaked and her cheeks were covered in blood. Guo Lord was even more miserable. His entire body was already close to a bloody man, and he strongly supported himself to stand up. What did I think was so great? It's nothing more than that. Chen Han, suffer. Before that word death could be shouted, a second shock had followed. Boo! There was another loud explosion, and the already dented ground was smashed another 3 meters deep. At this time, Lu Xian and Guo Lord were already unable to speak. Their heads had been blown to pieces, leaving only half of their bodies. Knock! Before the crowd could recover from their surprise, there was that final impact again. The impact was even greater than the previous 2, pushing the ground down 10 meters deep once again. The good competition venue was actually blasted into scorched earth by Chen Han. As for Lu Xian and Guo Lingguang, there are no bones left, all turned into pieces. Zhong Gong's hanging heart was finally dead. He rubbed his forehead and looked at the 20-meter deep pit with a headache. Lu Xian and Guo Lord too had spent an unknown amount of cultivation resources from the moment they were selected by him. Those cultivation resources, even for him as a marshal, were not at his fingertips. Now, it was actually cleanly destroyed by Chen Han. A whole 20 years of hard work. After a few full minutes, the entire venue was silent. That is, until the host standing by the deep pit shouted, "Chen Han, win!" The whole room burst into thunderous applause, and some people even clapped their hands to the point of numbness, their expressions still dumbfounded. Because this match was not as exciting as the last one, Chen Han and Shang Sheng fought fist to fist for almost an hour. This time, however, it was less than a minute from the time Guo Lang walked onto the ring. Chapter 57. Look at the great Xia. Who dares to offend him? Throughout the entire 100-year history of the new calendar, this victory of Chen Han was unrivaled. Since Chen Han represented Yu Wuyun, he also represented the civilian side. This was the first time that a civilian power had actually defeated a family power. Only to see the many family bigwigs under the stage, hanging their heads in shame, while the civilians gathered around the venue were raising their arms and shouting. The good times for the families, no doubt, came to an end. And it is true. At this moment, within the 24th Privy Council, the highest authority of the Great Xia, the 23 supreme powers looked at Chen Han in the ring and were dumbstruck. They simply could not have imagined that Chen Han's strength would be so strong after he broke through the marshal general rank. And there's a hidden card. Even two experts comparable to the marshal emperor level were simply not a match in front of him. Chen Han's potential was self-evident. In the future, if he were to lead Daxia, he would be able to lead Daxia to lift it to a new height. The Great Xia's first power, Emperor King Tian, was the first to speak. This son Chen Han not only has unlimited potential, but is also quite resourceful, intelligent yet knows how to hold back, and wild yet knows his limits. Yu Wuyun, this is the right person to pick. With that said, Di Qingtian took out a copy of Yu Wuyun's Northern Expedition plan. Gentlemen, I agree with this plan for the Northern Expedition. Who else objects? In the face of Emperor Prime's questioning, the other supreme powers in the seats kept their mouths shut. Objection? This time of year, cutie. What's the point of objecting? They serve as the supreme power, although a number of them represent family interest groups. But more than that, it represents the interests of the whole of Daxia. The reason for opposing the Northern Expedition was that it was unlikely to succeed and would cost the lives of many generals for nothing. They are not little cuties. Yu Wuyun's worries were not without reason. Those fey beasts in the Northern Darkness domain today have grown increasingly powerful, and many of them have even mastered languages and technological systems. What does that mean? Meaning that in the north, perhaps a new civilization has been born. It was quite terrifying, and the only reason humans could still resist the Fae now was because of the advanced nature of civilization. Fae are just a bunch of brainless monsters in the end. But once the monsters are allowed to have a brain, then the only thing that will happen to humanity is extinction. Chen Han's appearance had given them hope that this wasn't some battle of interests between families and civilians. Rather, it's a matter for the whole of Daxia. I agree with the Northern Expedition. I also agree with the Northern Expedition. All the supreme powers of the 24th Privy Council have signed the consent to the plan of the Northern Expedition. At the Hanwu City martial arts venue, the host also read out Chen Han's words of winning the exchange tournament. Undoubtedly, after seeing Chen Han instantly kill Lu Xian and Guo Lord, it was unlikely that anyone would still have the idea of competing with him. Even those crying family bigwigs under the stage had to barely squeeze out a smile to congratulate Chen Han. Ensign Chen, congratulations. Now you're the man of the hour in my Grand Xia. Ensign Chen, please take care of my MO family in the future. Ensign Chen, a young talent. I admire you. Faced with the false compliments of this group of old foxes, Chen Han was not amused. But he also took the opportunity to say something about the award that made the family's scalp on stage go numb. It was just a fluke that I got this championship. I'm mainly thankful to Marshal Yu Wuyun who initiated the Northern Expedition program. You should have all read the Northern Expedition plan, right? I also hope that the great clans will be generous and take out an extra 200 kilograms of star crystals to support the army. This opening was a whole 200 kilograms of star crystals. What kind of concept is that? It was important to know that even for the great families in the capital, the net profit for the entire 5 years was only 200 kilograms of star crystals. In Hanwu City, 200 kilograms of star crystals could even serve as the total assets of a large family. It's no longer a lion's share, it's a death wish. On the contrary, now that Chen Han had gotten the overall champion of the military exchange competition, this face was quite valuable, and these great clans of the capital still had to take it out. If they didn't take it, who knew if Chen Han would settle the score later? Chen Han was clearly forcing the issue. Those who could qualify to sit in the venue were all the big families of the capital with dignified names. They were used to being pampered on a regular basis, so naturally, there would be those who were not used to hearing this kind of statement from Chen Han. A great elder of the family immediately stood out and shouted, "Chen Han, we are giving you face by congratulating you, don't you dare give your face away." Before he could finish his words, he was immediately covered by another family elder beside him. "Shoo! Elder Mo, don't take us with you if you want to die." Looking at the entire Grand Xia now, who would dare to offend Chen Han now? Smart people understand that, let alone 200 kilograms of star crystals. Now even if Chen Han directly robbed them in the open, with the support of the first marshal of Daxia and the first authority of Daxia behind him, no matter which family it was, they would not dare to say half a word. At that moment, an old man suddenly spoke. "I'm willing to take the lead in donating 300 kilograms of star crystals on top of the Northern Expedition planner." The crowd sniffed and looked back. The one who said that was actually National Pharmaceuticals' Li Ching-suk. As the dean of the national pharmaceutical industry and the #1 scientist, the Li family might not have many outstanding martial artists, but in terms of family background, it was a first-class existence. After all, star crystals could only be considered a high-level asset, and the purpose of high-level assets was still to be used to purchase medicinal liquids that could enhance a martial artist's strength. Li Qingshi smiled faintly at Chen Han and said, "Little brother Chen Han, these 300 kilograms of star crystals are only the beginning of the lottery. If you are willing to befriend this bad old man of mine, I can donate more." The crowd was shocked at his words. Li Qingshi's realm might not be high, but his status was absolutely transcendent in the capital. Even just below those 24 supreme powers of the 24 privy councils. As long as he raised his arm, countless martial emperor and martial Zun-level powerhouses might willingly sell their lives for him. And such a person would actually take the initiative to befriend Chen Han? Chen Han naturally knew that Li Qingshi's purpose for wanting to befriend him was not yet the medicine god's body's ability to refine medicines. However, seeing how generous Li Qingshi was, Chen Han readily agreed, "Thank you, elderly." With Li Qingshi leading the way, how could the many clans dare to disagree anymore and could only pretend to smile as they agreed to donate? With a single sentence, Chen Han had caused the Northern Expedition plan to have a considerable amount of additional star crystal reserves. Chen Han had wanted to inform Yu Wuyan of this news, who knew that Yu Wuyan was gazing at a document at the moment, not noticing the ring situation in the slightest. Chen Han curiously walked over. With Yu Wuyan's strength, he could naturally detect Chen Han walking towards him. Who knew that before Chen Han could ask Yu Wuyan? Yu Wuyan instead asked Chen Han first, "Chen Han, is your father's name Chen Qingdian? Mother's name is Lu Yufeng?" Chen Han was a bit surprised, not knowing why Yu Wuyan would ask him about his parents at this time. He gave a slight nod. Yu Wuyan's expression became a bit astonished, and then it was a sigh. It's true, it's not for nothing that the son follows his father's footsteps, and you plumbed into the army. They are all members of the 869th Bureau. Chapter 58 869 Bureau. Chen Han's parents? After saying that, for fear of Chen Han's misunderstanding, Yu Wuyan hastily added, "Don't misunderstand me, I just heard Xiao Zhao say something about your life, including how you entered the army, and was a bit curious, so I investigated a bit. I didn't expect this investigation to have any unexpected rewards." To be honest, although Chen Han was a soul-through fetus and had pre-birth memories when he was born, he still had very little impression of his parents in this life. His mother, after 2 days of sitting in her womb after giving birth to him, went straight out to do her work. His father also rarely came home, and whenever he did, he spent very little time with him, as if he had a busy schedule. He was brought up by the Chen family's nanny. This has been going on for 3 years. One day, 3 years later, his mother brought home a baby, Chen Shui Jr. After throwing Chen Shui to him, his father and mother duo never came back. Chen Han had only heard that the duo had gone on a mysterious mission and were nowhere to be found. Chen Han didn't have any special feelings for his parents in this life, and of course, he didn't have any particular resentment. Seeing Chen Han's look of being caught up in memories, Yu Wuyan smiled ruefully, "Are you willing to listen to me?" In fact, Chen Han also came to have some interest and immediately sat down next to Yu Wuyan. "Fine. Although I don't care much about my parents, but since they are related to the military. If you want to say something, let's start with that 869th Bureau." Bureau 869, known as the Northern Darkness Domain Investigation Bureau, was a special mysterious department of the military led by Yu Wuyan. This department was established because of the exploration of the Northern Darkness Domain by the continent's #1 martial artist, Han Haoren. 50 years ago, after Han Haoren returned from a serious injury after a battle with a terrifying existence in the forbidden area of the Dark Domain's extreme northland, he brought two pieces of despairing news. The first piece of news was that the Northern Darkness Domain had somehow undergone a spatial mutation after years of influence. The territory of the Northern Darkness Domain had inexplicably expanded by several times compared to before the Aura revival, when some sort of peculiar spatial reaction occurred. This meant that the number of foreign beasts contained within it had also risen geometrically. The news was devastating. It was already difficult to regain the lost territories in the north, let alone expanding the territory by several times. In fact, this was one of the reasons why Yue plan for the northern expedition was delayed and not adopted by the 24th Privy Council. And the second one was that martial god-level powerhouses were not allowed to step into the Dark Domain. This is not to say that the northern territories have any special prohibitions. After all, Han Haoren was already at the martial god level when he stepped into the Northern Darkness Domain. That was because the martial god class was no longer mortal. Once they stepped into the Northern Darkness Domain, they would be probed by the terrifying existences in the forbidden area. Those terrifying existences were all incomparably mysterious and powerful beasts. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is capable of triggering a change in heaven and earth. For example, the one that Han Haoren had encountered, the battle between one man and one beast, had left not an inch of grass within 1,000 kilometers of the far north. Reclaiming lost ground was not reclaiming scorched earth, so it was best for martial god-level powerhouses not to set foot in the Dark Domain. As a result, Yue established the 869th Bureau to select and train good hands from major universities and the military. The members of Bureau 869 have one goal in mind, and that is to travel to and explore the Northern Darkness Domain and eventually bring it back home. Batch after batch of Bureau 869 experts had disappeared or died in the Northern Darkness Domain, and very few were able to return. One could even say no. The existence of the Dragon River not only blocked the invasion of the south by the foreign beasts from the Northern Darkness Domain, it likewise blocked the path of retreat for the returning members of Bureau 869. But for the sake of the future of the human race, they have no regrets despite 9 deaths. Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng, on the other hand, were the last batch of good fighters that Yue had selected from the Martial Artist University. Due to the exploration of the 869th Bureau, it was delayed and declared abandoned by the 24th Privy Council 15 years ago. Yue gave his final order to the last members of Bureau 869. Travel to the Northern Darklands to explore. In this way, that last group of people, including Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng, never returned. Speaking here, Chen Han actually saw tears in Yue's eyes. I'm ashamed, they can only go incognito after me, and they can't even see their families a few times. It's also easy for them to embark on a path of no return. At this time, Yue actually looked at Chen Han and sincerely said, Chen Han, I can't apologize to your parents, but it's you who I can't apologize to the most. Your suffering for these 18 years was caused by me. Your father and mother, back then, were also both supreme geniuses in Starry Sky University, if not for me. Any apologies are just empty words. Chen Han, feel free to mention whatever conditions you have. Even if it's the old man's life, I'll be able to compensate you. Yue said with great affection, and he had a guilty conscience towards the members of the 869th Bureau. Almost the vast majority of the members of Bureau 869 left no descendants. Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng is an exception. They have been in love since the university, and together into the 869 Bureau, the two married. Yue is also tacit approval. Chen Han sniffed and pondered for a long time. In fact, he did not blame Yue. With Yue's character, he would never force someone to enter the 869th Bureau. This suggests that Chen Han's parents, presumably because of their lofty idealism, entered the 869th Bureau. It can only be said that those relatives of the Chen family are especially hateful. In a sense, Chen Han and Chen Shui are the families of martyrs. And right at this moment, Chen Han suddenly thought of something, a sentence that surprisingly caused Yue to be a little surprised. Marshal Yue, do you think there is a possibility that those from Bureau 869 who entered the Northern Darkness Domain, including my parents, might not have died? This point that Chen Han said had not occurred to Yue. After all, he was already at the 8th rank of Martial God and could not enter the Northern Darkness Domain. But after thinking about it, Yue shook his head. This is unlikely. In fact, the 869th Bureau, it is not as if there is no return from the Northern Darkness Domain. The intelligence, although brought back very little, but according to him, the Northern Darkness Domain is never an environment where humans can survive. Only beasts live there. Chen Han stroked his chin, but he had a different opinion. No matter how much the Northern Darkness domain changed, it was still above the Blue Star after all. At best, it's a return to a primitive society, where you drink blood. In terms of survival environment, it is definitely sufficient for human survival. Not to mention that for so many years, the Northern Darkness domain had already seen the development of Fey technology. While the chances of survival are slim, it may not be impossible. Chen Han didn't have much affection for his parents, but Chen Shui was different. She is, after all, a daughter's heart, and since she was a child looking at other people's parents, countless nights, Chen Han has seen Chen Shui secretly sobbing at night with a picture of her parents. Size is also a hope. Now that the northern expedition is imminent, if possible, Chen Han hopes to find Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng. Chapter 59: The Ultimate Divine Armament Dragon Bow. It was obvious that Chen Xingbian had a good relationship with Marshal Yue. Yu Woyun was excited to talk to Chen Han for half an hour. It mainly talks about the story of Chen Han's parents. The two in the university can be considered a pair of golden children, often teen competitions, with close cooperation, in the then top school star university had also been famous for a while. At this moment, Yu Woyun suddenly remembered something and slapped his head violently. By the way, since you are a descendant of Xingbian, it is only right that I hand over his living relics to you. By coincidence, that thing is in Hanwu City. With that, Yu Woyun led Chen Han out of the ring. Seeing that this plague god had finally left, the crowd of family elders breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that if Chen Han said one word, they would have to donate several years of their family's fortune again. Not long after, Yu Woyun brought Chen Han to a remote area of Hanwu City. There's a building on the place, but it looks deserted for a long time. Chen Han had been in Hanwu City for 18 years, but he never knew about this place. Yu Woyun explained, "This is the address of Bureau 869, your parents were based here before they traveled to the Northern Darkness domain." Yu Woyun led Chen Han into the building, which also had quite a few cultivation grounds and equipment, so it was obvious that at one time, the 869th Bureau was also full of talent. Traveling through the place where his parents had given everything, Chen Han's mood was slightly complicated. Eventually, Yu Woyun brought Chen Han to a secret room. This secret room contained a lot of assorted things, all of which were left here by the members of Bureau 869 before they left for the Northern Darkness domain. It doesn't have to be anything expensive either, but it means a lot. Yu Woyun searched carefully and eventually took out a black box. He dusted off the box and slowly opened it. Chen Han fixed his eyes on the box, and within the box was actually a mechanical bow and arrow made of alloy metal. Looking at the shape, it kind of looks like a compound bow style. But its material is not trivial. Vaguely Chen Han really feel that the bow of this bow body metal, even with his overlord gun body metal, is somewhat similar. Marshal Yue, this is? Chen Han gave a light eep. Yu Woyun took out the bow, and his expression seemed to still be a bit proud. "This is your father's prize for winning first place in the Starry Sky University's great examination for martial artists, and like the Overlord's lance you're holding, it's also a supreme divine weapon. Its name is Dragon Bow." This dragon bow was also considered one of Starry Sky University's crushing treasures. The metal used for the body of the bow was the strongest alloy in the world at that time, exactly the same as the body of the Overlord gun, and the price was so expensive that it was even comparable to the star crystal. Of course, the most important thing is the bowstring on this bow. In the past, at the South China Sea, a forbidden beast once appeared, overturning the river and causing a natural disaster, nearly wiping out the coastal cities. The appearance of the beast was shaped like a five-clawed golden dragon, and it was only when the Imperial Dual Walls, Han Haoren and Yu Woyun, joined forces that they were able to cut it down. That battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and at that time, the only other martial god-level powerhouses in the entire Grand Xia were Han Haoren and Yu Woyun. So it was clear that the beast was powerful. After killing that dragon, the craftsman removed a dragon tendon about 13 meters long from its body. This dragon tendon contained a mysterious power that could not be underestimated. Coincidentally, the bowstring of the dragon bow was made up of that dragon's tendon, hence the name Dragon Bow. There were very few people who were good at using bows and arrows in the entire Xia, so the probability of a bow and arrow to be evaluated as a supreme divine weapon was also much less than other weapons. Currently, the greatest number of Great Xia's supreme divine weapons were swords and knives, followed by guns. The number of absolute divine bows was pitifully small, which showed the strength of the dragon bow. Those who were able to use this dragon bow, even if they only pulled the empty string, the force of the shot would be comparable to the full force strike of a military general level powerhouse. Looking at this dragon bow, Chen Han was a bit surprised. "Marshal Yue, you mean you want to give this bow to me, but I'm not good with bows?" Yue expression was one of so much nostalgia, but in the end, he handed over the dragon bow to Chen Han. No matter what, you are Xingbian's son, this bow must be given to you. If I give it to someone else, I will have a bad conscience. Chen Han couldn't resist the hospitality and still accepted the dragon bow, only just holding it in his hand, a system prompt suddenly came to his ears. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Supreme Divine Weapon Dragon Bow. Due to the bonus of the soldier's soul sacred body, you can choose your primary and secondary weapons. When you successfully select your primary and secondary weapons, you will receive an additional bonus to your cultivation speed. What? Chen Han was a bit surprised, so it turned out that the bonus of the soldier's soul sacred body was not limited to one type of lance. He can also choose his primary and secondary weapons depending on his mood. To be honest, currently, Chen Han did not have any means of long-range attack. The range of the lance was still too small for the complex and changing northern battlefield. Although the piercing Deaththorn lance and the sun-destroying Regicide lance could be used remotely, they were martial arts skills that consumed a huge amount of chi and blood, not to mention that they lost the flexibility and versatility of the lance when they were used at the same time. If one could use a bow, it made up for Chen Han's only shortcoming at the moment. With one melee and one long range, Chen Han was invincible no matter when. Roughly also from the primal urges within his genes, Chen Han was a little bit foolish when he saw this Dragon's Bane bow. System, I choose the lance as my primary weapon and the bow and arrow as my secondary weapon. Chen Han immediately said with a firm resolve. Ding! The system has detected that you have used your lance as your primary weapon and your bow and arrow as your secondary weapon. Your dragon bow will increase your cultivation speed by an additional 50 times. Not bad, pretty good. The cultivation speed provided by the secondary weapon had shrunk by half, though. But good for an extra boost. Nowadays, Chen Han's cultivation speed had reached a terrifying 160 times. Moreover, he didn't have to train hard much, he only needed to bring the Overlord Lance and the Dragon Bow with him, even if he did a state of cultivation. Chen Han was somewhat delighted, and immediately picked up the Dragon Bane Bow and played with it, trying out his suitability for bows and arrows. Who knew that just by pulling the bowstring, the next jaw-dropping thing happened? Boom! Only a loud rumbling could be heard, only to see that several walls in front of Chen Han were actually penetrated by a mysterious force in succession. The entire 869th Bureau building was actually smashed right through. Yue covered his forehead and cried, I forgot to tell you, the bowstring of this dragon bow has the power of the dragon god, even a slight pull can release a terrifying force. Father and son are father and son. Back then Xingbian did not know how many times the building was destroyed. In order to do this I do not know how many times I apply for funding from above. Chen Han's expression was slightly embarrassed, and then the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. How about I pay for it? At that moment, Yue took out another black book from within that box and threw it to Chen Han. It's also a good thing your father left behind. He was a scientist in addition to being a martial artist. Check it out. I was surprised for a long time when I saw this. Chen Han picked up the book and flipped through it slightly, and the contents inside suddenly took his breath away. This old man of his is extraordinary. Generally speaking, star crystals are used as a catalytic energy source for strategic weapons. You can only use star crystals by applying technology. But in this book, it actually recorded how to forge star crystals into star crystal arrows. Chapter 60 Arrow God's Enlightenment. Strong Archery. Talent. Chen Han was slightly staggered. It was important to know that the star crystal thing could be called the most complex substance in the world since the new calendar. It's not something you throw out and it explodes. There is quite a horrible material structure within it. For example, the kind of Type 3 laser on the wall of the sky, although it is based on the use of star crystals, but the scientists, to place dozens of complex physical reaction mechanism in it. It was only then that the energy in the star crystals could be extracted and made into a Type 3 laser. But this old man of his, he actually used it as a weapon straight away. The content of this book is simple to say the least. It is to take the star crystal and make it into an arrowhead, and then at the arrowhead, place a small reactor capable of extracting the energy of the star crystal, which will allow the energy of the star crystal to be emitted. But it's such a simple thing that countless scientists have tended to do over the last 100 years of the new calendar, and not one of them has been able to figure it out. As for the power of the star crystal, there was no need to talk about it. When that Type 3 laser, it instantly turned a large swath of alien beasts into nothingness. Where is this a star crystal arrow? It's almost like a mini mushroom bomb launcher. Chen Han was also a bit surprised when he held the book. Marshal Yue, you actually didn't turn this in? It was important to realize that star crystal arrows could basically change the current military landscape if they were put into actual combat use in a significant way. Yue was certainly clear about Chen Han's doubts. But first of all, the star crystal arrow's reaction force was so strong that only a basic attribute of marshal general level or higher could pull a bow with a device star crystal arrow. Moreover, star crystal arrows were not well controlled, and if they were used on a large scale, if one person made a mistake, then the ones who would kill or injure would not be the enemy, but their own people. The dangerous nature of this stuff predisposes it to not be used on a wide scale. There was also the most important point: the star crystal arrow belonged to Chen Xingbian's patents, and Yue would only hand it over to Chen Xingbian's descendants. On this attitude of Yue alone, Chen Han believed that his parents, and even everyone in the 869th Bureau, were not forced to die by him. At this time, Yue added, "By the way, you have to be careful if you want to make star crystal arrows. Back then, your father almost blew up Starry Sky University when he made these." A black line surfaced on Chen Han's forehead, and in a sense, this was considered a behavior that only talents could do. After solemnly thanking Yue, Chen Han returned to the barracks. Now that the road to the northern expedition is no longer obstructed, Yue will do his utmost to prepare for matters related to the northern expedition. As for Chen Han, his task was also very simple, which was to lead the Cold Night group to intensify their training before the northern expedition. Success or failure is at stake. All troops involved in the northern expedition had their training intensified a full 2 times. Returning to the barracks, Chen Han immediately issued a training mission to the Cold Night team. Before the northern expedition, Zhao Yufei, Zhu Mang, and Ji Yun must break through to the martial realm. If the martial artists are less than that, then they are bound to be a liability on the way to the north. As for Zhao Linger, she was learning a martial art. Chen Han's martial arts could not be taught to her, but the Ji clan had a martial art named Flame Gun, a grade A martial art that was not considered a very high grade, but was just right for Zhao Linger. After arriving at the martial general realm advancement would slow down. The higher the spiritual force, the faster the rate of realm advancement would be, thus allowing Zhao Linger to advance in the northern expedition that was not very realistic. After giving out the task, Chen Han also began to close his mind alone. Before cultivating, there was one thing he had to do first, and that was to use the 60,000 points rewarded by the system with 2 directed extraction opportunities. The rules for targeted extraction have changed slightly. That is, if a targeted extraction is required, the points consumed will be twice the original amount. That means that without using targeted extraction, the highest number of points consumed at one time is 5,000. And if directed extraction was used, then the points consumed by Chen Han would be 15,000. However, this number of points was acceptable to Chen Han. 5,000 points at a time. If one could not extract something like the talented physique martial skills that Chen Han needed, it would be equivalent to giving it for nothing. The first thing Chen Han wanted to extract was talent. The soldier's soul sacred body is strengthened with a talent that has a bonus for using all weapons. The killing god gun intent, however, could only take effect when using the gun. Thus what Chen Han currently needed was a talent that had something to do with archery. It kept him from falling too far behind in his base attributes while using a bow and arrow. System, I'm going to consume 15,000 points to consume a directional extraction opportunity to extract a talent in archery. In front of Chen Han, a roulette wheel appeared in a whirlwind. The talents related to archery were pitifully small, only a mere 8. The pointer continued to turn on the wheel, eventually stopping on a talent called Arrow God's Gnosis. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS-talent, Arrow God's Enlightenment. Arrow God's Enlightenment, the god of bows, the divine arrow is invincible. When using a bow and arrow, quadruples the range of vision, doubles the power of the arrow, and allows you to use a storing effect, where the longer the storing time, the higher the power of the arrow, up to triple the power. Ignoring wind currents, the arrow speed is increased by 2 times and has a 100% hit effect. When learning a bow and arrow type martial skill, force the skill up 1 level. Tough. Totally tough. It was worthy of being a SSS ranked talent, completely no less than Chen Han's gun type talent, the killing god's gun intent. Not only does it improve vision, arrow power, and arrow speed. The most terrifying thing was that it was actually able to hit 100% of the arrows. It's no exaggeration to say that this has been exactly the same effect as piercing the lance of deadly thorns. As long as it was within the field of view where Chen Han locked onto, even if it was just a small black dot, Chen Han's arrows would be able to hit accurately. Coupled with the star crystal arrow, Chen Han's long-range ability was truly astonishingly strong. Chen Han was quite satisfied, and now there were still 45,000 points with 1 directional extraction opportunity. And the next thing Chen Han wanted to extract was the physique. Only this time, the physique to be extracted had nothing to do with qi and blood, but rather the spiritual force. This was currently the rarest type of physique in the entire Grand Xia. Half of the martial artists in Daxia did not have a physique and could only go through various qi and blood spiritual liquids to replenish their qi and blood attributes, and as for spiritual force, the ways in which it could be boosted were even more pitiful. There was only one drug in the entire Grand Xia that could enhance the spiritual force, and there were very few people who could refine this drug, and the price was even higher. This was also the reason why most martial artists were only able to stay at the marshal general level. On top of that, out of the other half of the martial artists who possessed a physique, it was probably only 1 in 10,000 that a physique with the ability to enhance the spiritual force could appear. On the basis of not having comprehended the potential, the spiritual force was actually of little use to martial artists, and did not have the slightest effect on the various types of combat base attributes. It only serves one purpose, and that is that it can only advance if it reaches a certain base value. But it was this point that was enough to jam the threshold of 99% of martial artists. Therefore this physique Chen Han was a must-have, otherwise it would be useless for him to increase his cultivation speed even faster. The roulette wheel needle spun rapidly and eventually slowed to a stop. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS class physique, Underworld Knight's Sacred Body. Chapter 61, January Marshal General 3rd Rank. What kind of freak are you? Stygian Knight Sacred Body. When meditating on the inner realm at night, the spiritual force gained is doubled. Mental force fixation is doubled. When the spiritual force is stronger than the enemy, reduce the enemy's base attributes by 50%. Self-space attributes rise by 50%. Not bad for a SSS class physique. Spiritual force, an attribute that can only be gained when meditating on the inner realms at night. And how much spiritual force you can access depends on your own enlightenment. The higher the talent, the more spiritual force you can access. This was also the reason why martial artists with low-level talent could, at best, reach the rank of marshal general. Chen Han now had 3 SSS talents, and the spiritual force gained from meditation was already twice as much as those of a single SSS talent. The Underworld Knight Saint body, in turn, was able to continue to double on that foundation. It could be said that Chen Han's spiritual force value was exactly the same as his qi and blood, far surpassing martial artists of the same rank. Most importantly, this cold Knight Saint body also had a rather perverse attribute. That would be on the basis of a spiritual force higher than that of the enemy. It can reduce the enemy's base attributes by a full 50%. This includes strength, speed, and chakra, among other things. On top of that, it also boosts one's base attributes by 50%. With this attribute, it was equivalent to Chen Han being roughly invincible as long as he was on the basis that his spiritual force was stronger than his enemy's. Very well, whether it was talent or physique, Chen Han was quite satisfied. Now Chen Han still had 30,000 points remaining. However, he was not in a hurry to draw, although 30,000 points seemed to be a lot. Once he couldn't draw the talented martial skill he needed, it would be equivalent to a waste. It's best to wait until you have a targeted extraction opportunity to use it. And when he waited until after the Northern Expedition, he would have his own wonderful use for these 30,000 points. After the extraction was completed, Chen Han went out and looked around. The members of the Cold Knight team were all engaged in intense training, so naturally he couldn't slack off either. Yue spent a whole month preparing the Northern Expeditionary Army as well as the personnel. This month, like a white horse, will be gone in the blink of an eye. On the school field, Zhao Linger, who was in a tight training outfit, was dimpled and dripping with fragrant sweat. Her opponent, on the other hand, was Chen Han, who wielded the Overlord gun. Only Zhao Linger let out a stern cry and waved the lance in her hand at great speed, and within a short time, a hot red aura glowed from the tip of the lance. A flame fused with the spear's gunpowder, intermingled with blazing heat. Watch the move! Suddenly, Zhao Linger's figure was gone in a flash, instantly arriving in front of Chen Han, and a flaming spear slammed towards Chen Han's face. While Chen Han only slightly waved his spear, he easily blocked Zhao Linger's attack. That overbearing flame was also extinguished. Zhao Linger suddenly developed a sense of frustration and said helplessly, "How is it that I've been practicing this flame gun for a whole month and I still can't touch you?" In fact, Zhao Linger's martial skill was so powerful that the average martial general with strength equal to hers wouldn't dare to take this move hard. Only. Chen Han laughed, "You can't compare yourself to me. You've practiced some fire with this flame gun. It's enough to handle this northern expedition." Hearing Chen Han's words, Zhao Linger seemed to have thought of something, and immediately rolled her eyes. "What you said is..." But who told the Cold Knight group that you're the only one who's at the rank of Marshal General and can practice with me? While the two were chatting, there was a sudden rumble of a car motor at the entrance to the barracks. Lu Zixing, the commander of the Kuwait character battalion dressed in military uniform, jumped down from the military vehicle and also brought the latest military order. Ensign Chen Han, Ensign Zhao Linger, Corporals Zhu Mang, Ji Yun, and Zhao Yufei receive orders. Military orders were like mountains, no slacking off. Chen Han's several people immediately packed up and came to the entrance of the camp. Ever since the army held the Special Operations Team competition, Special Operations teams like the Cold Knight team had separate quarters and didn't live with the Kuwait character battalion. Therefore military orders, too, need to be given by the battalion. Fruity. Commander Yu's military order, the Cold Knight team packs up and departs immediately to the Tong Tian Wall assembly site. For this day, the Cold Knight group was ready for it, and their bags had been packed long ago. It didn't take long to jump onto the military vehicles. What Chen Han didn't expect was that this time, the drive was escorted by Lu Zixing himself in his car. Lu Zixing laughed as he hit the steering wheel. The brothers from the Kuwait character battalion set off first. I'm the last one, I haven't driven a car in years, let me be the driver this time. This could make Chen Han and the others flattered, even if they listened to the tone. Theoretically speaking, Lu Zixing was their superior. However, Lu Zixing didn't care. The Cold Knight team had gone through the Special Warfare Team competition, plus the military exchange competition, and now it had long been the baby bump of the Kuwait character battalion. He swept a glance at Ji Yun and the others, and immediately let out a laugh. You can do it, monkey cubs, in a month's time, they've all broken through to martial artist. Not bad. With Lu Zixing's martial emperor realm, he could naturally see through Ji Yun and the others at a glance. Half a year's time to reach the martial artist, Ji Yun and the others' reputation as the family's waste was considered to have been completely washed away. Then Lu Zixing said to Zhao Linger, Red child, you're not bad either, keep up the good work. It's true that only Chen Han can suppress your fiery temper. Zhao Linger stifled her red face and tried to retort, but there was nothing she could do. And then Lu Zixing looked at Chen Han again, first staring blankly, then widening his pupils as if he was unsure, and said in a shocked voice, Marshal General 3rd rank. How is this possible? What kind of freak are you, kid? Lu Zixing's surprise is not feigned. Caught off guard, he almost car did not drive well. Fortunately it is timely break, otherwise even people with the car have to turn into the mountains. However, his surprise was not incomprehensible, bearing in mind that 2 months ago, Chen Han was only at the martial artist level. At that time, Chen Han was still just a weak baby in front of him, and he could destroy it with a snap of his fingers. Yet this baby grew into a giant in less than 2 months. The Lu Zixing of today wouldn't even dare to say that he was Chen Han's opponent. If Chen Han's cultivation enhancement speed was still within Lu Zixing's acceptance before the martial general rank, then after the martial general rank, it was unbelievable. After all martial artists advanced to the rank of martial general, their cultivation speed would become extremely slow. It's an iron law. Even many times, 1 year might not be able to advance one small realm. Lu Zixing couldn't help but become curious. He slowly said, Chen Han, is it convenient to tell me about your current basic attributes? Especially the spiritual force. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want to tell me. There's nothing to hide. My current base strength is 521,346 kilograms. Burst velocity is 8,640 ms. The blood value is 125 gears. Spiritual force 23rd gear. Chapter 62 The Battle of the River Crossing. Behind you is the country. Holy yeah. Boo. Lu Zixing couldn't help but explode when he heard Chen Han's base attributes, while the military vehicle lived up to its name and crashed into the stone wall in front of it. Luckily, the car was purpose-built and there was little damage from the crash. Zhao Linger couldn't help but throw a blank stare. Battalion commander, can you stop being so startled? Lu Zixing coughed in embarrassment, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He was also considered a genius in the military, having risen to Marshal Emperor in his 30s and also serving as the Kuwait battalion commander. Also has a SS-ranked strong body system talent. However, in terms of basic attributes, he was stronger than Chen Han except for his strength. The rest of the attributes were almost all below Chen Han. Especially the gas and blood. 130 plus gears of chi and blood was simply breathtaking. If he remembered well, Yue, who was at the 8th rank of martial god, only had 230 gears of chi and blood. The scariest thing is the spirit force. Lu Zixing's spiritual force today is only at the 30th level. He also practiced hard for 7 or 8 years. But how long has Chen Han been promoted to general? Just 1 month. No wonder Chen Han was promoted so quickly. The spiritual force that made all martial artists in the world stuck in their necks was simply as nothing in front of Chen Han. Is practicing really the same as eating and drinking? After a long time, Lu Zixing calmed down and drove on the road immediately after. The further north they drove, the more military vehicles Chen Han and the others encountered. 1, 2, until an avenue is filled with military vehicles as far as the eye can see. Chen Han also met the Mets of the giant team running wildly down the avenue, obviously also participating in this northern expedition. Zhao Linger even poked out the car window and said hello to Lori from the Giants group. This gives a glimpse of how many troops were involved in this northern expedition. According to Lu Zixing's explanation, those who participated in the northern expedition this time had the full complement of the Vulcan army, the entire 32 battalions. 3/4 of the Water God's army was established, with 26 large battalions. The remaining 4 legions, combined, had put out 50 battalions. Together, there are 108 camps. Almost 400,000 troops are in this northern expedition program. It was the largest number of troops deployed in the entire 100 years of the new calendar. And, of course, weapons. The armies that participated in the northern expedition program this time were equipped with the best weapons and equipment in the military. For example, Type 5 special battle armor can be said to be equipped by everyone. Beyond that, the most important thing is the Type 3 laser cannon. This thing is the only guy out of all the current heat weapons that can pose a deadly threat to the Fae. Thanks to Chen Han's victory in the exchange match, the clans had contributed countless amounts of star crystals. All of the Type 3 laser cannons in the army were mobilized. The largest battle in the history of the new, on the largest scale. Finally, Chen Han and the others arrived at the Tongtian Wall assembly point. As far as the eye can see, within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, parked are one after another green trucks, mechs, weapons and so on. The crowd was uncountable. Aura recovery for 100 years, which I'm afraid is the sum total of the volume of technology developed by mankind over the course of 100 years. Chen Han had also seen military parades on the television network, but it was not exaggerated to this level. How small individual human beings seem in the face of such power. Cold Night team, move in. Ji Yun and the others were still feeling emotional until Lu Zixing's sentence about entering the ranks made the crowd react. The Cold Night group still belonged to the Kuwei Character Battalion after all, so naturally, they had to stand in the Kuwei Character Battalion's military column. It was not until the 108 camps were neatly organized, as the commander-in-chief of this northern expedition, Yue, that he slowly stood on the city wall. Everyone's excited, right? This was the first time Yue had demonstrated his strength as the #1 martial artist in the world. Just a voice, but even in the air, within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, the timbre is strong, deafening. Let me pour cold water on you first, many people will die today. Maybe they will die in the Dragon River, maybe they will die in the Northern Darkness domain. Are you guys afraid of dying? Yue voice seemed to have an uplifting power. He had built up a deep mass base over the years, and it was as if these 400,000 troops had no fear under his voice. No fear. No fear. Yue continued his vow, not afraid? No. You should be afraid. If you're human, you'll be afraid of death. But you, but I, are all soldiers. Soldiers, when to protect the family and defend the country as a responsibility. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the Green Hills, so there's no need to wrap the body in a horsehide. Behind you is the country. Generals, I, Yue, wish you triumph. Drink this cup of wine, and all of you will immediately march to Dragon River as fast as you can. After a cup of wine was finished, the entire 400,000 strong army as well as countless high-end weapons ran towards the direction of the Dragon River in great numbers. The distance from the Tongtian Wall to the Dragon River was actually about a few dozen kilometers. These dozens of kilometers will also see a lot of foreign beasts. However, in front of the entire 400,000 strong army, these foreign beasts could only be counted as stinking fish and shrimp. Within a short time, the army arrived at the location of the Dragon River. The Dragon River, also known as the Mother River of Daxia, is where the Daxia culture originated. Because of the effects of the Aura revival, the Dragon River's area was also more than doubled. It was the middle of winter, and the waters of the Dragon River were muddy and calm, and the river was heaving. The first hurdle before the Northern Expeditionary Army was this Dragon River. Don't look at the Dragon River at this point in time, but for it to serve as the borderline dividing the Northern Darkness domain from the Grand Xia, it was by no means as simple as just a river. Contained beneath the surface of the river were countless ferocious river-bottom beasts. The huge body could even swallow a whole ship. Standing on the edge of the Yellow River, Ji Yun simply threw a stone down. Boo! Only to see the splash of water. Instantly there were several underwater giants probing and rushing out from underwater, scaring people. This underwater environment made it impossible for the Northern Expeditionary Army, or anyone who wanted to travel from the south to the Northern Darklands, to take any ships. It would be even more dangerous to take an airplane. First of all, the monsters in the Northern Darkness domain, the low-altitude helicopters, are simply living targets. Once knocked down into the Dragon River, there was almost no possibility of survival at all. This Dragon River blocked both the invasion of northern monsters into the south, and likewise blocked the way to the north. There is only one way to get past it that has been worked out so far. That was to use the alloy metal raft developed by the Academy of Sciences to break through the Dragon River alien beast defense line and break through hard. This type of raft, being smaller in size, is easy to carry using a vehicle. The downside is also obvious: a boat can only take 3 people. All of these 400,000 troops, therefore, had to be divided into groups of 3, forming a 3-3 system, to cross the river. All hands. All units move into their respective combat positions. Prepare to cross the river. Artillery battalion, prepare, activate the Type 3 laser cannons and launch a saturation bombardment against the alien beasts in the Dragon River domain. Chapter 63 Battlefield Meat Grinder. Cross the river. Cross the river. According to Yuyun's deployment, these 108 battalions would be spread out along hundreds of kilometers along the Dragon River. Then follow your own lines and land in the north. This massive northern expedition was simultaneously broadcast live across the country. On the one hand, it is to inspire the confidence of the people, so that the people of Daxia, who have been comfortable for a long time, can see the ferocity of the foreign beasts in the outside world. On the other hand, this is a strong demand from the major families. After all, they had donated so many star crystals, almost to the point of taking out half of their family's fortune, that they had to see some results. For Yuyun, this was also a big gamble. The bet is on the national fortune of Daxia, and if the Northern Expedition can achieve results, Daxia will prosper. If the Northern Expedition fails, he can basically step down as the commander-in-chief of this army. The 600 million people of Daxia were almost all sitting around in front of the screen at the moment, watching the live broadcast. Within a short time, Chen Han led the Cold Night Group and arrived at the battle site along with several thousand brothers from the Kuwei Character Battalion. As the elite of the Vulcan Army, the Kuwei Character Battalion naturally served as the trump card of the press. Thus at the rear of the charging force. Release! At that moment a voice suddenly came from the high mountains. Lu Zixing's face flinched at the words, and he snapped, "All of you, damn it, get away from me. We can die on the battlefield, but don't die underneath your own 3 types of lasers." The saturation bombing strikes of the Type 3 laser along hundreds of kilometers of riverbanks are unprecedented. Chen Han looked up and saw a black laser ray from the high mountains, like rain, falling into the Dragon River in unison. That scene was particularly spectacular, and it was the most sophisticated weapon power in Daxia at the moment. Type 3 lasers are extremely penetrating and can go dozens of meters underwater. Roar! 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 As soon as the Type 3 laser hit the surface of the river, one could only hear countless bizarre beast roars rising and falling within the hundreds of kilometers of the Dragon River. The sound was deafening, resounding, and chilling. Not long after, only one huge corpse of alien beasts after another could be seen slowly rising from beneath the surface of the river. Blood stained the entire Dragon River, and the corpses of 1,000 strange underwater beasts spread out over hundreds of kilometers of the river. Such was the power of the Type 3 laser saturation strike. Seeing this scene, both the warriors and the people of Daxia who were watching the live broadcast could not help but be energized. It's really unimaginable that our great Xia's military power has reached this level today. With these Type 3 lasers around, the xenomorphs will have to turn around and run when they see us, won't they? Ha ha! Looks like it won't be long before we're traveling up north. Few people realize that the saturated round of Type 3 laser strikes just now looked fierce, but in reality, it was a burnout. After all, that covers hundreds of kilometers of riverbank area. The laser strike just now lasted less than 3 minutes, and the star crystals consumed were already almost half of the star crystal storage of all the families in Hanwu City. The 24 Privy Council's supreme powers looked at it with some meat on their bones. After all, in order to support Yu Woyun's northern expedition, they had stood up to all the family's outbursts. Yu Woyun, this old man, why don't you save it? The great Xia Supreme Power Emperor Prime couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Yu Woyun wanted to save, but saving the star crystals was the same as taking the lives of more generals to fill them. Compared to that, it is still the lives of the generals that are more important. Now that the underwater foreign beasts had been eliminated for the most part, Yu Woyun immediately gave the order. The 2nd and 4th regiments of the Fire God Army, the 6th and 7th regiments of the Water God Army, and the 3rd and 1st regiments of the Wind God Army. 6 regiments in all, and 24 whole battalions led the charge. Get off the raft. An order was given, and countless alloy rafts landed on the surface of the Dragon River like dumplings. The soldiers of these 24 battalions were, to put it kindly, vanguard troops, but to put it bluntly, they were cannon fodder. Their mission was to scout the way for the elite troops behind them. After all, once on northern soil, the main force in combat would still have to be the elite of the army. In front of the Kuei Character Battalion was the Xiang Character Battalion of the Fire God Army and the Chu Character Battalion of the Water God Army. The soldiers of these two camps were already cheering each other on. Brothers, drink this bowl of wine and see you at the martyrs' cemetery. Remember to tell my mother that I'm not a coward. They clearly understand their mission is cannon fodder, yet they still talk and laugh. None of Marshal Yu's soldiers are greedy and afraid of death. In that group of people, Chen Han also saw a familiar face, Luo Feng, a young warrior from the Hanwu City garrison ground. He was even younger than Chen Han, yet he had taken the initiative to sign up for the northern expedition and only had the strength of a samurai of the 3rd rank. Perhaps noticing Chen Han's gaze, Luo Feng looked back at Chen Han, waved his hand and smiled, then he stepped onto the raft without any hesitation. 24 battalions of soldiers, there are also a whole 70,000 to 80,000 troops, placed on hundreds of kilometers of the riverbank, but it is like a drop in the ocean. I hope everything goes well. Yu Woyun sat in the combat command room, gazing at the environment of the river, his heart already in his throat. That round of saturation strikes had pretty much exterminated all the river-bottom alien beasts under these hundreds of kilometers of Dragon River. Common sense would dictate that an army of 400,000 would be able to cross the river safely. But Yu Woyun always felt uneasy, so he got 70,000 or 80,000 advance troops. Within a short time, these 70,000 to 80,000 troops had arrived at the central section of the Dragon River. The change was sudden and abrupt. Only to see the entire river's surface suddenly swirling with ripples, the alloy rafts of the vanguard were instantly like candles in the wind, and could only sway with the wind. Immediately after that, tens of thousands of pounds of iron-head catfish broke the water, it opened its bloody mouth, and in just an instant, hundreds of warriors were killed. This catfish was at least a 10th order foreign beast, equivalent to the martial general level, and those samurai martial artist level advance guards were completely powerless to fight. And it's not just this one catfish. Almost not long after this catfish broke through the water, all kinds of large underwater giants, too, came out in a matter of moments. Among them, there was no lack of underwater exotic beasts of the 10th rank or higher, such as the 6-winged crocodile dragon and the lion-headed giant chapter. A full 70,000 to 80,000 lives were being lost as fast as if they were mowing the lawn. Grandma, I'll fight you. Goddamn monsters, die. The warriors frantically fought for their lives, but it was as if they were scratching an itch in front of these 10th order alien beasts. They were already extremely large, and even a martial artist of the same level would need to catalyze the strongest attack in order to form an effective kill. Why hasn't Marshal Yue ordered an attack yet? The soldiers of the Kuei Character Battalion on the shore watched in horror, wishing to rush forward right now. Yu Woyun, as a marshal, had naturally given some thought to this situation, which he had long foreseen. The role of the vanguard was to do just that, to draw on the high-level beasts in the water that were hidden extremely deeply, and then use the Type 3 laser to kill them all in one fell swoop. However, despite anticipating it, Yu Woyun couldn't help but tighten his grip on the guandao in his hand. Those were the main forces of his Vulcan army. At this time, Yu Woyun couldn't help but think of Chen Xingbian. The guns of thermal weapons didn't have much effect, and the Type 3 lasers were easy to distinguish between enemy and self. What the army lacked the most was this kind of martial artist archer with long-range precision strikes. If Xingbian was still around, it would have saved many generals. Yu Woyun sighed with emotion. At this moment, he did not know that Chen Han, who was along the Dragon River, had already touched his hand to the dragon bow. Chapter 64. Are you shooting arrows, or sniping? The scene on the water made even the people of Daxia in front of the live screen look jittery. Is this the Dragon River Fey beast? Our army is actually no match for it. It's too powerful. How are we going to win with this kind of behemoth? The people of Daxia, who had just been invigorated, were instantly thrown into panic. The main thing was that the Dragon River beast in the screen was a bit beyond strong. It could be said that an ordinary fish alien beast was comparable to the size of half a blue whale. The largest of them, the lion-headed giant chapter, had a length of one leg that was a full 30 meters. They tumbled through the Dragon River, recklessly harvesting the lives of the warriors. In addition to most of the emotional people of Daxia, there were also some of them, the families of these pioneering fighters. Child. Child. You can't die, you're the only one left in the family, run away. Jean Gue. My son. Even just a few pop-ups show the desperation of these families. Let them see their sons, their grandsons, being swallowed by the behemoth with their own eyes, the despair can be imagined. 24 battalions, but in just 10 minutes, had already lost close to half of their men. Suddenly, a crocodile dragon opened its bloody mouth and swallowed at the soldiers of Xiangzi and Chuzi battalions that were at the front of the Kuei-Zi battalion. At the last moment of life, the little warrior Luo Feng closed his eyes tightly and quietly waited for death to come. He understands very well that he has to face sacrifice all the time since he chooses to go to war. Luo Feng. The Cold Night group had spent quite a few days with Luo Feng in Hanwu City, and still had some feelings. However, without Marshal Yu's orders, they didn't dare to rush over to help. Phew! Right at this moment, only a sharp cracking sound could be heard, like the dawn that cut through the darkness of the night. The crowd also heard the noise and turned their heads to look. A tiny point of light emerged from the Dragon River and was flying towards the crocodile dragon at extreme speed. Standing at a distance was the perspective, Luo Feng's perspective was not. In his perspective, the direction of the Kuei character camp was flashing with a burst of intense white light, and then brushed past him with extreme speed. Even if it was just a little bit of wind, it was as if he had been slapped hard in the face. What's going on? Luo Feng was still relatively confused. When he came back to his senses and then looked at the ancient crocodile dragon in front of him, his entire body was stunned. That crocodile dragon, at some point, had its entire body pierced through a huge hole from its mouth to its tail. That wound was peculiar, incredibly flat and circular, and there was no sign of any broken internal organs or blood vessels inside the wound. It was as if everything was obliterated as long as it was within the range of the attack. Luo Feng looked along the wound and was even more astonished. Not only was the crocodile dragon pierced through, this attack even brought the cliffs of the northern Dark Continent, which made a large hole with a diameter of roughly 10 meters. The crowd froze as the live streaming view was even more terrifying. Even if they recorded the live video and slowed it down 64 times, they could only see a tiny point of light that pierced through the crocodile dragon's body. What exactly was that point of light? They couldn't see it at all. And if it didn't slow down, it was even more shocking. Just a blink of an eye, an invisible attack pierced through the northern cliff face along with the crocodile dragon's body. What's going on? Is that some kind of new weapon? I don't know, just one swoosh and the crocodile dragon is gone. Thank you, hero. Thank you, hero, for saving my son. Just as the crowd was still wondering who had issued this attack, the dot of light in the screen reappeared in the next moment. Almost exactly the same attack, that 11th ranked foreign beast, the lion-headed giant chapter, was also instantly penetrated. But this time the crowd had learned to record the screen. The two attacks were obviously from one person, they said, looking in the direction of the two attacks, and finally got a good look at the figure. On a reef along the Dragon River, a figure stood proudly as he maneuvered a hard bow the size of half a man and pulled the bowstring full. And his bow and arrows were also very peculiar. The arrows were crystal clear and emitted a brilliant light. At a glance they were not mortal. Move like thunder. Once that arrow left the string, it was simply impossible to see it clearly, and even the residual shadow could only be barely seen with the naked eye. This person was none other than Chen Han. Holy, isn't that Chen Han? He actually knows how to use a bow? This is too strong. One arrow was a foreign beast of the 10th rank or higher. It wasn't just the people of Daxia in the live broadcast who were shocked. Even the crowd of generals in the army were impressed. It was important to realize that there weren't many strong people in the Northern Expeditionary Army, such as the leaders of the various major regiments, who were basically at the level of Marshal Emperor. But their attacks were, without a doubt, wide-ranging. Once you strike, it can lead to a lack of separation between enemy and self, killing both the enemy and your own people. The only time for them to strike was when the vanguard had first hauled in all the large underwater alien beasts and withdrawn. There is not a single person in the entire military that has this kind of capability comparable to long-range precision guidance. Therefore, even though they were looking at it with their veins rippling and their hearts dripping blood, they could only hold back and were unable to make a move. But according to this current situation, there would be very few of the vanguard that would survive, which was why Yue wanted Chen Xingbian to be there. Currently, the only one who could save the day and save the lives of the remaining 40,000 to 50,000 generals was Chen Han. Chen Han, good job. I serve you. Chen Han, the life of my Chu Zi battalion is in your hands alone. A good job basically represents the highest appreciation in the military. Even Yue looked ecstatic. This kid Chen Han, he surprises me every time. Yue also didn't want to sacrifice 70,000 to 80,000 lives of the advance troops for nothing. He immediately ordered, "Attention all advance troops, keep your distance from the water alien beasts and create the best environment for Ensign Chen." After giving the order, Yue developed a trace of happiness that he had given the dragon bow to Chen Han. Otherwise it wouldn't be what it is today. Dragon bow, star crystal vector. Looking at Chen Han's figure on the battlefield, Yue couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. "Xingbian, if you were still alive, I wonder if you'd be pleased to see this scene. I will draw my bow like the full moon. Looking northwest. Shoot the wolf." The 40,000 to 50,000 advance troops all opened the way for Chen Han alone. The power of the star crystal vector is extremely strong. With a small star crystal reactor, it is equivalent to hand-rubbing a Type 3 laser. As long as they hit, all are directly pierced. Coupled with Chen Han's perverted SSS-talent arrow god's gnosis. However, whatever was within the range of vision and could be seen, Chen Han's arrows were able to hit 100 times. A random arrow was when the life of a large aquatic alien beast perished. Chen Han did not stay in one location, but kept moving at high speeds along the Yellow River. Moving with only a slight glance is an incredibly accurate arrow. All the waterborne exotic beasts were nothing more than living targets in front of him. Lu Zixing couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw this. Brothers, those who know understand that he is shooting arrows. Those who don't know thought he was shooting a sniper rifle. The kind that can aim itself. Chapter 65, Seconds on Exposure. Extraordinary military merit. Without a doubt, every time Chen Han struck, it was a blow comparable to a Type 3 laser. Losses, however, are much less than with a Type 3 laser. Type 3 lasers are incapable of precision strikes, mostly cover bombing. To catalyze a Type 3 laser within a range of 3 meters once, one would have to consume a full 2 kilograms of star crystals. But the arrowhead of a star crystal arrow only required 10 grams of star crystals. That is, 2 kilograms of star crystals were enough for Chen Han to build 400 star crystal vectors. Not to mention Chen Han's 100% in talent. Under Chen Han's high-speed movement, the large alien beasts encountered by the advance troops crossing the river, but any that showed their heads were killed by Chen Han in a single strike. On camera, it's even weirder. It was like a person moving at the speed of a stump along the hundreds of kilometers of the Dragon River's banks. Countless points of light shot out, but any foreign beasts that were hit by the points of light were pierced by an arrow. The populace watched with fervor. The morale, which had been slightly depressed only moments before, was reinvigorated in an instant. This is too fierce for Chen Han. One person cleared out the Dragon River Fey beast. This archery skill is simply out of this world. I didn't realize he had such archery skills in addition to his gun skills. A family bigwig even lamented in a pop-up, in order to refine their skills, most martial artists will take one type of kung fu and practice it to the point of perfection. Although it is said that too much skill is not a good thing, the result of having too many skills is that it leads to mediocrity in every skill, and a martial artist like Chen Han, who is at the top of his game in spearmanship, but still manages to achieve a score of 100 in archery, can be considered as one of the only ones out there. At this moment, the 400,000 troops along the hundreds of kilometers of the Dragon River all began to call out a person's name without stopping. Chen Han is mighty. Chen Han is mighty. After all, without Chen Han, it was already a best-case scenario for the vanguard to survive 10,000 out of 70,000 to 80,000 lives. And Yue didn't mince words, making use of his martial god-level cultivation. The grand sound immediately spread throughout the entire Yellow River coast. Chen Han, leader of the Cold Night Group of the Vulcan Army's Kuwait Character Battalion, is credited with saving the spearhead unit of the Northern Expedition, and will be recognized with a special grade of military merit. Special notice to the entire army. Chen Han had not been promoted in rank since he was promoted to second lieutenant. That's because of the army's commendation rules. Before second lieutenant, you can keep climbing up the ladder by taking various tests, or by simmering your seniority. And, generally speaking, only soldiers who died like those in the advance unit that crossed the river were considered to have received first-class honors. As for the special merit, it is even more rare. Only a Jedi warlord who faces a large number of enemies alone in a single battle can be counted as an extraordinary merit. A full 100 years into the new calendar, counting from when the aura recovery had just begun, the number of special merits in the military was estimated to be less than 100. You can see the gold content of the special merit. Even the second and third marshals of the army like Zhongguan and Ouyang Quan had a pitifully small number of special merits on them. Under Chen Han's forceful efforts, the lives of the 40,000 to 50,000 warriors of the vanguard were saved. Yue counted the time and once again informed the entire army. Advanced troops pull back. The artillery battalion prepares for a second Type 3 laser saturation strike, and after the strike, the entire army charges. Logistic mechanical units erect the bridge across the Dragon River within 2 hours. After giving the order, Yue didn't forget to sympathize with the soldiers. Chen Han, pull back. Don't get tired. There's a tough battle waiting for you back there. A marshal who cared about his subordinates in front of the entire army. No wonder there were so many people working for Yue. Just as Yue had said, Chen Han, who was not intermittently moving plus shooting arrows, had bean-sized beads of sweat appearing on his forehead at this point. This was still based on his entire 130 gears of chi and blood. The power of the star crystal vector was immense, but just as Chen Xingbian had said in the book, the star crystal vector's reaction force was also extremely powerful. Every time he drew his bow, Chen Han almost used all his strength. If Chen Han only had 30 or 40 gears of chi and blood, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to draw the bow at all for several times. After all, that was the star crystal vector that Chen Xingbian used as a martial art. Each arrow was like a spear piercing a deadly thorn. As soon as Chen Han stopped, countless warriors began to cluster around him. At this moment, Chen Han had just become a battle hero. Old Chen, that's awesome. Old Chen, can you teach me this archery skill? Mad. The attack distance of a sniper rifle is only a few kilometers, and one of your arrows can hit 20 kilometers. The active Kuwei character battalion soldiers caused Chen Han to cry and laugh a little. Or Lu Zixing came out to relieve Chen Han. What's wrong with learning from him? If the army was like him, we would have already reached the North Pole. Why don't you train properly? A reprimand that made the warriors blush. The crowd immediately dispersed, and Chen Han still wanted to thank Lu Zixing for his words, but Lu Zixing's next sentence made the water he had just drank spray out. Chen Han, it's just you and me now, so tell me, how can I learn your archery? To say that Lu Zixing's size is also a battalion commander, but it is always not a proper form. It wasn't long before a second round of Type 3 laser saturation bombardment opened up as the lead troops withdrew. This round of bombardment lasted for half an hour, until there were no more foreign beasts under these hundreds of kilometers of waters. The whole army of soldiers stood at attention, and the horn of the charge on the high mountain was sounded. All charge and land on the north shore. The entire more than 100,000 rafts seemed to fall like dumplings on the edge of the Dragon River, and the 400,000-strong army launched a vast charge towards the northern continent. After 2 rounds of Type 3 laser bombardment with Chen Han's star crystal vector, there were already very few high-level alien beasts within the waters. All the major high-level martial artists showed their power, and the remaining high-level foreign beasts were instantly swept away. The entire 108 battalions, in their respective designated combat positions, finally ascended to the northern continent. 100 years after the recovery of the aura, the people of Daxia finally re-emerged on the northern continent, with green fields everywhere, as if it was a primitive forest. Among them are also houses that have fallen into disrepair, as well as moss-covered vehicles from the last century. This is destined to be a historic moment. The 600 million people of Daxia watched the live broadcast and embraced each other. Chen Han looked at an Audi license plate in front of him and couldn't help but feel some emotion. In a sense, this was already a memory that belonged to his previous life. Before he could lament for long, however, there was movement in the grass not far from his side. In the next moment, a giant stone block smashed from a distance and flew straight towards the center of the Kuwei character camp. Chapter 66 Eagle Eye Power Ape. New Potion Formula. This huge boulder in front of him was as if it was the size of a small mountain, with an estimated diameter of a full 50 to 60 meters. I can't believe what kind of strength it took to lift such a boulder. Get out of the way. Chen Han and Lu Zixing noticed the boulder above their heads almost simultaneously and drank. But no one else reacted except these 2 strongest men in the group. So much so that when they noticed the boulder overhead, the crowd panicked and didn't pull out of their fighting stance. If such a boulder were to fall, there would have to be thousands of people seriously injured or even killed, to say the least. Almost at the same time, Chen Han took out his dragon bow, while Lu Zixing took out his lance and leapt upwards. Chen Han did not use the star crystal vector. The power of the star crystal was obliterating, but the range of the attack was not large and in a straight line. It won't do much good to hit a boulder like that. Therefore, Chen Han directly pulled the empty string, and with his current base attributes, the dragon bow had a force of hundreds of thousands of kilograms when struck even with an empty string. With the combined efforts of the two, the boulder was quickly shattered. A crisis was also diffused. The crowd took a long breath. Lu Zixing snapped, "Put your moves on, this is the northern region, the territory of the Fae." Having just set foot on this unfamiliar land, all of them were still a bit overly excited, and Lu Zixing's words caused everyone to quickly calm down and begin to alert the surrounding area. In fact, it was not just this area where the Kuei word camp was located. According to Yue battle plan, the 400,000-strong army, which was to be divided into 40 regions, was to advance to the north at the same time. The area where Chen Han was currently located was a combat unit consisting of 3 large battalions, the Kuei, Xiang, and Chu battalions, numbering roughly around 10,000 people. In addition to this area, there are 39 other areas. They seem to have met the attack at the same time, coincidentally. The less fortunate ones have lost a lot of money. Inside Yu Wuyun's battle command room, battle reports of losses kept coming in. Reporting to Marshal Yue, the 12th Region by Character Battalion has been attacked by the strange Great Serpent Fae, and currently has over 100 casualties. Reporting to Marshal Yue, the 16th Region Earth Yellow Battalion stepped into the swamp and encountered a swamp beast attack. The current casualties have reached 600. Reporting to Marshal Yue, the 32nd Region Tiangong Battalion entered the alien beast cannibal tree jungle and suffered over half casualties. War report after war report made Yu Wuyun anxious. However, the current number of battle losses was still within Yu Wuyun's acceptance. After all, there was too little intelligence on the northern darkness domain, and the soldiers in the various camps likewise varied in strength. The live feeds of the battlefields in each region were also cut up, and the populace was in pain as they watched the fighters on the battlefield fall into pools of blood. The dark domain can be truly terrifying. Our warriors have only advanced 2 or 3 kilometers, and there are so many strange beasts. Alas! There's still a long way to go before we can truly set foot in the north again. But it's finally a good start. At the same time, within the area where Chen Han was located, it was not long after that one boulder had just been resolved that the second boulder actually came in succession. Luckily, this time the crowd was prepared, and with various means of attack, a huge rock was quickly disintegrated. Lu Zixing and Chen Han looked at each other, and then looked up, both feeling very surprised. It was important to know that this jungle they were in, the nearby trees were all about 30 meters tall, which could be described as covering the sky and completely blocking the view. What kind of monster could launch such a precise strike against Chen Han's area under such circumstances? I'll go up and see. This feeling that the enemy was in the dark and I was in the light was not a good feeling, Chen Han immediately said to Lu Zixing, and then in a few leaps, he climbed above the top of the tree. But when Chen Han climbed to the top of the tree and looked around, it was all a green jungle, and he hardly saw any large beasts. Those who could lift such a huge stone were bound to be large foreign beasts of great size, and there was actually not even a trace of them. This struck Chen Han as mind-boggling. Chen Han was not willing to do so and continued to observe, and it was not long before the other party finally revealed his fox's tail. Only a small black dot suddenly appeared in the distance, which flew towards the direction where Chen Han was at great speed and slowly grew larger. Eventually it became a boulder 50 to 60 meters in diameter. Through the direction in which the boulder had flown, Chen Han also finally got a good look at the face of the beast. Surprisingly, it was an ape that was 7 or 8 meters tall. Honestly, though he was 7 or 8 meters tall, he wasn't quite a behemoth. He had a peculiar look, with a body like that of a skinny monkey, as if he were skin and bones. Instead, both arms were swollen with muscle, taking up half of his size. That one arm, it had to be as thick as a dozen men. This proved that the odds were that he was incredibly strong, otherwise he would not have been able to move the boulder. What's even more peculiar is that his eyes are the same as an owl's. This proves that his eyesight is extraordinary. The moment Chen Han discovered him, this strange ape also discovered Chen Han. In terms of vision, it was afraid that it was on par with Chen Han, who possessed SSS-ranked talent. Eagle-eyed power ape. Chen Han immediately named the ape. Because this was an unprecedented new breed, according to the regulations of the Great Xia, the person who discovered the new breed of foreign beast was qualified to name the foreign beast. In just an instant, Chen Han analyzed the characteristics of the eagle-eyed force ape. Oddly strong, with an extremely wide field of vision. This proves that it has a surprisingly large long-range strike capability. This thing, I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with, is it? Suddenly, Lu Zixing patted Chen Han's back. It turned out that at some point, Lu Zixing had also jumped onto the tree. He couldn't see the exact face of the ape, but he could still see a generalization. Being in a dense jungle, with natural cover, and being at least 20 kilometers or so away from them, the Hawkeye power ape could be difficult to deal with. Meh. However, Chen Han only smiled faintly and then pulled out a star crystal arrow from his arrow pouch. The bowstring of the dragon's bow was drawn to full strength, and a cracking harsh sound came out, only to see the star crystal arrow immediately fly towards the eagle-eyed force ape at an extremely fast speed. The eagle-eyed power ape seemed to have some human spiritual intelligence. He was able to see Chen Han drawing his bow and shooting arrows, yet he did not dodge or avoid them. At this distance, he had plenty of confidence. He even turned his back and shook his monkey butt at Chen Han. The dejected look was gnawing. But the next moment, it couldn't fool around anymore. The star crystal arrow followed the 20 kilometers and actually shot above its heart with precision and accuracy. A large hole was made through its chest. Holy! Lu Zixing spat. He could see the ape's figure disappear even though he couldn't see exactly what was going on in the forest from afar. Obviously, Chen Han was a precise hit. One hit. At the same time, a system prompt suddenly came to Chen Han's ears. Ding! System-friendly reminder, the eyes of the eagle-eyed power ape are the material for refining the compound divine power potion, please don't miss it. Compound divine power potion, which boosts both strength and range of vision, can be unlocked after you open the next level of the Pill God's Body Alchemy formula. Chapter 67 Hunt for the Hour. A man mobilizes the enemy forces. It turns out that the Pill God's Body's next grade formula can actually unlock potions that boost 2 attributes, in addition to strength and vision. The reason why Chen Han had kept 30,000 points was to wait for the foreign beast materials from the Northern Realm. The potions that the Pill God's Body was able to refine were all outstandingly effective. But need Fey material. Most of the Fey materials were not available in that small area of southern Daxia. The only place to seek it is in the north. Chen Han instantly became interested and prepared to run over to take the materials from the eagle-eyed power ape. Just then, however, there was a sudden squealing of a beast in the forest. The call is somewhat similar to a mouse, but a bit like a monkey call. What movement? Lu Zixing was startled for a moment. The next scene of that primitive jungle ahead caused Lu Zixing to break out in a cold sweat. Only to see one after another of the eagle-eyed power apes, constantly revealing themselves from the dense jungle, before Chen Han did not see them because they were all hiding behind one boulder after another in the jungle. A foreign beast of this level was actually not just one in this jungle, but a group. 1, 2, 3. Chen Han had only taken a cursory glance, and at least around 50 to 60 eagle-eyed power apes had appeared in that forest. Not to mention the fact that there were many of them hidden outside of Chen Han's field of vision. The attack of a single eagle-eyed power ape would require the 3 camps, the Chu, Xiang and Kuwei camps, to do their best to deal with it. If so many eagle-eyed power apes were to throw boulders at the same time, the scene would be unthinkable. It was important to realize that the boulders they threw out were almost equivalent to a building close to 10 stories tall according to their height. Tens of thousands of people in the 3 camps, I'm afraid they'll be smashed into ashes in an instant. The eagle-eyed power ape was merely teasing Chen Han and the others, and after it was killed by Chen Han, it drew the attention of its companions. Playing around and protecting territory are completely different concepts. These eagle-eyed power apes will go all out. And since Lu Zixing had a live broadcasting device with him, this scene was also spread to the eyes of the 600 million people of Daxia. The crowd shuddered. I'll go. Such a terrifying foreign beast, there are actually so many of them in the forest? It's simply impossible to fight, right? Retreat back quickly. Don't sacrifice your life for nothing. I'm afraid that the foreign beast encountered by the Kuwei character battalion is the strongest encountered in the Northern Expeditionary Force. In the entirety of more than 40 regions, this eagle-eyed force ape that Chen Han and the others encountered was definitely the most powerful one. In the place of an ordinary army camp, I'm afraid that it would have already been massacred. Lu Zixing gritted his teeth, and although he was very reluctant, he could only say, withdraw. This area can't be passed. With that, Lu Zixing prepared to retreat. But this was humiliating behavior. After all, the Kuwait character battalion was the elite of the Vulcan army and had fought many hard battles. If he retreats easily, he will inevitably be laughed at. At this time, Chen Han stopped Lu Zixing, battalion commander, don't be in a hurry, these eagle-eyed power apes are targeting me, not these brothers from the Kuwait character battalion. I have an idea. Lu Zixing was flabbergasted at his words and said in astonishment, what do you have in mind? And you still know that these eagle-eyed power apes are targeting you, huh? Don't run away yet. However, Chen Han did not flee, but instead leapt forward and immediately jumped to another position that was completely opposite of the Kuwait character battalion Xiang character battalion Chu character battalion. Lu Zixing also instantly understood what Chen Han meant. Chen Han was trying to use the power of one person to mobilize the attention of these eagle-eyed force apes of the enemy. Buy time for the fighters in the three battalions. According to the characteristics of the Hawkeye power ape, its long-range striking ability was extremely terrifying, but its weakness was also obvious. That is, the ability to fight in close combat is very weak. With its little short legs, I'm afraid its running speed is about the same as a martial artist level person. Once approached by the soldiers of the three battalions, there would be no resistance. Thinking of this, Lu Zixing suddenly grinned widely, crazy. Really crazy. Good. I'll play with you. Lu Zixing jumped down from the tree, and Zhao Linger was still a bit surprised. Battalion commander, where is Chen Han? Leave him alone. He's crazy. Lu Zixing waved his hand, not bothering to explain. Every second was incredibly precious at this moment. With a stern look on his face, he immediately droned, all of you damn well listen to me. The entire army is on the move, discarding all unneeded heavy objects and traveling forward with light loads. As fast as you can, pull forward 20 kilometers. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Although they still didn't understand what was going on, these 10,000 people immediately reorganized their formation and ran towards the front of the jungle. And Chen Han began to mobilize the direction of the Eagle Eye Force Apes attack. As soon as he moved, he only saw 70 to 80 boulders as if they were like a building, flying towards him at extreme speed like cannonballs. This kind of scene was simply scalp-numbing, and with the slightest carelessness, Chen Han could be smashed into meat paste. However, the crowd watching the live broadcast could not see any fear on Chen Han's face. He dodged and moved around, facing the boulders of the hawk-eyed power ape, and was actually able to stand on the tree and launch attacks on the hawk-eyed power ape while constantly dodging. Phew! Only an arrow was shot out, and the strong star crystal arrow actually penetrated through 2 boulders consecutively, and shot straight onto the chest of an eagle-eyed force ape. The entire battlefield here was like a showplace for Chen Han alone. But he wasn't just mobilizing the group of eagle-eyed power apes to attack, but at the same time, he was also able to go through the radio and guide the direction of the Kuwait character battalion's attack. Battalion Commander Lu. In the direction of 4 o'clock, there are about a dozen Hawkeye force apes. Attack that direction first. The scene stunned the onlookers in front of the screen. How did Chen Han do this? Concentrating fully on dodging the attacks of the eagle-eyed force ape and still being able to command an army? In the face of a beast that has no chance of winning, he has really made a way out of it. The people from the Kuwait character battalion, the Chu character battalion, the Xiang character battalion, and the Cold Night team looked at the boulders that flew past over their heads, and instantly understood that Chen Han was drawing fire for them. In addition to the crowd worrying about Chen Han, their feet also worked harder. Brothers, our battle hero Chen Han is drawing attention for us now, we can't let it down. Run up. Run your legs off as fast as you can. No one could tell how long Chen Han could last, but they could only do it as quickly as possible. Race against death. Time passed by, and the attacks of the eagle-eyed force ape also became more and more intensive. The more he failed to hit Chen Han, the more the monkey-minded eagle-eyed power ape became more and more annoyed, and finally almost all of the eagle-eyed power apes in the forest showed up. Hundreds of boulders were like a meteor shower, blasting towards Chen Han, covering the sky and making the warriors in the other regions gasp in awe as they watched. Instead, a wisp of a smile emerged from the corner of Chen Han's mouth. Because at this moment, the soldiers from the 3 camps had finally killed in front of the group of Hawkeye power apes. This has declared victory for our side. Chen Han even directly took out 3-star crystal arrows and hitched them to the dragon bow. Hunt the moment. It's here. Chapter 68 City of Fei. Despair after hope. Phew. Shoo. Shoo. 3 arrows were fired, and they actually hit all of them. Chen Han's strong archery skills were staggering. Only what he shot at were those eagle-eyed power apes that were farther away from the Kuwait character battalion. To prevent them from shifting targets, As Chen Han had foreseen, the Hawkeye Force Ape's melee combatability was not a bit worse. It was reasonable to say that this also belonged to foreign beasts above the 10th rank, but as soon as they saw the Kuwei character battalion and the others rushing over, it was a big shock. Squeak! Squeak! They let out frantic and strange cries, looking panicked, and even tried to flee into the distance. But since they had already come before them, how could Lu Zixing let them escape again? Brothers, kill for me! Lu Zixing shouted, but he is a horse first. A burst of lance flying, but easily in front of an eagle-eyed power ape's head, stabbed more than a dozen holes in the eye. Zhao Linger had already put her heart in her throat when she saw Chen Han taking such a risk, and now that she finally saw the eagle-eyed power ape, she naturally raised her spear and stabbed. The morale was high, and the crowd of generals from the Kuwei character battalion were completely killed. Even martial artist level Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei and the others performed very brightly. The dozen or so Hawkeye Force apes in front of them were actually wiped out clean in less than a few minutes. Lu Zixing glanced back. Although he couldn't see Chen Han from 20 kilometers away, he knew that Chen Han could see him. He also gave a thumbs up towards Chen Han. Chen Han was a bit speechless and also gave an okay gesture. There was no way for him to stop and find out where the Hawkeyed power ape was and raise his hand for an arrow. At the same time, Chen Han did not go back to dodging the attacks of the eagle-eyed force ape left and right. Instead, he directly stepped on the boulder thrown over by the Hawkeyed power ape and rushed straight in the direction of the Hawkeyed power ape. Now that the Hawkeye power ape's formation was in disarray, there was no need for him to play center gate to center gate with the Hawkeye power ape, who had strong long-range capabilities. After all, the bow and arrow was only his secondary weapon. Chen Han slung his bow on his back, re-pulled out his lance, and transformed his body into a phantom. Not long after, he stepped on the boulders thrown over by the Hawkeyed power ape and rushed towards where the Hawkeyed power ape was instead. Piercing lance of deadly thorns. Chen Han let out a low gulp, and a bizarre red light spiraled out from his overlord gun. In an instant, the red aura exploded, and the overlord gun stabbed through the heart of the eagle-eyed force ape with a single shot. The other eagle-eyed power ape was suddenly startled when he saw Chen Han come to his side and tried to escape. Chen Han immediately wielded the Beidou Haorun gun technique's spear technique, which was wide open and extremely suitable for killing enemies in battle. As the lance swung, a sweeping blow cut a large gash in the body of this eagle-eyed power ape, and blood sprayed outwards. Chen Han, who was bathed in the Hawkeyed power apes, was like a blood-bathed god of murder, making people tremble with fear, and a group of Hawkeyed power apes instantly scattered and fled in all directions. But under Chen Han's lance, where could they possibly escape? It didn't take long for the entire 100 or so Hawkeye Force apes to be killed cleanly. The area where the Ka character battalion was located also became the first area to be cleared of the enemy. As for battle damage, it was actually a horrible 0. An entire 10,000 people. After annihilating the enemy under Chen Han's leadership, there wasn't even a single serious injury. Such a situation is also an extremely rare phenomenon in the entire history of the military. It was an unprecedented victory. Naturally, such a good report was quickly transmitted to Yu Wuyun's battle command room. Yu Wuyun actually laughed out loud and slapped the battle report on the table. Good. Good. If you have Chen Han, you can win against my Yu Wuyun's army. Immediately give orders to the commanders of all the major battalions to reorganize. Learn more from Chen Han, don't be scared out of your wits by this tiny foreign beast. This victory was undoubtedly inspiring again, and some of the people of Daxia who watched this live broadcast even fell to their knees in excitement. The heavens have eyes. The heavens have eyes. It looks like it won't be long before we can travel to the north and still gain access to the north's resources. With Chen Han's pearl in front of them, the rest of the combat units in each region also regained their morale and took the battle. Report after report of shortcomings came into the command room. Throughout the northern edge of the country, the Northern Expeditionary Force can be said to have won a great victory. However, all of this was unknown to Chen Han, who was in the jungle. At this time, the soldiers of the Kuwei character battalion had already piled up the corpses of all the eagle-eyed power apes. After all, this was considered to be their first spoils of war from the northern expedition. Many of the things on this kind of eagle-eyed force ape were bound to fetch a high price as exotic beast materials, not to mention the fact that there was a 10th order exotic beast's blood essence stone in their bodies. Chen Han said to the system at the same time, "System, I'm going to consume 30,000 points to open the Pill God's body's next grade formula." Ding! The next grade of the Pill God's body formula has been opened. Please pay attention to receive it. Chen Han immediately opened the recipe to check it out, and it turned out that the most precious material required to make a compound divine power potion was the eyes of the eagle-eyed power ape. There are no substitutes available. As for the other materials, they are very cheap. For example, a beast skin of a foreign beast of the 8th rank or higher, and 2 blood essence stones of a foreign beast of the 9th rank. Neither of these are hard to get. No wonder the system would send out a prompt. It looked like this eagle-eyed power ape also belonged to a relatively rare beast. Chen Han was lucky that there happened to be such a precious beast in his region. Just then, Lu Zixing, however, held up a pile of blood essence stones and threw them in front of Chen Han. Chen Han, you have contributed the most, so all of these eagle-eyed force ape blood essence stones will be given to you, and all of us have no problem with that. The warriors were all pretty cool, knowing that a blood essence stone of a 10th order or higher foreign beast was enough to buy a villa on the outskirts of a second-tier main city. Chen Han waved his hand, not a fan of these blood essence stones. After all, after entering the Northern Realm, there were plenty of foreign beasts above the 10th rank. He said, I don't want the blood essence stones, you guys take them and share them, but instead, I want all of these eagle-eyed force apes' eyes. Ha! Lu Zixing let out a shocked cry and said in disbelief, you don't want this best treasure, what do you want its eyes for? It's dirty. Chen Han didn't explain much. It was obvious that the eyes of these eagle-eyed power apes weren't worth much, and no one was robbing them from him. More than 10,000 people cut off the thick muscular arms of the Hawkeye power ape, had a beautiful full meal, and after a short rest, they once again marched forward. At the same time, most of the generals in the other regions, too, had ended their battles. At this moment, everyone's mood was incomparably exuberant, itching to fight their way into the deep north in one fell swoop and restore the territory of the Grand Xia. Time passed slowly, and the 400,000-strong Northern Expeditionary Army gradually pushed forward a full 200 kilometers. Sunset. The landscape of the north is mesmerizing. The tens of thousands of people from the Kuwait Character Battalion ran to a high mountain, and the mesmerizing afterglow of the setting sun attracted everyone's eyes. But when the crowd looked down from the mountain, the scene below was one of despair. Because that ahead, a city actually appeared. The city of the Fae. Chapter 69 Red Wolf Beast Territory. 10 times the troops? This is a scene that no one of the people of Dashia wants to see. That is, the group of foreign beasts in the Northern Realm has developed a civilization. And this civilization, vaguely, already has some shades of modern civilization. The buildings in the city were in an ancient style, and should be the ruins of a city from 100 years ago, which had been remodeled by the Fae to be used as housing. The roads within the city were neatly organized and full of cars, and although the car was also last century in appearance, it was truly intimidating. The beast that survived in the city was a beast with a reddish body that looked similar to a werewolf. This kind of Fae beast, likewise, was a Fae beast that had never been seen before in the current Fae beast encyclopedia. Let's call them red wolves. There were at least 1 million red wolves gathered in this city, densely packed. The rest of the people couldn't see it yet, but with Chen Han's eyesight, he could see it clearly. The red wolves gathered in the streets would actually talk to each other face to face. If you look at the mouth, it looks like it's still speaking human language. In the center of the city, a statue also stands. The statue wasn't a statue of some alien beast, but a human. The man looked plump and handsome, but had a very long beard, and looked scruffy and unkempt. Why would a human statue actually stand in the city of the Fae? This is really puzzling. The scene before us was very shocking. The tens of thousands of people from the Kuwait Character Battalion stared at the sea of foreign beasts at the bottom of the mountain for a long time without saying a word, most of them. Right at this moment, Chen Han and the others suddenly heard a thud of footsteps coming from under a hillside on their left. Alert! Lu Zixing roared, and the entire staff immediately went on alert. As a result, at the bottom of the hill, a giant red wolf that was 3 times bigger than an ordinary red wolf actually walked out. It held a large steel sword in its hand, and there was still a bit of a smile at the corners of its mouth, but its smile paired with its fangs that were constantly drooling was truly chilling. The next moment, it actually spoke. Its voice was low and hoarse, and its language skills were a bit lame, but it was enough to shock the crowd, including the people of Dashia who were watching the screen live at the moment. Phew! This is a pleasant surprise. I told you how the group of pets from the south hadn't delivered today's food yet, but it's a human who came over. Or so many humans. Looking at the appearance of this red werewolf, he was practically salivating over these tens of thousands of soldiers from the Kuwait Character Battalion. But there was a lot of information to be heard in its words. Like pets in the south. He should be referring to the group of eagle-eyed power apes that were actually described as pets by Red Wolf. If it wasn't for Chen Han attracting the firepower, coupled with the brothers of the Kuwait Character Battalion fighting bravely to kill the enemy, they might have been instantly annihilated by the regiment of Hawkeye Force apes. A group of fey beasts like that was actually described as pets by Red Wolf. That's scary enough. What was even more impressive was that this group of red wolves that formed a civilization actually possessed the ability to tame foreign beasts. It was important to know that this was an ability that the Great Summer Civilization had not mastered so far. In any way, they could not control the brains of the Fae, but the red wolf beast had the ability to do so, as well as allowing the Hawkeye power ape to go in search of food. Just as the crowd was amazed and unsure of how to act. No one noticed that Chen Han, who was mixed in the crowd, had actually taken out his dragon bow at some point. Phew! Immediately after that, a mournful cracking sound came out, followed by the red wolf beast being penetrated through its chest by an arrow without reacting. It didn't have time to say the next word before it was killed. Ji Yun, who had been standing beside Chen Han, froze at Chen Han's behavior and gave a thumbs up. Society, my brother Han, people are ruthless and don't say much. Chen Han didn't bother with Ji Yun, but instead woke up all the Kuwei character battalion soldiers who were in a state of bewilderment with a single sentence. Withdraw. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Han shouted out the word withdraw almost without thinking. The city in front of us had no idea how many armies there were, at least 100,000. And the class of this red wolf was probably around the 11th rank. An army formed by 100,000 11th ranked foreign beasts was definitely not something that the 10,000 of them could handle. Chen Han never tried to be brave and took the lead in killing the red wolf, also to prevent it from ventilating. Yue, who was sitting in the combat command room, could not help but clench a fist when he saw the scene. When the time comes. Well done. As an army commander, the most basic quality is to quickly judge the battlefield situation and react to it. There's no shame in retreating, there's shame in losing a battle. Not to mention that this could be a total defeat. If Chen Han's reaction had been a little slower, I'm afraid that these tens of thousands of soldiers from the Kuwei character battalion would have to be wiped out. So, tens of thousands of people immediately retreated backward. Only, a foreign beast that could form a civilization would not be so easy to fool. The red wolf beasts are a highly socially concentrated civilization of Fae. Each red wolf beast, almost always, can sense the mental condition of the other red wolf beasts. Thus when that red wolf beast discovered Chen Han and the others, it was equivalent to all the red wolf beasts having discovered Chen Han. Only to see a burst of beeping red alarms immediately emanating from the city of red wolf beasts, and the red wolf beasts in the city took shelter in an orderly manner. And in the direction of the high mountains where Chen Han and the others were located, mysterious trumpet sounds were actually coincidentally resounding from all directions. Immediately after that, a red wolf beasts in armor emerged. 1, 2. Without realizing it, whole tens of thousands of red wolf beasts appeared in all directions. And that number, it's growing. Humans. It's human. I haven't eaten a human in 18 years, since the arrival of Lord Mountain God. The red wolf beasts were running and drooling at the same time. It was as if humans were the supreme delicacy for them. By the time Chen Han and the others ran to the edge of the jungle, they were already surrounded by red wolf beasts, which had incomparably muscular legs and were too much faster than the Kuwei character battalion in terms of speed. Just at a cursory glance, the red wolf beasts had at least 100,000 troops, 10 times their strength. Chapter 70, Turning the Whole into Zero. Exquisite Command Tactics. An army of 100,000 red wolf beasts. What kind of concept is that? It was important to realize that the red wolf beast was about 3 times the size of an average adult man. 100,000, enough to cover the sky, surrounded the 3 camps of Kuwei, Xiang, and Chu. A look of despair surfaced on everyone's face. There's no way this is going to win. Troop strength was only 1/10 of the opposite side, and the overall strength, even more so, was below the opposite side. It was important to realize that of these 10,000 or so people, only the soldiers of the Kuwei character battalion were mostly at the rank of marshal general. A fear of death gripped the hearts of the crowd. It's over. It's all over. I can't run away, I can't fight, what should I do? The warriors' hands were trembling slightly as they held their weapons. This fear was not difficult to understand. It was already courageous of the warriors of the 3 battalions not to throw away their armor outright. The people of Daxia who were watching this 100,000 red wolf beast army also had their hearts in their throats. What to do? Chen Han won't die, will he? Could it be that heaven is jealous of a genius? It's not easy for my Daxia to finally produce such a general star. Before the fight even started, many of the populace had already begun to cry. Especially for Chen Han, the performance in the Army Exchange Tournament had allowed the crowd to see his personal potential, while the performance in the Northern Expedition had allowed people to see him as a rising general star. If he died there, it would be a loss for the entire Xia. Even Yue, who was sitting in the combat command room, developed a wave of fear. He didn't move a muscle when 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers died crossing the river. He was still able to sit in the center of the army even though the army suffered heavy losses from the alien beasts. But this time, he was afraid. Yue carried his sword and resolutely walked out of the battle command room. But he was immediately stopped by his secretary, Marshal Yue. "What are you going to do?" "Save Chen Han," Yue said with a few trembling tones. He certainly understood that he, the marshal, could not move at this time. But he couldn't tolerate Chen Han dying there. The secretary immediately spat, "Marshal, you mustn't forget the rule that no one above the marshal god level can set foot in the northern realm. Besides, if you go, who is in command here? What will happen to the Grand Xia army if anything happens to you?" With a few words, Yue was scolded back. He had no choice but to launch an order to Lu Zixing through the encrypted radio. "Rehinge, this is an encrypted call, remember. Get the Cold Night team back." When Lu Zixing heard this, he immediately understood Yueyun's purpose. However, he didn't look half sad, instead he grinned. "Rixing receives the order. Marshal Yu, now is the time for us to repay you." There was only one way to get the Cold Night team back to southern Daxia in one piece. That was to let the warriors of the 3 battalions fight to the death to buy time for the Cold Night team. Rexing, try to survive. With his most elite troops on one side and his most favored heir on the other, Yueyun's words had some crying in them. But he tried his best to think of a way that would allow these 10,000 people to outwit an army of 100,000 red wolf beasts. Hanging up the phone, Yue couldn't even bear to look at the battlefield situation anymore. Lu Zixing told Chen Han about Yueyun's instructions and quickly finalized the battle plan, but this time, it was rejected by Chen Han. This was because during the time he was surrounded by the red wolf beasts, Chen Han had already thought of a battle plan by observing the surrounding terrain. It was not possible to preserve everyone, but it was possible to minimize battle losses until they escaped back to the south. Chen Shilling said, "Battalion Commander Lu, if you trust me, give me the command now." Seeing Chen Han's look of conviction, although Lu Zixing was still a bit suspicious, he still handed over the combat command to Chen Han. "Everyone, next act on Chen Han's orders." Due to all of Chen Han's previous performances, naturally, no one was unconvinced of Chen Han's dispatch. Besides, this was supposed to be a certain death, so it's kind of like beating a dead horse. Chen Han had just uttered 4 words, causing the crowd to be greatly surprised. Turn the whole thing into nothing. The reason for the crowd's astonishment was simple, because their troop strength was already less than that of the other side. If you still reduce the whole to 0, you are waiting to be eaten slowly by the opposite side of the mouth. However, Chen Han's expression was quite confident. "Everyone listen to my order, every 10 people as a group, those with high realms in the back, those with low realms in the front, scatter throughout the jungle." Although most of the people in the army were convinced of Chen Han's strength, Chen Han had never had experience commanding an army after all. On the spot, Xiangzi Battalion's battalion commander questioned, "Chen Han, this plan won't work, right? 10 people in a group, once the other party is also reduced to 0, just 5 red wolf beasts will completely annihilate a group. With this plan of yours, it would be better for us to just fight him hard." However, Chen Han pointed at the Type 3 laser cannon that was being protected by the Chu Zi battalion. "One more thing I forgot to mention, every group of 10 is equipped with a Type 3 laser cannon, that one is your weapon. And the only army card the red wolf beasts can't resist." Lu Zixing immediately brightened up. At this moment, he finally understood where the core of Chen Han's plan was. Even if the alien beasts had given birth to a civilization, there was still a gap between them and humans. That gap is technology. If they fought hard face to face, these Type 3 laser cannons would inevitably be the first target of the red wolf beast core strikes. However, zeroing in is a completely different story. Even the most obtuse of commanders understood the mystery of Chen Han's plan at this point. In a flash, the legions of red wolf beasts that were still planning to pounce were confused. The humans, who were like fish and meat in their eyes, quickly split into formations and ran in different directions toward the dense jungle. "Ha ha ha! What are they doing? Still running? Do these weak humans think they can outrun us?" The red wolves in the red wolf beast legion burst out laughing. 100,000 against 10,000, not to mention the crushing strength, these red wolf beasts didn't believe they would lose. At that moment, a red wolf beast with a yellow-tipped hat suddenly stood out. It, the owner of the Red Wolf Beast City, was also the commander of the Red Wolf Beast Legion, the Red Wolf Beast Lord. The moment it appeared, its aura was extraordinary, carrying a full oppressive force. Listen to me, all of you, don't underestimate humans. Don't forget, you guys, Lord Yamagami is a human too. This Lord Mountain God is the statue in the city of the Red Wolf Beast. The Red Wolf Beast seemed to have great respect for him. The Red Wolf Beast Lord, on the other hand, seemed to have some strength in commanding an army. Listen, you guys, according to the humans, they're turning this into something. It means that by spreading out the numbers, our army will be exhausted and finally retreat safely. But he thinks that's going to be hard for me? Listen to me carefully, we'll also split up and spread out, chasing after them in turn. Not a single human will be spared. Chapter 71 10,000 against 100,000. He can win. The Red Wolf Beast Lord actually knew something about the art of war. It saw through Chun Han's scheme to retreat in a scattered manner, relying on the favorable terrain of the jungle. This minimizes battle damage. Only the Red Wolf Beast Lord had absolute confidence in its troops. The group of humans was mediocre, and it only took 5 Red Wolf Beasts to take out one of their groups. Not to mention that its army of 100,000 could be divided into groups of 100 Red Wolf Beasts. It was only that it was still cautious, fearing that there would be ambushes in the jungle, and therefore did not spread out all of its forces. Instead, it was only divided in half. As you can see, this Red Wolf Beast is also of considerable military caliber. As Chun Han retreated backward with his Cold Night group, he was also constantly observing the movements of the Red Wolf Beast army, and the sight before him caused him to frown slightly. This army of foreign beasts was not only well trained, but also had a slight knowledge of the art of war, and could even spit out human speech, which was unbelievable. However, immediately afterward, the corners of Chun Han's mouth rose slightly. The only thing the Red Wolf Beasts didn't know was that they had overspecified weapons like the Type 3 laser. So Chun Han gave the order to the whole group over the radio. Everyone listen to me and protect the Type 3 laser cannons in your hands. That's your trump card. When the cannon is alive, the people are alive. When the cannon dies, you die. Yes. Without the Type 3 laser cannon, there was absolutely no way they could be half a match for the Red Wolf Beast army. It didn't take long for both the soldiers of the Kuei Character Battalion and the Red Wolf Beasts to spread out in the forest. With the Kuei Character Battalion soldiers' footwork, it was naturally easy for the Red Wolf Beast to catch up with them. Ouch! Old Ji, you'd better be careful, my back almost got scratched. Xu Mang was being carried by Ji Yun as he jumped through the forest, and was about to be slapped by the Red Wolf Beast's wolf claws. This Red Wolf Beast's strength wasn't low, and its base attribute was estimated to be around 300,000 kilograms. Xu Mang himself was a manipulative natural ability user, his basic attributes were on the weak side, if he was slapped by a claw, it could kill him halfway. Humans! Humans! The Red Wolf Beasts behind him seemed to have gone crazy, their mouths kept chanting the word human and drooling saliva profusely. Even Ji Yun, who was gifted with divine speed, had to be caught up, not to mention the warriors elsewhere. There were even a number of local groups that had already engaged the Red Wolf Beasts. Chun Han counted the time and immediately stopped in his tracks as well. Everyone stop fighting the Red Wolf Beasts, remember to try to haul them together and annihilate them with the Type 3 laser cannon. After saying that, Chun Han and the Cold Night team all stopped as much as they could and turned to face the Red Wolf Beasts behind them. Since Chun Han's strength was one of the best among the 3 camps, he had hauled in the most Red Wolf Beasts. At least 500 or 600 of them. The Red Wolf Beasts licked their lips, finally stopped running? Can't run anymore? Come on, let's have a full meal. Chun Han didn't talk nonsense and directly drew his bow and arrow, only to see a swoosh. The Red Wolf Beast that had just spoken was shot in the head with an arrow. This arrow also allowed the 500 to 600 Red Wolf Beasts to see Chun Han's strength, and a few touches of fear surfaced in their gazes at once. After they looked at each other for a few moments, they unanimously decided that they would first take out Chun Han, who was standing on top of the tree and condescending. Ow! I don't know which Red Wolf Beast wolf howled, and in an instant, 500 to 600 Red Wolf Beasts launched a charge. The target was pointed directly at Chun Han in the tree. Chun Han looked stern as he suddenly lowered his bow and arrow, while at the same time the Overlord lance slowly rose into the air. A strong light instantly enveloped the entire Red Wolf Beast group. It stung the eyes. Coincidentally, the Red Wolf Beasts all seemed to be rather afraid of light, and after being enveloped by the light of the sun destruction regicide gun, they actually closed their eyes and screamed in fear. Take advantage of your illness. The impact of the sun destruction regicide gun instantly struck, and with just the first impact, most of the red wolf beasts already had their skin split open. At this time, Chen Han also shouted sternly, Zhao Yufei. Zhao Linger and Ji Yun Zhu Mang, who were in the front, immediately made way. Zhao Yufei was in charge of the Type 3 laser cannon that belonged to the Cold Night team. In a flash, the sun destruction regicide gun and the Type 3 laser cannon came out in unison, and 500 to 600 red wolf beasts were obliterated. A few seconds later, only to see that the small piece of jungle in front of them had actually been turned into scorched earth. As for the red wolf beasts, they couldn't even find their corpses, all of them became soil fertilizer. The commotion here had also attracted the attention of all the surrounding Kuwei character battalion soldiers. Brothers, Captain Chen Han is fighting to kill the enemy, we can't lose either. Don't forget, we're coming out with the expectations of the people of Daxia this time. That's the way it is in troop combat. With the slightest hope of victory, morale skyrockets. And morale, too, is an indicator of the strength of an army. A drum is a drum, and a drum is a drum. Chen Han took this opportunity to shout to all the warriors, boom! The jungle resounded with the glow of countless black lasers. Many of the red wolf beasts were reduced to ashes by the Type 3 laser cannons before they had time to react. What's this? Lord didn't tell us that humans have such powerful weapons either. In complete contrast to the soldiers of the Kuwei character battalion whose morale was high, the red wolf beasts were all scared out of. It is true that the army needs special fighters with strong individual strength, but even more so, it needs officers with exceptional command skills. But today, it seems that this is not necessary. Chen Han was simply a genius. However, just as Yu Woyun was revitalized, his secretary stumbled all the way in with the war report. Report! The 13th region, 14th region, and 15th region's 30,000 troops have been attacked by the Dark Bat Territories army, and 9 lives have been lost. Report! The 26th region and 27th region's 20,000 troops were attacked by the Horse Head Beast's army, and all of them were wiped out. In contrast to Chen Han's side of the battle report of nearly a great victory, the northern expedition armies in the other regions had likewise encountered attacks from the armies of the alien beast cities. But they are, all of them, near total annihilation. Yu Woyun looked at those battle reports, his eyes wide with anger. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouth of this old marshal who had lived for hundreds of years. Chapter 72, Bloodbath. Attacking and defending the easy type. Yu Woyun had been conquering for many years and had long had countless dark wounds on his body. This exasperation scared the secretary so much that she turned pale on the spot. Marshal Yu, what's wrong with you? Yu Woyun barely stood and stabilized his mind. He had misjudged the strength of the northern realm Fey beasts. It was originally thought that the city of foreign beasts that Chen Han had encountered was a special case. I didn't realize it was universal. The foreign beasts in the north had evolved to the point where they had each circled as king and divided their territories. No matter how experienced Yu Woyun was, he couldn't face such a strength gap that could be considered crushing. Originally, he had explored the 400,000-strong Northern Expeditionary Force separately to avoid total annihilation, but now it seemed better to merge them in one place. Otherwise it wouldn't be so tragic. Right at this moment, Yu Woyun suddenly felt 2 strong auras appear in front of the door. He snorted coldly. He didn't come when he was winning the battle before, but now that he's lost the battle, he's coming to talk about it. Come in, you two. The door to the combat command room was pushed open, and slowly walking in were none other than Marshals Zhongguan and Ouyang Quan. The purpose of their visit was certainly not to support Yu Woyun. After all, there was only one commander-in-chief of this northern expedition, and that was Yu Woyun. Zhonggong could not hide the smile on his lips and said, Marshal Yu, your face does not look good? What's wrong with you? Didn't rest well? Ouyang Quan similarly began to make peace with the situation. I saw it on the live broadcast, so many areas, almost completely wiped out. The corpses of the fighters are almost piling up into mountains. As Ouyang Quan had said, out of the more than 40 regions, only the one that Chen Han was in was considered a small victory. And every other region was either being chased by an army of alien beasts and routed. Either that or there are bodies everywhere. The battle damage is now at least 70%. That means that the 400,000-strong Northern Expeditionary Army has only about 100,000 left. People were both exuberant for Chen Han and equally mournful for the rest of the Grand Xia army. God's land is sinking. With 300,000 trained veterans, there's no telling how long it will take to regain their strength. Yue looked at the gloating Ouyang Quan and Zhongguan and became even more enraged. The failure of the northern expedition was his fault, yes, but there were quite a few people in this northern expedition army who were close friends of the duo. I don't know how these two can laugh. Yue said in a cold voice, what exactly do you two want to do? Just say it straight. Zhonggong was not flustered, still smiling. Marshal Yue, don't blame me for not reminding you that you have to take full responsibility for the heavy responsibility of this northern expedition. I have nothing to do with Ouyang Quan. The duo, it turned out, had come to shirk their responsibilities. It is true that the two did not personally participate in the command, but if there is credit for the northern expedition, the two will certainly take part of it on the body. After all, the Wind God Army and the Earth God Army were also considered to be under the duo's command. Yueyan's face was grim. The corpses of the warriors in the live screen had already given him the urge to kill, and he didn't bother to fight with the two of them. Scram. This northern expedition is my responsibility alone, you two don't have to worry about it. On his way out, Zhongguan glanced at Chen Han again. Don't think that Chen Han can save you. At best, he can only ensure that the troops retreat in one piece. Wow! A fierce blade chi suddenly swung out, as if heaven and earth were shaking. Zhonggong and Ouyang Quan were both martial gods, but they were sent flying dozens of kilometers away by this saber aura before they barely managed to catch it. This old man is crazy. He really wants to kill someone. Ha ha ha. Having been slashed by Yue, Zhongguan laughed instead of being angry. Once Yue abdicated, then the position of first marshal of the Grand Xia and the fifth position of the 24th Privy Council would be his, so how could he not be happy? The battle command room that had been decimated by Yue was in shambles. Yue looked at the only surviving Kuei character battalion in the screen and gave his last order. In the jungle battlefield, the Red Wolf Beast Lord, who was leading an army of 50,000 Red Wolf Beasts, looked at his subordinates who were late in coming out of the forest, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. With the footwork of the group of humans and the speed of the Red Wolf Beasts, he predicted that in less than 10 minutes his troops would be able to take care of everything. But now it had been waiting for a whole half hour, and not a single Red Wolf Beast had actually come out to report. The Red Wolf Beast Lord's patience was gradually worn out, and finally he decided not to wait any longer and got up. Go. All of you, go in with me. The vast army of 50,000 red wolves drilled into the jungle with a brain. As he went deeper into the jungle, the Red Wolf Beast Lord felt more and more shocked. This was because the ones lying around in the forest were basically the corpses of Red Wolf Beasts. It couldn't exactly be called a body, but rather limbs and arms. All parts of their bodies look like they've been cut by some mysterious weapon. Either a wolf's head, or a wolf's arm, or a wolf's paw, was scattered all over the forest. As for human corpses, there are fewer of them, so to speak. According to a rough calculation of the limbs and arms of the Red Wolf Beasts in the forest and the human corpses, this battle damage ratio was almost 1 to 20. The Red Wolf Beast Lord was stunned. Keep in mind that he sent out 50,000 troops and only 10,000 human troops. The difference in strength is 1 to 5. Moreover, the strength of the Red Wolf Beasts were all generally above humans. Yet the humans were able to take the battle damage, to the tune of 20 to 1. Is this a human? How can it be so powerful? Besides Lord Yamagami, there are humans this powerful in the world? Looking at the corpses of their kind on the ground, the 50,000 Red Wolf Beast troops had almost been scared out of their wits. At that moment, they finally heard movement coming from the front. It turned out that the 50,000 Red Wolf Beasts hadn't been wiped out completely, and there were still some of them fighting with the humans. Coincidentally, the human force they encountered was none other than the Cold Night team. Originally, according to Yueyan's orders, it was the soldiers from the 3 battalions that gave the Cold Night group a backing, but Chen Han was too strong and now instead became the frontmost unit. Chen Han stood above the treetops. Every arrow he shot was the life of a Red Wolf Beast, and with that figure, he couldn't help but make the Red Wolf Beast fall. I'm afraid a hard-fought real duel is next. Chen Han put the dragon bow down, then took out his overlord gun and jumped down from the treetops. All those who can still move, come here. The remaining warriors gradually drew closer to Chen Han, almost all of them already panting and covered in blood, no longer able to tell if the blood was their own or the Red Wolf's. There were less than 3,000 men left, except those who had withdrawn to the forefront. 3,000 people side by side, in front of an army of 50,000 red wolves. It was like the difference between a giant bear and a chicken. And the battle, it seemed, was no longer in doubt. Chen Han, listen to me and take the Cold Night group to go first. This is an order. Lu Zixing gave his final order to Chen Han. If there is one person who needs to be sacrificed today, it will definitely be him, Lu Zixing. Chen Han, however, did not have the slightest intention of retreating, gripping his lance tightly, and with the highest chi and blood value, he was still standing at the front of the group. In life and in death, that's what it means to be a comrade in arms. Right at this moment, however, Chen Han suddenly saw a huge figure jump down from above his head, a familiar mech that landed in front of Chen Han. Chen Han, we've come to help you. The visitors were actually the giant team. It's not just the giants group yet. Only to see countless warriors suddenly pouring out in all directions. Top Word Battalion, Wild Word Battalion, Heavenly Work Battalion. And even the deadly rival White Light group. Slowly, in terms of numbers, it even surpassed the Red Wolf Beast army. The Red Wolf Beast Lord's pupils widened and his face was horrified. Now, the offense is changing shape. Chapter 73: A Great Victory. Chasing 100 miles. The last order given by Yue was for all the remnants of the remaining regions to rush to the region where Chen Han was. Make a last-ditch effort. The 400,000-strong Northern Expeditionary Army ended up with only about 70,000 to 80,000 troops remaining. Almost all of them were concentrated around Chen Han. Chen Han, can you hear me? Chen Han was still a bit surprised when the radio call device beside his ear suddenly transmitted Yue encrypted call. Chen Han immediately returned, Marshal Yue, what are your instructions? Yue's tone was a bit low. Chen Han, first of all, there is a piece of news to inform you. This northern expedition plan has already been lost. With more than 40 regions, you are the only one who managed to hold on undefeated. There was no need to elaborate on this point, as Chen Han looked at the soldiers who had gathered over with their heads hanging down on their faces one by one. Obviously suffered a major defeat. Yue continued, I'll transfer all the remaining soldiers to you, and also give you supreme command of the scene. Speaking of this, Yue paused and then continued, make a beautiful battle for me. Although I will definitely be dealt with this time, you have to remember that you can't let the people lose their confidence in that. It's great that despite the heavy losses in the major regions, the Type 3 laser cannon is more than half saved. With an army of 70,000 to 80,000, there were actually a whole 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons, and around 100,000 kilograms of star crystals. This was an exclusive weapon against the Red Wolf Beasts. Then he took stock of the remaining battle strength of each of the large soldiers, having gotten the tactics down to a science. On the other hand, on the side of the Red Wolf Beast army, looking at the sudden increase in the number of human armies, they were instead hesitant. They didn't dare to charge on their own initiative, but it was just the right amount of time for Chen Han to command and dispatch. Lord, 10,000 humans, killed so many of us, can we win now? The Red Wolf Beast Lord was a little frightened when he heard the words of his men. In the end, he still didn't have the same kind of thinking as a human. At this time, he actually started to shake the heart of the army on his own. As soon as he saw the Lord hesitate, the Red Wolf Beasts beside him were equally confused. At this time, however, Chen Han, who stood at the forefront, took the initiative to charge against the Red Wolf Beast unit. Everyone above the rank of Marshal General, come over and kill with me. Chen Han snapped. Being the main general and taking the lead is in itself an extremely morale-boosting act. Only to see Chen Han make a vertical leap, and then jump into the enemy formation as if he were a divine warrior. He waved the Overlord gun in his hand, and with the wide openness of the Beto Howren gun technique, he actually flew countless gun shadows in the Red Wolf Beasts. Pick. Chop. Prick. Sweeping the six. Every time Chen Han fired his gun, he was able to take away a few Red Wolf Beasts. At this moment, Chen Han utilized the Victor's momentum of the Hokuto Howren gun technique to the extreme. It's even better than the previous one against Shang Shang. A level 1 sweep can lift a large group of enemies. Although those who had gathered from the major regions were all remnants of the army, when they saw how valiant Chen Han was, they were instantly inspired as well. Chen Han, you're the commander-in-chief, why did you go first by yourself? Lori's voice came from the giant mech. With those words, the giant mecha also jumped into the enemy line. Boom! Only to see the mecha blast down with a single punch, it was like 1,000 pounds. In front of the giant mecha, the Red Wolf Beasts were only small. They could not resist the power of the modern alloy. More than a dozen of Red Wolf Beasts were instantly smashed into meat cakes. Jin Zilin was equally unwilling to show any weakness. The power of radiance manifested in countless beams of light struck into the enemy formation, penetrating through the Red Wolf Beast's body. With an army of 70,000 to 80,000, there were actually only about 5,000 marshal general level experts left. However, these 5,000 military general levels had exerted almost 10 times their battle power. The military formation of the Red Wolf Beast Army was actually killed in a matter of moments, and the formation was greatly disorganized. The foreign beasts were actually scared by the humans, and almost every one of those who killed the Red Wolf Beasts killed red-eyed, and some of them even adopted the fight-for-life method. At this moment, the people of Dacia who were watching the live broadcast could no longer tell which side was a human and which side was a beast. And it was only at this time that the Red Wolf Beast Lord took reactionary measures. On all of you. It was then that the 50,000 Red Wolf Beast Army reacted, splitting their troops to surround the 5,000 martial generals led by Chen Han on one hand, while on the other hand, they went to eliminate those martial-level soldiers. Chen Han, however, had already counted on the general, killing the enemy while still observing the entire battlefield. Seeing that the remaining Red Wolf Beasts had finally made a move, he immediately ordered, "Cannon Battalion, listen to the order. Bombard the flanks in front of the Red Wolf Beasts with Type 3 laser cannons, don't let them get close to you." Since Chen Han's 5,000 military generals were killing their way into the center of the Red Wolf Beasts army, the flanks and front positions of the Red Wolf Beasts army were bound to be a bit more crowded. Just as the Red Wolf Beasts on this flank and front end were killing the Northern Expedition Army, a black and Type 3 laser cannon was suddenly aimed at them. Only a stream of black laser beams shot up into the sky and filled the air in a flash, and before those Red Wolf Beasts even had time to wail, they all turned into dust. By the time the first round of shelling was finished, there were very few of the Red Wolf Beasts left that had launched their charge on the flanks in front. Seeing this, the morale of the whole army suddenly soared. And the Red Wolf Beasts saw their kind dying so miserably, they were scared out of their wits all of a sudden. Chen Han led the 5,000 martial general level elites, which was even more like a spear, ruthlessly approaching the heart of the Red Wolf Beast army. Along the way, God stops God and Buddha stops Buddha. Not long after, Chen Han, who was killing at the forefront, was already less than 200 meters away from the Red Wolf Beast Lord's position. The Red Wolf Beast Lord was already scared out of his wits as he looked at the killing god in front of him. Without even giving a word of explanation, he scattered and ran to the rear. The speed at which he ran wildly was staggering, and in less than a few blinks he was completely off the trail. The main general actually fled from the battlefield, and the remaining Red Wolf Beasts had no power to resist, and immediately threw away their armor and fled. The time had come for Chen Han to take out the charge horn and blow it himself. All troops charge. Take the Red Wolf Beast base camp. Not just Chen Han's 5,000 martial elites, the entire legion of 70,000 to 80,000 people surged towards the already collapsed Red Wolf Beast army group as much as they could. It was a huge win. The Red Wolf Beast group didn't even have the strength to fight back. Within a short time, the Red Wolf Beast army was chased for hundreds of miles by the Northern Expeditionary Corps led by Chen Han, all the way to the foot of the Red Wolf Beast city. At the moment, millions of Red Wolf Beasts were gathered in the city, while the Red Wolf Beast lords had fled back to their base camp, intending to use their numerical superiority to appropriate Chen Han's army in the city. However, Chen Han stopped in front of the city and looked at the panicked Red Wolf Beast civilians in the city with a cold expression. "Artillery battalion, on my mark, gather all Type 3 laser cannons in one place." Chapter 74, Cutting Off the Roots. Thunderous Measures. At this moment, everyone understood Chen Han's purpose. That would be to use these 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons to directly bombard the Red Wolf Beast city. His thoughts can't help but be jaw-dropping. Immediately, the battalion commander of the Wind God Army's Frenzied Character Battalion came up and asked, "Chen Han, are you planning to shell the city? There are millions of Fey inhabitants in this city, that's not a small thing, and you're not going to report it?" Chen Han smiled sternly, "There's no need to report this kind of thing. Marshal Yue has already handed over the supreme command of the Northern Expeditionary Army to me. I have the right to decide." Chen Han's reason for not reporting it was actually quite simple. Yue already had to carry the lion's share of the blame for the loss of the Northern Expedition. Blasting an entire city of alien beasts was bound to have a significant impact. If someone blamed it, then Chen Han would have to take this responsibility on himself. In this situation right now, if we rush into the city, we would actually risk total annihilation. No one knows if there will be any ambush in this town. Chen Han wouldn't bet on the probability, and used the Type 3 laser cannon to crush them all. But at times like these, there are always some self-proclaimed saints of life who show up. This seems a bit wrong, doesn't it? These millions of Red Wolf Beasts in the city, there are quite a few civilians among them as well. They're unarmed and defenseless. Right, the Red Wolf Beast Legion has been completely routed and can't make any waves. Let's rush in and kill them all. Some of the troops had already begun to shake the military's heart and admonish Chen Han. And it's basically all officers. Not only that, but some of the people of Daxia who were watching the live broadcast were equally puzzled. After all, Chen Han was intending to drive out all the people. I think these red wolf beasts, they may not be impossible to negotiate. What if we can domesticate them? Yes. They can speak human language, so there is a possibility of taming them. In case we can make these red wolf beasts work for us, that would be a great battle force. Chen Han is still young after all, a bit too reckless. Before they had even killed their way into the city, quite a few of them were actually already discussing how they should utilize the loot. They seem to have completely forgotten that just a short while ago, all 300,000 troops of the Northern Expeditionary Army had died under the hands of the foreign beasts. Those generals even had no bones left and were eaten dry by the foreign beasts. Right at this moment, Chen Han was the one who made a shocking move. Only to see him vigorously swing his right hand, and the overlord gun was thrown out by him. Stabbed a gossiping officer raw and nailed him dead to the ground. This seemed to see the northern army of 70,000 to 80,000 troops scalp numb, from the top of the head cool to the soles of the feet, for a time actually did not dare to say a word. While Chen Han remained aloof, he slowly walked over to the officer and pulled out the overlord gun that was stuck in the officer's body, splattering blood everywhere. In the face of a great enemy, those who shake the heart of the army may be beheaded. One sentence silenced the crowd then. In fact, they were just looking at Chen Han's youth and the fact that he hadn't experienced any battles in the army, yet he was able to take over the chief commander of the battlefield. So it's just a matter of jealousy. If Yue was here, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to say more than half a word. Chen Han continued to walk up and ordered the artillery battalion to centralize the 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons and spread them out in a zigzag pattern again, ensuring that the laser cannons could cover the entire city. All remember. Those who are not of my race will have different hearts. To empathize with the enemy is to seek your own death. Don't say they're beasts, even if they're humans, they must be exterminated. When we get into town, remember, too, the chickens and the dogs. Chen Han coldly drank twice, but the Northern Expeditionary Army still has his supporters, such as those generals of the Kuei character camp. Kill. 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 3 consecutive words of killing resounded in the sky. Yue looked at all this and couldn't help but be quite complimentary. In his place on the same situation, he would have made the same decision. In fact, there was no need for Chen Han to even report it, and he certainly agreed with Chen Han's decision, only that in order to prevent Yue from taking on any more responsibility, Chen Han actually turned off the encrypted radios, leaving Yue quite helpless. Just then, the laser cannon bombardment of the Red Wolf Beast City officially began. 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons, fired in unison, like artillery firing in unison, countless densely packed black lasers, like a downpour of rain, shot towards the city where the Red Wolf Beast was located. The Type 3 laser cannon is silent, and when it fires, everything is silent. But when it fell on the Red Wolf Beast City, it was a scene of despair. After all, the killing power of a Type 3 laser was not the same as that of an artillery piece, but wherever the laser was within range, any living being, or arguably any substance, would be obliterated. In just an instant, 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons had practically leveled the entire large building lot directly in front of the city. Seeing the terrifying destructive power of the Type 3 laser cannon, the city panicked, and the screams of the Red Wolf Beasts were deafening and somewhat tragic. But Chen Han didn't stop there. After one round of laser cannons was fired, he had another round of bombardment by having people fill up with star crystals. Knowing that the troops had left behind almost 100,000 kilograms of star crystals, it was natural to keep them to squander. Release. A second round of Type 3 laser cannons followed, and the Red Wolf Beasts that didn't have time to escape and a large number of buildings were reduced to the ruins of the city together again. It was also during the bombardment of the Red Wolf Beast cities that the crowd realized that there were actually quite a few Red Wolf Beast soldiers hidden within the millions of Red Wolf Beast civilians. They are hidden in various parts of the city, and if the Northern Expeditionary Army, which does not know the terrain, enters hastily, it is bound to be taken by surprise by the other side. The jungle was favorable terrain for the Northern Expeditionary Army. And it was the city that was favorable terrain for the Red Wolf Beasts. The crowd couldn't help but admire Chen Han's foresight. In this situation, bombing the Red Wolf Beast city was the wisest choice. The Red Wolf Beast Lord was in deep trouble. He had thought that he would be able to smoothly introduce Chen Han and the others into the city before engaging in a street battle with the Northern Expeditionary Army. You know, except for his original army of 100,000 men. There were actually about 50,000 troops hidden in this city that he hadn't taken out with him. It is not yet known who will win and who will lose. The Red Wolf Beast Lord was completely dumbfounded, and he could only watch as his subordinates disappeared into the black lasers one by one. At that moment, he uttered a phrase that he didn't know who had taught him. These humans, why don't they follow the rules? If someone heard that the Red Wolf Beast could actually say such playful words, I'm afraid that they would have to laugh their asses off. It was unknown how long the bombardment had been going on, and most of the entire Red Wolf Beast city had become ruins, with debris everywhere. The original endless wailing also disappeared, millions of Red Wolf Beasts, at least 90% dead. As for the remaining 10%, it's pretty much not much of a combatant. And 100,000 kilograms of star crystals, basically consumed. Seeing that the time had come, Chen Han immediately ordered, all enter the city. Remember, cut off the roots. Even if I see a little wolf cub, it will be dealt with under military law. Chapter 75 Star Crystal Mining Vein. Amazing battle results. Kill. 70 to 80,000 troops frantically poured into the Red Wolf Beast city that was already in ruins. However, all Red Wolf Beasts that were visible to the eye were decapitated. Chen Han, as the main general, should of course take the lead. Just by casually picking with his gun, a small wolf cub and a female Red Wolf Beast were hidden under a rock. The female Red Wolf Beast looked very pitiful, still able to spit out human speech, and warily said, "Spare." Before that word fate could be finished, Chen Han was able to pierce through this female Red Wolf Beast and wolf cub with a single shot in the past. It was this scene that allowed the crowd to see Chen Han's decisiveness and determination. If they don't cut off the roots, I'm afraid they'll face military justice. All of you remember, the Red Wolf Beast you spared today will be the knife on your head someday. Chen Han gave a cold sentence and continued to press forward. He wasn't sure whether or not the Red Wolf Beast Lord had perished under the bombardment of 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons. According to Yue, if the battle is to be successful and the people are to regain confidence in the northern expedition, then the Red Wolf Beast's army must be wiped out in its entirety here. So the city must be scoured. In a sense, what Chen Han was executing was an act of massacre, only that it was the city of the Fey Beast that was being massacred. In addition to looking for traces of the Red Wolf Beast army, Chen Han had also given an order to search for loot throughout the ruins of the city. This city of the Red Wolf Beasts was, in the end, still built using the ruins of the city left over from the last century as a base, so there must be a legacy from the last century. And anything from the last century is considered antique in today's new calendar. Could be worth a lot of money. Young Chen, look what I found. Suddenly Ji Yun gleefully walked towards Chen Han with an iron box. He opened the tin box and inside was actually a cell phone and some coins. Is this a cell phone from the last century? It looks so old. Ji Yun handed his cell phone to Chen Han. What was considered ancient to Ji Yun was incomparably familiar to Chen Han. Because that's exactly what an Apple phone is. Also called a kidney machine. The corners of Chen Han's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly as he threw that Apple phone to Ji Yun again. This thing should be worth quite a bit of money when taken to the market, and those coins, keep them. Nowadays, the southern Daxia has undergone many years of development and has long since lost the shadow of the last century. It's only in the north that there are still some ruins. Right at this moment, Chen Han suddenly saw in front of him, a brilliant light flashing past his eyes. What man? Chen Han mistakenly thought that it was the Red Wolf Beast army that had set up an ambush, so he immediately drank and chased after them with his gun. However, by the time he reached his destination, his entire being was beyond astonished. Because the location of that white light was actually a large piece of star crystal. The area is roughly the size of 6 meters in diameter. This piece of star crystal was supposed to be buried underground, at the edge of the city. Just now, it was only because of the change in the direction of the sun's rays that the star crystal's light refracted onto Chen Han's eyes. Just then, the cold night team followed Chen Han to this star crystal ground. One's eyes were as wide as brass bells. As if they had never seen the world. I'll go, such a big piece of star crystal, at least there are tens of thousands of kilograms, right? Ji Yun, as a business family, was the first to judge the value of this star crystal. Zhao Yufei, being from a large family in the capital, was equally at a loss when he saw such a large piece of star crystal. He said, as far as I know, the star crystals in the entire Grand Xia are divided into kilograms and pieces for easy trading. A complete piece of star crystal as large as this is absolutely unparalleled in Great Xia today. It's much more valuable than scattered star crystals. It's no wonder they don't look like they've seen the world. Not to mention the cold night team, those bigwigs from the 24th Privy Council who were watching the live television broadcast at the moment were equally astonished. The Northern Realm is the Northern Realm. The amount of star crystal hidden there is at least 10 times that of our South. Yes. Isn't that the kind of supreme energy we fought our way into the North for? Not to mention the fact that the North has all sorts of bountiful natural mineral resources. The reason the 24th Privy Council agreed to the Northern Expedition Plan was for the star crystals in the North. The star crystals in the entire South had almost been mined. Use as much or as little as you want. The thing that favors this is, again, the best energy source available today. It was not an exaggeration to say that 1 kilogram of star crystal could support the amount of energy consumed by a dozen or so large factories in the capital for an entire year. Extremely scary. If the star crystal resources in the North could be exploited for the most part, in the future, the Great Xia's development would no longer have to worry about energy. But of all these supreme powers in the Privy Council, only Emperor Prime, alone, had discovered the mysteries of this star crystal. Don't be in a hurry, guys. This might just be the piece of star crystal naturally exposed on the surface, there might be a vein hidden underneath. When these words came out, the 20 or so supreme powers immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Star crystal veins. That's something even more remarkable. It was important to know that the entire Great Xia had a population of 600 million, but there were only 2 star crystal veins. One is on the outskirts of the capital. One is on the edge of the southern border. These 2 star crystal veins alone accounted for 3/4 of the entire star crystal stockpile of Great Xia. Only after hundreds of years, the star crystals from these 2 veins were close to being depleted. After all, Di Qingtian was able to ascend to this position of first power not because of his strength, but because he controlled the mining rights of 2 star crystal veins within the Great Xia. This alone controls the lifeblood of Daxia. Only Emperor Prime's family possessed the talent and means to mine the split star crystals. Gulp. At this moment, the entire 24th Privy Council was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, and even the sound of someone gulping could be infinitely amplified. Everyone understood the value of this star crystal vein. It's worth it even if it costs more lives. Even Emperor Prime couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. At this moment, Chen Han's victory is unmatched. Chapter 76 Marquis? Ziv decision of the Privy Council. At that moment, perhaps thinking of something, Di Qingtian suddenly reacted. He said to the 24 Privy Council members, quickly go and prepare the implements and grounds. When Chen Han returns, I'm going to apply for a vassalization of him. Seal the Marquis? As soon as they heard those 2 words, all the people in the Privy Council looked surprised. Chen Han's accomplishments were indeed great, yes, but not to the point of being crowned a Marquis. Marquis 8, a reward mechanism for the military independent of the rank system. The rules of vassalization were also very simple, that is, those who had made significant military achievements, with the consent of the 24 Privy Councils, could be granted a vassal. The vassalage is oblivious to rank. Even if one was just an ordinary private, as long as one's military service was up to par, one might be able to be awarded a marquis. But in the past 100 years of the new calendar, those who were able to be crowned marquis were at least at the level of major general. And there are very few. In a whole 100 years, there were only 20 or so feudal lords in the Grand Xia. For example, the continent's #1 martial artist, Han Haoren, was named the Marquis of Valor because of his strength and success in defending Daxia. There is also Yu Woyun, the same imperial double wall, and loyal to the country, made great achievements in battle, was named Marquis of Zhongwu. And so far, even the current marshals of the Grand Xia, Zhongguan and Ouyangquan, have not been vassalized yet. Of course, the position of Marquis does not have some special powers as it did in ancient times. More of a symbol of fame and status. It can be said that those who can be crowned, even if they spend their whole life lying in bed, will be honored by 10,000 people and be supported by the state for the rest of their lives. And the whole of Daxia, like Chen Han this age can be awarded the Marquis, is unprecedented. So there was a challenge on the spot. The one who proposed it was still the second highest ranking supreme power in Daxia, Luo Yuan. He questioned, Emperor Prime, I can understand your thoughts, Chen Han naturally deserves credit for discovering the star crystal vein. But he hasn't even reached his 19th birthday. Merely coming of age, let him be crowned a marquis. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Luo Yuan directly called out the name of Emperor Prime, who was the second power of the Great Xia, could be said to be under one person and above all others. Naturally, he dared to stiffen Emperor Prime. After all, what the Luo family held was the transportation lifeline of the entire Grand Xia. However, Di Qingtian was not the least bit afraid. From the moment he saw the star crystal vein, he believed that Chen Han had the qualifications to be a marquis. Ha! So what if he's younger? Who can do his feats? Don't you guys forget that nowadays, the star crystal veins of Great Xia are depleted and there is an energy emergency. For this northern expedition, Yue took away another 30 years of the future country's energy reserves. Chen Han's feats can be said to be unrivaled. Even Han Haoran and Yue were still delivering food in the last century at this age. With a few words, Di Qingtian instantly rendered Luo Yuan speechless. All right. My will has been decided. You all should still think about what kind of marquee you should give Chen Han. Chen Han, who was in the battlefield at this time, was unaware of everything that was happening within the Privy Council. Seeing a large star crystal vein in front of them, the generals almost froze on the spot, not making any movements for a long time. After a long time, Ji Yun shouted, "Wealthy! Wealthy!" Ji Yun, who was already a wealth fanatic, instantly went crazy and pounced on the star crystal. Luckily, he was stopped by Lu Zixing. Ji Yun, are you kid-ing crazy? The star crystal vein contains a tremendous amount of energy. If you stick it up here, you might be dead in the next moment. Ji Yun calmed down only after hearing this. Ji Yun patted his chest and said, "Thanks a lot, Battalion Commander Lu. I had forgotten that only the family of that big shot in Kyoto in the entire Great Xia has the ability to mine star crystal mines." The big shot Ji Yun was talking about was naturally Emperor Prime. If one was not a martial artist, even if one was close to a star crystal vein, one would be affected by an inexplicable effect, as if it was like radiation, and would produce cancerous changes in one's organs before too long. Martial artists were slightly better, but they couldn't touch the star crystal veins directly, or they would explode and die. Lu Zixing shook his head helplessly and said, "Chen Han, this is your man, I can't be bothered. Just tell me how to punish him?" Chen Han smiled faintly, "Good. Then punish him with 2 years of not being allowed to go to clubs, not being allowed to touch women, and if he violates, he will be dealt with under military law." 2 years without touching a woman, young Chen, aren't you trying to kill me? The entire audience laughed at these words. To be able to let out such a big laugh on a nerve-wracked battlefield is a testament to the joy of the crowd. It was almost predictable that Chen Han's discovery of this star crystal vein as the main general was bound to be an absolutely marvelous feat. Along with that, the people, are going to get no small amount of kudos. There was even a share of the star crystal vein. Not to say much, even as little as a kilogram of star crystals would be enough to feed and clothe a civilian family in the military. Swish! Just then, about 5 kilometers ahead, but a red flare was suddenly fired. Chen Han had previously given orders that if anyone found any traces of the Red Wolf Beast Lord, they should first refrain from engaging in battle and fire a flare to notify him. The Red Wolf Beast Lord was the strongest, and although he was timid, if it came to single combat, few people in the army would be his opponent. Seeing this flare, Chen Han's face immediately turned serious. He rushed to that area almost at breakneck speed, with his overlord gun in hand. It didn't take long for him to get here. There was only one person who discovered the Red Wolf Beast Lord, and that was that little warrior Luo Feng. He was scared out of his wits, and with a short knife still in his hand, he was confronting a red wolf beast. Seeing this, Chen Han immediately waved his lance. With a straight thrust, the overlord lance instantly pierced through the red wolf beast's chest. Without a hint of procrastination, Chen Han drew his lance and asked the little warrior Luo Feng, "Where is the Red Wolf Beast Lord?" Luo Feng pointed in the direction where the Red Wolf Beast Lords escaped, "Over there. I was just rummaging through the ruins when suddenly a group of red wolf beasts rushed out, but they didn't kill me and immediately ran away." Chen Han sniffed and patted Luo Feng's shoulder, who was merely a samurai third-stage martial artist. It is already extremely rare to be able to stay calm in such a situation and still fire flares. Then Chen Han looked over in the direction that Luo Feng was pointing to, and only with his eyesight could he see that the Red Wolf Beast Lord was running in a more northern direction with several hundred strong Red Wolf Beast elites. Originally, Chen Han thought that this lord would still fight like a trapped beast. "I didn't expect to actually spill again. The opportunity is not to be missed." Chen Han was also too late to call on the others, and with his lance on his back, he ran over in the direction of the Red Wolf Beast Lord. And at that moment, the Red Wolf Beast Lord similarly noticed Chen Han behind him. "Why, it's this plague again. It's simply a ghost. This human is too powerful, you all run behind me. Don't let me be caught up by him." The Red Wolf Beast Lord was actually afraid of Chen Han's bow and arrows, which was why he had his men block it. Immediately afterward, he looked ahead to a large area of rolling mountains extremely far away, a wave of devotion in his eyes. "As long as we reach Lord Mountain God's territory, we'll be safe." This human will not be a match for Lord Mountain God. Chapter 77, 800 Miles Running. Kill the enemy general. In fact, the Red Wolf Beast Lord's worry was superfluous. The speed of the Red Wolf Beast was indeed a major advantage. Although Chen Han's speed was barely able to keep up with the Red Wolf Beast's footsteps, he was unable to manage to take aim with his bow, and even just a blink of an eye would result in the Red Wolf Beast pulling away. At this time of year it would be nice to have a mount. Chen Han let out a light sigh. If he had a mount, he would be able to do such a maneuver as setting up his bow and aiming. But there's nothing to catch up with now. Let's not forget that Chen Han's amount of chi and blood could be said to be proud of the group. Even Yue, who was at the 8th rank of martial god, only had more than 200 gears of chi and blood. Chen Han's chi and blood values had almost reached the average martial Zun level. It directly crossed two great realms. It was impossible for this group of Red Wolf Beasts to reach such a terrifying value in terms of their chi and blood values. It was only a matter of time before they were caught up. At the same time, in the Red Wolf Beast Alien Beast City, Lu Zixing brought the soldiers of the Kuei character battalion to where Luo Feng was. When he heard that Chen Han had actually gone after the Red Wolf Beast Lord as well as the Red Wolf Beast's elite troops alone, Lu Zixing couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Lu Zixing frowned. This Chen Han, this is a bit too risky with his body. One must know that Marshal Yue had given a deadly order that the entire Kuei character battalion and even the 70,000 to 80,000 troops of the Northern Expeditionary Army were not as important as the life of Chen Han alone. If anything happened to Chen Han at this juncture, all of them would have to suffer. However, it wasn't as if Lu Zixing couldn't understand Chen Han. If he let the Red Wolf Beast Lord escape at this time, then it would inevitably make a comeback with its people. There was a star crystal vein in this place, and if one had to face enemy infestation at all times, the trouble in the future could be imagined. The 600 million people of Daxia watching the live broadcast likewise had their hearts in their throats. Because Chen Han was not carrying a live broadcast device when he chased people. Thus at this time, no one knew Chen Han's current situation. What's going on? I'm in a hurry. Chen Han mustn't have an accident. Yeah. Chen Han is now our battle hero, and we're still waiting for him to return to Daxia for us to celebrate him. Because Chen Han's performance in battle had given the masses hope, no one wanted anything to happen to Chen Han now. Even including all the supreme powers of the 24 privy councils. They don't want a knight a fallen war hero. Right at this moment, Zhao Linger suddenly bellowed, reporting to Battalion Commander Lu, our Cold Night team has applied to join team leader Chen Han in pursuing the Red Wolf Beast Lord. The people from the Cold Night team looked resolute. Whether it was life or death, they were going to advance and retreat together with Chen Han. There was no reason to let Chen Han go after them alone. Lu Zixing nodded his head in agreement. No matter what, there was a need for a unit to go forward and see what was going on. And this unit couldn't be a large-scale unit. No one knew if they would run into any bad situations on the road ahead, and it was more than appropriate for the Cold Night team to go ahead. The Giants team also delivered an assist at this point. This group of Lolitas generously lent the giant mech to the Cold Night group. Linger, use our mech. This mech's drive energy is star crystals. It's quite a bit faster than your footwork. As soon as he heard this, Zhu Mang was immediately filled with excitement. He had been practicing maneuvering large mechs these days, but he hadn't had that opportunity. With that, the members of the Cold Night team rode in the giant mecha and brought along the live broadcasting equipment, chasing after Chen Han all the way in his direction. Without realizing it, the Red Wolf Beast elite troops in Chen Han had already raced over 600 miles across the vast northern land. According to the Red Wolf Beast Lord's words, Chen Han was like a dog's skin plaster, clinging to them. The distance between the two was no greater than 5 miles. On the other hand, the large number of Red Wolf Beast elites and the Red Wolf Beast troops were already sweating like pigs. Lord, we can't get rid of this guy behind us. What should we do? Lord, why don't we stop and kill him first? The Red Wolf Beast Lord did not listen to his subordinate's opinion. He had seen Chen Han's valor with his own eyes. It was not that easy for them to finish him off. Once the human hordes followed, they would surely die. So the Red Wolf Beast Lord shouted, "Don't stop. All of you, run harder for me. In front of us is Lord Mountain God's territory. Lord Mountain God will protect us." The Red Wolf Beast Lord trusted that Mountain God Lord it spoke of, and at that moment it was only hundreds of miles away from the large rolling mountain range in front of it. However, at this time, Chen Han's mount had also arrived. Seeing the giant mecha, Chen Han thought that it was the giant team that had come to assist, but it turned out that Ji Yun's voice actually came from the mecha. "Chen Xiao, get in the car. The corners of Chen Han's mouth rose, and he instantly understood that it was Zhu Mang who was manipulating this mech. He leapt and whirled around and jumped onto the giant mech's head. Chen Han softly said, "Zhu Mang, drive steadily." Immediately, they began to open their bows and arrows. Zhu Mang's driving skills were extremely stable, and Chen Han actually didn't feel too much of a bump when he stood on top of the mech's head. So he held his breath and took out the few star crystal arrows from his arrow pouch, aiming in the direction of the Red Wolf Beast Lord, and instantly shot out an arrow. Phew! A mournful air-breaking sound came out, immediately scaring the Red Wolf Beast Lord out of his wits. With the mountain god's territory close at hand, the Red Wolf Beast Lord didn't care and grabbed a few red wolf beasts beside him and threw them behind himself. After the star crystal arrows passed through several red wolf beast elites in succession, they eventually cut down on their power and plunged straight into the ground. "Block them all!" The Red Wolf Beast Lord shouted harshly. Chen Han had also anticipated this, and followed it up with a few consecutive arrows, almost cleaning up the elite of the Red Wolf Beast troop. However, at this time, the Red Wolf Beast Lord finally entered the so-called Mountain God's territory as he called it, and immediately sighed in relief and shouted, "Lord Mountain God, help!" Chen Han would not pay any attention to the so-called Mountain God, and at this point, it was the only one remaining beside the Red Wolf Beast Lord. The last star crystal arrow was shot out, but just then, something bizarre happened. One could only see the star crystal arrow shoot towards the Red Wolf Beast Lord's head at an extremely fast speed, but as it approached that so-called Mountain God's territory, the star crystal arrow actually collapsed in a matter of moments. What was shot at the Red Wolf Beast Lord's head was nothing more than a wooden pole. Chen Han was a bit surprised and wondered what effect made the star crystal lose its effect. He immediately shouted, "Zhu Mang, stop." After all, the driving energy of the giant mecha was star crystal, and if it entered the star crystal nullification field, it would be equivalent to scrapping it. Seeing this scene, the Red Wolf Beast Lord couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Blessings from Lord Mountain God. Long live Lord Mountain God." With that, he ran towards the more secluded mountains. This mountain range was all primitive jungle, the road conditions were complicated, and Chen Han and the others were not clear about the terrain, so once the Red Wolf Beast Lord disappeared from view, it was equivalent to letting the tiger return to the mountain. The people from the Cold Night team couldn't help but gnash their teeth as they watched the Red Wolf Beast Lord's smug appearance. Zhao Yufei even cursed out expletives, "Mad. We've been chasing him for 800 miles, and we're still letting him get away." At this moment, however, no one had noticed that Chen Han's Overlord gun was releasing channels of crimson thunderous light. With the star crystal ineffective, could it still ignore the piercing Deaththorn lance? In the next moment, Chen Han's figure was like a cannonball coming out of a cannon, and the entire primitive jungle flashed with a red lightning light amongst them, weaving through the forest at breakneck speeds. That Red Wolf Beast Lord had been about to turn around and mock the Cold Night team, but just as he turned his head, he realized that Chen Han's face was already close to his. "You." The Red Wolf Beast had just opened its mouth when a long spear ran straight through its heart. Chapter 78, Is This Savage My Father? It's so handsome. Seeing this scene, whether it was the 600 million people of Daxia or the Cold Night group watching from the sidelines, there was only this one thought in their minds at this time. Chen Han, who was dressed in a black military uniform, had actually spaced out a whole 5 kilometers and easily removed the opposite leader's heart. In fact, the effective piercing lance of deadly thorns was to be able to take the head of an enemy general in the midst of 10,000 troops. The reason why Chen Han had never used it was because this move was too risky. And it takes some time to prepare. As the main general, he couldn't take such a risk. The reason it didn't work during the chase was because there were too many targets and too much chaos, and releasing the piercing lance of deadly thorns required concentration. But here it is different. All the enemies are only left with the Red Wolf Beast Lord. He can use the skill of 1,000 miles of solace without any fear. And it's unquestionably a shot to the heart. Speaking of which, Chen Han had yet to use the spear of piercing deaththorns since he had been on the battlefield of the Northern Expedition. As soon as it was used, it gave the nation a little bit of a shock. Pursued the enemy for 800 miles and killed their leader. This is certainly a move of great joy. Although it was certainly not as good as the discovery of that star crystal vein in terms of battle results, it could greatly inspire people. The people were seen embracing each other with tears of joy. It's truly a blessing for the great Xia that we can have a young talent like Chen Han. The future of Daxia is promising. An elderly man who had lived through the dark and turbulent times was even brought to tears. He exclaimed, "From Chen Han's body, I seem to be able to see the shadow of the imperial double wall pair of Han Haoran and Yue back then. It's even as if they're even better than that." Since Han Haoren and Yue, the dark turmoil had been quelled, and the Great Xia had not produced any more human masters that could be compared to the two of them for an entire 100 years. At the same time, a message like this was broadcasted on the streets of all the main cities throughout Great Xia. National notification. National notification. Second Lieutenant Chen Han pursued the Red Wolf Beast Lord for more than 800 miles on the Northern Expedition battlefield, and beheaded the Red Wolf Beast Lord in battle. The whole world celebrates. This message was issued by a joint adoption of the 24 Privy Councils. They also understand the role of the human heart. The Northern Expeditionary Army has just lost more than 300,000 men to death, and if we don't get a good result. While it is true that Yue will take the main blame, the people will inevitably also stop trusting the power of Daxia today. The only thing that can redeem it is a great victory like this. Especially with a notice added to the back. Due to Ensign Chen Han's great victory in the Northern Expedition battlefield, the nation is on vacation for 3 days. 3 days of vacation doesn't seem like much. But for today's highly technological society, it's already very rare. This also proves side by side what a shocking thing Chen Han's act of decapitating the Red Wolf Beast Lord was. The country was abuzz with cheers and fireworks were even started everywhere to celebrate. The level of bustle was not in the least bit smaller than when Han Haoren and Yue pacified the dark unrest back then. It was an open door, meaning that the northern lands were no longer off limits to humanity. However, Chen Han, who was on the battlefield at this time, did not know what was happening within the Great Xia. He pulled the lance off the Red Wolf Beast Lord's body and coldly looked at the Red Wolf Beast Lord's corpse. Then he looked forward and realized that a human statue had appeared ahead of him. This statue was almost identical to the one in the Red Wolf Beast City. It was a male human with shaggy, very long, messy hair and an extremely long beard. Could this man be the Lord Mountain God that the Red Wolf Beast Lord spoke of? It's almost like a savage. Chen Han spat lightly. Then Chen Han realized that it wasn't just this one statue in the forest. Almost every few miles, you will find a statue of the so-called Lord God of the mountain. And in all directions, there were feathers or skin molts of various exotic beasts and the like scattered about. It looked like the Red Wolf beasts weren't the only ones who came here regularly. It was estimated that those cities of foreign beasts that the other Northern Expedition armies had stumbled upon would also come to this place to pay homage. Who is this Lord Mountain God? Moreover, this territory was also weird enough to nullify the effects of star crystals as well as star crystal reactors. So far, I'm afraid that none of the scientists in the entire Daxia civilization have made such a discovery. It's a testament to the special nature of this territory. Just then, Zhao Linger came over, but she was still holding a black box in her hand. She handed the black box to Chen Han and then said, "Chen Han, what do you think this is?" "This is what I found under the big tree just now. It seems to have been put away for a long time and has accumulated a layer of ash." Chen Han was also a bit curious, as he did not know what the black box was. So he opened the black box, only to find that it was filled with all sorts of sophisticated modern parts. There were glass tubes, gears, and some mysterious black metal. Taken together, this black box should be an instrument. Chen Han had no sense of science, and naturally, he didn't know what this instrument actually did. However, Li Qingshi, who was watching the live broadcast, was greatly shocked. In the end, he was also an expert of the National Academy of Sciences, and he could still see what the instrument was doing. He immediately sent out a couple pop-ups. It's an instrument that creates a magnetic field. The metal on the instrument, an extraterrestrial metal from a meteorite from the Dark Age of Unrest, has the ability to emit a powerful magnetic field. Currently, we don't have the technology to be able to utilize this magnetic field. But the person who made this instrument is quite something. These pop-ups happened to be seen by the board Ji Yun and screenshot them and sent them to Chen Han. Chen Han immediately thought of a possibility that made one's head break out in a cold sweat. He carried this black box out of this mountain range and threw it to a random place, followed by a small piece of star crystal from the giant mech. He tried throwing star crystals into the range where the black box was located, and the results were what he expected. When the piece of star crystal touched within roughly 2 kilometers of the black box, it crumbled into star crystal fragments in an instant. It turns out that it's not so much that there's something spooky about Lord Yamagami's territory as it is the power of technology. It is this black box that produces a special magnetic field that nullifies the energy within the star crystal. Chen Han couldn't help but tsk, Lord Mountain God was becoming more and more uncomplicated. Instead, Yue cut off the picture of that mountain god lord and scrutinized it. He always felt that there was something inexplicably familiar about the statue. As he watched, Yuoyun's expression changed from puzzled, slowly to shocked, and then slowly to horrified. Then the whole body trembled. It was bound to be no small matter that could make the martial god level Yuoyun lose his temper like that. It wasn't long before Chen Han's encrypted radio transmitted Yuoyun's call. "Marshal Yue, what's the matter?" "Chen Han, I want to tell you something, don't be surprised yet. I have a feeling that this mountain god lord could possibly be Xingbian." Although Yuoyun had paved the way for Chen Han still froze for a long time without coming back to his senses. "Marshal Yue, do you mean that this savage is my father?" Chapter 79, this couple, specializing in pitting their son. Ahem. Hearing Chen Han's words, Yuoyun coughed dryly in slight embarrassment. After all, Chen Xingbian was Chen Han's father in the end, and this wild man argument still didn't quite fit. Though the statue does look nothing like a savage. Chen Han, however, could not believe that he had traveled across with the memories of his previous life. So even though he had only seen Chen Xingbian a few times as a baby, he still remembered what Chen Xingbian looked like. The face of the savage was simply very different from the Chen Xingbian he remembered. "Marshal Yue, this statue shouldn't be my father. It's a bit too far off." Chen Han scad lightly. Yuoyun's tone, however, was certain. "You were still young at that time, and you hadn't seen Xingbian a few times. I have spent the most time with him in the 869th Bureau, and although he is a man with a patriotic heart, he is a prodigal and loose cannon, so I believe he has become this way. Just." Speaking of this, Yuoyun did not speak for a long time, probably in deep thought. What he couldn't figure out was if Chen Xingbian was really the so-called Lord Mountain God. Why does he live in the north and is worshipped by a multitude of foreign beasts? And why didn't he return to Daxia? It's all filled with so much mystery. Yuoyun is still extremely convinced of Chen Xingbian's character, although he is a strange person, but without a heart of sincerity, he absolutely cannot do things in the hidden 869 Bureau. From the outward appearance, Chen Han was indeed still not quite sure. But from the point of view of this black box that was able to nullify the star crystal, apart from Chen Xingbian, who was able to create star crystal arrows, there didn't seem to be a second candidate in the whole of Daxia. At this time, Chen Han's cold words made Yuoyun shudder. "Marshal Yue, if Lord Mountain God was really my father, do you think he would be in this mountain right now?" Yuoyun's expression became somewhat agitated. To be honest, before, he didn't believe that Chen Xingbian could possibly be alive in the northern realm. But the situation at hand gave him hope. So he immediately ordered, "Chen Han, use all your strength to search this mountain range. Try to find Xingbian while ensuring the safety of the Northern Expeditionary Army." Chen Han nodded slightly. Now that the Northern Expeditionary Army stays in the Red Wolf Beast cities, it is by and large safe. As for searching this mountain range, 1,000 or so people were also sufficient. Chen Han wasn't sure if there would be any terrifying beasts appearing in this mountain range, so he had only mobilized 1,000 Kuei-Z battalion marshal general level elites to come. And they were specifically ordered not to carry any equipment related to the star crystal on their person. 1,000 men launched a carpet search along these mountains that stretched for hundreds of miles. Soon the day passed. Chen Han and the others were in the mountains and found a large number of those black boxes that could nullify star crystals. It could be said to be spread out over the entire mountain range. It's hard to imagine the amount of work that went into this. Even Li Qingshi, who was watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. That kind of black box, to be able to make one, was already taking over the creation of heaven and earth, and I don't know how much time and brainpower had to be spent. And Yamagami actually produced thousands of them. Realization of mass production. If possible, I would really like to invite this mountain god into the National Academy of Sciences. Northern Expedition Army, I hope you won't hurt him. Li Qingshi sent out a pop-up. Chen Han was quite a headache. A day and a night of searching, actually did not find a bit of the mountain where someone had lived. He's a living father like a gopher who doesn't know where he's hiding his nest. Luckily, Lu Zixing, who arrived, brought someone with him. It was that little warrior Luo Feng. It was also at this point that Chen Han realized Luo Feng's talent, a talent named Wuji tracking. This talent was not the least bit helpful in combat, but it was uniquely suited for searching. It is said that you can smell the odor on someone from 100 miles away. Chen Han couldn't help but be impressed with Luo Feng. Although his strength was mediocre, people with this kind of talent were very rare in the military. Ensign Chen, let me try. Although this mountain has many and varied odors, I think I can do it. Luo Feng revealed a youthful smile, and then he instantly exerted his limitless tracking talent. Unexpectedly, it was really for him to find it. It was a hidden cave, and the path around it was almost like a maze. It should be some kind of special mechanism or formation. The outside of the cave was also covered with 3 layers of deadwood inside and outside. If Luo Feng hadn't led the way, Chen Han's 1,000 people would never have been able to find this place. Chen Han immediately gave Luo Feng a third-class credit, and immediately ruffled the straw laid outside the cave. There were indeed signs of human survival inside. However, at this moment, Chen Han felt a sense of danger for no reason. He bellowed, "Get out of the way, all of you!" Phew! Shoo! 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 In the next moment, only a single black dot inside the cave was seen flying towards Chen Han and the others at breakneck speed. Chen Han reacted extremely quickly and immediately swung his lance, even flinging it into a circle. Dang! 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 The sound of countless weapons clashing came from the air. Fortunately, there was Chen Han's reminder, along with the fact that the people from the Kuwait character battalion were originally a bit farther away, so they were not hit. It wasn't until the cave was fired up that Chen Han was able to rest. He looked at what was on the ground, and it turned out to be a rather odd-looking flying knife with a serrated blade and an incomparably sharp edge. And by the looks of it, there's a black spot on the tip of the knife, like it's coated with a strong poison. Chen Han carefully picked up one of the flying daggers and scrutinized it. What the hell is this? Who knew that Yue had sent another encrypted call to Chen Han? Chen Han, if I wasn't sure just now if that mountain god was Xingbian or not, then I'm completely sure now. This flying dagger formation is your mother's handiwork. Your mother is the only one who loves to use this flying dagger in the entire Grand Xia, and she named it the flying dagger of immortal beheading. Chopper. What a big mouth. Yue told Chen Han that if Chen Xingbian was an archer plus a scientist, then Lu Yufeng was a master of concealed weapons and formations. The so-called formation master was a profession derived from the Taoist sect of the last century after the development of the dark turmoil of the aura recovery. A martial artist could become a formation master, but a formation master would not necessarily be a martial artist. This is because formation masters trap or kill their enemies through the Chiman Bagua. As for Lu Yufeng's formation technique, it was also a premier existence in the entire Grand Xia, as she had studied under Zhang Daoming, the #1 formation technique practitioner from 40 years ago. In terms of concealed weapons, Lu Yufeng was likewise quite accomplished, such as the immortal chopper flying dagger just now. Once it hit, even a martial emperor-level powerhouse would have to be seriously injured. If it wasn't for Chen Han's timely reaction, half of these thousands of people from the Kuwait character battalion would have to be lost. And that was just the concealed organ. According to Yue, if it was a chopping immortal flying dagger shot by Lu Yufeng herself, Chen Han wouldn't even be able to catch it. This was also the reason why Lu Yufeng dared to name her special flying dagger as the flying dagger of immortal chopper. In Chen Han's impression, Lu Yufeng has always been an extremely gentle mother. I cannot imagine that there is such a side. Looking at the chopping immortal flying daggers on the ground beside him, the corner of Chen Han's mouth twitched. This couple, specializing in pitting their son. Chapter 80 Strange Cave. The class returned to the country. The crowd of Kuwait character battalion elites were even more frightened and completely dumbfounded at this time. Ji Yun trembled. Shen Shao, what exactly is in here? Or we shouldn't go in. Chen Han was also a bit hesitant. Just the mechanism for entering the cave was so powerful, I dare not imagine what other ghostly things were laid out in here. It's a place to live. At this time, Yue once again transmitted, Chen Han, don't worry, most of the organ formations used by Yufeng her have been displayed in Bureau 869. I've mostly seen it too. With me in command, don't worry about going forward. Yueyun's words sounded like he had a plan. Only. Although it was somehow considered disobeying military orders, Chen Han still asked, Marshal Yu, are you sure you can do it? Yue in the command room did not speak after a long interval. The silence of the moment was deafening. After a long time, Yue slowly said 2 words, go. More than 1,000 people were too large a target, and it was still a bit dangerous to enter the cave, so Chen Han only called on the familiar Cold Night group and entered the cave. Chen Han also purposely brought equipment for lighting and live broadcasting to facilitate Yueyun's command at any time. The cave looked spacious and had some lighting, with wires piggybacked all around, but it wasn't clear where the switch was. Obviously, this should be a device placed by Chen Xingbian. There aren't any human factories in the north, much less the ability to produce any parts. It is really not simple for him to be able to drum up all these things by himself. It currently looked as if the cave was safe, but Chen Han was still quite cautious, exploring deeper step by step. As a result, the next moment, Ji Yun let out a yell. Holy! That hurts. Only Ji Yun was seen covering his feet, sitting on the ground in pain and yelling. Shen Han twisted his head to see that at some point Ji Yun's shoes and half of his pants leg looked like they had been cauterized off by something. Half of his leg, even more purplish red, swollen more than double. It turned out that Ji Yun had just stepped on a puddle of purplish red liquid. His shoes and pant legs were corroded off by that liquid. The legs also looked like they were poisoned. Shu Mang immediately picked up his large sword. Old Ji. This leg can't be taken. Chop it off. Chop it off. Shu Mang's appearance had to make people suspect that he was holding a personal vendetta. However, Chen Han stopped him immediately. Because looking at the poison on Ji Yun's leg there was no sign of it spreading. At this moment, Yue also opened his mouth. That thing is scientifically named purple vermilion flower poison. Chen Han, I forgot to tell you, your mother is also an expert in using poison. The purple vermilion flower poison isn't fatal though, just a sharp burning pain and... Speaking here, Yue paused, and the following words were a bit too good to speak. And this toxin, there is a short-term inhibition of androgens, growth of estrogen, women in nothing, if a man in. Before Yue could finish his words, Ji Yun's voice proved everything. Ji Yun's voice became sharp and thin, causing Chen Han to get goosebumps from hearing it, almost like a eunuch. Chen Xiao, I'm in pain. When these words came out, the crowd immediately did not hold back and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. It's so funny, old Ji, you have your day too. There is a cycle in the heavens, and the heavens have spared no one. Ji Yun, this is retribution. Shu Mang and Zhao Yufei laughed their asses off. Even Zhao Linger, who had always been unsmiling, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Shen Han made an effort to hold back the corners of his mouth that were gradually rising, and after calming down, he called to the Kuei character battalion elites outside, come on, carry Ji Yun out. When your mother was in college, she used to use purple and vermilion poison on the suitors that surrounded her. Yu Yun's tone, too, was somewhat tolerant. However, after seeing that Lu Yufeng had used the purple vermilion flower poison rather than a deadly toxin, Yu Yun was quite relieved. This proved that Lu Yufeng didn't mean to kill anyone. If Lu Yufeng really spared no effort in laying down organ formations, Yu Yun was afraid that there was no way to break them all. The rest of the journey was much smoother as Chen Han and the others traveled forward under Yu Yun's guidance. Lu Yufeng had roughly left two kinds of formations inside the cave. One was the Witch Queen's Four Gates formation and the other was the Marquis of Wushu transported armor formation, and since the organs in the formations weren't fatal, Yu Yun was also assured of guiding the direction boldly. But the process is still not without some small bumps and bruises. For example, Zhu Mang's head was stung by a strange beast and swollen with 3 fist-sized bags. Zhao Yufei even accidentally inhaled a gas that caused cysts all over his body. On a trip down, other than Chen Han and Zhao Linger, who were in a higher realm, there wasn't a single good person left. It wasn't as if Chen Han and Zhao Linger hadn't been hit by the organs, but the marshal general level was already immune to those non-lethal toxins set by Lu Yufeng. Chen Han's forehead was flooded with a black line. It should be said or not, this parent of his was in a sense considered to be a natural perfect match. After breaking through these two formations, they finally reached the deepest part of the cave. The place was dim and devoid of any light. However, when Chen Han turned on the lighting equipment, he saw 2 side-by-side silhouettes appearing in front of him. From the appearance, that was clearly a man and a woman. Even if Chen Han was calm, his mood at this moment was somewhat abnormally volatile. Although he is a traveler, but these two in the end is also his biological father and mother, blood is thicker than water, say a little no emotional fluctuations that is bound to be a lie. Chen Han slowly touched the past, and when he reached the front of the two, a voice was what startled him. In the blue sky of the Milky Way there's a little white boat. I've gone out, please leave a message. The speaker sounded the music of the last century little white ship. Chen Han fixed his eyes. It turned out to be 2 intelligent mechanical dolls. There is no doubt that this should be the masterpiece of Chen Xingbian. Chen Han's hand holding the Overlord gun gradually hardened, itching to beat these 2 intelligent mechanical dolls to a pulp. Although he already had a general understanding of Chen Xingbian from Yu Yun, Chen Han did not expect it to be so odd. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Yu Yun on the other end instead laughed out loud. Good. Seeing Xingbian like this, I know he hasn't changed. Chen Han, come back and leave them my words. They should come looking for you. Chen Han was speechless to the extreme and could only leave a note. Commander Yu has ordered you to return quickly. The city of red wolf beasts. And then he walked out of the cave with the Cold Night group. This northern expedition, too, came to an end. The total annihilation of a city of alien beasts, as well as a vein of star crystals with an enormous amount of reserves, this victory was unique in the entire new history. And because of this victory, the Northern Expeditionary Army will not return directly to their barracks, but will go to the capital. At this moment, Chen Han does not know, in the North Expedition Army back to the capital of the road, the 600 million people of Daxia, spontaneous formation of the welcome team, the number of people spread over hundreds of miles. In the middle of the capital, the 24 supreme powers of the Privy Council were even more ready for the ordination ceremony. The capital was abuzz with excitement, and the people on the streets were now discussing the youngest marquis in the new history. Chapter 81, Teenage Excellence. Marquis of Champions. Just after entering the Tongtian Wall and not marching forward for long, the Northern Expeditionary Army saw the figures of welcoming people appearing in front of them. It was not a falsehood that the nation was celebrating in 100 years. This was the first time that humans had initiated an attack against the Fae and won a great victory. The significance is extraordinary. Undoubtedly, this time, Chen Han was at the forefront of all the positions in the group. Even Yue, the marshal, was behind him. Chen Han, you're too good. Chen Han. Chen Han. I love you. I've only seen it on the internet before. This is the first time I've seen it in real life. It's really a teenage talent. There was an endless stream of people welcoming Chen Han and cheering. Chen Han hadn't dealt with this kind of scene yet and could only smile and wave. The entire Northern Expeditionary Army, all of them, looked happier. After all, although Chen Han had the most credit, they were able to follow the soup and receive the people's condolences. The only one who looked downcast was probably Yue. Although this trip to the north has great merits, but also has great faults. A whole 300,000 generals' lives, no matter what, Yue could not be happy. However, he had built up an excellent reputation over the years, and along the way, surprisingly, none of the people blamed Yue. Or even just the opposite. Here's what the populace said about Yue. Marshal Yue, that son of mine didn't disgrace you. I saw it on the screen, he's not a coward at all. Marshal Yue, don't hang your head. My eldest son did a great job. Killing 2 Fae beasts on the battlefield was enough. I have a younger son, I'll let him join the army next year too. Marshal Yue, my son didn't hold you back either. Hearing these words, Yue, who was the first marshal of the Grand Xia, could not help but burst into tears. He would have preferred these people to spit on him, and he would have felt better in his heart. People die in war, this is something Yue knows better than anyone else. He had come from a time of dark turmoil and could be said to have seen death. On the battlefield, in the face of 300,000 men killed in action, he was still calm. But he had no face to face these civilians after the war. Yue shouted, fathers and folks, Yue, can't do right by you na. You gave me your children, many of which are only sons, and it's my fault that I failed to bring them back. Chen Han walked at the front end, and seeing this scene behind him he couldn't help but be a little touched. In fact, he didn't think Yue was wrong. The intelligence in the north was too little, and even more so, no one had predicted that so many alien beasts had all piled up together to form a civilization. Spreading out your exploration is the way to maximize the rate of deaths that can be avoided. It was inevitable that Yue would be dealt with, but he must not be removed as a marshal. With the people of the country welcoming them, the Northern Expeditionary Army marched on, and a large city appeared in front of it. The outskirts of this city were gilded with high-rise buildings, and in terms of size, it was at least more than twice the size of the first-class main city, Hanwu City. This was the capital of the present-day Great Xia, the imperial capital, Eastern Imperial City. It was also the first time Chen Han had come to the Eastern Imperial City, but the first time he came, it was the entire imperial capital that was celebrating him. Release! A voice suddenly rang out from the city walls. Immediately after that, the entire imperial capital was set ablaze with fireworks, bright and colorful. Welcome Ensign Chen Han Chen, a meritorious member of the Northern Expedition, into the city. The 70,000 to 80,000 Northern Expeditionary Army couldn't all enter the city, so the only ones who officially entered the East Imperial City were the various special operations teams and officers above battalion level. Entering the city, the warmth of the people's welcome was still above that outside the city. Although Eastern Emperor City was huge, the streets, big and small, were all packed with people at this moment. Many onlookers even traveled thousands of miles just to see Chen Han. And according to the receptionist, the place where the meritorious officials of the Northern Expedition were received this time was at the Jade Dragon Terrace in Dongbi City. The Jade Dragon Terrace was the highest place in the Eastern Imperial City, and the 24 privy councils would usually only place their locations there when there was a major state event. And Chen Han's platoon was huge, the 24 supreme powers of the 24 privy councils would all be there. Knowing that the Jade Dragon Terrace, with all 24 supreme powers present, no such great event had occurred in the last 10 years. As soon as Yue heard about this, his eyes immediately shone brightly, and he patted Chen Han's shoulder. Good fellow, the old guys in the Privy Council haven't been so willing to give it up for a long time. It should be that old undead man, Di Qingtian, who is going to be a marquis to you. Yue was even older than Di Qingtian in terms of seniority, so even though he was ranked 5th, he dared to call Di Qingtian an old immortal. The vassalization of his most favored juniors was the happiest thing Yue had done since the northern expedition, so he explained that Chen Han had to take a step ahead and change his clothes. Chen Han looked at Yue's faraway back and was somewhat unsure. Within a short time, he arrived inside the Jade Dragon Terrace Hall. This Jade Dragon Terrace has hundreds of floors, and the topmost place is the Jade Dragon Terrace, which is straight into the clouds, claiming that it can talk to the heaven. Tens of thousands of guards from the Thunder God's army are stationed here, which shows the grandeur of this place. Chen Han entered the Grand Hall. The entire hall was decorated in an extremely luxurious manner, with red cloths and gold glittering various facilities everywhere. The 24 supreme powers, presenting a circle, each surrounded the high platform of the Great Hall. Chen Han looked around the circle. These 24 supreme powers were fat and thin, with different looks, but all of them were majestic, and some of them weren't even martial artists, yet they were able to give off a temperament that was different from the norm. The only thing they had in common was that they all wore a kind of purple dragon robe engraved with a symbol of the Great Xia civilization, only that the dragons on the robe would decrease accordingly as their status varied. Yu Shuai was among them. He wore a purple dragon robe with 6 dragons on it, and smiled at Chen Han when he saw him. So that's what he said about changing clothes. After all, although he was the commander of the 3 armies, he was also one of the 24 privy councils of supreme power. And was the only one of the 24 privy council who had no assets and had killed his way in purely on the basis of military merit. At this time, the first one to open his mouth was an old man wearing a 9-dragon robe in the center of the hall. Ensign Chen Han, please sit down. Without a doubt, this was Emperor Prime. Faced with these backs that could only be seen on the screen during major holidays on weekdays, Chen Han also became much more serious and slowly took his seat. Then, Emperor Prime spoke again. Chen Han, do you know why we have to receive you here at the Jade Dragon Terrace? Chen Han slowly shook his head. Immediately after that, Emperor Prime gave a command, opening. As soon as Di Qingtian's words fell, the ceiling of the Jade Dragon Terrace actually slowly opened up, and then what came into view was a brilliant river of stars overhead. This full Milky Way is mesmerizing, especially the height of the Jade Dragon Terrace, which seems to put you in the middle of the starry river, as if you were mesmerized. No wonder they say the Jade Dragon Terrace can be connected to the sky. At that moment, the lights of the entire Jade Dragon Terrace turned off in an instant, leaving only the light of the river of stars spilling over Chen Han's body. Emperor Prime spoke suddenly. Ensign Chen Han, in the Battle of the Northern Expedition, he shot and killed the Dragon River Beast and helped the Northern Expedition army to cross the river. He broke the Eagle Eye Power Monkey's boulder formation and fought bravely. He outwitted the Red Wolf Beast army, wiped out the Red Wolf Beast city, searched for star crystal veins, raided 800 miles, and beheaded the head Red Wolf Beast Lord. The heavens can judge, the sun and the moon can show that this day, the 24 people in power in my Great Xia have voted unanimously. Ensign Chen Han, with his unparalleled intelligence and bravery, is named Marquis of Champions. Chapter 82 Absolute Kudos. Star Crystal Mining Rights? The Marquis title that Emperor Prime had found for Chen Han was this Champion Marquis. In fact, Champion Haku has been around for a long time. The most famous of all is the ancient General Yue, who sealed the wolf's death. It's just that although this Marquis position has been around for a long time, there are too few people who are suitable for it. First, there is the significant military service. Currently, there are a total of 24 people who have been awarded the title of Marquis in the whole of Daxia, of which only half of them actually rely on the ones who have made significant military achievements. The other half, the titans of politics, such as those who have abdicated to the highest powers. Because of the simmering seniority until his death, he was made a vassal. And those with military honors of Chen Han's level could be counted on the palm of one's hand. If you really want to get real, only Han Haoran and Yue, the imperial duo, can be compared. The second is age. Of the 24 marquises, the youngest by far was Han Haoran. But Han Haoran was also made a marquis at the age of 50, and was the first marquis of Daxia. The champion marquis, Hua Jiaodong, is a model of juvenile heroism. This age, ideally, should not exceed 25. That jammed up almost all the candidates for the marquis. Thus the champion marquis, though long on the marquis title option, has not been someone who can afford it. Chen Han is less than 20 years old, and his military achievements are even comparable to the double wall of the empire, and his 800-mile pursuit to kill the enemy leader shook the entire army. If you want to wear the crown, you have to bear the weight of it. Only Chen Han could be worthy of this champion marquis. Ha 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 ha. What a champion marquis! Yue laughed out loud in a continuous and refreshing manner. He was actually acting even happier and prouder than Chen Han. Even to the point of forgetting that he had to bear the responsibility for the loss of the northern expedition. Right at this moment, one could only see Di Qingtian suddenly take out a ring. That ring was made up of black color. Looking at the material, it seemed to be made of some kind of special metal, which in turn was somewhat similar to the head of the Overlord gun. On the ring, there was also a star crystal that weighed a few grams. If one looked closely, one would find a few small words engraved on that star crystal. It was the Marquis of Champions. This was an identity ring that belonged exclusively to a marquis, and Yue also had one. Currently, in the entire Grand Xia, only Di Qingtian's family had the technology to mine star crystals, and only Di Qingtian's family was able to inscribe on the surface of star crystals while controlling the energy of the star crystals. That's why this ring is unique. Emperor Prime walked down the stage and his address to Chen Han changed. Champion Marquis Chen Han, be crowned. Chen Han saluted a military salute and then cupped his hands together to receive Di Qingtian's champion marquis ring. Emperor Prime slowly said, Chen Han, in the future, you will be the 25th Marquis Champion Marquis of the Grand Xia, so I hope that you will make more contributions to the Grand Xia's conquest of the four directions. Yes. Chen Han chopped his head off. This was merely being ordained, and the next step was the reward for Chen Han. First was the rank. Chen Han's second lieutenant rank actually jumped 3 levels in a row, directly rising to major. In the entire history of the army, Chen Han had broken yet another record. Starting from second lieutenant, every rank advancement required the accumulation of countless battle merits. The higher you climb, the more battle credits you need. The military doesn't give people rank promotions for no reason. A major is basically in the military, a real commander level. Not only that, the members of the Cold Knight team, their ranks were also raised by 2 consecutive levels. In addition to rank advancement, there are also physical rewards. The entire Cold Knight group, the soldiers who enlisted in the Kuei character battalion, were rewarded with a large amount of chi and blood spirit liquid of incalculable value. On top of that, a price-agnostic body modification is available. It's also a soft implant in the body like Zihu or something like that. This has been a very big kudos. But Chen Han, in addition to these commendations, there was another commendation that made the entire audience drop their jaws. It looked like Emperor Prime hadn't informed the others of this commendation beforehand, so the other powers on the high platform were very shocked. That is 10% of the mining rights of the Great Summer Star Crystal Vein. It was said in such a mysterious manner, but in reality, the only ones who were able to mine the star crystal veins were Di Qingtian's family. Therefore, the simple explanation down to say, is that the North roam that star crystal vein mining out of the star crystal, Chen Han can be divided into 10%. Don't think for a moment that this 10% is small. According to the regulations of the Grand Xia, the star crystal veins are all owned by the state, so 60% of the star crystals are to be returned to the state treasury. And for the remaining 40%, the way to go is simple. It is the various families that use the bartering method to acquire the star crystals within these star crystal veins. This was also the origin of the amount of star crystals stored by the great families. After all the economic lifelines of the entire Grand Xia were controlled by the various families. The Chun family, for example, had countless factories in Hanwu City, filling the entire city with all aspects of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The various industries in the capital are also controlled by the family. In order to prevent these families from hoarding and collapsing the Great Xia's economy, this method of purchasing and exchanging star crystals was created. But in reality, this purchase and exchange ends up filling the national treasury and eventually returns to the people of Daxia. As you can see from this, star crystals are not only a source of energy, but at the same time a true economic lifeline compared to money. It was no wonder why Emperor Prime, who was the only one who controlled the technology of mining star crystals, was able to become the #1 power in the Grand Xia. The equivalent of star crystals are all state-owned. However, Di Qingtian had divided 10% of the star crystals to Chen Han's private sector. This reward is nothing short of amazing. At this moment, the faces of the various supreme powers of Grand Xia were all cloudy and uncertain. They had privately sent who knows how many favors in exchange for not being able to exchange even 1% of Di Qingtian's star crystal mining rights. Chen Han was the only one who was uniquely blessed in general. Of course, it wasn't for nothing Emperor Prime knew the ways of power. Giving such a reward was partly to allow Chen Han to find out more star crystal mines in the Northern Realm in the future. The more star crystal mines there were, the more secure his position as the first power of the Great Xia would be. On the other hand, the star crystal mines in the North Realm were not as safe as the South, and Chen Han had gained an advantage before he would spare even more effort to protect them. He might not wholeheartedly regard Chen Han as the heir apparent like Yue, but buying people's hearts like this was quite refreshing. Thank you very much. A deal that was also cost-effective for Chen Han, who naturally took it. Emperor Prime was satisfied and continued, "For your sake, the Jade Dragon Terrace has organized a large banquet today. Go and have some fun. Your Northern Expedition Army has been tired for a few days, so you should relax today." Chen Han's figure stalled, but he did not want to leave. He said, "I want to stay here and hear what you do with Marshal Yue." The commendation of Chen Han had already ended, so the next thing that could happen in this place would only be the punishment of the first Marshal of the Grand Xia, the fifth supreme power. Di Qingtian glanced at Chen Han and eventually nodded, agreeing to him staying. Yue, as the first Marshal of Di Xia, you made an error in judgment, causing 400,000 troops of the Northern Expedition to be imprisoned and 300,000 soldiers to lose their lives. For the offense you committed, you should be removed from all positions and relegated to the status of a commoner. Chapter 83, The Chen Family. But the people of the earth. Relegated to the ranks of the common people. As soon as those 4 words were spoken, Chen Han immediately froze. Originally, he thought that Yue was the greatest fault, but also for the Great Xia to fight for a lifetime, but also sacrificed all his sons. He lost his wife in middle age and his son in his later years. Even if you don't get credit for it, you still get credit for it. What's more, he was the one who took the credit for quelling the dark unrest. You can be demoted, you can retire with job benefits, but you don't expect to be relegated to civilian status. Chen Han instantly wanted to open his mouth. Who knew that before Chen Han could speak, Yue was laughing out loud instead. Ha 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 ha. Good. Good. It's not bad to be relegated to a civilian. I can finally be a pure martial artist like Haoran. Yue quickly jumped in front of Chen Han and patted his shoulder. That meaning was for Chen Han to keep his mouth shut. Chen Han had just become the champion marquis, he was in the limelight and shaking the Great Xia, he shouldn't cause more trouble for him, a bad old man. What's more, he had spent most of his life in stormy times for Di Xia. It might not be a bad thing to follow in Han Haoran's footsteps now. Back then, when Han Haoran traveled to the Northern Realm, he also stepped down from his military position and reduced himself to a civilian before challenging the forbidden creatures. Under the starlight, the figure of a teenager was radiant, while the back of an old man looked incredibly forlorn. Who knew that at this moment, Di Qingtian suddenly spoke again, "Old Yue, don't rush off just yet. Although the loss of 300,000 troops of the Northern Expeditionary Army is a great mistake, the heir you personally selected was able to win a great victory, coupled with the merits you've established over the years. Even if there are 10,000 faults, it's just that. It has been decided by the 24th Privy Council's deliberation that your position as Marshal will remain unchanged, but the 24th Privy Council's ranking will be lowered from 5th to 24th. When these words came out, Yue and also Chen Han, who were about to leave, both looked relieved. Yue was even more nonchalant as he pointed at Di Qingtian and cursed, "You bad old man, why are you still breathing heavily when you speak?" Emperor Prime laughed. It looked like he was actually on good terms with Yue. A lower ranking was not much of a punishment for Yue. After all, Yue was mostly just a titular figure in the 24th Privy Council and was not actually involved in dealing with political affairs. To be able to enter the 24th Privy Council, it is only because the above see that he cannot be sealed, gave him a false position. Of course, this was also because of Chen Han. If it wasn't for the great victory that Chen Han had achieved, Yue would have inevitably been pushed out as a shield. Otherwise there is no way to answer to the people. Chen Han pondered slightly and instantly felt that he was concerned. Emperor Prime's handling of the situation was not difficult to understand. As the first power of the Great Xia, all he had to do was to strike a balance. Currently there are 3 marshals in the army, Yue, Zhongguan, and Ouyangquan, and only Yue alone represents the civilian forces. More than half of the 24 supreme powers of the Great Xia, more than half of them, stood on the side of the family powers. Those who were able to stand on the civilian side did so because of Yue's influence. If Yue really stepped down from his post, then all the forces in both the political and military worlds would fall to the family. This weak equilibrium would be completely disrupted. Di Qingtian was not willing to see such a thing happen, so even if Yue took the initiative to resign, he would never agree. It wouldn't be the kind of person who was incapable of thinking at all to be in this position. Chen Han was relieved and headed to the banquet immediately afterward. For the sake of this victory of the Northern Expedition, most of the big shots in the entire capital were present, and the Jade Dragon Terrace was packed with 3 whole floors. Countless delicacies and flavors abound. And for all the feasting today, all the big names, there is only one main character. Congratulations to the Champion Marquis. Champion Marquis, I salute you. As soon as Chen Han descended the stairs, countless big shots came up to raise their glasses in a toast. Chen Han had just become the centerpiece of the banquet, and wherever he went, he was toasted. Although Chen Han's current rank and position in the army was not considered high, he was the 25th Marquis of Disya, or the Marquis of Champions. Anyone could see Chen Han's unlimited potential in the future. Even some of the imperial capital families had already begun preparing to matchmaker Chen Han. Champion Marquis, you are a young man of great talent, do you have a good match at present? Champion Marquis, my family has a daughter, aged 18, the appearance of the sunken fish and geese, the moon is shy flowers, and you can be a good match. Quite a few beauties threw winks at Chen Han. Zhao Linger had been watching all along, and the red wine glass she was holding in her hand had been crushed unconsciously. Ji Yun felt that Zhao Linger at this moment was like a flooding beast, but he still couldn't stop that broken mouth. Instructor Zhao, we're the queen of the palace, calm down. Little Yunzi's play was excellent as always, but Zhao Linger didn't do anything directly, but instead flung a vial of the purple vermilion venom that she had brought back from the northern realm into Ji Yun's face. Immediately, the pain was so excruciating that Ji Yun was in pain. Don't you talk nonsense, I'm afraid that Chen Han drank too much wine and has bad kidneys tonight. Zhao Linger gritted her teeth and said word for word. Only Zhao Yufei's expression was like a sizable cutie. How can drinking alcohol make your kidneys bad? Isn't it bad for the liver? Chen Han walked all the way from the first level of the banquet to the third level. The enthusiasm of the crowd, however, did not subside in the slightest. But here, Chen Han met a few people he didn't really want to see. It was none other than Chen Muhu, the old ancestor of the Chen family, and Chen Shiming, the current head of the Chen family. It was clear that the duo were uninvited guests at today's celebration. Now it was even at the banquet, shamelessly following up the toasts from various families. You're the Chen family's old ancestor Chen Muhu, I can remember the champion Ho is from your Chen family, right? Your Chen family has really produced a good offspring. Chen family master, in the future, our 2 families will have to travel often. Your family has produced a champion marquis, so you have to take care of us more in the future. Chen Muhu shamelessly said, that's natural, now this champion marquis, thanks to our Chen family carefully cultivated, otherwise it is difficult to have today's achievements. Chen Shiming similarly chimed in, that's right. When Chen Han was in our Chen family, it was our Chen family that used all of our resources to cultivate him, it was really not easy for our Chen family. A cold smile could not help but appear at the corner of Chen Han's mouth. After drinking a few cups of horse piss, these 2 didn't know their last names. Chen Han looked at the things around him, and immediately, he only saw 2 wine bottles then flew out. Chen Shiming and Chen Muhu didn't even slow down before they were smashed on the back of their heads by 2 wine bottles. Only 2 bangs were heard, and the entire hall was instantly silent. Who moved, not knowing that I am the champion marquis-owned family? Chen Shiming's words had not yet finished, when Chen Muhu and Chen Shiming, the 2 drunken monks who turned back to see Chen Han, immediately turned white with fear. Chill, what brings you over? Chen Han said in a cold voice, call me Champion Ho. Then, Chen Han swept a glance at the surrounding crowd, and continued, all of you listen, this marquis in the Han Wu Chen family has long been severed. My marquis achievements have nothing to do with the Chen family. From today onwards, this marquis is his own family. The Han Wu Chen family is nothing but dirt. Chapter 84 Red God Mecha 8 Type 3 Laser Cannons. Chen Muhu and Chen Shiming's behavior is disgusting enough. The Chen family had never poured half a cent of resources into Chen Han, and now that Chen Han had become a champion marquis, it had become a credit to the Chen family. However, with regards to this group of elders, Chen Han was considered to be well aware of them. Chen Han's 2 words were equivalent to distributing 2 messages in front of these bigwigs in the capital. The first one is a hard hit on the face of the Chen family. The more Chen Muhu and Chen Shiming blew up, the more heavy this face hit. After this, Chen Han would no longer have the possibility of returning to the Chen family and would have to form his own family. With the 18 generations of the Chen family, all of them should be completely separated. And the second message was even more terrifying. The Chen family's earthy generation meant that Chen Han had not only severed his relationship with the Chen family, but also had a high probability of having a grudge against the Chen family. This was a warning to those families present that any further association with the Chen family would be an enemy of his champion marquis. How could a family that could climb to the capital not understand Chen Han's strings? From today onwards, I'm afraid that not only those clans that were prepared to befriend the Chen family, but even those clans that had already close ties with the Chen family, would have to completely cut ties with the Chen Han. However, soothed, little Snow, hold your head up. Now that you are the sister of the champion marquis, there is no need to keep your head down. Just hold your head high. Chen Shui was proud to hear this, and blossomed into a smile in the face of the crowd's approval. The banquet went on as usual. Chen Muhu and his duo were nothing more than clowns and could not make any waves. The drink went on until midnight, and the family figures surrounding Chen Han gradually disappeared. It was then that an old man quietly approached. Chen Han looked up and saw that it was actually the head of National Pharmaceuticals, Li Qingshi. Li Qingshi didn't make a toast, instead he scratched his head. Champion Ho, sorry, I'm not much of a drinker, so I haven't been able to strike up a conversation with you just now. Chen Han was amused by the words of this pristine scientist. It's more than obvious that such purely scientific people can't cope with such occasions. Perhaps because he had learned that Chen Xingbian was a scientist, the current Chen Han also had a certain good feeling towards scientists, so he said, "What is it that Mr. Li has to do? Just say it." Li Qingshi was righteous. To tell you the truth, Champion Ho's days of you coming to the capital must be few, so I would like to ask you to go to National Pharmaceuticals and guide our work. Directing the national pharmaceutical industry? Chen Han was a bit bewildered. His ability to refine medicines was entirely dependent on the addition of the medicine god's body. It is fundamentally different from the method of refining drugs in the national pharmaceutical industry. The pill god's body only needs the foreign beast materials to be able to directly produce medicine. The national pharmaceutical industry does not know how many processes it will take to refine a bottle of qi and blood spirit liquid. It wasn't that Chen Han didn't want to go, but he really didn't understand science. He was about to refuse, but Li Qingshi, as if he knew in advance, hurriedly handed Chen Han an invitation. Chen Han looked down and the invitation letter clearly read, "New Generation Red God Mecha Launch Party." Li Qingshi explained, "Don't worry, I won't let you make a trip for nothing. This is an invitation to the launch of the new generation of mechs to be held tomorrow by the research team of the National Academy of Sciences, and there are very few spots available. It's worth a lot of money." Just to get Chen Han to guide his work, the pristine scientist also used bribery. According to Li Qingshi, the Red God Mecha was detached from all the mechs currently on the market, and was one of the newest models. Up to 15 meters. Not only that, the entire body of the mech is made of the latest type of memory alloy. The conductivity and sensitivity will rise several levels compared to the old mech. The most powerful point was that on this mech, it could be paired with a Type 3 laser cannon that was powered by a star crystal. A maximum of 8 doors can be carried. What kind of concept is that? Meaning that if the Red God Mecha could be mass-produced, the army might no longer need artillery battalions, and this mecha would not only be able to fight, but also be able to be used as a carrier for the Type 3 laser cannon. Of course that's unlikely, mechs are too expensive to build at the moment. Not to mention that the amount of star crystals consumed by the 8 Type 3 laser cannons was not a small amount. It is almost impossible to achieve full mass production. But it was enough to drive many of the top manipulative gifted people crazy. With this Red God Mecha, the combat ability in the battlefield could be said to be vastly different from the old mecha before. Although Chen Han did not have a manipulative talent, Ji Yun had discussed purchasing a mech with Zhu Mang when he first saw the giant mech. Chen Han naturally agreed. After all, the mech only needed to be maneuvered by one person, yet it could drastically improve the overall combat level of the Cold Knight team. Last time, it was also because of standing on the mech that Chen Han was able to successfully clear out those elites beside the Red Wolf Beast Lord. It would be unthinkable to carry 8 more Type 3 laser cannons. Chen Han did have some heart, so he undertook to guide the work, and not necessarily to improve the national pharmaceutical formula. Not a big problem. When Chen Han told the entire Cold Knight team about the news, the members of the Cold Knight team looked quite excited, especially Zhu Mang, who cheered. Doomed to sleep tonight. The launch party started right at 8 in the morning, so the Cold Knight group got up early and headed towards the venue. It was still just the outskirts of the venue of the launch party, and they had seen what that mech looked like. It was because the venue was only 8 meters high, but those red god mechs in the center of the venue were a full 15 meters tallest. The mech was towering into the clouds, powerful and domineering, covered in red coating, with many 5-pointed stars engraved on it, among which there were 4 Type 3 laser cannons, which were mounted on the shoulders of the mech. Chapter 85, Fighting with the Champion Ho? Do you have the strength? Is that the red god mecha? Xu Mang's eyes were glowing, and a blaze filled his eyes. A man's romance is mecha. And even more so for manipulative gifted people who can directly manipulate mechs. When you stumble upon such a good thing, you naturally want to take it down. At this time, Xu Mang suddenly closed inside the pocket, pulled out was wrapped inside 3 layers outside 3 layers of the bank card too. He handed the bank card to Chen Han. Team Chen, nothing else to say, all the savings I've saved so far are in this card, more or less a token of appreciation. Seeing this, Ji Yun couldn't help but let out a flirtatious cry, yo. Iron Duke. You've got a lot of money on your hands today. How much money can be in the card? Who knew that Xu Mang's reply was a shock to Ji Yun? Counting all the rewards I've gotten since I joined the army, it's about $30 million. Ji Yun's eyes widened. Xu Mang usually could not afford to eat or wear, even the purchase of chi and blood spirit liquid was also stingy. I did not expect to actually be able to save $30 million. The $30 million still seemed dwarfed by the purchase of a mech, but it was still a lot of money. Seeing this, Zhao Linger also pulled out her bank card. I also have 5 million here. At the same time, Zhao Yufei also took out his card. I have 8 million here. After all, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Zhao Linger, and not to mention, so many years of fighting in the sand to save a 5 million is not too difficult. Zhao Yufei and Xu Mang can be the same as Chen Han, belonging to the most unpopular in the family. Chen Han, before enlisting in the army, on the body of $2,000 cannot pull out. They take out deposits, but they're all in the millions. Of course, there was another one who was in the same boat as Chen Han. The crowd all looked at Ji Yun at this time, who knew that Ji Yun was instantly frightened and incomparably flustered, and hurriedly pulled out everything in his pockets. Don't look at me, my pockets are cleaner than my face. It wasn't that Ji Yun really didn't have any money, but he had basically spent it on the clubhouse. However, Chen Han did not really take the money from several people, and he who owned 10% of the mining rights of the Northern Realm Star Crystal. In terms of financial power alone, one person was already enough to compete with all the families in the capital. The Cold Night group crossed inside the venue. As soon as he entered the venue, a number of people came up to congratulate him. Congratulations to champion Marquis Chen Han on his great victory in the Northern Expedition. Overnight, Chen Han's name had spread throughout the entire imperial capital, and it could be said that no one knew about it. However, there was also a part of the population that was wary of Chen Han. Why is the champion Marquis here? It can't be for the Red God Mecha as well. These people, basically, were manipulative gifted abilities. Naturally, it was for the release of the Red God Mecha. Li Qingshur had also said that there were very few spots to attend this Red God Mecha launch, and this was the capital city, so those who were able to enter the launch were either rich or wealthy. This actually included 5 little Lolitas from the Giants group. Chen Han was a bit surprised, or Zhao Linger whispered in Chen Han's ear, Sister Shireen's family, it seems to be very famous in the capital. Chen Han suddenly realized that it was no wonder these 5 Lolitas could afford to drive a mech. Seeing Chen Han, Zhang Shireen also instantly came over to greet him. Champion Ho, do you also have the leisure to participate in this offering today? Chen Han smiled faintly. Yes, I haven't thanked you for borrowing the mechs last time. When the North went after the Red Wolf Beast leader, perhaps they didn't have as good a time as they would have if the giant team hadn't generously loaned them their mechs. That's all trivial. But I won't give up my mech today. Zhang Shireen waved her not-so-threatening little fist as if demonstrating with Chen Han. Please take your seats. At that moment, the host of the organizers walked slowly. All of you must have come here today for the Red God Mecha, and truth be told, this Red God Mecha is a project that has finally made a breakthrough after 10 years of time spent by the research and development team of my Grand Xia Academy of Science. Speaking of which, a large curtain was pulled back and the host pointed to the Red God Mecha in the venue. According to his introduction, there are 3 sets of Red God mechs on sale today. The materials used in the 3 sets of Red God mechs were basically the same. But the performance is not the same. For example, the drivability aspect. Similarly divided into low, mid, and top performance configurations. The performance configurations were secondary, the most important thing was the difference between the 3 sets of mechs with the 3 types of laser cannons. That shortest red god mech, for example, could only carry 4 doors. The 12-meter tall one can carry 6 doors. Only the one that's 15 meters tall can carry 8 doors. And it's also the highest performing. Of course, prices will vary. The presenter's introduction made the crowd excited, as the indicators of this red god mecha were basically a whole lot higher than the previous generation of mechs. Especially that 15-meter tall red god mecha. It was able to resist a force of almost 300,000 kilograms or so. It was also a strike that was close to a marshal emperor-level powerhouse. Perverts like Chen Han couldn't be counted among them. Most powerful people who had just reached marshal emperor only had around 300,000 to 400,000 kilograms of strength. It was important to know that the giant mecha was already the best of the mechs, but it could only resist a force of around 100,000 kilograms. It was no wonder that the crowd listening to the presentation was so frenzied. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the host was also quite satisfied and said, "Gentlemen, let's not speak in the dark. Type 3 laser cannon, the army special supply, according to Chen Han no, one will be $30 million in cost. The reserve price of $100 million is actually a losing proposition." And before waiting for the crowd to open their mouths, Chen Han's first sentence raised the price of the red god mecha to a terrifying figure. 200 kilograms of star crystals. Chen Han shouted blandly. As soon as these words came out, the entire room immediately drew a breath of cold air. In the capital, if it was a large transaction, many times star crystals would be used as currency. The price of a kilogram of star crystals could almost be converted into 5 million equivalents. 200 kilograms is a whole $1 billion. Trenchant, so to speak. What kind of price increase is that? Most of the people who had wanted to speak up lowered their heads in unison. Some of them tried to speak, but were immediately held down by those beside them. Fighting with the champion marquis for financial power. Do you have the strength? Chapter 86 Faith. Those were the colors of Daxia. There are those in this audience who know the inside story. It was a balding, middle-aged man. Chen Han remembered having seen him at yesterday's banquet, seemingly called something like Zhang Hui. This Zhang Hui followed him around like a lapdog during the banquet, sucking up to him from start to finish, so Chen Han had that much of an impression of him. His family is in the hotel business in the capital, and it's not small. Zhang Hui said to the crowd, "You may not know that when the champion marquis was sealed yesterday, he could have been given the right to exploit 10% of the star crystal mines in the north by that lord of the 24th Privy Council. You guys probably don't know what this 10% mining right is a concept. Let's put it this way, a star crystal vein can be mined in about 50 tons a month. That is, the champion marquis will have 5,000 kilograms of star crystals every month." The crowd was even more shocked when this was said. 1 kilogram of star crystal is 5 million. 5,000 kilograms, wouldn't that be tens of billions? And the conversion between star crystals and money isn't that simple. For example, the total amount of star crystal veins supplied to each family in Great Xia was limited. This meant that the price of star crystals would rise when all the major clans were in dire need of star crystal reserves. Like right now. Because of the northern expedition, Yue had collected the star crystals of most of the clans. Originally, a kilogram of star crystal could almost only be exchanged for about 3 million. Nearly doubled in less than a month. And the current 5 million isn't the limit. It's not impossible to go up to 6 million. 5,000 kilograms of star crystals, I don't know how many clans had spent how many years before they could reserve them out, and Chen Han was able to obtain this much every month. No wonder he dared to ask for 200 kilograms of star crystals at the drop of a hat. It's just a drop in the bucket for him. Hearing this, everyone beat a retreat, and no one dared to compete with Chen Han anymore. It's true the family has a mine. Or a star crystal mine. Even Zhang Shirin had to let out a bitter laugh. "Chen Han, you're too strong now, that's just it. I'll give up this mech, but you're not allowed to grab the other two." Chen Han nodded bashfully. He had only procured the red god mecha for the cold night team, and one was certainly enough. 300 kilograms of star crystals. Just then, a voice came from behind Chen Han. Obviously, 200 kilograms of star crystals was not the upper limit of this red god mecha. Those who were able to be there were all characters from Kyoto, and it was impossible to not compete with Chen Han at all. Chen Han twisted his head to look. Talking is a yellow-haired boy, wearing a graceful and luxurious, a brand-name dress. Zhao Yufei, who knew the capital well, explained to Chen Han. "This kid's name is Ma Jing, from the Ma family in the capital. The Ma family is not small. If Chen Han is a family with a mine, then this Ma family is a family with a bank. In today's Daxia, high-grade hard currency like star crystals belong to the state. The banks, on the other hand, are different in that half of the shares are still in the state, but the other half, in the major families. The Ma family, that is, holds shares in several large banks. In the capital, it is also considered a top-ranking family. Only for some reason, Chen Han didn't look like Ma Jing was competing with him fairly, but rather had a grudge against him. Chen Han was a bit puzzled. It was reasonable to say that it was his first time in the capital and it was impossible for him to get into trouble with anyone. Ma Jing not only shouted the price, but at this moment, he even walked to Chen Han's side and said, "Champion Marquis, other people are afraid of you, but I, Ma Jing, am not afraid. Don't think that you can fly around the capital just because you've been made a marquis. We have so many families in the capital, so many years of heritage. Do you have any roots in the capital?" Ma Jing's attitude caused Chen Han to frown slightly. Seeing that the two of them were on pins and needles, Xing Hui knew that this was a good opportunity to kiss ass and hurriedly ran to Chen Han's side. He explained the reason to Chen Han. "Champion Marquis, didn't Marshal Yue slash a family in the capital a while ago? That family is a close relative of this Ma family." It dawned on Chen Han that it was the mess left behind by Marshal Yue. No wonder Ma Jing was hostile to him. However, now that it was an auction and fair competition, Chen Han did not want to bother with Ma Jing much. 1,000 kilograms of star crystals. Chen Han raised the price directly to 1,000 kilograms, and his bold bidding style froze the host. If one used star crystals to raise the price, the vast majority of people raised it by single digits upwards. Chen Han was good, adding up by hundreds. 100 kilograms, that's 500 million. Therefore this Chen Han's increase in price was a whole $4.5 billion. Trenchless. I've been here in the capital for so long, but it's the first time I've seen someone use star crystals to raise the price like this. I can't play. Even if Ma has a bank at home, there's no way to exchange all that cash for star crystals. Ma Jing was so angry that his face turned red, but there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. As the crowd had said, even if he had a bank at home, it would be a limited amount to go and exchange into star crystals. There was basically no shortage of money in the major clans, but they all lacked star crystals. But Ma Jing was also a bit uptight at this point, and angrily grunted, 1,100 kilograms. Seeing that Ma Jing had moved to true anger and wanted to fight Chen Han to the end, Zheng Hui hurriedly dissuaded him. "Marquis of Champion, you are still a generous man, don't get into trouble with this Ma Jing. The Ma family is not only wealthy, but Ma Jing's uncle and grandfather is the 22nd highest power in Daxia today. Politics and business are intertwined, no wonder this Ma Jing is bold." However, Zheng Hui's words were thrown out of Chen Han's mind. 2,000 kilograms of star crystals. Chen Han was not someone who was particularly good at saving face, but today, he wanted to compete with Ma Jing. The reason was simple: Ma Jing would be hostile to Chen Han for no other reason than because of Marshal Yue. If Chen Han were to admit defeat here, it wouldn't just be him losing face. The entire capital would say that it was Marshal Yue who was wrong. Ma Jing was not targeting Chen Han, but Yu Woyan behind Chen Han. Therefore, Chen Han's price increase was also extremely exaggerated, a full 2,000 kilograms of star crystals. Ma Jing was trembling with anger, and he didn't dare to shout anymore, because the star crystals that the entire Ma family could allow him to mobilize were probably only around 1,500 kilograms. 500 kilograms more would require the Ma family to transfer a large amount of cash reserves, and it would also take at least a month to come up with the money. The most terrifying thing was that looking at Chen Han's appearance, the upper limit of the Ma family was just the lower limit of Chen Han. Suddenly Ma Jing questioned, "Chen Han, don't be complacent. As far as I know, you only accepted the reward yesterday. For that star crystal vein in the northern realm to be put into operation and developed, it would take at least 2 months or more. Can you have 2,000 kilograms of star crystals?" Then, Ma Jing pointed at the host on the stage. "Our RD group in Daxia spent 10 years to develop the Red God Mecha. Are you not going to write a blank check?" Only what Ma Jing did not expect was that the host was actually righteous and also supported Chen Han in a bright manner. "Hello, Mr. Ma. This is not a big deal. The champion Marquis won a great victory in the north, and we in the RD team worship and admire it very much. We developed the Red God Mecha not just for money, but also with some faith. Without that kind of faith, our RD group of several thousand people would never have lasted 10 years for a project that had a slim chance of success. Let alone 2 months, even a year, our RD team can wait." The host's words left Ma Jing speechless. Couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. He seemed to have forgotten that the Red God Mech had a red coating with a 5-pointed star on it. Those are the colors of the flag. It's the color of faith. It's the color of Daxia. And Chen Han's contemptuous look drove Ma Jing even more crazy. Chen Han glanced at him and said in a cold voice, "Could it be that uncle-grandfather of yours didn't tell you that the 24th Privy Council had already rewarded this marquis with 10,000 kilograms of star crystals in advance from the state treasury yesterday? Killing and killing is nothing more than that." Chapter 87 Chen Han, the God of Killers. Executed on the spot. If he didn't have some backbone in his hand, Chen Han would never bid. He can't do anything like writing a blank check. It was because of the reward of 10,000 kilograms of star crystals that Chen Han dared to bid so much. Ma Jing belongs to the category of those who have lifted a stone to hit their own feet. Just then, the crowd only saw a man dressed in military uniform suddenly run up to the open-air meeting place. Under his leadership, one of the researchers who had developed the Red God Mecha actually ran neatly above the venue. Just when the crowd was still confused, they saw the soldiers suddenly yell, "Halt!" The researchers stood upright, gazing directly at this side of the auction house with a determined look. "Salute the Marquis of Champions!" Only to see that the crowd of researchers actually saluted Chen Han in unison. It was a shocking scene, as there were thousands of researchers. They did not belong to the barracks and had no need to salute Chen Han. In other words, the behavior was completely spontaneous. This group of researchers respected and admired Chen Han from the bottom of their hearts. Chen Han looked solemn and immediately led the Cold Knight team, and even the Giant team, to return a military salute to the Red God Mecha research team. If they hadn't worked tirelessly, day and night, I'm afraid the army wouldn't have been able to supply many of its weapons and equipment. At this moment, Chen Han seemed to finally somewhat understand why Yue was so obsessed with the northern expedition. Chen Han had only just become the champion marquis, and he had endured so many gazes and expectations. And Yue had killed all the way from the dark age of turmoil, and even as he walked the streets on weekdays, he was enduring the ardent expectations of the populace. With the honors and status he has achieved, he is actually perfectly capable of discharging his armor and retiring early. On the Jade Dragon stage, Yue wasn't bolting when he said he wanted to be a pure martial artist like Han Haoren. He had that kind of desire but could never let go of Daxia and its people. In a sense, it's also because of faith. And the next words of the host shook the crowd even more. "Gentlemen, after deliberations by our scientific research team, we have decided to give this Red God Mecha, the highest match, to the champion marquis at no cost. While we certainly want to recoup our funds, we want to see the mechs we made with our own hands more than anything else, to be able to Mercedes-Benz to kill the enemy on the battlefield. So that the 10 years of hard work we've put in won't be in vain." When Chen Han had just started bidding, the members of the research team had the intention of giving away the mechs. They weren't browbeating and currying favor. People who engaged in scientific research tended to be more pure at heart. They just wanted to see Red God mechs appear on the battlefield. "You guys are really good. Research team. Speaking of which, this good stuff should have been used to kill the enemy in battle, not to engage in private fights in the academy." There was no one in the audience who could not praise the greatness of the research team members. In such a comparison, Ma Jing, who had provoked the disruption, appeared groundless and could only escape from the venue in disgrace. "Phew!" A chorus of boos rang out across the room, seemingly mocking the fallen Ma Jing. Of course, Chen Han would not take advantage of the research team either. 2,000 kilograms of star crystals seem like a lot, but if they were divided equally, each person would actually only get about a kilogram. $5 million for a whole decade's worth of hard work isn't much. You know, I'm afraid that the scientists who do research for the families are paid close to $5 million a year. If there are scientific results, I'm afraid I'll make tens of millions of dollars on a single project. The promised 2,000 kilograms is 2,000 kilograms, and I will have someone send it immediately," Chen Han said blandly. "Many thanks to the champion marquis." The host led all the researchers to bow deeply to Chen Han. Then, Chen Han let Xu Mang stay behind so that he could drive away the Red God Mecha after he finished debugging it. Just after walking out of the gate, Chen Han and the others actually saw Ma Jing with a few household servants who had not yet left and were wandering around the entrance of the venue. "Young master, let's go. It's a disgrace to stay here. What's the point of going? This young master is here to buy a mech today. If I can't get the highest quality one, I might be able to buy a lower quality one from someone else." It turns out that he didn't leave because he was trying to get another lowly Red God mech from someone who had already bought it. After all, he was too embarrassed to re-enter the venue. Seeing Chen Han walk out, although Ma Jing didn't dare to offend Chen Han, he threw a blank stare and began to gloat. "If you ask me, that group of scientists are. What era is this? Still believe? Faith is a hammer. Getting money in hand is the hard truth. If they are willing to develop a new type of mech for this young man. If they're willing to develop a new mecha for me, they'll work for my Ma family. Isn't the price up to them? On some level, what Macon said wasn't entirely without merit. Just the sound of it makes you uncomfortable. Everyone in the cold night group frowned. Seeing how boldly Ma Jing spoke, the household servant hurriedly discouraged him. Young master, you should speak less. It was only just now that Chen Han and the researchers had saluted each other, and now that Ma Jing was talking like this, there was no difference between hitting Chen Han in the face. However, Ma Jing still didn't know how to die and smiled arrogantly. What's wrong with saying it? If you have a long mouth, why don't you let people talk? This is in Kyoto. Or on the street? What? Someone else dares to kill someone in the street? There is a saying. You can't die without making a mistake. If Ma Jing really knew something about Chen Han, he would know that when he was in Hanwu City, Chen Han was a god of killing. What about the capital? Chen Han didn't even give Ma Jing a chance to beg for mercy as the overlord gun in his hand was thrown out. Ma Jing was a manipulation talent, and his realm was only at the martial artist level. Even if it was a casual strike from Chen Han, there was no way for him to fight back. Only to see the shot, it actually went straight through Ma Jing's stomach, taking his entire body out with it, and then nailed him dead to the wall of Kyoto. In public, or in the capital city where big shots gathered, Chen Han had actually taken out a son of a big family so gently. The pedestrians on the roadside were scared out of their wits, especially after seeing that the murderer was still Chen Han. Murder! Someone is killing people in the street. Who's so bold? Killing people on the street in Kyoto. It seems to be the Marquis of Champions. I'll go. Chapter 88, Killing Your People. You still have to make amends. Bully. Overbearing as always. Before, most people understood Chen Han, but also on the live broadcast screen. Although Chen Han's dominance had been rumored, seeing it with one's own eyes was shocking. In the entire history of the new calendar, there hadn't been any marquis that dared to kill someone on the street in the middle of the street. Killed, or a son of a great family. The crowd of onlookers gathered more and more, but they were more worried for Chen Han. The champion marquis killed well. This Ma Jing is usually a hangdog in the imperial capital, and a while ago he sent people to smash up my store because he wasn't satisfied with a meal. Will the champion Ho be alright? Ma Jing deserves to be killed, but the champion marquis shouldn't get into trouble because of this kind of person. Didn't you hear what the champion Ho said? Ma Jing insulted the researchers as well as the champion Ho. This we all heard, and it's considered a personal testimony. The crowds were so crowded that there were even those who advised Chen Han to run away directly. The Cold Night group was also a bit worried. Regardless of that, the person Chen Han had killed was not an ordinary person, or a figure associated with supreme power. In the worst-case scenario, that supreme power would personally come down against Chen Han. Ding Muxian, who was not well rooted in the whole of Daxia. The Ding family, moreover, is responsible for the nation's metal manufacturing industry. If this kind of person once set his eyes on Chen Han, the trouble would not be small. Zhao Linger's brows knitted. Chen Han, why don't we stop in Kyoto? I know you're capable, but you can't just presume to kill someone. Ding Muxian is not someone to be messed with. Go back to the barracks. It's out of his reach there. And Zhao Yufei, who was a family from the capital, was even more anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. Trouble. That Ding Muxian is a vindictive person. Last time, there was a small family that just robbed a little bit of the Ding family's business, and they were nearly exterminated by the Ding family. Team Chen, we must return to the barracks immediately. Chen Han's expression remained flat, and he even laughed out loud. Take it easy. You guys don't understand, I just want to kill him in the street so that Ding Muxian won't dare to touch me. Saying that, Chen Han brought the bookkeeping notepad from Ji Yun and slowly said, with this in place, not only will Ding Muxian not dare to touch me, but he will instead make amends and apologize to me. Chen Han's expression was quite confident. The members of the Cold Night team, on the other hand, all thought that Chen Han was crazy. Chen Han killed Ding Muxian's nephew's grandson in the street, and Ding Muxian would actually apologize to him for his loss? What kind of bull logic is that? At that exact moment, Marshal Yue suddenly made a phone call, saying that he had something to personally hand over to Chen Han. Chen Han then ordered the members of the Cold Night team to act on their own, and rushed to Yu Shuai's house again. Ma Jing's body was quickly carried back to the Ma family. At this moment, all the people in the Ma family were crying with tears in their eyes. One should know that Mahjong was a rare A-rank manipulation system gifted ability, which could be said to be extremely rare in Kyoto, a place where geniuses came out in abundance. He was actually nailed to death in the street by Chen Han with a single shot. This made Mahjong's father, Ma Jun, almost furious. What a champion marquis! Simply too deceitful. Ma Jun was also a martial emperor-level powerhouse and said that he was going to seek revenge on Chen Han. But there are some cool people in the horse family. Ma Jun, have you forgotten what happened to that chief family in Hanwu City last time? That Chen Han has made a great achievement now, the entire capital is celebrating him. If you move him at this juncture, won't you be dragging the entire Ma family down with you? Ma Jun calmed down, and immediately someone advised him to find Ding Muxian. On weekdays, the Ma family looked up to the Ding family and gave the Ding family a lot of favors, and to take revenge at this time, naturally, they had to rely on the Ding family to contribute. Not to mention that Ding Muxian was one of the 24 supreme powers of Dixia, and only the 24 Privy Council could lay hands on the marquis. In order to force Ding Muxian's hand, Ma Jun even personally carried Ma Jing's corpse to the Ding family. Uncle! Ma Jing was killed in the street by champion Marquis Chen Han. You must avenge him. With a look of pathos on his face, Ma Jun put down Ma Jing's body and just laid it in the center of the Ding family compound. He thought that seeing this scene, no matter how high Chen Han's status was, there was no reason for Ding Muxian not to step in. No matter what, Ma Jing was also Ding Muxian's nephew's grandson. A green-robed old man slowly stepped out from the back, and seeing Ma Jing's miserable death, his murderous aura boiled over all of a sudden. He, the 24th Privy Councillor, is Ding Muxian. Moreover, it was also a rare senior martial artist in the 24 supreme powers. Strength is at the level of a martial honored one. With this strength and status, it wasn't difficult for him to make a move against the Marquis sealed Chen Han. Only Ding Muxian smiled coldly. This Chen Han, he's really bold. He doesn't know the heights of heaven after Emperor Prime gave him a marquis position. Ma Jing is my nephew and grandson after all, he is not putting me in his sights. This marquis of his was sealed yesterday, and I'm going to take it down today. Ding Muxian's anger rose from his heart, and after saying that, he intended to go find Chen Han's trouble. Ma Jun was also a bit excited and immediately followed. Who knew that just as he reached the door, Ding Muxian stopped. There is no one who can climb to a position of supreme power who is not a reckless person without any semblance of a heart. Chen Han he had seen with his own eyes yesterday, and although he looked young and frivolous, he was by no means some arrogant, bossy, and randomly murderous cutie. It was also impossible for Chen Han not to know Ma Jing's identity before he killed. So he asked a few of the household servants who were there to tell him what happened. Who knew that just after hearing it, there was a crisp slap in the air. Snap! When the crowd was caught off guard, Ding Muxian slapped Ma Jun's face. Get lost. Get out of here immediately. Pretend you didn't come today. Drag your unfilial son's corpse back to me as well. The horse's army was beyond dismayed. Why did Ding Muxian's attitude change so drastically? However, Ding Muxian didn't want to explain any further, and Ma Jun's face turned pale with fear as Ding Muxian had already made a move to raise his hand to attack. If he didn't leave, it would be him that Ding Muxian would hit. A roughneck like Ma Jun certainly didn't understand. There are some things in the field of power that don't weigh 4 or 2 without being weighed. When you get on the scale, you can't beat 1,000 pounds. Ma Jun insulted the words of the researchers. Once if someone made an article, Ding Muxian's trouble can be big. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. The positions of the 24 privy councils are never set in stone. Quite the contrary, it can be said to be in flux at all times. For example, when Yu Wuyun lost the northern expedition, he dropped from 5th to 24th place. To Yu Wuyun this might not be a big deal, but to others, the moment such a ranking fell, it could be a life's work gone up in flames. Those 24 positions can be said to be watched at all times. Ding Muxian alone has no less than 100 political enemies. They talk a good game about being the supreme power of Daxia, but sitting in that position, every moment is like walking on thin ice. The truly arrogant ones are instead groundlings like Qi Hu. As Chen Han had said, if Ding Muxian didn't know about it, it would be just that. If he did, he would have to personally come to the door to make amends and apologize. Chapter 89 Sacred Beast Qilin Bone. Human Body Transformation. Chen Han's Fanfare. It happened to leave Ding Muxian completely speechless. First of all, Chen Han had just been named Champion Marquis, and it could be said that no one in the entire Dixia knew about it. So he's going to be watched by most people for what he's doing. Once Ding Muxian chose to strike, it had to be blatant and justified as well. Otherwise even a single hair fell off Chen Han's body. Onlookers will also speculate that it was Ding Muxian who did it. From this perspective, not only did Ding Muxian not dare to move Chen Han, he even had to send someone to protect him in case Chen Han was in Kyoto. Secondly, Chen Han could not only have the status of champion marquis. Behind him was the first marshal of the Grand Xia, Yue, a figure who had been famous in the Grand Xia since the Dark Ages. There was no more than a slap in the face of those who dared to mess with Yue in Daxia, and he, Ding Muxian, was definitely not among them. Not to mention the fact that because of that star crystal vein, now Chen Han and Di Qingtian had also developed a relationship. One is number one in politics and the other is number one in the military. If Ding Muxian wanted to go against Chen Han without any reason, the next moment his Ding family would be thwarted. Besides, it was Ma Jing who was the one who was in the wrong. If Chen Han had done it in secret, then Ding Muxian would have a reason. Chen Han. This fellow is obviously only 18 years old. Is his heart so deep? The more Ding Muxian thought about it carefully, the more fearful he felt. Because Chen Han definitely didn't look like the kind of rash person who killed people on the street without a brain. The truth is that this is all calculated by Chen Han. Chen Han killed Ma Jing. Not only did Ding Muxian not dare to move, this bout of walking in Kyoto, but also had to have 2 more bodyguards from the Ding family. Thinking of this, Ding Muxian actually cursed at Ma Jing's corpse, "You bastard. If you're dead, you're dead. And you still caused me such a big trouble." Of course, all of this happening in the Ding family was expected by Chen Han. At this time, he had already arrived at Marshal Yue's residence. The marshal, surprisingly, did not have any single villa in Kyoto. It's just a small government-allocated bungalow. The decoration of the home is also very rustic, without the slightest feeling of elegance and luxury. Chen Han couldn't help but be a little moved. For so many years Yue had held high positions in politics and the military, so it was no wonder that there were a lot of people who looked at him with displeasure, but no one had ever been able to pick out any moral stains on him. What is most rare is that while he himself is incorruptible, he does not ask his men to do the same. Most of the bounty he received went almost exclusively to his army subordinates. When Chen Han took 10% of the star crystal mining rights, Yue also did not say half a word more, and did not have any moral abduction. Such a man is to be admired. Before Chen Han could open his mouth, it was Yue who first poured Chen Han a cup of tea. "Chen Han, drink tea." A cup of ordinary tea, but Chen Han drank it with extra warmth. But Yue's next words caused Chen Han to be momentarily speechless. "Chen Han, you're good enough. Only yesterday you were crowned champion marquis, and today you dare to kill someone on the street?" It had to be said that Yue's intelligence capabilities were extraordinary. It had only been an hour or so since Chen Han had killed someone on the street, and Yue had received the news. Although Chen Han did not have the slightest hesitation in killing Ma Jing, he still felt a little guilty about inviting trouble for Yue. He was about to apologize, but Yue waved his hand. "All right. There's no need to say more. That kid from the Ma family wasn't a good person in the first place, so just kill him. On the contrary, did you throw away a lot of money at the sale in order to compete with him? I know that it was for me. The Ma family has always hated me. But 2,000 kilograms of star crystals, you're really willing to part with it." Speaking of this, Yue however suddenly pulled out his coat pocket. Took out a couple dimes out. 2,000 kilograms of star crystals I don't have, that's all I have left of my old man's body. Chen Han smiled faintly and returned, "How could I ask for your money, Marshal Yue?" The first marshal of Daxia actually had just a little bit more money on him than the playboy Ji-yun. I'm afraid it would make people laugh when they said it. But that's what makes him all the more admirable. Yue is not really miserable to this point. Just to appease the families of the 300,000 soldiers who sacrificed their lives in the northern expedition, he came back and then donated all his savings. At this time, Chen Han asked towards the main event, "Marshal Yue, didn't you have something for me on the phone?" "Not bad, I can't take out 2,000 kilograms of star crystals, but there's a good thing I'm able to give you. But before that, I have to ask you first. This time the above rewarded one of you with an opportunity for human body transformation. What do you think?" Yue asked Chen Han, his expression somewhat solemn as well. Chen Han told the truth that he didn't want to go with the current human body modification technology. There are 2 broad types of body modifications. One is mechanical modification, which is to take parts of the human body and replace them with alloy metals, such as arms, legs, and the like. This can help the martial artist to increase their strength or improve their speed. There were also some more specialized martial arts techniques that required a mechanical body in order to perform them. There is also soft body modification, which uses memory metal or parts of the body of a xenomorph that are implanted into the human body. This modification serves the same purpose as a mechanical modification, but is much more dangerous and can kill people if they are not careful. The gains were also greater. For example, Chi Fei Hu had blocked Chen Han's surefire piercing Deaththorn lance. But honestly, no matter which kind of transformation, Chen Han did not want to do it. Because the higher the realm of cultivation, the martial artist's own human cell capacity is stronger than all kinds of mechanical materials and exotic beast materials. And body modification is a nearly irreversible process. A high-ranking martial artist who had undergone human body modification would instead have the modifications become a liability. Unless one could not climb above the level of a martial exalt for the rest of their life, they would not normally undergo human body modification. Yue nodded his head because of this. I'm happy that you have this idea. As a martial artist, you should have a strong heart. But well, whether or not it's going to be human body modification, we also have to see what the material for the modification is. Speaking of this, Yue took out a small black box. He opened the box, only to see that inside the box, there was a small bone laid out. That bone was very peculiar, and just as Chen Han saw it, he felt an extremely strong force emanating from the bone. With this pressure, if Chen Han didn't have SSS-level talent, I'm afraid that he would have to soften his legs in fear. Mind you, it's just a bone. I wonder how powerful the original owner of this bone will be. No, it shouldn't be a person. By the looks of it, it looks like an animal bone instead. It's just somewhat similar to human bone. Yue looked at Chen Han with an approving expression. Not bad. You actually didn't lie on the ground when you ran into this thing. Your qualifications are truly extraordinary. The origin of this bone: 50 years ago, there was a sacred beast Kirin in the western region, Hanhaoren, and I brought the 8 great martial arts gods of the world at that time to take it down. On the body of the Qilin, there is a bone that contains the essence of its body. We call it the Qilin precious bone. Chen Han was shocked. He had also heard of this deed. It even forms a limerick. The western unicorn came out of the world in a shocking manner, and the 10 martial gods joined hands to attack. At that time, a fire Qilin in the western region inexplicably came in the air. The fire stretched for thousands of miles, and was almost about to burn half of Daxia into ashes. It was the top 10 battle forces of the human race at the time that stepped in to kill him. That battle lasted more than a whole month. 2 martial gods had fallen. It was close to being the end of the world. Chapter 90, Can you raise your realm without cultivating? Yu Shui was shocked. A holy beast that required the top human battle force at the time to be able to set it right. One could imagine what kind of strength it was. The materials on it were bound to be treasures of great value as well. Yue told Chen Han that the materials left on the Qilin at that time were divided among everyone involved in the battle. The most precious of them all was this section of unicorn bone. At that time, there was a martial god who specialized in human body modification involved in the battle. He judged that this section of unicorn bone was an excellent material suitable for human body modification. The look fits perfectly with the human bone. It can substantially enhance the base attributes. Even the martial god level has a huge role to play. At that time, Hanhaoren had contributed the most, so this section of Qilin bone was his. Only, Hanhaoren was delayed due to some matters and did not carry out the human transformation. Before traveling to the northern realm, Hanhaoren had given Yue all of his own belongings, including this section of Qilin bone. Yue treasured 40 to 50 years, but did not take it out, and did not want to use it himself. Now that it was taken out, it naturally had only one purpose, and that was to give it to Chen Han. This thing is worth 2,000 kilograms of star crystals no matter what, right? Take it. With a casual throw, Yue unexpectedly threw that incredibly precious section of Qilin bone to Chen Han. This thing is worth more than 2,000 kilograms of star crystals. Something that even the martial god level is hot for. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a complete star crystal mine might not even compare to its value. Chen Han did not make any pretense and accepted Yueyun's gift. Thank you, Marshal Yu. As Yueyan said, whether or not to perform body modification depends on the material. This section of the Qilin bone did not affect the body's functions, and as Chen Han's strength grew, the more useful the Qilin bone became. At this time, Yueyan spoke again. I suggest that you transplant this section of Qilin bone into your hand to minimize the impact on the human body. Moreover, I have to introduce you to someone. Speaking of which, Yueyan left a name of a person, as well as an address and phone number for Chen Han. Seeing this person's name, Chen Han was also stunned. Liang Yutian. This was one of the martial gods who participated in the siege of the sacred beast Qilin back then. He is also known as the contemporary sage of national medicine. In terms of human body modification, no one in the entire Great Xia could be better. He even entered the martial arts path with medicine, and his weapon was a long needle used in acupuncture. All kinds of difficult cases are almost nothing in his eyes. The phrase raw and dead, white bones was not bragging when it was put in front of him. The unicorn bone is very overpowering, and the transplant is certainly risky. Only by leaving it to him, Yue was most assured. Yue even told Chen Han to bring the Cold Night team and go find this Liang Yutian together. With Yue's recommendation, coupled with the 24 Privy Council's request, even if Liang Yutian's temper was bad, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to refuse. Chen Han nodded his head in agreement, and then he turned his head and prepared to go find the Cold Night team to discuss the matter of human body modification. Who knows, but Yue stopped him on the spot and said, "What's your hurry?" Old Liang could have said back then that to transplant this Qilin bone, the lowest realm is the 4th rank of martial general. This is just the realm requirement. There are also the basic attributes, strength and speed, which have to be at the level of a martial general's 8th rank. The qi and blood even have to be above the 80th rank. Spiritual force has to be at the 20th level. Have you met the standard? Yue was slightly annoyed and immediately greeted Chen Han as he headed to the field where the attributes were measured. Of course, this was also for the good of Chen Han. After all, if the attributes of the transplanted Qilin bone were not up to standard, it would not be able to receive the Qilin bone's strong power, and it would be crippled, or it would explode and die. Yue gave Chen Han an order, "Measure for me." This is an order. Don't go transplanting the Qilin bone without meeting the standard. Or else you give it back to me. Chen Han scratched his head and looked at the crowd gathered around the measuring site, and said with some awkwardness, "Marshal Yue, this is not necessary." Chen Han was immensely confident in his basic attributes, and he was indeed up to par. But it can't help Yue's old father like concern and nagging. Boo! As a last resort, Chen Han could only slam his fist on the measuring instrument. Strength, 542,300 kilograms. The AI of the instrument automatically puts out a broadcast. The corner of Yue's mouth twitched. The power was not only up to standard, it was far beyond standard. Immediately, he waved his hand, signaling Chen Han to proceed to the next test. Yet there was one wave of attributes that surprised him after another. Base speed, 2,364. Pneumatic blood, 145 gears. Spiritual force, 31st level. One basic attribute after another. Not only did Yue feel shocked, even the onlookers, likewise had their jaws dropped. Isn't that the champion marquis? I seem to remember that he's at the rank of martial general. This base attribute, seriously? Nima. This is clearly the base attribute of a martial emperor level. Worthy of being a champion marquis. There's a reason why he was made a marquis. Chen Han heard these words, and then spread his hands to Yue. "Marshal Yue, look, I'm saying there's no need for this." Yue had a helpless expression and a bitter smile on his face. However, he was still not too assured and continued, "What about the realm? You can't fool me on this. I probed your realm on the day of the Northern Expedition, Marshal General 3rd Order. Cultivating to the 4th rank of Marshal General will take less than a month. I don't have any problem with you undergoing rehabilitation after a month." Chen Han's expression was somewhat surprised, then he scratched his head. "Marshal Yue, is it true that you haven't probed my realm since returning from the Northern Expedition?" Yue froze when he heard this. Indeed, as Chen Han had said, the death of 300,000 troops had left Yue in a gloomy state. He hadn't used his cultivation since he slashed through Zhongzhou Ouyangquan. Thinking of this, Yue whirled his mind and probed Chen Han's realm. It's a shock not to find out. The result of this investigation made Yue burst out, "I'll go. When did you reach the 4th rank of Martial General? Keep in mind that the Northern Expedition actually only lasted 4 or 5 days. Moreover, during these 4 or 5 days, it could be said that they had been marching and fighting all the time, and there was no time to cultivate at all. Everyone's spirit was focused on dealing with the Fey. Before the Northern Expedition, Chen Han's realm was merely the 3rd rank of a Martial General. It was simply impossible to raise a realm in 4 or 5 days. This is a military general. Even if one was a supreme demon, at most, they would raise one realm in 4 or 5 days when they were at the warrior level. Not to mention the fact that these 4 or 5 days, the entire time, were live-streamed, and everyone was clear on whether or not Chen Han had practiced or not. This was what Yu Wuyun found most puzzling. Chen Han was clearly marching and fighting, and had to be highly mentally focused on the enemy, so how exactly did he cultivate? This was no longer something that could be explained by a demon. Of course, he didn't know that the effect of Chen Han's soldier soul sacred body was that it was regarded as a state of cultivation only when holding a weapon. When one marches and fights, it is natural to keep one's weapons close to one's body. Even when you sleep, you always carry a weapon for defense. Aside from not meditating to stabilize the foundation of the realm, in a sense, Chen Han in the midst of marching and fighting was able to refine his cultivation at a faster rate than if he had concentrated on cultivation. Chapter 91 Street Disorder. Panelists detained? Yu Wuyun was speechless, having not tested Chen Han's basic attributes for a long time. Unexpectedly, his basic attributes had already reached this level. Even if it was Han Haoran back then, I'm afraid that he would only be able to bow down in front of Chen Han. With no choice but to agree, Yu Wuyun could only allow Chen Han to transplant the qilin bone immediately. In fact, this may not be a bad thing. No one in the entire Xia had currently used qilin bone for human body transformation, and the sooner it was done, the greater the benefits might be. It can also be helpful in elevating the realm, to a certain extent. Chen Han got up and wanted to go to Liang Goshen's address where he was located, and brought the Cold Night team with him. It was just that at this time, he did not know that during the time he was meeting Yu Wuyun, a major event had occurred in the Cold Night group. The Cold Night group was led by Zhao Linger, and after purchasing some daily necessities on the street, they were ready to return to Chen Han's marquee residence. Aside from Zhao Yufei, several people did not have a place to stay in Kyoto. He could only stay in Chen Han's champion marquee residence on loan. However, just as they arrived at the gate of the marquee residence, several people saw some men dressed in plain clothes, scribbling on the walls of Chen Han's new marquee residence. Not only that, there was actually a martial arts general-level expert among them. It was actually bold enough to knock down Chen Han's champion marquee plaque and stomp on the ground to humiliate him. They didn't know that it was all arranged by the horse's army. Ma Jing was killed by Chen Han, and the Ma family couldn't afford to mess with Chen Han, and Ding Muxian wasn't willing to take action. Ma Jun couldn't hold his breath, so he had someone pretend to be a civilian and make trouble in front of the champion marquee residence. He couldn't kill Chen Han, but he had to be disgusted. This behavior is childish, but it has to be said that it does have some effect. Civilians pretending to be members of the Ma family kept abusing in front of the marquee. Champion husbandman, selling his name. Killing in the street, disregarding the law. The insults from these people drew a lot of unsuspecting eaters. Chen Han had just gained a great deal of fame, and Ma Jun's move was meant to discredit Chen Han. Zhao Linger's temper was, in fact, very hot. Only in front of Chen Han, it had been suppressed quite a bit. Seeing this scene, his face immediately turned cold, and the lance in his hand immediately flew out. In the next moment, a civilian pretending to be a member of the Ma clan was viciously nailed to the wall by Zhao Linger. Compared to Chen Han, Zhao Linger might not seem strong. So much so that it made people forget that Zhao Linger was also a genius, and that killing people by crossing at least 2 minor realms was not a problem. The few people that Ma Jun had invited, other than a martial general of the 2nd rank, the rest were only martial artists, so naturally, they were no match for Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger scolded, "What are you barking at?" Just as she finished speaking, she took a big step forward and blasted another punch at another Ma family member. The scene left the calmer Zhao Yufei dumbfounded. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. These two, are they both so hot-tempered? Originally, he wanted to advise Zhao Linger to wait for Chen Han to return before making up her mind. But now that Zhao Linger had already made her move, Zhao Yufei and the others could only join in. The Cold Night team had fought with Chen Han on the Northern Expedition battlefield after all. These people invited by the Ma family are no match at all. Especially Zhu Mang, who was also piloting the Red God mecha that had just been deployed. The large mecha parked in front of the marquee house, the suppressive force alone made people daunted. That martial general from the Ma clan didn't know better and still wanted to fight against the Red God mecha. Who knows, when the Red God mecha's fist, which was like a small hill, was swung, that martial arts general of the Ma clan was actually blown away by more than 20 meters, and even went through a few stores in a row. Good. Good. Watching the scene, the crowd of onlookers clapped and cheered. Chen Han nowadays, like Yu Wuyun, had a reputation in the hearts of the public, and was not so bad as to be brought up to speed by a few people from the Ma family. Ma Jun hid in the back and watched, but he hated it. His action to retaliate against Chen Han did not achieve results, but instead, it allowed Chen Han to show his face again. Ugh! Ma Jun sighed deeply. Just then, he suddenly felt an overwhelming aura coming from behind him. Turning his head, the appearance startled the man. The visitor turned out to be the second marshal of the Grand Xia, Zhongju. Marshal Zhong. Ma Jun was scared out of his wits. After all, this was all planned by him, and the Cold Night team was in the military. If Zhongguan is determined to protect his shortcomings and investigate to the end, he is afraid that he will not be able to eat. However, Zhongguan didn't seem to care about the horse army. Instead, he was looking at the crowded Cold Night group thoughtfully. Not long after, only a few military vehicles were seen driving straight towards the Champion Marquis residence. A group of Thunder God Army soldiers jumped down from their vehicles and surrounded the Cold Night team's people in 3 layers. The officer at the head even shouted, "Tie these people up for me. Escort them to Black Rock Prison." These Thunder God Army soldiers all had martial general level strength, and the Cold Night group was no match for them. Zhao Yufei, Zhu Mang, and Ji Yun were even more terrified and didn't dare to. Yu Woyun's position in the army hasn't changed at all. Even because of Chen Han's vassalage, Yu Woyun's position was more stable. He hadn't withheld the Cold Night team to deal with Chen Han or Yu Woyun. Instead, you have to deal with both together. He even fought to let this incident fester, pulling down Yu Woyun and Chen Han one after another. The Cold Night group sitting in the car didn't panic over having to enter the prison. Zhao Yufei sighed, "Ugh. Bad. We're going to cause trouble for Team Chen and Marshal Yu this time." Zhao Yufei had been in the capital for many years and knew the ways of power. What they have committed is not a big deal. At most they will spend a few days in the army facing the wall. Zhongguan was trying to utilize them as a sword that could kill Chen Han and Yu Woyun. Zhao Linger shook her head, rather chagrined. "It's all my fault for being a bit impulsive." However, Ji Yun understood Chen Han somewhat and laughed out loud, "Don't worry. Even if Young Chen is present, he will only do it more ruthlessly than you. Zhong Gong will also make a big deal out of this." The one who looked the deepest among the crowd was actually the usually dangling Ji Yun. The higher the status, the more people will be staring at them. Zhongguan does not want to see Chen Han rise, and naturally will not let go when he encounters this kind of opportunity. Not long after, Chen Han returned to the Marquis mansion and immediately realized that something was wrong when he saw the doorway full of wreckage. Then Luo Feng, who had been watching from the sidelines, came over to inform about the Cold Night team being held up by the Thunder God Army. The corners of Chen Han's mouth rose. What should come would always come. Sooner or later, he would have to cross paths with the second marshal of the Grand Xia. "Luo Feng, call up all the people from the Fire God Army and Water God Army and the Northern Expedition Army outside the city and have them wait for me at the Black Rock Prison." Chapter 92. Who is the marshal? Ha! Hearing Chen Han's words, Luo Feng froze on the spot as if he was stupid. He whispered to dissuade him, "Champion Marquis, I don't know if I'm right about this. Originally, this is just a small matter, but if you call on the army outside the city, it will be a big deal. It is expressly forbidden from above that the Northern Expeditionary Army may not enter the city. Aren't you making a bigger deal out of it?" Chen Han didn't reply, but looking at Chen Han's determined expression, Luo Feng understood everything. A soldier's duty was to obey orders, and he could only go to the outskirts of the city at a fast pace. Of course Luo Feng didn't know what Chen Han was thinking. It was either this or nothing or something big. Since Zhong Gong was not afraid of outsiders looking at the army's jokes, why should Chen Han be afraid? It wasn't like the Vulcan army and the Thunder God army didn't get along for a day or two. Then, Chen Han's figure suddenly transformed into a phantom as he quickly traveled through the streets of the capital, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the entrance of the Black Rock Prison. Black Rock Prison, one of the largest prisons in the capital, was also one of the most luxurious. Those incarcerated in them are basically those who have broken the military law or are big names in politics. It could be said that the people inside were either rich or noble, or extremely powerful. So the defenses are pretty tight. The entire prison, which is made of special alloy metal. It's also equipped with a Type 3 laser cannon that specializes in dealing with xenomorphs, so it's a brick wall, so to speak. Chen Han had only just arrived at the entrance when the guards in the prison ran out of the prison one by one as if they had anticipated it in advance. Those who could work as guards in this prison were, almost without exception, at least at the level of a military general. The capital city is still the capital city, a military general level. In other main cities can be the head of a bureau like Chi Feihu. But here, it's just guarding the prisoners. At the same time, the muzzles of at least 30 Type 3 laser cannons were all aimed at Chen Han. The guards knowingly asked, "Champion Marquis, what are you doing in Black Rock Prison?" Chen Han raised his eyebrows and looked around at the Type 3 laser cannon muzzles without the slightest bit of fear. "Release." Chen Han simply said 2 words indifferently. Immediately, a domineering aura was released, scaring the guards into trembling. The prison is heavily guarded, but not without a pass-through network. At the time of the Northern Expedition, this group of guards had all witnessed Chen Han's battlefield-slaying godlike appearance. In particular, the scene of killing the red wolf beasts, splattering blood and sending wolf heads flying about was enough to make them tremble. Of course they didn't dare to do anything to Chen Han, but at this moment, the warden of Black Rock Prison, Mai Xiong, was the one who walked out. Mai Xiong was a martial emperor who had worked in Black Rock Prison for over 40 years, and his viciousness had long been spread throughout the capital. He was the only one who had not moved the slightest bit under Chen Han's intimidation. Mai Xiong coldly said, "Champion Ho, what do you take my Black Rock Prison for? Do you think my Black Rock Prison is a place where you can release people just because you say so? To release someone, there has to be formalities from the 24 privy councils. There must also be signatures from at least 6 ministers in the capital." Speaking of which, Mai Xiong also realized that their people did not seem to pose much of a threat of force to Chen Han. Turning to the 30 Type 3 laser cannons at his side. "If you want to go in hard, do you think these 30 Type 3 laser cannons of mine are vegetarians? Hundreds of martial generals plus a martial emperor, and 30 Type 3 laser cannons, the copper-walled Black Rock Prison." Mai Xiong expected that Chen Han wouldn't dare to come hard. But he had still underestimated Chen Han. In the next moment, Chen Han suddenly took out his dragon bow with a cold expression. Phew! Only an arrow flew out, a terrifying star crystal arrow that actually ran straight through dozens of meters. Not only did it instantly wear dozens of military generals through and through, even the gate of the Black Rock Prison was blasted open by Chen Han. It was important to know that the attack range of the star crystal arrow was gradually expanding. It starts out as a dot and eventually even expands to 6 meters in diameter. The crowd was stunned by Chen Han's decisiveness. He really dared to come in hard. Mai Xiong couldn't even help but burst out. Then he immediately commanded, "Laser cannons to me." In reality, if Chen Han didn't come at him hard, Mai Xiong wouldn't dare to make a move. No matter what, Chen Han was the 25th Marquis of Great Xia. But he, Mai Xiong, is just a tiny prison warden. And odds are it's a prison warden for life. Taking the initiative to make a move against Chen Han, he didn't dare. But it would be different if Chen Han were to come hard. Without a secret order from the 24th Privy Council, even Yue could not break into Black Rock Prison. Otherwise, they can be killed on the spot. But the next thing that happened was that the Type 3 laser cannon in the prison hadn't even been loaded when Mai Xiong heard shouting from not too far away. "All hands! Coordinate 6 o'clock, range 500 meters, fire!" Only a black laser could be seen speeding from the distance. In just the blink of an eye, the entire Black Rock Prison, which was like a bronze-walled enclosure, as well as the 30 Type 3 laser cannons on the wall, were reduced to ashes overnight. Xiang Min, commander of Xiangzi Battalion, reporting to the Marquis of Champions. Zhang Meng, commander of Zhangzi Battalion, reporting to the Champion Marquis. Kuei-Zi Battalion commander Lu Zixing, reporting to the Champion Marquis. The sound of one report after another was deafening, followed by tens of thousands of troops from the Northern Expedition, which wrapped the Black Rock Prison. In a sense, they are all war heroes. Surrounded by such a group of battle heroes who had just won a battle, the guards of Black Rock Prison were like a flatboat in the ocean, silenced. Even Mai Xiong didn't dare to say one more word. One mouthful of spittle from each of these people could drown him. "Chen Han, I'm not late, am I?" Lu Zixing smiled broadly at Chen Han. Chen Han nodded, just in time. Then he looked straight ahead toward the Black Rock Prison guards. Lu Zixing even ordered the artillery battalion to aim all the Type 3 laser cannons at the prison gates. "Will you release them? Just by the fact that you dare to detain my brothers, I'll immediately raise your Type place to the ground." It had to be said that almost everyone in the Vulcan army was from the same lineage. Life and death is not a matter of concern. It was also at this time that the protagonist of this farce finally appeared. Zhongguan had been chilling inside the prison before and did not show up. He was waiting for Chen Han to make a mistake. That was reason enough to deal with Chen Han. Obviously this time of year is the best time. Breaking into prisons, killing guards, privately mobilizing the Northern Expeditionary Army, and shelling the gates of Black Rock Prison. Each and every one of these is arguably a felony murder. As soon as he stepped out, Zhang Guk looked righteous. He swept a circle of the Northern Expeditionary Army and angrily grunted, "How do you deserve to be called Dixia soldiers? One by one, you are lawless and shameless. Just like the hooligans on the streets, you simply disgrace my Dixia. How did Yu Woyun lead his soldiers, just to teach you one stinking hillbilly? In the end, it is still a marshal. On the position on the Northern Expeditionary Army is too much. The people can only lower their heads, do not dare to say more than half a word. However, what Zhong Gong did not expect was that before he could finish his reprimand, Chen Han was bullying his way forward and pointing directly at Zhong Gong. Zhonggu, this marquis gives you face and calls you marshal. If I don't give you face, what are you? Zhong Gong was dumbfounded by Chen Han's scolding and stayed dumbfounded for half a day without coming back to his senses. There was only one question in his mind at this point. Who the hell is the marshal? Even the generals of the Northern Expeditionary Army were at a loss, realizing that at this moment, opposite Chen Han stood the second marshal of Dixia after Yu Woyun. And the distance between the two was only about a meter. Chapter 93 Champion Host Platoon. First in the military and political world. But in reality, the reason Chen Han was able to say this was because of the champion marquis status. Chen Han addressed himself to Zhong Guan, using not his rank, but his marquisate. This is the eternal pain of Zhong Guan. Even if he had climbed to the position of second marshal of the Grand Xia, it wasn't by military merit. Instead, they rely on family support. The Thunder God Army had been stationed in the capital for years, and basically had no mission to go to the borders to deal with foreign beasts. Naturally, you won't get any military credit. Military camps can rely on more than just strength and military service. Without military service, not many people will be convinced at all. Therefore, although Zhong Guan was a marshal, except for the two armies under his own command, basically no one took him seriously. Yu Woyun is the opposite of him. The position of the first marshal is a real fight up. He had so many military honors that he could not be capped. So much so that the 24th Privy Council was able to give him a position as the fifth power in Daxia. Therefore, even though the Northern Expeditionary Army was filled with all kinds of soldiers from the six armies, no one disobeyed Yu Woyun's command. Chen Han was reminding Zhong Guan that he had the marquis position while Zhong Guan did not. If he wasn't in the barracks, his status was no lower than Zhong Guan's. There's no need to listen to Zhang Gu. Zhong Gong was annoyed and was about to reply, but was blocked by Chen Han's words. You say that this marquis has no military discipline, then fine. Tomorrow, this marquis will wipe out your Thunder God Army's entire family, and your family will be destroyed. What will you do? That's a good point. If a soldier doesn't even care about his own brothers, what's the use of this uniform? The Northern Expedition Army had agreed with Chen Han, but they did not dare to show it in front of Zhong Guan. Lu Zixing skimmed his lips and secretly gave Chen Han a thumbs up. That's not just a valid statement, it's actually close to a direct threat to Zhong Guan. That meaning is obvious. Today, if Zhong Guan still planned to forcibly detain the members of the Cold Night team, then Chen Han would have to kill the entire Thunder God Army's chickens and dogs. How dare a little major threaten the marshal? This scene caused the generals behind Chen Han to suck in a breath of cold air. The champion marquis is truly a youthful bloodthirsty man. Have guts. An old man in the army couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Zhong Gong was furious with Chen Han, but he didn't know how to retort. In the end, he can only use his status to press people. Major Chen Han, I am your superior, the marshal of the army. Which rule in the army allows you to speak to your superior in this manner? Chen Han, on the other hand, had long anticipated this and immediately waved his hand. Zhong Guan, don't stick it in your face. With you, you can be considered my marquis superior? There is only one direct superior in this marquis army, and that is the first marshal of Dixia, Zhongwu Marquis Yu Woyun, Marshal Yu. Speaking of this, Chen Han paused, and even said words that made Zhong Gong collapse. You? Just a 1,000-year-old dick. Yu Woyun had reigned supreme for a full 6 decades ever since he became the marshal of Daxia. Zhongju was pressed by Yu Woyun for 40 years when he was promoted to the position of marshal 40 years ago. As the saying goes, cursing is not revealing. Chen Han, on the other hand, was specifically poking at the heart of this second marshal of the Grand Xia. You. Zhongguan said 2 words in a row and was already furious. In fact, Zhongguan was a full 30 years older than Yu Woyun. Chen Han was considered a junior among his juniors, and being abused by a junior in such a manner caused Zhong Gong to no longer be able to hold back the anger in his heart. Yellow mouth, I'll kill you! Zhong Gong shouted angrily. At that moment, one could only see the entire sky clouded over, and the mighty pressure of the martial god level swirled and spread over a dozen miles in a radius. The Northern Expedition generals who couldn't carry the pressure of Zhong Gong's might all fell to the ground. Some of the less talented ones even fainted directly. Chen Han was the only one standing calmly. However, this was the first time that Chen Han had seen a martial god level go all out. At the martial god level, it was no longer extraordinary. This statement is not just a figure of speech. It was important to realize that just a moment ago, the sky was still clear, so this dark cloud above their heads was obviously summoned by Zhonggong. Zhongguan was a natural lightning system gifted ability, and his strength was naturally not low as he was able to climb up to the second marshal of Dixia. As far as Chen Han knew, it seemed to be at the 8th stage of martial god. Exactly the same as Yu Wuyun. Rumble. Rumble. A clap of thunder rang out, and then a thundercloud was formed above. A bull-thick thunderbolt converged in the cloudy sky, making one's scalp numb at the sight. The people in Black Rock Prison at the moment were also seeing the dark clouds overhead through the windows. Zhao Linger knew at a glance that this was Zhong Gue striking out. Oh no! Chen Han is still fighting with Zhonggong, this is going to be trouble. Ji Yun and the others beside her were also worried. They knew that Chen Han was frighteningly strong, but it wasn't so much that a martial general level would be able to harden themselves against a martial god level. Just as everyone was scared to death, Chen Han, who was less than a meter away from Zhonggong, did not show any hint of fear on his face. Zhonggong actually did not want to really kill Chen Han. Chen Han is now in the middle of the day, if you really kill him, it is like a jade and stone burning. Thus, he was only looking for trouble from Chen Han to make him feel fearful. Seeing this expression on Chen Han's face, Zhongguan however became even angrier. Chen Han, do you really think that this marshal doesn't dare to kill you? Can your status as a champion marquis still be a gold medal to avoid death? Apologize to this marshal immediately. But in reality, he said so on his lips, but he really didn't dare to make a move. Otherwise that overhead thunder would have fallen long ago. Not to mention, Chen Han actually used to look at a little cutie. Look at Zhonggong. The expression seemed as if to say, you made such a big commotion, thinking that everyone in the capital is blind? In the next moment, only a guandao was seen flying from high up in the sky at extreme speed. It actually instantly cut through the sky, and the wild blade tore through the thunder. Bell structure diffused hundreds of miles of thunderclouds, actually just in the blink of an eye will be cut off by that guan knife, heaven and earth to restore the clear sky. This was not all. After cutting through the 100 miles of thunderclouds, the guan blade actually swooped down again, rushing straight towards the Zhonggong in front of Chen Han. Zhonggong was so scared that his face turned pale, and he hurriedly waved his hands to fend it off, constructing countless thunder barriers above his head. But in front of that guandao, it was just like dirt. Immediately afterward, blood splattered everywhere. Zhonggong's right hand plus a small half of his body was actually chopped off together by that guandao. There was also a gap between the 8th rank of martial god and the 8th rank of martial god. Yu Wuyun was able to dominate for 60 years, so he naturally had 2 skills. He's weak only in front of Han Haoren. But outside of Han Haoren, he was deservedly the best in the world. In the next moment, a large and magnificent figure flashed in front of Chen Han. Zhonggong, you've got a lot of guts at the very least, don't you? The person who came was none other than Yu Wuyun. Easily clipping Zhonggong's right hand, Yu Wuyun's expression was cloudy and light. Marshal Yu. Seeing the visitor, the Northern Expeditionary Army were all invigorated. However, Chen Han's champion host poker face didn't only lie here. Zhonggong covered the bleeding place of his broken arm and wanted to argue with Yu Wuyun, but he didn't dare to say another word when he saw the person appearing at the back. The Great Xia's first power Emperor Qingtian brought 24 of the Privy Council's direct guards with furrowed brows in the direction of the prison. This is the rank and file of the Marquis of Champions. A small Black Rock prison could actually make both the number 1 in the military world and the number 1 in the political world be there at the same time. Unprecedented. Chapter 94 Imperial Soldier Box. Reparations for prison. Before he could walk over, Di Qingtian cursed twice at Zhongguan. Zhonggu, how dare you? A marshal, how dare you provoke the army into infighting? Do you want the whole city to see the army as a joke? And make a move against the champion marquis in private? You think you can cover the sky with just your hands? To Yu Wuyun, Zhongguan might still dare to contradict him. However, for Di Qingtian, Zhonggong did not dare to utter a single breath. He even had to kneel down for Emperor Prime after being seriously injured. Zhongguan's position as marshal was put up by his family. And Emperor Prime is the family giant of Great Xia. With regards to Yu Wuyun's handling, Di Qingtian might want to be cautious. Even Yu Wuyun would not have dared to unseat Yu Wuyun as marshal if he had not died. But Zhongguan is different. If a dog doesn't listen, then it can always be kicked away and replaced by the next one. Zhonggong was scared out of his wits and could only explain helplessly, "Mr. D, listen to me, Chen Han." He contradicted his superiors. Di Qingtian, however, seemed as if he didn't want to listen to Zhongguan at all. "You don't need to say much. You detained the Champion Ho's men. Does the Champion Ho still want to be grateful to you? Go home and calm down. Let Ouyang Quan take your place temporarily." Zhonggong was almost dumbfounded when he heard this. He was still the second marshal of Disya no matter what. Chen Han was only a major. What's more, he had only detained people and hadn't done anything to the members of the Cold Night team, much less Chen Han. To be demoted just like that? Yue but let the northern expedition of 300,000 troops killed in action and sacrificed, just got an insignificant treatment. This is patently unfair. But at this time, Zhonggong did not dare to say it, and even shocked his head into a cold sweat. It was because he had underestimated the importance that Emperor Prime had placed on Chen Han. He had thought that Emperor Prime was only using Chen Han as a pawn. But now it seems to be much more than that. Di Qingtian was treating Chen Han as a partner. It was hoped that Chen Han would be able to develop more star crystal veins in the northern realm. In other words, the two are partners, not man and dog. In this way, he, the dog, is certainly not welcome. The reason why he was still allowed to be in the position of marshal was simply because of his strength at the 8th rank of martial god. Of course, Zhonggong couldn't blame Di Qingtian. In fact, there were quite a few well-constructed men in the Northern Expeditionary Corps. But the rest of his guys, with the exception of the White Light group who were still somewhat productive, were either the fastest to die or the dogs at the end of the line. There is no one who can carry the load like Chen Han alone. It wasn't that Emperor Prime didn't give Zhongguan a chance, but Zhongguan was simply useless. Zhonggong's heart was like ashes, and he looked resentfully at Yue and Chen Han. Can't beat the big ones, can't scold the little ones. It's also a strange shame that the marshal is sitting on him. Seeing this, the soldiers of the Northern Expeditionary Army couldn't help but secretly snicker and even whispered, "Ha ha! Now it's great, the 1,000-year-old second has become the 1,000-year-old third. Laughing my ass off. What the hell?" But while these people only dared to secretly snicker, Yue did not give Zhongguan the slightest bit of face. He glanced at Zhonggong, his disdain was extremely obvious, and even insultingly said one word, "Che." Even so, Zhongguan did not dare to say one more word, otherwise he was afraid that he would not be able to keep his position as the third marshal. "Many thanks, Mr. Emperor." Zhonggong gritted his teeth and had to thank Emperor Prime. However, immediately after that, Di Qingtian's face was cold as he continued, "The few martial artists who clashed with the Cold Night team, I checked, they were all mercenaries, I just didn't find out who was behind them. You detained the Cold Night team without asking the reason, and blocked the Champion Ho from saving the people. In reason, you should apologize to the Champion Ho." Zhongguan's eyes widened in disbelief as he couldn't believe Di Qingtian's words. He's a marshal who was severely humiliated by a subordinate and had an arm broken, and he actually had to apologize in return? Zhongguan all suspected that Di Qingtian had said the wrong thing, but when he saw Di Qingtian's cold and piercing expression, Zhongguan understood everything. He could only force himself to stand up, and even gave Chen Han a stiff bow. "Champion Ho, I'm sorry." After saying that, Zhonggong's figure instantly disappeared. Apologizing to his subordinates in front of tens of thousands of people, such a strange shame, he had no face to continue to stay. Yet it's not just in front of tens of thousands of people. Black Rock Prison wasn't far from Kyoto, and anything that blew in here could basically reach the ears of most of the families in Kyoto. This was the first time that everyone in Kyoto was thoroughly aware of Chen Han's power. It's just as well that he's superbly strong in person. But it was not clear to what extent Chen Han's power had actually reached. Now, for the first time, power is materialized. Zhongguan used himself and made a trip for a group of families in Kyoto. "Marshal, it's nothing more than that." Lying at home, Ding Muxian was almost relieved to learn the news. "It's fortunate that I didn't go looking for Chen Han's trouble on impulse in the first place. Otherwise, it's still questionable whether or not my Ding family could have been saved." Ding Muxian let out a sigh of relief. Zhonggong could be much more useful to Emperor Prime. And yet, they can't avoid this downfall. The Ding family, on the other hand, might be exterminated by Yue. The crowd of clans also re-evaluated Chen Han's position in their hearts once more to see how they would like to flatter the champion marquis. At this time, the members of the Cold Night team and Black Rock Prison were also respectfully invited out by the prison guards. Not only were they not mistreated in prison, but they even walked out with a few strings of gold chains slipped onto Ji Yun's hands. Obviously extorted from Warden McHugh. My Xiong, who had been arrogant and domineering just a moment ago, not only lowered his voice at this moment, but also knelt in front of Chen Han when he came out. Champion Marquis. Have mercy. I was also instructed by Marshal Zhong. You let me off the hook. I have an old man and a young man. I don't have the guts to offend you. My Xiong is not in a tear, Zhongguan are that end, he a prison director is even more say kill can kill. Chen Han had a look of disgust on his face. The fact that he didn't shoot his first arrow at my Xiong actually meant that he didn't put my Xiong in his eyes at all. In his position, there was no need to bother with a dog. But compensation is naturally rare. Before Di Qingtian could say anything, my Xiong gave almost all of the treasures that he had acquired over the years with his position as a prison warden to Chen Han. Among them, there was one thing that Chen Han liked quite a bit. It was a weapon organizer, built with a special white metal. Putting the weapon inside, it could instantly complete cleaning, polishing and other actions, and every time it was taken out, the weapon seemed to be brand new. Not only that, this thing also had a rather peculiar effect, being able to contain the weapon and raise its class. It also has a name, called the Emperor's Soldier Box. Even Yuoyan and Di Qingtian had never seen this thing with their own eyes, but Yuoyan seemed to recognize its origin. Chapter 95 Human Body Transformation begins. Suitability Test. Yuoyan asked, is this something Feng Yufeng built? Feng Yufeng was one of the 10 great martial gods who participated in the siege of the western region's sacred beast, the Fire Qilin. At the same time, it was also one of the 2 martial gods who had died heroically. Nowadays, he has been crowned as a daxia battle hero, as well as a marquis who was made a vassal after his death. And his talent is related to building utensils. Of the 4 major talent systems, the only one with a lot of weirdness is the trait system talent. For example, a few of Chen Han's talents were in the area of strengthening the use of weapons. This one. Otherwise, it's a gift curse. Because Feng Yufeng's talent effect was so powerful, there were many people who would rather take the risk of owning an implement built by Feng Yufeng, for better or for worse. It is said that the person who got that pair of chopsticks is still alive today. I don't know what it's like to have eaten Yaneda Company all my life. An ordinary weapon box could never have the effect of harboring a weapon class. It was important to know that a supreme divine weapon was the highest rating for a weapon in the current world. Weapons on top of that have not yet appeared. And the Overlord Lance and the Dragon Bow were both supreme divine weapons. However, the Emperor's Soldier Box would likely allow both weapons to cross the limitations of a Jedi Divine Soldier. Become a more advanced weapon. This could be more than just improving the strength of the weapon for Chen Han. Because of the influence of the Soldier Soul's sacred body, his cultivation speed, the strength of his techniques and martial skills could all rise due to the rising class of his weapon. The Emperor's Soldier Box could be said to be the most suitable artifact for Chen Han. After receiving my Xiong's affirmative answer, Yuoyan even laughed out loud and said, "Good wow." Of the things that old Feng has built in his life, the bad things accounted for 90%, and the good things accounted for 10%, and that 10% he even used a lot himself. Anything that is still handed down today that was built by his hands is considered an orphan. Chen Han also didn't expect to take such a good thing from a prison walk. Warden My Xiong was not sorry, but said with a smile, "I wonder if the Marquis of Champions is satisfied and can forgive the faults of the villain?" Chen Han was now a bit thankful that My Xiong was farther away from the prison entrance at that time, otherwise he was afraid that his arrow would have pierced My Xiong. This Imperial Soldier Box, naturally, could not reach him. Chen Han nodded his head slightly, considered letting My Xiong off the hook, but originally, he didn't want to get into it with My Xiong, and the Emperor's Soldier Box was considered an unexpected blessing. This prison incident has shaken the entire capital. Some people cry and some people laugh. The one who gained the most besides Chen Han. At this moment, Ouyang Quan was inspecting the troops in the military schoolyard, and after hearing the news reported by his subordinates, he was completely unable to suppress the rising corners of his mouth despite being in front of all his subordinates. After a while, he finally burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Zhongguan gave him an operation that actually allowed him to climb up to the 2nd position. In fact, the marshal's position basically hasn't had any changes in 30 years. If nothing big happens, Yuoyan is 1st, Zhongguan is 2nd, and Ouyang Quan is 3rd, which basically lasts until the 3 retire. But this time, Ouyang Quan did nothing, but inexplicably he was promoted to the 2nd position, which is really a lie. Ouyang Quan also knew about Zhongguan's seizure of the Cold Night team, but he knew that Chen Han was on the wind at the moment, so he didn't go to be a standout. Zhonggu, Zhonggu, you are finally an old fool. Ouyang Quan was so excited that under his great joy, he even energized the entire army to take a vacation today and not do any training. Repressed for a long time, Zhong gone back to the barracks to see the scene, more angry to feel a blockage in the chest, actually a mouthful of blood sprayed out. The long sky, why is it so thin on me? Zhong Gong couldn't help but let out a long sigh to the sky. On the second day, Chen Han arrived at Liang Yutian's residence as originally planned. What Chen Han did not expect was that the person who opened the door was actually a man around 30 years old. And Zhao Linger blurted out, "Hello, Mr. Liang." Chen Han and Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei and the others froze for a moment. So far, the martial gods they had seen, such as Yu Weiyun, Zhongguang, Ouyang Quan and a few others, were basically old men who looked like they were dying. Ouyang Quan is considered relatively young, but he is also 80 years old. Liang Yutian was already in his 50s when he was besieging the Fire Qilin, and now he was close to 100 years old anyhow. Seemingly also anticipating the reaction of Chen Han's few people, Liang Yutian laughed, "You're champion Ho Chen Han, aren't you? I've seen you on the live broadcast, you are indeed a young talent, Lao Yu didn't look at the wrong person." After finishing the polite words, Liang Yu genius explained, "You don't have to be surprised, in fact, the higher the martial artist's realm, the more active the cells in his body become, and it's extremely easy to return to one's old age. Old you and the others are just unwilling to treat people with a youthful appearance. Plus I have a bit of special means to maintain youth." It was only after these words came out that Chen Han and the others reacted. In the end, it was someone introduced by Yu Weiyun, and a strong person of the realm of the martial god. Chen Han also said, "Hello, Mr. Liang." Liang Yutian greeted a few people and went in. His medical house didn't look big, with only a few beds. It was hard to tell that this was the private hospital of the world's #1 foot. Take it out? What Liang Yutian was talking about was naturally the Qilin bone. Chen Han naturally understood, and immediately pulled out the section of Qilin bone. Seeing that section of Qilin bone, Liang Yutian's face was filled with fervor. "When we begged our grandparents, Lao Yu couldn't even bring himself to take it out. Now it seems that he does value you." "That's just me. If it were anyone else back then, I'm afraid that even if I risked universal condemnation, I would still kill and seize the treasure." Chen Han understood the preciousness of this Qilin bone, but he did not expect it to reach this point. Liang Yutian was not lying. For the moment the Qilin bone was first taken out, Chen Han could clearly see his greed, only to then be suppressed. Yu Weiyun was able to introduce him and naturally believed in his character. Then Liang Yutian told Chen Han to lie down. He wanted to use the instrument first, to test Chen Han's suitability with the unicorn bone, before considering how to transplant it. Chapter 96, Suitability S. Holy Fire Qilin Flame. The suitability test is a test of how much the remodeler repels the remodeled material. They are generally categorized into 5 grades from D to S. D is the worst and S is the best. If the suitability is extremely poor, not only will you suffer great pain during the process of receiving the modification, but you may also have a rejection reaction and eventually have to remove the modification material. If the aptitude is excellent, then there is no need for any pain and the modification of the material may also produce some special effect. Chen Han had seen many reformers in the military camp. Lu Zixing was one of those who had his right fist mechanically modified. Suitability is S. As a result, the strength of Lu Zixing's right arm was substantially enhanced. Under special circumstances, it can even explode into 1,000,000 kilograms of power. Keep in mind that his normal test strength is just 530,000 kilograms. There are many other benefits of a suitability match, and this is just one of them. Liang Yutian explained while installing the equipment on Chen Han, "Relax, according to my estimation of your talent, your suitability with the Qilin bone should be B. As long as you reach level B, there's still the possibility of accepting the unicorn bone. But to tell you in advance, if the aptitude is D, I will never be able to operate on you. Lest you die in the hospital bed and I can't save you." Liang Gadian told Chen Han to prepare himself mentally in advance. The material, Qilin bone, was again fundamentally different from normal alloys and Fey materials. This is the material of a sacred beast. Therefore the talent required of the remodeler is extremely high. To receive a unicorn bone reformer, one must have at least SS rank talent. Only then could it barely contain the power of the unicorn bone. Even then, there was a risk of bursting into flames. The reason why Liang Gadian would say that the probability of Chen Han's aptitude was level B was because as early as a long time ago, the martial gods who had participated in the siege of the Fire Qilin back then had been tested. Back then, all the 10 great martial gods had tested it, and most of the aptitude with the Qilin bone was grade B. Because they all have SSS level talent. Han Haoren was the only one who had achieved a grade A adaptability, and he was gifted with a great talent, which was a major reason why he had been assigned the Qilin bone. Liang Yutian expected that Chun Han also had SSS rank talent and should have reached the threshold of the Qilin bone's transformation. Then he powered up and turned on the instrument. It didn't take long for the results of the test to come through on the instrument. And on the screen, a capital letter that caught people off guard appeared. S. But the first time he saw this letter, Liang Yutian was not surprised, but instead was somewhat speechless. That disciple of mine, he must have forgotten to debug the instrument again. Liang Yutian did not believe that Chen Han's aptitude could reach S grade, and Chen Han smiled awkwardly. But Liang Yutian had an even more powerful method. As the continent's #1 divine doctor, his pulse touching and diagnostic techniques were 100 times more accurate than even scientific instruments. Separation is not bad. It's just that he's old and lazy on a regular basis. After all, technology is supposed to make things easier for humans. He placed his hand on Chen Han's pulse, and gradually his entire expression underwent a shocking change, from originally flat, then later shocked, and finally becoming unbelievable. Liang Yutian, who looked very elegant, actually burst into foul language. What ma? This Nima. Lao Yu, what did you send a person to come? The reason Liang Yutian felt surprised was because Chen Han's suitability with the Qilin bone was indeed S, but he had judged it a long time ago. If someone could have an SS aptitude with the unicorn bone, then that person would have to have both an SS talent and an SS chakra-related physique and an SS spiritual force-related talent. But such a person could not be found in the entire continent. To make an analogy, if the person who has SSS talent is 1 in 10,000, then the person who has SSS chi and blood physique is going to be in this 1 in 10,000. And then 1 in 10,000. This is massive growth on a geometric multiplier scale. Theoretically, there could never be such a person in Blue Star. But this kind of thing is if seeing ghosts, but really let Liang Yutian bump into it. Liang Yutian's shock knew no bounds, but he didn't dare to ask for fear of getting an affirmative answer from Chen Han's mouth. Because if it was true, Chen Han would be that one in a trillion possible leaks. Mr. Liang, what happened to you? It wasn't until Chen Han's reminder that Liang Yutian finally came back to his senses. Nothing, let's start the remodeling, close your eyes for now. Liang Yutian now only hoped that he could finish it quickly, or else his worldview would be shocked. Chen Han slowly closed his eyes. He did not see that under Liang Yutian's control, several golden needles, a scalpel, and the half-section of Qilin bone actually slowly rose up. The entire remodeling process probably lasted only a few minutes. Chen Han only felt a bit of tingling coming from his hands, after which he no longer felt anything. Done. Chen Han slowly opened his eyes, but saw his arm intact, as if it had not undergone any transformation. Chen Han was puzzled. Is this the end? Liang Yutian couldn't help but whiten at his words. Young man, do you think that my nickname of the world's #1 divine doctor is something someone else made up? His words had only just finished when a terrifying crimson flame actually rose from Chen Han's arm. The first moment he saw that blazing flame, a wave of fear from within even made Liang Yutian forget to resist it. It was because the color of that crimson flame was almost identical to the flames of the fire Qilin that roamed the sky for thousands of miles back then. With the scenes of his comrade's sacrifice still fresh in his mind, how could he not be afraid? It was such an instant that the Qilin flames instantly rose up to the sky, lifting the roof of Liang Yutian's medical house. Immediately afterward, this red fiery flame spread at extreme speed and quickly filled the entire sky of Kyoto. This scene scared the people of Kyoto as if they were on the verge of an attack. They thought that some extraordinary beast had invaded the capital. The scorching heat shone a reddish hue on the faces of everyone on the street. What's going on? Where are the flames coming from? Mud. Is the Thunder God Army a workforce? The alien beasts are hitting their doorsteps and they still don't know how to resist? The people were scared, but the fact was that the people of the Thor's army had already rushed in the direction of the source of the flames. The martial gods who had participated in the extermination of the fire Qilin back then had likewise seen the shocking flames. This includes Yu Wuyun. All the people are like a big enemy. Yu Wuyun is the most calm one, because this flame, although there is the flavor of the fire Qilin that year, but there is nothing to kill in it. You know, if this is really the fire unicorn blaze, then what's alive in the capital right now, or what hasn't been reduced to ashes yet? It was estimated that there were only humans whose realm had reached the martial god level. If we have to explain, this should be considered a heaven and earth anomaly. Chen Han seems to have succeeded in his transformation. Yu Wuyun smiled in relief. And at this moment, Chen Han, who was in the medical house, had a system prompt come to his ears. Ding! Congratulations on your successful transformation of the Qilin bone, you have obtained the only growable talent, Holy Fire Qilin Flame. Chapter 97, Natural Born Altered Body. Without a system, one is still a genius. Holy Fire Kirin Flame, unique growing talent level S, the burning flame of the Holy Beast Kirin, only obtainable by transplanting Kirin bones, can be used to attach Kirin's holy fire to the entire body and even weapons for combat, or to unleash Kirin's holy fire to attack the enemy. The fiery flames of the fire unicorn have the power to destroy the sky and the earth, and at the same time, the scorching heat can make the enemy not dare to get close to him. At the same time, the Kirin flame also represents the power of holiness in the world, which can purify all toxins from all poisons and enable the user to have the ability to regenerate at a super speed, which is independent of the basic attribute of Qi in blood. This talent can be upgraded as the user's realm rises, and can eventually grow to SSS level. Kirin Sacred Flame. Chen Han never expected that just transplanting a Qilin bone would actually result in such a talent for nothing. Still the only growable talent. According to the system, this only growable talent has multiple meanings. The first means this talent, a talent that cannot be extracted even in the system, can only be obtained by transplanting a unicorn bone. From this, the power of this talent could also be seen. Even the system's talent library didn't harbor this kind of talent. And the second meaning, it was also Chen Han's luck to have obtained this talent. If Chen Han hadn't transplanted the Qilin bone now, but before or in the future, it would have been impossible for him to obtain this growth talent. Previously, he was unable to obtain it because Chen Han didn't possess the SSS-talent, SSS-Qi, and blood physique, and SSS-spirit force physique at the same time at that time. Only when these three situations are united, reaching a 1 in a trillion possibility, can they reach the fitness of the fitness S with the unicorn bone. This was the basic condition for obtaining the Griffin Sacred Flame talent. The reason why it could not be obtained afterward was because Chen Han's realm was too high, and only the marshal general class could possess this Qilin Sacred Flame, which could eventually become an SS talent. Of course, don't think that the Qilin Sacred Flame obtained would be more powerful just because Chen Han's realm had increased. If he transplanted at the martial emperor level, then the odds were that what he would obtain would just be an ordinary Qilin arm. As the saying goes, it's better to be early than never. It was considered a miracle that Chen Han had somehow managed to obtain the Holy Fire Qilin Flame talent. Even Liang Yutian, who was beside him, was in awe. Boy, you have a physique like no one has ever seen before. It wasn't without reason that Liang Yutian would feel so emotional. The average person who chooses materials from exotic beasts for transplantation. The odds are that just one part of the graft also has the abilities of the Fae. Ji Yun, for example, had transplanted the leg bones of a swift rabbit. The speed of his legs, then, would increase dramatically. But in addition to its speed, the swift rabbit also has the power to generate lightning. The swift rabbit's characteristic relies on terrifying speed, coupled with the lightning on its body surface to strike its enemies. Ji Yun's speed would increase drastically, yet he could never have the swift rabbit's ability to generate lightning. After all, according to cytology, the cellular mutations of humans and xenomorphs are completely different. There is one extremely rare exception. That is, the reformers who received the transformation of the Fey materials have a very peculiar human structure of their own, with naturally rare root bones. This allows access to all the abilities of the Fey. This condition, however, can only depend on heredity. Only if both parents were peerless demons could such a child with peculiar natural roots be born. Undoubtedly, in Marshal Yu's mouth, Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng would have been 1 in a million. Chen Han's root bones naturally mutated as a result. Thus, even without the system, Chen Han's qualifications were 1 in a million. It was just a pity that the Chen family had eyes and did not understand this. But in reality, with Chen Han's qualifications, no matter what Gongfu martial arts breathing techniques he practiced, he was much faster than an ordinary person, and it could be said that he would know it as soon as he learned it. That introductory breathing method, in fact, Chen Han had largely learned it in just 1 month, only that his talent was too poor and the Chen family refused to give him the cultivation resources, which caused him to waste just 3 years. That day at the Hanwu City Military Exchange Tournament, Chen Han was able to instantly comprehend Han Haoren's Beta Haoren gun technique and the winner's momentum, relying on more than just the talent he had obtained from the system. It's not like talent enhances enlightenment, it just makes it easier to get started with the weapon. This was something that even Chen Han himself did not notice. Even without the system, he was likewise a supreme demon. His condition, known as being born with a different body, was a secret known only to the martial god level. In this age where talent is king, it's not taken seriously just yet. And this, too, was the third condition why Chen Han had obtained the Qilin Sacred Flame. 3 SSS physique talents, aptly named martial general level strength, plus a 1 in a million root and bone innate heterogeneous body were the only things that reached the point of allowing Chen Han to obtain a talent that wasn't even in the system's talent library. Liang Yutian also seemed to have sensed that Chen Han had gained additional abilities, and his eyes were filled with a scorching heat. I really don't know how Lao Yu found you. That's a real treasure to pick up. You're probably the only one who can make us old guys break through to the martial god level. It is also the only existence that can allow the human race to break the genetic lock. The more Liang Yutian spoke, the more evil it became, causing Chen Han to feel some chills at his back. This old man, there's no need to keep kissing his ass, is there? Chen Han was skeptical. Mr. Liang, what gene lock are you talking about? Chen Han didn't know that Liang Yutian wasn't praising Chen Han, but was truly fervent. Instead, Liang Yutian asked to Chen Han, do you think that the martial god level is the highest realm for martial artists? Chen Han nodded after thinking for a moment. This was because just yesterday, he had seen Zhongguan and Yuoyan fight with his own eyes. Zhonggong's thunderclouds that filled the sky for 100 miles, as well as Yuoyan's Guan blade that cut through the sky, were enough to prove the 6 words martial god level extraordinary man. That's about the highest human ceiling, by and large. Liang Yutian, however, shook his head before asking Chen Han, what is your current burst speed? About 6 or 7,000 meters per second or so. After Chen Han answered, Liang Yutian then asked, then do you know that Lao Yu is known as the best in the world, and what is his burst speed? 16.5 kilometers per second. I can also tell you that my burst speed is also 16.5 kilometers per second. Even Han Haoren is also 16.5 kilometers per second. But if these two were to fight seriously, I wouldn't even be able to catch a single move. Chen Han gradually discovered the problem. Theoretically, from martial general to martial emperor to martial god, the basic attributes increase explosively. But these martial god 8th ranked figures were actually just twice as fast as him in terms of base speed. Why is that? Chen Han also clearly felt that since ascending to the martial general level, his speed had not been significantly increased after the realm was raised. It was only because he had a higher speed than most of his opponents of the same class that he overlooked it. 16.5 kilometers per second, at this time, this number, however, made Chen Han feel somewhat familiar. Mr. Liang, 16.5 kilometers per second, isn't that the third universe speed? Could this be the genetic lock you're talking about? Chapter 98 The only hope for breaking the human race's genetic lock. Nice. Liang Gadian gave a heavy nod. Then he added, the third cosmic speed is the upper limit of humanity. Currently in the entire Grand Xia, as far as I know there are roughly 20 martial artists of the 8th rank of martial god. But most of them have been stuck at the 8th rank of martial artist for many years, and the longest among them is Lao Yu, a full 50 years. Chen Han nodded slightly. It was no wonder that the gap between Zhonggong and Yuoyan, who were both at the 8th rank of martial god, was so large. It was no exaggeration to say that if Yuoyan really wanted to kill Zhongju, it would be a one-move solution. He's still leaving some wiggle room for Zhongguan. How can I say that it is also the second marshal of Daxia? It was no wonder that when Zhongguan and Ouyang Quan faced Yuoyan in the Hanwu City ring, they didn't dare to utter a single breath. At the 8th stage of martial god, although speed could no longer grow, the strength and chi and blood attributes could always be increased. And martial arts and techniques can be constantly refined. Only the realm has stagnated. The reason for all this is in the 16.5 kilometers per second speed. The new calendar was a full 100 years old and had given birth to countless powerful people. For example, the world of Han Haoren, with him, all the so-called pride of the sky is nothing. For example, after Han Haoren's death, Yuoyun, who had been the first marshal of the Grand Xia for 50 years, had likewise destroyed an era. The title of second in the world had been challenged by many people over the past 50 years, but had not been taken down. With him around, any martial artist was equally eclipsed. But even such a top-notch powerhouse could only sigh helplessly in the face of the genetic lock. The genetic lock was like a big mountain that blocked the path of countless strong people. This thing, so to speak, is the yoke of the human race and the upper limit of the human race. Liang Gadian told Chen Han that if someone could break the 16.5 kilometers curse, even if it was just 1 meter more forward, it would be an unprecedented new realm. At first, Han Haoren was thought by all to be the only one who could break the spell, but he still failed. Kneeling before the terrifying existence of the northern extreme cold forbidden zone. There was one thing that the public never knew about Han Haoren's purpose for traveling to the north. It's even a secret in the military. He traveled to the Northern Realm, and aside from being a pure martial artist who loved challenges, he also carried the hopes of all the strongest martial god 8th rankers at the time. That is to break the human genetic lock. Unfortunately, God is jealous. At this time, Shen Han stroked his chin and pondered, "Mr. Liang, then why do you think I'm able to break that genetic lock?" One had to know that nowadays, Shen Han was only at the martial general realm, still far from the upper limit of human beings, the 8th stage of martial god. And how did Liang Gadian come to his conclusion? As the saying goes, experimentation is the basis of all science. Liang Gadian was able to come to this conclusion, of course, through experimentation. Liang Yutian patted his arms as well as chest and laughed bitterly, "Don't look at me as if I'm a normal person, but in reality, I've already transformed myself a whole 1,000 times." Shen Han froze. This guy was a tough guy. Generally, transforming once is the physical limit and can cause a lot of indelible damage to the body. Moderate S, while it will greatly reduce this damage, doesn't mean it's completely harmless. It's only something like a unicorn bone that can be beneficial. But this thing which is ordinary material. 100 years. Even those who are extremely fit are transformed 2 or 3 times at most. Liang Gadian could actually transform 1,000 times. Is there a spot on his body, other than his head, that he owns? Liang Yutian continued, "If Han Haoran is following a path that challenges the limits in order to break through the genetic lock, then I am following a path of transformation. I'm wondering if the limit for humans is 16.5 kilometers per second, if the genetics of xenomorphs or machinery can break through that limit." Speaking of this, Liang Yutian sighed, "Unfortunately, I failed." Liang Gadian had remodeled thousands of times, but he was unable to break through the human gene lock. Although it failed, Liang Yutian discovered an interesting thing during the experiment. That would be the genes of a natural-born alien, which is possible to break the gene lock of the human race. Their genetic sequence, it's not the same as the average person's. It wasn't as if there hadn't been natural-born aliens in Dacia over the years, but natural-born aliens all had a common trait. Extremely poorly endowed. A D-rank talent is the upper limit talent of a natural alien. Regarding this, Liang Gadian didn't figure out why. This resulted in their cultivation being impossibly high. Especially in this age where talent reigns supreme. There were too many born aliens who died in the process of cultivation for various reasons. Or bobbing around. It was difficult to even reach the martial general level, let alone reaching the martial god level to break through the gene lock. Shen Han, an exception among exceptions. No wonder Liang Yutian's eyes were so fervent. He wasn't lifting Shen Han up, but rather he practically regarded Shen Han as his only hope. Only when Shen Han accomplished the feat of going from 0 to 1 would they, the old men trapped at the 8th stage of martial god, have the possibility of a breakthrough. "Young man, you must not die. This is my phone number. As long as you're within Dacia, call this number and I'll be at your beck and call. Whoever dares to mess with you, I'll be the first to him up." Over the decades it was not easy to produce such a baby bump. Liang Yutian naturally extraordinarily cherished, and even left a number for Shen Han. If it wasn't for the fact that Shen Han was backed by Yue, I'm afraid that Liang Yutian would have had to take on a disciple on the spot, allowing Shen Han to stay by his side until he broke through to the 8th stage of martial god. At that exact moment, a group of people from the Thunder God army were seen suddenly kicking open the door of the room, forcing their way towards Shen Han and the two of them with weapons in hand. "The damn dare to make trouble in the capital, don't want to live? Who just set off the flames? I will have you arrested for obstructing public safety." Since the lighting equipment in the house had been destroyed by Shen Han, the group of Thunder God army people did not see the faces of Shen Han's duo and came up to arrest them. But the arrogance of the Thunder God army wasn't something that happened in this day or two. Since they had the highest law enforcement power in the capital, it led to people within the capital having long grumbled against them. But this time, they kicked the bucket. Before Shen Han could react, he only saw a golden needle quickly rise from behind Liang Yutian. Immediately afterward, in the time it took to blink, more than a dozen Thunder God army soldiers were blown up into a puddle of blood. The golden needles seemed small, but as long as they passed through the human body, that person would explode on the spot. In the end, they were also a martial god level powerhouse from the same era as Yue. The Thor army soldiers still outside the house had looked stunned, and it was then that they noticed a danger sign hanging not far from the medical house. This sign signifies an absolute no-go zone in the capital. Even the Thunder God's army couldn't arrest someone in such a place, and even if they were killed, they could only swallow their own pain. "Elder. There are many offenses. Please bear with me." The captain of the Thunder God army squad hastily apologized and then fled in fear with the crowd. Liang Yutian looked like he was fine, and even smiled at Chen Han and said, "See, young man, it's just like this. Whoever finds you in trouble, I'll them." Chen Han smiled awkwardly, finally understanding why he was able to have a good relationship with Yu Woyun. The seemingly well-mannered doctor of the gods is not soft when it comes to killing people. Chapter 99 SSS Wanted Criminal. Red Woman. Due to the Thunder God Army's reputation in the capital, the deaths of a dozen people in the medical house quickly spread throughout the capital. At the same time, the matter of the champion marquis being favored by divine Dr. Liang Yutian also spread to the ears of every family. Back then, it could be said that each and every one of the 10 great martial gods who participated in the siege of the Fire Qilin were heroes of the human race, with reputations so resounding that they weren't even the slightest bit inferior to the current marshals, Zhongguan and Ouyangquan. Even in the power-hungry Kyoto, they enjoy great privileges. Chen Han had returned victorious from the northern expedition, and had Yu Woyun as his backing in his own right, along with the cooperation of Di Qingtian, and now there was Liang Yutian. His position was already enough to make the whole of Kyoto tremble. Ding Muxian sat at home for 2 days, and as the news about Chen Han came in one by one, it was even more like sitting on pins and needles. He said to the Ding family's messenger in amazement, "In just 2 days' time, Chen Han has simply turned Kyoto upside down. Auctioning off the Red God Mecha and killing Horsejing in the streets. Black Rock Prison made the second marshal of Daxia bow down. Human body modification unicorn flames all over the city." It had been 10 years since anything major had happened in the entire capital. Chen Han had just been named champion marquis, and the big events that happened in a few days were comparable to the sum of Kyoto's big events in the last 10 years. Even the Ding family's messenger who was spying on the news was feeling incredulous. "Family master, to be honest, every time I spy on the news, I also find it unbelievable." Ding Muxuan had a headache. Nowadays, in the entire capital, the ones who had an explicit grudge against Chen Han were actually the Ma family and the Ding family. The Ma family is not mentioned first, everyone is waiting to see the Ding family's joke. Ding Muxian no longer had half a mind to seek revenge on Chen Han, and even only hoped that Chen Han would return to the barracks or go to the North Realm as soon as possible, so that he wouldn't have to worry about it at home. He said to the messenger, "Did you send out anyone from the Ding family above the martial emperor level? Tell them to make sure they protect Chen Han. Tell them that as long as they are in the capital, Chen Han's life is linked to my Ding family's. It's more important than even their own lives." Nowadays, Ding Muxuan had to be wary of even Chen Han dropping a hair of sweat. Yu Woyun, Di Qingtian, Liang Yutian, whichever one of them was capable of destroying his Ding family. "Don't worry, the 10 martial emperors of my Ding family are protecting Chen Han almost every inch of the way in the shadows." The messenger replied. Ding Muxian was relieved, then he asked, "Is there any information on Ma Jun's whereabouts? If you find him, press him to death for me. If he doesn't listen, you can finish him off if necessary." In addition to being afraid that something would happen to Chen Han, Ding Muxian was also afraid that Ma Jun would seek revenge on Chen Han. Ma Jun, this brainless thing, but if he dared to appear in front of Chen Han, then this dirty water could be poured onto Ding Muxian's body. The messenger shook his head as he sniffed. "I don't know, we've sent out almost all of Kyoto's forces to look for him, but the Ma Jun seems to be hiding." Ding Muxuan's brow furrowed at his words. "I hope this brat has run out of Kyoto. Otherwise I'll have to be killed by him." At this time, Ding Muxian did not know that the horse army not only did not leave, but also hid within Kyoto. Is planning an assassination against Chen Han. Only to see a dimly lit basement, dark and damp, in which a huge thing actually lived. If one looked closely, they would see that the person looked like a woman in appearance, but was incredibly fat. The figure alone is creepy. But what made people feel even more fearful was that this 300-pound fat woman was dragging an extremely long scorpion tail behind her. It's like a combination of man and beast. If Yu Woyun was here, he would have been surprised. Because she was the SSS class wanted criminal of Daxia 30 years ago, nicknamed Red Woman. With the advent of the era of aura revival, everyone has awakened their talents and can practice martial arts. As physical strength rises, it naturally fuels greed, and thus there are many who commit crimes with martial arts. Some of the people held in Black Rock Prison are such dangerous and wanted criminals. But there are very few wanted criminals who can reach the SSS level. This kind of criminal was either of an extremely high realm, very difficult to capture, and only a strong person of martial god level or above could participate in the capture. Either that or they are so vicious and have killed so many people that the government has given them the highest danger rating. It means that when an unusual martial artist encounters it, they just run away. Even though the bounty of a SSS class wanted criminal had reached an incalculable level, most martial artists did not have the courage to fight when faced with such a person. The Red Woman, on the other hand, falls into the latter category. She was born in a small border town, with an ancestral background in Liaozhong, and her family specialized in witchcraft. She was also highly talented, reaching the martial emperor realm at the age of 40. She was still the first person in 100 years to be able to reach the martial emperor realm by using poisonous compulsion to enter the Tao. And that's how she got the attention of the capital. At that time, Yue also made several visits to the door, hoping that she could enter the army. After all, her compulsion could also have an effect on Fei, and she, alone, was a strategic weapon of mass destruction. And she was invited into the army, but unfortunately the man, while a genius, was a solid love brain. In all, over 300 men from the barracks were approached, forced to be exact. After being abandoned over and over again, she went on a killing spree, killing the 300 or so soldiers and escaping the barracks again. If that was all, then she wasn't enough to be rated as a SSS wanted criminal. After she had tasted killing in the military, it was like she was addicted to it. Had poisoned a whole 800,000 people in a second-tier main city in one night. Yue was furious and personally led a team to capture and eventually behead him near the outskirts of the capital. This incident was also a sensational news in Daxia back then. Her wanted bounty reward was, at one point, upwards of $10 billion. 30 years had passed, and the people of Daxia had gradually forgotten about this frightening red woman, and no one could have imagined that she had actually been living in the basement of the capital. Only a creak was heard as the basement door was slowly opened. One person came through the door, none other than the scowling Ma Jun. Seeing Ma Jun enter the door, Granny Hong acted as if she had known him for a long time, her tone flat. "Why did you personally come to bring me food today?" Speaking of which, a cruel smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Red Woman's mouth. "Why don't you call the little handsome guy from last time?" Ma Jun's expression was cold. "In order to provide for you for so many years, my family didn't know how many things the heavens and the earth have done. Every month you have to change 20 men and still look handsome. After raising you for so long, it's time for you to return the favor to my family, isn't it?" Red Woman sniffed and finally stood up. Her huge body comparing to Ma Jun was simply the difference between a 3-year-old child and an adult. It was amazing that the small room couldn't even accommodate her body. Red Woman laughed coldly. "Ma Jun, don't flatter yourself. If it wasn't for the fact that your Ma family has served you so well, I would have destroyed your entire family long ago. Tell me, what is it? You actually came to beg me. It seems like your Ma family has offended a big shot." Ma Jun also didn't talk nonsense. "Help me kill someone." "Who?" "Champion Marquis Chen Han. By the way, for your information, he is Yu's heir." Chapter 100, Ambush. 3 martial emperors fell. Who? Yue? Don't you know that everyone else says that Yue knows me well and is my teacher? The Red Woman's words, "But to the horse army will not be whole." Ma Jun was puzzled. "A person like you still care about this? Besides, wasn't it Yue who beat you half to death in the first place, and then it was my father who saved you?" Although Red Woman was powerful, she was nothing in front of Yue, the number 1 in the world. Back then, Yue had broken through her chest with just a single slash. Unfortunately, Yue was careless and didn't take a closer look. The parasites that Red Woman harbored would automatically repair her body. Moreover, in the process of refining the parasites for years, her physical body was also different from that of an ordinary human being, and was only in a state of pseudo-death. Yue, who didn't have a filler, didn't know that she was picked up by Ma Jun's father and raised in the family. For 30 whole years, she'd been right under the nose of the people of. Only Zhao Linger, currently Chen Han, did not know what she had transformed. She didn't actively mention it either, except that the crowd could feel the change in her. But this change, it doesn't look like it's strengthening. Chen Han could clearly feel that Zhao Linger's figure had straightened up quite a bit. Originally, although Zhao Linger's height was okay, there was still a gap between her and Chen Han. But after this transformation, the gap between her and Chen Han seemed to have shortened by a full half centimeter. The body has become long while the figure has not changed. Even when Zhao Linger wore the red tights, I don't know if it was Chen Han's illusion, but the pride in front of her seemed to be even more plump than before. This makes Chen Han feel very puzzled. This in the end is the transformation or plastic surgery. What kind of material had Zhao Linger transplanted? They had come to pick up Ji Yun today in order to get together for a meeting, and since arriving in the capital, the few of them hadn't had the chance to have a good meal. Chen Han was also very generous and chartered a table at the best restaurant in the capital. The panelists pushed their way through the drinks and the camaraderie rose a few more notches. After drinking and eating, several people went back to the marquee together. When we reached an intersection, we saw that the streetlights around us suddenly went dark, and it was pitch black, so we couldn't see our fingers. Zhao Yufei recognized the power company, immediately to call to ask, however, actually led him surprised to find that the phone signal is actually shielded. Of course, the cell phones of Chen Han's few people didn't have any signal. Obviously in this area, electromagnetic shielding instruments have been installed. Zhao Linger frowned, something's not quite right, this part of the capital, there hasn't been a power outage for decades, much less a situation like signal loss. At once the cold night team was on alert. The next moment a silhouette slowly walked towards the several people. Chen Han, staring at you for a few days now, observing your champion husband's necessary path every day, and only this area is the most suitable for an ambush. Chen Han fixed his eyes on the visitor, who was a middle-aged man. This was a man he had actually noticed a long time ago, only because he didn't know him, he didn't take him seriously. But the man himself had said that he had ambushed him, then Chen Han had vaguely guessed his identity. You're Ma Jing's dad, Ma Jun, right? The man graciously admitted, that's right. There is reincarnation in the heavens, and the heavens have spared no one. Chen Han, you killed my son, you should have known that there would be such a day. I don't care what kind of person you are, it's only right and proper that a murderer pays for his life. As soon as they heard that the person coming was Ma Jun, the members of the Cold Night team all sucked in a breath of cold air. Because they had long heard that Ma Jun was a martial emperor-level powerhouse. Moreover, Ma Jun had designed it for a long time, deliberately shielding the signal and choosing this intersection where people were rare, so Chen Han could not contact others at all. I have to say, to some extent, Ma Jun is much smarter than Zhongguan. Chen Xiao, this is troublesome, Ma Jun has been famous in the capital for a long time. And now it's holding out for certain death, it's very difficult to deal with. Ji Yun was worried. Chen Han did not care, not to mention that he has this confidence Ma Jun cannot kill him, not to mention that these days, has been secretly following him, but also more than Ma Jun. Swish. 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 Only the next moment, several silhouettes leaped out, forming an encirclement around the horse army. The breakdown was actually a full 10. The aura emanating from these 10 people was not weaker than Ma Jun's at all, and they were likewise martial emperor-level powerhouses. Marquis of Champions, many offenses. Our Ding family didn't keep an eye on this dog, allowing him the opportunity to commit murder against you. It's our fault. The man at the head of the group was even more respectful to Chen Han. These 10 people were the martial emperors sent by the Ding family to secretly protect Chen Han without moving an inch. The corners of Chen Han's mouth rose slightly. Mr. Ding speaks highly of himself. Ma Jun, however, sneered disdainfully, Ding family, a bunch of cowards. The leading Ding clan martial emperor was instantly enraged because the Ma clan was nothing more than the Ding clan's dog in the end. Ma Jun, the head of the family told you to stay well at home and spoke kindly to you. Since you didn't obey the arrangement, don't blame us brothers for being ruthless. Nominally speaking, these 10 Ding clan martial emperors were all Ma Jun's cousins, but their hands were not half as soft. Ma Jun's strength was already slightly inferior to these 10 people. If they all attacked together, Ma Jun was afraid that he would not last more than 10 moves and would die a violent death. However, Ma Jun was not the least bit afraid, and even laughed out madly, ha! You cowards, since I dared to show my face, do you think I would be unprepared? In the darkness of the night, a huge black shadow jumped out of the house next to him. One of the Ding clan's martial emperors didn't have time to react before he was heavily slapped on the ground. Theoretically speaking, the physical quality of a martial emperor-level powerhouse had already reached a considerable height, and although this palm was heavy, it was by no means fatal. At best, it would just drain a little bit of chakra. However, not long after that martial emperor level fell to the ground, his skin suddenly turned pitch black, and he was never able to stand up again. One move, killing the martial emperor in seconds. The sudden change not only shocked the Ding family's martial emperors, but even Chen Han frowned. Lao Si. I'll kill you. When the two martial emperors of the Ding family saw their brother die a horrible death, they were instantly enraged, and each of them used their means to attack the Black Shadow. The Ding clan had entered the martial arts with their fists, and their punches were superb, their attacks vicious and overbearing. However, before the duo's fists landed on the man's body, they only saw the man wave his wide robe, and 2 streaks of black mist had passed through the heads of the 2 Ding clan martial emperors. In the next moment, 2 more martial emperors fell to the ground. In less than a minute, 3 martial emperors fell. This is the weight of a SSS wanted man. Chapter 101 The Karen's Might. The advantage is mine. Not only did this scene shock the Ding clan's martial emperor, the Cold Knight group was similarly frightened. Even Chen Han was equally shocked. These 10 martial emperors of the Ding family were almost all at the 3rd to 6th martial emperor rank. Never someone who could be killed so easily. Even if they were at the martial exalt realm, it would definitely not be so easy to kill them. Unless the person who came was the god of Wushu. But it was impossible. Martial god level people were rare in the entire Grand Xia. With their strength and status, if they were really invited by the horse army to kill someone, they wouldn't resort to assassination as a method. It's going to be laughed at when it gets out. Slowly, the man revealed his face. The moment they saw her appearance, the members of the Cold Knight team couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. The most exaggerated was Ji Yun, who vomited on the spot. I'm going. It's a ING Tiger tank. The biggest member of the Cold Knight team, Zhao Linger, was not yet 25, so it was normal for her not to recognize Red Woman. However, these martial emperors of the Ding clan were at least 50 years old to begin with, and the moment they saw the Red Woman, they were instantly filled with horror. A kind of fear lingered in the hearts of the Ding clan's martial emperors. It's Granny Red? Why is she here? She's actually alive? That's impossible. She was pronounced dead 30 years ago. 30 years ago, it was the time when the Ding clan's group of martial emperors had just begun to make a name for themselves. Again, it was a time of great fame for the Red Woman. At that time, the Red Woman was on the run, leaving murder cases all over the place. In particular, she kills in a very secretive manner, usually massacring a village or a town in inexplicable circumstances. For a time, it actually led to everyone in Daxia being at risk. Moreover, she was very smart. She would never go over to a place where a martial god-level powerhouse was staying. If it wasn't for Yu Wuyun's iron determination to hunt her down, it was probably not much of a hunt. There was a time when people in the capital educated their children in the same way. If you don't behave, Granny Red is coming to get you. So the fear of the Red Woman was almost engraved in the hearts of that generation. At the same time, hearing the nickname of Red Woman, Zhao Yufei quickly was to explain it to Chen Han. Especially with her SSS wanted status. I can't imagine that after 30 years, this fellow is actually still alive. It looks like Marshal you didn't completely kill her back then. Zhao Yufei let out a sigh of emotion. The oppressive force of the Red Woman instantly haunted the entire arena, and Chen Han frowned. He had expected that the Ma Jun would come to trouble him, but it was only this hand of the Red Woman's that caught him off guard. This muddy water in Kyoto is indeed extremely deep. SSS class wanted criminals actually appeared on the street in such a dignified manner. At that moment, a Ding clan martial emperor pulled out his legs and was about to escape. Facing the Red Woman, they didn't have half a chance of winning, but of course it was mainly the fear they had since they were young that scared them to death. Stop! At this moment, the martial emperor at the head of the Ding clan was the one who barked out an order. He then continued, "Have you forgotten the family head's explanation? Chen Han's life is the life of our Ding family." This Ding clan martial emperor still knew how to assess the situation. If they chose to run away at this time, in case Chen Han did something bad, they would not be able to explain it even if they had 10 mouths. It is important to realize that in the eyes of the general public, Granny Red is someone who died 30 years ago. If anything happened to Chen Han, anyone would only suspect that it was the Ding family that had made the move. So they have to stay here today even if they have to fight for their lives. As if they had made up their minds about something, the remaining 7 Ding clan martial emperors instantly formed an encirclement around Red Woman, while their faces gradually turned scarlet and hot air emerged from their bodies. It could be felt that their power had grown substantially at the moment. Zhao Yufei said in a shocked voice, "Team Chen, this is the Ding clan's soul burning technique. Enhancing the basic attributes by burning the spiritual force, it's a trick that hurts the enemy 1,000 times and damages itself 800 times. The Ding clan's methods were already based on attacking and domineering, and with the addition of the soul burning technique, even if a strong martial exalt was here, I'm afraid that he would have a headache." In reality, although Red Granny was a genius, after being stabbed by Yu Wuyun, her strength hadn't progressed much, and thus she was only at the 8th rank of martial emperor. But at this moment, Red Woman was not the least bit flustered. Don't forget that Red Woman is a martial artist who entered the martial arts with witchcraft. Her fighting style wasn't a wide-open attack and kill like ordinary martial artists. At one time, she was an unrivaled existence of the same rank in the military camp. The fists of the 7 Ding clan martial emperors all bombarded Red Granny's obese and large body, but Red Granny let out a loud laugh. "It's been 30 years, and there's actually someone in the capital who still remembers me. I'm very happy about that." In the next moment, the fists of the Ding clan's martial emperors struck into the red woman's flesh. However, that's when the bizarre scene happened. Only an inexplicable black mist suddenly appeared on the fists of those martial emperors. But if one looked closely, one would realize that it wasn't any black mist at all. Instead, it was one extremely tiny parasite after another. The black mist that attacked the other 3 martial emperors just now was actually the same compulsion. Only to see these parasites follow the fists of these martial emperors, and they burrowed into their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the 6 martial emperors of the Ding clan collapsed to the ground, becoming corpses. The only one who survived was that leading Ding clan martial emperor. His reaction was extremely fast, and before the parasites even entered his body, he made a snap decision and directly cut off one of his own arms. The whole process, which took less than 3 minutes. There was actually only one of the 10 martial emperors of the Ding family left. The scene was so creepy to watch that the members of the Cold Night team even froze their legs. And with the crowd caught off guard, Red Woman had actually arrived in front of Chen Han. "You, are that Yu Wuyun's successor, right? Not a mortal at first glance. This fine skin. I haven't touched a handsome guy like you for a long time. I'll give you a love compulsion first." Between words, Red Woman's compelling black mist had already rushed to Chen Han's face. The members of the Cold Night team, who had been eyeballing each other, were unable to move because they were suppressed by the Red Woman's aura. Even the Ding clan martial emperor who had survived was so angry that he was pounding his chest. Damn it! The Ding clan martial emperor cursed. Once he allowed Red Woman to take Chen Han away, then the entire Ding clan would have to suffer annihilation for it. In his opinion, Chen Han definitely wouldn't be a match for the 8th-ranked martial emperor, Red Granny. But there was one thing he thought wrong. Chen Han's current realm might not be able to beat the 8th stage of martial emperor. Yet it may not be a match for Red Woman. Swish! Only the next moment, a ray of light rose up to the sky, illuminating the entire street entrance transparently. Not a glow, exactly, but a flame. Facing Red Woman's compass black mist, Chen Han's face was cold as the Qilin sacred flame instantly covered his entire body and rose up. And those parasitic black mists that had instantly killed the Ding family martial emperor were burned to ashes the moment they encountered the Qilin sacred flame. The 4 words "100 poisons" are not a lie. Chen Han was a natural enemy as far as Red Woman was concerned. The advantage is in Chen Han. Chapter 1022 Chen Han, a 4th-ranked martial general, would theoretically be easily taken down by Red Woman. At this moment, the Ding clan martial emperor thought of Red Woman's weakness. Could it be that Red Woman is afraid of flames? Thinking of this, the Ding clan's martial emperor took out a lighter. I have to say that the diners are all ruthless, and he goes so far as to sprinkle gasoline on his hands, which he later uses to get flames all over his fists. Red Woman. Die. This great cleverness took advantage of the fact that the Red Woman was preoccupied with Chen Han in front of her, thus launching a surprise attack from behind, blasting her head with a punch. Red Granny's eyes raised and her tone was a bit impatient, looking for death. And then her compelling black mist covered the Ding clan martial emperor's fist, even extinguishing the flames. It was Chen Han who helped the family martial emperor, and with a slight wave of his hand, a ball of sacred flame Qilin flame roasted the Red Woman's. In the next moment, the Hokuto Haoran gun technique was ready to be launched, and a powerful sweeping blow mixed with unrivaled gunpowder had already struck towards the Red Woman's head. Seeing this, Red Woman did not dare to be careless and immediately waved her hand to block. An unexpected situation occurred, as Red Woman, who had been famous for many years at the 8th level of martial emperor, was actually swept away by Chen Han with a single shot a few meters away before landing in a hurry. In terms of basic strength, Red Woman was actually no match for Chen Han. Chen Han didn't strike at Red Woman at the first opportunity, not because he was intimidated, but because he was observing. Theoretically speaking, the martial emperor's 8th-rank Red Granny was a great deal higher than his base attributes. But in reality, Chen Han saw it during the battle against the Ding clan's martial emperor. This fellow's basic attributes were even below the 10 martial emperors of the Ding clan. She fought hard against the Ding clan martial emperor's fist, not because of confidence, but because she simply couldn't avoid it. It was only by virtue of his thick skin and the added strength of the parasites in his body that he was not injured. In just a few minutes, Chen Han had seen so much, so at this moment, he suddenly struck out, and Red Woman was caught off guard. Red Woman was about to speak, but Chen Han didn't even give her a chance and killed her with his gun. Pick, chop, stab. The terrifying Beidou Haoran gun technique struck Red Woman, who simply couldn't hold her ground. In less than a moment, the Red Woman's body was actually pierced with several holes and various wounds. Since Chen Han's Qilin flame had a restraining effect on Granny Hong, and the parasites in her body were simply unable to repair her body for a time Granny Hong's body was actually bleeding profusely. That martial emperor of the Ding family was dumbfounded. A martial general of the 3rd rank was able to beat a SSS ranked wanted criminal of the 8th rank of martial emperor without being able to fight back. Is this the gold content of the champion Ho? No wonder the family head told us to never go looking for trouble with him. This is a bit too mind-boggling. The Ding clan's martial emperor couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. But gradually he could see that Red Woman's basic attributes weren't very high, and were even in the middle of the pack with himself. If Red Woman didn't have a compulsion to add to her body, she probably wouldn't be a match for him. But after seeing this layer, the Ding clan's martial emperor was even more shocked. In just that little bit of time, Chen Han could see where Red Woman's weakness was. That kind of vision and wisdom is more than a little bit of a head-scratcher. And even then Chen Han's strength could make people's jaws drop. The Ding family's martial emperor made up his mind that in the future, when he walked down the street and bumped into the champion marquis, he would have to take a detour. But Red Granny had already been beaten with increasing urgency. She, a famous martial emperor for many years, was actually beaten by a milquetoast brat who couldn't find his way out. In a fit of rage, Red Woman unleashed all her cards. That is to say, those strongest parasites she harbored. Black Scorpion Emperor. 6-winged centipede. 2 of the most terrifying venomous insects attacked Chen Han in a left and right direction respectively, while the scorpion tail of the Red Woman also stabbed at Chen Han's heavily aura. 3-sided attack. Those 2 bug emperors were Red Woman's bottom card, having spent decades raising them, but they could only be used once. Originally, Red Woman had wanted to wait to use it on Yue later. Both of these poisonous insects had an effect on the martial god level. Although he couldn't kill Yue, the toxicity of the 2 poisonous insects coupled with Yue's many years of dark physical injuries could at least cause Yue to be seriously injured and disabled. Or even become an invalid. As for those below the martial god level, naturally, they would die upon touch. Yue, I can't kill you. Just kill your heir. The Red Woman growled. Who knew that when Chen Han faced these 2 poisonous insect kings, not only did he not avoid them, but the gun in his hand was even more powerful. No one dared to intervene in the fight between the 2 of them. Both afraid of being affected by Chen Han's gunpowder and also afraid of being injured by Red Woman's parasites, so even the Ma Jun who had a deep hatred for Chen Han only dared to watch. At this time, the Ma Jun was also anxious, and currently about 5 minutes had passed. If he couldn't kill Chen Han again, both he and Red Woman would die without a burial place. However, what was unexpected was that the 2 terrifying venomous insect kings were roasted to a barbecue just by being in the vicinity of the outer flame of the Qilin flame. The poisonous insects that Red Woman had been harboring for decades were still no match for the Qilin flame. Her scorpion tail had achieved some success, but it had only left a small scrape on Chen Han's forehead, which was as good as new in a matter of moments under the Qilin flame's terrifying recovery power. And it was just such a period of time, but Chen Han had already left dozens of wounds on Red Woman's body. Even if Red Woman was no matter how thick-skinned she simply couldn't carry such an intensive blow. She fell heavily to the ground, while Chen Han's overlord gun was already pointing at her throat. Facing the 8th-ranked martial emperor, Red Woman, Chen Han actually finished off with a crushing victory. Right at this moment, 2 people also appeared by Chen Han's side almost simultaneously. Seeing these 2, Ma Jun immediately turned ashen. He was afraid that he had heavenly means, and now he could no longer kill Chen Han. It was none other than the first marshal of the Grand Xia, Yue, and the divine doctor, Liang Yutian. Only the first sight of seeing the Red Woman made it strange that Yue didn't look surprised. Honggu, I never imagined that there would be such a day after all. Chapter 103, The Danger of Lifting the City. The capital has become a dead city? Yue seemed to have predicted that Red Woman would be alive. His surprise was simply that he would see the Red Woman within Kyoto. As a matter of fact, Yue was able to sit in the position of the first marshal of the Grand Xia, relying on more than just force. When Han Haoran was alive, he was similarly subordinate to Yue. Yue had been cautious and prudent all his life, and would never make such a low-level mistake as not mending his sword. Not to mention the fact that he knew the tactics of his old ministry almost by heart. How could he not know that Red Woman's compulsion was able to repair the physical body? If it was any other SSS level wanted criminal, I'm afraid Yue would not only dismantle him, but even thwart his bones. Yue would be careless, it was a big joke. That was just the top pushing too hard and he made a show of it. While in the military, Red Granny reached the position of Major General. On the outside of the Tongtian wall, he repelled 18 entire beast tides, and was highly successful in battle. It's just a shame to go down an evil path. Rather, Yue did not intend to take her life. Otherwise, how could Red Woman have slipped out from under Yu's nose time and time again? It was only on the last occasion that Red Woman poisoned 800,000 people, shocking the nation, and Yue had to sanction her in full view of the public. And just like that, it still left her alive. Yue believes that he is responsible for the change in the character of the Red Woman. If he hadn't invited Red Woman out of the small border town with 3 visits, I'm afraid Red Woman would have spent her whole life as a carefree village girl in that town. Red Granny was also a smart person. Seeing Yu's reaction, she had already made a rough guess. But instead of gratitude, there was more hatred in her eyes. The look in her eyes for a moment made the hairs of sweat stand on end. Yue, do you think I'll be grateful to you just because of this? Do I still have to erect a monument to you? Granny Hong didn't actually have any murderous aura towards Chen Han, but at this moment, her murderous aura towards Yue seemed to have condensed into substance. The resentment is unimaginable. Theoretically, if Red Woman only felt hatred because Yue was after her, it wouldn't be exaggerated to this extent. At this moment, Chen Han and Zhao Linger glanced at each other and had already guessed. Granny Hong should have feelings for Yue. This kind of love is not that kind of teacher-student relationship, but more like the love of a man and a woman. From love comes hate. In fact, the duo guessed exactly right. Yue has repeatedly requested the Red Woman to come out of the mountain, with a sincere attitude, over and over again, just because of the heart of cherishing talent, for the sake of the country and the people. But the Red Woman misunderstood. She thought it was Yu's feelings, never been out of the mountains in her life, she naturally springing to life. So after achieving great success in battle, she made her feelings known to Yue, with a predictable end. A generation of generals, and thus turned into SSS wanted criminals. But Liang Yutian couldn't care less about that. Turning his head, he cursed at Yue, you've taken in a good subordinate. I'm telling you, if anything happens to Chen Han, I'm not done with you. Liang Yutian broke out in a cold sweat because with Granny Hong's realm, if Chen Han hadn't obtained the Qilin Flame 2 days ago, odds were that he wouldn't be Granny Hong's opponent. Yue also turned back to Chen Han at this time, scanning up and down and confirming that Chen Han was fine before he sighed in relief. For this reason, Yue even apologized. Chen Han, I'm late, sorry. The apology was not only because he hadn't arrived in time, but it was also meant to be an apology on behalf of Granny Red. It's hard to imagine how Yue, who loved his people like a son, felt back then when he was faced with the families of those 800,000 people. Chen Han naturally didn't take it to heart, and it had to be said that Ma Jun was a smart man, squatting for many days before picking this most suitable location for an ambush. But once Yue and Liang Yutian arrived, they no longer had any chance. However, at this time, Red Woman was looking at the time, and a maniacal smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yue, isn't country and people your favorite thing to mention out of your mouth? Today I'll make you lose your reputation. These words immediately made Chen Han realize that something was wrong and said in shock, not good, they still have a backhand. Boom. 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 Chen Han's words had just finished, only to see the sound of bombs exploding coming from all sides of Kyoto. It would be fine if it was just bombs. After all, Kyoto's urban structure had nothing but Type 3 laser cannons for bombs to cause massive damage. But this was no ordinary bomb, and after the explosion, the entire Kyoto billowed up in a burst of greenish-colored mist. It certainly wasn't a fog either, it was the same as Red Woman's compulsion black fog, and all of that green-colored fog was actually the compulsion that Red Woman had refined. At this rate of spread, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for the green-colored poisonous mist to flutter within the entire capital. Red Granny suddenly laughed rampantly. Yue. This is all the parasites that I have spent a whole 30 years to refine. Everyone in the entire Kyoto below the level of Marshal Zun will die violently within a day. In one day, Kyoto will be a dead city. Speaking of this, Red Woman suddenly pointed at Liang Yutian and laughed even more indulgently. Even if it's him, there's no way to find the antidote to my parasites in a short time. Before the Red Woman could finish her words, Chen Han and the others heard a burst of wailing sounds coming from all directions. Her compulsion would shorten the duration of the attack depending on the cultivation level of the inhaler. If it was a samurai-level martial artist, it would probably kick in within half an hour. And so on. Martial Emperor-level seizures were the longest, taking a full day. And naturally, the ones who strike so quickly are the civilians in Kyoto who have no cultivation. And this green parasitic mist can at least fill hundreds of miles around Kyoto. This meant that the Northern Expeditionary Army stationed outside the city would not be spared. There were 30 million people within Kyoto, and I'm afraid that there were only hundreds at most at the martial honor level and above. Red Woman's comment about a dead city was not an empty one. Yue was so angry that his veins rippled and his killing intent surged. However, Red Woman did not give Yue the chance to make a move at all, and with everyone caught off guard, she actually grabbed Shin Han's overlord gun and stabbed it towards her throat. There was no half-hearted hesitation. Looking at this scene, Ji Yun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This woman is really scary. Red Woman couldn't kill Yue, but she could destroy all the things Yue cared about. Kyoto is the head and center of the entire Dixia. If Kyoto is gone, Dixia is naturally on the verge of paralysis. Not to mention, all of the army's finest are currently in Kyoto. The Ding family's martial emperor also had his liver and guts cracked as he watched, because this poisonous mist was affecting the entire Kyoto, and the Ding family was naturally included. He loudly questioned Ma Jun. Are you damn crazy? Red Woman's poisonous mist will also affect everyone in your Ma family. Are you exterminating yourself? However, Ma Jun's expression was disdainful. The Red Woman hated Yue, then the one he hated was Chen Han. So what? My only son was killed. I have nothing to worry about. Chen Han, if I can't kill you, I'll make this city bury my son with me. Chapter 104, Burning the Whole City. Chen Han's vigor. In Ma Jun's plan, he was responsible for stepping on the spot and figuring out the best place to ambush Chen Han. Red Woman, on the other hand, is setting up poisonous insect bombs at various locations in the capital. After ambushing Chen Han, the best outcome was to capture Chen Han alive within 5 minutes. And the worst outcome was that Chen Han was not solved within 5 minutes and Yue arrived on the scene. If that happened, the poisonous insect bombs buried in various places in the capital would explode as a result. The whole of Kyoto will be turned into a dead city by then. For this reason, the Ma Jun even went so far as to sacrifice everyone in the Ma family. Because if he had let the Ma family move beforehand, he would certainly have been detected. After Ma Jun finished his plan, all of a sudden he pulled out a pill, and if one looked closely, one would find that a poisonous worm was actually wriggling in that pill. Without hesitation, Ma Jun swallowed that pill. In the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground in a violent death. It was obvious that the pill had been left for him by Granny Red. At the same time, Red Woman's green poisonous mist spread unchecked throughout the capital. Cries and wails were coming from all sides almost all the time. Wife! Honey, what's wrong with you? Child! My child! These horrible screams spread throughout the city like a plague. But Red Woman's poisonous mist is more powerful than the plague. Because there is no cure. At this time, Lian Yutian also grabbed a few tiny poisonous insects to check them out. He sighed to Yue, your old subordinate was right, it will take at least 3 days for me to find out the antidote to this parasite. I've undone her compulsion before, and this compulsion was made specifically for me. 3 days is too late for everything. Only Yuoyun's head was covered in cold sweat, and he was almost flustered to the naked eye. Since he had known Yuoyun, it was the first time Chen Han had seen such a flustered look on Yuoyun's face. 30 million people, or the elite of the human race. It was not an exaggeration to say that once these 30 million people died out, the probability was that Great Xia would not be able to recover for 100 years. If there was any external pressure, I'm afraid the entire human race would be ruined. Red Woman's knife didn't cut on Yuoyun's body, but stabbed at Yuoyun's heart. It was Zhao Linger who began to worry about the safety of the Northern Expedition Army and said to Yuoyun, Marshal Yue, now that the poisonous insects haven't spread outside of the city, quickly have the Northern Expedition brothers outside of the city retreat. With their marching speed, the odds are that they can escape such a poisonous fog. Yuoyun came back to his senses and was about to give the order, however the hand that gave the order had just reached out, but then he retracted it. As if he had made up his mind of some sort, he suddenly clenched his teeth. Lieutenant Zhao Linger, I order you to notify all of the Northern Expeditionary Army stationed outside of the city to enter the city immediately without fail. When these words came out, the members of the Cold Night team were shocked. Chen Han was the only one who looked as if he had already anticipated it. Zhao Linger discouraged, Marshal Yue, why are you doing this? Aren't you letting our brothers come in to die? Even the always calm Zhao Yufei blurted out at this moment, Marshal Yue, we've only just killed our way out of the life and death Xian Pass. You are letting our brothers die again so soon, what do you want them to think? Yuoyun looked sad, but only returned 5 short words. We, the soldiers. When these words came out, the members of the Cold Night team froze. Soldiers, with the protection of the family and the defense of the country as their vocation. It was a catastrophe that pervaded the city of 30 million people. When the great calamity is at hand, if the soldiers withdraw first, then the credibility of the army will be lost later on. A wail from the years that would later pound heavily on the hearts of the Northern Expeditionary Army. After Zhao Linger and the others left, Yu Woyun and Chen Han were left behind at the scene. At this time, Yu Woyun finally couldn't support himself and sat down on the ground in disbelief, tears running out. Chen Han, it was me who was wrong. A thought of kindness back then caused such a great disaster. By this time, the poisonous insect mist had also filled in beside Chen Han and Yu Woyun. However, it was unable to cause any damage to Chen Han, who possessed the Qilin flame, and Yu Woyun, who was at the martial god level. But Yu Woyun was even more desperate. He had an empty reputation and strength of being the number one in the world, but at this moment, he was unable to save a single person. While Chen Han looked at the poisonous insect that was turned into ashes by the Qilin flame before it reached 3 feet in front of him was pondering. He already had a solution in mind. Zhao Linger entered the Northern Expeditionary Army to pass on the order, and had already pointed out the advantages and disadvantages beforehand, but the 70 to 80,000 Northern Expeditionary Army, which had used the fastest gathering speed in history, appeared at the gates of the capital city. At this moment, the green-colored poisonous mist had naturally covered the city gates as well. The entire vicinity of the city gates was in chaos. Countless martial artists who had yet to have a seizure gathered at the city gates. Trampling, fratricide, and other incidents kept occurring. Some people even made a move to kill the martial artists in front of them in order to quickly escape from the city gates. Most of these, ironically, were soldiers of the Thor's army. The way they scrambled to get out was in stark contrast to the Northern Expeditionary Army, which knew better than to do so. Zhao Linger looked solemn and said in a cold voice, "Marshal Yu's meaning is for us to enter the city and find those survivors who haven't been eroded by the poisonous mist. Bring them out. One is one if you can save one." Marshal Yu also specially instructed that if there are any who are afraid at this time, they can just leave the army and he won't pursue the matter. The entire 80,000 strong army, looking at the hell-like scene in the city, actually did not have a single person break away from the group. They had all put on chemical suits, even though such suits could not be of much use. Red Woman's venomous insects are not only horribly toxic, but also aggressive. They will rip open clothing, even if it's just a slit, and they can invade the body. Depart! Zhao Linger had just finished shouting the word departure, but in the next second a silhouette appeared in front of the crowd. Wait! The person who came was none other than Chen Han. Seeing Chen Han appear, the crowd was incomparably exuberant. This was because Chen Han always managed to create a miracle every time, turning the tide of battle and creating the Red Wolf City victory when it was obvious that the Northern Expeditionary Army was going to lose all of its battles. Marquis of Champions! Marquis of Champions! The Northern Expeditionary Army shouted in excitement. Can Champion Ho work a miracle this time? The answer is yes. Chen Han droned out, "If you can save one, it's one. Might as well save them all." Immediately after that, he suddenly snapped his fingers. The next moment only saw terrifying crimson flames actually emerge from the bodies of every soldier of the entire 80,000 strong army. And this was precisely Chen Han's Qilin sacred flame. The moment they saw the flames, fear surfaced on every soldier's face. But immediately after that, they realized that the flames didn't have any killing power on them, but they instantly burned out the green insect mist that attacked them. Chen Han had kept the temperature of the Qilin flame to a minimum, so it did little damage, but it was still the natural enemy of the parasites. In fact, if all 30 million people in the capital city could gather together, Chen Han could instantly free them with this method. But at this time, the entire city was in chaos, and various killings had even occurred, so it was obvious that it could not be done in such an orderly manner. However, the 80,000 strong Northern Expeditionary Army is enough. A star can start a prairie fire. Today these 80,000 people are trying to burn down the entire huge capital. Chapter 105 Light and Fire Dual System? The special effect of the Qilin flame. The special ability of the Qilin flame was discovered by Chen Han by chance. This was an ability that ordinary fire-type gifted ability users could never have. The first thing is to cool down. Chen Han was able to compress the temperature of the Qilin flame to 37 degrees Celsius on the surface of the human body. Not only does it not make you feel uncomfortable, but it feels like you're in a hot spring. Secondly, there is conduction. Ordinary fire talents did have the ability to conduct as well, but their kind of conduction was different from Chen Han's Qilin flame. Strictly speaking, that's lit. There is a fundamental difference between ignition and conduction. Chen Han's Qilin flame possessed both ignition and conduction properties. This was why his Qilin flame was able to reach the 80,000 men of the Northern Expeditionary Army in an instant. Not only that, but these unicorn flames were not destructive to the conduction object. And the terrifying regeneration ability of the Kirin flame itself would have been similarly transferred to the conduction objects. These two characteristics of the Qilin flame were extremely terrifying, and none of the fire talents recorded so far had these two characteristics. Fire, always synonymous with destructive power. While Chen Han's Qilin flame not only possessed destructive power, it likewise possessed defensive power and recovery power. This trait can only be seen on an extremely rare type of gifted ability. That would be the light talent. Only the light talent can have the trait of being able to channel defensive and restorative powers to others. Jin Zilin, for example, was able to grant his teammates holy light with his light talent. No wonder the name of this talent is called the Holy Fire Qilin Flame. The word flame meant that it was a fire talent. The word holy in front of it, on the other hand, means that it is also a light talent. The two nature-based talents had actually merged into one. Combining the two into one would be just as well. The Qilin flame itself was full of destructive power, even for the Red Woman's instinctive parasites that were able to have an effect on the martial god level, they were all able to be burned out in. At this time, the Northern Expeditionary Army had already rushed into the capital with the Qilin flame. Under Chen Han's authorization, they would run through the entire capital with the Qilin flame. At this time, under a piece of rubble, a mother was holding her child and continuously sobbing. The overwhelming green insect mist was like a landslide and tsunami, and it was coming towards this area that had not been affected by the wave. Is there anyone out there? Help my child. The woman wailed loudly, but was full of despair. Just a moment ago her husband took the lead in entering the bug fog in order to make a way out, and died directly in front of her before he could run 2 steps. Watching that scene with her own eyes, her despair was palpable. Right at this moment, only to see a silhouette with firelight killed out from the insect fog, wherever she passed the insect fog all dissipated. This person was none other than Zhao Linger. Her physique was much lighter than before, and if one looked closely, one would notice that 2 elf-like white wings had grown behind her. She killed the mom and child at breakneck speed and soothed, "It's okay, but I might have to borrow your home for a bit." Between words, Zhao Linger attached her hand to the wooden beam behind the woman. In a flash, a crimson flame rose up to the sky, setting all the wooden houses in the area ablaze. "Hide here and don't move." After saying that, Zhao Linger quickly rushed to the next location. "Thank you, girl." Before the woman could say thank you, she could only see Zhao Linger's light back. "There's no need to thank me, it was the champion marquis who saved you." Zhao Linger only left this sentence lingering in the air. Meanwhile, it seems that such events are happening in every part of the capital. For example, 2 members of the Thor's army are fighting with each other at a crowded street intersection. "Let me through first, you stepping horse." "Why shouldn't I go over first?" "Whoever runs slow dies first." At the moment when the two were fighting to the death, a figure leaped over like a phantom. Before the duo had time to react, a crimson flame surged out of their bodies, burning away the parasites attached to them. "You two losers, stop fighting. The capital is your jurisdiction, so don't go save them yet." "Right. Remember, it was the champion marquis who saved you." The two were so surprised that they didn't even have time to see who the visitor was. Just noticed a paw like a rabbit's out of nowhere. That's just what's happening in the capital. If one were to watch from above the capital, one would realize that since the 80,000-strong army of the Northern Expedition entered the city, the entire capital has taken on a prairie fire and has been quickly set ablaze. A burst of fire shot up into the sky in a radial pattern. The end result is that the entire capital city burns with deep fire flames. Everyone's face was a reddish mess from the firelight. And yet there was no discomfort. The fire radiated for thousands of miles, even causing people around the capital to stop and watch. Everyone was wondering what was going on in the capital. The only people who will remember the 3 words champion marquis tonight are those within the capital. If there were still people who held opinions on the matter of Chen Han being made a marquis at such a young age before, then after this night there will be no more opposition. The Marquis of Champions, the marquis position, would later represent more than just status. Rather, they are actual national heroes. Chen Han did not fail to live up to the 3 words champion husband, and even raised the gold content of champion husband once more. The capital's 30 million people will all cheer for the champion marquis tonight. He had preserved the 30 million elites of the human race, which meant that he had preserved the future of the human race. Chen Han was also still on his way to save people at this moment, only during this process, his ears were constantly filled with inexplicable and marvelous prompts from the system. Congratulations on your base strength rising by 0.5 kilograms. Congratulations on your base strength rising by 2 kilograms. Congratulations on your blood value going up 1 notch. It was important to realize that such voices were not 1 or 2, but had been haunting Chen Han's ears since 5 minutes ago. This wasn't a bug in the system either, as Chen Han could feel that his basic attributes had indeed received a real boost. Chapter 106: The System's Unexplainable Talent Effect. What is this? Chen Han couldn't help but be a bit confused when he heard these prompts. But he couldn't care less about that in his eagerness to save people now, and only stopped when he saw that the whole city was almost burning with Qilin flame and that there was very little green poisonous mist left. And that's when the beeping in his ears stopped. Chen Han let the system count these tips and found that there were roughly a whole 80,000 tips in total. It almost gave him a whole 120,000 kilograms of base strength, as well as about 12 gears of qi and blood. More than 80,000 articles. Chen Han couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air after carefully thinking about it. A startling possibility occurred to him. Because more than 80,000 tips correspond to more than 80,000 men in the Northern Expeditionary Army. In other words, the base attributes he had just gained were drawn from the Northern Expeditionary Army. And this was another major terrifying ability hidden by the Qilin flame. It is possible to draw on the power in the subject of the conduction. This thing, even all of the current light-gifted ability users, didn't have such a powerful trait. Of course, this drawing power was not much. Chen Han summarized that the most power drawn at the moment was around 5 points. And the lowest, only 0.5. It's commonly 1 to 2 points of base power. Chen Han estimated that this was due to the different cultivation realms of each person in the Northern Expeditionary Army. The power he draws on, therefore, will be different. The highest of those 5 points should belong to Lu Zixing, the highest realm in the Northern Expeditionary Army. As for 0.5, it should be a soldier of the marshal rank. At the level of military general, that's 2 to 3 points. This attribute was practically worthless to a martial artist's terrifying base power. So small that no one would even notice their power being drawn upon. But when totaled up, I'm afraid it's a huge amount. Moreover, according to Chen Han's speculation, the object that had its power drawn by the Qilin flame should be more than just the object that was conducted by the Qilin flame. The object that was scorched by the Kirin flame should be among them. This was because before these tips, Chen Han noticed that he had another tip of drawing 10 points of power. The odds are that this tip is drawing power from the Red Woman. Only presumably because Kirin flame wasn't in the system's talent pool. Or maybe this draws too little power. It causes the system to sound like a mosquito. Chen Han was again almost fully focused in his battle against Red Woman, and only then did he not notice the system prompt. Fang Chen Han had felt the system prompts in his ears chirping like mosquitoes, only to be covered by the wailing in the city. It's a small power to draw from one person. But it's a whole different story on a group of people. Oceans are also made from a collection of water droplets. The base strength of 80,000 men drawn from the army of the north alone is a sizable sum. Chen Han now finally understood why the 10 great martial gods were working so hard. When the fire Qilin came in imperial fire, it wasn't discovered at the first moment. He had run through several of the main cities to the west. It has resulted in tens of millions of people being seriously injured or killed. There was no doubt that those people had been baptized by the Kirin flame. The fire Qilin was drawing on the power of tens of millions of people to touch base with the 10 martial gods. In the beginning, one of its claws even nearly sent the then number 1 in the world, Han Haoren, flying hundreds of miles. Of course, this drawn power is not eternal, and a time limit exists. When the 10 martial gods faced off against the fire Qilin, it was because they didn't understand this characteristic of it in the beginning that 2 of the martial gods directly fell. After fighting for a while, they realized that the fire Qilin's power had weakened, and although it still dragged on for a long time, no one died after that. In the end, Han Haoren completed the fatal blow, dragging the fire Qilin to a hard death. The effects of this sacred flame Qilin flame are unexpectedly strong. Chen Han lightly slurped. At the same time, he was also a bit puzzled that the system didn't even write down the several characteristics of the Qilin flame. It's still up to him to explore one step at a time. You know the previous few talents, for what they do, the system is clearly written. If this system had any consciousness, it would probably be spitting bitter water at Chen Han. The Qilin flame wasn't even in the system's library of thousands of talents, so how could it know all the effects of the Qilin flame? The system introduction on the Qilin flame's talent effect was nothing more than speculation based on the existing talent pool. Only the fact that Kirin flame is the only growth talent and that it has both a destructive as well as a restorative effect can be ascertained. The system is also dumbfounded. By this time, the poisonous fog in the entire capital had almost been brought under control. Only the remaining finishing touches remain. And the three words champion marquee spread throughout the capital. Everywhere Chen Han passed, he would hear the voices of gratitude from the people. Red Woman has probably set up hundreds of gas bombs in various parts of the capital. If not for Chen Han, even if Liang Yutian had been able to develop an antidote in time, he would probably have suffered heavy losses. Of course, it was inevitable that a number of civilians would be killed in the incident. Because civilians without any cultivation, as long as they are touched by the poisonous insect mist, they will be killed on the spot, and it will be difficult for even the greatest immortals to save them. But the capital city was also the #1 city in the world in the end, and over 80% of the people, almost all of them, had a cultivation level of samurai level or higher, or else they would not be able to settle down here at all. Chen Han had kept the disaster to a minimum. Even the highest authority in the capital, the 24th Privy Council, had to thank Chen Han. If not for Chen Han, more than half of them would have to die today. Can hide a moment cannot hide a lifetime, even if the accident when they have been hidden into the underground space, but as long as the head contact with the green insect fog, but also still have to finish. At this moment, within the 24th Privy Council, Di Qingtian was already drawing up documents to reward Chen Han. Yue still remained where he was, looking at the flaming capital city out of his mind. Liang Yutian also stood beside him and patted Yuyun's shoulder. "Old Yu, don't lose your face. I'm talking about you, but who's really going to blame you? Red Granny is just an old subordinate that you defected from, it's not your responsibility. You're good at everything but two things, one is too soft on those around you and the other is too pretentious." Yuyun didn't reply, his expression still gloomy. If it wasn't for Chen Han resolving this crisis, it was estimated that even Liang Yutian wouldn't be able to stop him from cutting his own throat in thanks. And it was precisely because Chen Han was worried about this that he came to Yuyun's side again. It wasn't until he saw Chen Han arrive that Yuyun finally spoke. He looked over at Red Woman's corpse, and thanks to Chen Han's Qilin flame, Red Woman was no longer able to utilize the parasites to repair her body in any way. Yuyun slowly said, "Chen Han, if you were me, how would you handle the matter of treating Honggu?" Chen Han didn't expect Yuyun to ask him this, but he still told the truth. "Marshal Yu, if I were you, I would have killed her the first time she indiscriminately killed her army brethren." Chapter 107 King of Jinbei? An unexpected reward. Hearing Chen Han's words, for some reason the frustration on Yuyun's face was swept away. Even as he laughed out loud, "Well said." Just then, Zhao Linger actually ran over as well. Like Chen Han, she was naturally worried about Yuyun before returning to this place. With her understanding of Yuyun would probably take the responsibility of the Red Woman unto himself again. But she looked quite surprised to see Yuyun laughing. The smile wasn't a forced one, but rather one that looked like relief. Zhao Linger felt astonished, and Chen Han felt equally astonished at the sight of her appearance. Only Zhao Linger was seen in a red bodysuit, coupled with the burning Qilin flame all over her body, as well as the pair of thin white elf wings on her back. The entire person appeared incomparably beautiful. Incomparable. Beauty was just as well, as Chen Han could practically feel that Zhao Linger's strength had been greatly enhanced. It was estimated that her base strength and speed had grown to almost more than double what it was on a normal day. "You're..." Hearing Chen Han's question, Zhao Linger pouted her little mouth and looked proud. "You think Marshal Yu will only feel sorry for you alone?" Yuyun explained to Chen Han, "Chen Han, aside from that section of Qilin bone, I also have a Dark Moon Elf exoskeleton, so I gave it to Xiao Zhao." Dark Moon Elf. Chen Han's figure stalled. The period of dark turmoil, that is, the time when the recovery of the aura had just begun. Countless meteorites crashed into the earth, and all races invaded. The entire continent at that time was haunted by all kinds of foreign beasts. Not only are there strong beasts that have mutated from ordinary animals, there are even beasts that exist in fantasy. Like vampires, evil dragons, kobolds, and the like. These beasts were born out of thin air from beside the meteorite. They appeared to be more troublesome than ordinary mutated alien beasts. It was only with the relocation of the human race to the southern realm, where fewer meteorites fell, coupled with Yuyun Han Haoren, the imperial dual walls, leading the troops to purge the southern realm of foreign beasts. That's why fantasy-type exotic beasts are extremely rare. Nowadays, fantasy-type exotic beasts had become a rarity among rarities, and were very rare, at least within the Great Xia, including the circumference of the Tongtian Wall. Of these, the Dark Moon Elves belong to the fantasy class of Fae. And even among the fantasy-type Fae, Dark Moon Elves belong to the rather rare ones. The battle power was also incredibly high, and according to the books, a single 8th-ranked Dark Moon Elf would require an army of 500 marshal-level soldiers to defeat. Elven Fae likewise share a common trait. Any part of their body is extremely adaptable to humans. Basically, most humans are able to achieve a horrifying level A or higher int air graft fitness with elfkind. If the transplant produces elf wings, it means that the fitness has reached S. Unlike something like the unicorn bone, which required rather harsh conditions to obtain the talent. It is quite easy to gain elven talents by transplanting elven bones. There was a certain period of time when most martial artists in Xia aimed to remodel elven bones, causing all the elven bones on the market to be speculated at sky-high prices. And that's just one bone in the elf's body. If it's a set of exoskeletons, it's worth a fortune. Although it was not as good as Chen Han's Qilin bone, Zhao Linger's set of exoskeletons was estimated to be a lone item in the entire Grand Xia. After all, a beast like the Dark Moon Elves would rather die than be arrested by humans most of the time. They also had a means of self-detonation that exerted a power that could even end with a martial artist one great realm higher. Yue Shuai is really treating his own men as his own children, and has never begrudged them half a cent. Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei and Xu Meng's remodeling was also the material that Yue Shuai was responsible for. Nothing more than why Yue Shuai will tolerate the Red Woman again and again, I guess he also cannot figure out. This old subordinate even to death still wanna make him lose his reputation. The night passed quickly. The east gradually revealed a fish belly white color, and Red Woman's poisonous mist of parasites gradually dissipated. At this time, the capital had finally restored its previous order, and a large number of public officials on the streets were pacifying the victims. This disaster was unparalleled for the capital city in the 100 years of the new calendar. If it wasn't for Chen Han, the capital city would probably be filled with green mist and mountains of corpses today. While receiving government relief items, the people didn't forget to say, "Thank you, Champion Ho." Only the Thunder God army that distributed the items couldn't help but lower their heads in shame when they heard those words. Chen Han, along with most of the Northern Expeditionary Force, did not belong to the capital, and the guarding of the capital was originally the responsibility of the Thunder God army, but last night, all of the people of the Thunder God army were the ones who scurried the fastest. They have a guilty conscience at this moment in the face of the people. But on the contrary, the Northern Expeditionary Army was completely different. Wherever they passed, the people welcomed them, that kind of vitality, the appearance of all things competing, in stark contrast to the frustration of the Thunder God's army. It was also because of them that the credibility of Dacia's soldiers was salvaged. The Northern Expeditionary Army entered the city at their command, and the direction they rushed to was the Jade Dragon Terrace in the capital. The 24th Privy Council wrote a commendation document overnight, and the main object of commendation was Chen Han. In less than 10 days, Chen Han had actually ascended the Jade Dragon platform twice, which was already unparalleled in the entire history of the Grand Xia. Even Han Haoren and Yu Ouyun, the two people who had made the most contributions to the Grand Xia, hadn't reached such an honor. At this moment, one could only see that near the Jade Dragon Terrace, countless people from the capital had surrounded this tall building with a sea of people. Most of the others among them knelt on the ground, chanting the name of the champion marquis. The Northern Expeditionary Army couldn't help but be shaken by the sight of this scene when they entered. This scene was even more powerful than when Chen Han had just returned from the Northern Realm last time. It wasn't until the Northern Expeditionary Army entered the Jade Dragon Terrace that Emperor Prime began to read out the commendation documents on the high platform. And Chen Han had arrived long ago. Champion Marquis Chen Han has repeatedly won battles, this time even with the Qilin Sacred Fire, to save the capital city. 30 million people in the fire, monstrous achievements, hereby awarded. By the joint decision of my 24 Privy Councils, I hereby grant Champion Marquis Chen Han the supreme command of all armies within the northern territory of the country, the right to act cheaply. Special reward of 25,000 kilograms of star crystals, 3 mansions in the capital city, and 10 factories on the outskirts of the capital city. Hearing that litany of rewards, the Northern Expeditionary Army was on the verge of freezing. But in reality, Chen Han did not care about those physical rewards. The really important thing was what Emperor Prime had read earlier. Supreme Command of the Northern Expeditionary Army. The right to act cheaply. This was no small right, meaning that Chen Han was now a feudal official in the Northern Realm. For the Northern Expeditionary Army, Chen Han's power was even above the three marshals, Yu Woyan, Zhongguan, and Ouyangquan, and even they could not interfere with Chen Han's decisions. In a way, although Chen Han still held the rank of major, in terms of real power, he was considered the fourth marshal of Xia. There's a right to act cheaply at the top of the list. This power was what none of the three great marshals of the Grand Xia possessed. If they want to command their troops to do something important, they have to consult the 24 privy councils and all sorts of complicated procedures first. For example, Yu Woyun's northern expedition can be said to have taken a lot of effort. But the right to act cheaply is almost the same as Chen Han can bypass the 24 privy council and directly mobilize the Northern Expeditionary Army. If it was completely modeled after the ancient system, the reward for Chen Han could be completely condensed into 3 words. King of Jinbei. Chapter 108 Medicine Body Furnace. The role of the medicine god's body. Of course, this was more than just a reward. The 24th Privy Council was betting the future of the human race on Chen Han. That was why Chen Han was given so much power. Once the army crossed the southern border to the northern border, even these 24 supreme powers would have to look at Chen Han's face. Chen Han immediately received the commendation order while giving a military salute to the 24 supreme powers on the stage. In addition to Chen Han, all of the people in the Northern Expeditionary Army had likewise received a large number of rewards. Last night they gave up their lives, and today all of them got one ticket that would allow them to stay in the capital. That would be one of the sky-high priced buildings in the center of the capital. You know, a house here, with their subsidies and the little proceeds from hunting foreign beasts, they might not be able to buy it in their lifetime. Although Chen Han didn't care about this nowadays, it didn't mean that the Northern Expeditionary Army didn't care. Most of the army was of civilian origin, and the capital was a lifelong dream for many of them. In addition to that, there were naturally all kinds of attribute potions and chi and blood spirit liquids specially supplied by the national pharmaceutical industry. Speaking of the national pharmaceutical industry, Chen Han finally remembered Li Qingshi's invitation. So much had happened in the past few days that he had put it behind him. Li Qingshi had kindly invited him and even sent him the entrance letter to the Red God Mecha launch party, so he couldn't let him down in any way. Now 24 privy councils, 1 champion marquis, 2 Jinbei kings, and also gave him 10% of the star crystal mining rights. Such a generous commendation was on one hand an affirmation of Chen Han, and on the other hand, a hope that Chen Han would achieve more in the northern realm. Coupled with the need to search for his parents, Chen Han estimated that the day he planned to return to the north was not far off. Still have to get this done before I leave. The next day, Chen Han then hardened his heart and arrived at the entrance of the national pharmaceutical industry. National Pharmaceuticals, living up to its name, is a state machine, occupying millions of square meters in the capital city, where every inch of land is gold. The entire interior of the pharmaceutical industry was almost all pharmaceutical factories, and even at the main entrance, Chen Han could smell a pungent odor. The main thing produced here was various attribute potions and chi and blood spirit liquids, which were then supplied to the entire country. Since Chen Han had called Li Qingshi before he came, the hundreds of thousands of employees of National Pharmaceuticals under the scorching heat of the sun actually stood at the entrance, and even set off salutes. The employees also pulled up a large banner. "Welcome to the Champion Ho." Chen Han was a little sweaty. The national pharmaceutical industry was so messed up, as if he had really become some kind of master pill refiner. In fact, for this aspect he relied on the system to directly refine the medicine. Li Qingshi went out to greet him, and a large number of employees began to thank Chen Han and shake his hand. It turned out that the Red Woman planted a few gas bombs very close to the national pharmaceutical industry. At that time hundreds of thousands of employees were hiding inside the factory. If not Zhao Yufei with Qilin Flame ran over, it is estimated that the huge factory are paralyzed for it. Immediately afterward, Li Qingshi took Chen Han and dozens of senior employees and scientists from National Pharmaceuticals to start touring the factory. Chen Han didn't forget to remind Li Qingshi beforehand, "Mr. Li, let me give you a heads up first, I'm afraid I don't have any valuable experience that I can pass on to you." Who knew that Li Qingshi instead took this as Chen Han's modesty and laughed out loud, "You're too modest, Marquis Champion, you're truly a god if you can even refine a potion that directly boosts chi and blood." A black line flooded Chen Han's forehead. It looked like no matter how he explained it, it would be of little use. Li Qingshi brought Chen Han to the factory and pointed to the. But as he listened, Chen Han felt that something was not quite right. On top of the raw materials of the chi and blood spiritual liquid, we add materials from various exotic beasts, and it's fused into the chi and blood spiritual liquid. According to the quality of the foreign beast materials, the quality of the chi and blood spirit liquid we refine is also different. Of course, don't worry, the best quality we supply to the troops. Chen Han's expression was a bit surprised, and he couldn't help but say, "You guys refine medicines, and it turns out that they are generated by combining the materials of exotic beasts?" However, as soon as Chen Han had finished speaking, Li Qingshi froze. "Could it be that you still have a method for refining pills that doesn't require a combination of exotic beast materials?" "Of course not." Chen Han was surprised in that he had thought that the national pharmaceutical refining was through various complicated chemical methods and chemical reactions. Add to that an unbelievably strict process and control. Unexpectedly, it was actually the same as his medicine god's body. Only the difference was that the body of the medicine god didn't need the complicated processes of the national pharmaceutical industry. "If you guys are refining medicines from exotic beast materials, I think I can be of some help," Chen Han said softly. Li Qingshi was pleasantly surprised, and immediately took Chen Han on a tour of the national pharmaceuticals warehouse. What Chen Han didn't expect was that the materials of various low-level alien beasts could be said to be piled up in these warehouses. And there are special people in charge of sorting, cleaning, and other operations. A warehouse alone, there are hundreds of employees under the jurisdiction. This was a real treasure trove for Chen Han. Although there weren't many high-level materials here, it could be said that there was more than enough to refine some basic attribute potions, including the Qi and Blood Spirit liquid. Unfortunately, in that case, Chen Han would have to live in national pharmaceuticals. After all, the exotic beast materials here are shipped in from all over the country, and there is an endless stream of them every day. Chen Han sighed softly. "If only there was some kind of machine that could refine potions even in my absence." The National Pharmaceuticals Warehouse was a great treasure for Chen Han. Unfortunately, Chen Han could only complete the series of operations of collecting materials, refining medicines, and taking medicines from the system space when he was present in person. Just then, perhaps having heard Chen Han's words, the system however transmitted a prompt. "System-friendly reminder, you can consume points to build a pill body furnace." The pill body furnace serves the same purpose as your pill god's body. As long as someone puts the ingredients in it, they can rely on the recipe to produce a potion. The medicine body furnace can only be activated by you. It runs on electricity after activation and does not require the consumption of qi and blood. You can also remotely control it at any time to terminate the process of refining medicine. Since the medicine body furnace is specially made by the system, it requires 50,000 points to redeem one. Please redeem with caution. Chapter 109, So You're a Scientist. 50,000 points. A staggering amount. And that's just one machine. According to the system, this medicine body furnace built by it far exceeded current technology. It's what requires such high points. Coincidentally, Chen Han had been promoted from second lieutenant to major, and the points rewarded by the system plus the points he had signed up for happened to be around 50,000 points. To build a medicine body furnace is to return to the pre-liberation era. But give up the child to catch the wolf. The sooner this thing was built, the better. Not only could it be much more convenient to refine medicine outside of Chen Han's body, it didn't even require the consumption of qi and blood. Chen Han gritted his teeth and still threw 50,000 points in. To build this medicine body furnace, you need to wait for an hour. And at this time, Li Qingshi, who saw Chen Han froze, thought that it was because this foreign beast material storehouse in front of him had failed to satisfy Chen Han. He humbly said, "Champion Marquis, is there something you want to instruct us on?" This sentence pulled Chen Han out of his shaking mind. Regarding the Fey Material Bank, Chen Han certainly had nothing to instruct. The national pharmaceutical industry had been developing for hundreds of years, and many of the processes had matured. But in terms of pill refining, Chen Han had some thoughts to offer. In order to verify their thoughts, Chen Han and Li Qingshi returned to the pharmaceutical plant. Chen Han rolled up his sleeves, and then said to Li Qingshi, "Mr. Li, please have someone fetch me a blood essence stone of a fourth-order alien beast, plus 3 leg bones of a scrub rabbit. Remember, it must be a blood essence stone of a 4th-ranked foreign beast and 3 leg bones. There can be no mistakes in the ratios." Li Qingshi was so excited when he heard this that he was even on the verge of shedding tears. It was because he was actually able to witness Chen Han's pill refining process with his own eyes. This opportunity doesn't come along very often. Li Qingshi immediately ordered, "Quick! Fetch the materials for the champion Ho. Also have all the mechanics in the factory stop what they're doing. This is a rare opportunity to observe." A black line flooded Chen Han's forehead. He was merely trying to verify his thoughts. Li Qingshi had actually called so many people. "Mr. Li, there's no need to get so worked up, right?" Chen Han let out a light eep. Who knew that Li Qingshi's eyes were even more fervent? No. This is a once-in-a-lifetime learning opportunity. You still don't know that you are also renowned in our academic world nowadays. And behind you, there is that scientist who invented star crystal nullification. The star crystal nullification tool that Li Qingshi had mentioned naturally referred to Chen Xingbian. That's a cross-generational invention. Thus he naturally classified Chen Han as being on the same level as Chen Xingbian as well. Within a short time, the employees fetched the materials over, and at the same time, all the senior technicians and scientists of the national pharmaceutical industry came here, staring intently at Chen Han. Chen Han had no choice but to start refining the medicine under the attention of all the people. He began by placing a blood essence stone of a fourth-order alien beast into a bucket of strong acidic water specially made by the national pharmaceutical industry. The blood essence stone slowly dissolved, and in no time at all, a bucket of strong acidic water containing the energy of the blood essence stone was obtained. Then Chen Han followed the gourd, through acid and alkali neutralization, plus multiple filtration, obtained a small bucket of pure water containing blood essence stone energy. Immediately afterward, Chen Han began to grind the 3 leg bones of the scrub hare until the leg bones are ground into bone meal. Finally, he boiled the small bucket of water with blood essence stone energy and poured in the leg bone powder of the scrub rabbit. Not long after, the two materials fused together, and after cooling slightly for a while, a deep red liquid was formed. This liquid, naturally, was the Qi and blood spirit liquid. Li Qingshi had been observing the process of Chen Han's pill refining without taking his eyes off of it, and when Chen Han finished refining the pill, he immediately couldn't wait to take a taste with his spoon. With his many years of experience, he could almost taste the quality level of the Qi and blood spirit liquid, and just after tasting the first bite Li Qingshi immediately lamented, "Top grade. No. Top grade. Since the establishment of our country's pharmaceutical industry, we have yet to produce a Qi and blood spirit liquid of such purity." Speaking of this, Li Qingshi brought another measuring instrument and poured a cup of Chen Han's refined Qi and blood spirit liquid into it. It wasn't long before a string of numbers appeared on the screen of the measuring instrument. 98.8%. This number represents the meaning of the purity of Qi and blood spirit liquid. The higher the purity, the better the quality, naturally the higher the selling price. Seeing this number, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was because since the national pharmaceutical industry had begun making medicine, the highest concentration of Qi and blood spiritual liquid that had been refined was only 93.8%. But don't think that the difference between the two is only 5%. It is important to realize that every 0.1% step forward from 90% requires millions of experiments. However, Chen Han had actually made this purity reach 98.8% with just a slight strike. This is a level that no scientist has ever been able to have in the last 100 years of state pharmacy. I'll go. This is too good for the champion Marquis, isn't it? How can he be so precise with his material ratios? I originally thought he was a martial artist, but I didn't realize he was actually a scientist. The crowd was extremely complimentary, but they didn't know that this was the recipe that the system provided to Chen Han. The system's recipe was naturally split, and if it weren't for some errors in the material weighing, Chen Han would even be able to achieve a purity of 100%. That 1.2% is all part of a huge error. Chen Han was also not expecting him to actually succeed in one go. One could only say that the national pharmaceutical industry's technique of refining medicines was similar to him using his body as a furnace, only that many tedious steps had been eliminated. The most excited of course is still Li Qingshi. Just now that formula he has memorized in his heart, this one formula alone, I do not know how much more tax revenue can make the national pharmaceutical industry. After all martial artists in the country, from the samurai to the martial god realms, needed to purchase Qi and blood spirit liquid from national pharmaceuticals. Champion Ho, no, Mr. Chen. Mr. is truly a great talent. On behalf of National Pharmaceuticals, I, Li Qingshi, would like to invite you to enter the company and become an honorary advisor of National Pharmaceuticals. I wonder if you will agree. Li Qingshi was in tears, and on the spot, he issued an invitation to Chen Han for the national pharmaceutical industry. And the position given is still an honorary advisor. This position was not an imaginary position. Within the national pharmaceutical industry, it was almost similar to the position of Dean Li Qingshi. And as the national pharmaceutical industry held the lifeblood of all the martial artists in the whole of Daxia, to be able to sit at the level of Li Qingshi was equivalent to being half in charge of the national pharmaceutical industry. Words are naturally not cheap. Even a martial god-level powerhouse in the entire Grand Xia had to be kind and hush in front of Li Qingshi. Honorary advisors certainly have that privilege. However, Li Qingshi could not have imagined that what made him excited was yet to come. Chen Han washed his stained hands before slowly saying to Li Qingshi, "Mr. Li, you can allow me to think about the honorary advisor matter first. I have a machine here, so as long as you input the recipe and throw the ingredients in, you can completely skip all those tedious processes of pharmaceuticals and directly generate a potion. With this machine, can we work with your national pharmaceutical industry?" Chen Han's words had just finished, and tens of thousands of people in the entire factory were suddenly silent, their pupils widening as they stared blankly at Chen Han. It's as if. Stupid. Chapter 110 Northern Realm Alteration. Fierce beasts surrounded the city. After a long time, Li Qingshi slowly said, "Champion Marquis, you're not joking with me, are you? If there really is a machine in the world as Chen Han said, don't say it's with national pharmaceuticals. It's just a no-brainer to outlaw the state pharmaceutical industry. Hundreds of thousands of employees at national pharmaceuticals produce a pitifully small number of various potions each month. After all, it was impossible for anyone to know the ratios of the materials by heart like Chen Han did. Every step in the production of the potion is a matter of excellence. Chen Han certainly hadn't thought of outlawing the national pharmaceutical industry. The national pharmaceuticals symbolized the power of the state apparatus, and it was difficult to collect that much exotic beast material with just an individual. What he needed was the national pharmaceuticals inventory of Fey materials. Chen Han pointed out the window and said, "I've asked someone to send that machine just now, so you can go out and take a look." Taking advantage of the fact that the system had already refined the pill body furnace while shaking ahead during the refining of the medicine just now, Chen Han summoned it from the system space to the lawn of the national pharmaceutical industry. Is there really such a machine? Li Qingshi still found it unbelievable. Immediately following the tens of thousands of senior employees of national pharmaceuticals, they ran out of the gate in great numbers. The medicine body stove rested on the lawn, and from the outside it appeared to be a large incense burner, except that the stove had all sorts of modern technology operating screens as well as circuitry components. In order to look good, the system also carved a symbol of gossip on the furnace body, which is really a snake. From the outside, it does look flat, like an ancient alchemy furnace. The scientists in the room couldn't help but scratch their heads. Although he felt skeptical, he didn't dare to speak out directly due to Chen Han's position. It was Li Qingshi who spoke the truth. "Champion Ho, is this thing really as magical as you say?" This was something that was built by the system and had cost 50,000 points, Chen Han had no doubt. He had his employees fetch some materials to create the Qi blood spiritual liquid, and then he entered the recipe for the Qi blood spiritual liquid on the pill body furnace. He energized the medicine body furnace while pressing the start button. That's when a prompt came from the system. Ding! May I ask if you would like to confirm the activation of the medicine body furnace? After choosing to confirm the activation, the medicine body furnace can keep running continuously while it is energized. You may deactivate the operation at any time by verbal command. Confirmed. After Chen Han uttered his confirmation, the entire pill body furnace began to emit a fantastical glow. Immediately, Chen Han opened the furnace cauldron and threw the materials for refining the Qi blood spiritual liquid directly into it. The refining process, probably, lasted less than a few seconds. Immediately afterward at the exit, a large amount of Qi and blood spirit liquid began to gush out. Fortunately, Chen Han had already caused the bucket to be placed there beforehand. The materials put in just now were 12 leg bones with 4 blood essence stones, thus the output of Qi and blood spiritual liquid was just 4 small buckets. This operation was a sight to behold for Li Qingshi and the group of scientists present. What kind of scientific instrument is this? It's simply a metaphysical instrument. It was correct to say that it was a metaphysical instrument, according to the system's explanation. As long as the recipe was inputted, no matter what materials were put into it, the pill body furnace would calculate the most accurate ratio of materials. Not a single scrap will be produced. Not only that, it can be refined by multiple recipes at the same time. As long as the materials were in place, different kinds of potions would be born at the exit of the medicine body furnace. Li Qingshi swallowed his saliva, and immediately picked up a bucket of medicinal water refined by the pill body furnace, which he didn't dare to taste at first. After hesitating for a while, Li Qingshi gently took a shallow taste. But it was this one bite that was a shock to his entire outlook. Li Qingshi fell back a few steps and stammered as he pointed at the Qi and blood spirit liquid refined by the pill body furnace. "This potion is even purer than the one that the champion Marquis refined by hand." The crowd all looked incredulous. Li Qingshi's subordinates hurriedly fetched the measuring instrument, while the purity of this potion was quickly displayed on the measuring instrument. A complete number simply dropped the jaws of the crowd. 100%. The medicinal potion refined by the pill body furnace had actually reached a terrifying 100% purity. That's impossible. Theoretically, as far as refining potions is concerned, the precision of a machine is lower than by hand. This is too unbelievable, isn't it? At this moment, comparing to the medicinal potion refined by the pill body furnace, it was obvious that the pill body furnace itself was more able to attract attention. A large group of scientists immediately gathered around the medicine body furnace to take a closer look. The more they observed them, the more surprised they became. The stuff on this furnace is a little too sophisticated, isn't it? It's all never-before-seen technology. I'll go. Did you guys notice the circuit components on the furnace body? A palm-sized area is densely packed with uncountable circuit elements. These scientists have discovered something extremely scary. That's the circuit etching on the furnace body, which I'm afraid has reached a range smaller than a nanometer. And that's just the furnace body. Not to mention the inside of the hearth. If the star crystal nullification black box discovered before was a cross-generation invention, then this medicine body furnace was almost a level of technology that mankind simply could not reach. The crowd could hardly imagine that such a precise instrument was actually built by Chen Han. And it was done by one person alone? Marquis of Champions, you are simply the initiator of the new century. Newton, Einstein, I'm afraid, are no match for you. You are the greatest scientist I have ever met. In the face of the crowd's praise, Chen Han could only smile helplessly. After all, it was impossible for him to disclose the existence of the system and only say that this instrument was the only orphan one, and he could not build a second one. As for the cooperation, Li Qingshi naturally agreed with all his heart. He even predicted that in less than a year's time, all the medicinal water that all the martial artists in the entire Great Xia drank would be produced from this pill body furnace. Chen Han, a transcendent human instrument, would drive the whole of Daxia. The national pharmaceutical industry would not be able to refine a potion like Chen Han's even if it took a few more centuries. Chen Han agreed to place the pill body furnace in the national pharmaceutical industry, but there were a few conditions. One of them was that the potions refined by the medicine body furnace were given the highest priority to supplying the Cold Night Group as well as the Northern Expeditionary Army, and no matter what, one's own troops had to be adequately supplied, and all of them free. At this time, Chen Han did not know that a major event had occurred in the Northern Realm, tens of thousands of miles away. The scout-in-chief who was left behind in the Red Wolf Beast City looked at a report with his head in a cold sweat. In the west, a swarm of dark bats that were as black as a black cloud covering the sky were slowly coming towards the Red Wolf Beast City. The few scouts in the east had long since been lost, and the last news they had sent back indicated that a group of plant-based old-faced demon vines were migrating towards the Red Wolf Beast City. But it is the north that is most feared. An army of giant elephants over 300 meters tall formed a behemoth army that swept all the way across the country, turning all of them into meat cakes wherever they passed. The target, too, seemed to be none other than the Red Wolf Beast City. As if they had been instructed in some way, they streaked towards the city of Red Wolf Beasts. Chapter 111, Revitalizing the Arm. 100,000 troops. After placing the pill body furnace in the national pharmaceutical industry, the next day Chen Han received news back from the Northern Realm. There was an army of 3 types of alien beasts that was massing towards the city of Red Wolf Beasts, which had already belonged to the human race. Among them were the Dark Bat Clan, the botanical old-faced Demon Vine Clan, and the Giant Elephant Clan that came from the north. These 3 types of foreign beasts were all extremely strong. First, there was the Dark Bat Clan, whose power had been learned by the 400,000-strong army at the time of the Northern Expedition. 3 battalions of the Water God Army and 2 battalions of the Wind God Army, an entire 40,000 generals, were lost to the hands of the Dark Bat. Each and every one of them had the strength of an almost 12th-ranked Fey beast. And the attacks are very bizarre. Can suck the blood out of a human in an instant. The other side on the old face of the demonic vines, although not encountered at the time of the Northern Expedition. But according to the words of the scout-in-chief to observe, the few scouts he had sent out almost all had the strength of a martial general. Even if he couldn't beat them, it was probably very easy to run away. However, an entire squad of 4 martial general level experts actually did not have any of them escape back. This proved that this demonic vine was not to be underestimated as much as the Dark Bat. But the most powerful was the giant elephant coming from the north. 300 meters in size, with a thick-skinned body, it was enough to tread down the entire city of Red Wolf Beasts. Even the star crystal vein, which had just begun to step into operation, was at stake. What made Chen Han puzzled was that although these foreign beasts in the northern realm were not at the point of death, they were usually in a state of old death. Otherwise a single race civilization would never have arisen among the Fae, and there would still be such a thing as an army. What, exactly, could make these alien beasts unite to attack the city of red wolf beasts? It was important to realize that only about 10 days had passed since Chen Han had returned victorious from his northern expedition. In 10 days' time, if there were no special circumstances, it was impossible for these foreign beasts to mobilize their armies in unison and still unite together. Chen Han thought of a frightening fact, and that was that a leader was feared to have arisen amongst these foreign beasts on the northern bank of the Dragon River. Only this would explain how they were able to react so quickly. Thinking of this, Chen Han immediately called the chief scout and asked him a question. Chief Scout, during the time I returned to the capital, were there any large-scale marches by the beasts of the northern realm to the same place? The Fae understood some of the human technology, but definitely hadn't taken control of the wireless communication devices. Otherwise, on the day the Red Wolf Beast City was bombed, the Red Wolf Beast Lords would have called for help from the neighborhood. The answer given by the Chief Scout surprised Chen Han a little. As Chen Han had predicted, those sent out by the Chief Scout, probably since 5 days ago, had seen a constant stream of foreign beasts traveling in one direction around them. And this direction is actually the same mountain that Lord Yamagami is on. It was worth mentioning that the herd of giant elephants in the north had also come from the direction of that mountain. Could it be that the person mobilizing these foreign beasts is my father? Chen Han could not help but let out a cry of surprise in his heart. He had clearly left a note for Qin Xingbian, and not in his own identity, but in the identity of Marshal Yue. Theoretically, if Qin Xingbian returned, he would arrive at the Red Wolf Beast City at the first opportunity. But he would actually mobilize the Fae to attack humans? All of this could not help but make Chen Han feel a bit baffled. Of course this was just a guess on his part, maybe there was someone else mobilizing the Fae army. No matter what, the fact that the 3 great beasts were besieging the city of Red Wolf Beasts was a nail in the coffin, and with the northern border looming, Chen Han had to depart quickly. Read the report at Chile. Night team members are equally anxious. Chen Han, let's set off quickly. Otherwise, those thousands of brothers in the northern realm will probably be sacrificed for nothing. Zhao Linger urged Chen Han. Having been given the Dark Elf exoskeleton, she is now eager to conquer the Fae. Chen Han had now become the Lord Commander of the Northern Realm, and had to consider things a bit more comprehensively. After thinking for a while, he said to Zhao Linger, there's no rush, although those 3 armies of foreign beasts are coming in strong, they aren't marching very fast, there's one thing we need to do before that. What is it? Recruitment. Chen Han's words caused Zhao Linger to come to a realization. Nowadays, there were only 70,000 to 80,000 people left in the Northern Expeditionary Army, and even though these 70,000 to 80,000 people were already considered veterans of hundreds of battles, they were unable to fight 1 against 100 against foreign beasts of 11 ranks or higher. Inside the Red Wolf Beast City, again, there were essentially no defenses. It is absolutely impossible to defend the city with just these 70,000 to 80,000 troops. One must know that this time, regardless of the giant elephant legion in the north and the old-faced demon vine in the east, the number of dark bats alone was as high as 200,000. In response, Zhao Linger couldn't help but let out a light laugh. You've become much smarter in the head after becoming the Lord Commander. This was something that even Zhao Linger hadn't thought of. If the first 100 years of the new calendar were created by Yu Wuyun and Han Haoren, the second 100 years, then, was nothing less than Chen Han's era. In the hearts of the people, he was the only one who could open up the future of the human race. So in just one morning, the recruiting office was already crowded as far as the eye could see. Even those who did not fulfill the conditions for this occasion stopped to watch from the periphery. The whole capital city was empty for a while. I, Liao Xiaowu, Marshal General 3rd Order, Free Martial Artist, there are 5 10th Order Fey Beast heads in the house. I, Zhang Xiaolon, Marshal General 1st Rank, Free Martial Artist, once took out 8 9th Rank alien beasts by myself. It's just as well that there are so many people coming, they are also very strong. Most of them are free martial artists who are above the rank of general and do not want to join the official government. In just 1 day's time, Chen Han had recruited 100,000 elite troops. Chapter 112, Huangji Shocking Gun. The strongest martial art of mankind. Originally, according to Chen Han's calculations, it would take about 5 days before the army of Fey Beasts would arrive underneath the city of Red Wolf Beasts. He therefore intended to spend 3 days raising 100,000 troops, and on the 4th day to march in full force to the north. I didn't realize that a 3-day goal was actually accomplished in 1 day. Or 100,000 elite without any water. But naturally, the more soldiers the better, plus Chen Han simply could not resist the enthusiasm of the people, so he had to add another day of recruitment. The next day, the hot schoolyard was crowded with recruits that Chen Han had just recruited, and the recruits surrounded the schoolyard into a ring. And standing in the ring, it was clearly Liao Xiaohu, the new king of the recruits this time, as well as Chen Han. This Liao Xiaohu was a martial arts nerd, just joined the camp and started to challenge everyone, not realizing that he really has some skills. Most of the people were beaten down by him. Unexpectedly, this prick had actually hit on Chen Han. Facing Chen Han, Liao Xiaohu had no fear and even laughed a little. "Champion Ho, have you ever lost? I know that your realm is the 4th rank of martial general, but I, Liao Xiaohu, don't know how many people of the 4th rank of martial general I have defeated." Liao Xiaohu, who had a long scar on his face, was arrogant, but Chen Han just smiled in response. In the next moment, Liao Xiaohu suddenly struck out, not moving like a mountain, moving like a rabbit. Liao Xiaohu had entered the martial arts path with his fists, and after years of exercise, he had 300,000 kilograms of strength at the 3rd level of the martial general. His sandbag-sized fist swung towards Chen Han, each punch carrying an unstoppable fist wind, and even dozens of meters away from him, his terrifying fist wind could. At this time also do not know who shouted, the crowd have stood upright. It turned out to be Yu Wuyan arrived. Chen Han similarly saluted, while Yu Wuyan let out a laugh. "Chen Han, you are now the 4th marshal of the Grand Xia, do you still need to salute this old bone of mine?" Chen Han smiled helplessly. "Marshal Yu, you are joking." In terms of military positions alone, Chen Han was still a long way from being a marshal, only that he had equaled the 3 marshals in terms of real power. He controls the entire Northern Expeditionary Army. Looking around at the elites, Yu Wuyan's expression was pleased. "Well done." These 4 words were the highest affirmation of Chen Han. Immediately afterward, Yu Wuyan called Chen Han inside his office and casually threw Chen Han a chip. Every time Yu Wuyan handed over to Chen Han, almost all of them were rare treasures in the world. Holding the chip, Chen Han then asked, "Marshal Yu, what's this good stuff again?" Yu Wuyan glanced at Chen Han, his expression still somewhat reluctant. "Actually, I was planning to wait until you reached the martial emperor realm to give it to you. But I didn't expect the war in the north to come so quickly, so I'll just have to give it to you. This is Han Haoren's only martial art. It's also known as the strongest human martial art." Chen Han was shocked at his words. It was actually Han Haoren stuff again. The last time Han Haoren had gotten the Beidou Haoren gun technique, it had benefited him greatly, and he had also comprehended the victorious momentum. This time, it was actually the strongest human martial arts. Yu Wuyan told Chen Han that the name of this martial skill was called the Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun. It was Han Haoren who had an epiphany in his later years. Back then, it was Han Haoren who relied on this martial skill to break through the Fire Qilin's tortoise shell-like defenses as well as its terrifying regeneration ability, ultimately killing it. And none of the 10 strongest human beings could cause effective damage to the Fire Qilin except for him. Hence the Emperor's Extreme Shocking Gun, which was also known as the strongest martial skill of mankind. This chip was the video Yu Wuyan had taken back then during Han Haoren's epiphany of the Emperor's ultimate shocking gun. Later, it was discovered by Han Haoren, who was going to snatch over the chip, but Yu Wuyan insisted that Han Haoren's stuff be passed on to future generations, so he kept it. However, Han Haoren left behind the rule that this chip could be given for viewing, but only once. After one viewing, the chip destroys itself. How much can be comprehended depends on enlightenment. Moreover, the Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun and his Beidou Haoren gun technique were complementary, so if he hadn't learned the Beidou Haoren gun technique, then even if he read the chip, it would be useless. This was the reason why Yu Wuyan didn't dare to take out this chip so easily. If Chen Han was not enlightened enough, he would have wasted his only chance. But now that Chen Han needed to enter the northern battlefield, he could only take it out. Who knew that Chen Han had taken the chip and was about to connect directly to the network to watch it? Yu Wuyan's face turned white with fear and hurriedly went up to stop it. "Chen Han, what are you doing? This is only one chance." After watching this time, if Chen Han did not comprehend the Emperor's Extreme Shocking Gun, then this strongest martial skill of mankind would have to disappear forever. But the truth is that the thing called enlightenment is not related to the realm. It is not the case that the higher the realm, the higher the enlightenment, but rather the higher the enlightenment, the more the realm can grow with it. Yu Wuyan had obviously mistaken cause and effect. Seeing Chen Han's determined eyes, Yu Wuyan didn't stop anymore, while Chen Han also closed his eyes and entered the virtual network. With that, he caught a glimpse of Han Haoren. Last time it was just a shadow, but this time it was a real face. This first strongman of the human race was different from what Chen Han had imagined. With a head of long black hair flowing in the wind, and the entire person appearing unkempt and unkempt. But just by standing there, he exuded an aura of looking out of the corner of his eye. "Old you, watch this. This move of mine gathers the pinnacle of the victor's momentum. I'm just asking if you're convinced." The video shows Han Haoran at the bottom of a piece of waterfall talking to Yue. The next moment, Han Haoran's wrist twitched. The video didn't capture it clearly, but Chen Han saw it clearly. That moment, Han Haoran was shaking his spear, and the remnants of the Overlord's spear couldn't even be captured on video. Immediately afterward, a dragon roar came out, and on the body of the Overlord gun, it seemed as if a five-clawed golden dragon silhouette was produced. Boom! Only a shocking roar could be heard, and the huge mountain peak in front of Han Haoran was directly flattened by him. That wasn't all, because behind that peak was an even bigger one. Boom! 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 The power of the Emperor's extreme shocking gun actually managed to strengthen until it extended to a place where it couldn't even be captured on video. Chapter 113, Criminal Sky Shield. The strongest defensive treasure of mankind. The #1 martial art of mankind. Well deserved. Seeing Han Haoran's Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun, Chen Han couldn't help but feel emotional. I'm afraid that his Piercing Deaththorn Lance as well as the Sun Destruction Regicide Lance are both below the Emperor's Extreme Shocking Lance. The Spear of Piercing Deaththorns is actually not very powerful. The powerful part of this martial art is that it consumes a very small amount of chi and blood, and there is also a must-hit hard effect that is comparable to the law of causality. The reason why Chen Han had no trouble using this move in the ring was because of the strength of his basic attributes. The result is that this move is virtually unbreakable. Moreover, this move was inferior when it came to dealing with alien beasts, whose body structure was different from that of the human body, and some of them even had multiple hearts. This also resulted in the Lance of Piercing Deaththorn losing its sure kill effect, and would also completely lose the advantage of a lance weapon due to being too close to the enemy. As for the Sunslayer Lance, it was indeed quite explosive in terms of power, but unfortunately, it consumed too much chi and blood, and at the time of release, a certain amount of storing time was needed in order to reach the 3 attacks. Both of these martial arts techniques have relatively obvious drawbacks. However, the Extreme Shocking Gun had completely discarded the shortcomings of these two martial arts and had taken. Han Haoran in the video also had a scowl on his face at this time. Wipe. Just by using a martial skill, those things in the Forbidden Zone have sensed it. Lao Yu, together. At that point, the videotape came to a screeching halt. It was a pity that Chen Han was unable to see the appearance of the two top human powerhouses as they challenged the Forbidden Zone alien beasts together. After reading it, Chen Han opened his eyes, and Yue also rushed forward and asked, "How was it? How much have you comprehended?" Although he had already been shocked by Chen Han many times, Yue was still skeptical of Chen Han's ability to comprehend the Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun. After all, this martial skill was too shocking. If Chen Han was allowed to see it a few more times, Yue still had this confidence in him. It was also unknown why Han Haoran had set up this prohibition. Yue's words had just finished when that chip directly short-circuited and spontaneously combusted. However, Chen Han silently took out the Overlord pistol from the Emperor's soldier box, and his wrist, which was tightly gripping the Overlord pistol, began to start shaking at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. At the same time, the victor's momentum that he had comprehended from the Hokuto Haoran gun technique lingered in Chen Han's consciousness, and in the next moment, a golden dragon shadow appeared on the Overlord gun. And in the videotape, Han Haoran and Yue had said that the birth of the golden dragon's shadow was the sign of completely comprehending the Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun. The corner of Yue's mouth twitched. It looks like my worries were redundant. At this moment Chen Han's ears also heard a system prompt, ding. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS grade martial skill, Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun. Not only that, the moment the prompt came from the system, an inexplicable keening suddenly came from the entire conference room. That golden dragon shadow not only encircled the Overlord's spear, it even wrapped around to Chen Han's arm. And this kind of change had never even occurred in Han Haoran's body. The answer is simple. With the support of the soldier's soul sacred body, the Emperor's Extreme Shocking Gun was upgraded by 2 more ranks on top of its original SS grade. Chen Han's Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun had greatly surpassed the creator of this martial art. The #1 martial artist in the world, Han Haoran. As the current #1 in the world, Yue stared at his pupils wide open, feeling for the first time that the Chen Han in front of him was a little too much for him to see. A martial art that had only just been learned could actually be stronger than the pioneer. Yue could clearly feel the terror of Chen Han's Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun. Just then a shadow suddenly flashed across the conference room, and the next moment a figure appeared beside Yu Wuyun. "I'm sorry, little brother Chen Han, for walking over without saying hello to you." The person who came was Liang Yutian, who gave Yu Wuyun a despicable look and blandly said, "What are you surprised about? Didn't I tell you before, this is the strength of a natural alien body?" Liang Yutian was not surprised that Chen Han was able to comprehend the Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun. It was Chen Han who was a bit teary-eyed. "Elder Liang, what is the purpose of your visit today?" Liang Yutian was carrying a large backpack when he arrived, and he placed this large backpack on the ground. In the backpack were various bottles and jars, like the various medicinal herbs he had refined. "Here. This is the 9 turns rejuvenation pill. As long as you're not shot in the head or heart, you'll be able to survive after taking this pill. And this, the poisonous insect bomb. Last time I went to the Red Woman's residence I found it. With this you can run away even if you can't beat it." Liang Yutian spoke to himself, introducing the efficacy of these treasures of his one by one. It turned out that he had the same purpose as Yu Wuyun, learning that Chen Han was going to depart for the northern border, and had come to deliver something to Chen Han. The most notable of these was a shield brought by Liang Yutian. The shield is prismatic and made of a strange black metal. Liang Yutian told Chen Han that this shield was built for Feng Yufeng and could even resist the full force of a martial god-level powerhouse, but there were side effects. That is, after withstanding a certain amount of attacks, the shield will shatter. But don't worry, as long as the shield pieces remain intact, after 48 hours, they'll be back to their original form. Back then, during the conquest of the Fire Qilin, Liang Yutian had relied on this shield to save his life, and as a result, Feng Yufeng himself had sacrificed himself in a heroic manner. In other words, this shield was able to resist even the peak stage Fire Qilin's Qilin flame. And Feng Yufeng also gave it a nice name, Criminal Sky Shield. This interdictor's shield, likewise, was a supreme divine weapon. Yu Wuyun's next words also took Chen Han by surprise. Only Yu Wuyun patted the Criminal Sky Shield and suddenly let out an emotional sigh. "Old Liang, you can even take this thing out. This thing can't even be broken by me." Yu Wuyun's strength was something that Chen Han had seen with his own eyes. Zhonggong formed countless thunder shields with 10,000 pounds of thunder, but none of them could carry Yu Wuyun's overwhelming slash. But the interdictor shield can. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was currently the human race's #1 defense treasure. Liang Yutian ignored Yu Wuyun and instead urged Chen Han, "You can remember that you must come back alive. If it weren't for the lack of martial god entrance tickets over in the northern realm, I would have accompanied you." It had to be said that it was clear that Liang Yutian and Yu Wuyun were of the same age, but Liang Yutian spoke in a much more amusing manner than Yu Wuyun. Chen Han was quite warm inside. Just a message of going to the northern realm. These two elders had actually taken out their crushing treasures. Chapter 114. Chen Han's parents appear. The past. In just 2 days' time, Chen Han had recruited an entire 200,000 elite army. Of these 200,000 people, more than half were free martial artists who did not want to serve the government or the military. Even the lowest realm was starting at the 6th rank of martial artist. Since the new calendar, the entire human race had not established a legion like this. Even at the peak of Han Haoren and Yu Wuyun, they were only able to put together a mere 100,000 people like this. This also allowed the 24th Privy Council to see the terrifying influence of Chen Han. There were many people who would rather break away from their families to join Chen Han's army. It was not an exaggeration to say that Chen Han's influence in the hearts of the people had already surpassed that of the Great Xiao's first power, Emperor Prime. This also made them somewhat glad that they had, for one, managed to bet on Chen Han, and for the other, granted Chen Han special autonomy in the Northern Realm. In fact, it was also equivalent to letting Chen Han stay in the North more in disguise. They understood very well in their hearts that Chen Han and Yu Wuyun were different. Yu Wuyun always had the country and the people in his heart. Therefore Yu Wuyun was better controlled, and even if he looked at them with displeasure again, he would not hurt them. As for rebellion, there is no way to talk about it. But Chen Han was a level above Yu Wuyun's ruthlessness, and if he was allowed to take full control of power, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the development of the Northern Realm had to rely on Chen Han at this time. On the third day, Chen Han finally led the 300,000-strong Northern Expedition Army towards the northern border, and the people from all over the region sent them off in a 1,000-mile procession that stretched all the way to the vicinity of the Tongtian Wall. Chen Han couldn't help but feel some emotion when he saw the towering wall through the sky. The last time he came, he was still just a junior soldier in the Vulcan Army's Kuei character battalion. One victory actually made him the commander-in-chief of an army of 300,000 men. But Chen Han already had a goal in mind. He planned to bring down this towering 100-year-old wall to the sky, recover the north, and from then on, the north and south would be connected, and the Great Xiao would be restored again. Depart! Chen Han's two short words were incomparably exciting to the morale. With the experience of the last river crossing, this one was much quicker. Within a short time, Chen Han arrived within the city of Red Wolf Beasts with his army. And with a sign from the scouting chief, the name of the city was changed to Jinbei City. It was the first city established by humans in the north after 100 years, and it had a special significance. As soon as he took his seat, Chen Han asked the scout-in-chief to report on the current situation. The chief scout was blunt. Chen Han's prediction was not wrong. Although the three great alien beast legions came from three directions, they marched slowly. In 3 whole days, they were still at least 200 miles away from Jinbei City. And there's an even worse scenario. The primary act of these three corps is not to attack Jinbei City, but to meet. In other words, they learn to act jointly. Hearing this, Chen Han's face also changed. They will actually meet again? The way they fight, it's almost as good as humans. Chen Han had originally planned to use the 300,000 troops at hand to break down each of the three legions one by one. But that seems impossible today. It could only fight positional battles in the wilderness with the legions of Fei after the meeting. However, the total number of alien beast legions after the rendezvous had risen by at least double, and it would be geometrically difficult to annihilate them. Sure enough, this group of alien beasts had a high level of guidance behind them, and the legions of red wolf beasts that Chen Han had encountered previously did not have such qualities. Not only that, this tall man was the one Chen Han least wanted to meet. Just yesterday, several marshal general level scouts risked their lives to attack one of the dark bats camps and caught several dark bats from it. Since they had learned beforehand that this dark bat also spoke human language, they wanted to capture a few dark bats for interrogation. These dark bats weren't exactly hardcore, and humans could outlast the Fae by thousands of years in the torture department. A mere foreign beast was no match for a human. After just a few torture devices, those dark bats all confessed. Not only did they give an account of the proportion of troops they were to have on the trip, but also of the orders they had received on the trip. In the piece of troop strength, the dark bats had deployed an army of 200,000 men. Old-faced demon vine, on the other hand, is $100,000. As for the giant elephant, it wasn't a legion at all, it was just the mod of an alien beast race. The alien beasts carried on the giant elephant were the single most terrifying race in this alien beast siege. Fantasy Fae Nightcrawler. Although the Night Forks only came with an army of 10,000, their overall strength was above the Dark Bats and the Old-Faced Demon Vine. Therefore, for this march, both Dark Bat and Old-Faced Demon Vine had to follow Night Fork's instructions. To be able to drive that kind of giant elephant as a mount, the strength of the Night Fork clan could be imagined, and their intelligence was even much greater than that of an unusual foreign beast. But at the end of the day, they were all foreign beasts, and even if the Night Fork was stronger than the Dark Bat and the Old-Faced Demon Vine, these two would not obediently follow orders. There was only one reason that could make the two obedient. Because all three have a common leader. Lord Yamagami. However, this mysterious Lord Mountain God had only been seen by the higher-ups of the various Fae races, and they, the ordinary Fae, were not able to see Lord Mountain God's face at all. The only thing I know is that Lord Yamagami is a human. For some reason, their superiors had an inexplicable fanatical faith in Lord Mountain God. Only Chen Han understood that this Lord Mountain God could be his father. Did Chen Xingbian really become a rebel? Immediately after that, Chen Han had the scout-in-chief bring up the Dark Bat. The Dark Bats looked like they were a dozen times larger than normal bats, about the size of an adult human. Only their eyes are in the shape of odd diamonds. This Dark Bat has been tortured by the interrogators. As soon as he saw Chen Han, he began to beg for mercy on his knees. "Let me go. Let me go." Looking at this, it did not tell lies, which surprised Chen Han even more. Meanwhile, in the north further away from Jinbei City, in a dim space, a young woman with a pretty face was accusing a man who looked like a savage. "Chen Xingbian, you disappoint me too much. Where is your conscience when you let those foreign beasts go against our own comrades?" With one word, she revealed the true identity of the savage. It was both the Lord Mountain God, whom the beasts fervently believed in, as well as Chen Han's father, Chen Xingbian. At this time, Chen Xingbian still had the note left by Chen Han by his side. He looked complicated, and there seemed to be some sort of hatred in his eyes. Chen Xingbian grunted coldly, "What own comrades? Yufeng, don't forget that 8 of our brothers died in their hands. 18 years. Don't you forget how you and I got through those 18 years. 18 years where you and I couldn't even see our own children. Hearing Chen Xingbian's words, Lu Yufeng seemed to recall past events and fell silent. After a long time, Lu Yufeng slowly said, Xingbian, in case this note is really left by Marshal Yue. Impossible, a martial god cannot enter the northern realm. I don't believe anyone until I see Marshal Yue with my own eyes. Chen Xingbian gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, Yufeng, I have already reached the 8th stage of the martial god realm, so wait for me for a while longer. When I enter the martial god realm, not only will you and I be able to see our children, we will also be able to avenge our brothers. This statement was bound to be a shock if anyone heard it. Chen Xingbian's age was only about 43, if he became a martial god at that age, he would be the youngest martial god in history, bar none. Chapter 115. Two armies confront each other. Terrorist formation. Thinking of her two children, Lu Yufeng finally fell silent. They can't be exposed now, they must save their lives by all means. Even if you kill your own people by mistake. Here, it seems to contain an extremely heavy past event. But at this point, the duo feared that they could never have dreamed that their perceived enemy, the commander-in-chief, was actually their own son, whom they had longed for day and night. Lu Yufeng acquiesced to Chen Xingbian's approach, but still made an appointment with him. The first is that the Fei Legion can only repel the human army, and may not commit acts of mass murder against the human army. The second thing was that Chen Xingbian couldn't personally make a move, although Chen Xingbian was at the 8th level of martial zone, but at full strength, the effect of a move was already close to that of a martial god. Lu Yufeng was well aware of her man's strength, if he started to go crazy no one could stop him. But a martial god-level person striking out in the northern realm would likely draw out the existence of the forbidden zone, and the two of them would then be in danger. Lu Yufeng scolded, Chen Xingbian, if you can't do these two things, I will stop you with all my might even if I have to stand against you. Just after these words, Chen Xingbian suddenly changed his appearance and laughed, Wife, what kind of person are we that you are not clear? Am I the one who kills everyone? Lu Yufeng blankly glanced at him, it's because I know what you are that I want to make an appointment with you. Chen Xingbian was unimpressed, I heard from some of the foreign beasts that the one leading the troops this time is a young lad, a rash one. Don't worry, it will have to be repelled in less than an hour. Xia is also in decline nowadays, actually letting a young man be in charge of the army. Achoo! Chen Han was naturally unaware of the discussion between Chen Xingbian's husband and wife, and at this time, being in the conference room, he sneezed for no reason. Knowing the Dark Bat's plan, he called in the Cold Night team as well as some of the large battalion commanders to arrange for combat deployment. Of course, he hid the matter about Chen Xingbian. He couldn't believe what was going on that would cause a man who would rather leave his family behind to dedicate himself to his country to commit an act of rebellion. The three armies of the foreign beasts will converge, and in a matter of days, they will be at the city's doorstep. Chen Han did not intend to go to war with the Fei Legion in Jinbei City. At this time, the town of Jinbei City was in a state of disarray, and there was also a precious and incomparable star crystal mine that could not be destroyed by the. Chen Han made some arrangements and soon had the 250,000 men of the Northern Expeditionary Army properly organized. This was admired by the commanders of the battalions, who knew that the dispatch of 250,000 men was no easy matter. The battle that Chen Han had actually fought so far was the war at the time of the first Northern Expedition. And at that time he commanded only 70,000 or 80,000 men. Not only that, but those 70,000 to 80,000 men didn't need many orders to fight at all at that time. However, what Chen Han was fighting now was a large army positional battle. Even an old battalion commander like Lu Zixing, who had been in the army for many years, did not dare to say that he could command this battle. However, in front of Chen Han, it seemed incredibly easy. But everyone has a mission, only the Cold Night Group Chen Han has not been configured. There was a reason for Chen Han to make such an arrangement. The Cold Night team, after possessing the Red God Mecha, had become a sharp sword in the entire Northern Expeditionary Army. This sharp sword naturally had to sit with him in the center of the army. So that if the army is thwarted in combat, he can be ready to back it up along with the Cold Night team. Also having this role was the giant team that joined the Northern Expeditionary Army together. Chen Han had discovered this since the last time he had faced off against the Red Wolf Beast Legion. The thing about mechs is that they are simply great killers for the Fey. Because Xenos don't look for weaknesses in mechs. Martial artists were different, most of them knew where the weaknesses of the mechs were and would launch an onslaught of attacks towards those weaknesses. For example, mech control hubs, mech energy hubs, and so on. This is the technological crushing of mankind over the Fey. And within the Alien Beast Legion, the three Legion leaders, too, were discussing their battle plans. These were 3 Fey beast leaders that were twice as large in size compared to ordinary Fey beasts. Especially that old-faced demon vine leader, covering the ground for 100 meters. The leader of the dark bats was also much larger than the one captured by Chen Han's army, standing 3 meters tall alone. The most inconspicuous of them was instead the nightcrawler with a steel fork in his hand, but he was the chief leader of this army of foreign beasts. The old-faced demon vine leader first then mocked the dark bat leader. "Bat, where's your left wing?" It turned out that this dark bat leader's left wing along with his shoulder somehow seemed to have been torn apart, leaving a horrible wound. The dark bat leader complained, "I don't know what Lord Mountain God thinks. It's obvious that he hates humans so much, and I'm just wearing a suit made of human skin to meet him, and he actually almost killed me." The old-faced demonic vine laughed, "Then you're not wrong, knowing that Lord Mountain God is a human. You actually wear a piece of human skin. Do you think you're a human?" "What do you mean?" The dark bat leader seemed displeased. Before the war even started, these 2 leaders were somewhat at odds with each other. The Night Fork leader hastily chimed in, "Shut up you two. Have you memorized the formations that Lord Mountain God taught us? Also, remember what Lord Mountain God explained, our goal is to expel the humans, not to drive them out." Who knows, at this time, the dark bat was revealing a wry smile, "That group of humans I encountered last time. They're not some people who can be evicted. Even if they were to lose their entire army, they wouldn't give in. The blood on those people is really delicious." Apparently, the dark bat leader seemed to have another idea in mind. At the plains that Chen Han had planned, the Northern Expeditionary Army had indeed collided with the Fey Legion. However, the scene in front of them was shocking to the Northern Expeditionary Corps. It turned out that the meeting of the 3 armies of the Fey was no ordinary meeting. Just in front of the Northern Expeditionary Army was a vine jungle that covered an area of up to hundreds of miles. It was formed by countless old-faced demon vines gathered together. Once a person broke into it, they would be attacked by countless vines. The horror doesn't stop there. Almost visible to the naked eye in the vine forest, one dark bat after another hangs upside down from the trees with chilling red eyes. And at the back of this jungle, there were hundreds of giant elephants towering into the clouds, and only Chen Han could see that on top of those giant elephants were one after another Nightstalker with steel forks in their hands. Their weapons were not for show. Tens of thousands of Nightstalkers raised their steel harpoons above their heads, clearly capable of long-range strikes. The target they were aiming at, on the other hand, was none other than the Type 3 laser cannon position set up by Chen Han. The force formed by these 3 types of alien beast legions could just as easily be described as an impregnable and invincible fortress. Chapter 116, Can That Brat Be As Handsome As Me? This combination of a legion of alien beasts was unheard of and unseen. As is customary, in order to inspire the confidence of the people of Dacia in the Northern Expedition, this large-scale positional battle was still broadcast live across the country. When they saw this fortress, the people watching the live broadcast also took a deep breath. My God, this is at least too powerful. Dark Bat, Old-Faced Demon Vine, and Nightcrawler in triple action. With both offense and defense, our men wouldn't dare rush inside the forest. Chen Han also frowned slightly as he watched the scene. If anything, he hadn't confirmed if the Fey Legion was instructed by Qin Xingbian before. Then it's 100% certain now. Only those who engage in scientific research are able to come up with such combinations using the characteristics of the Fey. These 3 kinds of foreign beasts were carefully selected by Qin Xingbian, and wherever they passed, not an inch of grass would grow. The jungle made up of old-faced demon vines was the best defense. The dark bats, which traveled like ghosts, were able to form the strongest offense. Their only shortcoming is that they are afraid of long-range strikes. Or simply the Type 3 laser cannon. But this only weakness was all made up for by Nightcrawler. On such plains, there is little possibility of hiding laser cannon positions. It should be said not to say, not worthy of Yu Wuyan often called Qin Xingbian as a ghost talent. It was surprisingly easy for the lagging Fey to rely on such formations to defend themselves against a modernized army with high technology. However, it was somewhat strange that the 2 armies were facing each other, but the beasts did not take the lead in attacking. At this time, Liao Xiaohu, who had been arranged by Chen Han to be the vanguard, suddenly requested an order. Marquis of Champions, Vanguard Liao Xiaohu requests an order for me to bring some brothers to explore the bottom first. Seeing Liao Xiaohu's eagerness to try, Chen Han nodded in agreement. He also wanted to see what level of formation the Fey were organized into. Within a short time, Liao Xiaohu led a squad of 100 men and rushed to the front of the alien beast army. He began by pumping the air. Brothers, we've torn open an opening so our troops can kill their way in. Charge with me. Yes. Vanguard Liao. This 100-member squad was composed of strong first-ranked martial generals, and was considered to be a top-ranked existence amongst the free martial artists. They tore through a bunch of old-faced demon vines almost instantly and rushed into the jungle. An 11 or 12 ranked foreign beast seemed to be nothing in front of them. However, in the next moment, there was a sudden change. They broke in less than 10 meters, only to see a sky full of vines flying towards them in unison, and in this vine forest made up of old-faced demonic vines, those vines were simply as dense as hair strands. If it was just vines, these elite martial artists could barely handle it. But add to that the attack of the dark bats, and it's a whole different story. After the attack of the roiling vines, countless dark bats flew up from the forest like black cloud after black cloud, swooping down on the military generals who were entangled in the vines. This group of military generals gradually ran out of gas and blood, and their heads were sweating profusely. Terrifyingly, the vine attacks and the dark bats also formed a linkage, only to see that when a military general was about to kill a dark bat, countless old-faced demon vines instantly relieved it. Liao Xiaohu had no choice but to order a retreat. Luckily, this was an elite squad and only 2 people were seriously injured when they escaped. Such a scene could not help but make the Northern Expedition generals suck in a breath of cold air. What Liao Xiaohu had just brought in was the strongest group of people in the 250,000-strong army. It is 1 in 100. They all fought like this, not to mention everyone else. I'm afraid I'm going to be rounded up and beaten to death if I go in there. Please Champion Ho chastise me, I lost. Liao Xiaohu kneeled in front of Chen Han with a gray head. Chen Han waved his hand for him to go down. Such a situation was expected and he did not blame Liao Xiaohu. At least Liao Xiaohu's idea was correct. He had to first tear a hole in the army of foreign beasts, so that the joint army formed by the old-faced demon vine and the dark bat would no longer be so good at cooperating, in order to have a chance of winning. Chen Han did not know that at this time, hundreds of miles away, the culprit who had created all of this was holding an over-the-horizon telescope and observing everything on the battlefield. Qin Xingbian said smugly, "Wife, I told you, didn't I? The combat formation I came up with, that's invincible." Lu Yufeng was helpless. Qin Xingbian was indeed a genius, it was just sometimes breathless. How dare you say that? On one side is a human, and on the other side is a fey beast. You actually let the fey beasts fight my human race? If Marshal Yue finds out about this, he'll definitely have to court Marshal Yue. Lu Yufeng sighed. The only thing she felt sorry for was Yu Wuyan's expectations. Zhen Xingbian also lowered his head at this time and sighed. There's no way to do this for self-preservation. In case these people don't belong to Marshal Yue, but the group from back then we did the right thing. Lu Yufeng did not speak again. Her telescope lens kept staring at Chen Han and the human army. For some reason, she inexplicably felt that Chen Han was a bit familiar. She patted Chen Xingbian. "Hubby, don't you think that the young man leading the troops seems a bit like you when you were young?" Chen Xingbian was flabbergasted for a moment, then looked at Chen Han and suddenly said after a long time, "Nonsense. Can that brat be as handsome as me? When I was his age, all the women in the school were." Before the words were finished, only 12 immortal cutting flying daggers were already lingering beside Chen Xingbian's neck. At this time, the sight of the Fey army that had won a small victory could be said to be greatly demoralized. Because the human armies pressed on to break through their combined armies. Even the leader of the Nightshade leaders sat on the back of a giant elephant and shouted at the Northern Expeditionary Army. "Human army, I mean you no harm, but this is a war you simply cannot win. We have only one condition, and that is that you quit our territory, get the hell back to your human territory, and forget about it. I'm going to count to 10, and if you don't back off, we're going to attack." The Night Fork leader's words were condescending, as if he was certain that there was no way for the humans to crack it. Moreover, while he said that he would not hurt anyone, Chen Han saw that most of the dark bats clinging to the forest of vines were cloaked in a human skin. These human skins are proof of the dark bats' trophies. And naturally these were the generals who died at their hands during the first northern expedition. The people of Daxia who watched the live broadcast were enraged. "I'm going to hell. We have to back off when you say so. Dog Bei Fei. You mustn't forget that the territory of the north was originally our ancestors." At this time, Chen Xingbian also frowned tightly. He and the Fei Legion had agreed to only retreat from the enemy and not kill. Once the legions of foreign beasts began to advance, it was bound to be a bloodbath. Mud. These Fei really can't be trusted. He was about to go and stop it when he saw the battlefield, but he suddenly stopped. On the battlefield, the leader of the Night Stalkers began to count. 1. 2. However, it had just counted to 2 and could no longer speak. because a sharp cracking sound broke the silence of this entire room. The head of the leader of the Night Forks was shot through in a split second, and along with the several Night Forks behind him, they all suffered together. At this moment, almost no one noticed that the Red God Mecha and Chief Commander Chen Han, who were in the center of the army, had actually come to the front of the vine forest at some point. Dressed in an overcoat, Chen Han stood on the Red God Mecha with a lance in his hand, and gusts of golden dragon shadows flashed continuously on the lance. Chapter 117. The general is dead, right and wrong I no longer have the heart to explain. Boom! In the next moment, a loud roaring sound came from the tip of Chen Han's gun as a powerful energy instantly spread from the tip of his gun. Only to see that a large area of jungle in front of Chen Han was instantly disintegrated. All of the creatures that covered the range of Chen Han's attack, whether it was the old-faced demon vine or the dark bat, were actually torn into pieces. The attack of the Emperor's extreme shocking gun was actually compressed with countless attacks struck together to create such a terrifying effect. The old-faced demon vine forest that covered the ground up to 100 miles was torn open, yet the penetrating power of the Emperor's extreme shocking gun was simply too terrifying. Not only did it tear an opening in an instant, but it also connected a large area, instantly bisecting the enemy's entire formation. It even hit the giant elephant far behind. One could only see a huge elephant that was about 300 meters tall, all of which had a large hole punched out by Chen Han, along with the Night Stalkers that rode on his back, all of which collapsed heavily onto the ground. And this is the power of the number one martial skill of the. Instead, he retreated to his center position and personally blew the charge to his men. Kill! Kill! All of a sudden, the battlefield was shaking with shouts and killings, and the 200,000-strong army of the Northern Expedition all rushed in along with the gap made by Chen Han. Only the Red God Mecha took the lead and charged into the enemy formation. It did not give the enemy a chance to catch its breath and recover its formation, and the 8 Type 3 laser cannons mounted on the mechs bombarded to the left and right, widening Chen Han's battlefield and opening up a wider gap for the generals rushing in. At the same time, Zhao Linger, who was dressed in red with white wings, suddenly jumped out of the mech. She held a lance and was valiant. I'm Lieutenant Zhao Linger of the Cold Night Group of the Vulcan Army's Kuwei Character Battalion, everyone charge with me. Zhao Linger was the first to kill the enemy, her Yue family's spear technique was pure perfection, and an ungrateful dark bat was instantly pierced by one of her strikes. Originally, with Zhao Linger's strength, dealing with the dark bats wasn't to the point of killing them in seconds, but the Dark Elf exoskeleton's bonus to her was just too great. The Dark Elf was also originally a king-level existence among the fantasy-type Fae, with a surprisingly fast speed and a special talent for shadow charm. The ability to quickly find the enemy's weaknesses in an engagement with the enemy, and the flexibility to dodge the enemy's attacks. It was obvious that Zhao Linger had been given this talent, otherwise it would be impossible to easily dodge the Dark Elf's attack while taking it down with a single shot. The Yue clan's spear technique was another kind of flexible and versatile spear technique that could be considered a natural match for Zhao Linger's Dark Elf exoskeleton. Soon the front was alive with Zhao Linger killing a bloody path. Meanwhile, Zhao Yufei and Ji Yun also had bright performances. Utilizing his divine speed power and swift rabbit modification, Ji Yun constantly shuttled between battlefields, able to help his teammates decimate their enemies with divine speed as well as quickly relieve his teammates when they were surrounded, and was also able to quickly transport wounded soldiers. As for Zhao Yufei, his natural ability was like a turret in a group of foreign beasts, and he could blast away a large swath of old-faced demon vines just by standing in place. As for Zhu Mang, naturally there was no need to mention that he controlled the Red God Mecha to both block a large number of attacks for the Northern Expeditionary Army and kill a large number of enemies at the same time. The defense of the Red God Mech wasn't bragging, hundreds of dark bats surrounding the Red God Mech at the same time could only scrape off the paint on the Red God Mech's body. The formations of the alien beasts were broken down step by step, and more Northern Expeditionary Army killed into the legions of alien beasts. Once the dark bats and old-faced demon vines were unable to form a joint attack, they actually couldn't fight the elite Daxia troops that Chen Han had recruited. And that's without training. Chen Han's expression was quite pleased as he watched the troops in front of him win a great victory. Of course he wasn't doing nothing, besides being in charge of directing the entire army's dispatch, he had a very important task. That is to get rid of the enemy's biggest threat, the Night Stalkers. This group of Nightbringers was less than a few tens of thousands of troops, but it was the enemy's most threatening force. To put it in an analogous way, they were like the human army's Type 3 laser cannon positions, capable of instantly inflicting a wide range of kills. The reason why Chen Han had killed the Night Fork leader first was not just because the Night Fork leader had a cheap mouth, but also because killing it first would cause the Night Fork Legion to panic for a moment. That way, it would not be able to pose a threat to the Type 3 laser cannon position that Chen Han had set up. Take advantage of your illness. Chen Han's range of vision had been drastically improved by the addition of the drug refined by the Eagle Eye's Power Ape, so even if they stood hundreds of meters high, Chen Han still saw them at a glance. Taking advantage of this, Chen Han immediately ordered, "Artillery Battalion, listen to the order. All Type 3 laser cannons, adjust the altitude to a 65-degree angle, set the range to the maximum, and carry out a saturation bombardment on the Night Fork giant elephant position." At Chen Han's order, Lu Zixing led the artillery battalion to quickly adjust its position. And at that moment, the Night Forks also reacted. However, they had only just raised their steel forks when they saw one black beam after another rushing towards them right in front of their faces. It's a high-tech weapon of the human race. Get out of the way. Yet the speed of the lasers was not something the Fae could avoid. This is the greatest weapon invention of mankind since the new calendar. In just an instant, the legions of Nightblood sitting on the giant elephant were wiped out. Watching the great victory of the human army on the battlefield, Lu Yufeng, who was hundreds of miles away, cheered. "Chen Xingbian, this young man is just much more handsome than you." Lu Yufeng let out a laugh. But at this time, Chen Xingbian was silent in the face of Lu Yufeng's ridicule. This was because he clearly saw that what the opposing Lord Commander had just taken out of the Emperor's soldier box was the dragon bow that belonged to him. There were also star crystal arrows that only he alone could make. Chapter 118, Is He Our Son? The location of the dragon's bow and the formula for making the star crystal arrow were theoretically the only things Chen Xingbian had told Yu Woyun. With this inference, the young commander-in-chief of the other side, the probability was that it was Yu Woyun's man. Could that note really have been left by Marshal Yu? Chen Xingbian started talking to himself. But that incident had affected him too much, and even had a psychological shadow, and he still didn't dare to go up and recognize him. At this time, looking at Chen Xingbian's frothing appearance, Lu Yufeng had no reason for a burst of fire, and slapped Chen Xingbian's back. A fiery pain woke Chen Xingbian up. Chen Xingbian's expression was like he was about to cry as he helplessly said, "Wife, I'm a Marshal Zun 8th rank, and you're also a Marshal Zun 7th rank. It is possible for you to slap me to death with this palm. Can you use less force next time?" 7th level of martial honor. This is the realm of Lu Yufeng. If it was possible for Chen Xingbian to become the youngest martial god in history, Lu Yufeng, then, would most likely become the youngest female martial god in history. Both were amazingly talented 20 years ago. Even in Starry Sky University, which was known to gather great summer talents, the duo was known as geniuses among geniuses. A cross-section of an era. Lu Yufeng beamed and snapped, "Who told you not to listen to me?" After realizing that the other party was most likely one of Yu Woyun's people, Chen Xingbian lost all thoughts of messing around with Lu Yufeng. And he told him what he had guessed, especially the dragon bow and star crystal arrow. After all, Lu Yufeng had not noticed this. Lu Yufeng's expression gradually became serious as well. After she pondered for a while, she even said an idea that shocked Chen Xingbian. "Do you think there's any chance that that young skipper on the other side is actually our son, little chill?" Lu Yufeng told Chen Xingbian that the dragon bow he left behind on his way out was almost equivalent to a relic in Marshal Yu's opinion. Such an important thing, Yu Shuai would not hand it over easily. If Marshal Yu thought that they were dead, it was more likely that he would bury this dragon bow in the clothes mound, and from then on it would be buried in the ground for a long time. If he was able to hand it over, it would inevitably be someone close to Chen Xingbian. Combined with the age of the opposing commander, then there was only one possibility: that person was Chen Han. It had to be said that Lu Yufeng's conjecture was very reasonable. Chen Xingbian thought for a while, then smiled oddly. "Yufeng, why are you still so blind in your thinking after so many years? Let me tell you, there is absolutely no such possibility." The reason given by Chen Xingbian is also very simple. Since the beginning of the aura recovery in Great Xia, everyone could awaken their talents. Although it is explicitly claimed to be awakened at the age of 15. However, with the use of special equipment, the level of the talent can be seen from birth. And Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng probably left when Chen Han was 2 years old. With the duo's status, they could naturally afford to use that special instrument. Thus they were well aware that Chen Han's talent was grade F. Even if Chen Han studied hard and practiced diligently, at this age, it would be heaven's pity if he could reach the martial artist realm. And with Chen Xingbian's observation of the enemy commander, the power of his shot was at least martial emperor level. And it was the kind that had few opponents even at the martial emperor level. Chen Xingbian naturally didn't believe that the enemy commander-in-chief was Chen Han. Immediately afterward, Qin Xingbian sighed. Back then, after detecting that Xiao Han's talent was grade F, I purposely left all my belongings in the Chen family. In this life, I don't expect him to soar, but I do wish him peace. Speaking here, Qin Xingbian and Lu Yufeng both lowered their heads. Chen Han and Chen Shui, they were more worried about their son Chen Han instead. They deeply understood how unpopular an F-rank talent would be in the family. Therefore, Qin Xingbian had left all of his belongings in the Chen family except for the Dragon Bow and Star Crystal Arrow, and before he left, he had specially instructed those relatives of his. After being able to let Chen Han successfully attend university, even if it was to arrange a miscellaneous position for him in the family, it would be fine. Those things he left behind, however, were all worth their weight in gold, not to mention, a full 2,000 kilograms of star crystals would allow the Chen family to raise their eyebrows in the tiny Hanwu city. If Qin Xingbian knew how the Chen family had treated Chen Han, he didn't know how he would feel. Although Lu Yufeng did not want to admit it on her lips, she still acquiesced to Qin Xingbian's idea in her heart. However, she always felt that young man had a kind of inexplicable and marvelous affinity. Chen Han looks not only like Qin Xingbian, but also a little like her. Unfortunately, it was too far away, and although they could see, they couldn't hear any words. Lu Yufeng suddenly had a plan. Hubby, why don't you and I disguise ourselves a little and wear a mask to check it out? It's not the first time we've done this anyway. Even if the other party's commander-in-chief wasn't Chen Han, there was a big chance that it was one of Yu Wuyun's people. Thinking of this, Qin Xingbian was so playful that he instantly pulled out two Monkey King masks from nowhere. Let's go. The two figures rushed toward the front line of battle like phantoms. And at this time the battle ahead was still in full swing. In the end, the two sides were almost equal in strength, and although Chen Han's sudden attack could pose a great threat, it was not enough to make the opposite side collapse. The old-faced demon vine leader and the dark bat leader were both hiding in the forest and commanding. They didn't dare to show their heads. Because the nightshade on the back of the giant elephant died faster than the old-faced demon vines and dark bats below. Seconds if you show your head. However, it was also because Chen Han was unclear about the location of these two Fey leaders that the enemy did not collapse. Chen Han did not panic. The Northern Expeditionary Army was getting more and more courageous, and according to the development of this trend, it was just a matter of time before they ate all the enemy legions. The leaders of the two parties, the Dark Bat and the Old-Faced Demon Vine, also realized this. The Dark Bat leader could only helplessly say, "Retreat." It wasn't as if the Old-Faced Demonic Vine leader didn't want to withdraw. It said, "You guys are fast. We all have to walk close to the ground. In case they come after us, our clan will have to be a shield for you." However, the Dark Bat looked up at the sky and smiled wryly. "It's about to get dark. Don't you forget the talent of our Dark Bat clan. Don't worry. Retreating now is just for a better attack later. I am not going to take your back." The Dark Bat leader seemed to be hiding some other means, and the old-faced demon vine finally agreed to retreat. Watching the enemy have a retreating posture, Liao Xiaohu, who was recuperating from his wounds by Chen Han's side, suddenly said, "Champion Ho, the opposite side has withdrawn. Should we take advantage of the victory and pursue the attack? I am willing to lead another charge." The corner of Chen Han's mouth twitched. No wonder his name was Little Tiger. It was really a real tiger. Although Chen Han believed in the principle of taking advantage of your illness, the enemy's morale had not been sharply reduced, and with the process of retreating it might also reorganize its formation, so it was not suitable for pursuit. After all, there's another saying that goes something like this: the poor man's not going to catch up with him. Moreover, a Qilin flame had suddenly appeared in Chen Han's palm, clearly with the idea of dealing with the remaining enemy army. Command the army to start at a normal speed, just bite the other side, no need to fight to the death. Chapter 119, Burning the Company Battalion. The Plan of Total Annihilation. In this way, the army of foreign beasts and the human army chased after each other all the way to a valley. The Dark Bat leader and the old-faced demon vine leader immediately reorganized their formation with the help of the favorable terrain of the mountain pass. Seeing this state of affairs, Zhao Linger, who was leading the charge, hastily barked out an order, "All stop." This valley was obviously an easy terrain to defend and difficult to attack, plus it was nighttime, so in order to avoid too many casualties, Zhao Linger told the vanguard to stop and rest. In fact, this was what Chen Han meant. At night the jungle formed by the old-faced demonic vines dominated the only pass area, and there were many pairs of red bat eyes hidden around. You can't force an attack at a time like this. Zhao Linger returned to the barracks and reported, "Champion Marquis, I've asked the army to pause for rest and recuperation. Do you have any more instructions for the next step?" There was no doubt that the Cold Night group had gotten the most credit for today's battle. Zhao Linger alone had killed at least hundreds of dark bats, a truly great feat. However, Chen Han did not intend to let the troops rest at night, as he was already well aware of the Dark Bat's talent. It can only be preempted. He instructed Zhao Linger, Lieutenant Zhao, you don't have to fight next, go find a large amount of gasoline and drop it on the enemy camp. Gasoline? Zhao Linger let out a light eep as if she was puzzled. However, Chen Han was now her immediate superior, so she didn't retort. Instead, she honestly went down to prepare. At this moment, in the depths of the jungle made up of old-faced demonic vines, the two leaders of the Fey race were also counting their battle losses and discussing their countermeasures. They were really different from ordinary Fey beasts, and their various behaviors were no longer much different from humans. The old-faced demon vine leader simply felt like the sky had collapsed when he took a look at the battle damage figures. A full 60,000 of his people died, and 40,000 of those were taken out by the human army during the retreat. Thus it questioned the Dark Bat leader in annoyance, you said you wouldn't take us to the back. What happened as a result? All of my people were killed during the retreat. The old-faced demon vine was furious, and without the Nightbane leader to keep it down, it could fight the Dark Bat leader at any time. However, the Dark Bat leader didn't care and said in a cold voice, my clan still has 80,000 dead. Don't you worry, it will soon be approaching late night. When that time comes, that's when we will completely counterattack. The Dark Bat leader told old-faced demon vine that the Dark Bat clan had a special gift. That is, in the dead of night, strength and speed can increase dramatically. Not only that, but you can hide your skin, eyes and all other physical features to achieve a stealth-like effect. Once the talent was inspired in the dead of night, the human army would have no way to escape. At that time, the old-faced demon vine would then sneak into action and surround the entire human army's garrison, and it would be able to eat all 200,000 human army. In order to lure the old-faced demon vine leader, the Dark Bat added, don't forget that the blood of that human race is the best tonic for the Dark Bat race. But the soil nourished by the decaying corpses of the human race is also your favorite nutrient. Without the suppression of the Night Fork leader, the Dark Bat and the old-faced demon vine both bared their fangs. The Night Stalkers feared the mountain god's orders, but they weren't afraid. The human race that is a good medicine for the vast majority of foreign beasts. However, just at that moment, a voice suddenly came from an unknown direction. You've got a lot of nerve now. Upon hearing this familiar voice, both the Dark Bat leader and the old-faced demon vine leader were scared and their legs went weak. They are not afraid of the mountain gods, is when they are not present. But once you see a mountain god, that bone-deep awe is unavoidable. Lord Mountain God. The two foreign beasts immediately greeted each other. In the darkness, two people wearing Monkey King masks slowly walked out. However, before the two of them could speak, they could only see a chopping immortal flying blade suddenly fly out, actually cutting off the other side of the Dark Bat leader's wings in an instant. Knowing that this Dark Bat leader was a foreign beast comparable to a martial emperor of the 6th stage, he didn't even dare to breathe a bit after having his wings clipped, and even knelt down towards the visitor. Lady Mountain Goddess, spare your life. Lu Yufeng coldly rebuked, did the mountain god teach you to learn human language and the order and social functioning of humans so that you could turn against them? The Dark Bat's head broke out in a cold sweat, but it didn't dare to refute, so it could only nod repeatedly, Lady Mountain Goddess is right. I won't dare to do it again? In its heart, it knew very well that it was Lady Mountain Goddess who had made the move. If the mountain god had made the move, it was afraid that it would not even be alive. Of course, reprimanding it was just something Lu Yufeng did in passing. She hadn't forgotten the purpose of her main visit. So she waved her hand, you guys just continue to station yourselves here and stall the human army, and the mountain god and I will go to the battlefield ahead to take a look. The Dark Bat was a bit upset because Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng had disrupted its sneak attack plan. But there was nothing he could do about it. Instead, it was the old-faced demon vine leader who was very exuberant, Lord Mountain God, are you going to help us personally? Chen Xingbian did not reply, but just walked towards the battlefield ahead with Lu Yufeng. The old-faced demon vine didn't know what to expect and actually shouted in excitement, great, if we have the help of Lord Mountain God, we will surely win. However, Chen Xingbian has not yet taken a few steps, suddenly smelled a strange smell. Wife, have you ever smelled a strange smell? A little like gasoline. The pungent smell of gasoline was certainly easy to smell. Lu Yufeng looked at Chen Xingbian with a disgusted face, did you not take a bath again? What invention did you go and make again? Chen Xingbian that called a grievance, just want to speak, the result of the sky suddenly a clay pot flew over, the two hastily flashed away, only to find that the clay pot is loaded with things precisely gasoline. Not only here, but countless cans of gasoline flew throughout the vine jungle. Today the whole forest is covered with gasoline. But the gasoline didn't attract the attention of the legions of alien beasts after all, apart from the pungent odor, it couldn't do them any harm. Chen Xingbian, on the other hand, had a face that saw the purpose of the enemy commander-in-chief. He said with a beaming smile, "This young man, he's still a bit tender to actually use a ploy like a fire attack." Not to mention the fact that foreign beasts like the old-faced demon vine dark bat are not afraid of flames at all. Although the old-faced demon vine has a wooden body, it needs to draw a lot of water from the ground every day, resulting in a damp wooden body. Even if you light a fire with gasoline, it has to go out in no time. Chen Xingbian was very proud of seeing the enemy's scheme and even mocked the enemy's commander-in-chief. With his understanding of the Northern Realm's foreign beasts over the years, a fire attack would not work at all. He even thought that if it wasn't for Lu Yufeng stopping the night attack of the dark bat and the old-faced demon vine, it was estimated that the entire human army would have been in dire straits. But Chen Xingbian couldn't think of anything. Ordinary fire indeed has no effect, but what if this flame is not ordinary? The next moment, Chen Xingbian was dumbfounded. Chapter 120 Who on earth is your Lord Commander Champion Ho? At first, Chen Xingbian only saw a crimson flame appear at the forefront of the battlefield. But almost in a moment, the crimson flame spread rapidly throughout the vine forest with the momentum of a prairie fire. The fire stretched for hundreds of miles and even burned the entire dark night in flames. It even burned to the very back of the alien beast army that Chen Xingbian was in. This process, too, took less than a minute. Endless wails resounded throughout the entire forest, and the old-faced demonic vines that had been burned by the flames were completely unable to resist the erosion of such flames. The vines on their bodies, which were like strands of hair, were also gradually burned to ashes. In fact, what Chen Xingbian could think of, how could Chen Han not consider? He had long since observed that the old-faced demon vine was moist and not flammable. Otherwise there would be no need to throw gasoline cans at the enemy. If not for this, Chen Han would not have been able to drag out the night at all, and would have long ago set fire to the camp during the day. What he wanted was not how long it would stay lit, but that the fire would be able to spread with the help of gasoline. This was because his Qilin flame was able to instantly turn the enemy into ashes as long as it burned into the foreign beast. Not even water can extinguish it. The old-faced demonic vine was set ablaze, and the dark bats that resided on the demonic vine naturally came to a miserable end. No matter how strong their talent was at night, or even if they had a stealth effect, as long as they were tainted with the Qilin flame, they would still be finished. The entire army of foreign beasts was instantly killed and injured. Countless foreign beasts that hadn't yet been turned into ash fled, and the ones that fled would pass the flames on, causing an even more ferocious Qilin fire. On the side of the human army, Chen Han instantly had all the buglers blow the charge horn. All troops charge. At this moment there is no longer any need for schemes, nor is there any need to consider formations. The enemy is just a lamb to be slaughtered. The Northern Expeditionary Army that had been saving up for several hours had long been unable to hold back, and even Lu Zixing, who was managing the Type 3 laser cannon position, had led his brethren from the artillery battalion to rush into the jungle of the alien beasts. And at this moment, Chen Xingbian, who was looking at the intense fire beside him, was dumbfounded. Even though there was no fire around him, he could sense the high temperature of this flame, like an oncoming heat wave that could roast the entire person. Out of curiosity, Chen Xing edged closer to a ball of Qilin flame and then put his hand over. "I'd like to see what kind of fire this is. It should be formed by talent, so I can study it." Lu Yufeng said helplessly, "Chen Xingbian, I advise you not to set yourself on fire." However, how could Chen Xingbian with the spirit of scientific research give up so easily, or resolutely put his hand into the Qilin flame to play with fire? However, just as soon as he touched the unicorn flame he squealed. He was surprised to find that this kind of fire could actually make him, who was at the 8th level of martial zone, feel pain. Not only that, the Qilin flame had just burned into his hand, and it was about to burn towards his entire body. Luckily, Chen Xingbian's cultivation was there to stop the flames from spreading. But with his cultivation level, although the Qilin flame could not cause fatal damage. The flame, however, he could only block in his hand, and could not make it go out. Chen Xing sighed cursed, pitiful. What the hell is this? At this time, Chen Xingbian had not realized that his voice pitched a very apt description indeed. At this exact moment, two Fey Beast leaders came forward to ask for help. "Lord Mountain God, you should quickly take action to extinguish this flame. Or else our clansmen will all be killed." The blazing Qilin flame that Chen Xingbian raised in his hand already said it all. Chen Xingbian had already seen the qualities of this flame. It was inevitably a gifted type of flame and was of such a high grade that it could not even be forcefully extinguished by virtue of cultivation. It will go out naturally unless it burns the enemy to death. There were only two ways to extinguish the flames on the army of foreign beasts. The first would be for him to step in and destroy all of the Fey army. That would be the equivalent of putting out the flames. The second one was for him to personally finish off the owner that this flame belonged to, but he wasn't sure if the other party was one of Yu Shuai's people or not at the moment, and he definitely wouldn't choose this method. The two Fey leaders were in despair and could only seek a solution on their own. Kill. And at that moment, the human army had actually rushed here. The one rushing at the front was clearly Zhao Linger, who had transplanted the elf exoskeleton. She is the fastest and also the most agile. At the same time, because of the ability to transplant the elf exoskeleton, Zhao Linger's night vision was also strengthened, and she actually saw the duo of Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng, who wore the Monkey King mask on their heads far ahead, with a single glance. Immediately after that, Zhao Linger made a decision that she would incomparably regret when she thought about it later in her life. She actually killed towards the duo. As soon as he rushed to the duo, cold sweat broke out on Zhao Linger's face. She had an intuition that the realm of these two was far above her, even far above everyone in the Northern Expeditionary Army. Even Chen Han was probably no match for these two. This terrifying pressure even made her want to kneel involuntarily. Lu Yufeng looked at Zhao Linger but was somewhat fond of her and smiled. The little girl is so pretty. However, at this moment, Zhao Linger overcame her inner fear and looked straight at the two. She grunted coldly. The two of you appeared in the enemy's position late at night and were sneaking around with masks. Follow me back to see the champion Marquis. Marquis of Champions? Hearing those three words, Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng were a bit shocked. The champion Marquis should be that young commander-in-chief of the human army, who was actually made a Marquis at less than 20 years old. Zhao Linger thought that the two of them wouldn't obediently follow her, so she immediately used the Yu clan spear technique. This was indeed the case. Upon hearing the identity of the champion Ho, both Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng judged that the young man across from them had a noble identity. It just so happens that the incident 18 years ago was also committed by someone of noble status in Daxia. Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng both had the idea of walking back at once. Although Zhao Linger's Yu clan's spear technique was powerful, it still couldn't pose any threat to the Chen Xingbian duo. The gap in realms was here. Not to mention that even if there was no realm gap, these two were still supreme demons. Even Zhao Linger juggled down a set of gun techniques as if she had played a set of monkey tricks in front of the duo. Exhausted himself without doing any damage to his opponent. However, it was this set of shots that caused both Chen Xingbian's minds to be shaken. Both of them recognized where the shot came from. Yu family's spear technique. Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng looked at each other in disbelief. Zhao Linger Yue's spear method used pure fire. There are not many in the army that can practice this set of spear methods to this point, and almost all of them are Yu Wuyan's close friends. The duo was almost certain that this pretty little girl across the street was 100% Yu Wuyan's henchman. Lu Yufeng got serious and was still just playing around with Zhao Linger when she suddenly directly grabbed Zhao Linger's lance, making her unable to move. It was also this moment that made Zhao Linger realize the true gap. If these two really wanted to kill her, it was probably just a matter of one move. With what she had seen in the army so far, it was estimated that only Marshal Yue was their opponent. But Lu Yufeng's question shook her equally. What is your relationship with Marshal Yue? Who exactly is your commander-in-chief, Champion Ho? Chapter 121. Let your Lord Commander meet me in person. Zhao Linger's shock was that these two mysterious and powerful people would actually know Yu Wuyan. Moreover, they pressed Chen Han, so maybe there was some connection with Chen Han as well. At this moment, Zhao Linger suddenly became smart. But it doesn't seem to be much smarter. Her speculation was completely misdirected, mistakenly believing that the duo of Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng were going to be unfavorable to Yu Wuyan or Chen Han. Yu Wuyan did not mention that these two were not yet able to pose a threat to him. But Chen Han was different. In case these two mysterious people had something in mind for Chen Han and wanted to carry out a decapitation operation against the Northern Expeditionary Army, then Chen Han would be in danger. So Zhao Linger immediately looked aghast. Who are you people? What are you doing? And Chen Xingbian didn't want to reveal his identity before confirming the identity of the other party. So he explained helplessly, little girl, we don't mean any harm. You only need to tell me about your relationship with Marshal Yue and the identity of your Lord Marshal Champion Ho. Zhao Linger revealed a look of disdain and said in a cold voice, I'm not going to say anything. The two of you are sneaky and definitely don't have any good intentions. Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng both cried and laughed. In fact, if Chen Han were here, he would probably have already surmised the identity of the two. If the duo were to turn against the Northern Expeditionary Army, there would be no need to watch Zhao Linger play a set of monkey tricks. With such a powerful realm, the entire Northern Expeditionary Army might not be a match for these two. At least from this point on, the two are friends, not enemies. Lu Yufeng urgently knew Chen Han's identity, and a flying immortal chopper appeared at Zhao Linger's snow-white neck in the blink of an eye. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you. Who knew that Zhao Linger had a stance that she would rather die than give in, and directly closed her eyes. If you want to kill, then kill. In our army, there will never be a soldier who is afraid of death. Lu Yufeng was exasperated and laughed, and could only retrieve the immortal cutting flying dagger. Turning to Qin Xingbian, he also pouted, "Hubby, she just won't open her mouth. What should I do?" Qin Xingbian helplessly flirted, "Wife, I see that her stubbornness is comparable to yours when you were young." Seeing that the Northern Expeditionary Army in the rear is getting more and more crowded, in order to avoid trouble, Qin Xingbian can only pretend that he wants to negotiate with the Northern Expeditionary Army. "I am the master of this army of foreign beasts. Now that the defeat has been sealed, have your Lord Commander personally come to Divine Mountain to meet me. Remember, tell him not to bring an army. The fewer people the better." Qin Xingbian took a compromise. Originally, he had planned to sneak over to find out Chen Han's true identity, but who knew that only just after arriving at the alien beast camp, Chen Han would unleash a thunderous strike. Directly wiped out the entire combined army of alien beasts. At this point he couldn't help but admire the enemy's young commander-in-chief. After putting down these words, Qin Xingbian took Lu Yufeng with him and left, pointing to the still burning Qilin flame in his hand on his way out. "Right. Tell your Lord Commander to disarm this thing early, it's burning me." The silhouettes of the two disappeared in an instant. Seeing that Lord Mountain God had run away, the Dark Bat Leader and Old-Faced Demon Vine Leader no longer insisted, abandoning their clansmen and disappearing into the distance. Within a short time, the Northern Expeditionary Army took advantage of the roaring fire and wiped out the remaining enemies one by one. This positional battle was undoubtedly a great victory for the humans, the entire hundreds of thousands of alien beasts' army. Only 2 leaders were left missing. Chen Han also entered the Red God Mecha and began to clean up the battlefield, and it wasn't long before he saw Zhao Linger, who was frozen in place. Chen Han thought that something had happened to Zhao Linger and hurriedly brought the members of the Cold Night team down to the mech to check it out, but who knew that she was just dazed. After Zhao Linger hesitated for a while, she still repeated all of Qin Xingbian's words. The corners of Chen Han's mouth twitched as he propped up his forehead, and then with a ringing finger, he lifted all of the great blazing Qilin flames. Zhao Linger didn't expect that the man's words would actually cause Chen Han to lift the Qilin flame, and she was surprised. "And you really put out the fire?" Chen Han sighed helplessly, "That is my parents." Now that the entire forest had been burned to ashes, and some of the enemies still remaining were being eliminated by the Northern Expeditionary Army, Chen Han was naturally able to disarm the Qilin flame. It was only a short 5 words, but it was a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves, causing the members of the Cold Night team to be dumbstruck. "Ha!" The crowd's mouths dropped open into an O shape. Among them, Zhao Linger's reaction was the most exaggerated, flopping her legs and then kneeling on the ground, even a bit tongue-tied. "Father! Mother!" It was only at this moment that Zhao Linger came to a realization and tied everything together. No wonder Qin Xingbian and Lu Yufeng had the strength to be able to kill her in seconds, but they never made a move. There was also a big change in color after seeing the Yu family's gun technique. Dare I say it's a family member. Seeing this, Ji Yun could not help but let out a snort. "Instructor Zhao. You're not even married yet? What do you call your parents?" Zhao Linger was incomparably embarrassed at this time, and she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Her face swished red like a monkey's butt, and she instantly fled to the barracks at the fastest speed in her life. "This instructor Zhao of ours is so thin-skinned." Watching Zhao Linger even fly out of the stump, Zhu Man couldn't help but let out a laugh as well. However, at this moment, after listening to Zhao Linger's narration, Chen Han did not have any snickering in mind. Instead, his face was serious. From Qin Xingbian's words, one could see how careful Qin Xingbian was. Even after recognizing Zhao Linger's Yu clan spear technique, he didn't dare to blow his own cover to identify himself, but instead wanted Chen Han to meet him in person. Not only that, but it was specifically instructed to bring as few people as possible. Even at this point, Qin Xingbian was taking precautions. Chen Han didn't dare to imagine what exactly had happened to Qin Xingbian back then to cause such a degree of distrust towards the human race. But again, it was evident from his behavior that he trusted Yu Woyun 100%. Thinking of this, Chen Han immediately got on the phone with Yu Woyun. Yu Woyun was similarly very shocked after hearing Chen Han's account. In his impression, Qin Xingbian had always been a silly boy with little heart, except for scientific research. and now he's all kinds of behaviors that are almost like a different person. Alas! No matter what, I'm relieved to know that Xingbian is alive. Yu Wuyun on the other end of the phone side. Immediately afterward, he told Chen Han that he did not advise him to go without an army. At this moment there is no 100% guarantee that those two people are Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng. There is no human army there. In case there is an ambush set up against Chen Han, then the chances of Chen Han escaping are a bit slim. Chen Han, however, insisted on going forward and only brought members of the Cold Night team with the Red God Mecha. No matter what, one of his major goals in the Northern Realm was to find his parents, and even if there was little hope, or even a mountain of swords, he had to take this journey. Yu Wuyan agreed, but told Chen Han to keep in radio contact, and if there was an eventuality, he would risk invoking the existence of the Forbidden Zone to make a trip to the north. The next day, after reorganizing the Northern Expeditionary Army, Chen Han left Lu Zixing behind as the temporary commander-in-chief before rushing to Divine Mountain in the Red God Mecha. Chapter 122 Ungrateful son Chen Han pays his respects to his parents. Within a short time, the Red God Mecha stopped at the foot of the Divine Mountain. Once again coming to this mountain, the Cold Night team sensed something was wrong. From the outside alone, the mountain is a different environment than it used to be. It could be clearly perceived that the odds were that there was something hidden in this mountain. Xu Meng frowned and said, "Team Chen, why don't we go in with the mech? I always feel like there's danger inside." Chen Han waved his hand, unimpressed. "It's fine, just park the mech here. Don't forget, there's still the star crystal nullification black box in here." The Red God Mecha was the crystallization of Daxia's scientific research, and Chen Han did not want it to be scrapped here. So a few people walked into the mountain. Chen Han's mood was a little heavy and a little apprehensive, so he didn't say a word on the way into the mountain. Since they had already entered that cave last time, they were already familiar with its location. In less than a moment, they were already deep in the mountains and forests. Right at this moment Chen Han suddenly sensed some strange movements in a jungle in front of him, and immediately gave a cold shout, "Come out!" The aura did not belong to humans, so it must be a foreign beast. Only to see a foreign beast slowly walk out of the jungle, it was actually the Dark Bat Leader who had luckily escaped last night. However, the appearance of this Dark Bat Leader was really a bit miserable. Both wings looked like they had been torn apart alive, completely lacking the appearance of a normal dark bat. Chen Han didn't know it, but it knew Chen Han. After all, it was Chen Han who had finished off its entire 200,000 clansmen. And last night, the Dark Bat Leader also heard Chen Xingbian's words from the shadows. It let out a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha. Human army leader, I didn't expect you to actually come over. The chance for revenge has come so quickly. I'm going to kill you today." The Dark Bat Leader, though, had a strength equivalent to the Marshal Emperor rank. But with both wings gone, it had actually lost so much strength that it couldn't even do basic flight. Not to mention Chen Han, even in the Cold Night group with a stronger Zhao Linger and Zhao Yufei, I'm afraid that they would be able to solve it. Therefore, Zhao Yufei sneered, "Just by you? How dare you?" Saying that, Zhao Yufei gathered the power of thunder between his palms and was about to blast the Dark Bat Leader to death on the spot. And the Dark Bat Leader wasn't afraid in the slightest, but instead became even more rampant. "Ha ha ha. Humans, you underestimate me too much. I know your leader is strong. Did you think I would come alone?" Just as it spoke, it only saw that the entire Divine Mountain actually shook violently, as if it were an earthquake. Chen Han and the others were all a bit unsteady on their feet as Ji Yun hurriedly said, "What's going on here?" Only Chen Han's over-the-horizon vision was able to make out that at this moment, a huge boulder in the mountain had actually converged together, like a stacked luohan, stacking higher and higher. In the end, it actually formed the figure of a giant. This giant figure was 100 meters tall, and its entire body was made of stone. And there's more than one. One after another stone giants were seen striding towards the direction where Chen Han was, and in less than a moment, they surrounded Chen Han and the others by covering the sky. Zhao Yufei's face was aghast. This is a fantasy-type fey beast, a stone giant. Stone giants had been recorded in the records of Dixxia's fey beasts, and were among the more common of the fantasy-type fey beasts. After the meteorite hit the earth, it gave some stubborn rocks an aura, and then these boulders merged into a humanoid form, which is known as a stone giant. Though common, stone giants were also incomparably terrifying beasts of great destructive power in times of dark turmoil. In those times when the human race was generally weak, 2 stone giants could slaughter a city. And now they were surrounded by what was estimated to be thousands of stone giants. The mountain range, which was hundreds of miles in circumference, was surrounded. This was to prevent Chen Han and the others from having a chance to escape. However, the Dark Bat leader obviously knew that the stone giant alone was afraid that it would not be able to stop Chen Han. That's when one big fat guy, after another, came out of the shadows. They were humanoid, about 3 meters tall, with an incredibly ugly face, and they also drooled a fishy stench all the time. The most horrible thing is that they have 2 heads, and the teeth on their mouths are like jagged teeth, which is intimidating to look at. And at the sight of this foreign beast, cold sweat began to break out all over Zhao Yufei's body. It's a fantasy-type high-ranking foreign beast, a 2-headed ogre. 2-headed ogre, also for the fantasy-type beasts, but in terms of class, and the stone giants are simply as if they are worlds apart. It could be said that it was only one step below the Dark Elves, the royal family of the fantasy fae. But unlike the Dark Elves, who were numerically rare compared to the Dark Elves, 2-headed ogres were almost everywhere in the Dark Age of Unrest. Even in the Southern Realm, where meteorites landed in smaller numbers, the number of 2-headed ogres was the highest. Statistically, throughout the Dark Unrest, 2-headed ogres hunted the most humans, and humans killed the most 2-headed ogres. But there are tens of thousands of 2-headed ogres visible to the naked eye in this forest. And at this moment, Lu Yufeng, who was watching from afar, was shocked, and she looked angrily towards Chen Xingbian. Chen Xingbian, is this an ambush that you arranged? Chen Xingbian shook his head. No, but I know of the existence of these foreign beasts. They were all transferred by the Dark Bat from the Tyrannosaurus Emperor. Tyrannosaurus Rex? Hearing those 3 words, Lu Yufeng clearly looked extremely surprised. The foreign beasts under the Tyrannosaurus Rex Emperor's hand don't listen to your orders. Chen Xingbian, are you crazy? Are you really planning to kill Marshal Yue's men? Lu Yufeng was obviously extremely infuriated, and punched Chen Xingbian's chest, and used no small amount of force. However, Chen Xingbian just silently endured Lu Yufeng's fists, and a ruthlessness emerged in his expression. Honey, don't blame me, it's just something I kept as a backhand. You should understand that we are betting heavily. If he is one of Marshal Yue's men, then we have made the right bet. If not, then whether it's this young commander-in-chief or the human army, we must annihilate them all. I can't let any news get back to Great Xia until I reach the martial god realm. If you don't listen to Chen Xingbian's orders, you will naturally not listen to Lu Yufeng's orders. Chen Xingbian knows that Lu Yufeng is ruthless, and in one way or another, he simply lied to her. But Chen Xingbian could not have imagined that Chen Han's next sentence would cause him to tremble. Facing the ambush of foreign beasts in front of them, the members of the Cold Night team revealed a look of despair. The encirclement formed by the 2-headed ogre and the stone giants was like an iron bucket, and they couldn't break out of it no matter what. Only Chen Han's face was clouded. He didn't go any further, but slowly knelt down in the direction of the Divine Mountain Cave. Ungrateful son Chen Han, greetings to father and mother. Chapter 123, Finally Recognizing Each Other. The weight of 2 half-step martial gods. At this moment, the entire forest became pin-drop silent. No one had expected that Chen Han would suddenly make such a move. As for the Dark Bat, a cold sweat had broken out all over his body. Because it thought of a possibility. His parents, could it be Lord and Lady Mountain God? The Dark Bat was shocked in his heart. If that was the case, these tens of thousands of alien beast armies that it had brought with it would simply be at the mercy of others. And at that moment, the crowd suddenly heard a sound of weapons clashing in the air. The members of the Cold Night team were a bit surprised, and Zhao Linger even spoke up, "What's that sound?" After these sounds tinkled in the air for a few moments, the next moment something jaw-dropping happened. Only those 2-headed ogres that surrounded Chen Han and the others could be seen. Their heads were actually like watermelons, and they even fell off their bodies one after another. Whole tens of thousands of soldiers, and in less than a few seconds. I can't believe I got decapitated in some inexplicable way. What is this? Ji Yun shouted. The cuts on the heads of these 2-headed ogres were flat and clearly looked like they had been made by some kind of weapon. But the odd thing was that none of them had seen what the weapon looked like. Only Chen Han's supervision ability could see it slightly clearer, as the 12 flying daggers flew through the air, and then in less than a few seconds, all of the 2-headed ogres present were beheaded. And that kind of flying dagger was clearly the immortal chopper flying dagger used by Lu Yufeng. Chen Han took a deep breath. Back when he was in the cave, Yu Woyan had said that it was unlikely for Chen Han to catch Lu Yufeng's flying dagger. It seems absolutely impossible now. The speed and destructive power of these 12 flying daggers had reached an immeasurable level. And the Dark Bat leader, who was familiar with Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng, already knew who had struck. It too flopped to its knees. Lady Mountain Goddess, spare your life. Lord Mountain God, spare your life. It hadn't even finished its words when the next second an arrow plunged right next to its foot. One could tell that it was a star crystal vector. But strangely enough, this star spirit vector didn't seem to have any destructive power. But just as the crowd was frothing at that star crystal vector, the dark bat leader seemed to have encountered something extremely terrifying. Its pupils suddenly widened, and it ran out of the mountain in a frenzy. However, the next moment, a burst of white light spread out from that star crystal vector. Everyone felt the terrifying energy emanating from that white light, and a fear of death haunted the hearts of all the Fae, even the members of the Cold Night team. The instinct to survive actually made the members of the Cold Night team also unconsciously move away from that white light. Unfortunately, no one escaped. The white light spread at breakneck speed, and in less than a blink of an eye, it spread to half of the mountain. The members of the Cold Night team all thought they were going to die, but they were in the white light and nothing happened to them. "Ha! It doesn't seem like there's anything going on," Ji-yun lightly yeeped. But immediately after he looked at the scene in front of him, he was shocked. There was a stone giant standing right in front of him, but in the white light, the hundreds of meters tall stone giant actually seemed to have been instantly vaporized. It was reduced to nothingness in a flash. There wasn't even any lime left. Not only the stone giants, in front of Ji-yun, in addition to the ground under his feet, all the creatures that could be called living beings, including the trees and flowers, and even the turf under his feet, actually obliterated in the white light. It was only Ji-yun himself who was alive. The members of the Cold Night team were all instantly stunned, and they all thought of a possibility at that moment. That was Chen Han's parents striking out. Instantaneous throat slitting and extinction of life. Chen Han's parents had already caused the Cold Night panel to be incomparably shocked by merely making a slight move. This was no longer a mortal level of expressive power. Martial God. Only the god of Wushu can do that. It was only at this moment that Zhao Linger realized how stupid she had been at the time. If Chen Han's parents were determined to kill her, it wouldn't take much effort at all. Chen Han was also a bit shocked. He had thought that his parents would become stronger after 18 years, but he hadn't expected it to be this strong. But the two were not actually martial gods. One person was at the 8th level of martial exaltation, and one person was at the 7th level of martial exaltation. The saying that everyone below a martial god was mortal did not apply to the duo. Theoretically, there was only one large realm separating the martial zune level from the martial god level, but the difference in that one large realm was as if it was a world of difference. If one had to make an analogy, the gap between a martial exalt and a martial god was like the gap between a martial exalt and a samurai level. Yet these two seemed to ignore such rules. As a result, the duo of Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng developed a hitherto unprecedented realm. Half-step martial god. Before this, a martial exalt was a martial exalt and a martial god was a martial god. The gap was like a chasm that could not be broken, much less a half-step martial god. It was just that if there was no such thing as a half-step martial god, there was no way to explain that Chen Xingbian's realm was far beyond that of a martial zune, yet a little short of a martial god. Lu Yufeng was slightly inferior, but she had just as well reached the level of a half-step martial god. After the white light dissipated, the beasts beside the Cold Night group had long since been reduced to nothingness, and even the ground, which was hundreds of miles in circumference, had become a bare piece of land, with not an inch of grass growing. This. Ji-yun stared wide-eyed, completely speechless. And he suddenly felt as if two air currents had passed by him, and the next moment there were two more people beside Chen Han. It was Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng. Chill. Are you really chill? Chen Xingbian was still a bit skeptical, but Lu Yufeng had already pulled Chen Han up and held him directly in her arms. Mother and son were connected, and when Chen Han personally admitted his identity, Lu Yufeng no longer had any doubts about him. He's definitely little chill, I can't be wrong. How could a mom recognize her own son wrongly? Lu Yufeng hugged Chen Han tightly, as if she wanted to vent her entire 18 years of longing. Her tears filled her eyes and her mucus flowed. So enthusiastic Chen Han was at a loss as to how to respond, and could only choke back a slight sob. Mom. This mom did not know how long Lu Yufeng had been looking forward to, and even made her complain to Chen Xingbian. Chen Xingbian, if anything happens to my son just now, I can't forgive you for the rest of my life. Chen Xingbian also finally believed at this time that the young man in front of him, who made himself admired, was his own son. With the crowd caught off guard, he actually let out a wow. It was even louder than Lu Yufeng crying. The members of the Cold Night team were stunned. Was this still the half-step martial god who had just exterminated half a mountain peak with a single arrow? Son of a. Then he topped the appearance as if he were a savage. With a snot and a tear, he hugged Lu Yufeng and Chen Han, mother and son. A black line flooded Chen Han's forehead. Sometimes he really didn't want to admit that this man was actually his father. It's true what they say, geniuses are often crazy. Chapter 124 Forbidden Zone Existence. Undying Golden Crow. As soon as Chen Xingbian opened his box, he became a chatterbox. Son. Your performance on the battlefield father saw, it was truly awesome. A single shot broke the formation of the Fey Beasts, and then broke the legions of Fey Beasts in a big way. That's awesome. And will burn the battalion with fire. Who taught you that? That fire can't even be put out by me. It's amazing. Or the Marquis of Champions. TSK. You should say the youngest marquis in the history of Dixia. Chen Han gradually cried and laughed a little, and even Lu Yufeng became saddened. It even started to break up the show in public. Chen Xingbian, that's not what you said before. Didn't you say that your son couldn't break your army of foreign beasts? Didn't you say that your son's use of fire attacks was child's play? You just said you would kill everyone in the Northern Expeditionary Army. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Cold Night team immediately broke out into a cold sweat. According to Lu Yufeng, they'd had countless brushes with death. If Chen Han's identity was not confirmed, the entire Northern Expeditionary Army would be ruined. They had seen the strength of Chen Xingbian, and it was easy to destroy the entire Northern Expeditionary Army. Chen Xingbian smiled awkwardly as he looked at the horrified faces of the crowd. You are all Xiao Han's men, right? Don't panic. That was just a joke on my part. Lu Yufeng threw a blank look and demolished the stage without a care in the world. You were joking? I don't even want to expose you. If it wasn't for the fact that you can't easily make a move in the Northern Realm, who could stop you? This was actually what Chen Han was puzzled about. That was why Chen Xingbian was so hostile to the human race. Trust no one but Marshal Yue. Today, if he hadn't blown his own identity, if he hadn't been someone close to Marshal Yue, he would probably have been solved by Chen Xingbian. However, he was about to ask Chen Xingbian, but Lu Yufeng suddenly remembered something and her expression became very serious. She looked at Chen Xingbian and said, Xingbian, you just made a move, didn't you? Aha! That's for sure. Can I let that gang of Fey herd little chill? Chen Xingbian first replied with a relaxed face, then his expression became alarmed. Holy! It was only then that the duo finally remembered the rule that martial god levels were not allowed to strike in the Northern Realm. A half-step martial god would likewise not work. Because both of them possessed martial god level power, once they activated their power, they would be detected by the existence of the Forbidden Zone. Lu Yufeng was fine, her flying daggers weren't very destructive, plus her realm was, in the end, the 7th level of Martial Zone. It's probably not enough to make the Forbidden Zone exist to take notice. But Chen Xingbian was completely different. He already had the strength of a Martial Zone 8th rank, and that arrow just now was close to Martial God level. Chen Xingbian's expression is still a bit of a fluke. It shouldn't be so coincidental to win the bid at once. However, fear of what might come, the crowd suddenly felt the temperature around them begin to rise dramatically, and in no time at all, everyone's heads began to sweat profusely. Keep in mind that this is the time of year when temperatures are most comfortable in the north. It's probably only about 20 degrees Celsius. Now, however, it had risen to at least 50 degrees Celsius. It's so hot. Zhu Mang was the fattest one in the crowd and immediately complained. Just then, Ji Yun suddenly realized that a sun in the distance was flying dramatically in the direction where the crowd was. He thought he had misread the situation and couldn't help but rub his eyes. I'm not mistaken, am I? How come there are 2 suns in the sky and another one coming our way? He certainly wasn't wrong, as the crowd noticed the sun overhead. Chen Xingbian, however, realized something and let out a light eep. That's not a sun. Rather, it's a forbidden zone existence. No-go zones exist. Chen Han had yet to witness what the forbidden zones look like in existence, having only seen descriptions of them in textbooks. At the beginning of the aura recovery, countless meteorites fell to the ground, thus breeding a large number of mutated beasts. And some of those meteorites, on the other hand, happened to land on certain extremely special terrains, and in those special terrains, they were most suitable for certain alien beasts to evolve. It even gave those foreign beasts the power to destroy the sky and the earth. At that time, there were many more countries in the world. In fact, if it was an ordinary foreign beast, it would not be able to pose a fatal threat to humans. But the existence of those no-go zones is non-trivial. Most of the countries in the world were directly overthrown by the existence of the Forbidden Zone at the beginning of the Aura revival. It had to be said that Dixia was lucky that the entire southern realm did not harbor the special terrain that existed in the Forbidden Zone, allowing Dixia to have the opportunity to live on and pass on for 100 years. Then later on, the first martial god appeared in the human race, and only humans at this level were able to compete with the existence of the Forbidden Zone. It was also since then that Daxia was considered to have truly survived. However, the martial god and the Forbidden Zone existed in a relationship of mutual checks and balances. Those who could cultivate to the level of martial god throughout the entire Daxia's new calendar 100 years were phoenixes, and most of them stayed within the Daxia's borders, serving as strategic weapons. Similarly, precisely because of those martial gods, the Forbidden Zone existences could not easily exterminate the Great Xia. For example, that fire unicorn with 1,000 miles of blazing flames came from the western region and likewise belonged to the Forbidden Zone of existence. He was eventually beheaded by the 10 martial gods. The human race paid a big price as well, with the death of 2 martial gods. This was also why Yue did not dare to easily set foot in the northern realm, because once the forbidden area existed was triggered, it would go over towards the place with the most humans. And that place, apparently, is Daxia. Needless to say, a few people were quite lucky to have only triggered one. If more than 10 appeared at once, the entire human race might be doomed, not to mention a few of them. Only when that sun gradually approached did the crowd see clearly that it was not a sun at all, but a giant bird. This bird was incredibly large, with a body length of close to 100 miles, which meant that it was as big as the entire old-faced demon vine jungle that was pitted against the Northern Expeditionary Army with a single bird. Not only that, this bird's body was covered with golden flames and its eyes were bulging, making it look very vicious. And Chen Xingbian recognized its origin and said in a deep voice, "This is the undying golden crow." Most of the forbidden areas of the world exist uncharted, much less recognizable, by humans 8. And being able to recognize it proved that this forbidden zone being had appeared before. And it has caused widespread disaster. This is what makes it so impressive that it is even recorded in textbooks. According to the records, the last time the indestructible golden crow appeared was during the period of dark turmoil. Just by relying on the yang yen that covered his body, he destroyed the stick. All of the rod's high-tech weapons had little effect on it, and all of the psychics who had awakened their powers couldn't do any damage to it. And it simply hovered and flew over the stick. Didn't really do anything. Chapter 125 Star River Falling God's Arrow. SSS Archery Martial Skill. It could be said that in times of dark turmoil, the existence of the Forbidden Zone was a nightmare for humanity. Countless countries have been destroyed under the hands of the Forbidden Zone beasts. However, in the past 20 years, there had been no figure about the existence of the Forbidden Zone appearing in Daxia. As a result, the younger generation of Daxias imagined the existence of the Forbidden Zone almost exclusively in textbooks. It was the first time that the members of the Cold Night team had seen a true Forbidden Zone beast. One could only see the flight speed of that undying golden crow, which was incredibly fast. At first it was just a round of sun from a distance, but as the golden crow gradually approached, the crowd realized that its figure covered the sky and the sun. The temperature around them was also getting warmer. Even to the naked eye, within the range it swept through, all the flowers, plants, and trees became dry. The yang flame on its body, just a little bit of it spilling from its body at random, let out a loud roaring sound. It was like a volcanic eruption. However, wherever Yang Yan fell within the range, all creatures were incinerated. The foreign beasts fled in fear, and it was unknown how many foreign beast races had been exterminated as a result simply because the golden crow flew over their heads. As far as the eye could see, it was a scene of doom. Chen Xingbian couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is troublesome. Lu Yufeng also revealed a nervous look, then she threw a blank look at Chen Xingbian and said, "Tell me about you. Why do you want to make a move? Did you think that I couldn't solve those foreign beasts? It's great now." Chen Xingbian smiled helplessly and bitterly. He was also in a momentary hurry just now, afraid that those stone giants and two-headed ogres would do something to jeopardize Chen Han. Didn't even have time to think about it that much. Obviously, this kind of Forbidden Zone existence was not something they could deal with. After all, the Forbidden Zone existed against a human martial god-level powerhouse. But the good thing was that with Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng's realm, it wasn't difficult to take the Cold Night group to escape. Lu Yufeng took Chen Han with her and said, "Son, let's go. Your father's hands are not gentle." With that, Lu Yufeng was about to run towards the back with Chen Han. Who knew that at this time, Chen Xingbian suddenly stroked his chin and came up with a puzzling remark. "Little chill," that said, "the flame you used that day, was it your talent?" What Chen Xingbian said was naturally the Qilin flame, and Chen Han nodded his head as a default. Who knew that Chen Xingbian's expression suddenly became agitated? "That's right then. That Yang Yen gold pill should be useful to you. Shen Xingbian told Chen Han that it turned out that within the body of the indestructible golden crow, there was a treasure called the Yang Yen Golden Dan. The Yang Yen Golden Dan was the key to the golden crow's ability to be covered in Yang Yen. It is also the source of the golden crow's power. Shen Xingbian had once heard that this Yang Yen golden pill could be given to people. And it's extremely powerful for all fire-gifted abilities. It allows the fire-gifted to add the effect of Golden Crow Yang Yen to their original talent. The power of the Golden Crow's Yang Yen naturally didn't need to be mentioned, just so a small point, it could cause a powerful effect like a volcanic eruption. In terms of attack power, there was no match for any kind of flame. Even Chen Han's Qilin flame might be slightly inferior. The Kirin flame was a flame with multiple effect abilities, and in terms of attack power alone, it wasn't quite the top of the heap. But this Golden Crow Yang Yen was different, it was the ultimate in offensive means. Moreover, the Kirin flame and the Golden Crow Yang Yen were not in conflict. The Yang Yen Golden Dan had an effect on all flame talents, so it naturally allowed the Kirin flame to attach the Golden Crow Yang Yen. Lu Yufeng seemed to have thought of what Shen Xingbian was going to do and hurriedly stopped him. Shen Xingbian, you're not planning to make a move against the undying Golden Crow, are you? I can warn you, if you don't make a move against it, its target may not be us yet. Once you make a move against it, then it's immortal. It was still Pillowman who understood Shen Xingbian's thoughts the best. He wanted to finish off this indestructible Golden Crow and then give the Yang Yen Golden Dan to Chen Han. Shen Xingbian, however, smiled confidently, wife, how do you know if you don't try? You and I have never tried to use our full strength since we came to the north. Shen Xingbian's words caused the cold night panel to be shocked. That amazing arrow from just now was actually not Shen Xingbian's full strength. Ji Yun walked over to Chen Han and whispered, Young Chen, just how powerful is our uncle? Chen Han spread his hands, stating that he didn't know either. The only thing he knew was that Shen Xingbian was at the martial emperor realm when he left Daxia, and now he was already a half-step martial god. However, Chen Han did not want his parents to risk their lives for him, and was about to open his mouth to stop them, but was interrupted by Shen Xingbian. Shen Xingbian spoke, Xiao Han, there is no need to say much. As a father, I'm very pleased to see your achievements, but I'm sure you've suffered a lot over the years. This Yang Yen golden pill today. Even if it's a small compensation for you, it also makes me feel better as a father. Speaking here, Shen Xingbian paused, and then let out a sigh of emotion. For the sake of my son, what if I become this Hoi for once? Who knows that before Shen Xingbian finished his words, he was teased by Lu Yufeng, you can really pretend. Flirting was flirting, but Lu Yufeng also agreed with Shen Xingbian. He even patted Chen Han's shoulder, trust your father. He's the one who can create his own SSS archery martial skill before he's a martial god. Chen Han was shocked at his words. Because his dad, who didn't seem to be very reliable, was actually able to create his own SSS martial arts. You have to know that learning SSS martial arts and creating your own SSS martial arts are not the same concept of things. The difficulty is like a world of difference. Generally speaking, only those who had reached the martial god realm would be able to create their own SSS martial skills. For example, the two strongest martial artists of the human race, Han Haoran's Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun and Yu Wuyun's Hegemonic Slash. All SSS martial arts created after becoming a martial god. As for those who created SSS martial arts before the martial god, looking at the history of the new calendar for 100 years is not one. Lu Yufeng had said so it definitely wouldn't be false. Half-step martial god plus self-created SSS martial skills, no wonder Shen Xingbian could display such strong confidence. Not only that, but he had created an archery martial skill that was several levels more difficult than ordinary weapon martial skills. It was important to realize that even in Chen Han's talent pool, the number of archery martial arts was several geometric levels less than the number of other martial arts. Jade Phoenix, do it. Big Dipper fan cage formation. But it was Lu Yufeng who struck first. The two of them had been working together for many years and were close, and as soon as Shen Xingbian's words were finished, Lu Yufeng disappeared in the same place immediately afterward. Lu Yufeng silently recited the formation incantation as she ran through the 5 large mountains in the vicinity. She was using the 5 large mountains as a base to set up a cage to trap the undying golden crow. In the sky, it was as if an invisible net appeared out of thin air. The indestructible golden crow just stepped into it, and just now it was still rampant. It was actually instantly stuck, unable to move, and it could only shout randomly and splash Yang Yen in all directions. Shen Xingbian was certainly powerful, but Chen Han thought that his mother was afraid that she was not to be underestimated either, going so far as to easily trap a forbidden area existence. Before Chen Han could come back to his senses, he heard Shen Xingbian shout at him, Little Han, I see that you can use arrows as well. This martial skill of mine is called the Star River Falling God Arrow. and sooner or later, I will have to teach it to you. Look a little closer, this martial skill is a little complicated, how much you can learn depends on your destiny. Chapter 126 3 Arrows to Destroy the Gods. Yang Yin Golden Pill. After saying that, Chen Xingbian began to hold his breath and stare at the immense golden crow in the sky with a torch-like gaze. He drew an arrow from his waist, then slowly strung it on the bowstring. Don't underestimate this step. Chen Xingbian was not talking nonsense when he said that his martial arts were complicated. Chen Han could tell at a glance that in order to catalyze the Star River Falling God's arrow, there were certain instructions starting from the step of attaching the bow to the arrow. If it was an ordinary arrow, the action would never have been so slow. If Chen Xingbian had known that Chen Han had actually seen where the mystery of his archery lay with a single glance, he would probably have been shocked as well. He had been comprehending for almost 15 years before he had created the SSS archery martial skill, and he had actually been instantly seen through by Chen Han. And this was what Liang Yu Tian had said about the power of being born with an alien body. No matter what kind of feats, martial arts, or anything like that, they were all instantly recognizable. What might take the next person dozens or hundreds of years to delve into, for them it might be as simple as eating and drinking water. Chen Han was again different from ordinary born aliens, and let's not forget that his parents were most likely the youngest martial god and female martial god in history. Thanks to this genetic bonus, his natural alien body was too much beyond the ordinary natural alien body. Not to mention, he has many SSS talents that a normal-born alien can't have. At this time, the crowd could not have imagined that far away from the southern border, an old man with white hair and a sword was also watching this direction. In fact, Yu Woyan had been worried ever since the time Chen Han had planned to go it alone. Thus he had been aware of it since the moment the undying golden crow appeared. He wanted to rush to the north immediately, but the radio in his hand had not been able to deliver any news from Chen Han. He knew very well what kind of person Chen Han was, and would definitely not choose not to contact him even in this situation. Therefore he could only associate it with the Chen Xingbian couple. From the moment he saw the undying golden crow being trapped, he muttered, "Xingbian, could it be that you have a way to deal with the undying golden crow?" Finally, the arrow in Chen Xingbian's hand left the string and shot out in the direction of the golden crow. At this moment, the entire earth seemed to fall silent. It wasn't because there was no sound, it was because the sound of this arrow being fired was so loud that it was like 10,000 pounds of thunder. For a time, it actually covered up all the wailing sounds on the earth due to the invasion of the golden crow. Phew! The speed of this arrow should have been fast, but almost everyone could see the trajectory of this arrow clearly. This was because this arrow actually dragged out an extremely long trajectory in the air as it was launched. And this trajectory was like countless stars converging in a river of stars, looking beautiful and brilliant. Even the residents of the southern realm saw the eye-catching river of stars in the northern realm. I'll go. It's still daytime, why are the stars coming out of the north? It's so pretty. It's been many years since the Southland has seen so many stars. The residents of Southland who noticed the scene let out a sigh of relief. And that's why this arrow looks slow. But in reality, its speed had reached the point where the naked eye couldn't even see the arrow. That bright river of stars was nothing more than the residual shadow dragged out by this arrow. The Star River Falling God's arrow, the name is true. The undying golden crow that was still in the Big Dipper fan cage formation in the air also seemed to have sensed the power of this arrow and began to hiss madly in the sky. Countless amounts of yang yen were swung by it in all directions, and it was unknown how many foreign beasts would suffer as a result. However, the Big Dipper cage formation was the masterpiece of the world's #1 formation master, so how could it easily break free? The next moment, the Star River Falling God arrow landed on top of its head. To one's surprise, its huge head was destroyed by the Star River Falling God arrow in the blink of an eye. It was an airborne beast that was hundreds of miles long. The Star River Falling God arrow shot through the golden crow's large head, which was a full 7 or 8 miles long, as if it took little effort. That terrifying Yang Yen couldn't even act as a block to the Star River Falling God arrow. The sight saw the members of the Cold Night team all sticking out their thumbs, strong. A short word that expressed their praise for Chen Xingbian. Only Chen Han knew that it wasn't over, that golden crow wasn't dead through and through. It was because Lu Yufeng had not retracted the Big Dipper fan cage formation. And the headless golden crow, surprisingly, was still struggling in the air as well. What immediately surprised the members of the Cold Night team was that the golden crow's head, which had just been shot off, actually slowly grew back. Zhao Linger emerged with a horrified expression and said in a deep voice, "What kind of monster is this? It's actually able to grow out without its head." A forbidden zone existence was inherently an unimaginable creature that could not be dealt with by virtue of ordinary methods. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to render all of mankind's strategic weapons from a century ago useless. Indestructible Golden Crow. The reason for this title mainly lies in the word indestructible. Its regeneration is very powerful, and likewise its ability to survive is quite impressive. Even without a head, you can still function as usual. Not only that, but within less than half an hour it would grow another head. Yet Chen Han appeared calm. Both he and Chen Xingbian said almost simultaneously, "That's more than just an arrow." Hearing Chen Han speak these words, Chen Xingbian was first surprised, and then converted to surprise. This was because Chen Han had already seen that this SSS martial skill created by Chen Xingbian, the Star River Falling God arrow, was more than just shooting an arrow. Instead, it's 3 whole arrows. Chen Xingbian's surprise was that Chen Han was able to understand that this was more than just an arrow for him, which meant that Chen Han had already seen how the Star River Falling God arrow was activated. Otherwise it could never have been uttered. Immediately afterward, Chen Xingbian hitched another arrow, and the second arrow was likewise in the sky, tracing out a bright river of stars. The arrow, on the other hand, was shot at the body of the undying Golden Crow. In a flash, the yang yen around the undying Golden Crow began to become incomparably dim. An arrow to the head and an arrow to the body, even if the undying Golden Crow had the strongest ability, it could not resist. But even with this situation, the undying Golden Crow only had one tail left, and its yang yen was still burning. At this time, Lu Yufeng's Big Dipper fan cage formation also lost its effect. The indestructible Golden Crow with only a tail left was no longer so reckless, and even struggled to escape. Because with some time, it can regenerate back with just this one tail. But Chen Xingbian obviously wouldn't give him that chance, and the last arrow was shot, destroying its hopes. The existence of the Forbidden Zone today no longer had the terrifying deterrent power of the beginning of the darkness. Humans evolved too. At the same time, after the indestructible Golden Crow had dissipated, a round stone the size of a soybean had inexplicably appeared in the air, but emitted light like the sun. It appeared unobtrusive in the air, but it was the source of the undying Golden Crow's power. Chapter 127, Successful Devouring. Golden Crow's Flame. The Forbidden Zone existed, and the indestructible Golden Crow that was able to make the entirety of the stick extinct at the beginning of the dark turmoil was actually shot down by 3 arrows of Chen Xingbian. This scene is truly breathtaking. There was no doubt that Chen Xingbian already possessed the strength of a martial god level when using martial arts. Otherwise, it simply couldn't break through the defense of the undying Golden Crow. Yue, who was far away in the southern realm watching this scene from afar, was likewise incomparably shocked. He was always ready to strike, but he didn't expect that undying Golden Crow to be killed so easily. Moreover, the moment the Star River Falling God arrow struck, he had already guessed that it was Chen Xingbian who had moved. In the world, other than Chen Xingbian, there was no second person who possessed such transcendent archery skills. "Xingbian, have you even cultivated to such an extent?" Yue was first shocked, then he was ecstatic. This was because it meant that a new martial god would be born to the human race. One must know that in the past 10 years, no one in the entire Great Xia had cultivated to the martial god realm anymore. It was also fortunate that there had been no invasions by Forbidden Zone existences over the years, so the number of martial gods in Grand Xia had remained a relatively stable number. Otherwise it would have been green for a long time. The reason Yue didn't kill Zhongguan when he captured a member of the Cold Night team on that day was not only because Zhongguan was the second marshal, but part of the reason was also because Zhongguan was a martial spirit 8th stage martial artist. Every martial god on the continent was hard to come by and was the ultimate force to guard the security of the Grand Xia, so obviously Zhonggong and Yue had fought for so many years, and their strengths were worlds apart from Yue's, and Yue had never moved to kill him. Yue wouldn't lay down a deadly hand until he had to. Only at this time, Yue did not realize that Chen Xingbian's realm was only the 8th stage of Martial Zune. For a Martial Zune 8th rank to have this kind of power, once Chen Xingbian became a martial god, I'm afraid that he would be the strongest martial god in the new history. Because not to mention Yue, even Han Haoren didn't have a way to deal with the existence of the Forbidden Zone when he was at the 8th stage of martial exaltation. If he had known, he probably would have had to make a comment. Worthy of being Qin Han's dad. How could the father of a perverted demon be generalized? And Yue wasn't the only one who observed this scene in the Northern Realm. Anyone who could reach the level of martial god would have some sense of the appearance of the existence of the Forbidden Zone. The two of them, Zhonggong and Ouyang Quan, who were in the military camp at the moment, similarly looked in the direction where the indestructible Golden Crow appeared. Zhong Gong gave a sigh of emotion and said, "There's actually such a strong person in the Northern Realm who can actually kill the undying Golden Crow. I wonder what kind of person he is." Ouyang Quan seems to have thought of something, his face sank lightly. Recently Chen Han led the Northern Expeditionary Army to march to the north. Zhong Gong, it can't be that Chen Han he's befriended some hidden powerhouse again. Extremely likely. Zhong Gong spat lightly, then said, "That boy Chen Han's luck is incredibly strong. Not to mention the fact that he is a demon himself. In just a few months' time, he was promoted from a big-headed soldier to the Northern Realm Commander-in-Chief. Yuoyan treats him like his own son, and divine Dr. Lian Yutian treats him like a treasure. If another martial god comes along, then..." Speaking of which, Zhong Guan and Ouyang Quan were both a bit worried. A single Yuoyun had been on their heads for decades. It was so hard to keep Yuoyun up until he was old, but now there was another Chen Han, and their position in the Daxia army was in jeopardy. In fact, the duo did not know that this martial god they were discussing was Chen Han's own father. Meanwhile, Chen Xingbian, who had shot the undying Golden Crow, packed up his bow and came to Chen Han and the others. Looking at the adoring eyes of the members of the Cold Night team, Chen Xingbian was incomparably calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was happy. Without even realizing it, the corners of his mouth were grinning to the sky. Chen Han had speechlessness written all over his face. He had to say that this father of his was indeed quite powerful, but it was this personality that was a standard comedian. In favor of Chen Xingbian, he also stood with his hands in front of the members of the Cold Night team and asked Chen Han in a pretentious manner, "Little Han, how is this Star River Falling God arrow of your father's? Not bad, right? I see that you just seem to have discerned some of the wonders of the Star River Falling God arrow, so I guess you should have learned 30 to 40% of it." At this time, Ji Yun Zhumang and his duo rushed up to brag. "Senior's archery skills are unrivaled in the world. I think it's already quite impressive for Team Chen to have learned 30 to 40%. Yes, uncle, this is too awesome for you. It's just Qin Xiao. If it were anyone else, not to mention 30% or 40%, even 10% would be hard to comprehend." The two of them were so fawning that they were close to giving Chen Xingbian a nod and a bow. However, Chen Han did not give Chen Xingbian any face at all, and blandly said, "Already will." "What?" The appearance of a nobleman made by Chen Xingbian instantly vanished, and he looked at Chen Han with a shocked face. His shock was not feigned. He had thought that Chen Han had comprehended at most 50% of it. After all, this was a SSS-ranked archery martial skill that he had spent a full 18 years of his life to delve into. It was a type of martial art that had not yet appeared in the entire new history. And Chen Han merely watched it once. "Little chill, don't lie to your father me," Chen Xingbian asked in surprise. Chen Han immediately followed the gourd and reproduced all of Chen Xingbian's stance movements one by one, surprisingly not half bad. There was already no need for Chen Han to shoot the Star River Falling God arrow, and Chen Xingbian completely confirmed that Chen Han had already integrated the Star River Falling God arrow. The strength of the natural alien body was once again confirmed. Coincidentally, Lu Yufeng also walked over with the Yang Yen golden pill, and nonchalantly scoffed, "I'll let you pretend that you can be as powerful as your son?" Immediately, she handed the Yang Yen gold pill to Chen Han's mouth. "Little Han, this Yang Yen gold pill contains the power of the Golden Crow's Yang Yen, so be careful with the heat." Chen Han was about to be exasperated and laughed, and could only helplessly return, "Mom, I'm not small anymore." These words were like an instant hit to Lu Yufeng's soft underbelly, because in her impression, Chen Han was still that mere 2-year-old child. In the blink of an eye, the world was like a sea of change, and Chen Han was a whole lot taller than her. She was speechless and choked, and Chen Xingbian rushed forward and said, "Don't cry. You should be happy that our child has had the fortune he has now." With his words, Lu Yufeng's expression eased quite a bit. Seeing this, Chen Han was also relieved to receive that Yang Yen Golden Dan, which was then sent into his abdomen. Who knew that the Yang Yen Golden Dan had only just reached its mouth, but it suddenly blossomed into a golden flame, as if it was rebelling against Chen Han. Seeing this, Chen Xingbian said in a deep voice, "This indestructible golden crow is truly tenacious, unwilling to become food for humans even after becoming a golden Dan. Child, I forgot, if your flame talent level is too low, you won't be able to suppress the Golden Crow Yang Yen fire, or let me refine this Yang Yen Gold Dan first." Chen Han, however, waved his hand and rejected Chen Xingbian. How can a mere Golden Crow compete with a holy beast? You have to know that at the time, the fire Qilin had to be surrounded by the 10 great martial gods of the human race before it fell. Wow! In just an instant, a deep red strand of Qilin's sacred flame emerged from Chen Han's body. Under the terrifying Kirin sacred flame, the Golden Crow Yang Yen was nothing more than a pearl of rice, and was even devoured in the blink of an eye. Even Chen Han no longer needed to swallow the Yang Yen Golden Dan, and almost as if it was visible to the naked eye, the Qilin flame quickly devoured this Yang Yen Golden Dan. A prompt soon came to Chen Han's ears. Congratulations, your sacred flame Qilin flame has successfully devoured the Golden Crow Yang flame and gained the ability of the Golden Crow Yang flame. Chen Han's body was covered with a layer of golden light on the exterior of the Qilin sacred flame, which was clearly the color of the Golden Crow Yang Yen. Chapter 128 Parental Past. Marshal God Ambush? At the same time, an additional description appeared on Chen Han's Sacred Flame Qilin Flame Talent. Sacred Fire Kirin Flame Devouring Ability, the Supreme Fiery Flame, Jinwu Yang Yen, possesses a terrifying attack effect that burns the world. Without a doubt, the Golden Crow Yang Yen made up for the shortcoming of the Qilin Flame's slightly insufficient attack power. The crowd could feel the terrifyingly high temperatures at this point even if they were only standing beside Chen Han. Chen Han reacted and instantly lowered the temperature of the Qilin flame to the lowest possible level, and only then did the crowd feel much more comfortable. The process of Chen Han's Qilin flame devouring the Golden Crow Yang flame was all watched by Chen Xingbian. Chen Xingbian frowned. Xiao Han, what kind of fire talent is this? As far as I know, the Golden Crow Yang flame is one of the strongest flames in the world. And with your flaming talent, you seem to be able to crush it. For Chen Xingbian, there was naturally no need for Chen Han to hide. After learning everything, Chen Xingbian was quite pleased, especially after knowing that Chen Han's Kirin flame was obtained because of Yu Weiyun's Kirin bone. His expression was even more excited. Immediately, he glanced at Lu Yufeng and said, Yufeng, Marshal Yue is still the same Marshal Yue, we didn't trust the wrong person. Chen Xingbian's words were a bit puzzling. However, speaking of Yu Weiyun, Chen Han then remembered that Yu Weiyun had always told him to keep in contact, and he had forgotten about it after entering the Divine Mountain. So, he immediately got on the radio communicator. Who knew that on the other side of the radio communicator, Yu Weiyun was the first to open his mouth. Chen Han, is Xingbian next to you? Yu Weiyun's first words were to inquire about Chen Xingbian. Because of the appearance of that indestructible golden crow, most of the things Yu Weiyun already knew about. And hearing Yu Weiyun's voice, Chen Xingbian's expression was also very excited. Marshal Yue, my subordinate Chen Xingbian has failed to fulfill his mission and has fallen short of your instructions. It's okay, it's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. God has eyes. The duo's tones have been a little choked up, like they're beyond the usual barracks love. Chen Han naturally did not know that Yu Weiyun's two children had died prematurely, and after recruiting Chen Xingbian at the 869th Bureau, he treated Chen Xingbian as if he were his own child. While Chen Han's grandfather was a solid early death, Chen Xingbian also took Yu Shuai as his father. The two have become more like father and son more than anything else. Yu Weiyun was able to take out the Qilin bone, and part of the reason was because Chen Han was Chen Xingbian's son. He was filled with guilt towards Chen Xingbian, and this guilt spread to Chen Han as well. The two exchanged pleasantries across the radio for a while, and suddenly Yu Weiyun questioned, Xingbian, I watched your victory over the Undying Golden Crow in the battle just now. With your strength, why don't you return to Daxiao as soon as possible? What about even manipulating an army of foreign beasts and launching an attack on the human race? I've also heard that you're that Lord Mountain God from the mouths of the Northern Realm's foreign beasts, so what's up with that? Yu Weiyun asked several questions in a row with a calm tone. But in fact, Chen Xingbian's problem was very serious, and to put it in a larger context, it was no different from defecting from the human race. If it wasn't for Chen Xingbian, I'm afraid that Yu Weiyun would have used an interrogative tone. And this is also where Chen Han's doubts lie. Chen Xingbian with this strength, obviously could have returned to Daxia earlier, and he now has a lot of information about the Northern Realm at his fingertips. Your son Chen Han and I always trust you, so I hope you give an explanation. Chen Xingbian's expression became a little ashamed as he looked at Chen Han, and then immediately glanced at the bare surroundings. This is not the right place to talk, let's go to the cave and talk. Lu Yufeng's expression was also a bit heavy, and Chen Han could tell that the two had quite a lot on their minds. The group returned to the cave. Lu Yufeng took out some fruits to entertain the members of the Cold Night team, while the first words uttered by Chen Xingbian sent people into deep thought. Marshal Yue, before I say anything, I would like to ask you, can the beasts of Dragon River really stop our brothers from Bureau 869? This. Yu Weiyun didn't know how to reply for a moment. However, Chen Xingbian's words had vaguely allowed Chen Han to guess the answer. The 869th Bureau is responsible for investigating the affairs of the North, and then returning to Daxia to deliver intelligence after the investigation of the North. But over the years, those who traveled to the North have all died in battle, and none have returned. At that time, Yuoyan's statement was that it was because there was a Dragon River Fey beast blocking them, causing them to be unable to return. But Chen Han had doubts at that moment, and after seeing the Dragon River Fey beast, this doubt lingered in his mind even more. It is important to realize that most of the people in the 869th Bureau are selected from the military or from various colleges and universities as the best of the best. There's also rigorous training to go through. The vast majority of those who could travel to the Northern Realm were Marshal Emperor level powerhouses. Although the Dragon River Fey beasts were ferocious and numerous, it was basically impossible to stop a Marshal Emperor level. It was even more unlikely that not a single person had returned to Daxia in all those years. Then there is only one answer. It wasn't the beasts that stopped them, but the people. The next moment, Chen Xingbian spoke the answer Chen Han had expected. Marshal Yue, back then, we encountered an interception. I'm sorry to you, the 15th team of Bureau 869 didn't fulfill its mission, and 8 of my brothers died because of me. Chen Xingbian looked sad and angry, and finally told the past events of 18 years ago. The 15th team of the 869th Bureau, the last team of the 869th Bureau, is also the most elite. All 10 of them were at the Marshal Emperor realm, with Chen Xingbian as the leader and Lu Yufeng as the vice leader. Before the 869th Bureau was disbanded, they landed in the north from the Dragon River as the last hope in order to gather intelligence on the north under the watchful eye of Yuoyan. At that time, the foreign beasts in the northern realm had not yet formed a civilization, plus their group was strong, and they had the power to fight most of the foreign beasts they ran into. Even if there were those who couldn't be beaten, they could escape with their power. As a result, they had mapped out most of the northern territory, and could be said to have a large amount of northern intelligence. So after collecting the information, the people were ready to return to Daxia. At that time, once those information was sent back, it can be said that Yuoyan would be able to start the Northern Expedition program immediately, and the restoration of the country can be advanced by 18 years. With great effort, the 15 teams finally crossed the Dragon River again and reached the south bank of the Dragon River. There they saw a group of receivers, and the Chen Xingbian at that time did not think much about it, and told those receivers all the information about the Northern Realm one by one. However, what people didn't expect was that Chen Xingbian had just finished spilling out the information about the northern border not long ago, and those receivers had snatched the first sneak attack. Immediately, 5 people were seriously injured. Chen Xingbian was horrified to discover that the talent levels of this group of receivers were not low, and the various feats in martial arts, all of which came from different sources, but it was certain that their status and position was bound to be not low. However, Team 15 was after all the elite selected by Yuoyan, and was still able to cope in the face of this situation. The bad thing was that among the people the other side ambushed, there were actually martial gods. Chapter 129 The 3 Northern Realm Emperors. Human Emperor. With the strength of Team 15, even if they were to face a Marshal Zun level powerhouse, they would still have the strength to escape. But not at the Martial God level. Even the difference between the Marshal Zun level and the Martial God was like a difference between clouds and mud. Not to mention the Martial Emperor. The moment that Martial God struck, 2 of the 15 teams died under him. The remaining people were in a rage, but there was nothing they could do. It was impossible for them to go any further into Daxia. There is only one way to escape, and that is to head north. It was an iron law that martial gods were not allowed to set foot in the Northern Realm, and the sad thing was that the way they survived as national heroes was not in Daxia, but in the Northern Realm, where exotic beasts roamed. It was probably also because the Dragon River was at the junction of north and south, and that martial god didn't dare to go all out. In the end, they let Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng leave a life behind. However, in order to protect them, the remaining 6 members of the group were all killed in battle. Speaking of this, even after 18 years, Chen Xingbian was still in a rage, and Lu Yufeng's eyes were equally red. Even Chen Xingbian read out the names of those 8 people. Gu Qiao, Gu Yun, Xiaofeng, Zhou Kun, Xian Shan, Li Li, Hu Tiancheng, Gu Shuming. Almost word for word, Chen Xingbian ruthlessly read out the names of those 8 heroes. He said sadly, Marshal Yue, even if we have to die for our country, 10 of us will do so, but we can't die at the hands of our own people. Those 8 brothers, so bitter. Speaking here, Chen Xingbian actually fell into tears. The members of the Cold Night group who were listening in could empathize with them at the moment. They finally understood why Chen Xingbian would be so cautious and would even draw his sword against the human army. Anyone who had his experience would, I'm afraid, be distrustful of anyone. Not returning to retaliate against Daxia is already considered benevolent. It's a naked betrayal. After Chen Xingbian finished speaking, the crowd was speechless for a long time, and even Yue Shuai on the other side of the radio intercom did not speak. However, Chen Han understood that Marshal Yue had been angered to the extreme. It's just the calm before the storm. Years of experience had given Yue the habit of suppressing his anger. The calmer he appeared, the angrier he became. After a long interval, Yue finally opened his mouth. There was actually a martial god among the people who attacked you. Who is that person? When these words came out, it was instead Chen Xingbian's turn to be stunned. Marshal Yue, are you really unaware of this matter? The reason why Chen Xingbian had asked that was that as the first marshal of Xia, he had a very terrifying privilege compared to the other two marshals. That was to grasp the location of all the martial gods of Great Xia in real time. Since every martial god of Great Xia was in existence that could be considered a strategic weapon in general. So even if they didn't enter the military to serve their country, they had to be fitted with a locator system so that the country could keep track of their exact location. For one, it was to prevent the number of martial gods that could be summoned immediately after the appearance of the Forbidden Zone's existence that would be sufficient to counteract it. Secondly, because a martial god-level existence was a time bomb, it was necessary to keep them under control, lest they engage in some unthinkable behavior. For example, if a martial god went around provoking the terrifying beasts of the Forbidden Zone and lured them to Xia, it would be a catastrophe for Xia. Chen Xingbian suddenly smiled to himself and then said, Marshal Yue, speaking of which, I'm still a bit sorry for you. When Yu Feng and I escaped with our lives, there was a period of time when we used to suspect you. To be honest, Chen Xingbian's skepticism was reasonable. After all, there was only one immediate superior of the 869th Bureau, and that was Yue. According to normal speculation, it was absolutely impossible for any onlookers to be aware of their return to the Grand Xia. This was also the reason why Chen Xingbian had immediately trusted that group of receivers in the first place. Therefore, if they were betrayed, the only person who betrayed them would most likely be Yue. Of course, Chen Han did not agree with this view. After all, he had once seen with his own eyes that even if it was the kind of henchman like Red Woman who repeatedly even wanted Yue's life, Yue had spared them over and over again. Even when Red Woman slaughtered millions of innocent people, Yu Shui didn't lay his hands on them. Yue's protectiveness was well known in the military. Not to mention for Chen Xingbian, who had gone to war for his country and was regarded by him as his own son. There was only one answer: Yue had been set up as well. It was very likely that that martial god had grasped some loophole that prevented Yue from monitoring his position in real time. And to know about Chen Xingbian and the others, you still need to get inside and outside. The answer cries out. In the 869th Bureau, there's a traitor. Chen Han could think of this, and so could Chen Xingbian and Yue. Yue said slowly to Chen Xingbian, Xingbian, I can understand your suspicion. But I would never betray you. There should be a ghost in the bureau. Chen Xingbian released a smile. Actually, I figured it out later. If you, Marshal Yue, had made a move, there would never have been any chance of me and Yu Feng surviving. That group of them had a premeditated plan. They deceived both you and me. After Chen Xingbian finished his sentence, even thousands of kilometers apart, the crowd could feel Yue's anger. Who in the entire Great Xia could withstand the wrath of this number one in the world? No one could see that Yue, who was in the capital at this time, already had red eyes and asked in a low tone, Xingbian, say, who are those people? I am afraid that no matter whose name Chen Xingbian explodes at this moment, that person's whole family has no possibility of survival. Chen Xingbian was of course furious as well, but he forced down his anger, because at this moment, no one could stop the fury of this Great Xia's number one beast except him. Marshal Yue, I do have some suspected candidates. But I still have no clue about that martial god back then. Please suppress your anger for now, I want to take this revenge myself. Speaking here, Chen Xingbian paused, and suddenly sighed as if relieved, also thanks to picking up this life, and then my encounter in the north, it is also considered to be a blessing due to a disaster. After Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng fled back to the northern shore, that martial god didn't dare to pursue, and Chen Xingbian naturally didn't dare to cross the river again. He and Lu Yufeng thus stayed in the northern realm, and during these 18 years, he used his scientific mind to teach many alien beasts the human language, and to make them learn the order of the human world, and thus bring them into submission. Not only that, but he also had quite a few strange encounters while visiting the various alien beast races. This is what caused him to be able to break through to the 8th stage of martial exaltation in 18 years. Still in the realm of the 8th stage of martial exaltation, he had a power comparable to that of a martial god. Nowadays, the entire northern realm of darkness was roughly divided into 3 domains, commanded by 3 rulers. And these 3 rulers are called the 3 emperors by the Fae of the north. The territory to the east includes the capital of the old calendar and is ruled by a group of Fae with dragon blood called the Dragon Emperor, also known as the Tyrannosaurus rex. Most of the territory to the west, on the other hand, is ruled by the fantasy class's royal fae, the fallen angels, also known as the Dark Emperors. Speaking of this, Zhu Mang suddenly questioned, isn't it the three emperors? What about the other one? The crowd was looking at the little cutie in a way. Look at Zhu Mang. Ji Yun patted Zhu Mang's head. Mangzi, are you stupid? There is another one, of course, our uncle who is sitting in front of us. Ji Yun was right. Another one was the human emperor who was in the body of a human but was able to command most of the territories in the middle of the northern realm. Chen Xingbian, Lord God of the Mountain.